Chapter 1 Ding. In the year 762 of the AG era, in the seventh universe on Earth, amidst a mountainous forest where verdant trees flourish and wild grasses abound, a stream flows gently, and the cheerful chirping of birds fills the air. A majestic tiger lies beneath a tree, feigning slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Ling appears before the tiger, bewildered as he is caught mid-act. The stream of urine cascades directly onto the tiger's head. Surveying the lush surroundings, realization dawns upon him. What the hell? Even urinating can lead to a time travel. Is this some kind of joke? The tiger casts a dubious glance in his direction, and Jiang Ling meets its gaze with unwavering confidence. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Ling continues. He is acutely aware that halting now would change nothing. The man and the tiger lock eyes. Time seems to come to a standstill. Only the steam rising from the tiger's head breaks the silence. Suddenly, a shiver runs through Jiang Ling, and he concludes the act, feeling refreshed. The tiger's enormous maw reflects in his eyes, growing ever larger. To die in silence is one option, to erupt in silence is another. With a mighty shout, he exclaims, "System, in light of the present circumstances, when else could you possibly act?" Silence prevails, as a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, creating a cacophony of sound. As the tiger's gaping maw approaches, Jiang Ling resigns himself to the reality. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling sat up straight. Setting aside the question of whether the Saiyan bloodline is truly powerful, it is undoubtedly the most popular lineage. There can be no dissent regarding that. Can there? As a child, Jiang Ling's greatest desire was to be a Saiyan, particularly enamored by their transformation. It was simply too cool. He recalled how he had spent countless hours at home exclaiming in excitement, only to receive a severe beating from his father. In those days, he was rather delusional, and the more he was beaten, the more exhilarated he felt, convinced that entering a near-death state would allow him to recover like a Saiyan, dramatically increasing his strength. He even felt that the pain was insufficient and provocatively said, "Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have?" The outcome was predictable, as he was met with yet another round of vigorous punishment. He ended up recuperating in the hospital for an entire week. Ah, the nostalgia. A wistful expression flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as he silently reminisced. Activate Saiyan bloodline. The fusion of bloodlines commenced. A prompt resonated. Jiang Ling felt an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. Ah, how delightful! He couldn't help but exclaim in sheer enjoyment, his face alight with pleasure. As the Saiyan bloodline continued to merge, a brown tail sprouted from behind him. Gradually, this sensation of delight persisted. However, Jiang Ling could no longer endure it. His expression shifted to one of agony. This was taking far too long. Any individual would struggle to withstand this. Nearby, son Gohan, who had been asleep, was roused by the commotion. Seeing Jiang Ling in such a state, he quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Ling stammered. It's nothing, don't mind me." In light of such matters, son Gohan was at a loss for how to assist, merely standing by anxiously. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ling finally returned to normalcy. He panted heavily, struggling to catch his breath. How to describe this feeling? It was something he couldn't articulate. What had lasted for half an hour in sheer comfort could also be termed as torment. His stamina had plummeted to its nadir. At this moment, he felt exceedingly frail, and with the last remnants of his strength, he retrieved a senzu bean from the system's space. Indeed, the system had its own spatial storage. System, this is standard equipment. After consuming the senzu bean, Jiang Ling felt revitalized. Strength surged back within him. His stamina was replenished to the maximum. He had no desire to experience that sensation again. Though it was pleasurable, it had been overwhelmingly so. Rising to his feet, he assessed his own strength and noted that his power had not increased at all. The fusion of the Saiyan bloodline had yielded no tangible results. He surmised that he would need to train in order to enhance his abilities. After all, Goku, too, possessed Saiyan blood and had climbed to greatness through countless battles. An idea struck him, and he asked the system, "System, doesn't the Saiyan bloodline have a passive ability that greatly enhances combat power after recovering from near death? My earlier state surely qualifies, right?" Ding. Host, this passive ability requires combat power to be raised to 100 before it can be triggered. Jiang Ling, are you feeling any better? Should we head into town for some medicine? Gohan remained by his side, concern evident in his eyes. His kind nature compelled him to offer assistance without hesitation in such situations. Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Gohan's words. He smiled and said, "I'm fine, it was just about a gastritis. I can endure it." Does gastritis manifest like this? Son Gohan tilted his head, perplexed, but nonetheless suggested. My mother had gastritis before too, but she felt better after taking some capsule medicine. You might want to try that. Jiang Ling nodded. All right, you'll buy some when I return. Thank you, Gohan. Seeing Jiang Ling was all right, son Gohan relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He yawned and was about to drift back to sleep when he suddenly noticed the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling, astonished. You have a tail too? I thought you didn't have one. Jiang Ling glanced at his tail and replied with utmost seriousness. You must be mistaken, I have always had a tail. Really? Gohan scratched his head, not wanting to dwell on the matter. I must have remembered incorrectly. I used to have a tail, but now I don't. Speaking of tails, Gohan's drowsiness dissipated as he eagerly began to share the tail's various uses. For instance, it could be used for scratching an itch, or one could spin in circles while chasing their own tail. And during urination, if one experienced too much recoil and couldn't stand steady, the tail could be propped against the ground, forming a tripod with the legs. Mom no longer needs to worry about me wobbling while I pee. Jiang Ling listened with a smile as Gohan enthusiastically elaborated, silently noting all of it. He hadn't realized the tail had so many practical uses. As Gohan continued his tales, his eyelids began to droop, the weight of sleep returning. Jiang Ling gently patted Gohan's head. Go to sleep, it's getting late. Son Gohan succumbed to slumber beside him. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. He decided to check the reward for signing in while he had the chance to pat Gohan's head. Ding! Sign-in successful. As this is the host's first sign-in, the optimization reward Gohan's potential has been triggered. A surge of joy filled Jiang Ling's heart. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knows that Gohan possesses immense potential with proper training. It would be no issue for him to punch Goku and kick Vegeta. Unfortunately, he chose the path of academia. This sign-in reward was like a timely blessing. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he sign in again today? Reaching out, he nudged Gohan and once more silently intoned. Sign in. Ding. Host, you may only sign in once per day. Jiang Ling pouted. As expected, he had anticipated this outcome. Then can I sign in on Gohan tomorrow? Ding. The same target cannot be signed in on for another year. Jiang Ling. This system is utterly useless. It would be better for him to enhance his strength and obliterate everything. Host, I will strive to update diligently. I aim to provide you with better assistance. Is there anything else I can help with? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before asking, Can you enhance my strength? This request was reasonable. After all, he was currently in the wild and would likely encounter many monstrous creatures, such as giant dinosaurs. Given his current combat power, if he encountered that large tiger from before, he would simply be offering himself up. It wasn't unreasonable to seek an enhancement in strength, was it? He couldn't always rely on Gohan, a mere 4-year-old, to protect him, could he? Host, you think too highly of yourself. Strength must be earned through your own training. The system cannot directly grant it to you. If I were to bestow upon you immense power outright, you would find it unmanageable, leaving you with a sense of emptiness. Only the strength acquired through your own efforts truly belongs to you. Stop. Enough already. Jiang Ling rubbed his temples, realizing that the system was merely toying with him. Damn system. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding to retort back. System, you are my child. Host, please use civilized language. Jiang Ling shot a glare. What's wrong? Am I wrong? You are my child. The system also had its pride and promptly retorted back. The two parties engaged in a spirited exchange of verbal sparring. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my dear son, you are truly obedient. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him. Delightfully, he leaned against a stone and drifted into slumber. In the distance, atop the mountain, a figure sat cross-legged, his green skin blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. His expression was one of indifference, a white hat wrapped around his head, and a white cloak draped over his shoulders. This individual was none other than Piccolo. Piccolo withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ling, lost in contemplation. The origins of this person remained a mystery, yet he appeared to possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. Regardless, it was of little concern, for he seemed quite feeble. Chapter 3. Jiang Ling without teeth. The following day, as Jiang Ling awoke, son Wukong had already gathered some wild fruits from the woods, which served as their breakfast. While savoring the fruits, Jiang Ling inquired about a matter. Wukong, how long have you been here? Upon hearing the question, son Wukong pondered for a moment. It should be about 5 months. 5 months. Jiang Ling murmured, a flicker of urgency crossing his gaze. According to the storyline, Wukong had 1 month remaining before Piccolo would commence his rigorous training. They were still in the wilderness survival phase. This meant that there were still 7 months until Vegeta's invasion of Earth. If he began training now, his combat power might not keep pace with the main forces. Ding! The system detected the host's intense desire, triggering the real name authentication gift package. Please bind your identity card to receive it. A question mark slowly emerged above Jiang Ling's head. System, why do you exude such a strong mobile game vibe? Ah, let bygones be bygones. May I inquire if the host is bound? Bound. Jiang Ling reported a series of numbers, 44-2023-8878. Ding, binding successful. Congratulations on receiving the real name authentication gift package. Open it. Ding, you have received a special celestial being. A special celestial being? Jiang Ling relied on the specially crafted immortal beings in his possession, which bore a striking resemblance to ordinary immortal beings. Special immortal being. Consuming it can enhance combat power by 200. Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy. Truly, he is my son, showing filial piety towards his father. Did you forget that you called me father with your own lips last night? Jiang Ling's expression was one of pride. Host, you are without teeth. That is utterly shameless. Jiang Ling smirked, then promptly swallowed the specially crafted celestial being. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his entire being, his arm muscles becoming more defined, while the faint outline of six-pack abs began to emerge from his abdomen. At this moment, Jiang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He took a deep breath, relieved that his reason remained intact. The earlier notion had merely been an illusion. It was only natural to experience such a misconception when one suddenly acquired strength exceeding that of several dozens of times. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Jiang Ling, exclaiming, Jiang Ling, why do I feel as though you have suddenly become immensely stronger? Jiang Ling nodded slightly, offering no explanation, and struck the nearby boulder with a powerful punch. Boom! The stone was riddled with cracks. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Jiang Ling is indeed formidable, but why did he almost succumb to the tiger yesterday? This stark contrast instilled in him a sense of admiration. Remarkable. Truly impressive. You are extraordinary. Modesty is key. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing him, causing his garments to rustle elegantly. Unintentionally, his sculpted six-pack abs were revealed, possessing the ability to defend himself. Jiang Ling felt no need to linger in this place any longer, thus bidding farewell to Gohan. Initially, he had intended to join Gohan in undergoing training under Piccolo, yet he surmised that Piccolo would likely not extend his assistance to a sudden, unfamiliar presence. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Serendipitously, he had acquired a specialized, which elevated his combat power to an impressive 200 points. It was now time to venture beyond the novice village in search of superior paths to enhance his strength. In a distant city, a concert had just concluded, and the singer returned to the backstage area. A staff member, sporting a tail, approached eagerly and said, Gugu, you are my idol. I've been listening to your songs since childhood. May I shake your hand? The singer smiled and nodded, perceiving the individual as merely a fan, and extended his hand for a brief clasp. After the handshake, the staff member's lips curled into a subtle smile as he departed from the backstage area. Indeed, this individual was none other than Jiang Ling. It had been half a month since parting ways with Gohan. Disguised as a fan, he had garnered autographs from numerous singers. Yet he had also acquired skills such as master-level culinary arts, master-level acting, master-level driving, divine-level nonchalance, and proficient-level programming, among others. Just moments ago, he had attained a master-level singing ability. Presently, he could claim expertise in a multitude of areas, though none of them contributed to enhancing his combat prowess. At this juncture, Yamcha and Tien were likely training with the Supreme Kai. It was time to pay them a visit. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground, transforming it into a sleek, hovering motorcycle. For this very motorcycle, he had been laboring tirelessly for the past fortnight, ultimately acquiring a lock-picking skill that allowed him to liberate the motorcycle from the abode of a wealthy individual. Concurrently, he had also discerned the location of Kalinta, for the Temple of the Gods was situated directly above it. To embark on this journey, one must first ascertain the whereabouts of Kalinta. Jiang Ling pondered that with his current capabilities, he could undoubtedly lead a fulfilling life on Earth. Otherwise, why not simply abandon all pretense? After all, with formidable warriors like Sun Wukong to bear the brunt of any calamity, He might only suffer collateral damage and face death a few times. But with the Dragon Balls, resurrection was assured. Ding. Host. A gentle reminder, your soul does not belong here, and the dragon cannot revive you. Damn it. This is infuriating. Jiang Ling, with a scowl on his face, mounted his motorcycle and twisted the throttle, racing towards the direction of Kolinta. He understood that without strength, one is utterly insignificant, let alone living a life surrounded by beautiful women. It is said that within the sacred land of Krillin lies a tower known as Kolinta, where a Krillin immortal resides. Jiang Ling gazed at the towering Kolinta, nodding slightly, its appearance identical to that depicted in the comics. After a long and arduous journey, he had finally arrived at this place. Beneath the tower resided two individuals, a father and his son. The father, a robust man adorned in attire reminiscent of a primitive tribe, was named Bra, while the youth was called Upa. It was their family's sacred duty to safeguard the sanctity of Kolinta. Greetings to you all. Jiang Ling greeted the newcomer. Upon seeing the person, Bra's body tensed, and he wore an expression of vigilance. What brings you here? He inquired. Do not be alarmed. Jiang Ling waved his hand and replied with a smile. I am a practitioner of martial arts, and I learned of this place through Master Rashi. I have come to ascend the Korin Tower. Upon hearing this, Bra's demeanor softened slightly, a glimmer of kindness appearing in his eyes. Master Rashi? I trust he is faring well, he remarked. It is said that climbing the Korin Tower can significantly enhance one's abilities. Master Rashi had previously scaled the tower successfully. In his youth, Bra had attempted the ascent as well, but he had failed. Thus, he understood the formidable challenge that awaited ordinary martial artists. Master Rashi is thriving, enjoying delectable food, maintaining robust health, and even indulging in daily viewing of films. Jiang Ling spoke with utmost seriousness. After all, the parties involved were unaware any statement could be made. The crux of the matter is that he had not erred thus far. Chapter 4. Kolinta, the Divine Hall. Jiang Ling turned to the young man beside him, astonished. Are you Upa? Yes, I am. How do you know my name? Upa responded, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was even more taken aback. Aren't you a girl? In his memory, the young Upa had always appeared so adorable, undoubtedly a girl. How could he have grown into a man? Who said that? Upa replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Who claims I am a girl? I aspire to be a man just like my father. Jiang Ling suddenly realized that not all those who possess a charming appearance are girls. Climbing the tower is an exceedingly perilous trial. A moment's inattention could result in a disastrous fall, leading to a tragic demise. Are you certain you wish to undertake this challenge? Bola cleared his throat, his expression grave. He deemed it essential to inform Jiang Ling, considering the numerous martial artists who had previously met with failure in their attempts. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively, declaring, Indeed, I shall accept the challenge. You must first defeat me to ascend the tower. Should you fail to vanquish me, reaching the pinnacle will remain beyond your grasp. Bola slowly assumed a stance. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that such trouble was unnecessary. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he darted past the father and son duo of Bra and Upa, racing towards the column that upheld Kolinta. Bra barely had time to react. The speed was astonishingly swift. Jiang Ling ascended directly onto the pillar supporting Kolinta. Under the astonished gazes of Bra and Upa, he casually strolled up the vertical column, as if traversing solid ground. Even Newton would have raised a thumb in approval. Bra's mouth fell agape, utterly flabbergasted. After a long moment, he managed to utter two words, incredible. Upa stared in disbelief at Jiang Ling's figure receding into the distance. After a while, he inquired, Father, is this truly safe? Could he fall? Bra composed himself, shaking his head as he pointed towards that figure. It should be fine. Observe, as he runs on the pillar, he even manages to spin and leap, all while keeping his eyes shut. The wind howled fiercely in their ears. Before long, Jiang Ling beheld a circular, intricately carved edifice at its pinnacle. With hands tucked into his pockets, he propelled himself upward with a vigorous leap, executing a graceful 360-degree spin in midair before landing elegantly within the tower. Before him stood a cat, upright on its hind legs, slightly plump, adorned in a coat of pure white fur, its paws gripping a staff taller than itself. The scene appeared utterly harmonious. You must be Master Karen, he ventured. Indeed, I am Master Karen, the feline responded with a slight nod, exuding courtesy. Greetings, Master Karen. I am Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling curiously gazed at Master Karen, although she had seen him numerous times in comics. This was the first occasion she stood before the living embodiment of Master Karen. He appeared so adorable, and she felt an overwhelming desire to pet him. Jiang Ling, he inquired, having ascended through the tower, do you seek the super divine water? To obtain the super divine water, you must first endure my trials of combat. Jiang Ling shook his head, declaring, I shall not partake in the super divine water, for I have heard it is laced with deadly poison, affecting all but those with pure hearts. I cannot risk my life on such a gamble, as I harbor an aversion to both poison and fate. Immortal Krillin inquired, how might I assist you then? Meow. Jiang Ling stated earnestly, if possible, could you grant me some Senza beans? The Senza bean, one of the most formidable items in Dragon Ball, possesses the extraordinary ability to restore one's health completely, regardless of the extent of injuries, as long as one is still alive. In gaming terms, it restores health and energy to a remarkable 100. However, upon hearing this, Master Karen's expression turned grave. At present, it is not feasible. A few years ago, I could have provided them to you, but now the Senza beans have been entirely depleted. To speak candidly, in 6 months, Earth will face the invasion of 2 formidable foes. When the next batch of Senza beans ripens, priority must be given to the warriors. Therefore, I am unable to assist you at this moment. Jiang Ling smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. Previously, the supply of divine beans had been completely depleted by a chiral over the course of several centuries. Now, with the resources of divine beans running low and Vegeta's impending invasion in 6 months, it became imperative to prepare some divine beans for unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ling could only lament his unfortunate luck, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Well, it seems unreasonable to leave after coming all this way, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Master Karen's beard quivered in amusement. You call this arduous? What about those who struggled to climb up here before you? He retorted. So what is it that you desire? I shall contemplate your request. I wish to visit the heavenly temple, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling raised his hand and pointed upward, revealing his second intention. The celestial deity presides over the earth, wielding a status even higher than that of the cat immortal, and possesses a formidable ace in the hole, the spiritual time house. Within its confines, a year of cultivation equates to merely a day outside. Should one wish to utilize the spiritual time house in the future, the consent of the celestial deity is imperative. Your ascent of the tower grants you the privilege to visit the celestial hall. However, entry into the celestial hall requires the deity's approval. Allow me to communicate this matter. Master Krillin remarked before closing his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them and gazed at Jiang Ling. The celestial deity has granted permission. You may ascend now. Jiang Ling nodded, remaining motionless in place. The cat immortal also did not move. The two, a person and a cat, locked eyes in silence. Why don't you come closer? The cat immortal finally spoke, unable to restrain itself. Do you harbor some misunderstanding, thinking everyone can fly? Jiang Ling helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ah, this. The cat immortal scratched its head, recalling its encounters with Sun Wukong and others. It had forgotten this particular detail. My apologies, please wait a moment. With that, the cat immortal raised its staff, its slightly portly figure gesticulating animatedly while chanting incantations, as if performing some ritual. Meow, 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 meow. The melodic spell flowed from its lips. Suddenly, a teleportation array, shimmering with white light, materialized before Jiang Ling's eyes. This is a teleportation array, capable of transporting you directly to the Divine Hall. You may enter now, the cat immortal concluded, gesturing for Jiang Ling to proceed. Jiang Ling nodded, retrieving a capsule from his pocket. With the press of a button, he tossed it to the ground. After a waft of smoke, 10 bags of cat food materialized on the floor. Master Krillin, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, though I bear no gifts. I hope you will graciously accept this humble offering of cat food. Jiang Ling smiled and uttered a word, not waiting for Master Karen to respond, and stepped into the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. Cat food. What is that? Master Karen pondered. Upon opening a package of cat food, a gleam of excitement instantly ignited in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the feline head eagerly dove in, devouring the cat food voraciously. So delicious, sob sob. I have never tasted anything so exquisite before, sob sob. Jiang Ling stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief moment of mild dizziness, he found himself in a vast plaza. The majestic temple of the celestial deity loomed nearby, and the expansive square was adorned with 2 rows of verdant trees, imparting a touch of greenery to the scene. A few figures were engaged in training within the plaza: Krillin, Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Yajiro, familiar characters from the early days of Dragon Ball. They had been summoned by the celestial deity for special training and preparation for the impending invasion of the Saiyans, which was set to occur in 6 months. At that moment, they were engaged in combat, honing their skills. Suddenly, upon witnessing the unexpected arrival, they paused and turned their gazes toward him. Upon noticing the tail behind Jiang Ling, their expression shifted dramatically. He possesses a tail. Is he a Saiyan? A Saiyan. Could the invasion have commenced earlier than anticipated? What should we do? Goku is still training with King Kai, and our powers are still quite feeble. What to do? This is infuriating. We must fight. Observing their resolve to confront him with reckless abandon, Jiang Ling hastily intervened. Wait, hold on. I am not an enemy. The group hesitated, their expressions wary as they exchanged glances. They were not naive. If Jiang Ling were indeed an adversary intent on their destruction, he would have attacked already. Furthermore, having heard that Saiyans cannot conceal their energy, they noted that Jiang Ling's aura did not seem particularly formidable, which contributed to their cautious approach. What brings you here? What is your purpose? Inquired Yamcha, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his demeanor laced with vigilance. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. The winds high above were tumultuous, rustling through his garments with a crisp sound, unwittingly enhancing an air of melancholy about him. Upon the introduction by the esteemed Karen, I sought out the celestial being. At the mention of Karen, the crowd turned their eyes towards Ichirobe, for he had long resided in proximity to the venerable sage and was presumed to possess some knowledge. Ichirobe finished the snack in his hand and shrugged nonchalantly. Why do you all look at me? I have been training alongside you all this time. How could I possibly know anything about Karen Tower? Chapter 5. Confrontation with Mr. Bobo in the plaza of the Celestial Temple. A gust of wind surged through the rows of trees, causing their branches to sway gently and the leaves to rustle in a soft chorus. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kairatsu, and Ichirobe stood tense, instinctively assuming combat stances. Should Jiang Ling make any sudden move, they would be prepared to act without hesitation. The two parties faced each other in silence, the air thick with anticipation. Jiang Ling spread his hands in resignation. It was beyond his control. Arriving for the first time during the period of the Saiyan invasion of Earth, it was understandable that they were so cautious. At that moment, a sound emanated from the dimly lit Temple of the Gods, capturing everyone's attention. From within emerged a figure. No, 2 figures. As a dark-skinned silhouette lingered in the shadows of the room. The foremost figure was an elderly Namekian, the Earth's deity, adorned in divine garments and wielding a staff. His expression warm and amiable. Trailing closely behind him was a stout man clad in traditional Indian attire, with pronounced lips and dark skin, introducing himself as Popo, the servant of the deity. Please remain calm. Jiang Ling is not a malevolent individual. Upon hearing such words from the deity, the crowd exhaled in relief. They could place their unconditional trust in the deity, who would never undertake actions that could jeopardize Earth. Yet, Yamcha remained somewhat apprehensive. What if they have some nefarious scheme? He inquired. The deity shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom reflecting in his eyes as he slowly responded. What scheme could they possibly devise? Given their formidable strength, would they even need to resort to subterfuge? This statement left Yamcha speechless. Indeed, the deity was correct. The Saiyans were so powerful that they would disdain the need for any cunning plans, relying instead on sheer force to dominate. The deity then turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Greetings, Jiang Ling. I am the deity of this realm. What brings you to seek me? Greetings, esteemed deity. Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling spoke with a tone of reverence. He was aware of the celestial being. Centuries ago, as the environment of planet Namek deteriorated, the celestial being's parents sent him to Earth aboard a spaceship. However, for reasons unknown, the young celestial being lost all memories of Namek. As he grew, he became accustomed to the wars and bloodshed on Earth, ultimately resolving to eliminate his darker side in pursuit of his aspirations, thereby splitting into 2 entities, one being the current celestial being, and the other, Piccolo's father, the demon King Piccolo. For centuries, the celestial being has contributed greatly to Earth from the shadows, silently sacrificing for its protection. Such a pure-hearted disposition undoubtedly merits the title of celestial being. Celestial being. I wish to enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, the celestial being nodded slightly. Although he resided within the celestial palace, he remained acutely aware of all occurrences on Earth, including the emergence of Jiang Ling, the Saiyan. During a fortnight of observation, he became certain of Jiang Ling's virtuous nature. particularly his audacity to seize the unjust wealth of unscrupulous aristocrats, a commendable act indeed, referring to Jiang Ling's act of taking the rich man's car. However, he possessed a minor flaw, his penchant for idolizing celebrities. As for enhancing your strength, that is feasible. You may train alongside them, Mr. Bobo will guide you as well. Very well, celestial being. Without hesitation, Bobo agreed and turned to Jiang Ling. If you wish to challenge me, I shall ascertain which aspect you need to improve. All right. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement and charged directly towards Bobo. With a singular, unadorned punch, he struck out, devoid of any flamboyant flourish. Bobo exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he raised his hand and met the oncoming fist with the palm of his hand. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Bobo stood his ground, shaking his head slightly, offering his assessment. The strength is formidable, yet it is unrefined and dissipated. With much of the force squandered, Jiang Ling retracted his fists, creating distance. His gaze lowered, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered within his eyes, imperceptible to others. Observers such as Yamcha, positioned not far away, felt a tinge of disappointment. Their preconceived notion, influenced by the formidable strength of Sun Wukong and Raditz, both Saiyans, led them to erroneously believe that all Saiyans were inherently powerful. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling's performance, their expectations were inevitably dampened. Jiang Ling was unaware of their thoughts. Just a moment ago, at the instant of contact with Bobo, he seized the opportunity to sign in. He understood that the rewards for signing in were entirely random, and he harbored little hope of receiving anything worthwhile. Yet, the system's notification resonated within him as if he had struck a grand prize. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward: Bobo's combat techniques. Upon receiving the reward, a multitude of skillful experiences were swiftly integrated and absorbed by him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Ling's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward, subtly correcting minor postural errors. In that instant, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding a sense of calm and restraint, as if a latent brilliance had been subdued. What transpired? His aura shifted dramatically, imbued with a dignified presence. While others remained oblivious, the gazes of the celestial being and Mr. Bobo sharpened with intrigue. Proceed. Jiang Ling uttered 2 words, and with a swift movement, his toes barely grazed the ground, akin to the wind sweeping through autumn leaves. He unleashed another punch, and Mr. Bobo, as before, extended his palm to meet it. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted. Though the technique appeared identical to the previous one, the force behind it was entirely different. Jiang Ling's recent assault was executed with utmost precision, leaving no ounce of strength unutilized. If he had previously relied solely on sheer speed, he has now mastered the art of technique. He is transformed into a composed and steady man. Mr. Bobo nodded, adjusting his own prowess to match Jiang Ling's, and subsequently unleashed several probing moves. Jiang Ling's expression remained utterly unchanged as he confidently received the challenge. Excellent. Your combat skills have reached a level of maturity where I can impart no further knowledge. What you now lack is merely an enhancement of your strength, Mr. Bobo remarked. Offering his praise, Jiang Ling smiled and said, Mr. Bobo, you flatter me. Not far away, Duoya, Mucha, and others gasped slightly. They had been cultivating in the Celestial Temple for half a year, but had never received Mr. Bobo's praise. Upon his arrival, Jiang Ling swiftly demonstrated several moves that earned him immediate recognition. This indicates that his combat experience and skills have reached an unparalleled zenith. Moments ago, they had harbored a sense of disappointment, but now they felt a flush of warmth upon their faces. Chapter 6. Parting Jiang Ling joined the ranks of those training within the Divine Temple. Occasionally, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu would come to seek his counsel regarding various techniques. Gradually, they became acquainted with one another. After all, they were all engaged in the same practice, harboring no animosity, merely a slight tension due to their Saiyan identities. However, as time passed in their shared training, they naturally forged a bond of friendship. Time slipped by quietly amidst their rigorous exercises. Due to Jiang Ling's combat prowess gaining the approval of Master Popo, he was assigned training focused on enhancing his physical abilities, thereby maximizing his strength. 9998, 9999, 10,000. Clad in a specially designed weighted suit, Jiang Ling performed push-ups, sweat cascading down his physique, soaking through his garments and pooling on the ground. After completing a set, his clothes were thoroughly drenched in perspiration, yet he paid it no mind. He simply shed his top and wiped himself down with a white towel before heading to the restroom to splash some water on his face. Upon exiting the restroom, He faintly overheard Yamcha on the phone, his tone rather unpleasant, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Can you not control your temper? I've had enough of you. Jiang Ling lowered her gaze and quietly departed. Bulma must be quarreling with Yamcha. Their relationship had indeed encountered issues during this period. However, the author of Dragon Ball did not explicitly articulate the nature of these problems, and Jiang Ling held no interest in uncovering them. After a while, once Jiang Ling had sufficiently rested and was preparing for the next round of training, an aircraft approached from the distance, landing steadily in the plaza of the God Temple. From it emerged a girl with an imposing presence. Her striking blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair skin radiated a youthful glow, and her delicate features were captivating. Flushed with a rosy tint, dressed in fashionable attire that highlighted the exuberance of youth, she caught the attention of those practicing in the plaza. Upon seeing Bulma, they greeted her with cheerful smiles. Bulma, what brings you here? Have you had another spat with Yamcha? Oh, it isn't worth it. Do you want me to help you give him a good thrashing? Bulma, still fuming, merely nodded in acknowledgement before striding directly towards Yamcha. With her hands on her hips, she coldly remarked, Is there any point in arguing every day? Yamcha, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I enjoy this? I've come to a realization. If our personalities clash, then perhaps we should part ways. Upon hearing this, Bulma anticipated feelings of sadness or disappointment. Instead, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her, leaving her feeling unburdened. Perhaps it was true. When personalities are incompatible, forcing a relationship benefits neither party. No matter how deep the affection, it can be entirely depleted in the midst of conflict. Then let it be as you wish, she thought. Jiang Ling quietly indulged in his snacks nearby, while Krillin and the others refrained from interjecting, recognizing that this was a matter of personal emotions. Without understanding the intricacies of the situation, any unwarranted interruption would only serve to exacerbate tensions. Ah, are you new here? I don't believe we've met before, Bulma remarked, feeling liberated after her recent breakup. Engaging in conversation with the group, her gaze fell upon Jiang Ling, and she felt a flicker of surprise. She was astonished to see a new member in the Heavenly Palace, particularly one who bore a tale strikingly reminiscent of Goku's childhood. Jiang Ling nodded gently, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my name is Jiang Ling. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bulma instinctively replied, Oh, I am Bulma. She then continued with her inquiry. Are you, like Goku, also a Saiyan? Bulma gazed curiously at Jiang Ling's tale. Indeed, Jiang Ling affirmed. Recalling what Krillin and the others had said, Bulma was gentle and beautiful, and upon meeting her, he found their words to be true. Oh, they are just exaggerating. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, adding with a playful tone, You are quite handsome yourself. Although she said this, a smile could not help but spread across her face, filling her heart with delight. After all, which girl could resist the flattery of a stranger? Bulma was, after all, just a normal girl. This exchange of compliments drew the two newly acquainted individuals closer together. Let's exchange contact information. Once this period passes, everyone can come over for a gathering at my place. Sounds great. Jiang Ling readily agreed. After exchanging contact information, Bulma engaged in a brief conversation with the others before departing in her aircraft. As time slipped away, evening descended. Yamcha and Mr. Popo procured several crates of beer and began to revel in the square with everyone. There was no trace of post-breakup sorrow, in fact. They seemed quite jubilant. Aren't you feeling down? Don't you want to cry? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. Yamcha waved his hand and chuckled. It's quite strange. But I feel remarkably at ease. Perhaps our personalities were incompatible, and I had been longing for a breakup for quite some time. Moreover, over the years, Bulma and I rarely gathered even once or twice a year. Parting ways seems beneficial, as neither of us hinders the other. Now, I'm a free man, finally able to embrace love without reservation. As he spoke, Yamcha became animated, his face flushed. Whether from the alcohol or excitement, it was hard to discern. Jiang Ling took a generous sip of the wheat beverage, feeling a sense of regret for Yamcha. There were no unexpected twists. Compared to the original tale, their separation occurred a few years earlier here, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, they parted ways. Yamcha shook his head and turned to Tianjin Fan, saying, Let us not dwell on me. I've heard that Lan Chi has been causing you some trouble. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan felt somewhat exasperated. I solely wish to cultivate and enhance my strength. I have little interest in women. She constantly follows me, and I am at a loss as to how to handle it. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile, Why not just give in? It's not easy to find a girl whose eyes are filled with you. He sighed. Well, let us talk about it later. Listening to their conversation, Krillin caressed his shining bald head, adorned with an expression of deep melancholy. If a girl is willing to be with you, and yet you hesitate. Meanwhile, Jiaozi, having just consumed a glass of liquor, succumbed to its effects and had already fallen asleep on the ground. Jackalope distanced himself from the group, indulging in his favorite pastime of drinking and snacking in solitude. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the temple of the deities in a gentle, ethereal glow. Chapter 7. Ascending the Serpent's Path. The days spent in the temple of the deities passed swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had elapsed. During this time, Jiang Ling dedicated himself to his training with great diligence. He understood that if he did not grow stronger, he would be unable to resurrect once the earth faced its demise. The system had informed him that his soul was not bound to this realm. The divine dragon could not revive him. It was a distressing thought. Every day, Jiang Ling exhausts himself through rigorous training, only to recuperate and then resume his exercises, repeating this cycle incessantly. Perhaps due to his physical constitution, his stamina recovers swiftly, nearly restored after just one night. The following day, he embarks on his training anew. Under such intense regimens, within merely 2 months, Jiang Ling's combat prowess soared to an astonishing 2,000 points, a tenfold increase. Previously, Krillin and the Z fighters could hold their ground against Jiang Ling, but now they stand no chance against him. Even the gods were taken aback. Could this truly be the innate fighting talent of a Saiyan? It seems almost monstrous. Fortunately, he is not an adversary. In addition to his training, over these past 2 months, Jiang Ling seized opportunities to obtain signatures from Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yachirobe, acquiring the Wolf Fong Fist, the instant transmission technique, Kaiatsu's psychic abilities, Yachirobe's swordsmanship, and the spirit bomb technique. Jiang Ling was exceedingly pleased, for these skills were essential for combat. It is worth noting that previously, while signing in on others, he had randomly received abilities such as pig slaughtering, riding, sweeping, and feeding cats. The system was capable of bestowing all manner of rewards. However, the most significant reward Jiang Ling had received in recent days was from signing in with the celestial being. The ability of limb regeneration was undoubtedly akin to a game-breaking feature. Mother will never again have to worry about me being harmed by wicked women. Jiang Ling, your growth and strength is remarkable. I have nothing left to assist you with. You may choose to pursue personal cultivation or remain in the celestial hall to continue your training. Upon hearing the celestial being's words, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before gazing intently at the deity. Great celestial being, forgive my frankness, but my current strength is insufficient to confront those 2 malevolent Saiyans in the future. Do you possess any methods or places for further enhancement of my power? Insufficient to confront. Just how formidable are those 2 Saiyans? The celestial being's thoughts were momentarily shaken. After a brief contemplation, he replied, there exists a room of spirit and time, but given your current strength, I do not recommend you venture there. There is also another location known as King Kai's planet, where Goku, a Saiyan like yourself, is currently training. Jiang Ling promptly opted to visit the King Kai. The potential gains from the hyperbolic time chamber were limited, scarcely elevating his prowess beyond several tens of thousands in combat strength. It would be far wiser to enhance his abilities before venturing there. In contrast, training under the King Kai not only promised to bolster his combat capabilities but also afforded the opportunity to master techniques such as the King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb. It was undeniably an exceptional training ground at this juncture, especially considering the tenfold gravity on King Kai's planet. The god of heaven regarded Jiang Ling with a penetrating gaze. Very well, I shall escort you to King Kai's planet. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, the god of heaven communicated briefly and then uttered an incantation. In an instant, Jiang Ling found himself before King Yama. Lord Yama, I present a candidate wishing to train under Lord King Kai, the god of heaven announced. King Yama, a formidable figure clad impeccably in a suit, sat at his desk attending to his duties. Upon hearing the god of heaven's words, he cast a glance their way. Oh, the god of earth. I recall you brought someone here 6 months ago. Now you bring another? Indeed. As you are aware, the impending crisis facing Earth cannot be underestimated. The god of heaven replied with a smile. Should Earth meet its demise, you would find yourself with several 100 billion souls to manage. King Yama nodded in agreement, clearly not wishing for Earth's destruction, as the overwhelming influx of souls would render him incapable of taking a break for centuries to come. Without further ado, King Yama instructed his subordinates to guide Jiang Ling onto the Snake Way. Only by traversing this path and reaching its end could one arrive at King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling was aware of these protocols. He recalled how Goku took half a year to cross Snake Way, a feat hindered by his meager combat strength of merely a few hundred. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. With a combat power of 2,000, he mused that he should not require half a year. With a wave, he bid farewell to the celestial being and swiftly ascended the Serpent Road, racing towards its terminus. Meanwhile, the celestial being returned to the celestial hall. Upon seeing him, Mr. Bobo inquired, "Celestial being, I fail to comprehend. Are you truly at ease assisting Jiang Ling in enhancing his strength? What if he turns out to be an evil Saiyan?" The celestial being shook his head, asserting, "I have faith in my judgment. Moreover, if Jiang Ling were indeed an evil Saiyan, it would be effortlessly discernible to the King of Worlds." Mr. Bobo paused momentarily before continuing, "My Lord Celestial Being, is your intention in nurturing him to prepare for the confrontation with the evil Saiyans in 4 months?" Indeed. The celestial being's gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through the atmospheric layers. "One must not place all eggs in a single basket. We are aware that the evil Saiyans possess formidable strength, yet we remain ignorant of the extent of their might. Thus, I have devised a contingency. I have summoned Yamcha and other martial arts masters to train, while Son Wukong and Jiang Ling will cultivate under the King of Worlds, and Piccolo will train alongside Son Gohan. I hope that, come 4 months hence, they will be able to safeguard the earth." Above a vast expanse of golden-hued clouds, an endless serpentine path meandered and twisted. Jiang Ling sprinted swiftly along the serpentine path. Whenever fatigue set in, he would take a brief respite, only to resume his run once he regained his strength. Along the journey, he consumed a magical being. For time was of the essence. The urgency to reach King Kai's planet was palpable. Running on the serpentine path proved beneficial for his physique. Yet it bore a certain monotony that nearly lulled him into yawning. Were it not for the fear of plummeting into the abyss below and descending into hell, he might have succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a quaint and ancient edifice emerged ahead. Jiang Ling stood at the entrance, contemplating whether to step inside. He was feeling quite fatigued and sought a place to rest his weary eyes. This seemed like a suitable option. "Is anyone here?" The house appeared desolate, as if it were devoid of inhabitants. Jiang Ling wandered about and discovered several rooms, each furnished with a bed, likely intended as guest accommodations for the homeowner. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he cast aside all concerns, disregarding the consequences. He simply chose a room and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. At worst, he would apologize to the owner upon awakening. He slept profoundly, reveling in the comfort of his rest, free from the anxiety of peril that had haunted him while traversing the treacherous path. Chapter 8. Planet King. Unbeknownst to him, he had been asleep for an indeterminate duration. Jiang Ling gradually awoke, feeling enveloped in softness, her hands clasping something that was both plump and delightfully springy. Jiang Ling instinctively grasped at her surroundings as a series of moans echoed in her ears. Jiang Ling, suddenly alert, sprang to his feet. He executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully. Staring in astonishment at the 3 exquisite, unclad forms lying on the bed, he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you sharing my bed?" Jiang Ling spoke as he assessed his condition, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, aside from the normal physiological reactions of a healthy man, nothing else seemed amiss. One woman, with a sultry voice, remarked, "You vile man. How can you sleep with us and then turn your back?" Another woman, sounding pitiful, echoed, "Indeed, dear sister, we are truly unfortunate." The last woman, with a tone steeped in melancholy, added, "Just moments ago, you were quite hands-on with me." They rose, their voluptuous figures and delicate, fair skin unmistakably on display, while their exquisite, charming faces radiated allure, captivating the hearts of the man before them. Jiang Ling, fortunately, he possesses remarkable composure. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation. With a cold huff, he remarked, "You are undoubtedly drawn to my youthful allure, seizing the opportunity while I slumber." "Not at all. It is you. You wretched man, who takes advantage of us 3 sisters in our sleep, and then secretly." Sob, heartless rogue. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling stood unmoved, gazing coldly. Noticing Jiang Ling's indifference, the women exchanged glances. In an instant, their figures seemed to swell with the wind, transforming into 3 enchanting serpents. "Heh! It appears you have chosen to spurn our hospitality and embrace punishment instead." The last one, Son Wukong, lacked any sense of romance and managed to escape, this time. "We shall not permit you to slip away. Do stay and grace us with your company." Jiang Ling gazed at them, a smile gracing her lips, at last. Their true colors were revealed. With a surge of momentum, she propelled herself forward. Bang, bang, bang. 10 minutes later. Spare me. I shall not dare again. It was we who laid the trap and then climbed into your bed. Jiang Ling spoke expressionlessly, transformed back into your human forms. Upon hearing this, the three snake maidens obediently reverted to their human shapes, albeit with some bruises and swelling marring their features. Jiang Ling retrieved a length of rope, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips as he proceeded to bind them together. Observing his handiwork, he rested his chin upon his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Refrain from mischief in the future. Perhaps we shall meet again, he declared before dusting off his hands, waving his sleeve, and turning to depart, leaving behind three bound beauties. They glanced at their flamboyant bindings, their cheeks flushed, and expressions peculiar. One of them spoke softly, "Sister, this binding is so humiliating." This man appeared innocent, yet he engaged in such playful antics. Oddly, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Upon returning to the serpentine path, Jiang Ling remained oblivious to their musings. The method of binding had been an accidental acquisition from a stranger, merely a subconscious action in the moment. After a restful slumber, he felt invigorated, having feasted his eyes and replenished his energy. Now was the perfect opportunity to embark towards the planet of the king. Previously, he had been weary, relying solely on sheer speed. Now, he had acquired the finesse to employ strategy. Jiang Ling's figure darted forward, effortlessly traversing several hundred meters in a single stride. His speed had escalated to an entirely new echelon. However, at that moment, a sudden notification startled Jiang Ling, causing him to stumble perilously close to the treacherous path below. One must understand, the abyss beneath was akin to hell itself. Ding! What the hell, system? Don't be so frightening. Jiang Ling steadied himself, his irritation palpable. Ding! Host. The system is now ready to upgrade to version 2.0. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Jiang Ling did not anticipate that he would be able to upgrade so swiftly. After some contemplation, he found himself in a quandary. Logically speaking, one would assume that upgrades to a system are invariably beneficial. However, as a young man of the 21st century, having witnessed the regrettable incidents surrounding Apple's reverse system upgrades, he understood that enhancements do not always guarantee improvement. They may indeed lead to deterioration. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, how much worse could it possibly become? Thus, he resolved to proceed with the upgrade. The system commenced its upgrade process, which would require 12 hours before it could be utilized. Jiang Ling remained unconcerned, for there was no one nearby to sign in, so it mattered little whether he did or not. The serpentine path resembled a snake, coiling gracefully above a sea of golden clouds, commencing at the serpent's head and culminating at its tail. At this moment, Jiang Ling stood at the tail of the serpent, gazing upwards at a diminutive celestial body. This small orb, adorned in hues of green, featured houses, automobiles, flowers, and trees. It was none other than the planet of the king of the northern realm, the King's star. Jiang Ling soared into the air, irresistibly drawn by the planet's gravitational pull. He executed a graceful 360-degree rotation before landing steadily on King Kai's planet. His movements were remarkably elegant. Upon setting foot on King Kai's planet, Jiang Ling felt an unfamiliar gravitational force pressing down upon him, 10 times that of Earth. As the name suggests, it was indeed tenfold the gravity of his home planet. However, Jiang Ling had undergone weight training in the Heavenly God Temple, rendering the tenfold gravity merely a matter of adjustment for him. It is worth noting that when Sun Wukong first arrived at King Kai's planet, he possessed a battle power of merely 300 to 400 and, even while wearing a weighted suit, managed to adapt within a short span of time. Certainly a trivial challenge for Jiang Ling, who boasted a battle power of 2,000. On King Kai's planet, there were two individuals, King Kai himself and Sun Wukong, accompanied by two pets, a small gorilla and a firefly. Jiang Ling stretched his body, allowing himself to swiftly acclimate to the gravitational pull of this planet. While adapting, he greeted those around him. Greetings, King of the North, Sun Wukong, gorilla, and firefly. The gorilla and firefly responded with silence, signifying that they too possessed names. The King of the North, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly and remarked, "Ah, you must be the celestial being introduced by the Earth deity. He has spoken of you." "Indeed, I am Jiang Ling," he replied. "I have come here to enhance my strength under your guidance." "It is commendable for the youth to possess such motivation," the King of the North praised. Sun Wukong, with a friendly demeanor, chimed in, "Hello, I am Sun Wukong, also introduced by the celestial being." We shall train together from now on. Observing Sun Wukong clad in a familiar orange martial arts uniform, topped with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab, Jiang Ling felt a sense of camaraderie. Jiang Ling responded with a smile, saying, "Although we have yet to meet, I have long admired your esteemed name." In her heart, she silently added a phrase, "The most powerful saintly figure in the entire universe." Huh. Sun Wukong scratched his iconic crab-like head. "You know me?" Jiang Ling uttered a name, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It all became clear to Sun Wukong. This explained everything. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is renowned across the earth, broadcasted by countless television stations. It was only natural that Jiang Ling recognized him, as he had emerged victorious in the last competition. At that moment, Sun Wukong noticed Jiang Ling's tail and instantly adopted a wary expression. You are a Saiyan? One could say that. Jiang Ling glanced at the conspicuous tail behind him and did not deny it. Are you a good person or a bad person? Sun Wukong asked, his body tense and a wary expression on his face. Jiang Ling retorted, I was introduced by the celestial being. How can you judge whether I am good or bad? Sun Wukong paused momentarily, his body relaxing as a hint of embarrassment crossed his features. He had not considered this angle before. It was indeed reassuring that those introduced by the celestial being could be trusted. The King of the North watched them with a peculiar expression. It was quite astonishing that all of them were Saiyans from Earth, and yet they were unfamiliar with each other. This left him somewhat speechless. The complexities of human relationships on Earth were indeed intricate. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. Shaking his head to dismiss such gossip from his mind, the King of the North said earnestly, Jiang Ling, if you wish to cultivate under my guidance, you must tell me a joke that will make me laugh. I should mention, my sense of humor is rather refined. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before responding. Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong agreed to meet on the back mountain, but they both ended up with concussions. Ha ha. Meet. Ha ha ha. The King of the North could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he erupted into laughter. Meet. Ha ha ha. Concussion. Ha 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 ha. He knelt on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, rolling about as he pounded the earth, unable to rise. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed throughout the entirety of King Kai's planet. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong exchanged bewildered glances, simultaneously scratching their heads in confusion. Was it truly that amusing? After a considerable pause, Jiang Ling had fully acclimatized to the tenfold gravity of this place, while the Northern Realm King, exhausted from laughter, lay on the ground. Gasping, it seemed he would not be able to rise for quite some time. Jiang Ling approached and gently patted him. Lord King of the North? King of the Realm? The King of the North wore a foolish grin, remaining silent, his eyes glazed over. Jiang Ling shook his head and proceeded to the side to rest. In just a brief moment, he had already checked in with the King of the Realm. Now, he turned his attention to the rewards presented by the system. Chapter 9, Check-in 2.0 Ding. The system update has been completed. The 2.0 version is now activated. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. A compendium of jokes from the Northern Realm. Ding. The 2.0 version introduces a new regional check-in feature, allowing check-ins in different locations. Limited to one check-in per location and not counting towards the daily check-in limit. Upon seeing the reward, a question mark slowly materialized above Jiang Ling's head. A compendium of jokes. The system truly dares to offer this. Nevertheless, this 2.0 update does present some intriguing functionalities. So, it implies that one can check in on Kingstar. Jiang Ling immediately thought of this. He silently recited, sign in for the King of the Universe. Ding. Post sign in successful. Reward. King of the Universe fist. Not bad at all. It seems the system knows how to be timely. Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached. Hey, Jiang Ling, how is everything back on Earth? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ling recounted the training activities of Krillin and others at the Divine Temple. Sun Wukong then asked, what about my son Gohan and my wife Chi-Chi? How are they faring? A hint of anxiety crossed his face at the mention of Chi-Chi as he understood her well. Upon learning of his demise, she would undoubtedly be devastated. However, with Gohan by her side, she should manage. As for Chi-Chi, I cannot say, for I have not visited her. Jiang Ling pondered briefly before continuing. Gohan has been taken by Piccolo for training. I see. Gohan is not there to support her. Sun Wukong scratched his head, troubled by how he would confront Chi-Chi upon his return. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder and remarked, it's quite simple. Just make amends when you return. Huh? How do I make amends? Sun Wukong replied with a bittersweet smile. To be honest, whenever Chi-Chi gets angry, I find myself at a loss. The more I speak, the worse it seems to get. All I can do is admit my faults and patiently await her to calm down. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling immediately comprehended the predicament faced by Sun Wukong. He simply lacked the art of flattery, his emotional intelligence was rather low, and his mind seemed to be filled solely with muscle. However, from Jiang Ling's perspective, Sun Wukong was indeed fortunate, having married a girl whose eyes sparkled with adoration for him, one who unconditionally indulged his every whim. No matter how reluctant she might be, Chi-Chi would yield to any endeavor that Sun Wukong wished to pursue. All he needed to do was to spend time with her, accompany her on shopping excursions and such. But would that not leave him with no time for training? Sun Wukong found himself in a state of inner conflict. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is family more important than cultivation? Indeed, cultivation holds great significance. Yet one must not burden a girl whose every gaze is filled with thoughts of you. She merely yearns for your companionship. After a heartfelt discourse, Sun Wukong finally grasped the essence of the matter. In Jiang Ling's perspective, the reason behind Chi-Chi's tempestuous disposition largely stemmed from Sun Wukong himself. In alternate realms, Jiang Ling had been powerless to intervene, but in this particular domain, he resolved to take action. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the North Realm King finally regained his composure, forcing himself to set aside the jest involving Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, you wish to cultivate here while also capturing Baburus, said the North Realm King, donning sunglasses and gesturing towards his diminutive gorilla pet. With a swift movement, Jiang Ling effortlessly apprehended Baburus, who had not ventured far. He then fixed his gaze intently upon the king of the Northern Realm, inquiring, is this acceptable? Sun Wukong, taken aback, recalled the considerable time he had spent capturing Baburus upon his arrival, a process that involved acclimatizing to the gravity and enhancing his combat prowess. It was undeniable that he had invested a significant amount of time in that endeavor. Thus, witnessing Jiang Ling's instantaneous capture of Baburus led him to form a decisive conclusion. Jiang Ling's combat prowess has significantly surpassed what it once was. The North King was momentarily taken aback, not expecting you to adapt to the gravity so swiftly. Excellent. Let us commence the training of the Kaioken technique. Goku has already mastered this technique, and he is currently focusing on the Spirit Bomb. Goku, come forth and demonstrate the Kaioken. The North King cast a glance at Son Goku, who in turn looked back at Jiang Ling. Goku nodded, a serious expression adorning his face. He assumed the stance and declared, Kaioken. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped his skin. A powerful wave of energy radiated from his body, pressing the surrounding flowers and grass downwards, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The Kaioken is a technique I have meticulously developed. It can instantaneously amplify the user's ki, resulting in exponential increases in physical strength, defense, agility, speed, and more. The North King elaborated, then paused, his expression suddenly turning grave. However, if the user lacks control over their ki, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for their body. Do you comprehend this, Jiang Ling? The North King turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded, comprehending the situation. After speaking, he remained stationary, his aura surging forth as a crimson, translucent flame ascended around him. He stood in stark opposition to Sun Wukong, each radiating an equally formidable presence. The North Realm King, his expression fraught with astonishment, could scarcely believe his eyes. He had yet to impart any teachings, yet Jiang Ling had already mastered this. How could such a prodigy exist in the world? Sun Wukong, facing Jiang Ling, was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Excellent. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Such was his intent. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth and fierce determination gleaming in his eyes, Jiang Ling discerned that Sun Wukong's combat prowess, though formidable, was only marginally superior to his own. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. In an instant, Sun Wukong, adorned with a fiery red tail flame, lunged towards Jiang Ling with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that was nothing short of breathtaking. However, possessing the skills imparted by Mr. Popo, Jiang Ling navigated this level of assault with ease, tilting his head ever so slightly to evade the oncoming strike. Following this, he swiftly extended his leg, executing a deft maneuver to hook Sun Wukong's calf, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. Jiang Ling instinctively shielded his eyes with both hands, exclaiming, Solar Fist. A blinding radiance erupted, and the nearby Sun Wukong was caught off guard, thrown into disarray by the sudden attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Ling executed a series of skillful moves that ultimately vanquished Sun Wukong. No, rather, he triumphed over Sun Wukong. Bravo, Jiang Ling. You are truly remarkable. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, panting heavily. Despite his defeat, he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Jiang Ling discerned his thoughts. For Sun Wukong, having a rival of equal stature, mutually supporting and growing together, would ensure a more enduring journey. Observing the excitement on Sun Wukong's face, Jiang Ling suddenly conceived an odd notion and instinctively took a few steps back. Let me clarify, I can spar with you, but I am not engaging in anything inappropriate. Sun Wukong? North King? Chapter 10. A sneak attack. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling master the King Fist with a single glance, the North King mused to himself. It seemed that Jiang Ling had the potential to elevate the King Fist to new heights fivefold? Tenfold? This line of thought prompted him to recall his ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. This technique was notoriously difficult to master, harnessing energy from all living beings to form a formidable spirit bomb capable of inflicting significant damage upon malevolent individuals. Whether it could harm those of a virtuous disposition depended on the extent of malevolence within their hearts. Very well, now that you have mastered the King Fist, you may learn my ultimate technique. The North King addressed the two before him. Sun Wukong had no objections. He had come to cultivate and was willing to learn whatever the king deemed necessary. Jiang Ling harbored no objections, possessing a multitude of skills could only serve him well. Furthermore, acquiring additional techniques would enhance his combat prowess. His aspiration was to lead a leisurely life, accompanied by beautiful women. However, within the realm of Dragon Ball, this ambition seemed somewhat elusive. Due to his identity as a traveler, death meant permanent demise. Thus, to realize his goal, he must attain unparalleled strength, ensuring that no one could take his life. It is widely acknowledged that the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe is a planet fraught with calamities. At present, Jiang Ling's level of combat prowess merely places him among the strongest on Earth. However, to ascend to the status of the mightiest in the Dragon Ball universe, he has a long journey ahead of him in the months to come. Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong underwent rigorous training under the stern guidance of the North Kai. Their growth and strength can be described as nothing short of meteoric. Unbeknownst to them, the moment when Vegeta would arrive on Earth drew ever closer. On this day, after completing his routine exercises, Jiang Ling brought Sun Wukong before the North King. The North King was sprawled on the ground, engrossed in counting the blades of grass with a magnifying glass. 114511, 114512, 114513, 114514. My lord, the king of the realm. A soft cough from Jiang Ling interrupted the interests of the Northern Realm King. Ah, it's you, Jiang Ling. Have you completed your cultivation for the day? Indeed, I have. I seek to discuss something with you. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, I would like you to ascertain how much longer it will be before the Saiyans arrive on Earth. This was a matter he needed to keep a vigilant eye on. For in the original narrative, Sun Wukong returned only on the very last day. This resulted in the Earth's warriors suffering casualties, with some perishing while others were grievously injured. All the while Wukong was still making his way through the underworld. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the North Kai rose, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Indeed. If we calculate the time, they should be arriving soon. Allow me to investigate. With that, the North Kai donned his sunglasses, and his two antennae twitched as he utilized his powers to probe the cosmos within his jurisdiction of the Northern Galaxy, searching for the spacecraft en route to Earth. Ah. I have located them. They are approximately 1 week away from Earth. 1 week. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before stating. Then Wukong and I can begin our preparations to return. Is it truly so soon? There is still a week remaining. It would not be too late to return once they have arrived, the North Kai expressed with a hint of confusion. Jiang Ling gazed at North Kai with a peculiar expression, questioning, don't we need to return in a timely manner? It would be too late to leave once the Saiyans arrive. Upon hearing this, North Kai smacked his forehead, his face illuminated with realization, exclaiming, Ah! How could I have overlooked that? It's because you spend your days counting blades of grass. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of exasperation. Let us not waste time. Assist Wukong in contacting the individuals on Earth to utilize the Dragon Balls to revive him. We have a journey to complete. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong established communication with Bulma through King Kai. On Earth, upon receiving the news, Bulma and her companions promptly retrieved the Dragon Balls they had long gathered, summoning the Eternal Dragon forth. The once bright and sunny sky darkened instantly with the dragon's emergence, resembling the onset of night. A recent announcement indicated that this darkness would last several minutes. As experts theorized that a celestial body was obstructing the sun, the populace was urged to remain calm. This news appeared on televisions and mobile devices across countless households, orchestrated in advance by Bulma's Capsule Corporation. At the Heavenly Temple Square, the Supreme Kai leaned on his staff, with Bubbles at his side, as a host of Earth's warriors gazed at the shrouded sky. The Supreme Kai's expression betrayed his concern. He glanced at the Earth warriors who had trained for a year under his guidance. The summoning of the dragon indicated Wukong's impending revival, suggesting that the Saiyans were nearing Earth. Wukong is coming back. Is that true? Hooray! Krillin exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy at the news. Tien Shinhan, brimming with confidence, interjected, Supreme Kai, there's no need for worry. Our training here has amplified our strength tenfold, making us more than capable of facing the Saiyans. Indeed, I feel as though I could defeat 10 versions of my former self. Yamcha chimed in, clenching his fist with a grin. Kaiatsu, munching on snacks, shrugged and said, I think I'll sit this one out. I believe they can handle it. The group expressed their assurance, their newfound strength instilling them with confidence, despite their ignorance of the Saiyans' true power. Foolishness. The Supreme Kai admonished sternly. Are you content with such meager accomplishments? While I cannot ascertain the full extent of the Saiyans' might, I can assure you, they are undoubtedly stronger than all of you. This will be a fierce battle. Oh, surely not. We've made significant progress. The Supreme Kai gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with a profound understanding. There are always stronger beings beyond our comprehension. We can never truly know the extent of an extraterrestrial's power. In a desolate wilderness on Earth, the ground was pockmarked and scarred, bearing the marks of past battles. Boom. Crash. Son Gohan executed fluid maneuvers, delivering strikes at an astonishing speed. Piccolo, with an air of ease, parried Gohan's attacks, occasionally countering with unexpected moves. The exchange of blows transpired in mere moments, a whirlwind of combat. Bang! Piccolo repelled Gohan with a single strike and called for a pause. He then gazed up at the sky. Gohan's clothing bore several substantial tears, and a year of training in the wilderness had imbued his youthful visage with a resolute expression, subtly revealing the innocence of childhood. After all, he was merely 5 years old. Uncle Piccolo, why has it turned so dark? Gohan inquired as he approached. In a grave tone, Piccolo replied, the dragon has been summoned. If all goes as expected, the dragon will resurrect your father. Is that true? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Gohan's excitement surged, and he leaped several feet into the air. Oh yeah, Dad is finally coming back. This is amazing. Piccolo, however, responded coolly, the enemy is formidable. Do not rejoice too soon. Understood. I will fight with all my might. Let us resume our training. Gohan nodded earnestly, observing Piccolo, who was now within arm's reach. Gohan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he imitated the antics of monkeys in the forest, executing a playful monkey steals peach attack. Surprise. Gohan's hand reached out. But what did he grasp? Huh, where's the peach? It's gone. Noticing Piccolo's increasingly darkening expression, Gohan curiously asked, Piccolo, Auntie. Chapter 11. Return to the Sacred Temple. King Kai's planet. As the dragon granted its wish, the halo above Goku's head gradually faded away, signifying his resurrection. Now that Goku has returned, we should take our leave, King Kai said, turning to smile at North Kai. Goku scratched his head and grinned. Goodbye, King Kai. I hope to visit you again. Safe travels, North Kai said, donning sunglasses and reluctantly waving a handkerchief. The pet gorilla and fireflies had also formed a bond during this time, standing at North Kai's feet, their expressions reflecting their sorrow at the departure. All right. You needn't see us off. We will meet again, right, Goku? Huh. Yes, that's right. When I die again, we can meet. Are you foolish? Did you not see that I can come here, even when I am alive? Huh. Oh, right. Jiang Ling and son Wukong bid farewell to the Northern Realm King once more, their figures retreating along the serpent path, gradually fading into the distance. Above the serpent path, two silhouettes soared swiftly across the expanse of the yellow cloud sea. Wherever they passed, the clouds churned violently, raising tumultuous waves of mist. Jiang Ling. Let us race to see who arrives first. Hmph. Such childish games are for mere infants. Jiang Ling, with a sharp tongue, quickened his pace. Son Wukong let out a hearty laugh, closely trailing behind, maintaining his speed with little decline. The two engaged in a spirited chase, entirely devoid of the impending sense of crisis that accompanied the arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling refers to this as relaxation. Only through relaxation can one's capabilities be more effectively manifested. If one remains perpetually tense, not only will their strength fail to progress, but it may also stagnate. The principle of balancing work and rest embodies this very notion. Jiang Ling opines that in the original manga, the reason Vegeta remains perpetually in second place is due to his body being in a constant state of tension, perpetually training with the ambition of surpassing Kakarot. However, it is precisely this mindset that prevents him from ever surpassing the undistracted Kakarot, leaving him trailing in the dust. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon an ancient, elegant residence along Snake Way, prompting him to come to an abrupt halt. Upon noticing this, Wukong swiftly applied the brakes as well. "What is the matter, Jiang Ling?" he inquired. "Nothing," Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head. "Just wait for me here for a moment. I have something to attend to." Jiang Ling entered the mansion, which was the abode of 3 enchanting serpent maidens. Upon seeing Jiang Ling's return, an instinctive fear enveloped them, and their demeanor shifted to one of utmost reverence. "Oh, Jiang Ling, you have come again. Would you care for some fruit? Allow me to massage your shoulders." Jiang Ling shook her head, gazing at the exquisite beauties with enchanting figures and alluring charm. A smile graced her lips as she produced several lengths of rope. "Now, you all remain still, won't you?" Moments later, Jiang Ling surveyed her handiwork with immense satisfaction before departing with a light clap of her hands. "Sister, does the master harbor some peculiar inclinations? Are you still unaware?" The striking woman with an air of authority rolled her eyes and tugged at the sturdy ropes binding her. "Yet, it seems you all are rather enjoying yourselves, having summoned the master," she teased. "Hee, sister, you are no different." After this brief interlude, Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had lost the desire to compete. As they strolled along the serpentine path, their conversation meandered to the topic of family. Wukong scratched his head, a look of distress crossing his face. During his training on King Kai's planet, such matters had not crossed his mind. However, now that he was returning home, he found himself suddenly hesitant to confront the situation. It wasn't fear of Chi-Chi that troubled him, but rather a sense of guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. What was the matter? Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing. I just don't know how to explain it to Chi-Chi upon my return," came the reply, accompanied by a sigh. Jiang Ling smiled, pondering that there was nothing difficult to explain. A simple kiss between the couple would suffice. There was no conflict that a kiss could not resolve, and if there were, then perhaps 2 kisses would do. "A kiss?" Sun Wukong momentarily paused, displaying a look of disdain. "Isn't that rather unclean?" Jiang Ling tentatively inquired. "You have been married for several years and have yet to kiss Chi-Chi? What does that have to do with marriage?" Sun Wukong responded with an innocent expression, leaving Jiang Ling to question her own understanding. "Never mind the cleanliness. Just go ahead and do it, but be gentle." "Ah, very well then." After 6 months of rigorous training, the abilities of Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong had transformed dramatically. In comparison to their previous selves, they were now worlds apart. Even without exerting their full strength, they swiftly returned to the starting point of the snake path and made their way to King Yan's office. The earthly deity awaited them there. "Welcome back," the deity said with a look of satisfaction as he observed them. "Lord Deity, Lord King Yan. It has been quite some time." Jiang Ling and Sun Wukong greeted each other with smiles. "It has been quite some time. I am truly delighted to see your return." The impeccably dressed king of Hell nodded, inquiring about the well-being of the great king of the Northern Realm. As his disciple, it was only natural for him to extend such a greeting. "He is quite well, still thriving and robust," Jiang Ling replied with a smile. "Indeed. It is good to hear." A flicker of reminiscence crossed the king of Hell's eyes as he mentioned the great king of the Northern Realm. "I wish to visit him, but my official duties keep me from doing so." Jiang Ling cast a glance at the imposing figure of King Yan, his expression peculiar. "Given such a physique, it is unlikely that the Northern Realm King would allow you to ascend to the Realm Star. My Lord Yan, we shall take our leave." After exchanging pleasantries, the group was swiftly transported back to the Celestial Hall under the divine power. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar ambience. "The air here, reminiscent of Earth, is truly suited to me." In the Celestial Hall, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, and Yachirobe, having learned of their return, awaited them eagerly. With only a few days remaining before the Saiyans arrived on Earth, the focus was not so much on training as it was on recuperation, preparing for the impending battle. "Wukong, you have finally returned. I am overjoyed to see you safe," exclaimed one of the friends. "Wukong, my strength has significantly surpassed what it was when you last saw me." "Jiang Ling, It is good to have you back. I am curious to know the extent of your prowess. Indeed, when we first met, you were not even our match, haha. The group exchanged warm greetings. And it was evident that over the past year, their abilities had experienced remarkable enhancement. This substantial progress instilled within them a glimmer of hope to overcome the Saiyans. Hello, everyone. It has been a long time. How have you all been? Sun Wukong expressed with delight upon seeing his familiar companions. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, suggesting they dine together in the evening to unwind. Upon hearing the word unwind, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proposed, unwind? Excellent. I shall lead you to a bar to meet some ladies. However, he reconsidered, adding, on second thought, I am content with the company of dumplings. No need for that. Women would only detract from my fighting spirit. Dumpling remarked, women? Not interested. To which Yakalobi responded, you might as well treat us to a meal. Jiang Ling regarded Yamcha with a peculiar expression and earnestly remarked, at this juncture, pursuing romantic interests? Have you not heard the adage that the kidneys are the source of strength? When it comes time to face the Saiyans, if your vitality is depleted, you will become frail, and frailty leads to demise. Stop, enough. Yamcha interjected, somewhat exasperated. He then suggested, let us gather together. I shall treat you all. Krillin, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. I recall you being a professional baseball player. How do you possess the means to treat us to a meal? The others turned their curious gazes toward Yamcha, equally perplexed by the source of his apparent wealth. Heh, I assure you I am financially secure. Yamcha puffed out his chest, tilting his chin slightly in a display of pride, and added, you have no idea how much money is deposited in my bank. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of his statement. Jiang Ling blinked and spoke. If I am not mistaken, you have taken out a loan from the bank? What utter nonsense. This is merely the bank depositing money with me. Yamcha retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon witnessing this exchange, laughter erupted among the crowd, filling the square with a joyous atmosphere. Sun Wukong chuckled and waved his hand, acknowledging the good intentions. However, having just been resurrected, I must return home to check on things. I understand. Go on. It must be difficult to explain things to Chi-Chi. Right? Indeed, when you perished, Chi-Chi was inconsolable. The crowd, displaying their understanding, expressed that family holds paramount importance. Wukong, remember my words, one of them added. Jiang Ling blinked. Sun Wukong nodded, bid farewell to the crowd, and leaped down from the heavenly god hall. His form plummeted vertically from the heights of the sky. In no time, he reached the altitude of Karen Tower. The wise Karen had long awaited his arrival, and upon seeing Wukong descend, tossed a small pouch towards him. These are the last few senzu beans. I entrust them to you. Use them sparingly during battle. All right. Thank you, Master Karen, Sun Wukong replied, accepting the beans with gratitude. His body continued its descent. Instead of utilizing the flying Nimbus technique, he shouted, Nimbus. In the distance, a bright yellow cloud soared towards him, swiftly arriving beneath him and catching him securely. Good to see you again, old friend. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, sensing the aura around him. Directing Nimbus to fly in a specific direction, the yellow cloud etched a long, straight line across the sky. Chapter 12. A Father and Son Reunion. Bang. Bang. In a desolate wilderness, two figures, one tall and one short, collided fiercely before parting ways. The intense energy stirred up clouds of dust. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the haze. Piccolo and Gohan stood facing each other. Just as Piccolo prepared to strike again, he sensed something and paused, gazing into the distance. Piccolo detected the familiar aura and relaxed his stance. Gohan, do you feel that? Huh. Gohan paused, then concentrated to sense the energy. There is a presence approaching us rapidly, he said with a serious expression. Piccolo nodded. Yes, that is Sun Wukong's aura. Is it Dad? Gohan's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Before Piccolo could respond, the yellow cloud appeared before them, and atop it stood Sun Wukong, wearing a warm smile. Hey, are you both doing well? Hmph. Piccolo scoffed. Instead of chatting, you should have spent more time training. Gohan, gazing at his father so close, felt his eyes welling up with tears. He suddenly dashed into Sun Wukong's embrace, his shoulders trembling as the tears streamed down his face, as if to release the grievances of his solitary survival in the wilderness over the past days. Wah, Dad, I miss you so much. Sun Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's fluffy head, his heart aching at the sight. After all, Gohan was still just 5 years old. All right. I've witnessed your training this past year. My Gohan has become quite the brave young man. Piccolo turned away, unable to bear the sight before him. Shortly thereafter, Gohan composed himself, wiped away his tears, and lifted his gaze to his father, Goku. "Dad, it's so wonderful to see you again." "I feel the same," Goku replied. "Has Piccolo been bullying you? If so, tell me, and I shall confront him." Gohan shook his head in response. "No, Aunt Piccolo." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Piccolo's darkened expression from the corner of his eye and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, Uncle Piccolo has been quite nice to me." "Aunt Piccolo?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "Be quiet." Piccolo snapped, his voice low and stern. At that moment, Gohan seemed to have an epiphany. "Dad, wait a moment. I'll prepare something delicious for you." Goku's face lit up with joy. "Haha, my Gohan can cook now." With a few agile leaps, Gohan vanished, only to return shortly after, carrying a large tiger. He proceeded to set up a fire, boil water, and prepare the ingredients. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo sat nearby, exchanging a few casual remarks, their conversation meandering. "Thank you for everything this past year, Piccolo," Goku stated earnestly. Piccolo understood that Goku was referring to his care and training of Gohan throughout the year. "Hmph," he retorted, "I merely wish to enhance our odds against the Saiyans." "Nonetheless, I appreciate it," Goku smiled, aware of Piccolo's stubbornness. After a moment of silence, Piccolo inquired, "How many days until they arrive on Earth?" Goku held up 5 fingers. 5 days remaining. "Do we have a chance?" "It's uncertain. We still do not know the Saiyan strength." Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. For a time, only the sounds of Gohan's bustling activity, the crackling of the fire, and the bubbling of the broth intertwined in the air, while the aroma of meat began to waft around them. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo, dinner is ready," Gohan announced with enthusiasm. Piccolo shook his head, indicating that he did not require food, as he sustained himself through photosynthesis. Gohan presented a bowl of soup to Goku. "What kind of soup is this?" "This is a recipe taught to me by Jiang Ling. It's called the Tenfold Nutritional Tiger Whip Soup. He said it's very good. You'll know once you try it." With eager anticipation, Gohan looked at his father. Goku, feeling moved by his son's gaze, took in the fragrant aroma of the soup and drank it all in one go. "Wow, this is quite delicious," Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. "What exactly is Tiger Whip?" Gohan pondered for a moment. "It's something from the tiger's body. I'm not sure what it's called, but Jiang Ling referred to it as Tiger Whip." Son Wukong paid no heed. Subsequently, the father and son together devoured the roasted tiger meat. As night fell, Wukong wished to take Gohan home, but was met with Piccolo's refusal, who suggested they wait until a few days before the battle to return him. Gohan concurred. The years spent in the wilderness had fortified him considerably. He was no longer the delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, after Wukong departed, Jiang Ling also took his leave, guiding the group to a picturesque location in the wilderness. The forest was lush and verdant, with a babbling brook nearby. Jiang Ling released a capsule, and with a resounding bang, a semicircular dwelling materialized upon the earth. He surveyed his surroundings, finding them quite agreeable, and resolved to make this place his home. Before long, the group had arranged the barbecue tools and supplies. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, mingling with the enticing scent of the barbecue. Enthusiasm surged among the attendees as they gathered to celebrate. Jiang Ling even summoned Bulma to join them. As the atmosphere began to enliven, Yamcha glanced around and realized something was amiss. "Is there no alcohol? Drinking only beverages lacks a certain zest." Jiang Ling chuckled, immediately discerning your desire for a drink, for he had already made the necessary preparations. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 cases of beer from the capsule. "Is this all?" Yamcha expressed a hint of disappointment. "Let us drink and discuss further." "Ah, you underestimate your tea, brother, do you?" After several rounds, it became evident that 2 cases of beer were insufficient for the group. "Jiang Ling, we are running low on alcohol. Do we have any more?" "Yes, it will arrive shortly." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Ling saw Bulma arrive in her flying ship. As soon as she landed, she tossed 2 capsules to Jiang Ling, saying, "Here are the 2 crates of beer you requested." Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Yamcha exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Only 2 boxes? That's far too little. It's hardly enough to drink." "Not enough to drink. Indeed, I could finish it all by myself." At this, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and replied, "If you can finish it, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. Conversely, if you cannot, you must recognize me as your elder brother." "Do you dare?" Yamcha scoffed. "What is there to fear? I have already claimed this title, haha." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with meaning. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, began to cheer, eager to bear witness and prevent either party from reneging on their agreement. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. Very well. As you say. He then tossed the 2 capsules in his hand, and in the next moment, 2 elongated containers materialized before him, filled to the brim with crates of beer. The crowd was taken aback. What on earth? These are containers. Good heavens. You truly delivered 2 containers, just as promised. Indeed, you are Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling smiled mischievously as she gazed at Yamcha, urging her to drink while she observed. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to the size of copper bells. Weren't there supposed to be 2 boxes? She exclaimed. Indeed. A shipping container is also considered a box. Jiang Ling wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. Bulma stifled her laughter, struggling to contain her amusement. Ultimately, Yamcha had no choice but to acknowledge Jiang Ling as his elder brother. Elder brother. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Elder brother. Hey. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction, and the crowd erupted in laughter, a clear indication of their mutual acknowledgement of this bond. Chapter 13. Chi-Chi's Longing, Bowsy Mountain. The home of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. The night sky sparkled with stars, and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Chi-Chi. She held a picture frame containing a photograph of their family of 3. Gently caressing the images of Wukong and Gohan, her eyes shimmered with longing. Wukong. Gohan. It has been a year, and I still miss you both so dearly. Are you well? When will you return? Chi-Chi murmured to herself. Her head bowed in contemplation. At that moment, a knock echoed through the silence. Hearing the sound, Chi-Chi composed herself and glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands pointing to 10 o'clock. She wondered who could possibly be visiting at this late hour. Unfazed by the idea of intruders, she possessed a certain strength, capable of besting any 10 ordinary men, despite being a woman. Chi-Chi rose and approached the door, speaking as she opened it. Who is it? At such a late hour. Before she could finish her sentence, she beheld the familiar, kind face of Sun Wukong standing outside, covering her mouth in disbelief. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Wukong, you have finally returned. Oh, in an instant, her face was awash with tears. She dared not touch him, fearing that in the next moment, the Wukong she had longed for would vanish before her eyes. Wukong enveloped her in his embrace, letting out a long sigh, his expression a mixture of emotions. Chi-Chi, I am sorry. I will not leave you for such a long time again. Chi-Chi felt the warmth of his sturdy chest, and in that moment, she was certain that her husband had truly returned. An outpouring of longing erupted between them. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Chi-Chi managed to cease her tears. She lifted her gaze to Wukong's face, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of tenderness. Wukong gazed intently at Chi-Chi's lips, feeling an inexplicable urge surge within him. He leaned in and kissed her. Their breaths mingled, lips brushing closely together. A rosy hue blossomed on Chi-Chi's cheeks. She had never kissed anyone before, and instinctively, she lightly pounded her small fist against Wukong's chest, wanting to pull away, yet he held her tightly in his strong embrace, rendering her unable to escape. Gradually, her body softened under his touch. Wukong's appetite had always been hearty, and the nourishing soup that Gohan had made had long since digested. At this moment, as he kissed Chi-Chi, his breaths grew heavier, and a strong desire welled within him, making it difficult to part. He felt warmth spreading through his body, while Chi-Chi sensed something and blushed, a hint of anticipation stirring within her. In the 5 years of their marriage, they had only shared a single intimate moment on their wedding night, when Wukong, having drunk too much, had collapsed, leading to Gohan's conception. In the years that followed, Wukong's innocence and naivete had left them without a normal marital life. Chi-Chi had intended to find a moment to teach Wukong about such matters, but fate had other plans, as he had bravely faced Raditz, leading to his demise. Now, a year had passed since they had last seen each other. Wukong, Chi-Chi, I don't know what is happening. It's all right. I will teach you. Carry me to the bedroom. All right. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiang and to the mysterious southern regions, from soft beaches to the northern vistas, this night would surely be sleepless. The voice-activated lights in the house on Bowsy Mountain illuminated throughout the night, creating a beautiful tableau that mirrored the stars above. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barbecue party continued into the night. Jiang Ling awoke in the morning upon his bed, gently massaging his throbbing temples. He had indulged excessively with friends the previous night and could not recall how he had succumbed to slumber. Glancing down at his attire, he discovered he was clad only in a pair of boxers, and his little brother was protesting in discomfort. As he reflected on the events of the night prior, fragmented memories began to resurface. It seemed that Bulma had assisted him in returning to his abode, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. He had dared to caress her cheek in a confession of affection, and had even touched her inappropriately. Jiang Ling glanced at his right hand, standing frozen in place. He wished he could slap himself twice. How could a normally respectable person let loose after a few drinks? Jiang Ling confessed his admiration for Bulma, acknowledging that who wouldn't be captivated by a woman of such beauty and intellect? However, he never anticipated that he would express his feelings under such circumstances. Surely, this will not leave a negative impression in Bulma's heart, will it? Jiang Ling experienced a throbbing headache. Rising from his bed, he ventured outside. The scene beyond his door was one of utter disarray. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others lay sprawled across the ground, empty beer bottles littering the area, creating a chaotic tableau. Krillin's toes were amusingly wedged in Yamcha's nostrils, while he clutched a half-empty bottle of beer, his pose as comical as it was absurd. Amongst these individuals, there was no sign of Bulma, suggesting she had likely returned home the previous night. Jiang Ling tousled his somewhat disheveled hair, his body soaring into the air as he approached the upper reaches of the brook. The water babbled gently, crystal clear and revealing the bed beneath. Jiang Ling washed his face and tidied his appearance. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve himself, a sensation that had been building throughout the night. The impulse was incredibly intense. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfastened his restraints and let go into the small stream before him. Though he had no desire to tarnish the environment, the urgency was simply too great. As the torrent cascaded into the stream, a small rainbow unexpectedly appeared. Jiang Ling's face was adorned with a look of contentment, reveling in the moment. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling concealed the instrument of his misdeed, sealing it within his trousers, ensuring it would not wreak havoc on the environment for the foreseeable future. Subsequently, he returned to the location of his former abode. Upon his arrival, he observed that everyone had risen, with Krillin busily attending to his ablutions by the banks of the stream. Jiang Ling observed with a somewhat peculiar expression. If memory serves correctly, his previous position was upstream of the creek. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and resolved not to disclose the matter to Krillin, lest he harbor resentment towards her. With the Saiyans arriving in a few days, where would you like to go next? Tien pondered, contemplating their destination. Perhaps they should find a place to continue their training while awaiting the arrival of their foes. As he spoke, he turned to Dumpling and inquired, "What do you think?" Dumpling? Dumpling nodded in agreement, indicating that he would accompany Fan wherever he chose to go. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. These two brothers had always been inseparable. What about Yamcha? When asked, Yamcha shrugged, saying, "Let us take a break and return in our finest form." After washing up, Krillin approached, smiling as he said, "I'm heading back to Master Wu Tian. As for my words, I cannot say. Do not concern yourself with that. I will simply show up when the time comes." Yakalob, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bag of snacks and began to indulge himself. Chapter 14. Modification. Very well. I shall not detain you for tea. As you depart, kindly take the trash with you. Jiang Ling, after finishing her words, stifled a yawn, turned around, and entered the room, casually shutting the door behind her. This left a group of individuals gazing at the chaotic aftermath of the party, their surroundings disheveled in the breeze. Upon returning to her chamber, Jiang Ling activated the system, contemplating the skill acquired from the new feature of location-based sign-in rewards at the Temple of the Celestials yesterday. Possession, the ability to inhabit any target within a kilometer, with the success rate and duration of possession dependent on the opponent's strength. As its name suggests, the function of this skill is quite evident. The Celestial once utilized this capability to inhabit an ordinary person's body to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, what purpose does it truly serve? Jiang Ling deemed it unnecessary, believing that he could easily handle feeble adversaries on his own, while formidable foes could potentially lead to failure even with the aid of possession. It felt rather superfluous. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his convictions, asserting that possessing a multitude of skills would never be a burden. Even the most trivial abilities would undoubtedly find their utility. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. Jiang Ling picked up the message and found it was from Bulma. "Bulma, have you woken up yet?" Upon reading her greeting, Jiang Ling suddenly felt at a loss for words. After all, he had confessed his feelings while under the influence of alcohol the previous night. and had crossed the boundaries of their friendship by touching her chest. It would be unfortunate if he left a lascivious impression in Bulma's mind. He had always been an exemplary student, earning accolades for his good conduct since childhood. Perhaps he should offer an apology? Jiang Ling hesitated momentarily when another message from Bulma arrived. If you're awake, come over to my house. The gravity device you mentioned yesterday has a prototype here. Come and give it a try. Upon reading this message, a glimmer of excitement danced in Jiang Ling's eyes. He had casually referenced the gravity training system just the day before, and to his astonishment, news had arrived so swiftly. I'm up now. I'll be there shortly. After sending a reply, Jiang Ling soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of West City. An hour later, as he gazed down from above at the towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and the throngs of people in West City, he marveled at the vibrancy of the metropolis. Without needing to consult the address sent by Bulma, Jiang Ling immediately recognized the expansive white building at the city's center, prominently adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Such a conspicuous structure could only belong to Bulma's family. After all, it was the most formidable company on Earth. He descended from the sky and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Jiang Ling observed a woman of exquisite figure and striking beauty, her face devoid of any wrinkles, cheerfully tending to her flowers while humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. Jiang Ling immediately recognized the woman as Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, whose given name is Bikini. Mrs. Brief noticed the arriving Jiang Ling and greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hello there, handsome. Is there something you need? Jiang Ling wore a polite smile on his face and greeted, Hello, Mrs. Brief. I am a friend of Bulma, here to see her. Mrs. Brief, surveying Jiang Ling with satisfaction, remarked meaningfully, You must be Bulma's new boyfriend. Quite nice indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling hurriedly waved his hand. No, Auntie, you misunderstand. At that moment, Bulma, driving her small electric vehicle, sped over from the house and exclaimed loudly, Mom, don't say that. Jiang Ling is my friend. Yes. Bulma is absolutely correct. Jiang Ling promptly responded. Oh, Mrs. Brief, upon hearing this, became even more excited. She playfully hooked her arm around Jiang Ling's and cheerfully inquired, Could this handsome young man accompany my daughter for a shopping spree? Jiang Ling's body stiffened as he cast a pleading glance towards Bulma. Mother, please don't act this way. Jiang Ling has come to me with a matter of importance. Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging that her penchant for handsome men was indeed inherited from her mother. However, she was not as open-minded, as she wouldn't approach every charming young man she encountered. Mrs. Brief, observing her daughter's demeanor, stifled a giggle behind her hand. You are so protective of him, yet you claim he is not your boyfriend. Mother, Bulma exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. All right. I shall not interrupt you any longer. I am off to do some shopping, Mrs. Brief said with a cheerful smile before departing. Once Mrs. Brief had left, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and remarked, Do not take it to heart. My mother is simply like that. Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile, indicating that there was no need for concern. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us proceed to the laboratory. Very well. Given the spaciousness of Bulma's residence, a small electric vehicle was necessary for transportation. Jiang Ling took a seat on the back of Bulma's electric scooter as they set off towards the lab. Bulma skillfully maneuvered the vehicle while Jiang Ling nestled behind her, his arms gently encircling her slender waist. The tactile sensation beneath his hands, accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirred a flutter of emotions within him. This reaction was hardly surprising. As the heroine of Dragon Ball, Bulma possessed an exquisite figure and captivating beauty, complemented by her brilliance as a leading scientist and a genius in her field. Who among the young men could remain indifferent? Jiang Ling's expression subtly shifted as he silently acknowledged his presence. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Mastery of mechanical modification. With the aid of an electric vehicle, he soon arrived at the research facility. Bulma emerged from within, presenting a peculiar machine. This was the very contraption crafted during his childhood. A prototype derived from gravitational technology acquired by his father, Dr. Brief. The machinery appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet Jiang Ling was unfazed. Functionality was all that mattered. Bulma, shall we conduct a test? He inquired. Indeed, she replied, nodding as she guided Jiang Ling through the process of activating the machine. Beep. Fivefold gravity activated. At that moment, as gravity engaged, Bulma found herself forcefully pressed to the ground. Jiang Ling quickly regained his composure and promptly deactivated the gravity. He then assisted Bulma to her feet, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. "I sincerely apologize, Bulma. In my haste to conduct the experiment, I neglected your feelings." Bulma looked at him with a hint of resentment, sighed, and replied, "Never mind. Just activate the gravity again once I have distanced myself." With that, she hurriedly moved away. Upon seeing her exit the gravitational influence, Jiang Ling reactivated the gravity. 5 times the gravity. Jiang Ling took a moment to attune himself, subsequently engaging in a series of warm-up exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups. He even performed a complete routine of the 8th set of radio calisthenics. Each movement was executed with remarkable ease, presenting no challenge whatsoever, having long since acclimated to the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta. The current 5-fold gravity felt utterly trivial to him. Suddenly, Jiang Ling sensed a profound heaviness enveloping his body as the gravitational force surged dramatically. After a brief moment of astonishment, he turned his gaze toward the machine. The screen boldly displayed a staggering 20-fold gravity. Jiang Ling raised his hand to deactivate the gravitational effect, then proceeded to explain the situation to Bulma, who was approaching. The machine's gravitational effect was functioning properly. However, there seemed to be an issue within the internal system, which had inadvertently escalated to 20 times the standard gravity. Upon hearing this, Bulma conducted an inspection and identified the cause. The machine was rather antiquated, having been built 2 decades prior, necessitating an upgrade of both the system and hardware, along with some modifications. It was estimated that this would take a day to complete. Would you like to return tomorrow? Chapter 15, The Arrival of the Saiyans. Jiang Ling gazed at the machine, and with the advantage of his mechanical modification mastery, various enhancement schemes flickered through his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I shall remain to assist. Is that acceptable? Is it truly possible?" Bulma queried, her skepticism evident as the forthcoming tasks demanded substantial mechanical knowledge. She presumed Jiang Ling was merely posturing. However, as he adeptly maneuvered the workbench and wielded tools with remarkable finesse, her astonishment grew. His formidable prowess allowed him to both engage in frontline combat and retreat to logistical support. Could this truly be the embodiment of a versatile prodigy? "I lack the expertise to calibrate the system. You may take the lead," Jiang Ling remarked, seated at the workbench as he modified the machine. Bulma, upon hearing this, settled beside him, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she concentrated intently on adjusting various parameters on the computer. Their collaboration flowed seamlessly, as if they had been partners for ages. An hour later, Bulma stretched her limbs, fatigue from prolonged exertion beginning to take its toll. Turning to observe Jiang Ling's profile, his earnest demeanor captivated her unexpectedly. Memories of the previous night resurfaced, how she had assisted the inebriated Jiang Ling to bed, in the secluded confines of their shared space. An inexplicable impulse led her to touch his sculpted abdomen. Subsequently, in his hazy state, Jiang Ling grasped her hand to profess his feelings. Perhaps his grip was too forceful. In the ensuing confusion, they tumbled onto the bed, and his hand inadvertently rested upon her bosom. They had fallen asleep. Reflecting on this, Bulma's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. At this moment, Jiang Ling sensed a gaze upon him and turned to find Bulma blushing, which left him quite perplexed. "Why on earth are you blushing like a teapot?" An hour later, a brand new gravity machine had been successfully modified. With the parameters expertly calibrated by Bulma, it had become stable, eliminating the prior issues of sudden gravitational imbalance. Jiang Ling installed the machine within a room, reminiscent of the gravity training chamber depicted in the original work. Additionally, he equipped it with a large screen, allowing for the enjoyment of television while exercising. His commitment to this endeavor was sincere. The room was further enhanced with soundproofing, ensuring that no matter how loud the noises within, not a whisper would escape to the outside world. Thus, he could engage in gravity training while indulging in cinematic entertainment. Jiang Ling was exceedingly pleased with the gravity training chamber and could hardly contain her eagerness to take it back for experimentation. "Bulma, I currently lack the funds to pay for your services. I'll owe you for now and settle it when I have the means." In response, Bulma waved her hand dismissively and generously replied, "No need. The cost is minimal anyway." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. "This money is something I must provide. It pertains to a man's dignity. Or perhaps you could offer yourself in return, Bulma." Upon reaching the training chamber, Jiang Ling returned to his abode, the very place where he had indulged in libations the previous day. He resolved to make this his residence. A quaint bridge adorned with flowing water and lush greenery surrounded him. The most essential aspect was the tranquility that enveloped the area, making it an ideal sanctuary for someone like him who cherished a leisurely existence. He stepped into the gravity training chamber. Jiang Ling activated the gravity, setting it to 20 times its normal intensity. An overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him. He shifted his body slightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Vegeta, I eagerly await your arrival. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth, he commenced a new round of training. Unbeknownst to him, time had swiftly ushered in the day of Vegeta's arrival. Two white, circular single-pod spacecraft materialized in the vast expanse of outer space above Earth. Without the slightest pause, they descended directly towards the planet. Baidu, a metropolis that could rival West City, bustled with life as its inhabitants went about their daily routines. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, pointing towards the sky. What is that? Something was falling from the heavens. This outcry drew the attention of those nearby, leading to a flurry of panic. Some wept, others trembled with fear, regret coursing through them. A few even brandished their phones, initiating live broadcasts. It looks like a meteor. I believe the apocalypse is upon us. The world is ending, Mom. Help. I haven't even confessed to my boyfriend yet. How could this happen? Family. The broadcaster is in Baidu, and what you are witnessing is. The two spacecraft streaked across the sky, plummeting at an astonishing speed into the heart of Baidu. With a resounding crash, the ground was rent asunder, leaving behind two enormous craters. Those objects appeared, not to be meteors, but rather two round, white crafts. Could they possibly be UFOs? Amidst the discussion, the spacecraft emitted a hissing sound as their hatches slowly opened. From within emerged two figures, one tall and muscular, the other shorter, clad in peculiar attire, with a device resembling glasses affixed to his right eye. The towering, bald man was named Naba, while the shorter figure was none other than Prince Vegeta, whose stature barely reached Naba's abdomen. Despite his diminutive height, Vegeta possessed a remarkably high hairline, his hair styled upright in a sharp, spiky formation. He cast a disdainful glance at the gathering crowd, casually digging into his ear, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips. Naba, these ants are rather noisy. Beside him, the muscular giant scratched his gleaming bald head and grinned. Your Highness Vegeta, I shall take care of this. With that, Naba surveyed the crowd, and an intense wave of energy surged from his body, a blinding light radiating outward, engulfing the crowd and the entire city. In an instant, the once towering skyline was reduced to rubble, the inhabitants of the city vanishing into ash without uttering a single scream. Naba, you squandered energy. However, this prince is quite pleased with your actions. Vegeta floated above, nodding in satisfaction. Naba scratched his head, chuckling. The remaining energy will suffice to deal with Kakarot and a few others. It will merely be a game. Now, it is time to seek out those individuals and demand the Dragon Balls. The wish for immortality cannot be delayed. Vegeta, with a smirk, pressed his hand against the device over his right eye. The instrument beeped twice, and he let out a chuckle. Is that all? This planet's maximum battle power is only a few hundred. Let us proceed to eliminate them and secure the Dragon Balls before any complications arise. Nappa interjected, what about Kakarot? That traitor? If he does not repent, we should show no mercy and eliminate him. Vegeta sneered. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the coordinates indicated by the power detector. Chapter 16. Everyone sets off at Bun Mountain. Goku returned home, carrying a wild beast, which would serve as their meal's main ingredient. Chi-Chi, I'm back. As he opened the door, Chi-Chi emerged, dressed in a cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure. Her expression, less fraught than usual, radiated warmth and tenderness. With a flicker of her lively eyes, it was evident that her cheeks had gained a rosy hue, a charm that had not graced her in their 5 years of marriage. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Please take a rest. I will prepare dinner, she said, gently wiping the sweat from Goku's forehead with a handkerchief. She then called out to Goten, Goten, please help with the ingredients so your father can rest. Goten had been brought back by Piccolo a couple of days ago. After all, no one knew how formidable their enemies could be, and it was good for the family to gather together. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Chi-Chi's recent transformation. Mom, I feel like you've changed, Goten remarked innocently, tilting his head. Oh, in what way? Chi-Chi inquired, intrigued. Well, your temper has improved significantly, Goten replied with a naive sincerity. At this, Chi-Chi's face flushed slightly, and she fell silent. It wouldn't be appropriate to mention that Goku's lack of insight over the years had gradually worsened her temper, would it? Ah, what are you talking about? Goku chuckled, ruffling Goten's hair. Mom is still the same mom. What is there to change? Okay. Goten rubbed his head, pondering the comment. Chi-Chi stifled a giggle, and the family shared a moment of warmth at the doorway. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted as he looked towards the distance. Sensing two powerful auras, Goten, busy with the ingredients, paused as he too felt the overwhelming presence. The father and son exchanged glances. Chi-Chi, I need to step out. Goten will come with me. You stay here and wait for our return. Chi-Chi, with concern, asked, Is it about the matter you mentioned a few days ago? Is the enemy approaching? Perhaps Goten should not go. Goten, hearing this, replied earnestly, Mom, please let me go. I want to help protect the Earth. Yes, Chi-Chi. I assure you Goten will be safe. Truly, you both are remarkable. Please take care and ensure your safety. With a sigh, Chi-Chi contemplated the nature of Wukong. Despite his usually carefree and easygoing demeanor, once he resolves to undertake a matter, he is as unyielding as a bull. Do not worry, Chi-Chi, he reassured her. With that, the two figures, one large and one small, soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. In a picturesque wilderness, Jiang Ling emerged from the gravity training chamber. A white towel draped around his neck as he wiped the sweat from his brow. His torso was bare, revealing a smooth and well-defined muscular physique. With 8 perfectly chiseled abdominal muscles, a quintessential example of someone who appears slender in clothes yet impressively sculpted without them. At last, the moment had arrived for Vegeta's arrival. This 6 months of grueling training was all in preparation to confront you. Do not let me down. Jiang Ling gazed into the distance, his eyes ablaze with determination. Upon a desolate mountaintop, the figure of Piccolo, draped in a white cloak, sat in meditation, sensing an aura. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his gaze as he suddenly surged forward, leaving behind a series of sonic booms. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered him nearly invisible to the ordinary observer. On Turtle Island, Krillin donned his martial arts attire. Fastening his belt as he prepared to depart, Master Roshi emerged to bid him farewell. If you find yourself unable to prevail, retreat. I await your good news. Understood. Krillin responded, soaring into the sky toward the source of the aura. Meanwhile, in a vast expanse of swirling yellow sands, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, found themselves confronted by the Saiyans. Observing the contrasting heights of the two figures and the tails coiled around their waists, Yamcha concluded, You must be the Saiyans. Your formidable energy and tails confirm it. Hearing this, Nappa turned to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, allow me to handle these insects, so as not to tarnish your hands. Go ahead. Vegeta waved dismissively. To him, these feeble adversaries were mere insects, unworthy of his royal engagement. Nappa grinned wickedly. Hey, you warriors of Earth, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I can promise you a painless demise. Otherwise, with just a single finger, I could crush you. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions darkening as they recognized the truth in the bald Saiyans' words. They could sense the immense disparity in strength between themselves and these two Saiyans. Frustration welled within them. Had a year of training at the Heavenly Temple truly yielded such a vast gap in power? Let us stall for time. I can feel Goku, and the others are on their way, one of them suggested. Indeed, let us test the fruits of our training over this past year. The others agreed, nodding in unison. Half a year prior, when Jiang Ling had arrived at the Heavenly Temple, he had advised them to practice their teamwork, thereby harnessing the principle that 1 + 1 could yield greater than 2. They had heeded his counsel, and now it was time to put it to the test. In a swift motion, the trio spread out, subtly forming a pincer movement around Nappa. Oh, all 3 of you together, quite clever, Nappa remarked, shaking his head. Yet, in the end, insects are still just insects. Upon hearing these words, Yamcha's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon his opponent, assuming a combat stance. Suddenly, his body erupted with a translucent aura. Behind him, Vegeta momentarily froze, for the battle power scanner indicated that Yamcha's combat strength had astonishingly surged from 200 to 1500 points. Earthlings possess the ability to suppress their energy, entering a combat state before unleashing it. Vegeta swiftly deduced the situation based on his experience. He shook his head. Such a battle power posed little threat to Nappa, whose strength was a formidable 4000. In a flash, Yamcha darted forward, appearing behind Nappa, and unleashed a powerful punch. However, predictably, Nappa effortlessly blocked the blow, as the disparity in strength rendered reflexes on an entirely different level. seeing his initial strike thwarted. Yamcha raised his hand and executed the Wukong fist. His fist seemed to embody the ferocity of a wolf king, delivering a flurry of afterimages that struck towards Nappa. Nappa casually defended against this barrage with his robust arms, his demeanor relaxed, showing no sign of pressure. "Have you finished? Now it's my turn," he taunted, grasping Yamcha's fist before delivering a crushing blow to Yamcha's abdomen with his other hand. "Ah!" Yamcha screamed in agony, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground nearby. Though it seemed they had been engaged for quite some time, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed, and Yamcha was already wounded. Having yet to see Tien or Kaiatsu make their move. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Tien and Kaiatsu shouted in unison. "I'm fine. I can still fight. Though it hurts like hell." Yamcha groaned, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise, his expression grim. "Hey, foolish bald head, that was merely a warm-up. Now, prepare to witness my ultimate technique," Yamcha exclaimed, gathering an eye-blinding energy orb between his hands. Vegeta observed the data on the power scanner, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The battle power had increased once again. Chapter 17, Cooperation. With a whoosh, the dazzling energy orb shot directly towards Nappa, who merely sidestepped, evading the attack. "Futile effort. Our gap is vast. You cannot hit me," he scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" Yamcha's lips curled into a smirk. "Spirit Bomb." With a flourish of his hands, the previously dodged energy orb altered its trajectory mid-air, hurtling back towards Nappa. "Impressive technique, but as I mentioned, you cannot strike me," Nappa retorted, preparing to evade once more. Yet, he suddenly froze, momentarily immobilized, as Yamcha shouted, "Kaiatsu, now's your chance." In that instant, Nappa's body stiffened, momentarily under control. And before he could break free, the spirit bomb struck him directly. Boom. The energy detonated, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris into the air. Had they succeeded? Jiaozi gazed at Yanqin and remarked, moments ago he had utilized his extraordinary powers to immobilize Nappa, albeit for just a fleeting instant. It should be fine. Yamcha's expression grew grave as he lifted his gaze toward the figure in the sky, silently thinking, "I am counting on you." As the smoke dissipated, Nappa's towering form remained unscathed, save for a few torn garments. "Nappa, please conclude this swiftly." Vegeta yawned, having lost all patience to continue watching. "Very well, Prince Vegeta," Nappa responded, but at that moment, another series of beeping sounds echoed. Vegeta examined the readings on the power detector, momentarily taken aback. Another surge of energy was escalating violently. 300, 700, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. Vegeta abruptly turned his gaze toward Tien Fan, who had not made a move since the beginning. He was seen levitating in midair, his hands forming a frame before his chest, aiming at Nappa. "Nappa, you fool. Quickly dodge," Vegeta shouted. In the next instant, Tien Fan's ultimate technique had coalesced, and he shouted with fervor, "Kikaho!" A torrent of intense energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Nappa. The scene erupted with a thunderous explosion, and Tien Fan, having exhausted all his strength, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Jiaozi. What happened? The three turned their gazes to the spot where Nappa had once stood, now marked by a deep, square-shaped pit. Nappa stood at the mouth of the crater, beads of sweat trickling down his bald head, his expression one of lingering terror. He had heeded Vegeta's warning and narrowly evaded the attack at the last possible moment. Yamcha, Tien Fan, and Jiaozi's faces turned ashen. After reaching this extent, are we still unable to prevail? The mere ants possess a force capable of threatening my life. It is unforgivable. Nappa's countenance darkened, and he roared, directing his wrath at Yamcha and the others, a blinding light erupting from his mouth. Alarms blared in their minds, their pupils dilating in fear. Yamcha was injured, Tien Fan was drained of energy, and Jiaozi struggled to support Tien Fan. In that moment, they sought to flee but discovered themselves utterly powerless. Were they to perish here? Despair welled up within them. A low hum resonated, a rapidly spinning, flat, disc-shaped energy pierced through Nappa's body, cleaving him in half. Ugh, ugh. Nappa's eyes widened in shock. The energy blast he had yet to unleash detonating explosively. Boom. The violent explosion shattered his body into fragments. Yamcha, along with the others, including Vegeta, stood frozen, their gazes fixated on the source of the attack. A young man, bald and shiny-headed, flew in from the distance. Upon seeing him, relief washed over Yamcha and his companions. "Krillin, thank goodness you're here," Yamcha exclaimed joyfully. "Looks like I made it just in time," Krillin replied, scratching his nose with a grin. Humph! Vegeta sneered as he glanced at the spot where Nappa had once stood, disdain evident in his voice. What a useless fool, defeated by mere ants. He then removed the power scouter from his right eye and discarded it, crushing it underfoot. This device proved ineffective against foes capable of suppressing their energy or temporarily surging their strength, ultimately hindering his assessment of the battle. Vegeta deemed it unnecessary and destroyed it without a second thought. Turning his attention to the Earth Warriors, he declared, I offer you one final chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may consider granting you a painless death. At these words, the group fell silent. Jolted from their earlier triumph over Nappa, Krillin clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Evil Saiyan, we will never surrender. Very well, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. After I eliminate you, I shall capture your friends one by one and kill them until you relinquish the Dragon Balls. With that, he gathered an energy ball in his hand. Krillin gasped, sensing the terrifying energy contained within. Vegeta wasted no more words. He hurled the energy ball directly at them. If struck, it was certain they would be reduced to ashes, vanishing from this world. Special beam cannon. From another direction, a powerful energy, entwined with a luminous aura, surged forth, colliding with Vegeta's energy blast in midair. Boom! Rocks shattered, and soil was expelled violently, as if the entire world was engulfed in an explosion. The shockwave from the clash of energies sent Krillin and the others tumbling away. Who is that? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of surprise. The energy blast had merely been a casual strike, yet it was not something Earthlings could withstand. He focused intently, and from the swirling yellow dust emerged a tall, green figure, the future ruler of Earth, Piccolo. With a cold demeanor, Piccolo's white cape billowed in the wind. Turning, he addressed Krillin and the others. His voice icy. You need to leave quickly and not hinder me here. What did you say? Yamcha, incensed, prepared to confront him, but Krillin intervened just in time. Calm down, Yamcha. For my sake, let us retreat for now. We'll leave this to Piccolo. Yamcha is a man who heeds counsel, primarily believing himself incapable of defeating Piccolo. Subsequently, they prepared to depart, intending to spectate from a distance. However, Vegeta would not allow them to have their way. Permitting their exit would render his earlier words meaningless. A veritable slap to his own face. As the noble prince of the Saiyans, he would never permit such an affront. With a darkened expression, Vegeta glanced at the obstructing Piccolo, and in an instant, he lunged forward, swiftly positioning himself before Piccolo and delivering a powerful kick. The speed was so immense that Piccolo had no time to evade, raising his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled Piccolo backwards like a cannonball, his feet carving a deep trench into the ground. It was only upon crashing against a stone pillar that he finally came to a halt, yet the pillar crumbled instantaneously, burying Piccolo beneath its rubble. Piccolo! How could it be? Even Piccolo was defeated in a single blow. Infuriating. Despair gripped the hearts of the onlookers. If even Piccolo, so formidable, could be vanquished with ease, how much stronger could Goku and Jiang Ling possibly be? After merely a year of training, they stood no chance. Now that the troublesome figure has been dealt with, it is your turn. Vegeta sneered coldly, raising his hands as two orbs of energy, imbued with terrifying might, coalesced in his grasp. Krillin and the others understood that being struck by either of these energy orbs would be enough to obliterate them completely, rendering resistance futile. Chapter 18. We arrived too late. Whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta hurled the energy orbs. One was aimed at Krillin and his companions, while the other was directed towards the unconscious Piccolo. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. Barring any unforeseen events, a splendid display of fireworks would soon unfold. Suddenly, two crimson beams rushed in from the distance, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye, perfectly positioned to intercept the trajectory of the energy orbs. Bang, bang. The two energy orbs detonated, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Krillin and the others anxiously watched the rising haze. Who could it be? Vegeta furrowed his brow. What is happening today? Every time a pivotal moment arises, someone intervenes. As the dust began to settle, the silhouette of a figure ablaze with crimson flames emerged. Jiang Ling. Son Wukong. How splendid it is that you have finally arrived. I was nearly perished moments ago. The Saiyans are overwhelmingly powerful. Even Piccolo stands no chance. Krillin and the others expressed their excitement. On the battlefield, Wukong and Jiang Ling's arrival signaled the imminent clash. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma learned through the television of the utter devastation wrought upon North City. Are the Saiyans truly this formidable? A city obliterated in an instant. Bulma's expression was fraught with concern. She pondered whether Wukong and the others could possibly defeat the Saiyans, and with Jiang Ling being a newcomer, his strength was yet uncertain. Bulma recalled Jiang Ling. Although her acquaintance with him was shorter than that with Wukong and the others, the impression he left upon her was unparalleled. It was as if two magnets were drawn to one another. At that moment, the news report concerning North City captured her attention, as the reporter discovered two white orbs. Inconceivable! What kind of power could have reduced North City to this state? Even a nuclear bomb would not yield such devastation. Oh my God, look what we have found. Two unidentified orbs. The orbs stood out conspicuously amidst the desolation. The reporter's exclamations soon attracted the attention of government officials, who were utterly baffled by the nature of the orbs. Just then, a rotund figure appeared on screen, with unruly hair and a knife at his waist. Upon his entrance, he confidently declared, "I know the origins of these two orbs." The reporter immediately inquired, "Oh, who are you? Could you enlighten us?" "I am Yachirobe. And as for these two orbs, they are spaceships," Yachirobe asserted with unwavering certainty. The reporter and the assembled officials' eyes widened with excitement. If true, this would undoubtedly be sensational news. Spaceships? How do you know this? What is their origin? The crowd clamored with questions. Yachirobe smirked slightly, maintaining his composure as he replied, I happen to be a bit hungry. What should I do about that?" "What are you saying? How could you let yourself go hungry? Come, let us get in the car. It's on me." The reporter pounded his chest, brimming with bravado, observing the scene on the television. Bulma could only shake her head in disbelief. Is this truly acceptable? Yachirobe is indeed quite the character. On the battlefield, Jiang Ling smiled gently. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. My home with Wukong is quite distant, which caused the delay. Thank you all for your efforts." Son Wukong nodded. Subsequently releasing the Kaioken technique, the crimson aura dissipated, returning him to his usual state. He produced two sins of beans, offering one to Yamcha and one to Tien. "Consume these, and then depart swiftly. The farther, the better. This battle is beyond your capacity to handle." Yamcha and Tien refrained from taking the beans, shaking their heads resolutely. "It would be futile for us to use them. They are of no benefit to us. Wukong, you and Jiang Ling are far more in need of these sins of beans." They exhibited extraordinary determination, not allowing Wukong to speak again before. With the assistance of Krillin and Kaiatsu, they vacated the battlefield. As Jiang Ling's thought stirred, she dispelled the crimson aura of the Kaioken technique, gazing at Vegeta with a silent inner critique. How diminutive he is, slightly taller than the bald Krillin, roughly comparable in height to Bulma. At that moment, another figure soared into view from behind, Gohan, arriving fashionably late. Jiang Ling pointed to the pile of rubble concealing Piccolo's body and said, "Gohan, Piccolo is buried there. Please assist in rescuing him." Upon hearing this, son Gohan exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo." He then struggled to excavate Piccolo from the debris. After a thorough examination, he discovered that there was still a faint breath of life. "Father, Uncle Piccolo is still alive." Gohan's expression turned frantic, his hands trembling slightly. He understood that if this continued, Uncle Piccolo would inevitably succumb to the loss of vitality. The thought of Piccolo's demise was unbearable for him. Gohan then said, "This is a senzu bean." Son Wukong tossed a senzu bean towards him, and Gohan instinctively caught it, albeit with a puzzled expression. Observing his reaction, Wukong clarified, "As long as Piccolo has a breath left, he can recover. You simply need to give it to him." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had discovered hope. He hurriedly placed the senzu bean in Piccolo's mouth. "Uncle Piccolo, you must be all right." Gohan grasped Piccolo's grim green hand tightly, softly praying. Moments later, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of vitality flashing within them, and he stood up instantly, exuding a powerful aura, as if he had never been on the brink of death. "Wonderful! Uncle Piccolo is fine." Gohan's face lit up with joy. Piccolo nodded at Jiang Ling and son Wukong, acknowledging their presence. He then crouched down, a flicker of warmth passing through his typically cold gaze as he ruffled Gohan's hair. Uttering a few emotionless words, "I am fine." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reflect. Since his arrival, the storyline had diverged from the original narrative. In the original tale, the Earth's warriors had suffered significant losses before Wukong's late arrival. However, now, despite being delayed by 10 minutes due to distance, no one had perished. All remained alive, albeit with serious injuries. Yet, there was one aspect that left him somewhat regretful. The Namekian had not been released, and thus, the legendary moment of the Tea God had been lost to time. Not far away, Vegeta stood rooted in place, his mind tumultuous with confusion. What just happened? He was clearly on the verge of death, yet after consuming a single bean, he appears completely unscathed. If I had a substantial supply of these beans, I could assemble an army and, combined with the wish from the Dragon Balls for immortality, who could stand against Frieza. Contemplating this, Vegeta's gaze flickered, disregarding the fleeing Krillin and others, as his focus fixed upon Son Wukong's face. You must be Kakarot, just like your father. I am Son Wukong, as for Kakarot. I'm afraid that may have been my former name, but I possess no memories of that. Wukong shook his head and continued. I am now a Saiyan raised on Earth. It seems you have truly lost your memories. Vegeta noticed the swaying tail behind Jiang Ling, his gaze sharpening. You too are a Saiyan? Why have I not heard of you before? Jiang Ling curled his lips and shrugged, saying, There are many things you have yet to hear. I am but one among them. Hmph. Observing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? To betray the entire Saiyan Empire? Jiang Ling. Son Wukong. Vegeta, observing the two remaining silent, had reached a conclusion in his heart. It matters not. I solely desire the gift of immortality, as well as the beans you presented earlier. You may depart now. Son Wukong gazed at him with utmost seriousness, declaring, I shall not allow you to succeed, nor shall I permit your triumph. Jiang Ling stepped forward. They were not mistaken, Beak remarked. I feel the same. Son Wukong exclaimed loudly. The wind whipped up the yellow sands, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter. Since you refuse to surrender the Dragon Balls and the Senzu Beans, I shall commence my attack until you do. Upon hearing these words, everyone tensed their bodies, bracing themselves for Vegeta's impending assault. However, to their surprise, Vegeta did not launch an attack. Instead, he shot off at an astonishing speed in an entirely different direction. Why is he fleeing? This is bad. Jiang Ling gazed towards the direction in which he had flown, exclaiming, He has gone to pursue Krillin and the others. What? Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise, immediately activating the Kaioken to chase after him. Without the Kaioken, he would undoubtedly be unable to match Vegeta's speed. Damn it. My speed is still insufficient. Son Wukong gritted his teeth as the crimson flames erupted fiercely from his body, his speed surging dramatically. Threefold Kaioken. Yet, he was still too late to start, and a considerable distance remained between him and Vegeta. Before long, Wukong heard the anguished cries and the resounding explosions ahead. In the next moment, he beheld Vegeta on the ground, with four figures lying motionless nearby. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Wukong. Krillin gasped weakly. We have burdened you. No. Wukong shook his head, producing a Senzu Bean for Krillin. Do not refuse, you have died once. And should you perish again, revival will be impossible. At that moment, the Earth's dragon could only grant resurrection once. Another death would render him unable to return. Krillin consumed the Senzu Bean and regained his strength. Wukong glanced at the other three. They had already succumbed to their fates. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Kakarot, if you do not surrender the Dragon Balls and Senzu Beans, your friends and loved ones will meet the same demise as they have before you. Son Wukong turned his gaze towards Vegeta, fury igniting within his eyes. As the flames enveloping him surged once more, he spoke each word with conviction. I will defeat you. Hmph. What kind of deluded confidence do you insects possess that leads you to believe you can overcome me? Vegeta scoffed. His arrogance was not without merit. Prior to the destruction of his home planet, his combat prowess was unrivaled among his peers and even older Saiyans, his potential undeniably exceptional. He could not fathom that a Saiyan exiled to this desolate and remote planet could possess power surpassing his own. Chapter 19. The Gorilla Bang. Vegeta was sent flying into the air, and standing in his former position was the arriving Jiang Ling. What a spectacle, such audacity to utter those words. Two waves of energy surged forth from Piccolo and Gohan's hands. Evil explosion. Demon flash cannon. The unexpected assault struck Vegeta in the sky, who was caught off guard. It worked. Gohan exclaimed with exhilaration. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, remarking on the delightful synergy and the thrill of ambush. Son Wukong expressed his strong agreement, while Piccolo nodded slightly. In the air, Vegeta made his presence known, his attire somewhat disheveled and his expression exceedingly grim. Just moments ago, he had referred to them as mere ants, only to be swiftly humbled by those same ants. Not far away, enveloped in fierce crimson flames, Son Wukong suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Do not intervene. I shall defeat him personally. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling glanced at Vegeta and then at the lifeless forms of Yamcha and his companions on the ground, understanding Wukong's intent. Wukong wished to settle this himself. At this moment, Vegeta was indeed an insufferable presence, utterly unlike his later self. With a silent sigh, Jiang Ling shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Very well, but do exercise caution. Go for it, Dad. Son Gohan shouted. Be careful. Your opponent is formidable, Piccolo cautioned. Son Wukong nodded, propelling himself like a cannonball, slicing through the air with a streak of red light, and crashing directly into the overconfident Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he soared through the sky, eyes wide in disbelief. How can he be this fast? And this power? What is happening? Still reeling from shock, Vegeta found Son Wukong's figure had already materialized behind him, delivering a fierce kick. Ah! Vegeta screamed in agony as he plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact, his expression akin to one who had just faced a grueling examination. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a lowly warrior possess such strength? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became, ultimately succumbing to his injuries and spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, which provided him some relief. Standing at the edge of the crater, Son Wukong let a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, panting heavily as his body trembled slightly. The King Kai fist, with the enhancement of strength, could accumulate layers, and at present, utilizing a threefold King Kai fist was immensely taxing, nearly reaching his limit. Vegeta rose, gazing at Son Wukong at the crater's edge, slowly wiping away the blood, a smirk forming on his lips. So, you've resorted to forcibly augmenting your power. And what of it? If it allows me to defeat you, then so be it. Son Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth. Vegeta's expression hardened, his aura erupting as he rapidly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches like a rainstorm. Tat 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 tat. Son Wukong was no slouch himself. Employing both hands and feet, he relied on his formidable reflexes and the boost from the threefold King Kai fist to parry all of Vegeta's attacks. In the midst of this exchange, he managed to land several powerful blows, inflicting even greater harm upon Vegeta. After a series of exchanges, Vegeta crashed to the ground once more, battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray. After all, his battle power was a mere 18,000, while Goku, utilizing the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal strength, had surged to over 20,000. Gasping for breath, Goku felt the immense strain on his body, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hey, you're quite impressive, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, his gaze fixed intensely on the daytime sky. What a pity. Your tail is gone. You can no longer harness the might of the Saiyan race. Goku paused momentarily, bewildered by the statement. What? Nearby? Piccolo's expression shifted as he glanced at Gohan, seemingly piecing together a realization, and then turned his gaze skyward. Silently, he mused, surely not. I destroyed the moon. At that moment, Jiang Ling, upon hearing Vegeta's words, shouted urgently, Quick, stop him. Before Goku could react, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a faintly glowing energy, and hurled it into the sky. A fabricated moon. When Saiyans behold a full moon, they can transform into colossal apes, possessing terrifying strength. However, in the absence of a natural moon, they can expend their own ki to conjure an artificial moon. Jiang Ling averted his gaze from the moon in the sky, his tail still intact, as he wished to avoid transforming into a gorilla. After all, he was uncertain whether he could retain his sanity after such a metamorphosis. Everyone, act swiftly. Time is of the essence. Jiang Ling uttered a phrase, her hands positioned gracefully at her waist, as she instantaneously gathered a formidable energy wave. The Kamehameha. In response, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan swiftly unleashed their most rapid techniques. Kamehameha. Special beam cannon. Special beam cannon. Too late. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as his physique began to enlarge, sprouting dark fur. A deafening roar resonated, causing the nearby stones to tremble. The attacks unleashed by Jiang Ling and his companions had little effect on the mighty gorilla Vegeta. Haha, such is the power of the Saiyans. The formidable gorilla Vegeta laughed maniacally, directing an energy blast towards the position of Jiang Ling and his allies. Jiang Ling and his companions swiftly evaded, as the energy cannon struck the ground, sending debris flying and creating a deep pit. Vegeta turned his head, noticing Goku's bewildered expression, and spoke. It's understandable that you, having lost your Saiyan memories, are unaware of this fact. Allow me to inform you. A Saiyan with a tail who gazes upon a full moon can transform into a colossal ape, amplifying their power tenfold. Full moon. Colossal ape. Goku murmured softly, his eyes drifting into emptiness. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently caused his grandfather's demise in his childhood. Grandfather. Vegeta, in his ape form, raised a hand, accompanied by a sound that cut through the air, and aimed a strike at Goku. Snapping back to reality. Goku hastily leaped aside. The standing stones and earth shattered upon impact. Although Vegeta's form was immense, his agility rivaled that of Goku, and his intellect remained sharp. Goku danced across the battlefield, evading Vegeta's onslaught. At that moment, he cast aside all chaotic thoughts. The essence of the matter was the battle at hand. The disparity in power between the two was significant, and one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Goku jumped onto a large rock, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain that halted his movements. In an instant, he was seized by Vegeta, who gripped him tightly. With a fierce squeeze, Goku let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ha ha, perish." Vegeta cackled maniacally. He had long dismissed the Dragon Balls and Senzu Beans from his mind. Goku posed a threat to his life, and he was determined to eliminate him first. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from Vegeta's side. "Hey, worthless Vegeta, look over here," Krillin exclaimed, making a comical face while wielding a flat, rapidly spinning energy disc. With a swift motion, he sent the disc flying towards Vegeta's tail. "Foolish Earthling. Do you really need to warn me before attacking my tail?" Vegeta sneered, effortlessly dodging the energy disc with a leap. Goku, use the solar flare. Goku, still trapped in Vegeta's grasp, summoned the strength to unleash the solar flare. A blinding radiance erupted, momentarily dazzling Vegeta's titanium-like eyes. "Ah, my eyes are burning," Vegeta exclaimed, covering one eye with his hand while still unwilling to release Goku. At that very moment, a buzzing sound reverberated through the air. Behind Vegeta, Jiang Ling had quietly materialized. A subtle smile graced his lips as he brandished a fully charged energy disc in his hand. With a swift motion, he sent the disc slicing towards Vegeta's tail. In an instant, the tail was severed, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. What? Vegeta, the mighty warrior, opened his eyes wide in fury, sensing that his strength was swiftly diminishing, and his form was gradually shrinking. Goku, unable to maintain his grip, plummeted from the heavens, only to be caught by Piccolo, who had transformed into a streak of light. "Goku, do you still possess any Senzu Beans?" Piccolo inquired. "I no longer have any." "I am truly sorry," Goku replied weakly, his body gravely injured and rendered immobile. Jiang Ling shook his head, saying, "It's fine. You rest for now. I shall handle this." "All right," Wukong replied, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Piccolo fixed his gaze on Jiang Ling and remarked solemnly, "Do you possess the confidence to face this alone? If not, we shall confront it together." It wasn't that he underestimated Jiang Ling, rather. It was the memory of their first encounter 6 months prior, when Jiang Ling had struggled against even a mere tiger. Moreover, he had not heard of such a figure before. It was as if Jiang Ling had materialized out of thin air. Krillin also expressed his concerns. "Perhaps we should all join forces. Jiang Ling, do not feel compelled to go it alone." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, stating that they should simply take care of Wukong. However, he couldn't help but internally scoff. If he had fought alongside Wukong against Vegeta earlier, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Regrettably, Wukong had insisted on avenging his comrades alone, leaving Jiang Ling with no alternative. At that moment, Wukong, in his weakened state, spoke up. "You need not worry. Jiang Ling should be able to handle this. He is even more formidable than I." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted, while Krillin gasped in astonishment. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. In just 6 months, had he truly grown to surpass Wukong's strength? Could he be a genius? In the original narrative, Wukong, in a desperate situation, had recklessly unleashed a quadruple Kaioken, leaving his body in ruins. Yet now, he had only resorted to a triple Kaioken before stepping down. Perhaps Wukong was aware that Jiang Ling could take over. Or perhaps he wished to avoid another death that would grieve Chi-Chi, thus refraining from pushing his body beyond its limits with the quadruple Kaioken. Vegeta stared blankly at his severed tail, and after a prolonged moment, he snapped back to reality, screaming hoarsely, "No, my power." Vegeta's face gradually contorted with rage as he unleashed a powerful, translucent aura, the energy radiating outward from him in waves. Jiang Ling stepped forward, his expression grave. At this moment, Vegeta's condition resembled that of a critically wounded boss in a video game, having entered a state of frenzy. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. A crimson aura enveloped Jiang Ling, his presence rendered formidable under the enhancement of the King S Fist. With unparalleled swiftness, he launched the first strike. transforming into a mere afterimage as he lunged towards Vegeta, his fist raining down upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. The swiftness of Jiang Ling's strikes is astonishing, leaving onlookers unable to keep pace. In his frenzied state, Vegeta finds himself relegated to a position of defenselessness, utterly incapable of retaliating. Jiang Ling executed a flying kick with his right leg, followed by a whip-like strike, each move seamlessly flowing into the next. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta found himself unable to lift his head, thoroughly subdued. Krillin and Gohan struggled to keep pace with Jiang Ling's movements, occasionally glimpsing only fleeting shadows. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze shifted in tandem with Jiang Ling's swift motions, a deepening astonishment etched upon his face. It was an overwhelming dominance. One must acknowledge that in his berserk state, Vegeta's power had surged beyond its previous limits, yet he was still being relentlessly bested by Jiang Ling. What a terrifying display of strength. But at that moment, the tide of battle abruptly shifted. Where there is oppression, there is bound to be an eruption. This is an immutable truth of existence. Aya! Vegeta roared in fury, a torrent of energy erupting around him, forcefully propelling Jiang Ling away. He then leapt into the sky. Die with me. Vegeta's expression twisted in rage as he concentrated his energy into his ultimate technique. Final flash. He had succumbed to madness, intent on annihilating Jiang Ling along with the very earth itself. The final flash, imbued with a terrifying might, descended directly upon Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling raised her eyebrows, withdrew her fist, and stepped back a few paces, taking a deep breath. The crimson flames enveloping her suddenly erupted. Triple Kaioken. Quadruple Kaioken. The red flames blazed fiercely. As Jiang Ling gazed at the approaching energy blast, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. In an instant, the blast veered off course and soared back. What? How could this be? Vegeta stood in disbelief, frozen in place. The energy blast had drained him of nearly all his strength, leaving him with but a mere fraction of his power. Helplessly, he could only watch as the energy blast struck him. With a deafening crash, Vegeta plummeted from the sky to the ground. After a moment, he staggered to his feet, his battle suit tattered and blood flowing from his wounds. I cannot perish, I must not perish, for I seek to attain immortality and defeat Frieza. Jiang Ling couldn't help but scoff. Truly, he was impressed by Vegeta. Despite enduring such grievous injuries, he still managed to rise to his feet. However, now that you are weakened, I shall seize the opportunity to claim your life. Jiang Ling leaped forward with a powerful kick, initially aimed at the abdomen, but for some inexplicable reason, the trajectory veered slightly, landing instead below Vegeta. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens. Vegeta curled up on the ground, trembling, his complexion pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Jiang Ling. Sun Wukong. Krillin observed the scene, instinctively tightening his legs. Piccolo's brow twitched, a phantom pain coursing through him. Gohan glanced at the silent crowd, then turned to Vegeta, tilting his head and shrugging, uncertain of what had transpired. Ahem, I did not intend to strike that particular spot. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Ling cleared his throat lightly and approached Vegeta. At this moment, the latter had already lost his fighting prowess, posing no threat whatsoever. Jiang Ling's expression turned icy as he raised his hand, poised to bring an end to Vegeta's haughty existence. Wait, Goku's voice resonated. Could you refrain from taking his life? Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gaze toward Goku. Jiang Ling also ceased his subsequent actions, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood that the most classic scenario of Goku sparing an enemy's life had emerged. Goku, what are you contemplating? Vegeta has slain Chaozu, Tien, Shinon, and Yamcha. And now you wish to let him depart? Krillin was the first to express his discontent. Piccolo, rendered speechless, recalled the last World Martial Arts Tournament, where Goku had shown mercy and allowed him to leave. The situation was strikingly similar. Observing Goku, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Piccolo shook his head and coldly uttered two words, foolish. You see, even the typically reticent Piccolo has chastised you. Krillin seethed with frustration, stomping his feet. Gohan placed his hand on Goku's forehead, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Dad, you can't possibly have sustained a concussion, can you? No. Goku shook his head, gazing at the sky, and sighed. I simply feel it would be a pity to kill him. I yearn for another exhilarating battle. Jiang Ling. May I indulge in a moment of whimsy? That is my sole request. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt his spirit deflate. Well, you have indeed saved the Earth numerous times, so you are certainly entitled to a moment of indulgence. Jiang Ling gazed at Wukong, his eyes flickering between murderous intent and hesitation. The most decisive course of action would be to eliminate Vegeta outright, thus resolving the matter once and for all. However, the subsequent events would spiral beyond his control. Conversely, should he choose to let Vegeta go, as the narrative unfolds, both Vegeta and Wukong would emerge as the primary defenders of Earth, allowing him to languish in the background without concern. This was the source of his indecision. Jiang Ling, I implore you. I shall heed your counsel from now on. Wukong's voice echoed once more. Sigh. Jiang Ling let out a sigh, uttering Saint Mother. Subsequently, in an outburst of frustration, he directed a kick towards Vegeta's direction. A piercing howl erupted as Vegeta suffered 2 consecutive blows to his most vulnerable area, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry that caused everyone present to wince in sympathy. Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly, feeling a sense of relief that he was devoid of such a vulnerability. After a considerable pause, Vegeta, enduring the slightly diminished pain, trembled as he retrieved a remote control and pressed a button. A white, circular single-pod spacecraft approached from a distance, landing directly beside him and opening its hatch. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Vegeta gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength to crawl inside. Inside the spacecraft, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Piccolo. If I am not mistaken, you must be an Namekian. This reminds me of the legendary Dragon Balls said to exist on your planet, akin to those on Earth, is it not? Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, while the others exchanged bewildered glances. A Namekian? The Demon King Piccolo is an extraterrestrial? Jiang Ling, however, remained largely unfazed, as a traveler from another realm. He was fully aware of this fact. Vegeta, taken aback by their reactions, quickly regained his composure and mockingly remarked, It seems you are as oblivious to your origins as Kakarot. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. The hedge began to close slowly. I shall return, Vegeta proclaimed as a parting remark. The spacecraft then soared into the sky, ascending into the vastness of outer space. Krillin shouted loudly, Damn it. You need to clarify your words. In the vastness of the universe, there exists a planet known as Namek. Simultaneously, within a spacecraft, Vegeta activated the life support system and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, having exhausted all his strength. The few defiant words he had uttered moments earlier were his final display of stubbornness. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke those words, a flicker of red light shimmered in the corner of the spacecraft. Chapter 21. Preparations for Namek. In a distant corner of the cosmos, a verdant planet flourished, adorned with lush trees, embodying the essence of life. Yet, amidst this vibrant scenery stood a stark steel base, an incongruous sight against the surrounding foliage. Inside the base, within an opulently furnished office, Frieza reclined in a hovering contraption, his hands clasped elegantly before him, listening intently to a recording presented by his subordinate. Namek, the Dragon Balls. Vegeta is quite disobedient. However, he is unaware that there is a recording device aboard the ship. Ha ha ha. Standing beside him was a rotund figure with pink skin, who seized the moment to suggest, shall we? Making a gesture across his throat. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head with graceful disdain. I am not a ruler devoid of principles. Since Vegeta has provided such crucial information, I shall embark on a journey to Namek, acquire immortality, and then personally see to his demise, ha ha ha. As he spoke, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Dodoria. Are there any teams available at the base? The pink-hued Dodoria promptly replied, Your Majesty, several teams have already been dispatched to battle, and the fastest will not return for another 3 days. Then we shall set off in 3 days, heading to Namek, Frieza declared slowly. Meanwhile, on Earth, after Vegeta's departure, a heavy silence enveloped the group. They gazed upon the lifeless forms of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu, as a wave of sorrow washed over them. Krillin attempted to lighten the mood with a chuckle. It's all right. We still have the Dragon Balls. We can bring them back to life in a year. Jiang Ling's expression was one of sorrow. After all, they had been friends for several months. Witnessing someone who was once vibrant now reduced to a cold, lifeless body is a painful experience for anyone. However, as she gazed upon the scene, an odd expression began to manifest on Jiang Ling's face, and the sorrow in her heart dissipated entirely. The posture of Yamcha, why does it seem so familiar? Is this not the legendary scene immortalized in the original work, featuring Yamcha? Indeed, the god of tea truly lives up to the title. Jiang Ling, enveloped in sorrow, took out her mobile phone. She launched the camera application and pressed the shutter button. Click. This moment, destined to be immortalized through the ages, was captured within her device. Jiang Ling resolved to upload this photograph onto the USB drive where she stored her essential study materials upon her return. Jiang Ling made a call to Bulma, requesting her to send a larger airship. While they waited in place, they began to discuss the final words left by Vegeta. Piccolo, are you aware that you are an Namekian? Inquired Sun Wukong. Piccolo shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I don't know. Perhaps even the Supreme Kai is unaware. Krillin interjected. Vegeta mentioned that there exist wish orbs on Namek, akin to the Dragon Balls. It seems you and the Supreme Kai must have some connection to that planet. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. I surmise that Namek must host a clan akin to yours, Piccolo. Do you wish to journey to Namek? Hmph. What does that have to do with me? Piccolo retorted, dismissing the notion with a scoff, yet he felt an unexpected stir within his heart. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be an outsider among the inhabitants of Earth. On numerous occasions, during solitary moments of meditation, he had contemplated the origins of his existence. Jiang Ling glanced at Piccolo and spoke again. Vegeta did not obtain the Dragon Balls on Earth this time. Once he recovers, he is very likely to journey to Namek. At that point, your kind, Piccolo, may be in peril. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Goku, who was lying down, brightened his eyes and said, He will go to Namek? Then I shall go as well. I yearn to battle him once more. Humph. How easily you speak. But what of the spaceship? Earth currently lacks a spacecraft, does it not? Piccolo replied coldly. Jiang Ling smiled. I shall resolve this matter. I have decided to accompany Wukong to Namek. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered. After a long moment, he murmured, Make sure to take me along. With that, he soared into the sky. Gohan raised his hand and declared, If Uncle Piccolo and Father are going, then I wish to join as well. Jiang Ling nodded, directing his gaze towards Krillin. The latter scratched his gleaming bald head and remarked, Since you all are going, I shall join as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling initially intended to decline, as Krillin's participation might lead him down the perilous path depicted in the original narrative, potentially sacrificing himself recklessly. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered that traveling to Maikexing could be advantageous. It would allow Krillin to cultivate his potential under the guidance of the Grand Elder, ensuring he would not remain feeble and vulnerable to swift defeat by adversaries. As a childhood companion of Wukong and a fellow student of the prince, it was simply unacceptable for him to be so weak. After a brief interlude, a medium-sized airship approached from the distance, descending near the group. Chi-Chi was the first to emerge from within, and upon spotting Wukong sprawled on the ground, tears welled in her eyes as she rushed toward him. Jiang Ling turned to the approaching Bulma and inquired, How did Chi-Chi come along? Bulma shrugged her shoulders and replied, I figured that Goku was gravely injured, and you all, being rather uncouth, wouldn't be able to provide proper care. Since Goku requires attention, I decided to bring Chi-Chi along. Well, that's quite agreeable, Jiang Ling responded. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, casually resting his hand on Bulma's waist. Bulma rolled her eyes and swatted his hand away, whispering, Pervert. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, as though she had not heard a word. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Wukong with a heart full of concern. Wukong, how did you come to be so injured? Does it hurt? Why are you exerting yourself so? What if you were to perish again, leaving us mother and child in despair? Son Wukong flashed a grin. It doesn't hurt. See, I'm perfectly fine. Is that so? Son Gohan, overhearing his father, poked at his arm. Ouch! Son Wukong exclaimed in pain. Don't poke, it hurts. And you still claim it's not painful. Chi-Chi, wiping away her tears, couldn't help but chuckle, giving Gohan a playful nudge. Your father is injured. Stop teasing him. Observing the harmonious scene of the Sun family, Jiang Ling shook her head. Such blatant displays of affection. Bulma, we require a spaceship. Jiang Ling wished to discuss the matters regarding Namek with Bulma, only to find her staring blankly at Yamcha's lifeless body, utterly speechless. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling fell silent, letting out a deep sigh within. Indeed, it was a profound bond that had spanned several years. To claim it was nothing would be disingenuous. Surely, Bulma must be feeling an immense heartache. Jiang Ling stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, he noticed Bulma blinking. Perhaps the space on the airship was insufficient. Should they simply incinerate Yamcha on the spot? Jiang Ling turned to gaze at the flying ship capable of accommodating a dozen passengers, lost in contemplation. Chapter 22. The ingenious use of the tail on board the airship. The lifeless bodies of Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu were ensconced within a preservation chamber, subsequently stored in a capsule for safekeeping. Unlike in the original narrative, Piccolo did not perish in battle. Thus, they merely needed to await a year for the Dragon Balls to cool before making a wish for resurrection. Chi-Chi and Gohan remained by Goku's side, offering comfort and concern. With the supply of Senzu beans exhausted, Goku's injuries could not be immediately healed, and Bulma was left with no choice but to pilot the craft towards the finest hospital in West City. During the journey, Jiang Ling recounted the origins of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, along with the notion of traveling to Namek. Namek has Dragon Balls as well? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, quickly furrowing her brow. However, with our current resources, even utilizing my father's most advanced engine, interstellar travel seems quite implausible. There's no need for concern. Do you remember how Goku arrived here when he was a child? Jiang Ling smiled. He mentioned coming from another planet. Bulma instinctively replied, her eyes suddenly alight with realization. Of course, he must have come aboard a spaceship. Jiang Ling nodded and said, indeed, we can locate the spaceship from earlier. With some modifications, it can still be utilized. Moreover, since we successfully drove Vegeta away, there remains one spaceship that hasn't departed. And I happen to have found the remote control for their spacecraft. As he spoke, Jiang Ling retrieved a remote control from his pocket and waved it slightly. We can leverage the spaceship to reverse engineer the technologies we have yet to master. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through Jiang Ling's description, she envisioned numerous advanced technologies that Earth lacked, along with the prospect of leisurely and enjoyable interstellar travel, which appeared relatively safe. These were all aspects that piqued her interest. The vastness of the cosmos. What scientist wouldn't be captivated? All right, we'll acquire the spaceship for modifications. As for the research on technology, I'll let my father handle that. My current focus is on interstellar travel. However, considering the number of people, we might need to enlarge the space a bit. After speaking, Bulma grew increasingly exhilarated and impulsively cupped Jiang Ling's face, planting a fervent kiss on him. Then, she suddenly realized her actions and froze, caught up in her excitement. She had acted upon a fantasy she had long imagined. Her fair, delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her gaze, her heart racing as she dared not meet Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling gazed at her bashful demeanor, and his blood began to stir. Swallowing hard, he slowly leaned closer to her delicate face. The enchanting atmosphere enveloped them. Bulma closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. Their breaths mingled, allowing them to feel the warmth exhaled by one another. For a fleeting moment, apart from the faint hum of the airship's engine, only the sound of their racing hearts remained. Just as Jiang Ling was about to meet her tender, ruby lips, Gohan's sudden appearance interrupted them. Aunt Bulma, we're going to crash. Gohan pointed anxiously at the mountain ahead of the airship. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, hurriedly turning to take control of the vessel. Jiang Ling cast a displeased glance at Gohan, who innocently inquired, Aunt Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red. Well, perhaps, Bulma replied, a tinge of embarrassment coloring her words as she laughed awkwardly. Gohan, Jiang Ling took a deep breath, abruptly lifting Gohan and carrying him to the side of Goku and Chi-Chi, separated by a wall. He felt it was imperative for Gohan to witness the harsh realities of society. Unaware of the impending danger that was gradually encroaching upon him, Gohan continued to inquire, Uncle Jiang Ling, what is the matter? Jiang Ling paid no heed to the matter at hand. Instead, he turned to Chi-Chi, his expression grave as he spoke. Chi-Chi, I believe that Gohan possesses immense potential. Neither academic pursuits nor martial training should be neglected. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, her face contorting with concern. Well, Gohan is still quite young. Perhaps we should consider his opinion. Gohan, what are your thoughts? Gohan tilted his head in contemplation, feeling a fondness for both scholarly endeavors and martial arts. I enjoy both. Jiang Ling smiled and said, as long as you all enjoy it, that's wonderful. In addition to your current study tasks, I encourage you to incorporate some martial arts training. I firmly believe you can achieve this. Chi-Chi, let me emphasize, it is crucial to educate children early. Otherwise, they will struggle to keep pace with their peers in the future. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately expressed her agreement. Jiang Ling nodded with a sense of relief and continued, moreover, do not treat the child like a precious gem. If he misbehaves, he must be disciplined. Mere verbal admonitions are insufficient. Subsequently, Jiang Ling fervently advocated for the merits of corporal punishment. However, given Gohan's formidable strength, it seems implausible that Chi-Chi could inflict any real harm upon him. If Chi-Chi is incapable, how could Goku possibly fall short? Jiang Ling returned to the cockpit with a sense of satisfaction. As for how Wukong managed to persuade Chi-Chi to allow the father and son to venture to Namek, that was no longer his concern. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Jiang Ling closed his eyes, feigning sleep, and focused his mind to review the rewards for today's sign-in at Vegeta. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The ability transform into a gorilla while retaining rationality. Oh, Jiang Ling was somewhat taken aback. This ability was indeed impressive. He was reluctant to part with his tail, for after all, Gohan had mentioned that having a tail was quite advantageous. For instance, when standing to relieve oneself, the tail could provide support on the ground, forming a tripod with the two legs, effectively preventing any loss of balance after relieving oneself. Chapter 23. Goku's Weakness. The airship glided leisurely through the sky. Jiang Ling gazed unabashedly at Bulma, who occupied the driver's seat. Sensing his scrutiny, Bulma turned her head only to meet his gaze directly. "Ah," she exclaimed, hurriedly redirecting her attention, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Girls in love tend to be particularly sensitive, and Bulma, usually so carefree and bold, was no exception. She set the airship to autopilot, then turned back, feigning composure as she inquired, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Ling gazed upon her with tenderness, saying, "I am captivated by the girl I adore. She is so exquisite. Might I have the honor of your companionship as my girlfriend?" As he leaned closer to Bulma's ear, he whispered softly, "I wish for the kite to soar with the wind, for the dolphin to dance in the sea, and for you to find yourself within me. Bulma, will you be my girlfriend?" The warmth of his breath brushed against the delicate curve of her ear, eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. It felt as though a current of electricity coursed through her entire being, leaving her in a state of delightful numbness, her body melting into a gentle softness. Bulma's gaze grew increasingly dreamy. "Would you?" Upon hearing the response, Jiang Ling felt a surge of delight. Gazing at the bashful Bulma before him, he was suddenly struck by the impulse to tease her. "What? I can't hear you. Could you possibly speak a bit louder, perhaps with that usual boisterousness of yours?" Bulma lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Ling's mischievous smile, her brows furrowing in discontent. The youthful blush that had adorned her cheeks vanished in an instant. One hand rested defiantly on her hip, while the other grasped Jiang Ling's ear. She declared loudly, "I said I agree to be your girlfriend. Did you hear that? Should I repeat myself?" "Yes, yes, I heard you loud and clear," he replied. Jiang Ling immediately became obedient, nodding like a sparrow pecking at grains. Xiaomi is a skilled technician. Now that is more like it. Bulma, with a hint of pride in her demeanor, crossed her arms and returned to her seat, revealing a triumphant smile. It was the height of summer, and Bulma donned shorts, her fair and delicate long legs unmistakably on display. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. By some twist of fate, she extended her hand. Just as she was about to make contact with her thigh, she suddenly realized the implications of her actions. Unsure whether to proceed or withdraw, she swiftly altered her approach and tickled her armpit instead. "Ha ha ha. Oh, please don't do that. You're so mischievous. Just stop it, would you?" Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Wukong underwent a comprehensive examination, and the doctor was astonished by the results. This injury, it appears, was inflicted by a large truck, and it had even rolled over him multiple times. The severity of the wounds was astounding, particularly considering he had not uttered a single sound. The doctor felt a profound respect for son Wukong's fortitude. "First, we need to administer an injection." "What?" Wukong's eyes widened, his face a mask of defiance. "I refuse to have an injection." "Absolutely not." The doctor was somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, Wukong had boasted of his masculinity. Yet now he was reluctant to endure a mere injection. Jiang Ling and the others covered their faces, caught between laughter and tears. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips and her expression stern, declared in an authoritative tone, "You must receive the injection. Only then will your injuries heal swiftly." Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong looked at her with a pitiful gaze, his meaning unmistakable. However, Chi-Chi disregarded his plea and insisted that the doctor administer the injection immediately. She also took the opportunity to educate Gohan, saying, "Do not emulate your father. We must be good children, understand?" Gohan, only partially grasping her words, nodded in agreement. Turning to his father, he offered reassurance. "Father, do not fear. I shall prepare a nourishing soup infused with tiger essence for you." Wukong's eyes brightened at this, and he replied, "Excellent." Jiang Ling. Leaving Wukong and his family at the hospital, Bulma returned home with Jiang Ling. Naturally, it was Bulma's residence, as it was conveniently located nearby. At this moment, evening had descended. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Although today's battle appeared deceptively simple, it was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the Earth. Alas, the planet was exceedingly fragile. Thus, on the battlefield, Jiang Ling remained perpetually on high alert, fearing that a moment's inattention might spell doom for the Earth and himself, leaving no room for regret. Now that the immediate danger had passed, his tension eased, and he naturally succumbed to weariness. Noticing his condition, Bulma remarked, "Allow me to arrange a guest room for you." "Very well, please do," he replied. Jiang Ling stifled a yawn. On the very first day of their relationship, achieving perfection was out of the question. At most, they could share a gentle kiss and hold hands. The two of them entered a guest room. Although referred to as a guest room, it was quite spacious, with ample natural light, and boasted a full array of facilities, including a bathroom and various amenities. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, who was introducing the room, feeling a flutter of excitement within. After all, they were now in a romantic relationship, and sharing a kiss seemed rather reasonable, didn't it? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Their eyes met, and Bulma's cheeks flushed with color. In the intimate confines of a room, especially at such a late hour, the atmosphere was charged with a palpable tension. "Bulma, you promised to be my girlfriend," Jiang Ling said with a gentle smile. Bulma, blushing and somewhat anxious, replied, What do you want to do?" "Nothing in particular," he responded. As Jiang Ling spoke, he leaned in for a kiss. Their breaths mingled, and their lips met tenderly. Bulma felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her body growing weak. Unbeknownst to them, they gradually moved to the edge of the bed. With a gentle push, they fell onto the mattress. As Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling before her, her heart raced wildly. Was it truly here that she would surrender her innocence? A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. She was no longer a child, having crossed into her 20s. During her previous relationship, she had refrained from taking further steps, considering her youth, and they had merely remained friends. Their long-distance relationship strained under the weight of increasing quarrels, exacerbated by their differing personalities. Yamcha, gradually consumed by his martial pursuits, had grown distant, and they saw each other scarcely throughout the year. In such circumstances, the prospect of a deeper connection had faded away. Thus, Bulma remained an untouched maiden, still unversed in the ways of love. Jiang Ling embraced Bulma, inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped her. The gentleness of a woman often disarms a man, allowing him to shed all defenses and relax completely. At this moment, Jiang Ling seemed to have entered a gentle haven. In the expectant gaze of Bulma, he succumbed to a deep slumber. "Bulma, I've already discarded my skirt and prepared everything. Are you simply going to sleep?" Chapter 24. Is it possible? The following morning, Jiang Ling, hurry and rise. The sun is already shining on your backside. How much longer do you intend to sleep? It is time to seek out Goku's childhood spaceship. As Jiang Ling groggily opened his eyes, he found himself staring into the furious gaze of Bulma, who had been cradled in his arms throughout the night. "Can you let go now? I need to freshen up," she huffed, her eyes brimming with resentment. Jiang Ling instinctively released his hold upon seeing her expression. Regaining his senses, he couldn't help but mentally chastise himself. They had done nothing but sleep the previous night. Truly unbelievable. Jiang Ling inwardly chastised herself. How could someone of her age find solace in sleep? The sound of water gently trickling from the bathroom resonated, while her gaze fell upon the graceful silhouette illuminated through the frosted glass. Jiang Ling felt an irresistible urge, unable to contain himself any longer. The morning had already ignited his vitality, and coupled with Bulma's recent melancholic gaze, he realized he must take action. Oh, the bathroom door was unlocked. Jiang Ling entered the bathroom, and a startled exclamation escaped Bulma's lips. "Ah, what are you doing in here?" "I came in to help you wash your back. You've already seen me in my entirety. Our relationship is the same whether you see me now or later. Haha." Bulma, observing Jiang Ling's shameless demeanor, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. However, recalling the matters that lay ahead, she could only adopt a conciliatory tone and say, "Let us discuss this later, in the evening. We need to find the spaceship soon." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the spaceship could be found at any time. "No worries, let us proceed." Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling's physique, swallowing hard. One must admit, Jiang Ling's figure was indeed remarkable. His chest was prominent, his waist well-defined, and his legs elegantly sculpted. The delineation of his mermaid line was striking, and his eight-pack abs were perfectly defined. an epitome of someone who appears slender in clothing yet possesses a well-toned body beneath. Jiang Ling gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, their heated skin pressed together. "May I kiss you?" he inquired. "Certainly," she replied. "You smell delightful." "How annoying." "Be gentle." "May I kiss you here?" "No, you may not." "Very well." "Can I?" "Really?" "You fool." At this moment, Jiang Ling gently plucked the pipa, skillfully caressing, twisting, and strumming the strings. After this series of actions, Bulma could no longer contain her impatience, eager to proceed to the next step. She gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Leaning closer, she softly whispered in his ear, "Are you capable, little dog?" Jiang Ling felt as though the string of reason within him had snapped. "Is that so? You dare question me?" In an instant, the fire within Jiang Ling surged more fiercely than if he had unleashed the Kaioken. He swiftly embraced her and carried her out of the bathroom, placing her gently upon the bed. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks were suffused with a rosy glow, her gaze dreamy, presenting herself as a flower ready to be plucked. Before reason had completely faded away, Jiang Ling silently issued a command to the system. "System, shut down." Shutting down. Successfully shut down. After confirming this multiple times, Jiang Ling turned her gaze towards Bulma, akin to a famished wolf encountering a delectable feast, and leapt towards her. Their mutual affection blossomed effortlessly, as if it were destined. Bulma bore the consequences of the words she had uttered. At this moment, the distance between them was non-existent. The grand bed swayed like a fragile vessel amidst a tempest. An hour later, Jiang Ling sat comfortably on the sofa, with Bulma languidly nestled in his embrace. Not far away lay the collapsed bed. Bulma's charming face still bore a trace of crimson. She slightly furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could you not be a bit gentler? It hurts during the first time, you know." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ling hurriedly reassured. As the saying goes, where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. It will be better next time. Besides, you just urged me to hurry. Bulma shot her a glare and retorted, "Be quiet. Goku's spaceship is still missing." With that, she struggled to rise. Jiang Ling, with a smile, gently patted her small head, saying, "You've just blossomed, take a rest. That matter can wait for a while, there is no rush." Bulma had no choice but to relent. It was not that she was unwilling to rise, rather, Jiang Ling had been excessively lacking in tenderness, leaving her entire body sore and devoid of strength. Had Jiang Ling been privy to her thoughts, a triumphant grin would undoubtedly have spread across his face. After all, it was only natural. He had been single for over 20 years. Chapter 25. A small home the following morning. Jiang Ling deliberately summoned a white, circular spacecraft using a remote control. This single-person spaceship belonged to Naba, the bald, muscular man who had arrived on Earth alongside Vegeta. Since he had met his demise, the vessel was no longer of use to him. Consequently, Jiang Ling, having acquired the remote control, naturally claimed the spacecraft as his own. Jiang Ling entrusted the spacecraft to Dr. Brief, allowing him to delve into the intricacies of this technology. It is believed that in due time, Earth will possess its very own spacecraft. Dr. Brief, a sprightly old gentleman, is perpetually clad in a white lab coat, with a small black cat perched upon his shoulder. He is also the father of Bulma. The moment he laid eyes upon the spacecraft, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He caressed the vessel with an affectionate touch. "If Bulma ever treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall set her straight," Dr. Brief promised, patting Jiang Ling on the shoulder. Jiang Ling naturally responded with a cheerful demeanor, simultaneously marking his attendance in his mind. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he sought an excuse to depart. Finding a secluded spot, he eagerly examined the sign and reward he had just received. It is worth noting that Dr. Brief is among the most eminent scientists on Earth. Surely, the reward would be exceptional. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Dr. Brief's artistic appreciation level. Jiang Ling. If his memory serves him correctly, Dr. Brief has a penchant for reading H magazines. After a day's respite, Bulma transformed back into her spirit itself. Under the flirtatious gazes exchanged between Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, the two departed from West City. According to Sun Wukong's description, they ventured into the mountains near the Baozi region. Amidst the vast peaks, locating a small spaceship seemed a trivial endeavor. However, this was no challenge for Bulma, renowned for her brilliance. Within just a few hours at home, she crafted a metal detector. With this device in hand, finding a spaceship would be a mere formality. Jiang Ling returned home with Bulma to his picturesque abode nestled in the wilderness. After all, Residing at Bulma's house might lead to him being labeled a mere gigolo, although he had no qualms about enjoying the fruits of a comfortable life. Being in the throes of romance and constantly indulging in affectionate moments beneath the watchful eyes of Bulma's parents felt somewhat peculiar, given the depth of their relationship. They both sensed the necessity of having a private dwelling, a realm that belonged solely to them. Jiang Ling found the prospect of purchasing a villa to be rather cumbersome, especially considering it would merely accommodate the two of them, leaving it rather desolate and uninviting. After careful discussion, they unanimously decided to reside in Jiang Ling's modest abode. In no time, Jiang Ling transformed the surrounding area into a quaint little garden. Though Bulma hailed from a wealthy family, she was devoid of any entitlement typically associated with princesses. The size of the house did not bother her in the slightest. Jiang Ling felt a pang of guilt regarding this. "I feel sorry for you," he admitted. Bulma chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "What is there to feel sorry about? It is you, as a person, that I cherish. Besides, I am affluent. What material need could I possibly lack?" Jiang Ling. "I nearly forgot that this young lady is quite affluent. The trifles of daily life hold no significance for her. Consequently, many trivial matters are rendered inconsequential. Currently, the area surrounding the house has begun to take shape, featuring a garden, a residence, and a gravity training chamber. Additionally, there is a spacious facility, released from a capsule by Bulma, which may also be described as a workshop. This serves as her domain for research and the fabrication of machinery." Jiang Ling merely glanced inside, where an array of intricate machinery was densely packed. Even with his profound expertise in mechanical modifications, he could not identify the majority of the devices. Wukong's spacecraft was already in his possession, and the task of its transformation was entrusted to Bulma. Although Jiang Ling could lend a hand, he opted to focus on his cultivation. The adversaries he may soon face could very well be Frieza. Without a significant enhancement in strength, victory would be unattainable. Relying on Sun Wukong? Best to reconsider. Self-reliance is paramount. Should he evade Frieza's wrath directly? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. If Frieza were to gather the Dragon Balls of Namek and attain immortality, Earth would inevitably become his next target. The illustrious Cosmic Emperor, the CEO of the Intergalactic Real Estate Company, and the commander of countless subordinates, Frieza would never permit the existence of Earth's Dragon Balls as a potential threat. Thus, it is imperative to bolster one's strength promptly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, so dire that even the Dragon Balls would be incapable of resurrection. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling was not without his contributions to the spaceship's modifications. Within the design schematics, a room was distinctly marked for him, which he intended to share with Bulma. Hence, he specifically included the finest soundproofing materials on the list of required resources, leaving Bulma quite flustered. Chapter 26. Digging a Pit Ding. Upon completing a significant milestone in life, the host is rewarded with 10 mutated seeds. Jiang Ling was training under the immense pressure of 50 times gravity when he heard a notification sound, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Is this truly possible? This was the first time the system had rewarded him with something as peculiar as seeds. Moreover, the mutated Immortal Bean seed cannot possibly be a reference from Dragon Ball. Can it? Has the Immortal Bean gone awry, or has Master Karen strayed? The system, sensing Jiang Ling's confusion, took the liberty to explain. Host. The mutated Immortal Bean seed is a special variety cultivated by the system, primarily designed to slightly enhance various aspects of your physical attributes and overall strength. Oh, I understand now. Jiang Ling nodded, then inquired further. Is there any improvement in that regard? Theoretically, there is, came the response. Well, that's quite commendable. Jiang Ling silently praised the system in his heart. He gazed at the brief introduction regarding the mutated Immortal Bean seeds, which promised a modest enhancement of strength. Jiang Ling was quite satisfied. His prowess in that aspect was formidable, requiring no enhancement. Moreover, a slight boost in combat power, achieved through a single mutated celestial being, would only yield a few hundred points, which seemed somewhat trivial to Jiang Ling. However, this mutated celestial bean seed was perfectly suited for Bulma. To be frank, due to her being an ordinary person, Jiang Ling needed to meticulously control his strength to engage in intimate activities. Otherwise, even the slightest movement could prove overwhelming for Bulma. With the acquisition of the mutated celestial bean seed, it is believed that the future will become increasingly. Jiang Ling dared not even contemplate it. Such fortune was beyond belief. Shaking his head, he exited the gravity training room and found an empty spot in the courtyard to crouch down. With a flick of his hand, The mutated immortal bean seed materialized in his grasp. He dug a small hole, added some soil, and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeating these steps, Jiang Ling carefully planted the 10 seeds one by one. After watering them, a miraculous scene unfolded. 10 tender sprouts emerged from the earth, emanating a faint glow. Truly a marvel of mutation, their growth was remarkably swift. Jiang Ling's brow relaxed. She initially believed it would take a considerable time to reap the harvest. However, it now appears that maturity is just around the corner. Jiang Ling stepped outside the research lab, and through the window, he beheld a nascent spacecraft taking shape beneath which Bulma, clad in overalls, was intently manipulating machinery for its modification. Her long blue hair was tied up in a ponytail, and every so often, a bead of perspiration would trickle down her forehead. It must be said that when Bulma immersed herself in her work, she exuded a unique charm. Jiang Ling stepped inside, placing a gentle hand on Bulma's shoulder and softly advising her not to overexert herself, suggesting that she take a moment to rest when necessary. Bulma paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head, declaring that she was not tired. Rather, this was her passion, and she was thoroughly enjoying it. "Allow me to lend a hand," Jiang Ling offered, attempting to sit down to assist her. However, Bulma, noticing his presence, stood up and ushered him out of the laboratory. "You would only hinder me here. Transforming a spaceship is quite a rewarding endeavor for me. Then let me compensate you," Jiang Ling exclaimed. "Ah? How would you do that?" Bulma responded, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ling curled the corner of his mouth and whispered something in Bulma's ear. After hearing it, she shot him an annoyed glance. "It's broad daylight. Just bear with it for now, and we'll discuss it tonight." With that, she turned and returned to the laboratory. Jiang Ling could only force his restless heart to return to tranquility, simultaneously letting out a sigh within. Those who practice martial arts possess many virtues, yet their exuberant vitality often proves overwhelming. With this thought, Jiang Ling retrieved a cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the system space, savoring it as he made his way back to the gravity training room, embarking on a new round of cultivation. The cool breeze carried whispers of tranquility, while the autumn moon stretched endlessly overhead, compelling me to reflect on my yearning for beauty, akin to enduring a year in a single day. In the realm of the underworld, Yamcha leisurely raced along the serpentine path. Tien, Fan, and Dumpling had already surged ahead. After their demise, they too were assigned by the celestial deities to train on Planet King, now traversing the serpentine route towards it. "Hey, wait for me. Don't rush," Yamcha called out. Tien Fan maintained his pace, replying as he ran, "If you're not in a hurry, I am. We must seize this exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Brother Tien is right," Dumpling chimed in. "Hmph," Yamcha scoffed. "I heard from the deities that the Saiyans have been driven away. Is such fervent training really necessary?" His thoughts were quite simple. Having finally met his end, should he not relish the moment? However, Tien Fan held a different perspective. One can never be too cautious. Who knows if more formidable foes will emerge? Do you not recall how he perished? That feeling of helplessness from being annihilated is not easily forgotten. Chapter 27. Vegeta sets off. West City Hospital. In the patient room, Goku lay on the hospital bed, his entire body swathed in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries. The long-term effects of utilizing the triple Kaioken had taken their toll on his body, yet he had managed to endure. Now on the path to recovery. His current condition was the result of being crushed by the formidable Vegeta, leaving him with multiple fractures and severely damaged organs. Fortunately, given the medical advancements of this era, healing was merely a matter of time. While Chi-Chi could afford to wait, Goku himself could not. Remaining inactive in bed for an extended period was torturous for someone as devoted to training as he was, more unbearable than facing an arduous examination. Consequently, he occasionally squirmed, seeking at least a modicum of movement. "Goku, you must lie still. This is the best way to recover swiftly," Chi-Chi insisted promptly. But I want to move. After such a long hiatus from training, my body feels rusty. "I don't care, just don't move. Focus on healing." Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, a doctor entered, holding a syringe, preparing to administer an injection to Goku. The gleaming silver of the syringe made Goku shudder, his face etched with refusal. "No, I absolutely refuse to have an injection. It's far too terrifying." Upon hearing these words, Chi-Chi felt quite helpless. Her husband, undeniably the most formidable warrior on Earth, was frightened of needles. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She leaned closer to Wukong's ear and softly whispered, "Darling, once you receive the injection, your body will recover swiftly. When we return home, I wouldn't mind if you wish to administer as many injections as you desire. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, radiating an enchanting allure. Sun Wukong was so mesmerized that he failed to notice when the doctor completed the injection. At that moment, Gohan unexpectedly appeared. What are you two up to? Ahem. Have you finished your homework? If not, return and complete it. Stay out of adult matters. In the vastness of the cosmos, after a fortnight of travel, Vegeta's spacecraft successfully landed on its intended planet. This celestial body served as the headquarters for Frisia's intergalactic real estate company. The station personnel quickly recognized Vegeta and promptly escorted him for treatment. Inside the medical facility, Vegeta was entirely unclothed, encased within a treatment apparatus filled with a mysterious liquid. An unattractive doctor, sporting a tuft of red hair beneath his white coat, sat quietly by, awaiting the completion of the procedure. After several hours of treatment, a notification appeared on the device's screen: treatment complete. The medical conditions here far surpassed those on Earth. In merely a few hours, a patient on the brink of death had been revived. As Vegeta opened his eyes within the liquid-filled machine, he shattered the glass enclosure with a punch and emerged. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed his surroundings. He strode directly to where his battle attire was kept, donning his underwear, combat suit, armor, and boots in succession. The doctor remarked with astonishment, "I truly wonder where you have been to return nearly dead. This treatment has not restored your tail." "Humph. I shall return for vengeance, and as for my tail, it will reappear on its own," Vegeta replied. His demeanor dark and his tone disdainful. He then turned and departed, intending to rest briefly before heading to Namek. Noticing that he had forgotten his power-level scouter, the doctor called out, "Hey, you forgot to take this." Vegeta glanced back, waved his hand dismissively. "I no longer require that device." During his battles on Earth, he had learned to sense and conceal energy through observation, albeit still unpracticed. With more use, he would naturally become adept. The doctor scratched his head, utterly perplexed. How can you fight without a scouter? Uncertain of the enemy's location, one must exert considerable effort to search, which significantly delays progress. Vegeta offered no further explanation and intended to leave. At that moment, a figure approached, his skin a deep purple, adorned with two catfish-like whiskers at the corners of his mouth. Well, if it isn't Vegeta. It's been a few days. I heard you nearly met your end?" His words dripped with sarcasm. This individual was Chio-E, Vegeta's arch-rival. Both unable to tolerate the other. Were it not for the constraints of their military code, they would have long since eliminated one another. "Hmph. Good dogs don't block the path." Vegeta's expression darkened as he brushed past him. "Just a reminder," Chio-E called after him. "Your recent unauthorized actions have greatly angered Lord Frisia." "Oh, I shall have a word with him," Vegeta retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Thanks to your delightful news, Lord Frisia has taken a team and departed." "What? The information I provided?" Vegeta's eyes widened, an ominous premonition settling in. Chio-E grinned in a disconcerting manner. "Indeed, after returning from Namek with immortality, the first thing Lord Frisia intends to do is deal with you. Just wait. How could this be?" The power scanner was utterly destroyed. Vegeta expressed disbelief. "Lord Frisia has long been cautious of you. I bet you never suspected that your spaceship was equipped with listening devices," Chio-E sneered, approaching Vegeta and poking him in the shoulder. "You little miser." Vegeta's anger surged, not solely due to Frisia, but also because of the insufferably smug Chio-E before him. With a swift motion, Vegeta delivered a punch to Chio-E's abdomen, catching him off guard. The latter sputtered, his nose and mouth spraying onto a nearby doctor as his body flew back to crash against the wall. You violated company regulations. Get lost." Vegeta replied coldly, snatching the power scanner from the doctor's hands. "This device still holds some utility." He then turned and bolted toward the area where the spacecraft was docked, leaving behind a bewildered doctor and an astonished Chio-E. "Damn it. I cannot allow Frisia to attain immortality first. Immortality is mine. Only by obtaining it can I defeat Frisia and rule the universe." Vegeta thought as he boarded his spaceship and immediately activated it, soaring into the cosmos. After his departure, Chio-E, clutching his abdomen and wearing a sinister expression, boarded a ship of his own, pursuing Vegeta closely. Chapter 28. Goku's recovery. The essence of life lies in struggle and endeavor. A man must possess integrity and an upward spirit. When encountering a kindred spirit, one should establish a family. When meeting a benefactor, one should build a career. And when encountering a wealthy patron, one should both marry and establish a career. Jiang Ling, having secured Bulma, can indeed be considered as having established his family and career. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. Although he is not averse to relying on his partner, he simultaneously embodies the traits of a man with a strong sense of masculinity. It is imperative for him to possess his own enterprise. Jiang Ling has already resolved which path he shall pursue. He will commence his endeavors upon the return of Namek. The expedition to Namek, ostensibly to assist Piccolo in returning to his homeland, is, in truth, a quest to seek the Grand Elder and unlock latent potential. However, there remains one matter that Jiang Ling finds rather uncertain. In the original narrative, Frieza discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls on Namek by eavesdropping on Vegeta's power-level scouter, prompting his journey to that planet. Now, with Jiang Ling's intervention, circumstances have inevitably altered. When Vegeta revealed that Piccolo is a Namekian, the scouter had already sustained damage. Logically, Frieza should be unaware of this fact. Yet, Jiang Ling cannot shake off a sense of insecurity. What if, in the realm of the butterfly effect, who can genuinely guarantee complete mastery over every unfolding event? Bulma, how much longer until the modifications are complete? Approximately 5 more days, Bulma remarked as she glanced at the progress. Jiang Ling nodded. Including the previous half-month, the renovation of the spacecraft took a total of 20 days. This was remarkably swift. Previously, the deity had sent Bobo, stating that there was a spacecraft available on his end, one that had been used by the deity during his childhood visit to Earth. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before declining the divine offer. The spacecraft was far too sluggish. In the original narrative, Bulma journeyed to Namek aboard the deity's vessel, a voyage that spanned a tedious 34 days. In contrast, the spaceship utilized by son Wukong was a modified version of the one he had taken to Earth during his youth. It reached Namek in a mere 8 days. Thus, Jiang Ling was resolute in his decision to upgrade the ship. 5 days. I shall inform Wukong and the others so they can prepare in advance. Isn't Wukong still in the hospital? Perhaps it is best not to go. No worries, I have Senza beans. Jiang Ling placed a gentle kiss on Bulma's forehead before soaring into the sky, disappearing from view. He would return sooner rather than later. Bulma, perplexed by his insistence on Goku's journey to Namek, chose not to inquire further. It was undeniably charming to have a man with such determination. After a moment, she chastised herself for indulging in such infatuation and joyfully resumed her work on modifying the spaceship. At the First People's Hospital in West City, within the room where son Wukong was recuperating, Gohan was diligently focused on his writing at the desk. Wukong lay in bed, his hands both fractured, relying entirely on Chi-Chi to feed him 3 meals a day. After finishing his meal, a doctor with a head of white hair approached for an examination. Doctor, how long will it take for my husband to recover? Chi-Chi inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment and replied, conservatively speaking, at least 2 months. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wukong expressed his discontent. What? 3 months? But I still need to go to Namek. Is there no other way? The doctor shook his head. No, given the current medical conditions, 3 months is the quickest recovery time. Chi-Chi interjected, perhaps you should reconsider going. Healing is paramount. Previously, Wukong had convinced Chi-Chi to agree to his and Gohan's journey to Namek through some means, but now his greatest dilemma was his injury. Gohan chimed in, Dad, why not stay behind? I can go with Uncle Jiang Ling instead. The doctor, utterly bewildered, listened to their conversation, puzzled by the mention of this Namek that he could not comprehend. Wukong, feeling distressed, realized that the only solution lay in the magical beans. However, they had been depleted during the battle with Vegeta, and the new beans had yet to mature, leaving Master Karen unable to assist. Ah, the beans, a miraculous substance, regardless of one's strength or the severity of their injuries. As long as one was alive, consuming just one would restore them to full health. Regrettably, their production was limited. Just then, a voice broke the silence. I have a way to help Wukong recover instantly. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, the window of the hospital room. The doctor, startled, trembled as he pointed at Jiang Ling, who was crouching by the window. Why you? How did you get in here? Jiang Ling did not respond, merely nodding to the crowd. Uncle Jiang Ling, it is you who has arrived, greeted Wu Fan, the first to acknowledge his presence. Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, do you possess a way to restore my health immediately? Chi-Chi similarly regarded Jiang Ling with hope. The prospect of an instant recovery would save considerable expense and trouble, for hospitals are notoriously draining on finances. Jiang Ling smiled, producing a magical bean. I possess a celestial bean. What? That's marvelous. With this, I shall swiftly regain my normal state. Sun Wukong's expression brightened, and both Chi-Chi and Gohan shared in his joy. Jiang Ling handed the celestial beans to Chi-Chi, urging her to feed them to Wukong. However, at that moment, the doctor, regaining his composure, widened his eyes and shouted vehemently, "Do not allow the patient to consume these dubious substances. The notion that one can be restored to health merely by ingestion is nothing but a deceitful fabrication." Jiang Ling, the family of Sun Wukong. Upon reflection, they realized that what was said was indeed correct. It was merely that he was unaware of the miraculous effects of the celestial beings. "Doctor, it's truly effective," Sun Wukong elucidated. The doctor, taken aback, puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, "I am the doctor here. Where in the world is there such a thing?" Jiang Ling raised his hand to signal Chi-Chi to disregard the situation and quickly feed Wukong. Chi-Chi, well aware of the miraculous effects of the celestial beings, wasted no time and directly placed one into Wukong's mouth. With a sudden glare, Wukong's body trembled and he sprang up from the sickbed, exerting force that caused all the bandages to fall away, revealing his robust physique. The ward fell into a profound silence. Chi-Chi's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a monkey's rear. Jiang Ling's expression was peculiar, silently contemplating the fact that this individual was slightly younger than himself. The doctor, thoroughly astonished, sank to the ground, incredulously observing the unfolding scene. The carefree Wukong, however, remained oblivious to the surrounding chaos, busily engaging his body in movement. He muttered, "Having refrained from training for half a month, my body is nearly rusting." "Wukong, perhaps you should don your clothing," Jiang Ling suggested. Once Wukong was properly dressed, Jiang Ling mentioned a gathering on Turtle Island in 5 days. As he prepared to depart, the doctor, his eyes gleaming with excitement, halted him. "Wait a moment. Where did you acquire this extraordinary item? Do you have any more? Please, grant me one so I may study its composition. This could undoubtedly win a prestigious award. When I publish my paper, I shall include your name. Consider yourself fortunate. This is an opportunity to gain worldwide recognition." Upon hearing this barrage of words, Jiang Ling's expression transformed into one of utter disbelief, akin to that of an elderly person riding the subway, engrossed in their mobile device. Ignoring the ramblings of the disoriented doctor, Jiang Ling strode to the window and leaped out. He then soared skyward, flying into the distance. The doctor was once again struck with fear, delivering a firm slap to his own face. The day's events had defied reason to such an extent that he began to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. Sun Wukong exchanged a knowing smile with Chi-Chi. "Shall we return?" "This evening," Chi-Chi murmured, her cheeks flushed. It was understandable. She had only recently begun to relish the joys of womanhood, an experience that was both delightful and addictive. Meanwhile, Wukong scratched his head and glanced at Gohan. "Gohan, would you like to stay with Grandpa Turtle for a few days?" Chapter 29. In the stillness of night, a remote wilderness. Jiang Ling hovered in the sky, her gaze searching for something elusive. Like the Earth Warriors, Vic typically concealed his presence. Jiang Ling located this place through the familiar aura he had sensed previously. However, he soon found himself at a loss for what to do next. Jiang Ling rested his chin on one hand, pondering for a moment before suddenly conjuring a brilliant idea. It is well known that the locations for cultivation are of great significance. In the realm of immortal novels, cultivators seek out places rich in spiritual energy for their practice. Similarly, in the secular world, there exists the concept of auspicious sites. Although the system in the Dragon Ball universe revolves around Ki, there are parallels to be drawn. For instance, certain locations may facilitate a more rapid increase in power or provide a more comfortable environment for training. Jiang Ling contemplated that if Bic possessed any semblance of sentience, it would instinctively gravitate towards such a sacred training ground in the wilderness. If this were the case, the situation would become considerably more manageable. Fortunately, he had acquired some knowledge on this subject. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling scrutinized the terrain, calculating with his fingers. He murmured incantations, seeking the dragon, discerning the gold, observing the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new challenge. Crayon Shinchan conjures the green serpent, Peppa Pig. Great Goose. With a faltering voice, Eureka. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with determination as he soared directly into the depths of the distant mountains. There, atop the highest peak, sat Piccolo in a meditative state, engaged in a simulated battle against Vegeta within the confines of his mind. Yet, despite countless simulations, he found himself defeated time and again, often reduced to mere ashes. Frustration welled within him. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly, for at his current level, he stood no chance against such formidable foes. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence and abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning, directed at the man who had quietly appeared not far from him. The man tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the two beams of energy that shot toward him, his tail swaying erratically behind him. It was none other than Jiang Ling, who had come searching for him. "Well, old friend, how long did it take you to notice my presence?" he remarked, surveying the surroundings with a nod of approval. "You've chosen quite the hidden spot." "It took me a while to find you. It's a splendid location." Piccolo's pupils constricted in shock. He was acutely aware of the extent of his own perceptive abilities. Although he had been deeply focused on his meditation, the idea that anyone could approach him unnoticed was unfathomable. Not even Goku or Vegeta could achieve such stealth. Yet Jiang Ling had done so effortlessly. It was evident that he had been present for some time, a realization that left Piccolo astounded. The only explanation for this was that Jiang Ling's power surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. At that moment, Piccolo regarded Jiang Ling's strength as immeasurable. "Why so silent, old friend?" Jiang Ling casually seated herself beside Piccolo, displaying an utter disregard for the notion that they were not yet intimately acquainted. "Ahem, my name is Piccolo." "Not the old Pic you mentioned," Piccolo remarked with a light cough, his demeanor noticeably relaxing. "I am aware," Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. "I thought addressing you this way might suggest a certain familiarity between us." Piccolo pondered for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. "You have a point. So, you were looking for me? The method to contact me is rather straightforward. You need only to unleash your aura or reach out to the Supreme Kai. That fellow can always connect us." Jiang Ling slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh right, how could I have overlooked that? I even spent quite some time searching." The fierce winds howled atop the mountain as the two engaged in casual conversation. Subsequently, Jiang Ling informed Piccolo about the upcoming departure to Namek from Kame House in 5 days before taking his leave. Upon returning home, he found the meal already prepared. Bulma removed her apron and smiled gently, saying, "You're back? Let's eat. Can you still cook?" Jiang Ling was taken aback. In his memory, whether from the original work or this setting, he had never witnessed Bulma cooking. He had subconsciously accepted the notion that Bulma was incapable of culinary skills. Yet, the delectable aroma of the dishes before him suggested otherwise, indicating that she indeed possessed the ability to cook, and quite well, at that. "Of course I can," Bulma replied with an air of confidence. "Even though I displayed scientific talent as a child and was recognized as a genius girl, my mother still insisted on teaching me to cook. According to her, every girl must know how to prepare a meal. I find her perspective rather antiquated." Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, it was an antiquated notion. "However, I find that Bulma's culinary skills render her all the more enchanting." "Oh, is that so?" Bulma inquired, her joy evident as she touched her cheek. "Let us dine first and see how my cooking fares, whether it pleases your palate." "Very well." Jiang Ling took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming how delicious it was. "If it's so tasty, then indulge a little more." They agreed. The two shared their dinner together. Bulma, with her modest appetite, consumed only a small portion before stopping, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Ling, growing fonder with each glance. As a Saiyan, Jiang Ling possessed an insatiable hunger, swiftly devouring all the delectable dishes laid before him. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he noticed Bulma's attentive gaze and, touching his face, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face?" Bulma shook her head, nestling into Jiang Ling's embrace, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure. "In the stillness of the night, I will think of you. You are the morning dew, the evening star, the embodiment of all my joys. I adore witnessing your charming demeanor, but I am even more captivated by your breathless state. As I envision our future together, I see myself in bed and the meal simmering in the pot, all at your leisure." Jiang Ling did not anticipate that Bulma would utter such words. Is this truly the Bulma he knows? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, "Where did you learn this phrase?" Bulma, taken aback, responded, "How did you know?" "I came across it online and simply memorized it." Jiang Ling smiled broadly. "Because that is not your style." Then, with a shift in tone, he added, "However, I took that last statement to heart." The final remark. Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes widening in realization as she prepared to flee. Yet, she failed to consider whether escape was truly possible from Jiang Ling's grasp. Jiang Ling hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the bedroom. "You said it was all up to me," he chuckled mischievously. "Hey, let me go," Bulma protested, struggling against him. A sharp sound echoed in the air. Jiang Ling raised his hand and struck it against her curvaceous posterior. In an instant, Bulma became docile. Hesitantly, she murmured, Could you possibly strike me once more? Jiang Ling? Evening. On the rooftop, Bulma leans against Jiang Ling's embrace. The gentle night breeze caresses her, lifting the strands of her blue hair. The two gaze up at the starry sky, where the Milky Way sparkles with countless stars. Bulma, shall we embark on a journey tomorrow? But the spaceship isn't ready yet. Let those trifles be cast aside. Well, all right then. The next day, Jiang Ling, this is too fast. I can't endure it. Then I shall proceed more slowly. Jiang Ling gradually reduced his speed, soaring slowly through the air. Bulma nestled in his embrace, the biting wind whistling past her ears. Enveloped by the comforting essence of his masculinity, a profound sense of security washed over her. From the picturesque landscapes of Jiang and to the enigmatic southern regions, from the soft sandy beaches to the northern vistas, the two of them had savored the splendid scenery of Earth within a single day. Chapter 30. Departure Time. Akin to grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly eluded capture. As the 5-day period drew to a close, Bulma successfully completed the modifications to the spaceship as scheduled. Anticipating potential boredom during their voyage, she prepared an abundance of supplies and installed a large television in the bedroom for watching films and similar videos. Naturally, without internet access, the videos needed to be downloaded in advance. Besides each person's quarters, the spaceship was equipped with a bathroom, kitchen, and more. Bulma also designated an additional room as a gravity training chamber, a request made specifically by Jiang Ling to ensure continuous practice during their journey. On Turtle Island, everyone had gathered. The spaceship was securely docked. Bulma whispered to Chi-Chi, Hey, Chi-Chi, it seems you've been doing quite well lately. Bulma chuckled softly, observing the flush of satisfaction and happiness that occasionally graced Chi-Chi's cheeks, and she began to piece together the reasons. Chi-Chi, diverting her gaze from Goku and his son, replied with a light laugh, Bulma, you're one to talk. I see your relationship with Jiang Ling is progressing splendidly. Keep it up and aim for a little one. Bulma retorted with a playful scoff, What are you talking about? I'm not thinking about having children just yet. Chi-Chi continued, I'm not criticizing you. My Goten is already 5 years old. You need to step up. Let's see how it goes. Enough about me. It looks like you're preparing for a second child, huh? Hiki, good luck. Conversations among women never seem to reach a conclusion. If left unchecked, they could traverse topics from poetry and philosophy to celebrity gossip and family matters. Meanwhile, Master Roshi observed the scene and turned to Krillin, saying, Look at you, the only single dog here. Wake up, Krillin. It's time to find a girlfriend. Krillin scratched his head, pointing at Piccolo. Isn't there one right there? Master Roshi tapped Krillin's bald head with his cane. That doesn't count. He can reproduce on his own. Can you? No. Exactly. Hurry up and find yourself a girlfriend. Wait. Krillin suddenly exclaimed, Master, you're a single dog too. Master Roshi. At that moment, Jiang Ling's voice rang out. Everyone, it's time to board. Jiang Ling, adorned with a straw hat, stood at the hatch and grinned. We are already partners. Are we not? The group boarded the vessel. Under the watchful gaze of Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and the old sea turtle, a surge of energy erupted, and the spaceship ascended. Soaring into the cosmos. Far away in Corinta, the elder Karen, with a small pouch gripped in her claw, gazed in the direction of the departing spaceship. The senza beans had ripened a tad late. May their journey be safe. Yachirobe scoffed. What is so great about senza beans? They're no match for snacks. On planet Namek, a large spaceship descended. As the hatch opened, a throng of minions lined up on either side. Subsequently, Frieza emerged as usual, seated in his makeshift stroller, slowly revealing himself from the doorway. Following him were two figures, the grotesque pink behemoth Dodoria and the handsome green warrior Zarbon. Though their combat prowess was lacking, they were favored by Frieza. Beep. Zarbon received a message and approached Frieza, bowing respectfully, My lord. The Ginyu force has heard that you are about to attain immortality and has specifically requested to come to planet Namek to witness this moment. Frieza interlaced his fingers atop his stroller and replied courteously, Very well, let them come. Let them witness my rise as the ruler of the universe. Yes. Zarbon stepped back to convey Frieza's words. Dodoria, catching Frieza's glance, affirmed, yes. He then pressed a button on his power level scouter. Beep. 50 kilometers ahead. There are numerous energy readings. What is their strength? Insignificant, replied Dodoria. Ho ho ho, let us investigate. I hope they do not disappoint me, Frieza nodded, promptly announcing their departure to gather intelligence on the Dragon Balls. Long live the king. Long live the king! Long live the king! The minions shouted in unison. In the vastness of space, a spaceship hastened towards planet Namek. Bulma introduced the various rooms, bathrooms, kitchens, and more. However, the group showed little interest. Their focus was on the gravity training room. Gravity training. I want to try it. Uncle Jiang Ling, you're amazing. Have you been training in this environment all this time? No wonder your strength has grown so rapidly. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied with a cheerful smile. The others gazed at him, unable to fathom the extreme conditions he had endured in the gravity chamber. I want to try the gravity chamber. Me too. Count me in. I too, exclaimed the crowd. Meanwhile, Bulma, who was not a fighter, quietly exited the gravity chamber. It was a jest if she did not hasten to leave. She would be the first to collapse once the gravity was activated. Thus, I shall commence. Jiang Ling uttered a single word and activated the gravity device. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies weighed down by tenfold gravity. 10 times the gravity. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo, having never ventured to King Kai's planet, found themselves struggling against such immense force. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and son Wukong appeared utterly unfazed, strolling about with ease. Are you ready? I am about to initiate the 20-fold gravity device, Jiang Ling announced. Come on, you must be underestimating us, Jiang Ling. Merely 20 times is nothing, Krillin declared, thumping his chest confidently. With a swift motion, the 20-fold gravity was activated, and Krillin and Gohan immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Piccolo, although having superior strength compared to Gohan, wore a grim expression as he too began to falter. Then, without warning, the 30-fold gravity was unleashed. Piccolo could no longer withstand it. As son Wukong savored the weight of the gravity, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ling, this gravity training chamber is perfectly suited for our training. Indeed, I had Bulma design it specifically for this purpose. If you desire one, she would be happy to assist you, Jiang Ling replied. At the mention of this, Wukong thought of the cost, scratching his head in contemplation. Perhaps I shall defer this for another time. Would it be acceptable for me to borrow yours? Of course, no problem at all, Jiang Ling assured him. As Jiang Ling spoke, noticing the others struggling intensely, he deactivated the gravity. With the 30-fold gravity lifted, Krillin, Bick, and Gohan finally regained their composure. Have you been training here all this time? That's quite extraordinary, Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. No. Jiang Ling shook his head. This level of gravity is insignificant. I usually train under 50 times the normal gravity. Impressive. Chapter 31. At ease. Wukong eagerly commenced his gravity training. The others returned to their respective rooms and also began their own training. Jiang Ling relinquished the gravity chamber to Wukong and departed, making his way to his own quarters. He needed to allow Wukong some time to acclimate, thus preparing for his own plans. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling leisurely returned to his room. As he stepped through the entrance, Jiang Ling beheld the grand, custom-made bed within the room, where Bulma lay draped in a sheer nightgown. Her delicate visage radiated a soft blush, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. With every graceful movement, she exuded an intoxicating charm that captivated the senses. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, who was striking a pose on the bed, and picked up the cup of hot water infused with goji berries from the table. He took a leisurely sip, his heart devoid of any tumult. Bulma, good things come to those who wait. What does that mean? It simply implies that you can go to the corner of the table or the bed and polish yourself a bit. A mischievous smile played at the corners of Jiang Ling's lips. He was a man of many admirable qualities, yet he delighted in teasing Bulma. Observing her typically headstrong demeanor juxtaposed with her tender side at night had become his greatest pastime. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, found this behavior uncharacteristic of the Jiang Ling she knew. Could it be that he was no longer capable? Or perhaps he had found solace in another woman? What troubles you? Is it that you are unable in that regard? She inquired with concern. Fear not. Even if you are unable, I would never abandon you. Rising, she draped her arm around Jiang Ling's, her worry palpable. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ling's eyes widened. The implication of being deemed inadequate was intolerable, especially coming from his beloved. Jiang Ling hastily explained, "It is not as you think. I merely feel concern for you and fear that you might tire yourself out. Wishing for you to take a moment to rest." Bulma, with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, replied, "I haven't even mentioned feeling fatigued. Why should you worry?" "Very well," Jiang Ling said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender as he wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist. "However, it is imperative that you enhance your abilities. This way, you shall not feel overwhelmed." "You make a valid point," she conceded, but training is not my passion. It is far too arduous for me, and primarily, it leads to muscle gain. I much prefer the sensation of engaging my mind in the laboratory. While for others, intellectual exertion might feel more burdensome than death itself, Bulma found that working in the lab was her greatest delight, a source of serene contentment. Then I shall devise a solution, Jiang Ling declared. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. The mutated celestial bean seeds he had previously sown had grown remarkably fast. By the time they boarded the spacecraft, the plants had already matured, and it was likely that they would be fully ripe upon their return. This would perfectly allow Bulma to assess the extent of the power enhancement they could provide. As Jiang Ling contemplated the exhilarating prospect of engaging in a fierce battle with Bulma, an eager anticipation stirred within him. "Shall we commence now?" Bulma inquired, biting her lip, a rekindled desire igniting in her eyes. Her fair form ascended gracefully onto Jiang Ling's chest, delicate fingers teasingly caressing him. "If we are to engage, let it be so." "Who fears whom?" Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, rolling over to envelop Bulma's petite form beneath him, succumbing to her fervent affection. The lights dimmed, leaving only a solitary table lamp aglow, casting their entwined silhouettes upon the wall. The shadows drew ever closer. The room was suffused with the essence of spring. As the interplay of light and shadow danced upon the walls, Jiang Ling was fully immersed, while Bulma was equally uninhibited. The rhythmic sounds resonated throughout the room, jointly composing a splendid melody. Through the glass windows in the ceiling, the grandeur of the cosmos could be glimpsed, offering an extraordinary experience. Thanks to the soundproof materials deliberately installed in the room, no one had the slightest inkling of their activities. In a nearby room, Piccolo's ears twitched, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He then closed off his sense of hearing. Sighing in resignation, time passed unnoticed, and before long, several days had slipped away. Bulma, clad in her lingerie, languidly lounged in bed, watching television out of sheer boredom. Jiang Ling, finding himself with some leisure time, decided to visit a few rooms to see how his companions were faring. In one room, Krillin sat cross-legged, immersed in solitary meditation and cultivation. Gohan, perhaps having completed his training, was diligently working at his desk, scribbling away at his assignments. "Gohan, how industrious you are." Jiang Ling chuckled. Son Wukong put down his pen and scratched his head, saying, "Well, my mother insists that these assignments must be completed. If I do not finish them." Contemplating the consequences, this young man with a battle power exceeding 1,000 trembled slightly. "Then, best of luck to you." Jiang Ling, reveling in misfortune, patted Wukong's shoulder and departed with a smile. She turned and made her way towards Piccolo's room. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of knocking echoed. "Come in." Piccolo's voice resonated from within. Jiang Ling opened the door and leaned casually against the frame. "Oh, is that you, Piccolo? It's been a few days." "Still immersed in your training, I see." Piccolo glanced over, responding coolly, "Only through relentless training can one hope to surpass Son Wukong." "Old Piccolo, your current strength is still vastly inferior to Wukong's, and with the divide between gods, I believe you will never surpass him." Piccolo's expression darkened slightly. "So, you've come here to mock me?" No, that is not my intention at all." Jiang Ling waved his hand and retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from the system space, tossing one over. Typically, Bic sustains himself through 2 antennae that facilitate photosynthesis, synthesizing starch to meet his daily needs. Nevertheless, he possesses the fundamental organs required for consumption, making eating feasible. Receiving the beer, Bic gazed at Jiang Ling, inquiring, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Jiang Ling smiled softly and took a sip of his wheat beverage. "It's nothing, really. I merely believe that you and the deity share a life bond, that you are essentially one. Have you ever contemplated reuniting as one?" "No," Bic replied decisively, shaking his head. "Though we share a life connection, we are ultimately 2 distinct entities. I do not wish to become him, nor does he desire to become me." Suddenly, he realized, this isn't related to strength, is it? "Indeed, it is profoundly connected," Jiang Ling replied. "How so?" "If you were to merge with the deity, based on my estimations, your power would increase 100-fold. Moreover, the personality could be dominated by either the deity or yourself, depending on your negotiations." "Oh, I don't believe you. How do you know this?" Bic asked, regarding him with suspicion. It was not surprising that he was skeptical. It was akin to someone unexpectedly declaring that you had a son. One would naturally be incredulous. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Jiang Ling finished his last sip of beer and turned to leave. As he watched Jiang Ling's departing figure, Bic's eyes flickered with contemplation. He thought to himself, if what Jiang Ling said is true, That could indeed serve as a trump card against an insurmountable foe. With this thought, Bick downed his beer in one gulp, cast aside his distractions, and resumed his training. In a village on Namek, Frisia's minions brandished laser guns, herding dozens of Namekian villagers together for a ruthless slaughter. Green blood splattered as the cries of the dying echoed around them. Frisia sat leisurely in a stroller, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbin. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought this tiny village contained so few? The massacre left only the village elder standing. The elder, frail and gaunt, glared defiantly. You wretched outsiders, do you comprehend the atrocity you've committed? You will face retribution. Frisia elegantly waved his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am unconcerned. My sole aim is to acquire the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened. To obtain the Dragon Balls, you must first pass the trials I impose. To wish, you must gather all 7. He paused, glancing at the remnants of his villagers with a bitter smile. I would sooner die than hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Accept your fate, ha ha ha. At that moment, one of Frisia's subordinates presented him with a large orange sphere. My lord, we have found a Dragon Ball. Frisia accepted the sphere, nodding. So this is the Dragon Ball that grants the wish for immortality? Excellent. He then raised a finger, pointing at the elder not far away. A beam of laser shot forth from his fingertip. In an instant, the elder's chest was pierced by the laser, his eyes widening in shock as green blood flowed from the wound. Frisia elegantly blew at his fingertip. It matters not if you refuse to yield the Dragon Balls. See, I have already obtained one. He chuckled, for even if he gathered all 7 wish orbs, they would prove futile. The elder, breathless, uttered his final words before his head slumped to the side, lifeless. Frisia paid no heed to the elder's remarks, dismissing them as mere futile struggles. Minions, proceed to the next village and collect the wish orbs. Yes, my lord. The soldiers responded in unison, hastening towards the next village, leaving behind a scene of devastation, shattered remnants, and flowing blood. Chapter 32. Arrival in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship hurtled towards Namek. Within the gravity training chamber aboard the vessel, under a force 100 times greater than normal, 2 figures collided, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows before separating. As they maneuvered through the air, a tempest of attacks ensued. In yet another clash, the 2 unleashed their formidable powers. Where their fists met, a brilliant light erupted, followed by a violent explosion, sending both figures reeling backward to the ground. Despite the chamber's special reinforcement, it trembled violently, causing the spaceship to sway. The 2 combatants were none other than Sun Wukong and Jiang Ling. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as the intensity of their recent battle, intensified by the 100-fold gravity, left their bodies utterly drained. Jiang Ling took out a celestial bean, expending the last vestige of his strength to place it in his mouth and consume it. The efficacy of the celestial bean was beyond question. In an instant, his body rejuvenated, returning to its peak condition. Jiang Ling rose to his feet, glancing at his tattered attire without concern. He approached Wukong and presented him with a magical bean, which he promptly consumed. Instantly, Wukong was restored to full vigor. Phew, Jiang Ling. I feel my strength has significantly increased, he exclaimed. That is to be expected. You are well aware that each time you sustain injuries and subsequently recover, your power amplifies considerably. Upon hearing these words, Wukong nodded in agreement. I noticed this phenomenon after my discharge from the hospital, however, lacking a magical bean. I refrained from experimenting and continued with my training. This ability is a hallmark of the Saiyan race. The near-death recovery drastically enhances their prowess. Jiang Ling provided an explanation. The original plot has undergone alterations at this juncture, due to his intervention. Sun Wukong was discharged over a month earlier and subsequently journeyed to Namek a month ahead of schedule. The consequence of this change is that Master Korin's new batch of ripe Senza beans was not acquired, leaving only Jiang Ling's Senza beans to be utilized. Jiang Ling's celestial beans are not abundant, yet they suffice for several uses. At this moment, they have already employed the method of near-death recovery combined with celestial beans several times. Jiang Ling estimated that his combat prowess had reached an astonishing 200,000 to 300,000. He surmised that Wukong was likely in a similar range, with little disparity between them. In recent days, under the rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin had all, to varying degrees, augmented their strength. Gohan exhibited the most significant improvement, while Krillin showed the least, and Piccolo maintained a steady progression. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Jiang Ling promptly deactivated the gravitational effects. Come in, he said. Entering through the door was Bulma. We are nearing Namek. You all should prepare. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. In Wukong's eyes, a glimmer of battle intent flickered. He believed that he was soon to engage in another fierce contest with Vegeta. A thought that stirred within him a sense of excitement. Amidst a jolt, the spaceship successfully landed on Namek. Through the window, Bulma beheld a scene utterly unlike that of Earth, stirring within her a longing for exploration. However, preparations were paramount. It was essential to ascertain whether the atmosphere was suitable for human life and to check for any potential viruses. Bulma rummaged through her tools, murmuring to herself. Jiang Ling stepped forward and gently patted her, smiling. There's no need for such trouble. Everything is absolutely fine. Huh? How do you know? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ling extended his hand and pointed towards the jubilant figures of Sun Wukong and others outside the window, the implication unmistakable. Bulma, visibly agitated, rushed down from the spaceship, hands on her hips, and unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon them. Do you have any idea how perilous this is? What if the environment here is inhospitable? You are no longer children. Must you act so recklessly? We are here to tour, and should anything happen, how would I explain it to your families? The group stood in a line, heads bowed, too intimidated to respond. Coughing lightly, Piccolo interjected, I have no family. Instantly, Bulma shot him a glare. Just because you lack family, does that give you license to toy with your own life? Are you foolish? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. As he experienced pressure for the first time from a human girl, he turned to Jiang Ling, who was smiling nearby, casting a pleading glance for help. Jiang Ling spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. In his heart, Piccolo thought, I can't believe you. Chapter 33, The Language of Namek. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo took a deep breath, ripples of emotion stirring within him. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a sudden shift and abruptly turned his gaze toward a certain direction, his expression grave. Do you feel that? He asked. The others fell silent, focusing their senses only to reveal expressions of horror. Son Gohan murmured, this aura. Piccolo inhaled sharply, sensing the malevolence in the air. Not only was it wicked, but it was also immensely powerful. Krillin's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming densely on his shining bald head. Jiang Ling's expression was equally grave. For only that formidable man on Namek could emit such a powerful aura. Frisia, the owner of a real estate company whose dealings in planetary trade spanned the universe. Unexpectedly, he had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling steadied his mind and turned his gaze towards Bulma. Bulma, can you check if the dragon radar is operational? Bulma, perplexed by their conversation, nodded and replied, let me take a look. Beep. Bulma produced the dragon radar and pressed a button, revealing several glowing points on the display. Wonderful. The dragon radar is functional. This indicated that there were indeed Dragon Balls on Namek. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others changed dramatically. If the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of evil, especially given the sinister and potent aura emanating from Namek, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by the outcome. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, observing the scattered light points, among which two were moving rapidly. Jiang Ling sensed the direction of the malevolent aura. He articulated this discovery aloud, eliciting varied reactions from the crowd. Piccolo's countenance darkened, confirming that indeed, the sinister presence was gathering the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, a spark of battle intent flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. If only he could engage in a spar with this formidable opponent. He relished the thrill of combat with powerful adversaries, as it allowed him to transcend his own limits. Gohan, standing by, muttered to himself. Never would he have anticipated that accompanying Uncle Piccolo to his ancestral home would lead to such an encounter. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai resonated. Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's North Kai? Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Who? Bulma inquired, puzzled. This is North Kai. Wukong and I trained under his guidance. Seeing the confusion on others' faces, Jiang Ling offered an explanation, and only then did they appear to understand. 3 individuals have arrived here. Can you guess who they are? The Northern Realm King said mysteriously. Jiang Ling assumed a contemplative expression, and I wager it certainly isn't Yamcha, Trangian rice, or dumplings. With the intellect of the North Kai, how could he pose such a trivial question for us to guess? Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Kai? The North Kai glanced at Yamcha and the others beside him and chuckled awkwardly. Well, if you can't guess it, never mind. By the way, where are you? It doesn't look like Earth. Goku replied. We are on Namek for a vacation, but we've encountered a formidable individual, and I am preparing to spar with him. A formidable individual? Let me see. As the North Kai spoke, his antennae twitched, scanning the situation on Namek. Suddenly, he froze. Sweat cascaded from his forehead to his feet. Father. Frieza. Goku, Jiang Ling, you must not provoke him. That individual is named Frieza, a nefarious villain with boundless power. You absolutely cannot defeat him. The North Kai urged anxiously. Given his understanding of Goku, he knew that Goku would be intrigued, which heightened his urgency. The North Kai chattered incessantly, and after countless reminders, Jiang Ling grew weary and merely nodded in response for Goku. After severing the communication with the North Kai, an air of silence enveloped the scene. Frieza loomed like an invisible pressure on everyone's shoulders, an immensely powerful evil adversary. Krillin scratched his shiny bald head and broke the silence. Everyone. How about we return for now? After all, Frieza isn't our concern. Gohan, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Uncle Krillin, this is Piccolo's homeland. If we do nothing, the inhabitants will be slaughtered by Frieza. Do you think I don't want to help? What can our strength possibly do to assist? Regardless, I refuse to go back. I will lend my aid. Krillin argued loudly. Everyone knew that Krillin's choice was, in fact, the most rational and wise course of action. But Gohan's kindness and emotions would not permit him to act otherwise. Gohan. Piccolo patted Gohan's head, a smile creeping onto his lips. You all should return to Earth. I wish to stay on Namek for a while. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Oh, our great devil wishes to save Namek. Piccolo turned his head, defending himself. I merely wish to see what kind of planet my kin inhabit. It is certainly not as you imagine. Haha. No need to hide it. I already know. Bulma chuckled softly, growing increasingly unafraid of Piccolo, the great devil. What mattered more than Piccolo's transformation was that Bulma now had Jiang Ling, a powerful man by her side, who would dare bully her. In a heartbeat, Jiang Ling would obliterate them. As the situation unfolded, Jiang Ling clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd. Listen to me, everyone. Since we are all here, let us lend a hand to Piccolo. After all, he is merely a child who has yet to reach the age of 10. Son Wukong? Bulma? Krillin? Son Gohan? Piccolo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Jiang Ling. If looks could kill, Jiang Ling would have perished hundreds of times over for daring to expose his secrets. Ahem. Jiang Ling continued, let us first embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. By gathering them ahead of time, we can thwart Frieza's ambitions and secure ourselves a better position for the future. Indeed, I concur, came the response. You speak the truth. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. However, I still yearn for a direct confrontation with Frieza. Jiang Ling's suggestion garnered widespread support, with the exception of Wukong, who held a dissenting opinion. However, this dissent was swiftly silenced by a sharp reprimand and a light smack from Bulma, leading to a consensus. Apologies for the earlier display of force. Do not take offense. Bulma gently nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace. Jiang Ling gently pinched her delicate nose and chuckled. What are you saying? How could I possibly dislike you? That's good to hear. A sweet, intoxicating scent of romance enveloped the air. The onlookers pretended not to notice, whistling playfully. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at son Wukong, the implication unmistakable. As if to say, do you see? Take note and apply this with Chi-Chi when you return. Do not claim that I did not instruct you. After a while, Jiang Ling was acutely aware that expressing affection in such circumstances was inappropriate, so he cleared his throat. Frieza has a power detector, so let us refrain from using our energy. Instead, let us embark on the flying ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma released a flying vessel capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. As for the spaceship, it had long been stored in a capsule. The group boarded the flying ship and, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, soon descended upon a village. Everyone disembarked, and upon observing the vigilant Namekians around them, Gohan exclaimed, "They resemble Uncle Piccolo." This was the first time Piccolo encountered someone who bore a striking resemblance to him, aside from the Supreme Kai. And he felt an unexpected sense of kinship. The Namekian villagers, upon seeing Piccolo, exhibited a mix of wariness and curiosity, conversing amongst themselves in their native tongue. How could our Namekians be associating with outsiders? Could these outsiders be benevolent? No, the Elder has warned us of malevolent intruders invading our planet, urging us to remain vigilant. Piccolo understood their words perfectly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling was astonished because he, too, comprehended their language. At that moment, a voice resonated within him, causing him to shiver. Ding. Host. This system has resolved your confusion. The reason you can understand Namekian is that the Dragon Ball language provided by this system encompasses all languages within the Dragon Ball universe. Startled, he thought, you've been silent for so long, and suddenly you speak so abruptly. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the utility of the Dragon Ball language, which made things considerably easier. As he listened to the villagers' discussions, Piccolo was about to clarify the situation when Jiang Ling stepped forward and spoke in fluent Namekian. Greetings. I come in peace. Would you be able to communicate in the universal language? I need to speak with your village elder. His impeccable command of Namekian astonished the villagers. Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ling could speak their language. Goku and the others were bewildered, unable to grasp what Jiang Ling was saying, while the villagers stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that an outsider could articulate their native tongue. Our elder Muley is on his way, a small Namekian child timidly remarked. Chapter 34. So large. Little one, what is your name? Bulma inquired as she noticed the adorable Namekian child and crouched down to ask. My name is Dondi, the 108th child of the Grand Elder, he replied. What a lovely name, Bulma said, patting Dandy's head, though a hint of confusion crossed her face. And who is the Grand Elder? The Elder is the most powerful individual on our planet and also our father. So it is. Shortly thereafter, a slightly plump, seemingly composed middle-aged Namekian arrived at the scene. His gaze swept across the crowd, and in the universally understood language of the cosmos, he addressed us. I am Muley, the elder of the village. I am aware of the recent events. Outsiders, please articulate your intentions. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and said, Elder Muley. We have journeyed from Earth to assist our friend Bick in uncovering his heritage. However, upon our arrival at Namek, we discovered that your situation is far from optimistic. Your planet is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. After listening, Elder Muley turned to scrutinize Bick carefully and nodded. You are indeed one of our kin. However, regarding your lineage, I am not certain. I believe our High Elder may possess the knowledge you seek. The mention of the High Elder made Bick ponder in silence. Muley then directed his gaze back to Jiang Ling. The crisis you mentioned has already been conveyed to me by the High Elder. At this point, his expression hardened, and his fists clenched tightly. If we are driven to the brink, we shall not be without means. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and replied, Are you suggesting assimilation? While it is not entirely out of the question, considering Frieza's true strength, it is highly probable that even if all of you were to merge, it would still be insufficient to prevail. How could that be possible? Trust me. Jiang Ling's gaze was firmly fixed upon Elder Muley. From the clarity of Jiang Ling's eyes, Muley discerned that he had spoken no falsehood moments prior. He fell into silence. Assimilation was a skill inherent to their race, enabling two individuals to merge into one, thereby acquiring strength manifold greater than their original selves. Building upon this foundation, through layered assimilation, one could attain an unfathomable power. The cost, however, was the lives of their kin. Jiang Ling was acutely aware that if all Namekians were to immediately assimilate into a singular entity from the outset, they might still stand a chance against Frieza. However, with Frieza having already slaughtered several villages, the population of Namekians had significantly dwindled, rendering the possibility of successful assimilation increasingly improbable. Jiang Ling spoke in a low voice, We require the Dragon Balls from your village, for if Frieza were to arrive, you would be unable to protect yourselves. Furthermore, since only the Elder knows of Piccolo's origins, I wish to take him to meet the Elder. Muley, being a decisive individual who had risen to the position of village elder, contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. I can acquiesce to your first condition. As for the second condition, Muley paused, seemingly receiving some news, and continued, The Elder has informed me that you may seek him out. Please wait a moment while I send someone to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Very well. The group rested on the spot for a while. Bulma remained by Jiang Ling's side, engaging in casual conversation, though Jiang Ling's thoughts were not on romance at the moment. Piccolo and Elder Muley engaged in a discussion regarding the basic circumstances of Namek. Jiang Ling, is Frieza truly as formidable as you say? Goku lay on the grass, his arms behind his head, chewing on a blade of grass he had plucked from the ground, lost in thought. Jiang Ling nodded. The formidable power of Frieza was indeed terrifying. At present, your strength is merely that of a mere delivery person. I yearn to encounter this Frieza soon. Such is the nature of Son Goku. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he becomes. It bears a resemblance to certain peculiar inclinations wherein individuals derive excitement from being struck. Not far away, Gohan and Krillin, two souls rich in childlike wonder, were delighting in playful antics with several Namekian children. After a while, the Dragon Balls arrived. Upon gazing at the Namekian Dragon Balls, which were several times larger than those of Earth, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "How immense, larger than those of Earth." Jiang Ling pursed her lips and asked, "Am I significant?" Bulma interjected, "No inappropriate remarks. Do you think this is an appropriate occasion?" At that moment, two shooting stars streaked across the sky, descending into the distance. That vessel resembled the spaceship Vegeta used when he first arrived on Earth. Gohan paused, gazing at the shooting stars. This aura was unmistakably Vegeta's. Krillin felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. It was evident that Vegeta's presence had left an indelible mark of fear in his heart. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, directing his intense gaze towards the direction of the descending spaceship. Indeed, just as Jiang Ling had indicated, Vegeta had truly arrived. However, it remained uncertain what his current power level was. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, interrupting the diverse thoughts swirling among the crowd. Enough of that. Let us proceed to the Grand Elder. Jiang Ling, why are you so insistent on visiting the Grand Elder? You will understand once we arrive. The group boarded the ship, with Dandy following closely behind. The airship ascended into the sky, Dandy leading the way while Bulma piloted the vessel, racing towards the Grand Elder's residence with great speed. Meanwhile, on another front, Frisia's forces were wreaking havoc in the third village. "My lord, we have acquired the third Dragon Ball," announced the rotund, pink figure of Dodoria, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands. Frisia, as always, reclined in his hovering infant pod, nodding with a calm and composed expression. Beep beep. Sabin received a message and stated, "My lord, Vegeta has arrived on Namek, with Kairatsu close behind, pursuing him." "That bothersome monkey," Frisia remarked disdainfully but retained his elegance as he said, "Isn't Kairatsu here already? Let him handle it. His combat power surpasses that of Vegeta." "Understood," Sabin replied, assigning Kairatsu his task. "Oh, by the way," Frisia suddenly recalled, "isn't the Ginyu Force nearing?" "Yes, my lord." "Excellent. It has been quite some time since I last saw them. I must admit, I miss them a little. Ha ha ha. I shall return to the spaceship with the Dragon Balls while you continue searching for the remaining ones." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 35, The Origins of Piccolo. Somewhere on Namek, Vegeta's spaceship had just landed, creating a sizable crater upon impact. The hatch opened with a hiss, and Vegeta stepped out, inhaling the fresh air. "So, this is Namek, the place where the Dragon Balls exist that can grant me immortality, aside from those on Earth," he murmured, his gaze drifting to another large crater where another spaceship lay. From it emerged an unattractive catfish-like creature, Kairatsu, who had followed closely behind. "What a faithful dog Frisia has. You follow me wherever I go," Vegeta mocked, crossing his arms. Kairatsu responded with a cold smirk. "You may not know, but the king just gave me orders to deal with you directly." "Oh, is that so?" Vegeta, brimming with confidence in his abilities, remarked, "If this were before my arrival on Earth, I might have struggled against you. But now," he paused, activating the power level scouter affixed to his right eye, directing it at Kairatsu. With an air of disdain, he declared, "Your battle power is merely 22,000. You cannot possibly defeat me." This condescending tone deeply humiliated Kairatsu, who retorted, "Even if my battle power is 22,000, it is still beyond your capacity to match." "Is that so?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes, slightly bending his legs, and propelled himself towards Chio-E like a cannonball. The latter, caught off guard by such a direct approach, hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Bang! Upon feeling the immense force impacting his arms, Chio-Yi's face contorted in disbelief. How could this wretched monkey possess such formidable power? A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips as he taunted, "Surprised, aren't you? To be honest, I too find it hard to believe, yet here we are." With that, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each striking violently against Chio-Yi's arms. The sound of relentless blows echoed, bang, bang, bang. Unable to withstand such fierce onslaught, Chio-Yi was sent hurtling back, crashing into a massive boulder that shattered under the sheer force. Gasping for breath, Chio-Yi spat out a mouthful of green blood, his expression one of sheer terror as he beheld Vegeta advancing step by step. Spare me," he pleaded, but it was too late. Vegeta looked down upon him, seized his head, and nonchalantly flung him into the sky. With remarkable speed, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each striking Chio-Yi with devastating precision. Bang, bang, bang. Helpless to resist, Chio-Yi let out a wretched scream before being obliterated by the relentless energy, his remnants bursting into a spectacular display of fireworks in the air. Hmph. Clenching his fists, Vegeta reveled in the power coursing through him. After his near-death experience, His strength had surged, an exhilarating sensation indeed. If I were to repeat this a few more times, he mused with a wicked grin. Soon, I shall attain immortality and inevitably defeat Frieza, ruling over the entire universe. However, the immediate priority was to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza. As long as Frieza lacked the complete set, he could not achieve immortality. If necessary, I shall destroy the Dragon Balls and make another trip to Earth. With a glint in his eyes, Vegeta cast a lingering glance in Frieza's direction, concealing his presence before turning to depart in another direction, intent on avoiding Frieza. He aimed to locate the Dragon Balls first. Unbeknownst to him, on Namek, aside from Frieza, there were others, Jiang Ling and his companions, also stealthily advancing. Somewhere on Namek, a spaceship carried Jiang Ling and his companions as they approached the residence of the Grand Elder, descending slowly. Jiang Ling and the others gradually disembarked. The last to come down were Gohan and Dandy. Throughout their journey, Gohan enthusiastically shared delectable Earth snacks with Dandy, while captivating animated series played on the screen. Dandy became so engrossed that he nearly lost his way several times. This is the residence of the Grand Elder, Dandy remarked, pointing towards a white, semicircular house. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the white abode swung open, revealing a robust Namekian. Neru, it's been a long time, Dandy exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Neru replied with a nod, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Ling and the others. Our friends from afar, the Grand Elder is already aware of your purpose for coming. Please, follow me. With that, he turned and entered the house. Jiang Ling nodded, taking Bulma's hand as they followed closely behind Goku and the others. Upon entering the residence, they ascended in an elevator to the second floor. Before them sat an enormous Namekian, comfortably positioned in a chair. So colossal. Krillin swallowed hard. To what extent? In the presence of this being, they appeared as mere children compared to adults. Are you the elder? Bulma could not help but inquire. The disparity in size was overwhelmingly imposing. Jiang Ling scrutinized the Grand Elder, finding his appearance consistent with the impressions from the original text. A colossal figure. Aged and marked by numerous age spots, the Grand Elder's voice resonated with a certain frailty. Greetings, Earthlings, I am the Grand Elder of the Namekians. With a broad grin, Sun Wukong exuberantly introduced himself. I am Sun Wukong. So, you are the Grand Elder. At last, I have found you. I am uncertain as to why I sought you. For it is Jiang Ling who wishes to meet you. This is our Grand Elder. Do not be disrespectful. The Grand Elder's guard, Nailu, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, only to be halted by the Grand Elder's gesture. It is of no consequence, he replied, dismissing the formalities, and then turned his attention to Piccolo. You hail from Earth. You must be one of the children sent away by Caddis. I never anticipated that you would safely reach Earth. I recall you as one of our exceptionally gifted Dragon Clan members, yet your strength appears significantly diminished compared to others of your age. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. I have no recollection of my childhood. I do not know who Caddis is. Nor do I comprehend the meaning of Dragon Clan. Noticing his confusion, the Grand Elder pondered for a moment before kindly suggesting, May I delve into your past? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to understand your history. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo acquiesced. My body is failing. Please step to my side. Following instructions, Piccolo approached. The Grand Elder's broad palm rested upon his head as he closed his eyes. The gathering remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a considerable pause, the Grand Elder opened his eyes with a sigh. Indeed, you are one of the children sent away by Caddis. We refer to the prodigies within our clan as the Dragon Clan, and you belong to this lineage, capable of creating Dragon Balls. Alas, your separation from the god has significantly weakened your powers and potential. Otherwise, the Saiyans that invaded Earth recently would have stood no chance against you. So that is how it is, Piccolo murmured softly to himself. The Grand Elder continued, I sense that there remains untapped potential within you. Allow me to guide it. Potential? Just as Piccolo was about to inquire further, he suddenly felt a surge of immense power emanating from within. Is this my power? He gazed in astonishment at his hands, acutely aware that his strength had amplified manifold. Indeed, my child, this is the latent power residing within you. All I have done is to provide guidance. If you can reunite with the god, your strength could be further magnified. The Grand Elder spoke with a gentle smile. Chapter 36. Guiding Potential. A translucent aura erupted from Piccolo, burning fiercely, almost tangible in its intensity. The atmosphere had reached a terrifying intensity, particularly in the eyes of Krillin and Gohan. Uncle Piccolo is extraordinarily powerful. exclaimed Gohan with excitement. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Krillin's shiny bald head, as if he were transported back to the era of the rampaging Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo stared blankly at his own hands, never having imagined he could possess such formidable strength. The elder, with a gentle demeanor, said, "Child, do not feel alienated by this sudden influx of power, for it is a manifestation of your own essence." "I understand, Elder," Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. The elder then turned his gaze to the visitors from Earth, stating, "I can sense your goodwill. If you do not mind, allow me to assist you in unlocking your potential in these final moments of my life. Is that true? Can we truly gain strength like Piccolo?" Krillin's eyes sparkled with hope. The elder nodded slowly, affirming, "Indeed." Bulma, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Elder, will your methods have any adverse effects on your health?" The elder shook his head, smiling, "Thank you for your concern. I am merely helping to guide the strength within you, and it will not have any repercussions. We are grateful for your assistance, Elder." With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Ling considered assisting Baiku in uncovering his origins merely a peripheral motive. His true aim lay in unlocking the potential of all individuals involved. The Grand Elder had first aided Krillin in harnessing his latent abilities, and judging by the aura emanating from him, it appeared he had augmented his strength by approximately sixfold. Next in line was son Wukong, whose potential was considerably more substantial, resulting in an enhancement exceeding tenfold. This outcome was entirely anticipated by Jiang Ling. Meanwhile, the strength exhibited by son Wukong after channeling his potential was nothing short of formidable, particularly when compared to his previous capabilities. Although the increase was somewhat modest, around 8 or 9 times, it was rendered inconsequential by the depth of his foundational power. Based on Jiang Ling's estimations, his battle strength was still well over 2 million. "Jiang Ling, I am eager to seek out Frieza," son Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. Jiang Ling waved his hand, offering no resistance. He was acutely aware that at this moment, any attempt to intervene would be futile. Moreover, there were currently no means available to further enhance his combat prowess. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin, pondering that without his ritual sacrifice, Wukong might not transform into a Saiyan. Regardless, with the Dragon Balls at hand, they could devise a means to resurrect him later. Son Gohan spoke up, "Father, I wish to join as well." Wukong nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Facing some battles will prove beneficial for you." "Then I shall assist too," Krillin declared, surprising the others. Aware of the astonished gazes upon him, Krillin scratched his bald head sheepishly. "After all, I have received great favor from the elder." A knowing smile spread among the group. Without waiting for the elder's response, they soared towards the direction of Frieza's energy. "Wait," the elder began to intervene. But it was too late. He turned to Jiang Ling, inquiring, "Jiang Ling, is what you said earlier true? Is Frieza as formidable as you claim? If so, you must leave with your companions at once." He wished to avoid dragging innocent lives into the impending disaster of Namek. Pausing for a moment, the elder pleaded, "If possible, please take along a few Namekians." Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. "Elder, do not pay them any mind. Let them be. If matters truly reach an irretrievable state, we still have the Dragon Balls. At that time, we can simply wish for everyone to go to Earth together." This perspective was indeed valid. The elder nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Now, it is only you and that girl remaining. Come, allow me to assist you in unlocking your potential." With that, the elder's broad hand gently rested upon Jiang Ling's head. Jiang Ling felt a force within him being gradually guided. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged forth from his body. His black hair danced without the influence of wind, and a translucent aura erupted from his skin. As he experienced this overwhelming power, Jiang Ling, though prepared, could not suppress the excitement swelling within him. Anyone who unexpectedly acquires such immense strength would feel the same way. After calming his emotions, he controlled his aura and addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. It was merely a trifling effort, yet your potential truly astonishes me." Much like that young boy before, the Grand Elder chuckled lightly and then turned his gaze to Bulma. "Young lady, it is your turn now." "Me?" Bulma pointed to herself, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, I think I shall pass. I am not skilled in combat," Bulma replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. "Are you certain?" "I am quite certain." Jiang Ling requested a Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder, exchanged pleasantries, and prepared to depart with Bulma. Noticing that Piccolo had no intention of joining them, he inquired, "Piccolo, are you not coming to fight?" "You all go ahead," Piccolo replied. Fully aware that his earlier display of energy while guiding his potential had likely been detected by the enemy's sensors, it was clear that the Grand Elder could not move. and thus Piccolo chose to remain behind to protect him. Understanding Piccolo's decision, Jiang Ling said nothing further and took to the skies with Bulma. They arrived at a clearing where he instructed her to retrieve the spaceship, ensuring that should danger arise, Bulma would be able to initiate the ship's departure at a moment's notice. Inside the spaceship, Jiang Ling remarked, "Bulma, I believe you should harness your potential. I am not a warrior. What use is strength to me?" Bulma retorted with a dismissive pout. In the next moment, Jiang Ling leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear, causing Bulma's face to flush crimson as she shot him a playful glare. "You always think about those things. You've won me over. Let us return to seek the Grand Elder." "No need." With a mysterious smile, Jiang Ling remarked that he too could now harness guiding potential. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity to sign in on the Grand Elder, thus acquiring the skill of guiding potential. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? What need is there for the Grand Elder's guidance?" "Alas, it is merely a newly acquired skill, still lacking in maturity. Wearing clothes seems to affect the success rate of the guidance." In the room, on the bed, as the power was drawn forth, Bulma's face was a canvas of disbelief. Is this what power truly is? The strength is on the verge of overflowing. "Jiang Ling, what kind of ferocious words are these?" "Never mind. Let us eat first and discuss later." Jiang Ling turned her over, positioning her on the bed. Subsequently, he plunged into a realm of tenderness. Who could remain indifferent when faced with the alluring and pristine Bulma? Bulma exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm not ready yet." However, the disparity in strength dictated that she could only yield to Jiang Ling's whims. Chapter 37. In those days in a certain village, Frisia's army was wantonly slaughtering. Dodoria delivered a punch to an ordinary Namekian, piercing through his abdomen. Green blood splattered onto him, and he licked his lips, showing no concern whatsoever. Just then, the device affixed to his right eye detected a formidable power. Beep. Beep. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 beep. Boom. The device exploded. The maximum detection value of this device was 50,000. Its destruction indicated that this suddenly emerging power exceeded 50,000. Dodoria was somewhat taken aback, but not excessively so, for he was well aware of his king's might. No matter who arrived, they would meet a swift demise. "Is it possible that the Ginyu force has come?" suggested Zarbin. "That's a reasonable thought. It's not entirely impossible. Never mind that. Let us first gather the Dragon Balls. The king is awaiting them. Let us split into two groups then, to expedite the collection." Dodoria and Zarbin conferred and unanimously decided to divide their forces. 5 spacecraft, akin to shooting stars, descended upon Namek, each creating a deep crater upon landing. 5 figures burst forth from the vessels, heading directly toward Frisia's large spaceship. Before long, they stood before Frisia. The tyrant was seated in his exclusive baby carriage, gazing with satisfaction at the 5 individuals before him. They belonged to a unit under his command known as the Ginyu Force. Each member possessed unique abilities and exhibited unwavering loyalty. They could be described as a suicide squad, or in modern parlance, as brainwashed fanatics. "My lord, we of the Ginyu Force report to you," they chorused, before breaking into a dance that was both awkward and embarrassing. Raikum, Berta, Jis, Guldo, each struck what they deemed the most impressive pose. Ginyu made his entrance, turning around to present his rear to Frisia, revealing his flesh-colored safety shorts. Finally, all 5 shouted in unison, "We are the Ginyu Force." After performing their dance before King Frisia, Captain Ginyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "My lord, did you enjoy this performance?" Frisia's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite having witnessed the entrance dance of the Ginyu Force numerous times, he still found it utterly mortifying. Clearing his throat, he shifted the conversation, expressing his delight at seeing the members of the Ginyu Force. He then assigned them a task, to collect the Dragon Balls so that he could attain immortality. The members of the Ginyu Force chorused their commitment to fulfill the mission. Frisia waved them off, bidding them to proceed. As the words left his lips, Captain Ginyu utilized his scouter to scan the area. To the northwest and southwest were Dodoria and Zarbin's teams, which he deemed unnecessary to pursue. To the southeast, 3 energy signatures were approaching, but they were too weak to be of concern. However, to the northeast, 2 energy signatures fluctuated, likely indicating the presence of a Dragon Ball. After completing the scan, Ginyu issued the command, and the 5 members of the Ginyu Force soared towards the northeast. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just obliterated a village and secured his first Dragon Ball. After concealing it, he suddenly gazed into the distance, his pupils constricting. 5 energy signatures were approaching. The Ginyu Force had arrived. Unlike Frisia, who seldom engaged in battle. The Ginyu Force's brutal nature and formidable combat prowess left a lasting impression. Vegeta cautiously massed his energy until he sensed the Ginyu Force diverting in another direction, at which point he exhaled in relief. Given his current combat power, he knew he was no match for Ginyu and decided to remain cautious. Oh, Dodoria and Zarbon have separated? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately shot towards the synth's direction. Before long, Vegeta crossed his arms and stood in front of Dodoria. Smirking at Dodoria and his entourage, he greeted, "Dodoria, it's been a while." Dodoria, unfazed by Vegeta's presence, wore a look of disdain. "Isn't this the monkey? I didn't come looking for you, yet you've delivered yourself right to my door? Perfect timing for me to eliminate you. Who will eliminate whom remains to be seen?" Vegeta retorted. In an instant, he unleashed his hidden energy, elevating it to its zenith. Without further ado, he hurled a myriad of energy blasts. Dodoria swiftly dodged the energy blast with a few agile movements, chuckling, "Is that all you've got?" Just then, a cacophony of explosions and anguished cries erupted from behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Turning abruptly, Dodoria's expression darkened as he realized that all his subordinates had been obliterated. Baka! He let out a furious roar. Without these minions to assist in the massacre of the village, the quest for the Dragon Balls would become considerably more troublesome. Thus, his anger was warranted. "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. I shall end your life." Dodoria seethed with rage, feeling that Vegeta was humiliating him. His corpulent frame surged toward Vegeta with an implausible speed, and his fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Dodoria's eyes widened in astonishment. Opposite him, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand, appearing remarkably untroubled. "Is that all you've got?" Vegeta scoffed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Dodoria could hardly believe that the once feeble monkey in his eyes could withstand his full-force assault. His eyes bloodshot, Dodoria unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet, without exception, each was either evaded by Vegeta or effortlessly countered. "Are you done playing? Now it's my turn." Vegeta snorted, delivering a knee strike that propelled Dodoria into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Dodoria and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. Boom! Dodoria was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Vegeta landed beside the barely conscious Dodoria, gazing down at him. Suddenly, Dodoria shouted, filled with humiliation, "Do you know who I am? I am the trusted right hand of Lord Frieza. In the past." Chapter 38. Do you know who I am? The most trusted aide of Lord Frieza. Back in the day, I followed Lord Frieza, wielding 2 machetes, cutting my way from the Western Galaxy to the Eastern Galaxy. I hacked away for 3 days and nights, and the scene was one of blood and carnage. Yet, I never once blinked, Dodoria declared angrily, attempting to intimidate Vegeta into retreating. Vegeta paused momentarily before inquiring, "Aren't your eyes dry?" Dodoria glared and exclaimed, "I said I kill without blinking. And you dare ask if my eyes are dry? What else would you like me to ask?" Vegeta replied with a slight smile, squatting down to grasp Dodoria's head, slamming it repeatedly into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath Dodoria, already in the center of the crater, cracked like a spider's web under the relentless blows. Frieza's right-hand man. Boom. 3 days and nights. Boom. Hacking away. Boom. With each phrase, Vegeta struck Dodoria's head once more. Ultimately, Dodoria could no longer endure and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Please spare me." Boom. Seeing that Vegeta was unimpressed, a wave of dread washed over Dodoria's heart. In that moment, he recalled something, as if grasping at a lifeline, and hurriedly spoke. I know how Planet Vegeta was destroyed." Vegeta paused for a moment, scoffing. "Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteor strike. I am well aware of that." "No, that's not it," Dodoria quickly interjected. "I know the truth. If I tell you, you must let me go." "Oh?" Vegeta halted his movements, his gaze flickering. "Very well, speak." Upon hearing this, Dodoria exhaled in relief. Planet Vegeta was personally annihilated by King Frieza. I overheard him say that the legendary Super Saiyan has always been a threat. That was all he had to say. "You promised you would spare me." After listening, a barely perceptible emotion flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He nodded slightly, seized Dodoria, and hurled him into the sky. With his hands clasped together, he formed an energy sphere pulsating with intense energy. Final flash. Vegeta thrust his hands upward. The final flash surged forth with tremendous force, striking Dodoria, who was helpless in midair. A thunderous explosion ensued. Dodoria was reduced to a mass of pink flesh, plummeting into the lake below to feed the fish. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, Dodoria didn't even have a chance to utter a final word. Hmph. Believing in ephemeral promises, your demise is not unjust, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms with an indifferent expression. Within the confines of the spacecraft occupied by Jiang Ling and Bulma, a large television mounted on the wall displayed an engaging romantic soap opera. The gentle strains of soothing music emanated from the sound system. Having recently weathered a series of tumultuous events, Bulma's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nestled against Jiang Ling, tracing delicate circles upon his chest. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Is that even a question? Jiang Ling's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he reached out to caress once more, eliciting a playful pout from the enchanting beauty. After indulging in this tender moment, Bulma licked her lips, her face beaming with delight. Oh dear. It seems my lips are a tad parched. Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance and remarked, if your mouth is dry, simply drink some water. However, she replied, I am so weary. I do not wish to rise, nor do I desire to drink water. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by her meaning. Then what do you wish to do? Bulma rolled her eyes and exclaimed, when I say my mouth is dry, do you not comprehend what that signifies? Oh, Jiang Ling suddenly came to a realization. Then he exclaimed, what the hell? Bulma swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the strike. Sitting on the bed with her legs crossed like a duck and hands on her hips, she seethed with anger. Is that what I meant? What else could it be? I'll beat you up. Bulma brandished her tiny fists and charged forward. Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh, and the two began to frolic playfully. It was at this moment that Jiang Ling's expression shifted as he concealed his earlier frivolity. Stay here and do not venture outside, he instructed. Have you discovered something? Bulma inquired. Indeed. Remain here until I return, he replied. Very well. Do take care, Bulma expressed with concern. Jiang Ling let out a soft hum, reminding her not to underestimate the capabilities of her partner. With a swift motion, she vanished from within the spacecraft, only to reappear outside in an instant. Bulma stood in astonishment, murmuring to herself, how astonishingly fast. If it had been that quick before. Oh dear, I can scarcely imagine. Jiang Ling was naturally unaware of the thoughts swirling in Bulma's mind. At this moment, he had already soared far from the spacecraft, suspended in the air. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression relaxed as he gazed at the 5-member team before him, the Ginyu Force. Each member possessed extraordinary abilities. Should Krillin, Gohan, and the others confront them, they would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Yet, Jiang Ling remained at ease, even before unlocking his full potential. His combat prowess alone was sufficient to take on the Ginyu Force, let alone now that he had harnessed his latent abilities. So, you are the Ginyu Force, are you? Jiang Ling smiled. The appearance of the Ginyu Force was something he had not anticipated. Compared to the original narrative, their arrival was significantly earlier than expected. Oh. Do you have Dragon Balls? If not, step aside and don't obstruct my path. Ginyu grinned wickedly, and his comrades joined in the laughter. To them, the individual before them seemed utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Indeed, we do have them, but can you truly obtain them? Jiang Ling beckoned with a finger. The members of the Ginyu Special Forces exchanged glances and then broke into laughter. Shall we adhere to the old custom? They decided to play a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would take the stage. Subsequently, they gathered closely and commenced the game. Jiang Ling quietly observed their performance, remaining silent. In the end, the robust Lycum secured the opportunity to take the stage. Jiang Ling was aware of his abilities, particularly his prowess in defense and dance. Allow me to engage with you, Lycum declared. Jiang Ling engaged in no idle chatter. With a swift motion, he left behind a fleeting shadow at his original position. In an instant, he advanced before Lycum, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, followed by an upward swing that connected with his chin. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. In the next moment, Lycum's body arched before he expelled a clear stream of saliva, accompanied by a few yellowed teeth, towards the sky. While the crowd remained in stunned silence, Jiang Ling had already maneuvered behind Lycum, landing a devastating elbow strike to his back. Thud! The sheer force of the blow sent Lycum crashing to the ground, prostrate, creating a deep crater around him. The members of the Ginyu Force gazed on in disbelief. What just happened? In an instant, Lycum was down. I didn't catch it. I didn't see clearly. It all happened so fast. Faster than even the self-proclaimed fastest man in the universe. How could this be? Bat. A member of the Ginyu Force with azure skin, who prided himself on his unparalleled speed, was astonished to discover that someone surpassed him. This revelation shattered his perception of reality in an instant. Jiang Ling stood at the edge of the deep pit, arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed upon Hmph, who lay within. How infuriating. It is the first time someone has inflicted such grievous harm upon me. Hmph trembled, rising unsteadily from the ground. Gasping for breath, his face contorted with rage. I shall slay you. Witness my ultimate technique, the mouth cannon. As he uttered these words, Hmph's mouth opened wide, gathering an intense radiance within. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling nodded. Despite exerting around 100,000 units of strength previously, he had failed to vanquish him. Truly, Hmph, renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities, was a member of the Ginyu force. As Hmph prepared to unleash his mouth cannon, Jiang Ling swiftly repositioned himself before him. Extending his hand, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberated through the area, lingering in the air. Gulping, Hmph, having received the slap, swallowed back the imminent discharge of his mouth cannon, his eyes widening in astonishment. As Jiang Ling took a step, he swiftly retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. Turning to glance back, there, he beheld Hmph, who had just been engulfed by the mouth cannon he had swallowed moments prior, his abdomen grotesquely ruptured in an explosive display. A resounding boom erupted, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud that billowed forth, sending a torrent of dust and debris into the air. Hmph was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Truly, a remarkable technique, indeed. Jiang Ling could not help but nod in appreciation. Chapter 39, Intrigued. Hmph, how could this happen? How could it? Indeed, it's infuriating. Our dance will be diminished by the absence of one member, rendering it imperfect. The remaining members of the Special Forces lamented. Jiang Ling observed as the blue-skinned Barth and the red-skinned JIS exchanged a knowing glance, their heads nodding ever so slightly. Then, they clasped their hands together, directing their focus towards Jiang Ling, and simultaneously shouted, Fusion Technique. Crimson Comet Impact. A projectile of intertwining purple and red energy surged forth from their joined hands, hurtling towards Jiang Ling. In response, Jiang Ling remarked, Impressive speed and formidable power. There are hardly any rivals on your level. Alas, my strength far surpasses yours. Jiang Ling shook his head and swiftly raised his hand to block the purplish-red orb before him. With a casual slap, the orb was instantly extinguished. The crimson-skinned JIS stared in astonishment at this scene, utterly incredulous. The azure-skinned bat gasped in shock, gazing vacantly at the unfolding spectacle. The formidable fusion technique, which had always been invincible, was so effortlessly dismantled, a sight that far exceeded their comprehension. It is worth noting that even their captain, Ginyu, would not dare to guarantee his ability to withstand such an attack. While they remained in a daze, Jiang Ling was not inclined to wait any longer. He swiftly moved before them, grasped their hair with both hands, and forcefully slammed their heads together. Bang! A dizzying impact. Bang! Blood gushed forth. Bang! They were sent crashing into the bridal chamber. Jiang Ling, after colliding their bands several times, casually tossed them into the sky. He slightly bent his legs and placed his hands on his waist, forming a flower-like posture, as blue and white brilliance shot from the gaps between his fingers. Kamehameha wave. With a forceful push, Jiang Ling unleashed a shockwave from his hand, enveloping an overwhelming might that struck mercilessly upon the defenseless Bart and Jisoo. The impact erupted spectacularly, giving rise to two stunning blossoms in the sky, brilliant, resplendent, and shimmering with radiance. The battles unfolded with such swiftness that Captain Ginyu and his fellow comrade Goldo had yet to intervene before it all concluded. They gazed at the fireworks above, as if the visages and laughter of their fallen teammates were vividly present before them. Goldo, drenched in sweat, averted his gaze, seeking an opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Jinyu's eyes flickered, his thoughts obscured in mystery. Goldo, I require his body. You know what must be done, Ginyu murmured softly. Goldo nodded eagerly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was aware that Ginyu possessed the ability of body exchange, and he could hardly recall how many different forms he had inhabited thus far. Jiang Ling's gaze fixed upon them, honing in on Goldo. He understood clearly that this individual must be eliminated first. Otherwise, collaborating with Ginyu would pose a minor inconvenience for him. There was no room for idle chatter. With the advantage of speed, Jiang Ling swiftly arrived before Goldo. The latter, startled, took a step back and instinctively shouted, Now? Change bodies, yelled Ginyu simultaneously. Goldo held his breath, and in his perception, everything was frozen, including Jiang Ling and Ginyu before him. Only he could move. This was his unique gift. As long as I hold my breath, time stands still. Goldo quickly repositioned Ginyu to where he originally stood, facing Jiang Ling, while he himself sought refuge in a hidden spot. He then released his breath, inhaling deeply the fresh air. With his breathing, time resumed its flow. In an instant, Jiang Ling perceived a blur, and the diminutive Goldo transformed into Ginyu, who radiated a white light from his mouth, manifesting his innate ability, change bodies. The moment one is struck, they can exchange their physical forms. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of his surroundings. Yet, that slight distance was ample for him to maneuver. As the bright light approached, he deftly shifted his foot and sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. His speed and reflexes were truly remarkable, especially in a confrontation where the disparity in strength was so pronounced. Ginyu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he failed to land a hit on the body he so coveted, even at such close range. What extraordinary combat prowess this was! Jiang Ling's thoughts flowed like a stream. Previously, she had digressed. She should first address the issue with the Ginyu. She gathered her energy into a blade. A blade of energy manifested in Jiang Ling's hand, swiftly severing the limbs of Ginyu with a series of precise strokes. Subsequently, the energy blade plunged into his throat, causing a violent disruption that shattered his vocal cords. Jinyu's ability to swap bodies necessitated the utterance of specific phrases, which is why Jiang Ling chose to obliterate his throat. As for the reason behind not delivering a fatal blow immediately, well, one could only speculate. Jiang Ling merely sought his innate abilities. Abandoning the Ginyu, he attuned himself to the surrounding energy and fixed his gaze upon a stone. Approaching, he shattered the stone, revealing the terrified Goldo concealed behind it. "How did you discover my presence? Please, do not come any closer." Goldo stammered, fear etched upon his face. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile and gently threw a punch. In the next moment, Gordo's figure vanished. Jiang Ling remained unhurried, fully aware that time had once again been suspended. However, Gordo's need for breath meant that he could not hold his breath for long. It was certain he could not venture far. As expected, Jiang Ling soon discovered him hiding behind a stone, only for him to vanish again, only to be found once more. This cycle repeated several times. Eventually, Gordo collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Jiang Ling gently struck with his palm, inflicting severe injuries. Thus, he could not escape his grasp. As for the reason for not ending his life directly, Jiang Ling smiled faintly. He was also quite intrigued by the concept of time standing still. Chapter 40, Wukong vs. Frieza. Soon, Jiang Ling received a notification from the system. Ding. Sign-in attempts have been refreshed. Time clearly has passed that quickly, has it? How is it possible to sign in again? Jiang Ling expressed his confusion. It was only after a thorough explanation from the system that he comprehended the peculiarities of Namek. There, a single day passed rapidly, with nearly 3 days equating to just 1 day on Earth. Oh, how considerate of you, system, to adjust according to the local time. Jiang Ling chuckled. Of course. This system would never engage in actions that harm its host. Well then, please assist me with the sign-in process. Jiang Ling spoke as he extended his hand to rest upon Gordo. Ding. Sign-in successful, and the reward of Gordo's dance was obtained. Jiang Ling, what happened to the promised humanization? Is this what you present to me? Ding. Host, the system is fair and just. The skills acquired through sign-in are indeed random. Jiang Ling waved his hand, feeling somewhat fatigued. Having acquired this skill from Guerdwa, he realized that if he wished to sign for another, he would have to wait a year. Reflecting on it, he recalled how effortlessly he had previously obtained the skills he desired, perhaps due to his fortunate streak. Each time, he received precisely what he sought. Now, however, upon acquiring an undesirable skill, the drawbacks began to surface. The time stop skill was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook, and he had to devise a strategy to utilize it. As for Ginyu, he decided to postpone any further actions until the cooldown period for signing had elapsed the following day. Jiang Ling gazed at the resentful expression of Ginyu and the feeble state of Goldo, resolutely making up his mind. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the distant clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza, indicating that they had finally encountered one another. I must hasten to witness this. Should Frieza emerge victorious and succeed in his quest to dominate the universe, the consequences would be unimaginable. In his heart, Jiang Ling pondered. He had no desire to wander through the cosmos alongside Bulma, evading the relentless pursuit of Frieza. The mere thought of such a life filled with trepidation sent shivers down his spine. Grasping the limp forms of Ginyu and Goldo, Jiang Ling soared directly toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Son Goku faced Frieza head-on. I've heard tales of your might. Allow me to test your strength, he declared, positioning himself for combat as his aura erupted forth. Frieza, taken aback, observed Goku with a flicker of recognition. You bear an uncanny resemblance to that Saiyan who resisted until the bitter end when I obliterated planet Vegeta. Startled by this revelation, Goku shook his head. Perhaps. I share some Saiyan lineage, and it is not unusual to have a likeness. However, I cannot fathom why that Vegeta would willingly serve you after you annihilated his home. Frieza chuckled darkly, unaware of the implications. And yet, a mere Saiyan monkey dares to challenge me. Utterly foolish. Clearly, you underestimate my prowess. With absolute confidence in his abilities, Frieza lounged in his hovering pod, showing no intention of descending. Come forth, I can dispatch you with a single hand. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he extended a finger, unleashing a laser beam from his fingertips. Goku, perplexed, regarded the attack as somewhat feeble. With a casual flick, he swatted the laser away and advanced, delivering a powerful punch toward Frieza. Frieza, astonished that his assault had failed, was further taken aback as Goku appeared before him, attempting to land a blow. How could this insignificant monkey possess such speed? With a resounding impact, Frieza caught Goku's fist, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of power. The hovering pod, unable to withstand such force, propelled Frieza backward until he collided with a wall, coming to a halt with a loud crash. The pod, unable to endure the strain, exploded into a shower of debris. For the first time since arriving on Namek, Frieza emerged from his pod, fully revealing his form. He appeared somewhat diminutive. Frieza's expression darkened as his feet touched the ground of Namek for the first time. Each foot bore 3 toes, totaling 6 in all. Excellent. You have successfully provoked my wrath, little ant. You dare to bite back. I shall now release my seal. Frieza wore a grim expression as a fierce aura surged around him. He never anticipated that a cosmic emperor like himself would be struck down. His previous disdainful remarks now rendered him akin to a jester. Goku, momentarily bewildered, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Suddenly, Frieza's form expanded, transforming in stature. He grew more robust and taller, his muscles solidifying, his height seemingly doubling. The 2 horns atop his head morphed into thick, bull-like protrusions. His combat power surged from over 500,000 to more than 1 million. Creak, creak, creak. Frieza slowly took a few steps, producing a series of creaking sounds. The elegant, haughty expression returned to his visage. How intriguing. Goku sensed the transformation in Frieza's body and aura, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Prepare to receive my blow. Goku charged forward, unleashing a punch directly at Frieza. With a slight tilt of his head, Frieza evaded the strike, seizing Goku's wrist and delivering a forceful blow to his abdomen. In the next moment, his tail coiled around Goku's waist, hurling him away with great force. Goku managed to brace himself, flipping backwards several times before landing firmly on the ground. Your strength is commendable. The warm-up match has concluded. Goku chuckled, then felt his energy surge. A fierce blaze ignited around him, waves of energy stirring the dust beneath him into a whirlwind. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Frieza. His fist struck with remarkable speed, catching Frieza off guard, forcing him to retreat in disarray. Goku executed a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying, followed by a concentrated Kamehameha, which struck him squarely. A massive cloud of dust erupted, and Goku, panting heavily, gazed towards Frieza's direction, scratching his head. He doesn't seem nearly as formidable as Jiang Ling suggested. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, 2 small figures stealthily navigated the interior, cautiously glancing around. Better to be safe than sorry, Krillin whispered. Gohan nodded in agreement. I understand, Uncle Krillin. Just then, a small soldier approached, wielding a laser gun. Krillin and Gohan concealed themselves, holding their breath. Uncle Krillin, I feel we don't need to hide. This guy seems weak. Indeed. They exchanged glances and swiftly emerged. Before the soldier could react, each delivered a flying kick, knocking him unconscious. Success, they exclaimed, high-fiving each other in celebration. Hush. Let us continue our quest for the Dragon Balls. Krillin produced the Dragon Radar, leading Gohan step by step to the threshold of a chamber. A room designated for valuable items must surely be secured with a password and safety measures. There might even be an alarm. What shall we do? Krillin mused, resting his chin on his hand. Before he could devise a plan, Gohan grasped the doorknob and flung the door open, rushing inside. There, 3 Dragon Balls lay quietly upon the floor. Gohan lifted one of the Dragon Balls, exclaiming with excitement, Uncle Krillin, we found it. Krillin responded. What happened to the password, the traps, and the alarms? This is nothing like the movies. Chapter 41. The shock of Vegeta. Meanwhile, Frieza's minion, Zabo, had just laid waste to another village. Clutching a Dragon Ball, he led his entourage back to report their findings when they encountered an unexpected visitor, Vegeta. With his arms crossed and a cold smirk, Vegeta stood defiantly before Zabo. "Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I shall spare your life." Zabo, upon seeing him, wore a disdainful smile that accentuated his striking features, his green hair and skin lending him an otherworldly allure. "I should have guessed. It's the Saiyan monkey, Vegeta. What? Are you so arrogant as to challenge me now? Hmph. Consider this your final chance." Vegeta scoffed, confident in his ability to defeat Zabo. For the power detector indicated that Zabo's combat prowess fell short of his own, emboldening him to obstruct the path. "And if I refuse?" Zabo retorted. "Then prepare for me to take it by force." Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Zabo raised his arm to block, yet felt an overwhelming force that sent him stumbling back several steps. "I didn't expect you to have grown so strong in just a few days." Vegeta smirked. "This is the consequence of underestimating me." "Oh?" Zabo arched an eyebrow. Who underestimates whom is yet to be seen. From their brief skirmish, he discerned that he could not match Vegeta's strength at present. Thus, he dropped the pretense. "I forgot to mention, I am a transformation-type warrior." As the words left his lips, Zabo's body began to swell with power. Vegeta was enveloped in a sense of foreboding, an unsettling feeling blossoming within him. In the next moment, Zabo's physique expanded dramatically, transforming into a monstrous figure. Yet, amidst the grotesque appearance, his skin tone and green hair revealed that this hideous creature was indeed Zabo. Vegeta sensed that Zabo's combat power had undoubtedly surged far beyond his previous limits, overwhelming him with a suffocating pressure. Without uttering a word, Zabo vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Vegeta found himself hurtling through the air, utterly unable to retaliate. In a flash, Zabo intercepted him mid-retreat with a knee strike, forcing Vegeta to arch his body upwards into the sky, only to find Zabo reappearing behind him, with both hands clasped together. Zabo unleashed a devastating blow that crashed Vegeta down to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. The disparity in their combat prowess was staggering. Vegeta was ruthlessly subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks. "Now do you comprehend the chasm that separates us?" Zabo smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his grotesque visage as he gathered energy into a sphere, poised to obliterate Vegeta. Rising to his feet, Vegeta's gaze fixated on the impending energy blast, his pupils dilating in alarm. However, the anticipated explosion never materialized. The energy orb was shattered by the sudden appearance of an unexpected figure. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, "It's you, Jiang Ling." "Indeed, it is I. Be grateful." "For I have saved your life," Jiang Ling replied coolly. Vegeta offered no further acknowledgement, and Jiang Ling remained indifferent, turning his attention towards Zabo. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the identity of the transformed adversary, understanding why Vegeta had been unable to prevail. In the original narrative, Vegeta had indeed been thoroughly bested by the metamorphosed Zabo. Jiang Ling's footsteps stirred, swiftly propelling him forward. In an instant, he appeared before Sabo. The energy projectile was unleashed at point-blank range. Boom. In a mere moment, Sabo was reduced to ashes, not even uttering a single word. Jiang Ling moved once more, appearing before the soldier clutching the Dragon Ball. He snatched the Dragon Ball away, and his body erupted with an intense energy, obliterating the surrounding soldiers in an instant, leaving them as mere ashes, following in the footsteps of Sabo. This technique was quite simple. It involved emitting energy from his body, a splendid skill for clearing enemies in a wide radius. Vegeta stood in astonishment. What transpired? In just a few days, how had Jiang Ling become so formidable? The power he displayed was overwhelming. It was hard to believe that not long ago he was nearly on par back on Earth. Vegeta remained rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend the situation. He even began to question the validity of his own titles as the Prince of the Saiyans and a Saiyan prodigy. Was he truly a genius? If so, why had this individual before him experienced such monstrous growth? Jiang Ling turned around, gazing at the astonished Vegeta. "Stop being dazed. First, reveal the Dragon Balls you have obtained." "Impossible." Vegeta snapped back to reality, immediately refusing. "I will not surrender the Dragon Balls to you." Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. He had anticipated that Vegeta would respond in such a manner. "So, you must be aware of the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of Frieza, correct?" Vegeta replied solemnly, "I have only just learned of it. Do you wish to seek vengeance? I can assist you in your quest for retribution. For Frieza's power surpasses even mine. You would stand no chance against him." Jiang Ling, with a gentle and persuasive demeanor, spoke. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta felt a stir of interest within him, yet he still shook his head. This is a matter concerning us Saiyans. As the words left his lips, he caught sight of the tail swaying behind Jiang Ling. Vegeta suddenly recalled that Jiang Ling too was a Saiyan. I can teach you methods to swiftly enhance your strength. Even the attainment of the legendary Super Saiyan is not beyond reach. Jiang Ling once again incited persuasion. He continued, stating that if the Dragon Balls were not surrendered, it would be of little consequence, for he possessed the Dragon Radar, making the retrieval of the Dragon Balls merely a matter of moments. The mention of Super Saiyan. Vegeta wavered, particularly upon hearing the latter part of the statement. Before long, Vegeta produced the concealed Dragon Balls and handed them over to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling pointed towards the distant figures of Ginyu and Guldo, whom he had discarded. Please carry them for me. It is inconvenient to hold the Dragon Balls. These are Ginyu and Guldo from the Ginyu Force, Vegeta responded, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, the series of shocks Jiang Ling had delivered to him were already substantial. The complete annihilation of the Ginyu Force was not an unbearable notion. Follow me to Friesia's spaceship. Jiang Ling uttered a word and soared away with the Dragon Ball in his embrace. Vegeta had no choice but to carry Ginyu and Guldo in tow. Before long, they arrived at their destination and unexpectedly encountered Son Wukong and Krillin, who emerged holding the Dragon Ball. At this moment, all 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. Jiang Ling nodded. Please wait for me a moment. We shall summon the dragons soon. All right. No problem, replied Krillin and Gohan in unison. Krillin then gestured towards Vegeta behind them. How is it that he is with you? Jiang Ling smiled reassuringly, indicating that he posed no immediate threat. Humph. Vegeta merely scoffed, offering no retort. Subsequently, Jiang Ling scanned the vicinity, his eyes sparkling with discovery. He beckoned Vegeta to follow. Before them materialized 5 circular, single-pilot spacecraft. They placed Guldo inside, preparing to send him away from Namek. Jiang Ling gestured towards one of the spacecraft. Vegeta, filled with confusion, pondered the reasoning behind sparing Guldo. Perceiving his thoughts, Jiang Ling refrained from elaborating, simply stating, just follow my instructions. I have my own plans. Chapter 42. A great sun, a gust of energy, surged towards them. The single-person spacecraft ascended into the sky, carrying Guldo as it broke through the atmosphere, departing from Namek. Keeping him alive is a potential disaster. I cannot fathom why you would grant him mercy. It would be far simpler to eliminate him. Vegeta muttered to himself. Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, You are indeed a source of calamity. Perhaps I should have eliminated you from the outset. To be candid, had it not been for Wukong's intervention back then, he would undoubtedly have slain Vegeta. In this timeline, he had already altered much. Whether Vegeta would evolve similarly to his original self remained uncertain. Thus, he had contemplated stifling Vegeta's potential right from the cradle. Vegeta, upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, found himself momentarily at a loss. Recalling the harsh words he had uttered when departing Earth, he compared the present disparity in their strengths. A desire to return to the past and slap himself surged within him. Yet, the pride of the Saiyan prince steeled his resolve. He vowed to surpass Jiang Ling and Kakarot, then exact a fierce retribution, cleansing the humiliation of your. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ling, Vegeta's tumultuous thoughts ran deep. After teasing Vegeta briefly, Jiang Ling felt a surge of satisfaction within. At that moment, he awaited the conclusion of the system's countdown in silence. 1 minute. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Sign-in attempts have been refreshed. The host may now sign in. Indeed. Another day has passed on Namek. Time has flown by quite swiftly. As for the fate of Ginyu, it now hinges on luck, specifically, Jiang Ling's luck. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon the limbless and voiceless Ginyu, breaking into a radiant smile. Ginyu's eyes widened in astonishment. For some inexplicable reason, that smile struck him with an eerie chill. Sweat cascaded down his brow, and he emitted incomprehensible sounds of do not be alarmed. Jiang Ling gently consoled, placing her hand upon Ginyu's form. In her heart, she silently thought, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a remarkable stroke of luck. Your sign-in rewards are transformation and Ginyu's dance talent. Oh my, 2 skills appeared at once, truly deserving of my esteemed child. Jiang Ling remarked that although one of the skills proved to be ineffectual, it was only natural for him, as a father, to lend a hand. Regarding such matters of address, Jiang Ling has always been unambiguous, often retorting with a spirited assertion, system, You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. You are my son. I am your father. Son. Father. Ah, my dear child. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, her spirits lifted. The system, regaining its composure, nearly malfunctioned in its frustration. After a playful interaction with the system, Jiang Ling turned her attention to the recently acquired skill, body swap, by uttering the word exchange towards a target. A beam of radiant light is directed at them, enabling the exchange of bodies. Cooldown period, 1 day. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why there was a cooldown period imposed upon him. What on earth is this cooldown period? She inquired, although the system was quite irked. It dutifully responded to her query. It is indeed a rare occurrence. Your skills are exceedingly formidable, thus they have been tempered by this system. Jiang Ling, this reasoning is quite sound. However, possessing such a skill is already commendable. What more could one desire? Let us envision the future. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow once more. Previously, she merely believed that the transfiguration skill was remarkably powerful and desired to acquire it. Now that she has obtained it, however, it seems to hold little practical value. Jiang Ling believed that his health was quite good and that he possessed no peculiarities. Upon reflection, the body swap skill seemed rather superfluous. It felt as if he had been toiling in vain. How frustrating to have squandered so much time. Jiang Ling turned to face Ginyu, his gaze flickering with a hint of murderous intent. The turtle school's Kamehameha. Before Ginyu could comprehend what was unfolding, he was enveloped by a blinding blue-white shockwave, and then there was nothing more. After Jiang Ling vanquished Ginyu with the turtle school's Kamehameha, he let out a long sigh of relief and conjured a justification for his actions. I am merely ridding the universe of evil, he reasoned. And this assertion held a semblance of truth. The heinous crimes committed by the Ginyu force throughout the cosmos could indeed be described as beyond comprehension. Hmph, my apologies. My apologies. May you be a virtuous person in your next life. Jiang Ling sighed as he gazed at the large crater before him, deep in thought. From now on, this place shall be known as Itamori Town. Perhaps one day, a film akin to your name set on Namek could be made here. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku pondered why Frieza was not as formidable as he had imagined. Suddenly, as the dust enveloping Frieza began to dissipate, he noticed Frieza's form tremble slightly. Damn it. How could this happen? This king has been wounded by an insignificant ant. Unforgivable. Frieza's aura surged violently. Goku's expression hardened. Could he transform again? This power. It was overwhelming. Despite his thoughts, Goku refrained from intervening. He wished to ascertain just how strong Frieza truly was. As a blinding light flashed, Frieza's appearance altered. He became shorter and more grotesque, resembling a monstrous being. His power escalated exponentially. Haha. In this form, with a battle power of over 20 million. Prepare to meet your demise. Frieza proclaimed slowly, though his expression twisted with rage. He raised his hand, gathering a purple energy at his fingertips, which grew increasingly larger. The purple destruction ball, encircled by crackling violet lightning, exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Frieza pointed forward, sending the destruction ball hurtling toward Goku. Goku's demeanor turned gravely serious. He understood that evasion was not an option. If he dodged, Namek would face annihilation. Then I shall not hold back. Goku shouted, his red aura blazing fiercely. Soaring into the sky. Tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. He positioned his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, channeling a deep red energy wave. With a powerful thrust, the Kamehameha surged forth like a dragon, colliding violently with Frieza's destruction ball. Frieza, unyielding, pressed down with his hand. The two forces locked in a stalemate in midair. The energy fluctuations shattered nearby peaks, and the waves churned violently, unleashing a series of tsunamis. Ah! Goku's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. 12-fold Kaioken. Instantly, the Kamehameha seemed to be infused with energy, gradually pushing the purple destruction ball back. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He pressed down with renewed force. Yet it proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as the destruction ball advanced toward him. Chapter 43. Jiang Ling arrives. The annihilation sphere was enveloped in crackling lightning. A violet orb brimming with terrifying energy. Under the impact of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, the sphere descended upon Frieza. Victory seemed imminent. Frieza, with his diminutive frame, braced against the ominous purple orb. His expression contorted, eyes wide with fury. He growled, struggling to push the annihilation sphere away, yet under Wukong's relentless pressure. He found himself unable to do so, being gradually forced downwards towards the lake below. This cannot continue. If it does, I will perish. The dread of death began to rise within Frisia's heart. In light of this, I shall unleash my sealed form and revert to my true self. Frisia's aura surged once more. His power was escalating. Could he transform again? Wukong's heart raced, and he instinctively intensified his effort, yet the annihilation sphere remained resolute, even pushing back against him. Just then, a voice rang out. Tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. The silhouette of Jiang Ling appeared in the distance, radiating a similar crimson aura. At that moment, the energy emanating from him was on par with that of Wukong. The red Kamehameha wave intertwined with Wukong's own, coalescing into a colossal crimson dragon that enveloped and consumed both the annihilation orb and Frisia, plunging deep into the ocean's abyss. A thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths, sending towering waves surging into the sky. Most of the water evaporated, while a portion engulfed the nearby land, reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami. With a deep exhalation, Wukong released the tension, and the crimson aura dissipated. Having just unleashed the 12-fold Kaioken, his body was beginning to show signs of strain. Fortuitously, you arrived in the nick of time. Had Frisia undergone another transformation, the consequences would have been dire. Wukong flashed a grin and inquired, by the way, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive? I was dealing with Frisia's minions. It took a bit longer than expected, but I'm glad I made it in time. Jiang Ling chuckled, though a sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. Was Frisia truly so easily vanquished? Upon careful observation, he indeed sensed the absence of Frisia's presence. The seawater cascaded from the heavens, drenching their faces and bodies, rendering the moment astonishingly vivid. Yet, at that very instant, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. A formidable force erupted as a shadow surged from below, colliding directly with Sun Wukong. Bang! Wukong was instantly drenched in blood, his entire form hurtling through the air, shattering peak after peak, until he was ultimately buried beneath the rubble. Wukong! Jiang Ling called out sharply, suddenly turning to gaze at the shadow. Frisia, you are alive. At this moment, Frisia's form had shed the grotesque appearance he had moments ago, now taking on a sleek and elegant shape, exuding simplicity and grace. His once youthful visage now leaned towards a more androgynous charm. Ha ha ha. Just a moment ago, I too believed my fate was sealed. Now, I stand before you in my complete form. Are you prepared? Ha ha ha. With that, Frisia erupted into laughter, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. It was only when he noticed the appendage coiled around Jiang Ling's waist. Oh no, it was a tail. You are a Saiyan? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that in his previous extermination of the Saiyans, a few had indeed escaped his grasp. Thus, today he resolved to eliminate them all, sparing himself the annoyance of encountering these simian beings in the future. As Jiang Ling was about to speak, a sudden energy blast surged from behind. Perhaps dismissive of evasion, the energy blast struck Frisia directly, producing a resounding bang. Unfortunately, it was a mere display of thunder without rain. Frisia remained unscathed, not a single hair harmed. Turning to look, Jiang Ling saw that the source of the energy blast was the recently arrived Vegeta. His chest heaved violently, and his hands were clenched tightly. Frisia, although I have learned the entirety of this affair from Dodoria, to hear it from your own lips, in this moment, I yearn to strangle you with my own hands. No sooner had he uttered these words than Vegeta unleashed his full power, charging forward. Oh, is that not my adorable little Vegeta? What seems to be the matter? Frisia remarked with a gentle smile. Noticing Vegeta's somewhat sluggish speed as he approached, he extended his hand and delicately tapped his fingertip. A laser beam shot forth, piercing straight through Vegeta's chest. All of this transpired in an instant, and Jiang Ling wished to intervene, yet it was too late. Ugh. Vegeta cast a glance at the gaping wound in his chest as he fell to the ground, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. I truly overestimated myself. I could have simply stayed aside. Vegeta glanced weakly at Jiang Ling, murmuring, Jiang Ling, Frisia fears the legendary Saiyan. And to me, you embody that legendary Saiyan. I implore you, could you perhaps kill Frisia, avenging our kind? With those final words, his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Jiang Ling sighed. Food is the original sin. May it find peace. Frisia crossed his arms, appearing rather bored, and finally remarked, Is that all? How amusing it is that despite being struck in the heart, there are still so many words to utter. The wind swept by, carrying dust with it. The two stood facing each other, enveloped in silence. The absurdity. Jiang Ling was the first to shatter the oppressive silence, unleashing a surge of fury. A profound crimson aura enveloped him, exuding an enchanting allure. The overwhelming energy painted the sky in vast swathes of red, as though the apocalypse had descended upon the world. 15-fold King's fist. Jiang Ling uttered a low growl. Deep within, he understood that this 15-fold exertion was the upper limit of his physical capacity. It was indeed possible to unleash 20 or even 25 times that power. However, the aftermath remained uncertain. Would he achieve victory in battle first? Or would his body succumb to collapse? Jiang Ling surged forward like a crimson meteor, propelling himself directly towards Frieza. In the next instant, he collided with Frieza's form, his head striking against him with a resounding thud. Frieza staggered back a few paces, engulfed in a cloud of dust, exclaiming in pain, "How could this be? I have attained my perfect form, yet the Saiyan monkey possesses enough strength to injure me." Before he could fully process his astonishment, Jiang Ling unleashed another assault. His fists transformed into a tempest of relentless fury, raining down upon Frieza with unyielding force, each strike landing with brutal precision. Boom, 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 boom. To Frieza's astonishment, he found himself unable to retaliate, ensnared in a barrage of blows. At last, he seized upon a fleeting opportunity. With a swift motion, he retracted his head, bent his legs, and used his arms to block momentarily, before countering with a swift lash of his tail, striking Jiang Ling with force. Jiang Ling took a few steps back, refraining from advancing further, and instead gazed at Frieza, who erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, Frieza's body was riddled with deep wounds, and his face bore the unmistakable marks of bruises and swelling. Chapter 44. How infuriating. Hiss, it hurts. Frieza tugged at the wounds on his face, grimacing in pain. "You have inflicted pain upon me. Never before has anyone managed to hurt me. You are the first. It is time for you to witness my full power, the complete form at 100 strength. This force is terrifying, even to me. Tremble, Saiyan monkey." Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. "Considering all your might, perhaps it would be wiser for you to focus on surviving first." With that, he gestured upwards. "What?" Frieza abruptly glanced up, only to behold a colossal sphere of white light hovering above him, gradually descending. "What? In the next instant, the white orb swiftly engulfed him. Boom. A blinding brilliance erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. In that moment, both land and sea were rendered to naught. From a distance at the explosion's epicenter, Jiang Ling gently touched down, carrying Goku in his grasp. "Impressive work, Goku, silently gathering your spirit bomb. Haha, had it not been for you diverting Frieza's attention, I would not have succeeded." Cough, cough. Goku chuckled softly, only to be followed by a series of light coughs. The injuries inflicted by Frieza were indeed quite severe. At this point, Frieza must surely be annihilated. Jiang Ling gazed at the gaping crater left by the energy blast, softly murmuring to himself that this would be the best outcome. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Frieza's figure slowly began to rise from the depths of the pit. At that moment, his appearance transformed once more, with bulging muscles rippling across his body. A terrifying aura of oppressive energy emanated from him. Truly, he was an indomitable creature, akin to an unkillable cockroach. Jiang Ling forced a smile and shook his head. He was acutely aware that Frieza's current form possessed a combat power of 120 million, far beyond his capability to contend with. He faced two potential courses of action. The first was to inflict severe injury upon himself, utilizing the body swap skill to transfer Frieza into his own body, thereby eliminating the intruder. The second option involved contacting Krillin to summon Shenron, facilitating their transportation to Earth while leaving Frieza stranded on Namek. Observing Frieza's increasingly frenzied expression, Jiang Ling realized he needed to make a swift decision. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his contemplation. "Ding. Host, you have an unused location sign-in available. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in?" The alert broke Jiang Ling's focus, and without much thought, he casually responded, "Sign in." Ding. Sign-in successful. As the host is situated at a renowned scene from Dragon Ball, Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, the reward is Goku's inner journey at that moment. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he seemed to sense the loss of something profoundly significant. What could it possibly be? A person? An object? Bulma? His manhood? The system? Or perhaps all of his friends surrounding him? Ultimately, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that Jiang Ling did not wish to lose anything. By nature, he was calm and composed. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, He had never felt anger over any matter. Yet this time, he was filled with rage. No one could take away what belonged to him. He was determined to protect everything that was his. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ferociously. Hey! No one can take away my manhood. Jiang Ling's reason gradually slipped away, his eyes turning pale. His breath fluctuated violently. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The earth shattered, and the waves surged. A brilliant golden radiance soared into the heavens. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Jiang Ling. What is happening? Frisia's eyes widened, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Whoosh! The golden light blazed forth. The silhouette of Jiang Ling gradually emerged. With hair standing erect, golden tresses framed his face, complemented by golden eyebrows and pale green eyes, all of which conveyed an air of indifference. A fierce golden aura enveloped him, burning brightly. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Ling glanced at his younger brother and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he was still there. However, even the hair had transformed into a golden hue, indicating that not only his hair and eyebrows had changed, it seemed that all body hair had undergone a similar transformation. Next time, I shall invite Bulma to take a look. She would undoubtedly find it quite fascinating. Jiang Ling felt a peculiar sensation within. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Turning his gaze towards Frisia, he declared, "The warm-up is over, Frisia. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frisia's brow. For reasons unknown, he sensed a looming threat of death emanating from Jiang Ling. Impossible. I am at the pinnacle of my power. How could I feel death lurking in this scion monkey? Frisia's mind screamed in turmoil. A smile twisted upon his lips. How laughable. Do you think merely dyeing your hair can defeat me? Do you know who I am? I am Frisia, the mightiest emperor in the universe. Noisy, Jiang Ling uttered coldly, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear behind Frisia the next moment. This was not mere teleportation. It was an exhibition of speed at its zenith. Jiang Ling, enveloped in a golden aura, struck Frisia with a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. The small island beneath them shattered and vanished into oblivion. In a single blow, the island was obliterated. Countless energy blasts erupted from Jiang Ling's hands, hurtling towards the direction where Frisia had fallen. Bang, bang, bang. The waves roared, and columns of water soared into the sky. Suddenly, Frisia's figure emerged from the tumultuous surf, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly disheveled. How infuriating! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression contorted with rage as he charged at Jiang Ling, clearly teetering on the brink of madness. Jiang Ling showed no leniency towards him. With a powerful punch, he struck Frisia squarely in the face, sending him flying. "Oh, I will make you pay," Frisia roared, charging forward once more, only to be hurled back again. Again he surged forward, and again he was sent flying. This relentless cycle continued dozens of times, showcasing his indefatigable spirit. Even as blood streamed from his battered head, he pressed on. At this moment, a poignant melody would perfectly underscore Frisia's portrayal as a man driven by love, heedless of the consequences. However, Frisia, panting heavily, finally ceased his assaults. He realized that such efforts bore no fruit. Thus, he resolved to destroy the planet along with his adversaries. You cannot survive without air, but I, the great king, can thrive in the vastness of space, he chuckled, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he began to concentrate energy for a planet-destroying blast. Yet, he had not anticipated what would come next. Would Jiang Ling fulfill his desires? The answer is no. With hands resting on his hips, he concentrated to form a blue-white shockwave. Kamehameha. However, Jiang Ling refrained from launching it. His expression hardened as he issued a low command, compressing, then condensing the Kamehameha further. A profound blue-white Kamehameha materialized in his grasp. "If I call your name, will you dare to respond, Frisia?" "Yes, I am here," Frisia instinctively replied. In the next moment, the Kamehameha was unleashed, engulfing him entirely. Boom. From the expanse of outer space, the Namekian planet emitted a grand and thick blue-white beam of light, its destination unknown. It served as a guiding beacon for the aimless spacecraft navigating through the cosmos. Chapter 45, Soup Frisia is no more. Reduced to ashes. He had brought calamity to countless planets during his lifetime, yet in death, he departed without taking anything with him or leaving a trace behind, quietly fading away. Jiang Ling relinquished his Super Saiyan form. His once upright hair and pale green eyes reverted to their original state, and his golden locks transformed back to black. Jiang Ling. What was that just now? It was incredible, Goku inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. That was what Vegeta referred to, the legendary Saiyan. It's nothing extraordinary. You can achieve it as well. Really. Indeed, I have faith that you can. After a brief respite, Jiang Ling took out the last celestial being and divided it into two halves, sharing one half with Wukong. Subsequently, Jiang Ling brought Bulma over. They all gathered at the location of Frisia's spaceship, as Gohan and Krillin were guarding the 7 Dragon Balls there. Upon arrival, they noticed that Krillin had already donned a complete Frisia Force battle uniform. Jiang Ling exhibited a somewhat peculiar expression, for in the original narrative, Krillin met his demise while adorned in this very attire, an event that catalyzed Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. This garment has since been whimsically referred to by netizens as a funeral robe. How is it that you are wearing this outfit? Jiang Ling inquired. With a chuckle, Krillin replied, Oh, my previous clothes were soiled, and I happened to find a fitting one aboard Frisia's spaceship, so I decided to wear it. It's quite decent. The quality of the garment is satisfactory. Jiang Ling chose to remain silent, content that Krillin was pleased. Nearby, Gohan was engaged in barbecuing. While something was simmering in a pot beside him, Bulma, intrigued by the scene, asked, Gohan, what are you cooking in that pot? To which Gohan, with a naive smile, responded this, the ingredients inside were taught to me by Uncle Jiang Ling. I think it's something only adults can enjoy. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly and added, Ahem. Only men are permitted to drink this. Bulma, you cannot partake. If I can't drink, then I shan't, she retorted, pouting slightly. Jiang Ling leaned closer, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. With a playful glare directed at him, she reached out and pinched him teasingly. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Gazing at the bubbling broth, he pondered for a moment before adding various traditional Chinese herbs, such as epimedium, cinnamorium, and cistanche. The soup was ready. Kellen, this is a remarkable concoction. Do come and sample it. Jiang Ling smiled and beckoned Klin to join in for a drink. Klin rubbed his bald head and inquired, Is it tasty? What dish is this? You are not aware of its ingredients? Jiang Ling asked. Klin shook his head, admitting his ignorance as he had just been changing his clothes. Well, it's better that you don't know. It will be beneficial for you. Go ahead and have a bowl. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Ling earnestly recommended it. Klin, harboring a hint of skepticism, discerned an undercurrent of malice within that smile. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to partake. After all, they were friends. How could one harm another? The remaining soup was divided between Jiang Ling and son Wukong, and soon the group indulged in barbecue delights. As they feasted, conversations drifted back to the recent battle. Indeed, your combat was extraordinarily fierce, emanating an aura of terror. Yes, I felt the overwhelming presence of Frisia. It left me feeling hopeless. I was astounded to discover that Jiang Ling could surpass even that. The aftermath of your battle was so profound that I, hiding aboard the spaceship, thought an earthquake had struck. Listening to the harrowing accounts of the clash, Bulma instinctively wrapped her arm around Jiang Ling's. Please, refrain from engaging in such perilous battles in the future. I fear for your safety. Jiang Ling felt his arms enveloped by 2 soft, warm entities, leaving him somewhat parched. After taking a generous gulp of chilled beverage and inhaling deeply, he reassured, All right, I promise it won't happen again. At that moment, a communication request from King Beijia came through. Hello, Jiang Ling, son Wukong, are you there? You haven't engaged in battle with that perverse Frisia, have you? Have you departed from Namek yet? Jiang Ling remarked, Lord North Realm King, we have already engaged in battle with Frisia. What is happening? I have cautioned you repeatedly. How could you still confront him? Flee at once. You cannot possibly overcome him. The anxious voice of the North Realm King echoed back. Jiang Ling and Wukong exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? This is a matter of life and death, and yet you still find amusement. The North Realm King lamented in frustration. Jiang Ling smiled as she provided an explanation. Well, esteemed North Kai, we are truly grateful for your concern. You are indeed correct. Frisia is exceptionally formidable, and we are, without a doubt, unable to contend with him. However, what do you mean by however? I have already vanquished Frisia. He has been utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. What? The North Kai, situated light years away on North Kai's planet, was taken aback, leaping 3 feet in shock, and then nervously swallowed. Do not jest with me. This is not a humorous tale at all. I'm not jesting. It is the truth. As Jiang Ling savored the barbecue, he elaborated on the sequence of events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, King of the North slumped to the ground, murmuring to himself, I never anticipated. I never imagined they would both become so formidable. He sighed deeply, then turned to Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, who were engaged in training, and declared, "You three must increase your training regimen tenfold." Kaiatsu exclaimed, "Huh?" Yamcha gasped in shock. Tien looked bewildered. What? Meanwhile, on planet Namek, after satisfying their appetites and replenishing their strength, the group arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder, bearing 7 Dragon Balls. Outside the dwelling, the lifeless bodies of several of Frisia's minions lay scattered. Upon entering, they noticed Piccolo, prompting Jiang Ling to scratch his head in realization that he had forgotten to invite Piccolo to their barbecue. However, it was of little concern, for Piccolo typically refrained from participating in such gatherings. They could extend an invitation next time. "Grand Elder, we have vanquished Frisia," Jiang Ling announced. The Grand Elder's murky eyes sparkled with clarity. "I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed visitors from Earth. I never imagined Frisia to be so powerful, nor did I foresee that you would be capable of defeating him. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for courtesy. In the future, should I require your assistance, please do not decline." The elder chuckled in response, "Certainly." He then shifted the conversation, adding, "However, my lifespan is drawing to a close, and I shall pass on the responsibilities to the next generation of elders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. "No. I wish for you, Elder, to live." Chapter 46. Labor pains. A heavy, oppressive sky loomed over Namek. A beam of golden light surged upward, transforming into a formidable dragon with robust arms, standing tall between heaven and earth. This divine dragon was summoned by Jiang Ling as he sought to make a wish. Possessing mastery over the language of the Dragon Balls, Jiang Ling conversed with the dragon effortlessly. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in astonishment, exclaiming instinctively, "It's enormous." It became clear that not only were the Dragon Balls of Namek grander, but the dragon itself surpassed its earthly counterpart in size. The Namekian dragon looked down upon the assembled crowd, its authoritative voice resonating as it spoke. "Brave warriors who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Anything is possible, and I shall grant it." This proclamation was made in the Namekian tongue, and aside from Piccolo and the Namekians present, only Jiang Ling could comprehend it. The others remained bewildered. Jiang Ling harbored an aversion to being looked down upon, as it evoked a sense of inferiority from those who towered above him. Ascending into the sky, he positioned himself at eye level with the majestic Shenlong of Namek, gazing intently into its crimson orbs. Could any wish be granted? Indeed, any wish at all. However, under Jiang Ling's unwavering stare, the Shenlong suddenly felt an imposing pressure, causing beads of sweat to trickle down its grand visage. This was the first time in its existence as a dragon that had experienced such a sensation, truly remarkable. "Is eternal life attainable?" Jiang Ling inquired. The Shenron wiped his brow. "Given my authority, it is beyond my capabilities. However, I can extend your lifespan to the greatest degree possible." Jiang Ling was not surprised. He had anticipated this. Such a wish was a bug in Akira Toriyama's manga. No one has ever obtained such an ability through the Dragon Balls. The animated version's second sequel was merely an original storyline and does not count. The author Toriyama is likely unaware of its existence. The Dragon Balls are already remarkable for their ability to bring the dead back to life. What more could one desire? "How much will my lifespan be extended?" Jiang Ling asked. The Shenron replied, "It varies according to each individual's constitution." Jiang Ling nodded slowly and began to speak. "Then let us bestow longevity upon the Grand Elder of Namek." He was somewhat familiar with the Elder's past, and it seemed a great pity for him to simply pass away. Once, Namek was a planet of advanced technology, where its inhabitants recklessly exploited their scientific prowess, ultimately leading to environmental degradation and the demise of the majority of their population. The remaining few utilized spacecraft to evacuate the surviving children from Namek, among whom was the celestial being. The rest remained behind to combat this cataclysm. The outcome was evident. Eventually, the disaster subsided, leaving only one Namekian alive, the Grand Elder. Surviving such a calamity undoubtedly signified formidable strength. The Grand Elder could have chosen to depart, yet he stayed, shouldering the profound responsibility of nurturing his race. After centuries of development, he has sired a total of 108 children, and now, his life draws to a close. Jiang Ling wished for the Grand Elder to enjoy a few more years of life, as a gesture of gratitude for the assistance in unlocking potential. Assisting in the eradication of Frisia on Namek could also be seen as a repayment to the Grand Elder. However, There were personal considerations as well. If Frisia were not eliminated on Namek, it was likely that Earth would be the next to face annihilation, leaving them without a chance to survive. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's wish, the Namekian dragon nodded, and a fleeting glimmer passed through its crimson eyes. It had already granted the Grand Elder an additional 20 years of life. Piccolo, upon hearing this wish, looked up and nodded in acknowledgement to Jiang Ling. Nail and Din were also present. As the Grand Elder's sons, they naturally held deep affection for him. Hearing Jiang Ling's first wish was to extend the Grand Elder's life. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for granting the Grand Elder more time. We are immensely grateful. We had also wished to use the Dragon Balls to extend his life, but he was unwilling. Regardless, we cannot thank you enough for not only resolving the crisis on Namek, but also for prolonging the Grand Elder's life. Upon hearing their words of gratitude, Jiang Ling jested. Haha, in the future, when I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls, do not refuse me. No problem. Nailu and Dandy vowed earnestly. At that moment, the house of the Grand Elder suddenly shattered, and a colossal figure emerged from within. As the crowd fixed their gaze, they realized it was none other than the Grand Elder himself. At this moment, the aura of decay that once enveloped him had completely vanished, replaced by a vibrant vitality. Nailu and Dandy hurriedly approached him. Grand Elder, you are not well? Why have you come out? Indeed, Grand Elder, please return and rest, they urged. The Grand Elder, smiling warmly, waved his hand dismissively. His complexion was rosy, and his voice resonated with strength. I am in good health now. He nodded at the crowd before looking up at Jiang Ling in the sky. I have received your good intentions. Thank you. Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile, expressing his sentiment that it was a pity for you to leave. The elder replied, thank you. I have come to terms with it. I cannot help but feel a lingering attachment to my children. Nilu and Dondi echoed, Elder. The elder displayed a gentle smile. Having sacrificed 20 years of my life, I can continue to witness the growth of Namek and my children. Brave warriors who seek the 7 Dragon Balls. Please state your second wish. The Eternal Dragon gazed at Jiang Ling and spoke. The onlookers, including Bulma, were perplexed. Wait, haven't the wishes already been granted? Why hasn't the dragon disappeared? Dondi blinked and voiced, our Eternal Dragon can grant 3 wishes. Thus, the crowd praised the Namekian dragon for its more humane qualities. Jiang Ling shifted his gaze back to the dragon. As for my second wish, I wish to restore the environmental damage caused by the battles on Namek to its original state. The dragon nodded, and a flash of crimson light emanated from its eyes. The wish had been granted. The Grand Elder, Nail, Din, and others felt a surge of emotion in their hearts and regarded Jiang Ling with newfound respect. He could have made a wish that would have benefited him, yet he chose instead to restore Namek to its former glory. He is truly remarkable. I could weep. Jiang Ling was unaware of their intentions and began to articulate the third wish, to increase the Earth's gravity by 50%. Jiang Ling's assertion that humanity's combat capabilities are lacking is not without merit, primarily due to the issue of physical fitness. On the planet Vegeta, home to the Saiyans, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, resulting in every inhabitant being a warrior. The low gravity on Earth is a significant factor. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ling has slightly increased the gravitational force. After all, a period of acclimatization is essential. A sudden increase to 2, 3, or even 5 times the gravity would undoubtedly lead to widespread fatalities among humans. Moreover, even with just a 0.5 increase, a small fraction of individuals have succumbed, primarily those who were already gravely ill and on the brink of death. What could have been a few more days of life was abruptly cut short by Jiang Ling's intervention. However, he felt compelled to take such measures. He understood that to achieve greatness, such sacrifices were necessary. The pain of transformation is unavoidable, but it leads to rebirth. The dragon nodded, signifying that the wishes had been granted. All 3 wishes were fulfilled, and there would be a next time. With that, it transformed into 7 spherical stones, which fell to the ground. The night sky shifted back to daylight. Chapter 47. The Journey Home. The road ahead for Earth is long and fraught with challenges. What Jiang Ling could accomplish was merely to enhance gravity slightly, thereby improving the physical capabilities of future inhabitants of Earth. With the disappearance of the divine dragon, Jiang Ling descended from the heavens. Bulma approached and spoke. Jiang Ling, many lives were lost during the last visit of Vegeta to Earth. Why do you not resurrect them? Furthermore, I have heard that this time, Namek has suffered tremendous casualties. As she continued, her voice dwindled to a whisper. The atmosphere in the vicinity became shrouded in a somber gloom. Jiang Ling shook his head, stating that the Dragon Balls could only resurrect one individual per wish. Son Wukong rested his chin on his hand, pondering deeply, and then an epiphany struck him. So that was the case. The others nodded in agreement. Wasn't the Namekian dragon a tad too limited? Even with 3 wishes, it was of little consequence. Alas, the majority of our kin had fallen to Frisia's army, rendering resurrection impossible. Dandy's expression turned somber, and as he spoke, tears threatened to spill. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and chuckled softly. Just as Dandy and Neru were left in bewilderment, Krillin stepped forward to clarify. Not to worry, our Earth-S Dragon Balls can resurrect multiple individuals at once. Once our Dragon Balls recharge, we will help you bring back your kin. Neru's face lit up with joy. Dandy's eyes sparkled, and he jumped 3 feet in the air. Hooray! This means our kin can be revived. The gloom dissipated, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. The weather was clear and sunny, a perfect moment for a celebration. Son Wukong, Son Wufan, Piccolo, and Krillin each ventured into the wild, returning with a bounty of fresh ingredients to commence the barbecue. Jiang Ling brought forth an array of barbecue condiments and numerous crates of beer, promptly initiating a festive gathering. Gradually, survivors from all directions, the Namekians, arrived seeking the Grand Elder. Upon learning the circumstances, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Ling and the others, subsequently joining the celebration, reveling in song and dance. At the same time, they immersed themselves in the distinctive cultural essence of Earth. For 6s, I'll add 1, that makes 5. 8. I don't believe you have 8 6s. Come on, let us drink a couple of rounds. The festivities lasted a full day and night, forging bonds of deep friendship among the attendees. Due to the excessive consumption of alcohol, many inebriated souls lay sprawled in disarray. Bulma, who remained sober, sighed in resignation. Utilizing a capsule, she summoned a house and carried Jiang Ling into a room to rest. As for the others, she felt powerless and suggested they enjoy the fresh air outside. After a day of rest, everyone gradually regained their senses, and it was then that the moment of parting arrived. Jiang Ling brought a Ginyu Force spacecraft to Namek, allowing Goku to board the single-pod spaceship. We can simply return in our own spacecraft. Why must I travel alone in this vessel? Goku expressed his bewilderment at the situation. Jiang Ling wore a mysterious expression. You need not return to Earth for the time being. I shall explain matters to Chi-Chi. What? Where shall I go then? I shall take you to a place for cultivation. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Ling addressed the intelligent engine within the spacecraft, instructing it to set course for Adrat Star. Understood. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for departure, the synthetic voice responded. The hatch of the single-person spacecraft gradually sealed shut, as it carried a bewildered Son Wukong towards the predetermined destination. Uncle Jiang Ling, why did you send my father to that age-or-something star? Gohan inquired. The others also turned with expressions of curiosity, eager to understand the reason behind this decision. Jiang Ling chuckled, believing that sending him to cultivate would surely elicit gratitude. Enough of that. Let us board the spacecraft and return to Earth. Very well. The group bid farewell to the inhabitants of Mike Star and boarded the spacecraft. As the vessel ignited, a powerful blast of air surged beneath, propelling the spacecraft into the vastness of outer space. On board the spaceship, Son Wukong, with little to occupy his time, settled in the lounge to watch animated films. Jiang Ling glanced over and suddenly inquired, "Have you finished your homework?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong involuntarily trembled, hastily switching off the television and retreating to his studies. He had only completed a mere 10th of his assignments, with the majority still unfinished. If he failed to complete his homework, he would undoubtedly face a lecture from his mother, an ordeal he wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Piccolo had entered the gravity training chamber. Even with the Elder's guidance having significantly enhanced his potential and strength, he did not allow himself to become complacent. The energy radiating from the battle between Goku and Jiang Ling made it evident that he still had a long way to go. Thus, he resolved to train even more diligently in hopes of catching up with them, and then, perhaps to dominate the world? The thought of dominating the world prompted a self-deprecating smile from him as he continued to immerse himself in the rigors of gravity training. In another room, Krillin inexplicably felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. His heart was filled with an overwhelming desire and impulse that he could not suppress. He lay on his bed, letting out a sigh. What was happening to him? Here he was, a single man, pleading for restraint. He had no desire to engage in such escapades. His blood raced as he paced back and forth in the room, unable to find tranquility. The only recourse was to engage in some training to expend his excess energy, though he could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Jiang Ling returned to his room. Just as the door closed behind him, it was hurriedly locked by the anxious Bulma. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, whose alluring figure exuded a mesmerizing charm. Instantly, his throat went dry, and he swallowed hard. Bulma was adorned in a cool, translucent outfit. Jiang Ling leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Would you kindly turn your back to me and lean against the wall?" Bulma's cheeks flushed as she felt the warmth of his breath against her skin. Complying obediently, she adjusted her position slightly. This feels just right. Jiang Ling. I can hardly endure this. Upon hearing that alluring voice, Jiang Ling smiled faintly, contemplating how to deal with this little enchantress today. In a swift motion, a resounding clap echoed through the air. Jiang Ling executed a surprise attack. The room unfolded a vivid tableau. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the spaceship had brought everyone to a cerulean planet. This planet was none other than Earth. At last, they had returned. The spaceship landed on Earth, and the group disembarked. Taking a deep breath, they found themselves preferring the atmosphere of Earth. Krillin, invigorated from the entire journey, remarked cheerfully. Meanwhile, Son Wukong kept his head down, silent and contemplative. Jiang Ling noticed and inquired, "Why does Gohan appear so listless?" Gohan fidgeted with his index fingers, embodying the demeanor of someone who has erred. I have yet to complete my assignments." Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged glances and smiled, reassuringly declaring, "Fear not, we shall accompany you back. However, my homework." Jiang Ling smiled softly, having previously committed to Wukong to look after Gohan, and he could not go back on his word. There was no need to worry. He would handle it when the time came. Krillin returned to the Kame house. This time, his gains were significant. To mention but a few, his fighting prowess had increased manifold. He was now eager to return home, to train and adapt to his newfound strength. Although Master Roshi's combat abilities were somewhat lacking, his wealth of experience would provide invaluable guidance, enabling Krillin to swiftly assimilate this new power. Jiang Ling, Bulma, and son Gohan arrived at Baozi Mountain, the residence of the Sun family. At present, only Chi-Chi remained in the house. Jiang Ling gently knocked on the door. "Chi-Chi, are you home?" Shortly after, a soft feminine voice emanated from within the house. Coming. The door swung open, revealing the graceful figure of the hostess. Her fair, delicate skin and lustrous black hair framed her exquisite features, while a cheongsam elegantly accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. "Ah, it's Jiang Ling and Bulma. You've returned. But where are Goku and Gohan?" Upon seeing them, Chi-Chi's expression shifted from surprise to a barrage of questions. This reaction was hardly unexpected. She was a woman of tradition, and the absence of her husband and son naturally stirred worry within her heart. "Mom, I'm here." Son Gohan stepped out from behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling remarked with a cheerful smile, "We have just returned and came straight to you." Chapter 48. Resilience. The Earth Broadcasting Network reports that 10 days ago, for reasons unknown, gravity suddenly increased by 0.5 times after a span of 10 days. The populace has largely acclimated to this alteration and is actively resuming work and production. However, a small number of severely ill patients have succumbed prematurely, and a fraction of the frail community has fallen ill. Hospitals are diligently seeking solutions and would like to remind everyone to engage in regular exercise, limit the consumption of heavily salted, oily, and spicy foods, and maintain their health. In front of the television, Jiang Ling, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and son Gohan sat together, sipping tea while reflecting on the news report that had recently stirred quite a commotion. It was surprising to discover that Jiang Ling was the catalyst behind the incident. Chi-Chi chuckled softly, expressing her relief that the situation had little impact on her, as she had trained in the Turtle School martial arts under her father since childhood, which had fortified her physique. Indeed, Bulma added with a light laugh, it was fortunate that Gohan had begun his martial training early, contributing to his commendable physical abilities. The two women engaged in light-hearted conversation, their camaraderie evident as they chattered animatedly. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan could only silently sip their tea, unable to interject. Suddenly, Chi-Chi shifted the conversation, inquiring with curiosity, "Hasn't Wukong returned with you? Why haven't we seen him for such a long time? Could it be that he returned only to rush off for training again?" Bulma paused momentarily, uncertain of how to elucidate, and directed her gaze towards Jiang Ling. Regarding Wukong, Jiang Ling cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Could it be that Wukong had perished once more? As she spoke, her voice trembled, and her eyes began to well with tears. Chi-Chi understood that the Dragon Balls could only grant resurrection once. A second chance was beyond their power. Hence, her profound reaction. Wukong is unharmed. Do not fret. He has merely gone to another planet for training, and he is likely to return in a year. Jiang Ling promptly spoke. Fortunately, everything is well. Chi-Chi let out a sigh of relief. Let the cultivation proceed, as long as all is well. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile. The human psyche is remarkably straightforward. Initially, it allows one to perceive a situation as dire, only to reveal its lesser severity, leading to an effortless acceptance. For instance, when faced with intense hunger and two dishes before you, one being the repugnant stinky tofu, and the other a daunting thesis defense. With the threat of starvation looming should you abstain, one may discover that consuming the stinky tofu is not such an insurmountable task after all. At the very least, it is not the thesis defense. Once Chi-Chi regained her composure, she inquired about Gohan's progress on his assignments. Jiang Ling spoke. Alas, our spaceship was attacked on Namek, right in Gohan's room. After a devastating fire, both our assignments and food were lost. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's attention swiftly shifted to food. She hurriedly embraced Gohan, scanning him from every angle. My poor Gohan, you haven't gone hungry, have you? Mother will prepare a meal for you right away. The overwhelming affection from his mother prompted Gohan to quickly respond, Mom, I'm not hungry. I have been eating on time every day. However, this reassurance seemed to fall on deaf ears for Chi-Chi, who believed Gohan was still undernourished and had lost weight. Without hesitation, she dashed to the kitchen to begin cooking. Bulma quietly remarked, Jiang Ling, isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, expressing his belief that it is indeed a benevolent deception. If Chi-Chi were to remain perpetually angry, her temperament would inevitably veer into extremes, and I am merely endeavoring to correct her course. Moreover, harboring anger can be detrimental to one's health. It is essential to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Do you understand? You must refrain from constant outbursts. Bulma shot him a glance, indignantly retorting, Who says I am angry? I am simply a gentle and virtuous young lady. Humph. Jiang Ling smirked, muttering under his breath. I wonder who still needs that early in the morning. I didn't provide that, and yet you were upset enough to want to hit me. Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma struck him with a pillow. Do not mention it. All right, I shan't bring it up again. Jiang Ling smiled and raised his hands in surrender. Beside him, Gohan tilted his head, perplexed by the peculiar conversation unfolding. Chi-Chi's culinary skills were remarkably swift. She single-handedly managed the household's meals, a talent honed by necessity, especially with Goku, the voracious eater, around. If she didn't expedite her cooking, she would struggle to keep pace with Goku's insatiable appetite. Moreover, ever since Gohan commenced his training, his own appetite had notably increased, often requiring portions sufficient for 30 people, yet still proving inadequate. Chi-Chi graciously invited Jiang Ling and Bulma to join her for a meal. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, and astonishingly, Chi-Chi continued to prepare more. An endless stream of culinary delights emerged, 50 dishes, 80 dishes, 100, each more delectable than the last. Jiang Ling couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Chi-Chi. Son Wukong had already begun to show off, devouring his meal with remarkable speed. Jiang Ling possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan, and through rigorous training, his appetite is naturally prodigious. He devours his meals with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bulma leisurely enjoys her food beside him. Her appetite is not as substantial, and she exhibits little astonishment at Jiang Ling's capacity to consume so much. Let us not forget that she watched Goku grow up, so such trivialities no longer surprise her. Jiang Ling, being her confidant, surely comprehends her well. Moreover, one must acknowledge that nourishment is essential for vigor, is it not? Despite toiling until the midnight hour, Jiang Ling remains invigorated, while Bulma finds herself utterly exhausted and sprawled upon the bed. Nevertheless, this does not diminish her enjoyment. After a good night's rest, she is ready to continue anew. This is Bulma's hidden trait, her remarkable recuperative abilities. No matter how fatigued she may feel, she invariably bounces back the following day, transforming into a vibrant young woman. Chi-Chi paused after preparing 150 dishes. They both gathered at the table to dine, engaging in lively conversation, displaying no signs of the exhaustion that cooking had supposedly wrought upon them. After a hearty meal, Jiang Ling cast a glance and felt a surge of admiration. Truly, she is worthy of being the woman of Son Wukong, so formidable. Chapter 49. After a satisfying feast, Jiang Ling harbored a thought he was uncertain whether to voice. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to express it. Not for any particular reason, but rather out of concern for Chi-Chi, who seemed to find cooking quite exhausting. Chi-Chi, have you ever considered that in your household, you could actually prepare meals in large quantities? Simply invest in a sizable pot, and then prepare a single dish that can serve a dozen people at once. A few such dishes would suffice for everyone. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea! How had I not thought of this before? Cooking in this manner would be so much easier. Although the flavors and textures may not compare to those of individually prepared dishes, Wukong and Gohan are not picky eaters. Moreover, with the strength I've cultivated since childhood, managing large-scale meals would come effortlessly, without the slightest strain. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling and Bulma departed together, returning to Bulma's residence in West City. After all, it would be quite unreasonable to be away for such an extended period without visiting home. Even though the two are now in a romantic relationship and share a bed, they have yet to formally enter into marriage, making it inappropriate to remain solely in Jiang Ling's home. They spent some time residing in West City. During this period, Jiang Ling did not squander his time. As a man now in a relationship, he could not afford to be consumed solely by his training while residing in his partner's abode. Jiang Ling exhibits a certain degree of male chauvinism. Since the woman possesses wealth, he feels compelled to provide her with a respectable lifestyle, even if he cannot measure up. Although Bulma has expressed that she does not mind the quality of their living conditions, Jiang Ling has disregarded her words. His male pride forbids him from relying on her financially. Thus, Jiang Ling has embarked on his career, leveraging his previously acquired mastery in singing, acting, composition, and artistry. Coupled with the renowned works he cherished before his time travel, he has thrived spectacularly within the entertainment industry. Within a mere 6 months, a plethora of his creations emerged, shaking the realms of film and music on Earth. The impact of Jiang Ling has been nothing short of revolutionary, garnering him an array of prestigious accolades, including Best Actor, God of Song, Lyricist and Composer of the Year, and the title of Master Director. Subsequently, he ventured into the realm of comics, producing globally best-selling works that rival the likes of One Piece, Naruto, Gintama, Weathering with You, Your Name, and Inuyasha. Fans around the world are astounded by his genius and are left pondering the source of his boundless energy. How does he manage to excel in singing, acting, songwriting, screenwriting, and even creating comics with such remarkable speed and quality, outshining his peers by leaps and bounds? Unbeknownst to his admirers, Jiang Ling's extraordinary vigor renders these feats mere trifles. One of his remarkable skills is super speed, enabling him to compose 10,000 words in less than 10 minutes. With these unparalleled advantages, a significant portion of the global population has become his devoted fans, spanning all age groups. Jiang Ling has also become the sole deity of the entertainment industry. Jiangshan. After reigniting the entertainment industry for a year, Jiang Ling established a company, attracting numerous singers and actors, entrusting the management of his diverse creations to the firm. He found it impossible to perform or act in so many works single-handedly. Thus, sharing them with his roster of artists not only maximized their utility but also generated profit. The company also recruited a group of trainees, with Jiang Ling specifically instructing that they must undergo 2.5 years of rigorous training before debuting, ensuring a solid foundation for their future endeavors. With the establishment of the company, Jiang Ling appointed Bulma to find a reliable manager to oversee operations, allowing him to take a step back. Using the earnings, he constructed a grand residence on the site of his former home. The house is expansive, exquisitely decorated, and accompanied by a spacious yard. Jiang Ling, accompanied by his girlfriend Bulma, has officially moved into this grand residence. He can discern the joyous smile radiating from Bulma's face, a reflection of her happiness for him. Thus, on that day, Jiang Ling, accompanied by Bulma, left traces of their presence in every corner of the grand estate. Their financial aspirations had been fulfilled. Jiang Ling did not hasten to engage in physical exercise. Instead, he turned to his computer, embarking on another venture, writing novels. With the enhancement of his super typing speed, his ability to compose words soared to extraordinary heights. In no time, several novels, each comprising millions of words, captivated the entire internet. The author's daily output was astonishingly prolific, and the quality of his works was remarkably high, effectively decimating the competition in the realm of online literature. After all, while others merely updated a few thousand words each day, Jiang Ling was producing over 100,000. Each volume consisted of over 100,000 words. Once he concluded these endeavors, several months had elapsed. Jiang Ling finally found some leisure time. having relaxed for a few days. On this particular day, Jiang Ling awoke from his slumber, finding no trace of Bulma beside him. He was not particularly surprised. Clad in his oversized shorts, he made his way to the kitchen. There, he beheld Bulma, her cerulean hair elegantly styled, adorned in scanty fabric, with an apron tied around her waist, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin, as she busily prepared breakfast at the stove. To the untrained eye, she appeared quite the picture of a devoted wife. Were it not for Jiang Ling's intimate knowledge of her character, one might have been deceived. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, gently encircling her waist with his hands, leaning his head close to her ear. He whispered, "What has piqued your interest in preparing breakfast today?" Bulma replied, "I simply felt inspired." He then inquired, "What shall I do if inspiration strikes me as well?" Jiang Ling spoke, his hands slipping through the gaps of the apron, teasing playfully. Bulma's face flushed deeper, her tone a mixture of admonishment and allure. Why such enthusiasm this early in the morning? Was last night not sufficient? Not enough? Lend me a hand, please. I truly am at my wit's end. He replied. Bulma turned off the heat, casting him a sidelong glance. Then, she knelt down before Jiang Ling to assist him. An hour later, Jiang Ling stepped out of the kitchen, utterly content, carrying a tray of breakfast. As Bulma was preoccupied, he had taken it upon himself to prepare the morning meal. After addressing the breakfast, Jiang Ling reclined on the lounge chair in the courtyard, squinting his eyes and basking in the warm sunlight. The latest popular songs played softly nearby, naturally sung by him. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Ding. It has been a while, host. My son, you still remember to come out? I thought you had gone missing." Jiang Ling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Previously, he had sought assistance from the system, yet without exception, there was no response. "Ding. Host, please refer to me as system." "What? Have you ceased to acknowledge me as your father?" "Host, this system has recently undergone an upgrade, and it is now at version 3.0. The system disregarded Jiang Ling's comments and promptly diverted the conversation. Oh? Jiang Ling sat up, intrigued. He wished to discover what new features the system had introduced. Ding. The results of this system update are as follows. Bugs have been fixed, and new features have been launched. Chapter 50, Upgrade. A number of bugs have been rectified. A new feature has been added, time-space transition. As the name suggests, this allows one to traverse to any parallel universe within the Dragon Ball realm via the system. Unlocking conditions. A modest amount of temporal energy must be absorbed to unlock it. Temporal energy? Where on earth am I supposed to find that? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows slightly. While he had indeed written about such things in his novels, they were purely fictional. In reality, who could possibly know where to find them? The concepts of time and space, the power of time and space. Jiang Ling murmured to himself when, unexpectedly, he caught sight of Bulma, clad in a loose-fitting top, gracefully striding by with her fair, elongated legs. His gaze suddenly brightened as a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could harness the power of time and space. He calculated the passage of time and surmised that the individual he was considering would soon arrive. Future Trunks, alternatively referred to as Great Trunks. He was indeed the son of the original Bulma. However, given the peculiar circumstances of this timeline, where Bulma had become his girlfriend, it remained uncertain whether Great Trunks would ever make his appearance. Jiang Ling wore a frown upon his face. However, when he recalled the image of Bulma nestled in his embrace, a sense of tranquility washed over him. What did it matter whether she arrived or not? If she did not come, it simply meant the unlocking of new abilities would remain unattainable. Yet, it was inconsequential. He would still partake in meals and continue with the rhythm of life. Jiang Ling resolutely chose to cease her contemplations. Overthinking bore no fruit. It is in living a modest and unembellished life that true fulfillment resides. Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the courtyard, and suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. How could he have forgotten this? In the corner of the yard, several vines swayed gently in the breeze, climbing up the bamboo poles, their branches laden with ripe beans. Jiang Ling understood that it was a celestial bean. However, this celestial bean was unlike the ones from the revered Karen. Previously, the system had bestowed upon him 10 seeds, referred to as mutated celestial bean seeds, the fruits of which could enhance his combat prowess to a slight degree. Jiang Ling had planted it in the courtyard, but upon returning from Namek, it had nearly slipped from memory. Indeed, the usual bitterness has become overwhelming, causing many things to fade from recollection. Perhaps one might consider venturing into the wilderness to gather some traditional herbs to replenish oneself, such as cistanche, epimedium, and cinnamorium. Jiang Ling plucked a mutated celestial being and consumed it. As he sensed the shift in his strength, he nodded slightly. It was estimated that his combat power had increased by approximately 200. To him, it was negligible. However, for Bulma, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. It could undoubtedly elevate her prowess significantly. In light of this, Jiang Ling could not help but reminisce about certain bittersweet memories. The leisurely days always seemed to pass by in a blink. During the days of respite, Jiang Ling was not idly inactive. Owing to the transformative effects of the mutated celestial beings, Bulma's strength had significantly amplified. Thus, the pursuits of these days revolved around thoroughly indulging in Bulma's newfound prowess. This encapsulates a profound truth. Women solely serve to enhance my own strength. Jiang Ling resolved to distance himself from the bitter distractions. Primarily, it was due to his inability to restrain himself. Hence, he decided to take a stroll. Coincidentally, there were matters that required his attention. Jiang Ling arrived at the Temple of the Celestials. It remained as it once was, yet the square felt desolate, devoid of the throngs that once practiced here. 2 rows of verdant trees swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing slightly as the sunlight cascaded upon her. A gentle breeze brushed against her hair. In this moment, time stood still, and the years unfolded peacefully. Jiang Ling found herself enveloped in a serene state. As all the chaotic thoughts of the mundane world seemed to drift away with the breeze, vanishing into the distance. It was unclear how much time had passed. Jiang Ling opened her eyes to find 2 individuals already standing before her. "I apologize for the delay, deities, Mr. Bobo," she said. "Thank you for your patience." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. The celestial being shook his head, saying, "There is no rush. Your previous state was quite extraordinary, from my experience. I can discern that it has been beneficial for you, which is why I refrained from interrupting. I too can sense it." Jiang Ling nodded and remarked that although it may not be apparent now, it would undoubtedly benefit his future. He then refrained from unnecessary verbosity and directly stated his purpose. "You are aware of the events on Namek. Their Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. I wish for our Dragon Balls to also be augmented to 3 wishes." After returning from Namek, the Supreme Kai had learned of the situation through him. At this moment, he nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. It seems I must enhance the Dragon Balls." He turned to Mr. Popo and asked, "Please bring out the model." Upon hearing this, Mr. Popo reached behind him and retrieved a dragon model covered by a cloth, presenting it to the Supreme Kai. The model was exquisitely crafted, likely the instrument through which the Supreme Kai controlled the Dragon Balls. Lifting the cover, the Supreme Kai produced a bottle of water, transparent and colorless, its origin unknown. He poured the water over the dragon model and began to chant an obscure incantation. His hands radiated light, enveloping the dragon model. Subsequently, the model emitted 7 beams of golden light that shot across the world. "The upgrade is complete, and the cooldown has been reset," the Supreme Kai announced. "So, we can now collect the Dragon Balls and make wishes?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Indeed," came the affirmative response. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ling leaped down from the platform, arriving at the Krillin Tower below. There, Master Krillin was engaged in a mundane game with Yajirobe to pass the time. Upon the unexpected arrival of Jiang Ling, he paused for a moment. "We meet again, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You can simply call me Jiang Ling, Master Karen. I am here to inquire whether there are any more of those magical beans available." "Indeed, I have been gathering the recent harvest," Master Karen replied, casting a cautious glance at the nearby Yakalope. Jiang Ling smiled even more brightly. "That's wonderful. By the way, have you finished the cat food I gave you last time?" Before Krillin could respond, a Kairope chimed in, "Jiang Ling, you have no idea. Ever since those 10 bags of cat food were consumed, he has been incessantly mentioning your name." "Is that so?" "Haha." Jiang Ling observed the somewhat embarrassed expression on the face of Master Krillin and felt reassured. "How about I exchange cat food for a celestial being?" "Well, that's not entirely out of the question." Master Krillin feigned contemplation, though inwardly he was already overjoyed. However, he still needed to discuss the terms. 1 celestial bean for 1 package of cat food. I have 20 beans here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling waved his hand grandly. 100 bags of cat food appeared before the immortal Krillin, each offering a diverse array of flavors. "All of these are for you. But I only have 20 beans. No matter, the surplus is a gift for you." Ultimately, Jiang Ling departed from Krillin Tower with 20 celestial beans in hand. He returned home directly to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma. Chapter 51. Sparring Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Jiang Ling successfully acquired the Dragon Ball radar. With his remarkable speed, he gathered all the Dragon Balls in less than half an hour. Summoning the Eternal Dragon was not a significant affair for him. Thus, he did not call upon the crowd but instead summoned the dragon himself. In an instant, the previously bright and cloudless sky turned ominously dark. Lights flickered on across various cities, whether engaged in work, shopping, farming, or intimate encounters. People paused their activities to gaze at the sky, murmuring amongst themselves. What is happening? The sky has suddenly darkened. Indeed, it startled me just a moment ago. Could it be a solar eclipse? That is a possibility. Ha ha ha, the school has announced an early dismissal. Oh yeah, dear. Let us take a moment to see what is going on. No, you are merely using this as an excuse to avoid your duties. Hurry up. You haven't contributed in several days. If not, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. The reactions of the people were as varied as they were peculiar. Some expressed fear, others delight, some panic, while others reveled in the spectacle, eager for the commotion. In summary, a multitude of responses emerged. At that moment, various forms of media, including broadcasts, television screens, and mobile notifications, disseminated an urgent message. Esteemed viewers, we interrupt this program for an emergency announcement. Due to an unknown phenomenon, the sky will be enveloped in darkness for several minutes. Please remain calm and patiently await the return of daylight. Affected areas include Shidu, Baidu, and Tokyo. Following this announcement, the public's anxiety was somewhat alleviated. What is happening this year? There have been increased gravitational forces, natural disasters, and now, an inexplicable solar eclipse. I recall that similar occurrences have happened in the past. It seems to happen every few years. While Jiang Ling was unaware of the specifics of the discussions, he had previously informed Bulma. With the influence of the world's foremost organization, disseminating a few news reports to pacify the populace was indeed a simple task. At this moment, Jiang Ling soared through the sky, locking eyes with the divine dragon. The dragon spoke, "State your wish. I can grant you 3, regardless of its nature." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling smirked, regarding them as mere embellishments. A facade of grandeur. One might mistakenly perceive it as elevated rhetoric, yet many wishes remain unfulfilled. Divine Dragon. Revive those who perished at the hands of Saiyans such as Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, and restore the ravaged lands to their former glory. Apart from Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, Jiang Ling recited a list of acquaintances, continuing, besides these individuals, erase all memories of the destruction caused by the Saiyan invasion from everyone else. Jiang Ling feared that the resurrection of the deceased would incite chaos among the people, thus he granted this wish. Now is not the time to disclose such matters to the common folk. The moment is not ripe. Revealing it would only serve to provoke unnecessary turmoil and complications. The dragon nodded and inquired, "This will require the consumption of 2 wishes. Are you certain?" "Indeed, your wish has been fulfilled. And you have one final wish remaining, to resurrect those who were slain by Frisia's minions on Namek. The wish has been granted, until we meet again." The dragon's eyes gleamed as it realized the 3rd wish. It is a resolute dragon, uttering no superfluous words, transforming directly into 7 Dragon Balls, which then shot forth as 7 streaks of light towards various locations on Earth. The final wish was one Jiang Ling had promised to the Namekians, and thus it could not be neglected. Jiang Ling, having fulfilled his wishes, returned home and immersed himself in the gravity training chamber. According to the original timeline, the next event should involve Frieza returning to seek his father, and together they would come to Earth to exact revenge. However, Jiang Ling was certain that Frieza had been utterly vanquished and would not be able to arrive on Earth, as he had specifically inquired with the King of Hell. Consequently, Jiang Ling was somewhat uncertain about the subsequent events. He pondered whether Kurd would make an appearance. If he did not, would Trunks from the future timeline come forth? Jiang Ling found himself in a quandary, yet chose to relinquish his thoughts. As the adage goes, when the soldiers come, the generals will strategize. When the waters rise, the earth will absorb. Time flowed like a gentle stream, with days passing in serene monotony. Following the last wish granted by the Shenlong, Yamcha had returned to life. During these days, Jiang Ling observed him idling in the baseball team as before, harboring a sense of disappointment and frustration. Consequently, he decided to enlist him in his entertainment company. Life was relatively comfortable. Meanwhile, Tien Fan and Zhaozi expressed their reluctance to join the company. Heeding Jiang Ling's suggestion, they established a martial arts school in the city, imparting their knowledge to disciples. The lives of the Earth warriors began to regain their rhythm. On Earth, an unexpected visitor arrived. A spaceship descended from the cosmos, and Vegeta emerged from within. After being resurrected on Namek, he had taken the spaceship directly to Earth. As he stepped out of the spacecraft, Vegeta immediately sensed a shift. What is happening? The gravity of this planet feels slightly heavier. As a warrior accustomed to traversing various planets, he was quite sensitive to changes in gravity. Perhaps it was due to the Dragon Balls, he mused. Suddenly lifting his gaze towards a certain direction, a figure swiftly materialized before him. Jiang Ling? Vegeta? You were resurrected. You may come to Earth. But should you engage in any actions that threaten this planet, I have no qualms about. Jiang Ling had not finished speaking when he made a gesture across his throat. Hearing this blatant threat, Vegeta's expression darkened. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Deep down, he understood that he had been unable to defeat Jiang Ling before, let alone now. Moreover, he harbored no intentions of harming Earth. The destruction of the planet would not spare him either. He desired strength, yet he would not resort to such foolish acts. I have no interest in Earth. I am merely curious about how you have become so powerful in such a short span of time, Vegeta scoffed. However, I suspect I have discovered the method. As long as one can recover from severe injuries or be resurrected from death, their strength can be enhanced. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Ling's voice echoed back, confirming, indeed, that method can indeed elevate one's power, but it has its limits. Ultimately, one must rely on their own training for true improvement. Jiang Ling was not particularly surprised by Vegeta's arrival. He understood the Prince of the Saiyans all too well. Vegeta's pride would not allow him to accept being inferior, especially in comparison to Jiang Ling and Kakarot, who were also Saiyans. I know. I do not wish to employ that method, Vegeta nodded, glancing at Jiang Ling with a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. Hey, Jiang Ling. I want to spar with you. I wish to gauge the disparity in our powers. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full energy. During their time on Namek, Vegeta had recognized Jiang Ling's strength, even declaring him a legendary Super Saiyan. However, the extent of that strength remained unclear to him. Now, having been resurrected, his power had significantly increased, and he was eager to ascertain just how vast the gap truly was. Jiang Ling nodded, finding himself with little to occupy his time. And thus he acquiesced. Chapter 52, The Youth. Whoosh. Bang. Thunderous roars. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Fortunately, they remained cautious, inflicting minimal damage upon the earth, save for the flattening of a mountain peak. Jiang Ling came to a halt and remarked, Vegeta, you are truly lacking. Your strength is perhaps merely 1/10 of my usual capabilities. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his composure shattering instantly. He was aware of the disparity, yet he never anticipated it to be so vast. At that moment, Jiang Ling added, if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, my power would multiply by an additional 50 times. Super Saiyan. Transform. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. Jiang Ling's words pierced his heart like a dagger, stirring a tempest within. Confronted with such a vast disparity, his pride lay shattered, leaving him utterly devastated. He found himself ensnared in a stupor, standing vacantly in place, oblivious to Jiang Ling's departure. Time slipped away, and eventually, Vegeta regained his senses. Gazing at the sky, he inhaled deeply, and a renewed expression of the Saiyan Prince's pride emerged. Regardless of the overwhelming gap, what did it matter? As a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, I am still the Prince of Saiyans. If Jiang Ling can, if Kakarot can, then I too shall prevail. Vegeta murmured to himself, his aura sharpening with an intensity akin to an unrelenting sword. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed since their return from Namek. On this day, in the household of Jiang Ling, the door to the gravity training room swung open, revealing a man with a bare upper body, clad only in loose shorts. He possessed an elegant and striking appearance, his eyes resembling bright stars. Sweat cascaded down the sculpted lines of his muscles, presenting a unique aesthetic appeal. This man was none other than Jiang Ling himself. He retrieved a white towel and dabbed at the perspiration on his body. Taking a seat on a chair in the courtyard, he grasped a thermos placed on the table and drained its contents in one swift motion. This was no ordinary water. It was infused with goji berries, red dates, cistanche, cinnamorium, and epimedium, elements beneficial to men. It was fondly dubbed the elixir of male vitality. With this drink, he felt invigorated for his workouts. Jiang Ling brewed another cup and sat down to rest. After days of intense training, he could sense that his strength had ascended to a new level. He wondered how Wukong was faring on his end. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. Back on Namek, he had sent Goku to planet Yardrat, solely to enable Goku to master instant transmission. Once Goku had perfected this skill, Jiang Ling would be able to sign in and acquire that ability himself. It is evident that Jiang Ling had meticulously devised his plans, loud enough for the adjacent universe to hear. Meanwhile, in West City, a young boy stood outside the brief residence, lost in thought, his gaze tinted with nostalgia and reflection. At that moment, Mrs. Brief emerged from inside and noticed him. "Young man, do you have business with our family?" The boy, taken aback by her words, replied. "I'm looking for my mom. Bulma, is she home? Are you a friend of Bulma S?" Mrs. Brief's eyes sparkled with interest as she scrutinized the boy, realizing that Bulma S' friends were indeed handsome young men. "Young man, you needn't search for Bulma any longer. Come with me for a stroll instead. She's already living with her boyfriend." The boy scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Ma'am, I really don't wish to go shopping. Could you please tell me where Bulma is? I have something important to discuss." Mrs. Brief, hearing this, did not press the matter further and provided the boy with the address. Under her wistful gaze, he mustered his courage and hurriedly departed. Chapter 53, Sparring. Jiang Ling's residence. Jiang Ling, a person of remarkable strength who ardently dedicates himself to physical exercise, possesses an extraordinary vitality. However, one must not succumb to the allure of a gentle sanctuary. He is certainly not the type to be overtaken by baser instincts. Presently, he immerses himself daily in the gravity training chamber, exerting himself to the point of exhaustion before returning to his quarters for rest. It has been a month since he last engaged with Bulma in the evenings. Initially, Bulma felt a twinge of melancholy, yet she swiftly adapted, diving into her technological pursuits, navigating the vast ocean of science. Previously, they spent their days reveling in love, having just begun to savor its sweetness and fully appreciate its delights. Jiang Ling is not lacking in vitality. On the contrary, his energy is remarkably abundant. It is not that his feelings for Bulma have waned. Rather, after a long day of busyness, they are simply too fatigued to engage in any interaction, collapsing into deep slumber the moment they hit the bed. There was even an occasion when Jiang Ling, eager for connection, had removed his trousers and barely settled into bed before succumbing to sleep. Who could he possibly turn to for understanding? As his strength amplified, the vigor within him surged ever more fervently. Jiang Ling was acutely aware that this was the outcome of prolonged physical exertion. He believed that he could no longer continue down this path. Otherwise, an explosion of sorts was inevitable. Resolute and determined, he decided that today he would forego his workout. Instead, he would seek out Bulma, intending to instigate a cataclysmic upheaval that would turn the heavens and earth upside down, plunging the day into darkness and chaos. A blazing fire ignited within Jiang Ling's heart as he rose to head towards Bulma's technology research laboratory. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to gaze at the sky, where he discerned a figure silhouetted against the sunlight, obscuring its features. Who could it be? Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing, and the excitement that had just ignited within him vanished without a trace. The individual before him possessed the ability to conceal his presence. Had it not been for Jiang's keen perception, he might not have detected him at all. Upon hearing these words, the enigmatic figure descended before Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling finally discerned his appearance. He was youthful in visage, with light purple hair styled in a center part. His expression was resolute, and his countenance exuded calmness. Draped in a blue jacket adorned with the emblem of a capsule corporation, he bore a large sword on his back. Jiang Ling immediately recognized who this mysterious young man was. It was Trunks, the great Trunks from the future. In essence, he was Bulma's son from the future, and indirectly, he could be considered Jiang Ling's son. Jiang Ling smiled, exclaiming, my son has arrived." Trunks, perplexed, gazed at Jiang Ling, utterly bewildered by his nonsensical remarks. His biological father, as his mother had recounted, was a fellow named Vegeta, and he had even seen photographs. It was evident that the individual before him was not that person. Moreover, who would casually address someone as their son upon first meeting? Is that not a breach of etiquette? Firstly, I am not your son. Secondly, I have come to seek Miss Bulma's assistance, Trunks stated earnestly. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, offering no explanation. He invited Trunks to sit on a chair in the courtyard before heading to the technology research room to summon Bulma. "What brings you to me?" Bulma inquired, clad in a white lab coat, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at Trunks. The sudden appearance of this young man was unfamiliar to her. and she noted the emblem of her company emblazoned on his clothing. Could he perhaps be a fan? Was this an instance of fandom knocking at her door? Logically, one would consider it more reasonable to pursue someone like Jiang Ling, the globally renowned superstar, rather than this newcomer. A peculiar thought crossed Bulma's mind, and her gaze towards Trunks took on a slightly strange quality. Trunks, observing this young mother before him, felt a wave of nostalgia. Having traveled through time to this era, he had initially planned to confront Frieza and Cooler as per his original agenda. However, after waiting for an extended period, he found himself still waiting for their invasion of Earth. Subsequently, following the timeline and coordinates provided by his mother, he ventured to the location where Goku returned to Earth, only to find no sign of him either. Thus, with no other options, Trunks made his way to West City, utilizing the address given by his grandmother to seek out his past mother, Bulma. After a moment of silence, Trunks resolved to share part of his story with Bulma. He was determined not to allow this timeline to repeat the mistakes of the future. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. "Miss Bulma, I implore you to listen carefully to what I am about to reveal. It concerns the future of Earth." Bulma began to question whether Trunks might be experiencing some form of mental disturbance. It was only natural for her to think this way after all. A stranger suddenly appearing before one and proclaiming dire predictions about the future of the planet would lead any rational person to suspect insanity. Trunks, sensing her doubts, clarified, "My name is Trunks, and I have traveled from the future via a time machine. I understand your skepticism, but what I say is true. I am aware of certain events in your life, such as your childhood quest for the Dragon Balls, the myriad experiences you have encountered, and your relationships with Goku, Yamcha, Puar, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu." Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and asked, "Did you tell him? Is this some kind of role-playing scenario?" She dismissed the notion, stating, "Don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in playing games, you know that." Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, expressing that it was not his concern. Upon receiving this response, Bulma was taken aback, her mind swirling with astonishment and, more prominently, confusion. These matters were unknown to her unless her friends had informed her. How could this unfamiliar youth, Trunks, possess such knowledge? Could he truly be someone from the future? Trunks continued, "I also know that a year ago, you traveled to Namek, defeated Frieza, and then Namek exploded." "Stop." Bulma interjected, "I do not comprehend why you know we visited Namek, but you are mistaken on one point." "What point?" "Namek did not explode." "What?" Trunks was taken aback. This contradicted what his mother had told him. Could it be that history had been altered? Trunks pondered this momentarily, glancing at Jiang Ling, who had remained silent thus far. Had this handsome young man somehow changed the course of history? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Jiang Ling broke the silence, speaking up. "Bulma, trust him. Everything he says is true. But, do you believe me?" "I do." "Then that is sufficient." Jiang Ling and Bulma gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their heads drawing ever closer. Ahem. Trunks cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. He never anticipated that his mother, in her youth, would be so unabashedly affectionate in front of strangers. Interrupted, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of irritation and, casting a sharp glance at Trunks, remarked, "Trunks, not only do I know you hail from the future, but I also recognize you as a Saiyan. Am I correct?" "How did you discern that?" Trunks inquired, astonishment flickering within him. "Never mind how I figured it out. Let us engage in a spar." "Very well," Trunks acquiesced. With that, they soared to a distant locale suited for combat, while Bulma observed from a short distance away. The two stood facing each other, their gazes locked in mutual determination. Jiang Ling said, "Come on, give it your all." Trunks shook his head. "If I were to unleash my full power, you might not be able to withstand it." It was not pride that led him to say this. To his knowledge, in this era, only Sun Wukong possessed the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan and contend with him, while the fighting prowess of others was negligible. "It's all right. Just unleash your full potential." Jiang Ling smiled and spoke. Trunks nodded. "Since you insist, I shall fulfill your request." Subsequently, a formidable aura erupted. Golden flames surged forth from Trunks' body. With a swift motion, his split hair rose on either side, transforming from light purple to a resplendent gold. In that instant, his eyes shifted to a pale green hue. Surrounded by golden flames, Trunks gazed at Jiang Ling with an expression of indifference. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, as he gained a rough understanding of Tien's strength. "How about we make a wager? If you lose, you shall address me as father. If I lose, I will acknowledge you as my father." Chapter 54, Tomorrow? "Why should I engage in a bet with you?" Tien inquired, his expression filled with confusion. Very well. If you choose not to wager, so be it. One day you will indeed address me as such. Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly. Before Hmph could respond, Jiang Ling uttered a low command. Golden flames enveloped his form, blazing fiercely. With golden hair and brows, and striking light green eyes, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The aura emanating from Jiang Ling rivaled that of Trunks, and in fact, surpassed it significantly. Why you? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, at this point in time, only son Wukong had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Following him would be a few years later, son Gohan, and then himself, 3 Super Saiyans in total. Why had everything changed? Instead of witnessing son Wukong, it was this young mother's boyfriend, Jiang Ling, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he was even stronger than Trunks himself. Unable to contain his curiosity, Trunks inquired, "Who exactly are you? Didn't I tell you? I am Jiang Ling, Bulma's boyfriend, and also her husband." Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a voice that Bulma, who stood not far away, could not hear, he reiterated, "Have you not heard of me? I am Trunks, the future son of Bulma." Upon hearing this revelation, Trunks felt a thunderous jolt in his mind, staggering backward in bewilderment, his thoughts muddled. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to speak. You. How could you possibly know? I never disclosed my identity. Who exactly are you?" Jiang Ling smiled gently and said, "Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Jiang Ling, and I am currently Bulma's boyfriend. You could also refer to me as your father, albeit not by blood. Your biological father, in this timeline, will no longer be with Bulma. As for how I know this, it is because I hail from an alternate timeline, quite similar to yours." Trunks stood there, his eyes glazed over, murmuring to himself, "So, it is like this. So, it is true. Hence, the alterations in this timeline are all due to you." "You are correct," Jiang Ling replied. "Thus, you may call me father now." Jiang Ling spoke with a hint of a smile. He relished the role of a father figure. The two simultaneously reverted from their Super Saiyan transformations. Trunks, still a mere youth, found himself overwhelmed by the staggering revelations that challenged his worldview, leaving him devoid of any desire for sparring. "Dream on, if you wish. Haha. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I have already accepted you as my son." Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. After a moment of contemplation, Hmph retrieved a small vial from the pocket of his coat and tossed it to Jiang Ling. "Since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand the purpose of my visit, correct?" Jiang Ling casually caught the small bottle. He was aware that it contained a miraculous medicine for heart disease, specifically brought by Trunks from the future. In that distant timeline, son Wukong was destined to perish from heart disease a year hence, leaving Vegeta devoid of motivation and unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. The warriors of Earth faced the relentless onslaught of the androids, one by one succumbing to their fate, until only Trunks remained, struggling to endure the overwhelming burden. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging the situation. "I understand. It's merely 2 matters at hand: providing son Wukong with a remedy for his heart condition, and notifying that artificial beings will emerge in 3 years. Rest assured, with my presence here, no significant issues will arise." "Then I shall be at ease," said Hmph, preparing to turn and depart. Jiang Ling intercepted him, saying, "Wait. Please take me with you. I wish to witness the future world." "Are you certain?" Trunks paused for a moment. "Your strength is formidable, but there remains a significant disparity when facing androids. You need not concern yourself with that. We shall venture into the future together." "Very well, I shall await your arrival." Upon finishing their conversation, Bulma flew over, exclaiming, "Are you two going to fight or not? You transform into Super Saiyans yet refrain from battling, only to revert back. You can fly?" Trunks was taken aback. Bulma tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, Jiang Ling taught me." "What is so strange about that?" Trunks reflected, realizing that this was no longer the world he once knew. This realm was truly extraordinary. Even young mothers could soar through the skies. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? Jiang Ling glanced at Bulma, then at Trunks, and pondered. "Trunks, come find me tomorrow. I need to prepare tonight." "All right." Trunks replied without further contemplation and departed. As Bulma observed his retreating figure, a thought suddenly struck her. "Jiang Ling, you mentioned he hails from the future, from several decades hence?" Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. "Approximately 19 years hence. Therefore, the fact that he is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan indicates that he too is a Saiyan. Presently, on Earth, there exist only 4 Saiyans: you, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Gohan can be dismissed, as he is still quite young. It is improbable that he would have a son of such stature in 19 years. Thus, whose child is Trunks among the three of you? Bulma fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Ling's eyes. An overwhelming curiosity driven by her insatiable desire for gossip compelling her to uncover the answer to this question. Jiang Ling smiled gently, revealing no secrets. For there was no need for concealment. She spoke. He is your child, Bulma. My child? So that means he is our offspring, Bulma responded, astonished by the revelation of their son's remarkable looks. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon learning that her future son was so handsome, her heart brimming with joy. Truly, it was a testament to her own genes. In the next moment, Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting that it was not between him and her. What? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling with shock. You. It cannot be, we cannot break up. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The mere thought of a future without Jiang Ling rendered her unable to contain her tears. She truly adored Jiang Ling. Not wishing for their separation, Jiang Ling's heart softened as he embraced Bulma's slender waist, soothingly saying, Fool, we shall always be together. How could we ever be apart? Yet, Bulma hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns about the future, but the words eluded her. Jiang Ling spoke softly, I understand what you wish to convey, rest assured. In all other dimensions, I do not exist, which is why we are not together there. He elaborated on his uniqueness, asserting that his presence was exclusive to this particular realm, thus rendering any possibility of separation in the future improbable. Is that truly the case? Indeed. However, I wish to believe that my counterpart in other dimensions is also with you. Jiang Ling. He was perplexed by Bulma's sudden notion. Yet, upon gazing at her delicate and sorrowful visage, a wave of compassion washed over him. Bulma, let us return home. I yearn to cherish you. Consequently, they made their way back. As their emotions deepened, passion ignited. It was uncertain whether it was due to the prolonged absence or some other reason. But both surrendered themselves entirely, immersing in the exquisite taste of forbidden fruit. Chapter 55, The Future. Early the next morning, Trunks arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. A twinge of guilt enveloped Jiang Ling for not allowing him to stay overnight. After all, he was his father. It seemed inconceivable to not have his son spend the night. However, Jiang Ling had his own dilemmas. The previous night's circumstances had indeed rendered it inappropriate for a guest to remain. Now, the house lay in disarray. Jiang Ling appeared vibrant and in excellent spirits as he met with Tien in the courtyard. Your mother won't be coming out to see you off. She is simply too fatigued, he remarked. Tien, somewhat perplexed, chose to remain silent on the matter. Shall we proceed? Is there anything else that requires preparation? Jiang Ling shook his head in response. With that, Tien produced a capsule, pressed a button on its surface, and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a bullet-shaped machine materialized before them. The lower half constituted the body, while the upper portion housed a transparent glass chamber containing the pilot's seat. This contraption was none other than a time machine, its design reminiscent of those depicted in comic books. Jiang Ling and Trunks entered the cockpit, and as the door sealed shut, the machine gradually ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, with a swift whoosh, both the machine and its occupants vanished without a trace. Bulma stood by the window, gazing at the spot where they had departed, wishing them a smooth journey. After uttering her farewell, she turned to survey the disarray of her home, feeling a twinge of headache. The previous night had been rather intense, and today would be consumed with tidying up. She had to clean, mop the floors, wash the bedding and clothes, and dispose of the torn garments, among other tasks. In the time tunnel, a machine was swiftly navigating towards its designated temporal point. Inside the time machine, Jiang Ling curiously observed the scenery outside. Trunks couldn't help but interject, cautioning him to look, but refrained from opening the door to venture outside. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he instructed the system to harness the power of time and space. Ding! The absorption was complete. The functionality of the time-space gate was activated. Excellent, indeed. Jiang Ling gazed at the system interface. The once gray functionality of the time-space gate had now transformed into vibrant hues. Presently, the time-space gate offered the exchange between two realms. It is anticipated that additional time periods will be incorporated in the future. The two portals pertain to Jiang Ling's current timeline and a future dimension. In essence, traversing between these two epochs would merely require a single click, granting effortless passage without any stipulation for energy replenishment as per the system's indication. Before long, The time machine transported the two individuals to the future world. Hovering in the sky before gently descending, Jiang Ling gazed at the ruins strewn across the ground, then lifted his eyes to the heavy, overcast sky. A sense of oppression settled in his heart as he disembarked from the machine. Jiang Ling remarked, "I never anticipated that your world could be so oppressive." Tien was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the sky before comprehending Jiang Ling's sentiment. "There's no need for concern, it's merely about to rain." Jiang Ling shook his head with a smile, realizing the situation. "So that's it. I thought your time and space had deteriorated to such an extent that even the weather had changed. It appears it is about to rain." Trunks fell silent for a moment, gesturing towards the ruins. This place had once thrived with prosperity, now laid waste by the androids. Most cities around the globe had also been ravaged by two androids. Their wanton destruction and formidable combat prowess left no room for resistance. Back then, my brother Gohan and I fought against the androids in this very city. Ultimately, Gohan was unable to withstand their might and was killed. Trunks shook his head. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us go check out my home." "All right." The two soared into the sky, swiftly heading in a particular direction. The androids could not sense their energy, allowing them to fly freely in the air without fear of detection. If the androids had a means to detect combat power, they would have been eliminated long ago. Soon, they arrived at another city, utterly devastated. West City. In the heart of it all stood what was once Bulma's home. After the destruction wrought by the androids, Bulma had relocated with Trunks to live underground. She had not given up on her research, diligently working in hopes of one day harnessing the power of science to save the world. One might wonder why she did not seek out the Dragon Balls to wish for the restoration of Earth. The reason lies in the future world, where Piccolo had perished, and the Supreme Kai was gone. With their absence, no one remained to guard the Dragon Balls, which had turned to stone. As for Namek, it had been obliterated. And Bulma, relying solely on herself, had no way of knowing the new location of Namek. Trunks led Jiang Ling to a house, pushing aside an old washing machine to reveal a hidden passage beneath. "This is where my mother and I live, my current home," Trunks explained before stepping inside. Jiang Ling nodded and followed closely behind. Upon entering the basement, the dim light from the wall sconces cast a subdued glow. Tien navigated through the winding passageways until finally arriving at a robust iron door. After entering the password, he stepped inside. The interior was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the dimness outside. The furniture and decor suggested that this place had been established long ago, predating the existence of androids. It had once served as a research facility, but was subsequently repurposed for refuge during the androids' rampage through the city. The floor was tidy, indicating that it was regularly maintained. Tien called out, "Mother, I have returned." "Oh, you're back? You must be tired," came a response from the kitchen area. A stunning woman with long blue hair emerged, her figure voluptuous and skin fair. Despite the harsh environment, she appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking no older than her 30s. Exuding the allure of a youthful matron, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56, A Wonderful Place. In the living room, the aroma of tea wafted upwards, mingling with the steam. Following the introduction by Tien, Jiang Ling was briefly acquainted with the future Bulma. Observing the poised and graceful Bulma as she brewed tea, Jiang Ling felt a sense of peculiarity. This was hardly surprising, given that they shared identical features. One exuded youthful exuberance while the other embodied a mature charm. In Jiang Ling's mind, the hazy image of last night's scene appeared, where Bulma's gaze was filled with a dreamy allure. "So, you have come from a time long past?" Bulma inquired with a smile, curious about the future. Jiang Ling sipped his tea and remarked earnestly, "Indeed. I traveled here with Trunks via the time machine to witness the prowess of the androids, to engage in combat with androids." Bulma exclaimed, astonished. She glanced at Jiang Ling and diplomatically responded, "I am familiar with the powerful beings of that era on Earth, and if I recall correctly, I do not believe I know you." Her implication was clear. She wished to dissuade Jiang Ling from courting danger. Trunks chuckled and clarified, "Mom, Jiang Ling is also a Saiyan. He can transform into a Super Saiyan and possesses strength that surpasses mine." "Is that so? Then why am I not acquainted with you?" Bulma finally noticed the tale behind Jiang Ling, her surprise evident. Normally, she was well acquainted with Earth's strong warriors, so the sudden appearance of an unknown Saiyan, one who outclassed Trunks, left her somewhat bewildered. "My timeline differs from yours," Jiang Ling elucidated. "In my reality, Namek never exploded. All the Earth warriors know me, and even a younger version of you is familiar with me. We share a good rapport." "How good?" Future Bulma inquired with curiosity, while Trunks listened nearby, his expression somewhat peculiar. With a playful smile, Jiang Ling remarked, "A relationship so close that we share the same bed as a couple." Bulma responded with a puzzled expression. Subsequently, Jiang Ling recounted numerous tales from his timeline, leaving Bulma's mind in a state of disarray. After some time, she finally regained her composure. The sheer volume of information required her a moment to process. "So, in your world, I did not end up with Vegeta?" she inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed. "And planet Namek did not explode, nor was Frieza defeated, which means he never sought revenge on Earth by bringing his father cold?" "Precisely." Bulma exhaled deeply. Accepting this newfound reality, she scrutinized Jiang Ling closely and remarked with a light laugh, "With such striking looks and formidable strength, you truly embody the type I find appealing." Jiang Ling scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. If Bulma had been shy about her feelings, it would have been easier to navigate the conversation. However, her candidness left him at a loss for words. Trunks, standing nearby, interjected, "Mom, I think Jiang Ling would make a suitable match for the younger version of you. Is there no sense of propriety? Jiang Ling is of my generation, so you should address him as Uncle Jiang Ling." Bulma shot him a disapproving glare. Trunks hesitated, glancing at the amused Jiang Ling, and mustered the courage to say, "Uncle Jiang Ling. Ah, good boy." At noon, Bulma prepared a meal. In this post-apocalyptic era, being able to enjoy such food was a testament to a relatively comfortable existence. Trunks ventured outside to scavenge for supplies, livestock, and vegetable seeds, returning to their underground base. Bulma converted a room to plant the seeds and even set up grow lights to ensure they received ample sunlight. The livestock was kept in another room. Consequently, their lives had been relatively stable, unlike those outside who congregated in shelters, enduring a cycle of hunger and feasting. Jiang Ling recognized that Tien possessed formidable strength. Adhering to the philosophy of benefiting the world once one has achieved success, he often extended assistance to the inhabitants of the shelters. However, while the supplies might sustain the lives of one or two individuals, they were merely a drop in the bucket for the numerous inhabitants of the larger shelters. If one truly wished to save them, the most effective course of action would be to vanquish the androids, restoring a tranquil environment to the Earth. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling followed Bulma into her exclusive laboratory, a realm filled with an array of machines, where the time machine was crafted. "What are you endeavoring to create now?" Jiang Ling glanced at the draft drawings laid out on the table. "Oh, this," Bulma remarked with a fleeting glance. "This is my previous research. I believe Dr. Gero intends to implant control devices in the androids, so I endeavored to develop a solution." Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Aware that such devices indeed existed within the artificial beings, he could procure the blueprints from Dr. Gero's laboratory and subsequently enlist Bulma to create them, thus ushering in a semblance of peace to the world. However, Jiang Ling was reluctant to pursue this path. He yearned to enhance Trunks' strength, enabling him to personally vanquish the androids. Such an endeavor would ensure that, should any future crises arise, they would not find themselves in perilous circumstances. After all, in this timeline, he stood as the sole warrior left on Earth. They exchanged a few more words. Jiang Ling offered a brief greeting before taking his leave. Bulma gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Jiang Ling entered Tien's room. "Tien, do you wish to vanquish the androids?" "Indeed, I yearn for it, even in my dreams." Tien lay on the bed, a glimmer of hatred illuminating his eyes. "Very well," Jiang Ling nodded. "I shall grant you the power to defeat the androids, and in return, you shall call me father. Does this deal not seem fair?" Tien remained silent, pondering the proposition. Jiang Ling, accompanied by Tien, departed from the base. They soared through the air as the sky loomed darkly above them, a gentle drizzle cascading upon their figures, yet they paid it no heed. As they passed by the ruins of a city, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the surroundings, followed by the resounding clap of thunder. The thunder rolled ominously, and in that fleeting moment of brilliance, the desolation of the city was laid bare. The light rain fell softly, trickling down the remnants of eaves and shattered walls, pooling into puddles that spread out in all directions. Had all cities on Earth succumbed to such devastation? Indeed, nearly every urban landscape had been obliterated. The artificial beings emerged periodically to engage in their grotesque games, which involved the merciless slaughter of innocent civilians or the destruction of urban structures and natural peaks alike. Tien gritted his teeth in frustration. The artificial beings of this timeline were beyond redemption. Jiang Ling arrived at this conclusion and did not linger for long. The two took flight and soon reached a platform suspended in the sky. The platform was in a state of disrepair, marked by the scars of battle. It was evident that a great conflict had transpired here long ago. What purpose could there be in coming to such a place? There was nothing remarkable about it. According to my mother, more than a decade ago, Uncle Bick perished in battle, the celestial deity also met his end, and Mr. Bobo vanished without a trace, leaving this place abandoned. Jiang Ling smiled enigmatically. There is a wonderful place here, and it is quite normal that your mother Bulma is unaware of it. What place? Chapter 57, The Shadow. What place? Follow me, and you shall find out. Jiang Ling was the first to enter the celestial temple, with Tien trailing behind. Inside the temple, numerous chambers awaited. Jiang Ling opened each door as if in pursuit of something elusive. Unable to contain himself, Tien spoke up, though we have not ventured here before. This place has lain in neglect for over a decade. Even if there were supplies, they would have long since decayed. Jiang Ling smiled, realizing that Tien had misunderstood him. He could only clarify, I am not here to seek supplies. As he spoke, his gaze turned forward, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. He had found it. Jiang Ling strode forward and pointed to the sign hanging at the doorway. Tien gazed at the sign, articulating each character slowly. Room, light, time, spirit, essence. What does it mean? Jiang Ling rolled his eyes in exasperation. You must recite it backward. The spirit time room? Is this what you sought to find? To be precise, I came in search of this very chamber. The spirit time room is an extraordinary place. 1 year spent within its confines equates to merely a day passing outside. Jiang Ling elaborated slowly. A year inside, a day outside. Tien was suddenly filled with excitement. If that's the case, if I train for 10 or 8 years in there, won't I emerge capable of defeating the androids with ease? How naive of him. The truth is, each individual is permitted only 2 years of training in that realm throughout their lifetime. Should one attempt to enter again, unless their power surpasses the boundaries of space itself, they will be condemned to an eternal existence within. Jiang Ling's words doused Trunks, who was riding high on his confidence, with a cold wave of reality, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Only 2 years. Surely, after 2 years of training, he would not be able to surpass the androids. Trunks murmured softly, the specter of the androids looming large in his mind. The vast disparity in power had left him haunted. He had faced the androids numerous times, each encounter riddled with mockery and torment. To them, he was merely a source of amusement, a toy to pass the time. This very dynamic explained why Trunks had survived countless confrontations with the androids. Yet, upon hearing that he had only 2 years to hone his skills, he instinctively deemed it an impossible task. Observing his lack of confidence, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and delivered a punch to Trunks' cheek. Trunks was sent sprawling, crashing against the adjacent wall of the room. What are you doing? He exclaimed. What am I doing? I could ask you the same. Is 2 extra years of training not sufficient? How can you claim it's impossible without even attempting to train? With a grim expression, Jiang Ling spoke solemnly. Trunks rose to his feet, somewhat disheveled, yet he stammered, but the androids are too powerful. There are no buts. Jiang Ling interjected sharply. Consider what your perseverance over the years has been for. Perseverance. I strive for the restoration of world peace, to protect my mother, the Earth's defense force, humanity, and most importantly, to avenge brother Gohan. As the words tumbled from his lips, Trunks' eyes began to sparkle with renewed vigor, his lost confidence rekindled. I will surely defeat the androids. Excellent, Jiang Ling exclaimed, patting Trunks on the shoulder with approval. Indeed, you are my son. That's right. Wait. Ugh, you tricked me. Trunks glared fiercely at Jiang Ling. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ling's lips, a secret delight blossoming within him. He relished the role of being someone's father figure. His penchant may be peculiar, yet it harbored no malice. It is likely that most young men share a similar sentiment, harboring a desire to embody the role of a father, particularly to their brothers. Some young men, however, possess a rather eccentric inclination. They find joy in their intimate moments with their girlfriends at night, encouraging them to call them daddy. This seems rather normal upon reflection, as a mere utterance of daddy from a girlfriend can invigorate a young man, propelling him into a fervor akin to that induced by hormones. Gazing at the sign hanging on the door that read Mental Time House, Jiang Ling pushed the door open and stepped inside. The responsive Terrence followed closely behind. The light flickered momentarily as they entered the Mental Time House. They found themselves in a room adorned with a neatly made bed and well-arranged furniture, presenting a pleasant ambience. However, this room possessed only 3 walls,
The fourth side opened into an expansive, ethereal void, a vast silence enveloping them. Any ordinary person lingering in such an environment would surely succumb to mental strain and collapse. Stepping out of the room, the two found themselves in the boundless, white expanse outside, immediately feeling a weight upon their bodies. The gravity here was tenfold that of their previous surroundings. This thought flashed through their minds. Yet, this level of gravity would not confine them. Rather, becoming accustomed to such a force would undoubtedly benefit their physical forms. Jiang Ling remarked. Tien nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled something. We are supposed to stay here for 2 months, aren't we? Indeed, that's correct. It seems we haven't brought any food with us. Perhaps we should return and fetch enough supplies to last us 2 years? Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled. I surmise that your provisions are not abundant either. To suddenly take away 2 years' worth of sustenance would leave you with nothing but the bare earth to consume. What can be done? Surely, we cannot allow ourselves to perish from hunger. Rest assured, do you not understand why I chose to accompany you to this temporal realm? Why I planned our departure for the following day? I do not, Trunks replied, shaking his head. Must you be so dim-witted? You appear rather foolish. I have laid it out plainly. Could it be that you indulged in a grand feast? Jiang Ling sighed softly, shaking his head as he spoke. No, I am merely gathering food and other supplies. Tien's eyes widened in astonishment. So, you were contemplating bringing me to the time room even before stepping onto the time machine? I must admit, you are not as foolish as I thought. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile. Tien gasped in awe. How do you know so much? It's truly remarkable. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ethereal master. The two individuals acclimated themselves to the force of gravity before embarking on some fundamental training. Such foundational exercises are imperative, as they serve to enhance one's physical capabilities. Without a solid foundation, even the mightiest of strengths would prove ephemeral. It is akin to premature ejaculation, regardless of how high one may rise. The lack of endurance renders the achievement meaningless. Both were acutely aware that progress must be gradual. A meal should be savored bite by bite. For haste may lead to choking. After several hours of foundational training, Jiang Ling's stomach had begun to voice its discontent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced over at Tien, who was not faring much better. The toll of cultivation on one's energy reserves is invariably substantial, and hunger is a natural consequence. Let us take a break and have a meal, Tien, Jiang Ling suggested. With that, he produced an array of barbecue supplies, featuring various meats from exotic creatures such as dinosaurs, tigers, and bears, alongside an assortment of vegetables, including eggplant, green beans, Chinese cabbage, leeks, and mushrooms. Jiang Ling finally produced 2 bottles of chilled beer. Since there would be further training shortly, a modest sip would suffice. Chapter 58, A Man and a Woman. The smoky aroma of the barbecue mingled with delightful scents, permeating the vast expanse of this white, misty space. Jiang Ling and Tien prepared a feast of grilled meats and vegetables, sufficient for over a dozen people, and began to indulge in their meal. Jiang Ling primarily indulges in delicacies such as oysters, grilled kidneys, and leeks, as he has a particular penchant for these flavors. Thank you, he remarks. Consuming such foods in abundance is beneficial for one's health, is it not? However, Tien appears perplexed, for no one has ever imparted this knowledge to him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Jiang Ling chuckled. Indeed, you will understand the benefits once you have a girlfriend. I already have a girlfriend. So soon? You are still quite young, aren't you? Not at all. Tien's expression abruptly shifted. I am of age. You know, I am 19. Young men are particularly sensitive to the term young, whether it pertains to their age or other aspects. 19, you say? You hardly look it. Jiang Ling was taken aback, a sudden pang of envy stirring within him. At 19, others had already secured their girlfriends, while he found himself idly playing games in bed, or perhaps indulging in more juvenile pursuits. The stark contrast between lives was infuriating. Yet, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, So, have you too? You know? What do you mean by that? Just that. What exactly is that? Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment, clapping his hands together a few times to illustrate his point. Tien shook his head, bewildered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Observing the confusion etched on his face, Jiang Ling fell silent. It appeared that in this world, Bulma had not imparted such knowledge to Tien. Perhaps her focus on technological pursuits left little room for such education, or the pressure from the androids had overshadowed considerations of this nature. Jiang Ling suddenly felt the weight of his burdens intensify. Originally, he had arrived in this future realm with the purpose of training Tenenks to grow stronger and vanquish the androids, while simultaneously entering the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance his own abilities. However, ever since he arrived in this future dimension and comprehended its intricacies, everything had changed. Jiang Ling has resolved to take action. It is precisely the ignorance of Tenenks regarding such matters that causes him the most distress. Let us not dwell on this, Tenenks. Instead, let us indulge in some libations. Jiang Ling pointed to the untouched wine glass before Tenenks. Ah, this. Tenenks scratched his head. I have never drunk alcohol. My girlfriend also advises me against it. Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a man or not? Do you just heed every word your girlfriend says? Where's your masculinity? He urged. Just drink. If you're caught, simply admit your mistake. If that fails, utter some kind words. If all else fails, let her scold you a bit. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling had unconsciously assumed the authoritative demeanor of a father. Well, fine. The spirited thanks, ignited by Jiang Ling's words, seized his cup and downed its contents in one go. Gulp, gulp. Uh-huh. A loud belch escaped thanks as he collapsed onto the table, utterly unconscious. Jiang Ling. It turns out that there is a reason his girlfriend disallows him from drinking. However, how can a man be without a certain tolerance for alcohol? It seems that from now on, he must not only train his strength, but also cultivate his capacity for liquor. Jiang Ling glanced at the unconscious Tenenks slumped over the table and shook his head. After tidying up, he departed for a solitary workout. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere outside, a man and a woman were engrossed in a video game, manipulating characters on the screen with their controllers. The man, tall with short black hair and dressed in dark clothing, exuded an aura of cool detachment. The woman, statuesque with flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes, radiated an icy beauty. Suddenly, the blonde beauty threw her controller to the ground, her expression revealing her displeasure. I'm done. This is boring. The dark-haired man smirked and replied. Number 18. A loss is a loss. No need for excuses. And what's wrong with making excuses? Number 18 retorted, her eyes narrowing. Don't forget, I'm still your older sister. With a dismissive scoff, Number 17 shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Number 18 reclined on the sofa, her beautiful eyes gazing at the ceiling, her fair legs draped lazily over the armrest. A picture of ennui. By the way, that guy with the sword hasn't shown up during our city raids these past few days. Number 17 raised his gaze slightly. What? Are you missing him? Developing feelings, are we? Please, Number 18 scoffed. With his meager strength, he is hardly impressive. I would never be attracted to someone so weak. He merely adds a touch of amusement to our dull lives. Whether he is present or not makes little difference, just a bit more tedium. Hearing this, Number 17 set down his controller and chuckled softly. I think you need to find a man to entertain you. Otherwise, you'll miss out on a lot of fun. A man? Number 18 laughed coldly. Which man would I ever find appealing? Even for a bit of fun, their strength wouldn't be able to handle me. Fair point. Number 17 said with a smile, shaking his head as he stood and headed toward the door. Where are you going? Number 18 glanced over, casually inquiring. Boredom calls. I'm off to capture some women for diversion. His voice trailed off as he leapt into the distance. Now alone in the room, Number 18 pondered aloud. These monotonous days are rather dreary. Oh well, I might as well venture into the city and see if there are any souls to slay. Or perhaps I could indulge in a game of cat and mouse, letting them flee ahead while I leisurely pursue. Whoever lags behind will meet their end. How delightfully entertaining. On the 18th, she licked her moist lips, feeling no sense of impropriety regarding the thoughts that arose within her. It seemed to her a matter of course. As if propelled by an impulse, she suddenly leaped from the sofa, executing a graceful flip, and burst through the window. The glass tore at her clothing, exposing her fair skin, yet she remained utterly unconcerned, soaring towards the nearest city. Time passed in the ethereal realm of the Spirit Time House. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen. Jiang Ling returned to the room after exercising. At that moment, Tenenks had just awakened, rubbing his head, appearing somewhat in pain. Oh, little sleepyhead, you're awake? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Tenenks forced a smile and replied, Please, Jiang Ling, spare me your mockery. I have already mentioned that I cannot indulge in alcohol. It leads to complications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression suddenly turned serious as he remarked, If you cannot drink, that only necessitates that you practice your tolerance. You must not find yourself incapacitated after just a sip, lest you fall prey to the advances of unscrupulous women. Furthermore, have you forgotten your mother's words? Address him as uncle. Hmp's face darkened, resembling one who had tasted something foul. Uncle, uncle, he stammered. Be good. Jiang Ling cheerfully responded. With a flick of his hand, he produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground, whereupon a table laden with steaming, delectable dishes materialized before him. These were the sumptuous meals he had procured in a previous timeline, stored within the capsule. Although the capsule does not preserve heat or freshness, and would spoil if left too long, within Jiang Ling's space, time stands still. Thus, placing the capsule inside ensures that when retrieved, the food appears as if it has just been freshly prepared. The reason he did not simply store the meals directly in the system space is to maintain a guise. Capsules are commonplace items carried by many, while the system space is unique to Jiang Ling. If he were to suddenly summon a spaceship with a mere flick of his hand, it would undoubtedly raise questions. Chapter 59, A New Utilization of the Super Saiyan. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, a solitary room stood out amidst the kaleidoscope of colors and the vast whiteness, particularly conspicuous. Inside the room, Jiang Ling and Tien voraciously devoured their steaming meal, leaving nothing but an array of empty plates scattered across the table. The dishes gleamed as if brand new, cleaner than bowls licked by a dog. Burp. Tien, overwhelmed by satisfaction, let out a hearty belch. What a delight! Since he could recall, the occasions on which he had indulged in such a satisfying feast had been few and far between. Jiang Ling, stroking his belly, slumped into the chair. Upon hearing those words, he chuckled softly. If you enjoy eating, indulge yourself a bit more. After all, who could resist when your mother is Bulma? If I don't assist you, whom shall I aid? Trunks responded with a curt, get lost. It took him quite a while to muster that singular retort. Demonstrating the art of brevity to perfection, Jiang Ling paid no mind, reclining on the chair and savoring the remnants of the meal. After a day filled with exertion and fatigue, this brief interlude following dinner was a cherished moment of tranquility. Indeed, there is no greater satisfaction in a day than this. Thanking the heavens, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already evening. It was time to retire for the night and resume his exercises in the morning. Jiang Ling languidly remarked. Tien, puzzled, inquired how she knew it was nighttime, given that there was no concept of time here. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the vast expanse of whiteness outside. Jiang Ling glanced at the wall clock with a slight nod, indicating, behold, there lies a clock. Oh, now it makes sense. Tien sheepishly scratched his head, primarily because he had been oblivious to it, having slept for the better part of the day. Jiang Ling exhaled a breath of resignation. The power system of the Dragon Balls is somewhat amusing, possessing the ability to annihilate stars yet still requiring sleep. Jiang Ling has been here for quite some time and has come to grasp a few concepts. It appears that she cannot be absorbed autonomously. Rather, it necessitates the conversion of bodily energy into qi. The enhancement of qi intensity requires physical training, which inevitably leads to bodily fatigue and energy depletion. Thus, it is essential to ensure ample rest. This is the essence of the matter. Tien has sensed a surge of vitality and feels little inclination to sleep. Indeed, after having slumbered through the afternoon, it is only natural to feel wide awake. Jiang Ling glanced at the bed in the room, pondering how two large men could possibly share it. He understood that some close male friends might not mind sleeping together, yet he personally preferred solitude. He relished the thought of sleeping alone, or at most, with a woman, cradling her voluptuous form to drift into slumber. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a capsule and released a petite dwelling in the vast expanse outside. The capsule was designed to contain a portable miniature house, thus giving rise to the concept of housing capsules. In contrast, larger residences necessitated personal construction. For instance, Jiang Ling's spacious villa was specifically crafted by others, allowing for personal design preferences. Wasn't that enticing? Where would you like to sleep, Tanks? He inquired. Tanks surveyed the open room they currently occupied and then glanced at the highly private capsule dwelling that had just emerged from the capsule. He promptly opted for the capsule house. Jiang Ling was indifferent. He was inherently a carefree individual. He could effortlessly sleep anywhere, even on a simple bed placed outdoors. The capsule dwelling was situated nearby, where slumber would subject him to tenfold gravity. This was quite advantageous, as acclimatization would significantly enhance his strength. At that moment, an idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Ling's mind. A capsule materialized in his hand, and he chuckled mischievously. Here, Tien, I have some study materials for you. Do take the time to learn, he said, tossing the capsule to the bewildered Tien before ushering him back into the capsule dwelling. Jiang Ling lay sprawled on the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Tien entered the house. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted the study materials that Jiang Ling had provided from the capsule. Before him appeared several volumes. Upon catching sight of the book covers, Tien's face flushed a bright crimson. With a nervous glance around, he cautiously opened one of the books. Instantly captivated by the contents, he found himself immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge. The information, previously unknown yet particularly alluring to young men, was diligently absorbed by Tien, who likely had never approached his studies with such seriousness in his youth. The following morning arrived. Jiang Ling gradually awakened, stretching lazily. This slumber had been truly delightful. Jiang Ling felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, perhaps due to the long absence of solitary slumber, which allowed for an extraordinary relaxation. Jiang Ling was oblivious and disinterested in the reasons behind it. He stepped outside and happened to see Tien emerging from the house, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Goodness, did you not sleep at all last night? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Tourniquet offered an awkward smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this situation, Jiang Ling understood. Most boys acquire such knowledge from books and videos, subsequently engaging in practice to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling is no exception. As for Tien, it has now embarked on the initial phase, followed by practical implementation. Keep up the good work. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder. The passage of time during cultivation always seemed to fly by, almost imperceptibly. A year and a half had already elapsed. On this day, Jiang Ling paused in his battle with Trunks. Trunks, we need not continue our duel any longer. My strength has significantly increased, sufficient to contend with the androids. However, there remains an issue. The androids possess infinite energy, whereas our transformation into Super Saiyans renders our bodies akin to funnels, causing our power to gradually dissipate. Trunks nodded earnestly, acknowledging, indeed, our endurance has always been insufficient after transforming into Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this somewhat ambiguous remark, Jiang Ling coughed lightly, his expression turning slightly pale. It is your endurance that is lacking. I still consider myself quite formidable. He then continued. I have devised a method that could potentially resolve this issue regarding our Super Saiyan transformations. What method? Trunks inquired. In an instant, Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden flame that exuded an aura of dominance. However, shortly thereafter, the golden flames were absorbed back, and he returned to an unremarkable state, devoid of any outward signs of power. Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment. Had he not seen Jiang Ling still sporting his golden hair, he would have doubted whether he had exited the Super Saiyan transformation. What on earth is happening here? Jiang Ling smiled faintly, referring to it as the Super Saiyan at full power. Previously, when he unleashed a punch, a considerable amount of energy was squandered. However, now, the power within him remained contained, allowing him to harness all of his energy effectively. This epitomizes the Super Saiyan at full power. Trunks gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was remarkable and inquiring if he could learn it as well. Certainly, I shall share my knowledge with you without reservation. For you are the son of Bulma, after all. In the following 6 months, you must consistently maintain the state of a Super Saiyan in all aspects of your daily life, eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom, so that you may gain better control over the powers of a Super Saiyan. This seems exceedingly challenging. Is it even achievable? But that is not all. Transforming into a Super Saiyan alters one's mindset, rendering one cold-hearted and ferocious. Thus you must learn to manage these emotions and revert to your usual self. Trunks furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of such a feat. What is impossible about it? I can even suppress my own ferocious power and emotions while in the Super Saiyan state, indulging in delightful moments of watching films. Jiang Ling smiled, his golden hair gleaming, yet his expression remained calm and casual. After a brief pause, he continued, when you find yourself in the state of a Super Saiyan, immersed in the essence of your power, it signifies that you have successfully mastered the full potential of the Super Saiyan. Trunks. Chapter 60. The aftermath of the retreat in the subsequent 6 months. Trunks maintained his Super Saiyan form in his daily life. Initially, during meals, he struggled to control his strength, reducing food to mere powder, leaving plates, chopsticks, tables, and chairs in utter disarray. While using the restroom, as he settled onto the toilet, an unexpected explosion ensued. At night, his bed collapsed under him. Even when haunted by nightmares, the very house was reduced to rubble. This predicament caused Trunks considerable distress. To avoid further destruction, he resorted to sleeping under the open sky, using the heavens as his blanket and the ground as his bed, continually striving to suppress the negative emotions brought forth by his Super Saiyan state. It took an entire month before circumstances began to improve. Jiang Ling, how did you conceive the idea of full power? It's simply brilliant and immensely practical. During a casual conversation, Trunks suddenly posed this question. It was merely a fortunate accident. Jiang Ling wore a peculiar expression. It would be inappropriate to claim that he had suddenly acquired such knowledge during his nocturnal encounters with Bulma. It could hardly be described as sudden. At that moment, Jiang Ling had shed his garments and suddenly desired to transform into a Super Saiyan to impress Bulma with a display of grandeur. As he anticipated, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and then Jiang Ling found himself enticed by her. In the state of a Super Saiyan, he was consumed by rage and fury, devoid of any desire in that regard. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ling's naturally reserved disposition, or perhaps his usual temperament was rather mild. Yet he was undeniably stirred by Bulma's provocations. The fury within Jiang Ling gradually dissipated, only to be overshadowed by an overwhelming desire. It was then that he realized he had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Such an occurrence. How could Jiang Ling possibly bring himself to utter such words? Moreover, in the presence of Tien, no matter how thick-skinned one might be, it would be inappropriate to convey such sentiments. He could only laugh it off and evade the topic. The fury and ferocity of a Super Saiyan are instinctual responses, exceedingly difficult to restrain. Jiang Ling was merely an unexpected occurrence, one that could not be replicated. Trunks found himself quite troubled by this. Disheartened by his waning interest in study materials, a significant source of joy had vanished from his life. On one particular morning, Trunks awoke from the ground, inexplicably stirred by a sudden urge to delve into his studies. What? He paused, exhilaration surging within him, as he leapt to his feet. What did this signify? It indicated that the fury and ferocity of the Super Saiyan had been tempered. Other emotions had taken precedence. The full power of the Super Saiyan had succeeded. As time swiftly passed, it flowed like a river, never to be grasped in one's hands. In the Divine Temple, the door to the Room of Spirit and Time, which had remained closed for 2 days, was finally opened once more. This time, however, it was from the inside. 2 figures emerged from the chamber. Uncle Jiang Ling, I had thought I would surpass your height, yet after 2 years, I've grown not a single inch. Well, it seems your growth may be quite limited. I believe it is determined by genetics. The speakers were none other than Jiang Ling and Trunks, who had spent 2 years within the Room of Spirit and Time. Upon exiting, they experienced no discomfort. The transition from darkness to light marked their passage between 2 worlds. At this moment, their appearances were strikingly similar, with golden hair and eyebrows, and light green eyes. Yet, they lacked the imposing aura typically associated with Super Saiyans, appearing almost like ordinary individuals. The full power of the Super Saiyan. They had maintained this state for quite some time, having seamlessly integrated it into their daily lives. Trunks took a deep breath, savoring the familiar atmosphere of Earth, a nostalgic comfort that felt truly delightful. Jiang Ling arrived at the Celestial Hall, gazing down upon the vast expanse of Earth, as if transported to another era. Although merely 2 days had passed outside, he and Tien had genuinely spent 2 years within the confines of the time chamber. Jiang Ling leaped from the edge of the platform, eschewing the use of aerial techniques. As the howling winds roared around him, below the Temple of the Celestials lay Kolinta. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, the Temple of the Celestials would remain suspended directly above Kolinta. However, in exceptional situations, the overseer of the temple possesses the ability to relocate it above any location on Earth. Jiang Ling descended to the position of Kolinta and employed the technique of void dance to enter the tower. Techniques followed closely behind. Jiang Ling cast a glance around. The place was in a state of utter ruin, much like the architecture of the Temple of the Gods, overgrown with moss. Judging by the signs, it had likely been abandoned for quite some time. One could only wonder where Akalob and the immortal Krillin had vanished to. Jiang Ling murmured softly. Suddenly, Tien interjected. I am aware of Akalob, who has been assisting the Earth Defense Force. As for the immortal Krillin, I am not familiar with him. Oh. It seems this fellow possesses quite a resilient fate. Jiang Ling was slightly taken aback, but soon felt a sense of understanding. Indeed, it was not surprising that Akalob, renowned for his fear of death, had managed to survive until now. Although he was fearful of mortality, he was resolute in significant matters, which was also why he had the assistance of the Earth Defense Force. Could you elaborate on the Earth Defense Force? Certainly. This organization was formed to protect our planet and resist the slaughter perpetrated by the artificial beings. Its members possess capabilities far superior to those of ordinary individuals. and it is equipped with an array of advanced weaponry as well as some of the most formidable fighters currently on Earth. Ternaxton paused for a moment before adding, however, this strength is relative to common people. When faced with the artificial beings, they would still be swiftly eliminated. Jiang Ling nodded. He had not previously delved deeply into the future world. It was only now that he realized how much he had overlooked. Did you also meet your girlfriend there? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. If memory serves correctly, Trunks' girlfriend is Xiaowu, who is actually older than Bulma. However, due to the dragon's transformation, her physical form has been diminished, consequently lowering her psychological age as well, making her contemporaneous with Trunks at this moment. Oh, Trunks exclaimed in surprise. How did you come to know that? She is a key member of the team, Jiang Ling replied. I happened to become acquainted with this team, and over time, I became familiar with them. That's wonderful. Keep up the good work. Jiang Ling gently patted Hmph on the shoulder, revealing a smile akin to that of a benevolent father. Without delving further into the topic, he recognized that matters of the heart should be determined by the young themselves. As an elder, it is prudent to refrain from interference. Jiang Ling searched in Kalantari and, as expected, found no fairy beans. He had mentally prepared for this outcome and felt little disappointment. It's time to head home, he thought. It has been 2 years since he last saw his mother. Indeed, he found himself yearning for her company. Trunks smiled softly. Throughout his life, he had never been away from Bulma for such an extended period. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to return home swiftly. Although only 2 days had passed in the outside world, he deeply missed the warmth of a home with a mother. Perhaps this was the sentiment of a wanderer longing for home on their first journey away. Chapter 61. Shiwu, the headquarters of the Earth's Defense Force, was situated within a concealed refuge. At that moment, a plump man clad in samurai attire, wielding a katana and sporting an unkempt beard, was conversing with a girl dressed in a military coat. Xiaowu, he began. Intelligence reports indicate that yesterday the Hmph refuge was attacked by androids, leaving scarcely any survivors. Currently, the androids are wreaking havoc in the ruins of City B. How infuriating! Exclaimed the girl named Xiaowu, slamming her hand on the table. In the absence of Trunks these past few days, the androids have become increasingly reckless. I wonder what has happened to him. This situation cannot persist. Just then, she recalled that the weapons research team had developed several highly destructive bullets. Gently, she polished her specialized sniper rifle, her eyes gleaming with determination. Upon hearing this, Yakalob immediately interjected, No, that's far too dangerous. You know how formidable the androids are. Current technological weapons are simply inadequate to confront them. Xiaowu shook her head, her gaze resolute as she replied, I must at least attempt it. If I can injure an android, it will indicate that this technological weaponry route is viable. If it fails, at least I can buy some time. After a moment's pause, she continued, Moreover, I have safety measures in place and have scouted advantageous terrain for an escape. Should I fail, my chances of survival would be exceedingly high. Yakalob, you needn't try to dissuade me. My mind is made up. Well, Sai, I suppose I shall accompany you. Acknowledging her unwavering resolve, Yakalob conceded with a heavy sigh. By the way, you mentioned your chances of escape are exceedingly high. How does that compare to Trunks? Huh. Xiaowu suddenly transformed into an enraged mother tiger, brandishing a large cleaver as she chased after Yakalob. You dare provoke me? I've never seen such a thing before. In the midst of a city's ruins, a man and a woman unleashed energy blasts, bombarding the remnants of the city, clouds of dust billowing around them. Haha, I'm still faster. You've lost again, number 18. Ha, what of it? The blonde beauty, designated as number 18, wore an icy expression as she pouted. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed an energy orb that reduced a distant, partially tilted skyscraper to ruins. Her words were dismissive, yet her actions betrayed a lack of mercy, revealing her frustration. Number 17, crossing her arms, offered a mocking look. Mind your own business, I relish this. Number 18 rolled her eyes and launched several more energy orbs, raising clouds of dust amidst the debris. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out from afar. Bang, bang. 2 specially designed bullets struck the unsuspecting number 17 and number 18, exploding upon impact. The force of the blasts caused both to stagger back a few steps. Clink, clink. The spent shells fell to the ground. The artificial beings bore only superficial damage. Their clothing was torn, and faint marks marred their skin. In an instant, the expressions of number 17 and number 18 darkened as they exchanged glances, their figures darting towards the source of the gunfire. The ambush, devoid of warning, inflicted minimal physical harm but was a profound insult. They felt thoroughly offended. The cowardly assailant would not escape unscathed. The two beings moved with astonishing speed, arriving at a nearby forest within moments. There, they encountered a petite girl clad in a military coat, holding a sniper rifle. "So, you are the one who ambushed us. Very well, I shall capture you and make you wish for death," Number 18 declared, a sinister smile gracing her otherwise cold visage. "Not so fast, Number 18. Leave her to me. I will ensure she enjoys every moment before I tire of her," Number 17 replied with a dark grin, an unsettling contrast to her handsome features. The girl in the military coat, undaunted, stared defiantly at the two architects of chaos before her, unyielding in her stance. "Even humanity's most powerful weapons cannot subdue you. And I admit defeat, but I will never submit to you." No sooner had she spoken than she hurled an unknown object at the feet of the artificial beings and swiftly retreated. In the next instant, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their vision. Coughing, Number 17 struggled to breathe as tears streamed down her face. And she noticed that Number 18 was faring no better. "Damn it, this smoke grenade has tear gas effects, and it stings like mustard. I can barely keep my eyes open. That wretched girl." Two malevolent androids cursed vehemently, their eyes temporarily blinded, rendering them reliant solely on their instincts to hurl energy blasts indiscriminately. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already found herself within the subterranean tunnel, being swiftly carried by a Kairobe, who moved with the swiftness of the wind. It must be acknowledged that a Kairobe's speed attribute was undoubtedly maxed out. At that moment, the entire tunnel began to tremble with a resounding roar. "Uncle Kairobe, you truly are the fastest man alive," Xiao Wu remarked with a smile. "Is that even a question? Damn it, the androids have commenced their bombardment. I certainly do not wish to be buried alive in this tunnel." A Kairobe cursed, hastening his pace even further. Beneath the West City, at Bulma's residence, Jiang Ling and Trunks have returned. "Bulma, we are back," I announced. "I have returned, mother." Bulma, sipping tea in the living room, looked up and smiled softly. "You've come back, have you?" "Yes, we are back," Trunks replied, a broad smile on his face, his eyes glistening with moisture. "I missed you, mother." "Oh, my dear child. You were only away for 2 days, and yet you feel this way. It seems your independence still needs some nurturing," Bulma responded with gentle laughter. Since the tragic demise of her once familiar companions at the hands of the androids, she had gradually adopted a softer demeanor and had not lost her temper in quite some time. Gone were the days of her youthful, fashionable attire, striking beauty, and fiery temperament. "Oh dear, you've lost weight." Bulma, ever perceptive as a mother, immediately noticed the subtle changes in her son. "It's a long story. Let us sit down and converse at our leisure." Jiang Ling chuckled as a few of them settled down to sip tea. The fragrant aroma permeated the living room, and Jiang Ling began to recount their experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber. "I can't believe you have been gone for 2 years," he exclaimed. "I never imagined the hyperbolic time chamber still existed." Bulma's face registered surprise, followed by a hint of regret. "Alas, it's unfortunate that the incident with the androids occurred so suddenly, and the Earth warriors perished so swiftly. Moreover, Goku succumbed to his heart disease far too early. I suppose even the Supreme Kai did not have the opportunity to mention the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber." Jiang Ling nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Moreover, even if we, the warriors of Earth, were to engage in rigorous training for 2 years back then, it would be exceedingly difficult to bridge the chasm between us and the androids. The Celestial Hall restricts each individual to merely 2 days of entry throughout their lifetime. Given the overall strength of Earth's warriors at that time, it was utterly implausible to defeat the androids after just 2 years of training. Let us not dwell on that." Bulma interjected, shaking her head, reluctant to revisit those painful memories, which were indeed etched deeply in her mind. After conversing for a while about amusing anecdotes from daily life, Bulma glanced at Trunks and uttered a soft exclamation. "By the way, Trunks, you've grown 2 years older, haven't you? Yet it seems you haven't gained any height." Trunks replied, "I cannot quite fathom the reason. Uncle Jiang Ling mentioned it might be a genetic issue." "A genetic matter," Bulma pondered, realizing that it could only pertain to Trunks' father, Vegeta, and her own genes. That seemed plausible. She was roughly of similar height to Vegeta, and to have given birth to a young man as tall as Trunks was already a source of great satisfaction. It must be an issue related to the heights of Vegeta and myself. Speaking of Vegeta, my memories are somewhat hazy, after all. It has only been a year or 2. Chapter 62. Late-night conversations. Upon hearing Vegeta's name uttered by Bulma, Jiang Ling remained unfazed. After all, If one were to recount the events accurately, it was he who had intercepted Vegeta's path. What reason would there be to harbor resentment? The oppressive presence of the malevolent androids had cast Earth into a state of despair, naturally leaving little room for entertainment. After dinner, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Jiang Ling lay upon the grand bed in the guest room, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. In the sanctuary of the mental time chamber, all was well. Devoid of women, his mind was solely occupied with training. Exhaustion from his rigorous practice would lead him to rest and sleep, leaving no room for such thoughts. However, upon returning to this relaxed setting, he encountered a woman strikingly similar to his girlfriend Bulma, yet possessing an entirely different aura, gentle and amiable, embodying the essence of a future Bulma, coupled with 2 years of restraint. At this moment, Jiang Ling's mind was consumed by thoughts of his girlfriend, Bulma, as he oscillated between visions of her in the present and the future. This was not his fault. It was merely the result of the overpowering influence of masculine hormones. Yet, the discomfort was quite unbearable. To resolve this predicament, one could simply seek the assistance of the fifth lady. Jiang Ling, having never had a girlfriend before, has indeed experienced similar situations. It is a belief that every young man has indulged in such behavior at some point. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then rose to his feet. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Ling was taken aback, instantly losing all interest. "Who is it?" "It's me, Bulma." He stepped forward to open the door. Before him stood Bulma, clad in a nightgown. The loose garment could not conceal her well-maintained figure, nor the soft, fair skin that graced her. The hem of the nightgown barely reached her knees, revealing her long, delicate legs. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback as he welcomed Bulma inside. "Bulma, what brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Bulma was in a rather disheveled state. His breath quickened involuntarily. Bulma, noticing Jiang Ling's bare torso, defined muscles, and strikingly handsome, sun-kissed visage, felt a flicker of emotion. Regaining her composure, she shook her head and sighed. "Ah, Jiang Ling, after reminiscing about the past with you today, I couldn't help but think of my former companions. I came to see if you might have any photographs of them." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling dismissed his troubling thoughts, retrieving his phone to open the album and handing it over. "Here, take a look," he said. He regarded the future Bulma with sympathy, as her past experiences were indeed harrowing. The future Bulma flipped through the album, which predominantly featured pictures of Jiang Ling and his girlfriend, Bulma, alongside several solo portraits of her. As she quietly gazed at the images, her eyes brimmed with envy, tinged with an inexplicable sentiment. Upon reaching photographs of others, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Goku, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Piccolo. These are the inhabitants of planet Namek? How nostalgic. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ling let out a sigh and gently patted future Bulma's back. After a while, future Bulma wiped away her tears and returned the phone to Jiang Ling. "Thank you, Jiang Ling. I feel much better now. It's nothing. Whenever you need me, feel free to reach out," Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand dismissively. "All right," Bulma said as she stood up and departed. Jiang Ling watched as Bulma departed, sitting on the edge of the bed for a while, yet unable to quell the turmoil within. Rising, he made his way directly to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. The cold water cascaded over him, releasing a gentle mist that quelled the flames of his fervor and the boiling of his blood. He returned to his bed, turned on the air conditioning, tucked himself under the covers, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The lengthy night unfolded, with moonlight cascading over the ruins of the city, reminiscent of a tender breeze. The following day arrived. Jiang Ling gradually awoke, realizing that it was already noon. He sat on the edge of his bed for a while, allowing himself to acclimate to the physiological responses that accompany rising from slumber. This is a predicament that every ordinary man grapples with, despite lacking any desire. One's body often reacts in such a manner upon awakening. If he were accompanied by a girlfriend or a wife, the situation might be more bearable, as they occasionally provide assistance in such moments. However, Jiang Ling found himself alone, left to patiently wait for the natural dissipating of these bodily responses while also alleviating the remnants of morning irritability. After a short while, Jiang Ling emerged from her room, stretching her body. She had enjoyed a truly refreshing slumber. A glance around revealed the absence of others in the house. The meal lay quietly on the dining table, still steaming, evidently prepared not long ago. Jiang Ling searched high and low, finally discovering Bulma's silhouette in the technology research lab. Clad in a scientist's white lab coat, The future Bulma was engrossed in tinkering with a piece of equipment. Her serious profile emanated a captivating charm. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile. "Hello, Bulma." The future Bulma looked up at the sound, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Have you risen? I didn't want to disturb you last night, so I'll let you sleep a little longer. The meal is freshly prepared. You may eat whenever you wish." "Haha, thank you, Bulma. I had a most restful sleep." Jiang Ling smiled and continued to inquire, "By the way, what about Trunks?" "Well, he left early this morning without mentioning his plans." Bulma replied. She was not entirely certain and chose not to press further. After all, her son was growing up and needed his own space. She reminisced about her own youth, recalling how, at the age of 16, she had ventured out on her own for adventures, even bringing a boyfriend home. With this thought, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, "It would be wonderful if Trunks could bring a girlfriend home." Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously, with Tien sneaking out so secretively. He might have already taken action. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, really? That would be wonderful. I truly hope to become a grandmother soon." Jiang Ling. He was at a loss for words. The artificial beings had not yet been eradicated, and he was already contemplating becoming a grandmother. However, viewed from another perspective, perhaps this is indeed the aspiration of every mother? Chapter 63, Seizing the Moment. The refuge of the Earth Defense Force. "You are being exceedingly reckless," Turnkess exclaimed angrily, while beside him stood the smiling Xiaowu. "The artificial beings are far beyond your capacity to handle. It is fortunate that no incidents have occurred thus far. But what if something goes awry? All right, please do not be angry. I assure you it will not happen again." Xiaowu pressed closer to him, giggling as she made her repeated promises. Only then did Turnkess feel somewhat pacified, realizing that his arm was enveloped in warmth, rendering him unable to move freely. "What troubles you, Turnkess?" "It is nothing." Turnkess inhaled deeply, adjusting his posture to conceal his embarrassment from Xiaowu. "I have not been here for several days. How have things been with the artificial beings?" Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's smile faded, and she responded earnestly. "The artificial beings have become increasingly audacious." Subsequently, she recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Turnkess listened attentively, pondering. "Keep a close watch on when the artificial beings appear, and inform me. I intend to confront them." Xiaowu looked at Turnkess, whose demeanor was unusually composed, somewhat astonished. Previously, Turnkess would have been furious upon hearing of the artificial being's audacity. Yet this time he exhibited such calmness. Instantly, Xiaowu was smitten. The composed Turnkess was even more endearing. "What should I do?" "Help. Turnkess is so handsome, so mature." Xiaowu's gaze became dreamy. Her hormones surged. The fluttering in her heart intensified. Out of feminine coyness, Xiaowu licked her lips, hinting, Turnkess, my lips are a bit dry." Turnkess scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden remark. If her lips were dry, she could simply drink water. Seeing that he was oblivious, Xiaowu hinted again, "Can't you help me?" Turnkess tilted his head, rising helplessly. He fetched a cup of warm water. "Here. The water is ready. Remember to drink it warm. It's good for your health." "Who taught you that?" Xiaowu stared at him in confusion, realizing she had never noticed Turnkess was so straightforward before. "It was that uncle I mentioned, Jiang Ling. He is a very kind person and has taught me many things about navigating life." Turnkess chuckled, feeling somewhat proud. Xiaowu fell silent. After a long pause, she finally said, "In the future, learn less from him." Just as Tien was about to retort, a knock echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. "Xiaowu, are you there?" "It's by Li." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu promptly distanced herself slightly from Tien. "I'm here, by Li Jia. Please come in." The door swung open to reveal a tall and graceful young woman, her features exuding a determined spirit. She was by Li, the daughter of Mr. Satan. Among the ranks of the self-defense force, she was renowned for her formidable prowess, holding a prominent position within the organization. A woman of such stature in the self-defense force undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills and an indomitable spirit. Most importantly, she was decisively ruthless. Anyone who underestimated by Li because of her gender would be gravely mistaken. It is noteworthy that in this timeline, by Li's father, Mr. Satan, had also claimed victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and in the same year, the crisis of the androids erupted, leading to Satan's demise. Fortunately, by Li had been trained from a young age, providing her with a measure of self-defense in tumultuous times. After years of struggle, her strength gradually grew, ultimately leading her to form the Earth Self-Defense Force alongside Xiaowu and others. "Tien, you're here too." Am I interrupting something between you and Xiao Wu? Bai Dili remarked with a playful smirk. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Though she had faced numerous battles, she remained somewhat innocent regarding matters of the heart. Bai Dili, Jia, please don't tease me. Tien rose, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Bai Dili, Saozi, you've arrived. I just got back and didn't have the chance to greet you. I understand. Bai Dili chuckled, covering her mouth. By the way, since Gohan is no longer around, you needn't call me Saozi anymore. All right, Saozi, Tien replied. In this timeline, Gohan and Bai Dili had serendipitously crossed paths and developed a romantic relationship, but tragically, Gohan had perished in battle. As Bai Dili observed Tien insist on calling her Saozi, she could only smile helplessly. Turning her attention to Xiao Wu, she set aside her playful demeanor and stated, Recently, we have been unable to contact the North Capital shelter, so we sent someone to investigate. The news has just returned. Oh, what is the reason? Xiao Wu inquired earnestly. Bai Dili's expression turned grave. The North Capital shelter is deserted. Thousands of people have vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered garments and evidence of a gunfight. Xiao Wu and Tien gasped simultaneously, exchanging a glance. A singular thought raced through their minds. What calamity had befallen them, and why had they shed their clothes to flee? Tien could not help but voice his thoughts. Bai Dili shook her head. When I first received this news, I shared your initial thoughts, but upon learning more, I dismissed that idea. The investigator discovered only traces of battle, with no signs of retreat. Judging from the evidence at the scene, it appeared that the perpetrator was not an artificial being, but rather an encounter with an unknown adversary, most likely a monstrous entity that devours flesh and blood. Xiao Wu, suppressing her shock, inquired, Does such a monster exist in this world? I do not know, Bai Dili replied, shaking her head. Trunks' expression darkened as he spoke. There are indeed such beings. My mother has recounted tales of formidable foes possessing peculiar abilities. For instance, there was the infamous demon King Piccolo, who could regenerate lost limbs and even spawn offspring from his mouth. Xiao Wu and Bai Dili nodded in understanding, clearly aware of the significant impact this had once caused on Earth. His power was immense, nearly allowing him to dominate the planet, until he was ultimately defeated by a powerful child known to them as Son Wukong. Alas, they pondered what heights of power Mr. Son Wukong might have achieved had he still been alive. As Trunks was the boyfriend of one and Son Gohan the boyfriend of the other, they were well acquainted with the legendary Saiyans exploits. Let us first inform our subordinates and other shelters of this matter, urging them to remain vigilant and report any developments. Trunks decisively stated. He then added, As for the malevolent artificial beings, I will handle them alongside Jiang Ling. What? You believe you can defeat the artificial beings? The two women looked at him in astonishment. Trunks waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It is a collaboration between Jiang Ling and myself. We have a degree of confidence, but we must face them to ascertain our strengths. Chapter 64. The Research Institute. After Bai Dili departed, Trunks and Xiao Wu lingered for a moment, both preoccupied with their thoughts, distracted from any romantic inclinations. Eventually, Trunks found an excuse to leave, returning home. Upon arriving, he sought out Jiang Ling and recounted the details of the unfolding events regarding the flesh-devouring monster. Jiang Ling immediately realized who it was. Cell? Considering the timeline, Cell should still require a few more years to reach completion. How could he have emerged prematurely? Could it possibly be a version of Cell from another timeline? That is indeed a possibility, albeit one Jiang Ling deemed unlikely. He had no particular rationale for this belief. It was simply an instinctive feeling. Cell was a monstrous creation resulting from Dr. Gero's genetic experiments, which involved the DNA of Earth's warriors, as well as Frieza, Kuririn, and others. In pursuit of the truth, Jiang Ling resolved to visit the research facility. However, he was unaware of Dr. Gero's laboratory's location. During his initial viewing of Dragon Ball, he had paid little attention to geographical details, only retaining memories of Kame House, the Bun Mountain, and West City. As for Dr. Gero's research facility, he had a vague recollection, knowing only that it was situated in a sparsely populated area on the outskirts. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before posing a few inquiries to Bulma. Bulma, are you familiar with Dr. Gero? After a brief contemplation, Bulma's memory unearthed the name. Oh, him? Yes, I know. A genius in biological genetics, though unfortunately, he took a misguided path. Our pursuits do not align. He primarily focuses on genetic technology, while I delve into the realm of mechanical engineering. Jiang Ling inquired once more, Are you aware of the location of his research institute? The research institute? I believe it is situated in Baidu, or so I recall. It has indeed been quite some time, Bulma replied, scratching her head, her brow slightly furrowed. Upon hearing the name of the place, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this must be the location. There is no need for further contemplation. It must be here. Trunks, let us depart. Jiang Ling called out to Tien, and then proceeded outside. Tien followed and inquired, where are we headed? Is it a tactical confrontation with the androids? However, the androids do not possess a breath of life, and I remain unaware of their current location. We must await intelligence from the self-defense forces. It is not a battle against the malevolent androids. Jiang Ling shook his head, a rare seriousness gracing his expression. Let us investigate a certain location. It may very well be the source of that flesh-eating monstrosity. After a brief yet swift flight, Jiang Ling and Tien arrived above the ruins of Baidu. Gazing at the disordered remnants, their expressions remained impassive. After all, this was the city where the artificial beings had first staged their concert over a decade ago. Over the span of years, vines, weeds, and trees had enveloped the ruins, leaving behind traces of time's passage. A profound sense of transience hung in the air, as if the world had transformed beyond recognition. We should search within a radius of several dozen kilometers from this city, Tien suggested. Let's split up and pay attention to the mountains. The research facility is constructed within one of them. All right. As soon as the words were spoken, they parted ways, each pursuing their own direction. Their pace slowed considerably, as they needed to search meticulously. Flying too swiftly could easily result in overlooking vital details. Jiang Ling traversed between the towering mountains, his mind intensely focused, searching for any signs of a research facility nestled within the rugged terrain. After an hour had passed, a sudden surge of energy erupted. Jiang Ling halted his steps, directing his gaze towards that particular direction. It was the aura of Tien. At this moment, the surge of energy suggested that he had likely discovered the research facility. Utilizing this method to convey the message, Jiang Ling did not hesitate and swiftly rushed towards the destination. Before long, he arrived at the site. Tien stood before a partially collapsed mountainside, and upon seeing Jiang Ling approach, he gestured towards some exposed metallic objects. This must be the place. Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that they were indeed at Dr. Ge Luo's research facility. The two immediately set to work clearing the area. As they were no ordinary individuals, their pace was remarkably swift. They unearthed several damaged instruments, along with a few white capsules towering over a person. They even discovered two malfunctioning robots. One appeared corpulent and cumbersome, while the other was gaunt and emaciated. Both robotic forms bore gaping holes, a testament to their prior destruction. Jiang Ling was able to recognize that the two robots were indeed Dr. Gro and Unit 19. It appeared that in this timeline, Dr. Gro had just released Units 17 and 18 when he was ambushed, without even pressing the emergency stop button. Jiang Ling, there is an unopened capsule here. Tien suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Ling cast his gaze towards the white fuselage, which bore the inscription No. 16 foot. Do not open it just yet. We shall take it back later. Jiang Ling remarked. He had previously wondered why the 16th entity of this timeline had not manifested. It turned out it had not been released. The cleanup operation was progressing methodically, as Jiang Ling had yet to discover the items he sought. Suddenly, Jiang Ling had just moved aside a large stone, revealing an entrance beneath. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found it. Thank you. Come over here. Let's descend together. A basement? Tien approached and inquired. Indeed. Jiang Ling spoke as he descended the stairs ahead of the others. A wave of musty decay assailed his senses. The interior was devoid of light, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Jiang Ling gathered a small orb at his fingertips. Though diminutive, the sphere radiated a brilliance that illuminated the entire basement. The basement housed a computer and several instruments. The computer displayed a series of words accompanied by multiple exclamation marks, likely conveying, "The experiment has been prematurely terminated. The experiment remains incomplete." Jiang Ling directed his gaze towards the apparatus. Among them was a large cultivation chamber, its glass cover shattered from within, shards littering the ground. Upon observing the traces on the floor, he noticed several dried water stains, coupled with the clues displayed on the computer. Jiang Ling could vividly envision a scene. Within the chamber, a fully developed humanoid creature resembling Cell had inexplicably broken through the glass enclosure, causing the nutrient solution to spill forth alongside the fragments. Subsequently, this being exited the chamber and vanished without a trace. The text on the computer indicated that the cultivation period had not yet reached the predetermined time, suggesting that Cell had grown impatient and decided to leave prematurely. Jiang Ling was lost in thought when Tien approached and inquired, "Jiang Ling, have you made any discoveries?" Indeed, Jiang Ling shared his conjectures, including information regarding the creature known as Sharu. Tien's expression grew grave. It was truly a monster, capable of evolution. No wonder the inhabitants of the North City shelter had vanished. They had been absorbed. Chapter 65, The Crisis of the Androids remains unresolved, and a new threat has emerged. When Jiang Ling first arrived in the future timeline, he refrained from confronting Cell, as according to the original narrative, Cell was not destined to emerge for several more years. He did not anticipate that Cell would manifest ahead of schedule. This unforeseen development took Jiang Ling by surprise. However, it remained manageable and within his grasp. In contrast, Trunks experienced a different sentiment, feeling the weight of responsibility intensify significantly upon his shoulders, leaving him somewhat breathless. Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Do not feel overly pressured. Shalu is still quite weak at this stage and poses little threat. He needs to evolve and consume a significant amount of flesh and blood. Most importantly, there are not enough individuals on Earth for him to devour." Upon hearing Jiang Ling's comforting words, Trunks exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. Let us hope that is the case. Glancing around the basement, Jiang Ling noticed some papers on the table. He picked them up and examined them closely, discovering they contained information regarding the emergency shutdown devices for androids 17 and 18. Trunks inquired, "What is this?" Jiang Ling replied, "This information is valuable. It can be used to create a device that will immediately halt all activities of the androids. In simpler terms, rendering them immobile." Jiang Ling elucidated. Tien's eyes sparkled. This was a remarkable invention. With the creation of this, we would no longer need to contend with the artificial beings. Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Do not place your hopes on such things. What if they prove ineffective? We must eradicate the malevolent artificial beings with our own hands, and the emergency stop device can serve as a mere contingency." "You are right," Tien replied, calming down and agreeing with Jiang Ling's perspective. After all, strength lies in self-reliance. If we can resolve this issue with technology, what shall we do when faced with formidable adversaries next time? The same principle applies in daily life. Others may assist you now, but what about in the future? One cannot perpetually rely on the aid of others. Therefore, it is best to resolve matters independently whenever possible. Jiang Ling meticulously gathered the documents, intending to take them back for Bulma to fabricate. The schematics appeared intricate, yet he held unwavering faith in Bulma's extraordinary talents, for she had successfully accomplished it in the original narrative. Jiang Ling searched around and found some materials regarding genetic research, which he deemed somewhat useful, and thus collected them. He also took away several valuable machines, casually appropriating the capsule labeled number 16. Subsequently, he exited the research facility alongside Tien. Observing the now nearly worthless institution, Jiang Ling gathered a sphere of energy in the palm of his hand and hurled it forth. With a resounding explosion, the laboratory and the mountain were reduced to ashes, leveled to the ground. This display of energy vividly illustrated Jiang Ling's exquisite control, capable of flattening a mountain without inflicting harm upon the earth. "Let us go home." They returned to the base. Jiang Ling handed over the blueprints and various instruments to Bulma in one go. After reviewing the drawings, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. "The artificial human cessation device I have been studying closely resembles these blueprints. It seems my direction is indeed correct. With this blueprint in hand, the creation process will soon come to fruition." Jiang Ling nodded and subsequently retrieved the capsule numbered 16. Within it lay an android. "What?" exclaimed Bulma and Trunks in astonishment. They were acutely sensitive to the term android, associating it with malevolence. After all, if not for the existence of androids, Earth would not be in such a predicament. "Destroy this android at once," Trunks declared. Bulma pondered for a moment, refraining from speaking, instead choosing to observe Jiang Ling's response. She harbored an inexplicable trust in him, believing that his actions were undoubtedly justified. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he was, in another dimension, her boyfriend? Jiang Ling smiled and said, "Allow me to explain. This artificial being is different. He is neither malevolent nor wicked. He is a good creation." "Jiang Ling, you cannot be serious. All artificial beings are inherently evil, and this one is no exception," Trunks argued fervently, albeit lacking substantial reasoning. The influence of artificial beings had permeated deeply into his very being, prompting an instinctive resistance. Bulma shot him a sharp glare and promptly tugged at Trunks' ear, exclaiming, "How many times must I remind you to address me as Auntie?" "Auntie, Auntie," he protested. "I've said it. Please stop pulling my ear, Mom. I'm your mother." "What of it?" she retorted. "Nothing much, as long as you are pleased." Ultimately, Trunks succumbed to Bulma's formidable authority. Jiang Ling found it somewhat amusing, as he could not fathom how a person with Bulma's temperament could raise Trunks. Perhaps it is a matter of the times. Their personalities are entirely dissimilar. Ahem. Jiang Ling interrupted their affectionate exchange and continued, "Listen to me, the synthetic being numbered 16 is not malevolent." Upon hearing this, a moment of silence enveloped the gathering. Bulma spoke up, "All right, Jiang Ling, I trust you." Trunks recalled Jiang Ling's numerous deeds, including leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber, teaching him the Super Saiyan full power, providing him with study materials, and sharing vital information about Cell, among other things. Given all this, it was entirely reasonable to place unwavering trust in Jiang Ling. "I trust you as well," Trunks declared earnestly. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile as he introduced the information regarding Subject 16. This entity is a purely robotic creation. Aside from its human-like appearance, its entirety is composed of machinery. "Bulma," he inquired, "given its entirely robotic nature, do you think you could intervene? Perhaps by implanting a control program within its central control system? This would be prudent preparation. In the event of any discrepancies, you could disrupt its operations." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This was indeed her area of expertise. "Absolutely, I can manage that," she exclaimed, promptly maneuvering the cabin into her laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Trunks returned to the living room to rest. At that moment, Trunks received a message from the Earth Defense Force. After reading it, a grave expression settled upon his face. A small town had survived, yet its inhabitants were plagued by Cell's malevolence. There must be tens of thousands of them. "I cannot allow this to continue. I must eliminate Cell," he declared, preparing to leave, only to be halted by Jiang Ling. "Have you sensed Cell's presence?" Jiang Ling inquired. "No," Trunks replied, shaking his head. "Then where do you intend to go?" "Cell is cunning. He can conceal his energy signature, blending into the forest. How will you locate him?" But, my anger is overwhelming. So many innocent lives." Jiang Ling remarked, "It matters not. Once all is concluded, resurrection shall be possible." Trunks was taken aback. "Resurrection? Was it not said that the Dragon Balls no longer exist on Earth?" He continued, "My mother mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on New Namek. Yet she remains ignorant of their whereabouts, having searched in vain for over a decade. In this timeline, the events leading up to the arrival of the androids unfolded in accordance with the original narrative. Namek was obliterated by Frisia, and its inhabitants migrated to a new Namek. As for Bulma, she is unaware of their location. Otherwise, she would have resurrected the warriors of Earth long ago. Concerning Son Goku, he passed away due to heart disease. And according to the lore, resurrection appears unattainable. Yet, there exists a method, albeit a rather challenging one. Jiang Ling harbored no confidence in resurrecting son Wukong. However, once the matter concluded, I shall consult with the king of the Northern Realm, and then have your mother construct a spacecraft to journey there, he remarked with a smile. So, does this mean that Brother Gohan can be revived as well? In theory, it is indeed possible. That is splendid, Trunks exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and inadvertently creating a large hole in the ceiling. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Ling, with a gentle smile, observed the excited demeanor of Tenix. Akin to watching a junior, his expression growing increasingly benevolent. Chapter 66, Battle. After a while, Bulma approached, announcing that she had completed the task. Jiang Ling suggested, "Let us awaken number 16 first. Even if he is malevolent, should you find yourself unable to manage. Both Trunks and I will be here to ensure no harm comes to you." Bulma nodded, one hand gripping the controller specifically designed for number 16, while the other cautiously opened the white capsule. Before them stood a robust man with an orange pineapple-shaped hairstyle. Indeed, it was number 16. Bulma pressed the activation button, and number 16 slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and surveyed the gathered individuals. "Good day, Miss Bulma. Good day to you both, gentlemen." Within number 16's database lay information about Bulma, yet he found no records regarding Jiang Ling and Trunks. Relieved by number 16's amiable demeanor, Bulma and Trunks exhaled in unison. Jiang Ling nodded to himself in silence. His appearance was rather ordinary, though his hairstyle did not quite align with Jiang Ling's aesthetic preferences. "Hello, number 16. You may call me Jiang Ling. This is Trunks, the son of Bulma. Greetings, Jiang Ling and Trunks. May I inquire where we are? This is our underground base. First and foremost, I must ascertain whether you harbor any malicious intent. Number 16 shook his head. I bear no ill will. I cherish nature and small creatures. And I do not relish taking lives. However, my programming necessitates that I eliminate one individual, Sun Wukong. Bulma interjected. Sun Wukong is already deceased. Is that so? What should I do then? Since this programming has been imposed upon you, I can assist in removing it. Thank you ever so much, Ms. Bulma. You are most welcome. At that moment, Trunks spoke up. You claim to have no malice, but how can I be certain you are not deceiving us? I possess no concept of deceit. Number 16 replied. I can grant you access to my core code, and you will discern the truth. Bulma and Trunks exchanged a glance. Given the circumstances, they both felt it posed no issue. Jiang Ling smiled and said, May I ask you for a favor? Number 16 replied, Go ahead. On Earth, the malevolent androids, namely number 17 and number 18, created by Dr. Gero, wreak havoc indiscriminately, resulting in a dramatic decline in the populations of both humans and animals. While nature itself has suffered varying degrees of devastation, Jiang Ling paused momentarily before continuing, Could you assist in providing the locations for the 17th and 18th? Number 16's expression shifted slightly. Certainly, it is not an issue. According to the database, their energy signatures are rather unique, and it is understandable that your technological devices are unable to detect them. Upon hearing this, Tanks inquired with curiosity, They are artificial beings like yourself. Why would you provide us with their locations? Number 16 shook his head. I have never encountered them, and I harbor no emotional ties. Moreover, I have an aversion to malevolence. Jiang Ling remarked, Very well, on the 16th, Tenenks, we shall embark. Tenenks nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us set forth. A fierce determination gleamed in Tenenks' eyes. In the sky, Jiang Ling and Tenenks, on the 16th of the month, soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, their destination being the location pinpointed by the 16th probe. As they traversed the landscape below, they beheld the ravaged forests and the once vibrant flora, a flicker of compassion igniting in their eyes. How lamentable it is. Nature possesses such exquisite beauty, yet it has been so recklessly marred. Jiang Ling cast a glance at him and remarked, As long as we eliminate the malevolent artificial beings, I shall restore nature to its rightful state. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the exterior of a villa. According to the energy readings detected by the radar within me, they should be inside, number 16 stated. No sooner had the words left his lips than Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy surging dramatically. With a flash of magic, a wave of energy was unleashed. Boom! The villa erupted in a spectacular explosion, debris scattering through the air. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. This technique possessed considerable power, one he was also familiar with, having learned it during his training. Whoosh! Two figures emerged from the debris of the villa, approaching Jiang Ling and his companions. They were none other than the nefarious android duo, number 17 and number 18. Remarkably, they bore no signs of injury. I wonder who it could be, if it isn't the cowardly Trunks. After hiding for so many days, you've finally mustered the courage to show yourself, number 17 taunted. And you've even brought some help. But you're merely here to be defeated. You stand no chance against me. Number 18 scanned the scene, her gaze landing on Jiang Ling. This man catches my eye. Number 17, do try not to kill him. Number 17 shrugged, replying, Well, I suppose I can't if he's your type. Perhaps due to their prolonged invincibility, they exuded confidence, entirely devoid of the tension typically present before a battle. Hmph. Androids. Trunks' eyes glinted with a fierce determination and resentment. Today marks your doom. Number 17 crossed his arms, mocking, You said the same thing last time, and well, we all know how that turned out. He glanced back at the destroyed villa and added, However, since you've destroyed our home, I think it's only fair to inflict some serious punishment on you. Trunks unsheathed the massive sword from his back, assuming a battle stance. Meanwhile, number 16 interjected, Jiang Ling, Trunks, I am not fond of fighting. You two go ahead. That's fine. I never intended for you to join anyway. Jiang Ling replied with a smile, stepping forward to loosen his muscles, deliberately choosing number 17 as his opponent, as he found it difficult to unleash his full strength against a woman. Boom. A fierce golden aura surged skyward. Chapter 67, Swordsmanship. The two golden auras intertwined, shimmering brilliantly, enveloping Jiang Ling and Trunks, resembling divine warriors. Number 16 observed them, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He knew they were formidable, but he had not anticipated such terrifying energy. Was this truly the power that humanity could wield? Number 16 found it hard to believe, yet the radar within him confirmed its authenticity. Number 18 paid no heed to her opponent Trunks. Believing he could easily handle the situation, she tucked her hair behind her ear, licked her luscious red lips, and fixated her gaze on Jiang Ling handsome. If you surrender now and serve me obediently, I might consider sparing you trouble in the future. Otherwise, prepare for some painful consequences. My brother won't be as merciful as I am. The moment she laid her eyes on Jiang Ling, she was captivated by his handsome and striking appearance, yearning to cherish him in her own unique way. It could have been love at first sight or perhaps an overwhelming infatuation. She had never experienced such intense feelings before. In any case, on the 18th, she was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to wield her little whip with fervor. If Jiang Ling were aware of her thoughts, she might exclaim that differing environments truly cultivate distinct preferences. If you wish for my servitude, you must first conquer me, she remarked with a casual glance. Number 18 shrugged helplessly, responding, in that case, number 17, you understand the sentiment. Just refrain from inflicting severe injuries. Number 17, indifferent, replied, very well. I shall be cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at his opponent, Jiang Ling, and scoffed, you are the third person I have encountered with dyed hair. Yet, what does it matter? Ultimately, you will still find yourself at our mercy. In consideration of my sister, I shall grant you the opportunity to make the first move. Oh, Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly, and in the next moment, the surrounding golden aura vanished without a trace, activating his full power. With a flash of motion, he appeared before number 17 at an astonishing speed. Boom! Jiang Ling unleashed a powerful punch, striking the figure known as number 17, caught off guard by such immense force. Number 17's eyes widened in shock as gastric fluids surged forth uncontrollably. The individual was propelled backward, carving a deep and wide trench into the ground before finally coming to a halt upon colliding with a mountain peak. Was that all? Jiang Ling remarked. It is not as formidable as I had envisioned. Not far away, number 18 was taken aback, her eyes filled with uncertainty. How is this possible? No. 17 has been knocked down with a single blow? With this thought, number 18 shouted, Number 17, have you been indulging too much these past few days? Are you feeling weak? Boom. Number 17 shattered the colossal boulder that had been pinning him down and glared fiercely, asserting, I am not weak. It was merely a lack of preparation. He truly believed himself to be the strongest in the world, convinced that no one could defeat him. He had merely been caught off guard. With renewed vigor, number 17 launched himself towards Jiang Ling with utmost determination. Come on. Jiang Ling let out a chuckle, standing resolutely as he prepared to strike with a direct punch. Boom. Jiang Ling stood resolutely, exhibiting not a hint of vulnerability. He unleashed a flurry of punches. 1, 2, 3. Each strike landing squarely on the figure known as 17, the impact palpable. In an instant, 17 found himself ensnared in a relentless assault, utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. Countless attempts to break free were effortlessly subdued by Jiang Ling. I shall aid you, 17, exclaimed 18. Perceptive enough to recognize her brother's plight, she understood the principle of mutual dependence. However, just as she prepared to intervene, Tien obstructed her path. Your adversary is I. Depart. Concerned for her brother's safety, 18 dismissed Tien as a mere obstacle and executed a sweeping kick. In her estimation, this strike would render Tien powerless. With a resounding thud, Tien defended against the blow with his arm. You underestimate me, he remarked coolly. 18 furrowed her brow in disbelief. How is this possible? Tien could not have withstood such an attack unscathed. Sensing her incredulity, Tien replied, I am no longer the person I once was. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. With that, he retracted the golden aura enveloping him, elevating his power to a new echelon. Grasping his colossal sword, he swung it with ferocity. 18's pupils dilated, her senses heightened, an acute awareness of danger washing over her. She promptly raised her hands to absorb the blow, a faint blue shield manifesting over her form. The impact sent 18 crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater, her protective barrier dissipating. Despite the shield, the force had undeniably taken its toll. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of crimson from her luscious lips. What is happening? How can you be this strong? There is nothing impossible, Tien replied, his voice laced with bitterness. In moments of exhaustion during my training, I would conjure the visage of my beloved Gohan, his memory propelling me to persevere. He placed a hand over his heart, eyes brimming with animosity. It was you who took my dearest Gohan from me. Instantly, 18 felt the weight of Tien's wrath. In a flurry of panic, she stammered, Tien, hold on. Considering I have spared you in the past. With a bitter laugh, Tien retorted, spared me? You think I am oblivious? You merely used me as a plaything to pass the time. If I were to let you go, what would become of the countless humans you have slain? The innocent creatures you have destroyed? The very planet you have ravaged? What of the brave warriors who perished at your hands? Not far away, Jiang Ling, who was pressing on with the number 17, noticed this side. He paused slightly, taken aback. He had not anticipated that over the years, the heart of Tanks had accumulated such an immense burden, which could also be described as hatred and negative emotions. Should this continue, there would inevitably come a day when he would succumb to darkness. Jiang Ling sighed, acknowledging that he was not Trunks and could not empathize entirely. Yet he harbored a profound disdain for the malevolent androids and their heinous deeds. His strikes grew heavier, leaving number 17 in a state of torment. Trunks' series of remarks left number 18 momentarily frozen in place, for she had never contemplated nor cared about such matters. She was perplexed as to why Trunks was so invested in the plight of these insignificant beings. Merely ants, after all. Ants. Trunks shook his head. There was no common ground between them. Words were futile, as the evil androids could never comprehend their suffering. With this thought, Trunks' gaze sharpened, and he charged forward wielding his great sword. Allow me to demonstrate the techniques Jiang Ling has imparted to me. Dragon Slash. A spectral dragon seemed to manifest alongside him. Chapter 68. Destructive Blast. A gash appeared on number 18's body. Trunks pivoted, thrusting his great sword upward, sending number 18 soaring into the air, showing no mercy. Phantom Blade Dance. Trunks swiftly swung his great sword, unleashing energy as if it were freely given, striking number 18 with relentless force. She was utterly defenseless. Enough. Number 18 cried out, her body a tapestry of wounds. With a sudden surge of power, an immense energy erupted from within her. Trunks was compelled to retreat, momentarily halting his onslaught. Number 18 hovered in midair, gazing at her once smooth, fair skin now marred by injuries, a savage fury igniting in her eyes. Countless energy blasts materialized in her hands, hurled towards Trunks. Yet, she retained her reason. If Trunks evaded her energy blasts, they would detonate upon the earth, potentially leaving it devastated even if it did not explode. Number 18 was certain of one thing. Trunks would undoubtedly intercept them. Indeed, the next moment, a serious expression crossed Trunks' face. He did not evade. He stood resolute, allowing the energy blast to strike him directly. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris erupted, smoke billowing all around. Trunks. Jiang Ling called out, a flicker of concern stirring within him. With a swift knee strike, he sent the 17th opponent sprawling. He fixed his gaze directly upon Tenex. I am unharmed. Tenex's voice echoed, prompting Jiang Ling to exhale in relief. He turned his attention back to the 17th opponent. At this moment, the adversary bore a battered visage, a far cry from his former elegance and charm. How infuriating. I shall end your life. Oh, you are soft all over, yet your tongue remains sharp, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. This utterance served as a piercing humiliation to the 17th opponent. As a man, he could accept many insults, but to be called weak? Ah. The 17th opponent stood his ground, his face twisted in rage, as he amassed a colossal energy sphere in his hands. Annihilation Sphere. Kneel before me, or I shall obliterate the earth. The 17th opponent laughed maniacally. Jiang Ling. Impressive. The siblings employ the same tactic. When they cannot prevail, they resort to intimidation, do they? However, this threat indeed proves to be effective. Jiang Ling fell to the ground, yet did not kneel. For beneath a man's knees lies gold. Do not act impulsively. Destroying the earth would lead to your own demise. Jiang Ling gently advised, suggesting that it would be best to dissuade number 17 from this notion if possible. If that proved futile, he would return to his own timeline through the system before the Earth's demise. As a deserter? No, certainly not. Upon returning to his own time, Jiang Ling would wait a while before coming back, heading directly to the new Namek to restore the Earth. However, this approach should only be employed as a last resort. It is far too cumbersome. Don't act impulsively? Number 17 exclaimed in anger. You're telling me not to act impulsively when I'm on the brink of being beaten to a pulp? Just look at my face. I used to be handsome, but now, my face is a mass of bruises, and who knows when I'll return to normal. Jiang Ling could not help but chuckle for a moment. However, upon noticing the displeased expression on the face of number 17, she quickly stifled her laughter and, with a restrained smile, said, that was not my intention. I can assist you in your recovery. Jiang Ling's expression turned serious as he swiftly moved in front of number 17. Seizing the moment before his opponent could react, he unleashed a series of punches directly to his face. Take this, you beautiful punch. Bang, bang, bang. After the flurry of strikes, number 17's face swelled even further. Ah, I will not let you get away with this. The moment those words escaped his lips, Jiang Ling delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying into the distance, crashing through countless trees in the forest. Without a second thought for his adversary, Jiang Ling lifted his gaze to the colossal destructive energy sphere that number 17 had just conjured, now slowly descending towards them. Jiang Ling's expression was grave as he let out a soft exclamation. An aura surged from his entire being. His hands were positioned in a blossom-like manner at his waist. King Kai's fist. A crimson flame enveloped him, merging King Kai's fist with Super Saiyan power. Jiang Ling's expression was one of fierce agony, clearly overwhelmed by the unbearable strain of the combined explosive energies. Yet, there was no alternative. The Turtle School's Kamehameha. A crimson shockwave coalesced from Jiang Ling's outstretched hands, hurtling directly towards the devastating projectile in the sky. Boom. In Jiang Ling's eyes, the shadow of the annihilation orb loomed larger and larger, descending slowly. I shall assist you. From the direction of Hmph, the dust cleared, revealing his battered form as he disregarded the threats posed by number 18 and unleashed a powerful magical flash. Boom. The two joined forces, barely managing to keep the annihilation orb from plummeting to Earth. The scene reached a stalemate. At that moment, the voice of number 16, who had been observing the battle, echoed, I shall join as well. With a crack, he unlashed his wrist, aiming the darkened aperture at the annihilation orb, releasing a surge of terrifying energy. Boom. Together, the three propelled the annihilation orb higher and higher, ultimately launching it into outer space. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion of the annihilation orb still reverberated back to Earth. However, it posed little threat, resulting merely in earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Chapter 69, Mutation. The crisis of the annihilation orb was resolved. Jiang Ling and Hmph both let out a sigh of relief. At this moment on the battlefield, number 17 had been struck by Jiang Ling and vanished into the woods, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, number 18, seizing the opportunity during the brief respite, took a moment to rest as the bleeding from his wounds began to staunch. Hmph, are you all right? Jiang Ling inquired with concern. Just moments ago, Trunks had endured a relentless barrage of energy blasts from Android 18. Even with his full power as a Super Saiyan, withstanding such an onslaught was no trivial feat. Trunks' attire lay tattered, and the number of wounds he bore far exceeded those of Android 18. He steadied his breath and remarked, I am all right. I can manage. Jiang Ling said, if it comes to that, allow me to take over while you rest. Trunks shook his head, his expression resolute. No, I must resolve this myself. It is for Gohan's sake. Very well. You are truly courageous. Jiang Ling responded, raising his thumb in appreciation, affirming Trunks' worthiness. He then sat heavily on the ground. The strain of combining the Kaioken with Super Saiyan had taken a toll on his body, leaving him unable to continue fighting and stripped of his combat prowess. In truth, Jiang Ling still possessed a sense of being, which could restore his strength if consumed, allowing him to rejoin the fray. However, with Android 17 currently unaccounted for, likely gravely injured from their earlier confrontation, and Android 18 remaining alone, Jiang Ling deemed it unnecessary to waste the sense of being. He resolved to observe the battle from the sidelines instead. Jiang Ling glanced around, retrieving the table and chairs, along with tea utensils, tea leaves, hot water, and snacks. He began to brew tea right there, beckoning the distant and astonished 16th to join him. His leisurely demeanor suggested that this was no battlefield. Trunks, you carry on. I shall indulge in a sip of tea. As the fragrant steam wafted upward, Jiang Ling savored the tea with delight. Trunks took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and turned his gaze towards 18th, speaking in a low tone. Continue, 18th. The charming visage of 18th darkened as she pondered the astonishing fact that despite enduring so many energy blasts, her opponent remained unscathed. One must regard a soldier differently after 3 days apart. I cannot fathom how you have advanced so swiftly. Trunks retorted, that is of no concern to you. Just know that this time next year will mark your doom. Such audacity. A cold glint flashed in 18th's eyes as she shouted, 17th, where are you? If you're alive, come out and assist me in dealing with Trunks. She sensed that Jiang Ling had lost the will to fight. With 17th's assistance, victory would be within reach. After a moment's wait, 17th remained silent, causing 18th's heart to sink. 17th, respond. Labbies, answer me. She even called out 17th's name, yet there was still no reply. Trunks chuckled softly. It seems 17th is in grave peril. Impossible. My brother is incredibly strong. How could he be in danger? 18th's agitation grew, her aura becoming increasingly volatile. The absence of her brother's response shattered her composure, her eyes gradually turning crimson. This is bad. We must resolve this swiftly. Trunks felt a shiver run down his spine as he unsheathed his great sword and charged forward. With legs elongated like a spear, 18th retaliated with a powerful kick. Ultimate Demon Sword Technique. Martial God Kick. The two narrowly avoided each other, landing on the ground simultaneously. Both coughed up blood. The opportunity was fleeting, without pause. They launched their next attacks. Energy erupted once more as Trunks swung his greatsword, unleashing a flurry of energy blades. Meanwhile, 18th, in a frenzied state, hurled energy blasts recklessly, indifferent to their accuracy. She possessed boundless energy. The energy blades collided with the blasts, producing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the heavens, audible even from the farthest reaches of the earth. The unleashed destructive energy radiated outward, obliterating rocks, flowers, and trees in its wake. As 18th found herself unable to subdue Trunks, her reason teetered on the brink of annihilation. The energy within her surged uncontrollably, fissures tearing through the earth beneath her feet. This is not good. She's about to self-destruct. Jiang Ling set down his teacup and suddenly let out a resounding shout. Trunks, with a grave expression, advanced rather than retreated, wielding his greatsword. He proclaimed, Extreme Demon Sword Technique, Tempest style. In an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by a multitude of swords, swirling around number 18 and forming a formidable sword formation suspended in the air. An overwhelming pressure descended upon number 18, forcibly halting her self-destruction. What is happening? Number 18's expression turned to one of disbelief as rationality finally returned. Glaring at the countless flying swords surrounding her, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge within her. Wait, Trunks, please don't attack. Spare me, will you? Not far away, Jiang Ling interjected timely. Trunks, do not show mercy, do not be soft-hearted. Simultaneously, Trunks' voice echoed from all directions into number 18's ears. I will not let you go. You must bear the responsibility for the billions of lives on Earth. As soon as his words fell, Trunks appeared amidst the myriad swords, gripping his greatsword, and moved in a swift motion. Countless sword lights danced and flickered, rushing towards number 18 with fierce intensity. In the midst of the sword formation, Trunks' silhouette could be faintly seen weaving through the chaos. Number 18's piercing scream mingled with the clamor of swords, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, lingering for an extended period. After the dust settled, number 18 lay quietly on the ground, her clothing tattered, devoid of life. The surrounding earth still shimmered with traces of sword energy. Trunks sheathed his great sword, resting it on his back, and approached Jiang Ling, lifting the teacup to drink the hot tea with gusto. Jiang Ling wore an expression of concern. Take your time while drinking, savor it. This is exquisite tea. Android 16 also bore a look of sympathy. Trunks, I never imagined you were so formidable. However, the destruction wrought upon the flora and fauna during your battle was rather excessive. Did you all fail to notice my earlier display of prowess? Trunks replied, exasperated as he raised his hands in resignation. Fine, I shall be more mindful next time. After a brief pause, he tilted his head slightly upward, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he could envision Gohan's visage and hear his voice. He murmured softly, Gohan, I have finally avenged you. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, with no one daring to utter a word. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling broke the silence. By the way, we still do not know the fate of Android 17. 16, could you assist me in scanning for him? Trunks too turned his gaze towards Android 16. The latter nodded and focused his attention on the forest where 17 had fallen. A flicker of data coursed through his eyes, followed by a look of astonishment. He detected no energy signature from 17, nor even a trace of a body. Instead, he identified an unknown life form, one that was not among the currently recognized species on Earth. A stirring sensation coursed through Jiang Ling's heart. The details were intriguing. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A figure materialized before the corpse of number 18. Cackling with delight, it exclaimed, Thank you for delivering number 17 to me and defeating number 18. Otherwise, I would have had to evolve, and who knows how long that would have taken. Jiang Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he gathered a surge of energy and launched it forward. The figure before him did not flinch or evade. Instead, its tail-like appendage expanded, effortlessly absorbing the corpse of number 18. With a resounding boom, the energy blast struck its form, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. Chapter 70. Delusions of Obsession. Jiang Ling's expression was grave as he intently gazed at the swirling smoke and dust. It appeared that another battle was imminent. What is happening? Who is that? Tien inquired hurriedly. Number 16 also turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, eager to uncover the truth. Jiang Ling spoke slowly, to be precise. That cannot be referred to as a human. It is the being I previously mentioned, Cell. Cell is the ultimate weapon created by Dr. Gero, who harvested the genes of Earth's warriors, combined with those of Frisia and others. However, due to the prolonged cultivation period, he abandoned this endeavor in favor of developing androids. The Cell before us, without a doubt, was previously quite weak. He concealed his energy and remained hidden in the shadows, unnoticed even by me. Seizing the opportunity while Android 17 was gravely injured, he secretly absorbed him, and now he has also absorbed Android 18. I suspect he has now completed his evolution into his perfect form, and his power is undoubtedly formidable. Upon hearing this, Trunks and Android 16 gasped in astonishment. Jiang Ling's prowess is already formidable. To be deemed terrifying by him reveals just how fearsome Shala truly is. Is he even more powerful than the malevolent androids? Trunks inquired. Indeed, Jiang Ling nodded, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. He then turned to Trunks and asked, "Are you able to fight again?" Trunks assessed his condition and, with a bitter smile, shook his head. I expended a significant portion of my strength in the battle against Android 18. Now I possess merely 10% of my power. It will be quite difficult. Despair shadowed his expression. They had only just triumphed over the evil android, igniting a flicker of hope for the Earth, yet now a dire crisis had emerged. Furthermore, neither he nor Jiang Ling were capable of continuing the fight. The hope that had barely begun to flicker was snuffed out, and nothing could be more despairing than that. Jiang Ling rose to his feet and gently patted Tien on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart, for I am here by your side." Jiang Ling flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and spoke cheerfully. His relaxed demeanor seemed to dissipate the surrounding despair significantly. However, Jiang Ling, your combat ability has waned. Who says so? Jiang Ling shot a glare, promptly correcting, "You should call me Uncle Jiang Ling, Uncle Jiang Ling." "Ah ha ha." With a slight smile, Jiang Ling revealed, "I possess a magical beam that can restore my energy." "Such a wondrous item?" "Indeed. But do you have confidence in it?" "Not at all." Jiang Ling's resolute denial extinguished the flickering flame of hope within Trunks once more. Stepping forward, on the 16th, he solemnly declared, "I too wish to partake in this battle. My prior absence from the fray stemmed from my unwavering confidence in defeating the malevolent androids. I refrained from intervening, understanding your desire for vengeance. However, should I perceive you in peril, I shall intervene to safeguard you. I cannot bear to witness the destruction of nature and its creatures any longer. Yet, this time against Cell, his power exceeds my expectations, and I find myself lacking certainty. Nevertheless, I must fight to protect our planet, the environment, and the innocent beings that inhabit it. Can you do the same?" Trunks replied with gravity, "I can fight, trust me." Jiang Ling nodded, affirming that despite being a robot, Number 16 possessed formidable strength, as evidenced during our joint efforts to withstand the annihilation projectile. Jiang Ling did not speak falsely. In the original text, the power of number 16 surpasses that of artificial beings by a considerable margin. However, when faced with the complete form of Cell, it is unable to prevail. At this moment, the dust surrounding Cell begins to dissipate. Jiang Ling and his companions gazed back, revealing the figure of Cell, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters. Entirely unscathed, the recent energy blast had inflicted no harm upon him. It was a quintessential display of a seemingly formidable attack that bore no consequence. At this moment, Cell's visage was strikingly handsome. If one were to overlook the fact that he was a creature of monstrous origin, his countenance could nearly rival Jiang Ling's own allure, making him a potential top-tier celebrity. Jiang Ling exchanged a glance with number 16, and together they stepped forward, confronting Shalu directly. "Trunks, you may enjoy your tea." "Leave this monster to me," Jiang Ling declared. Trunks responded with a simple, "All right." A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up the yellow sand, while the wind itself was quite boisterous. Jiang Ling retrieved a celestial being and consumed it. The injuries sustained from the combination of the King Kai fist and Super Saiyan were instantly healed by the celestial being, restoring his stamina, energy, and physical condition to their peak state. Cheers! Jiang Ling let out a fierce roar. A blazing golden aura erupted, only to be drawn back into his body, vanishing without a trace. This was the Super Saiyan at full power, his most formidable transformation to date. Should he seek to grow even stronger, he would transcend to the next level, the Super Saiyan of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Ling, for the time being, remains unperturbed. On the 16th, he assumed a combative stance alongside his robotic companion, both synchronously directing their gaze towards Cheru. Upon witnessing this display, Cheru smirked with confidence, exclaiming, "Is this all you have? You are far too feeble. I am now the most formidable complete entity in history. You cannot possibly defeat me, nor do I deign to engage with you." After a brief pause, he continued with a sardonic smile. "In light of your assistance in my evolution to this complete form, I shall extend an opportunity to you. In 7 days, I shall host a grand martial arts tournament, inviting the martial artists of Earth to challenge me. You may strengthen yourselves within this week. Should none of you succeed in besting me, I will obliterate all of humanity and subsequently create a legion of miniature Cherus, transforming the Earth into my paradise." Cheru, infused with the genetic essence of numerous martial artists, naturally conceived the notion of organizing a martial arts tournament, a delusion indeed. Before Jiang Ling could utter a word, Tien shouted from afar. Unlike previous androids, who at least refrained from annihilating all of humanity, this cell immediately sought to eradicate the entire human race. Who could possibly endure such a thing? Jiang Ling smiled lightly, stating that there was no need to delay. They would resolve the matter today, as he would take action. If victory eluded them, waiting an additional 7 days would yield no benefit. Number 16 grinned in agreement. Expressing a similar sentiment, there was no better day than today to confront the issue at hand. Chapter 71. A surprise attack sensing the presence of Cell. Jiang Ling smiled subtly. He had perhaps been too serious in his earlier conversation with Trunks. In truth, his strength was nearly on par with that of Cell in his perfect form. Even if he were to fall short, it would be by a mere fraction. In the heat of battle, the victor remained uncertain. Moreover, with number 16 offering support, their chances were bolstered. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the solemn-faced number 16 and nodded. "Number 16, I will take the lead. You merely need to assist." Number 16 gazed deeply at Jiang Ling, choosing to place unwavering trust in him. "Very well, I understand I cannot prevail. My hopes rest solely upon you." Jiang Ling chuckled, saying, "Do not say that. I am under considerable pressure." While his words conveyed the truth, he did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Feeling tense during battle is a grave mistake. Although some individuals may perform exceptionally under pressure, the majority who experience tension in combat have already lost half the battle. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of this fact, thus he swiftly adjusted his demeanor. Upon hearing their arrogant remarks and witnessing their laughter, Cheru felt utterly disregarded. "I graciously offered you the opportunity to defeat me, yet you choose to spurn it. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious." Cheru remarked with a cold smirk. It was not that he looked down upon Jiang Ling and number 16. Rather, his evolution into a perfected being instilled in him an unwavering confidence, leading him to believe that there were no rivals left in this world. Little did he know, in Jiang Ling's eyes, this was not confidence, but rather an overabundance of it, bordering on hubris. Jiang Ling instantly entered a state of combat, assuming a poised stance. And with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. A cloud of dust erupted in his wake. Suddenly, his figure materialized right before Cell. His elongated legs, imbued with the force of the void, struck down fiercely towards Cell. Cell took a step back, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Bang! The violent clash unleashed a tempestuous wind, fracturing the ground into a vast web of cracks centered around the two combatants. Goodness, Jiang Ling is extraordinarily powerful. Not far away, Trunks stood firmly on the ground, nearly swept away by the force. Meanwhile, the tea and furniture had long been sent flying, lost from sight. A teapot, caught in the chaos, fortuitously spilled its contents onto Trunks' lap, leaving behind an inexplicable yellow stain. Android 16 paid no heed to Trunks' predicament. He stood resolutely, as steadfast as a mountain. His mechanical hand had detached, gathering a terrifying energy sphere within. Data flickered in his eyes as he adjusted his aim, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Following their initial confrontation, both Jiang Ling and Cell retreated a few steps. Jiang Ling's expression remained serene, devoid of any surprise. This was all within his expectations. A flicker of astonishment passed through Shalu's eyes. Although he had merely blocked the attack moments ago without exerting his full strength, he was taken aback that Jiang Ling's strike could force him to retreat several steps. "Why is your power so formidable?" Shalu could not help but inquire. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile and teased, "Guess what?" To which the response was, "I guess you're a star." In an instant, Shalu sprang into action like a cannonball, the sound of piercing air resonating. He exerted all his strength and unleashed a formidable punch. Jiang Ling did not evade. Instead, he slightly crouched his legs and unleashed a punch of his own. A thunderous explosion reverberated as a resounding boom echoed. Both individuals felt their arms tingle from the impact. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling's other hand transformed into a claw, reaching forth with determination. The black tiger seeks the heart. Had it not been for Sherry's lack of Kuan, he would have resorted to the trick of the monkey stealing peaches. In the heat of battle, it is a matter of life and death. The means employed are inconsequential as long as victory is achieved. Indeed, Sherry's tail stealthily extended from beneath, aiming directly at Jiang Ling. In a moment of necessity, Jiang Ling, in order to safeguard his vital points, executed several backward somersaults, successfully evading Sherry's ambush. Chapter 72. Turning Point. Jiang Ling stood resolutely, his gaze fixed intently upon Cell. Through their brief encounter, he realized that unless he could elevate his power, swiftly defeating Cell would be an insurmountable challenge. What should he do? Cell had consumed both Android 17 and Android 18, thereby acquiring boundless energy. He understood that a decisive victory over Cell could not be achieved in a short span of time. Consequently, as time elapsed, his stamina would inevitably wane, ultimately leading to exhaustion. Thus, this battle required a swift resolution. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could easily arise. In pursuit of a rapid conclusion, it was essential to diminish Cell's strength. A spark of inspiration illuminated Jiang Ling's mind, and his eyes gleamed with realization. What if he could force Cell to revert to a lesser form? It is well known that Cell possesses several transformations: the larval form, the adolescent form, and the perfected form. Currently, he was in his perfected state. If only he could revert him to his adolescent form. Without further ado, he resolved to act. Jiang Ling cast a glance at the confidently beaming Sheru. In an instant, he appeared before him, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Shara squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Shara's towering form bent forward. A wave of excruciating pain forcing his mouth agape and his eyes bulging. His overconfidence had blinded him to the sudden assault from Jiang Ling. Taken completely off guard, he endured the full force of the blow. Shara could only ponder that had his defenses been slightly weaker, this strike might have pierced through him entirely. Nevertheless, his reflexes were sharp. He gritted his teeth against the pain and thrust his knee upward. Jiang Ling had long been on guard, deftly sidestepping the attack, and with a swift turn delivered a powerful elbow strike that landed forcefully against Shara's abdomen. The relentless onslaught left Shara struggling to cope, and with a moment's lapse, he found himself at a disadvantage. A tempest of fierce strikes followed in rapid succession, each one flawlessly executed and unyielding. Sharu, overwhelmed, could scarcely discern an opportunity to retaliate. Bang! Jiang Ling propelled Shalu into the heavens with a powerful kick, his voice resonating with authority. Number 16. Lacking the ability to communicate telepathically, and knowing it was futile to attempt such a feat with a robot, he resorted to a loud shout. Good. Number 16, who had been poised and ready, responded promptly. His gaze fixed upon the airborne Shalu, he unleashed a torrent of formidable energy that had been building within him. In that fleeting moment, it erupted into a massive beam of light, striking Shalu, who was unable to evade the onslaught. Shalu's face contorted in agony, his anguished cries echoing across the sky. Meanwhile, in the distance, Trunks observed the unfolding scene with bated breath, anxiously questioning, "Have we succeeded?" Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating that it was not so simple. Suddenly, the sound of Cell's anguished laughter echoed. "Huh? Is that all? I can still endure." Jiang Ling smiled faintly, as he unleashed the fully charged Kamehameha wave from his hands. It intertwined with the formidable energy of number 16, enveloping Cell entirely. Cell's maniacal laughter transformed into a wretched scream. The heart-wrenching cry brought sorrow to the ears of listeners, evoking tears. Following the surge of energy, Cell plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, motionless. Trunks wore a face of astonishment. They had succeeded. Yet, number 16's expression remained grave. Jiang Ling shook his head, declaring, "No, Cell is not dead." He understood that Cell would not perish so easily. There he lay on the ground, an arm severed, his body marred by numerous wounds. Slowly writhing in agony, number 16, together, Jiang Ling uttered a word and swiftly approached Sharu's side. He would not allow Sharu to recuperate in the midst of his weakness. He aimed to deliver a fatal blow. His fists, imbued with ferocity, rained down upon Sharu's abdomen with relentless force, akin to a tempest. Android 16 also joined the fray, his heavy iron fists crashing down alongside Jiang Ling. Android 16, you must keep up. Follow my rhythm. You strike once, I strike twice. The battlefield resonated with the thunderous sounds of impact, a rhythmic symphony of flesh meeting flesh. Sharu was jolted awake, his eyes snapping open with intensity. Jiang Ling and number 16 exchanged a glance, simultaneously stepping back a few paces. Suddenly, Sharu clutched his abdomen, his mouth agape. With a gasp, he expelled. A person. Number 17. Concurrently, his physique underwent rapid degeneration, his handsome visage transforming into the grotesque form of a sausage-shaped mouth. His vitality diminished significantly. Observing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ling's lips. It was a success. His earlier intention had been to compel Sharu to regurgitate the android. Chapter 73. Fireworks. Sharu rose to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. The wounds upon his body writhed as they healed. His severed right arm began to regenerate. What was happening? How could Sharu's arm, once severed, grow back? Trunks could not restrain himself from speaking, recalling Gohan's lost arm and wishing for its restoration. Sharu possessed the genes of Piccolo. Surely, Piccolo's mother must have informed him that he belonged to the Namekian race, known for their extraordinary ability to regenerate lost limbs. Jiang Ling elucidated a statement, then stepped forward. With a swift kick, he sent number 17 sprawling, thwarting Cell's attempt to absorb him once more. Cell's eyes widened in fury. He had intended to devour number 17 again to regain his strength, but Jiang Ling intervened. He could envision the dire consequences of engaging in battle with his current power. An inevitable disaster awaited. After enduring for so long, the opportunity to dominate the world and rule the entire planet was finally within his grasp, yet someone dared to obstruct him. Cell was filled with resentment, his anger surging to unprecedented heights. His visage contorted in rage, and the energy within him surged violently. His form began to swell. He was poised to undertake a reckless act. Even in the face of death, he intended to bring down everyone present with him. Jiang Ling's expression hardened as he unleashed a powerful punch at the nearby Cell, piercing through his abdomen. At this moment, Cell had regressed to his sausage-like form, devoid of his previous strength. For Jiang Ling, reaching Cell's belly was a mere child's play. With a gasp, Cell expelled a stream of green blood. Jiang Ling had forcibly interrupted his self-destruction. The backlash ensued, and he spat out another individual, none other than the golden-haired, blue-eyed Android 18. With the absence of Android 18, Cell's power plummeted, and his form shrank further, leaving him without even his sausage-like visage. Jiang Ling regarded Shala with an enigmatic smile. While the latter's expression had lost its former ferocity, his eyes darted left and right, desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. Once, he had contemplated a self-detonation to take everyone down with him, but now, he found himself devoid of even the qualification to do so. How could Jiang Ling possibly allow him an opportunity to escape? Without uttering a word, he positioned his hands in a blossom-like manner at his waist. A highly concentrated orb of light materialized in his grasp, radiating a dazzling blue-white brilliance. Kamehameha! Jiang Ling uttered a low growl. A terrifying shockwave enveloped Sharu, and in an instant, before he could even let out a scream, he was reduced to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Jiang Ling stood still, yet his expression bore no hint of relaxation. He was acutely aware that Cell possessed a core. As long as that core remained intact, it could resurrect him infinitely. He meticulously examined the surroundings, and only after confirming that even the core had turned to ash, leaving no trace behind, did he finally exhale in relief. Fortunately, the lightning form of Cell did not emerge, otherwise, none present would have stood a chance. In such a scenario, Jiang Ling would have had no choice but to retreat to his own timeline to evade the storm. Before returning to this realm to summon the eternal dragon on Namek to revive Goku. Jiang Ling, what is the verdict? Is Cell truly dead? Trunks approached, his face alight with anticipation. Number 16 also turned to Jiang Ling, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang Ling turned around and smiled, saying, "It is over." "Yes," exclaimed Tien, clenching his fist in excitement. "Earth, at last, is at peace." Number 16 also sighed with relief. "Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, pointing at the malevolent androids, number 17 and number 18, that had just been expelled by Sheru. Trunks, come over and finish them off, he urged. Trunks was taken aback. Oh, they're not dead yet? Number 17 is still alive, but number 18 should be dead. Considering you were the one who killed her and even confirmed it, Jiang Ling remarked. Trunks' expression turned grave as he seized an evil android in each hand and forcefully hurled them into the sky. Subsequently, a brilliant flash of magic erupted from his grasp, striking the airborne androids directly. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. A magnificent and resplendent firework blossomed in the sky, illuminating the faces of the onlookers for an enduring moment. The two evil androids vanished entirely from the earth, paying the requisite price for their transgressions. Chapter 74. The Heavy Burden of Trunks. Having eradicated the androids in Cell, the group chose not to rush back. Instead, they settled down to rest in place. After all, having just concluded a fierce battle, their taut nerves relaxed, and no one was inclined to move. The exception was Android 16, who simply awaited the others. Jiang Ling examined the skill he had just acquired during the battle against Cell, Yatarat version of instant transmission. Upon seeing this skill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a divine ability! He had initially intended to acquire it from Goku upon returning, but unexpectedly, he had obtained it now. In the original narrative, Cell already possessed the ability of instant transmission, likely inherited from Goku's genes. However, Jiang Ling felt a sense of confusion. Why did Shala not utilize this skill to escape directly just moments ago? Perhaps it simply slipped his mind, or perhaps he was unable to execute it due to a decline in his abilities. It is also possible that he possesses too many skills, making it difficult for him to integrate them cohesively in a short span of time. Jiang Ling shook his head, for with Shalu's demise, these questions remained forever unanswered. Should one insist on seeking an answer, he would need to venture to the underworld to inquire of Shalu himself. Yet, his curiosity was not sufficiently fervent, nor did he possess the leisure to pursue such matters. The odd-out version of instant transmission is, in simpler terms, akin to the instant transmission learned by Wukong, which allows one to sense another's energy and teleport directly to their side. The distance of this teleportation correlates positively with one's own strength and the potency of the other's energy. The more formidable one is, the farther they can perceive the chi. Conversely, the more potent the other's chi, the easier it is for one to sense it. In addition to the odd-out version of instant transmission, there exists another form of teleportation in this realm, that being the Kaishin's instant transmission. These two techniques differ in their execution. The Kaishin's instant transmission permits one to teleport freely to any location without the need to sense chi. However, this lack of reliance on sensing chi means one cannot directly teleport to another's side. For instance, if Bulma were to be bathing at home, Jiang Ling could utilize the odd-out version of instant transmission to appear beside her and observe her bathing. In contrast, with the Kaishin version of instant transmission, he could only arrive at her home or just outside the front door. It can be said that each possesses its own merits. Jiang Ling still harbors hope that he may master both skills. Previously, within the confines of the mental time house, he had acquired two abilities through Hmph. To him, these skills seemed rather superfluous. Hmph's swordsmanship and sword slash, one being a sword technique, the other a method to unleash a yellow sword aura. However, he does not wield a sword, and even the sword techniques used by Hmph against the androids were imparted by him. Upon regaining his focus, Jiang Ling glanced at Hmph, who lay on the ground, appearing somewhat fatigued, and inquired, Hmph, are you truly this worn out? Who said that? Hmph retorted, his eyes widening. You are sprawled on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. It genuinely appears that you are fatigued. Damn it. After the battle, my strength hasn't yet recovered. So of course, I'm tired. This is not fatigue. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Shortly thereafter, he produced a bottle of liquor, one he had personally infused. Within it were an array of herbal ingredients, including epimedium, cinnamorium, seahorse, yangtze stone, and ligustrum lucidum, meticulously blended for this very concoction. Thank you. Here is a bottle of restorative elixir for you. Restorative elixir? Restorative of what? Asked Hmph, puzzled. You need not concern yourself with that. It is simply beneficial for your health. Jiang Ling offered a mysterious smile. He was not mistaken. Indeed, it was beneficial for the body. This was all for Trunks' sake, and also for the future of Bulma, who had expressed her desire to hold a grandchild one day. Trunks tentatively took a few sips, finding the liquor somewhat potent and slightly bitter, yet tolerable enough, so he decided to stow it away for future enjoyment. His capacity for alcohol had been cultivated by Jiang Ling during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. He was no longer the Trunks who would fall after a single drink. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The scenery in this place was quite delightful. The ground was dotted with craters from past battles, the trees stood askew, and a large swath of flowers and grasses lay ravaged. It was an exquisite spot for a picnic. One should not merely admire beauty. To appreciate such artistry, one must possess a discerning eye. Jiang Ling retrieved an array of grilling utensils, accompanied by a selection of meats and vegetables suitable for barbecuing. Are you all hungry? Would you care for some barbecue? Tien touched his belly and nodded. Indeed, I am quite famished. It's the perfect opportunity to replenish my strength. Number 16 replied, I am not hungry. Do you really think I would be? However, I can still partake in regular fare. Then lend a hand with the grilling. It won't be long before we can feast, Jiang Ling suggested. Number 16 expressed slight confusion. Am I required to assist as well? Jiang Ling inquired. What do you think? Can you bear to see the two of us toiling away? Ultimately, on the 16th, both 16 and Tien joined the barbecue team. Soon, the enticing aromas of meat and vegetables filled the air. As Jiang Ling prepared the barbecue seasoning, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. He retrieved a handful of powdered horny goat weed and mixed it in. In his heart, he silently vowed, Thank you. In this future timeline, the crucial task of propagating the Saiyans shall be entrusted to you. Jiang Ling cast a significant glance at Tien, implying the weighty responsibility of the task ahead. It is hoped that Tien and Shao will lend their strength, not excessively, merely enough to form a football team. Soon, the meats and vegetables were grilled to perfection, sprinkled with a special barbecue seasoning, tantalizing the appetite within Tien. Jiang Ling produced several cases of beer, chuckling, barbecue pairs wonderfully with beer. The more you drink, the merrier it becomes. Chapter 75, A Melody. The tantalizing aroma of the barbecue wafted through the air. Jiang Ling and Tien feasted with unabashed delight, their mouths glistening with the remnants of their meal. The Saiyans devoured their food with astonishing speed, as if a tempest had swept through the table. In mere moments, the once bountiful spread of delectable dishes was entirely consumed, finding its way into their satisfied bellies. Reclining on the verdant grass, they sighed contentedly. For nothing could rival the fleeting bliss that follows a hearty meal. Is this sensation truly so pleasurable? Number 16 inquired with curiosity. He too had partaken in barbecued delights and indulged in spirits, yet as a robot, he remained untouched by such sensations. Jiang Ling rested his hands behind his head, indulging in the serene beauty of the sky. A gentle breeze caressed him, causing the strands of his hair to dance in the wind. As the soft zephyrs enveloped him, Jiang Ling succumbed to a deep slumber. Tien, wearing an unprecedented expression of relaxation, soon followed him into the realm of dreams. In the absence of adversarial pressures, there is no greater bliss than a tranquil and leisurely existence. The sun gradually descended, casting the warm hues of twilight upon Number 16, sitting quietly on a stone. Number 16 savored the evening breeze while gazing at the setting sun. Unbeknownst to them, the three remained in this tranquil haven until nightfall. Jiang Ling awoke, stretching languorously. The slumber had been truly delightful. Glancing around, he gently patted Tien to rouse him. It's time to rise, Tien. Even the moon has turned its back to the night. Tien rubbed his eyes, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep. What is the matter? I was in the midst of a sweet dream. Let me return to the comfort of my slumber. Jiang Ling pursed his lips and continued, however. You should first inform the Earth Defense Force about the eradication of the malevolent artificial beings. Ah, yes. I must notify them, so they can disseminate the information to humanity across the globe. Tien slapped his thigh, momentarily dazed, having forgotten this important task. He then waved goodbye and swiftly soared in a particular direction. Watching Tien's retreating figure, Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. This child, so impulsive. His temperament is nothing like mine. Number 16 remarked, You two share no blood relation, so similarity is hardly applicable. Well, let's not dwell on that. Jiang Ling waved his hand, indicating a desire to move past the matter. With a shift in conversation, he inquired, On the 16th, what are your plans? To which he replied, Well, I might focus on safeguarding the Earth's natural environment and its creatures. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and offered a suggestion. Perhaps you could accompany the Terran Knights to the Earth Defense Force. It would undoubtedly enhance the protection of nature. Upon hearing this, Number 16's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Ling speaks the truth. The Earth's Defense Force can indeed be regarded as the most formidable organization in existence today. Joining it would undoubtedly enhance our ability to safeguard the natural world. Thus, I shall accompany Tien forthwith. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, watching as number 16 departed in the direction of Tien. She closed her eyes, seeking the essence of the atmosphere. After a considerable time, Jiang Ling furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring to herself, "It seems my abilities are still lacking." Detecting the aura of ordinary individuals proves to be somewhat challenging. After a moment's contemplation, she extended 2 fingers to her forehead. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Indeed, it was effective. Her focus sharpened significantly compared to before, and she swiftly detected Bulma's aura. A flicker of inspiration coursed through Jiang Ling, and in an instant, her form vanished. Within the sanctuary of the Earth Defense Force, jubilant cheers reverberated throughout the refuge, as everyone celebrated the annihilation of the nefarious artificial beings that had terrorized for over a decade. There was no more exhilarating news than this. Immediately, some individuals took to the radio, broadcasting the momentous announcement to shelters around the globe. Others commenced a long-awaited bonfire celebration, rekindling spirits that had been dormant for years. Having ensured everything was in order with number 16, Tien approached Xiao Wu and Bidalai. The 2 women, their faces alight with joy, watched the revelry unfold. Upon seeing Tien, they greeted him with warm smiles. "Thank you for your hard work, Tien," Bidalai expressed. Xiao Wu stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Tien's robust bicep, her excitement bubbling forth. "Tien, you are incredible. To have defeated the artificial beings is nothing short of amazing." Tien found his left arm enveloped by the soft warmth of her embrace, stirring a momentary distraction within him. Taking a deep breath, he chuckled softly. "This victory belongs not to me, but to Jiang Ling and number 16. Who were the true heroes? I don't care. In my eyes, you are the greatest," Xiao declared, her face beaming with delight, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped, shimmering with a unique brilliance as they regarded Tien. At this moment, Bidalai, observing the interaction, understood the unspoken sentiment and remarked with a knowing smile, "I see. You two continue your conversation. I shall lend a hand elsewhere." Without waiting for a response, she strolled towards the bonfire gathering, leaving the 2 behind. The atmosphere grew momentarily charged with subtle tension. "Oh dear, Bidalai's remarks are so cryptic. I wonder what she means," Xiao mused. Tien chuckled lightly, deftly shifting the conversation. "Tien, I'm feeling a bit weary. Would you assist me back to my room?" Xiao gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Tien felt the warmth of her arm pressing closer, igniting a surge of heat within him. "Let us return to the room," then Tien, not lacking in emotional acuity, recognized the implications of the moment. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he swiftly lifted Xiao Wu into his arms and hurried into the room. Once inside, he gently placed her on the bed, observing her flushed cheeks and heated form. Tien's breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, uncertain of how to proceed. Though he had absorbed much knowledge from his studies, when faced with such a pivotal moment, his mind became a blank slate. The stirrings of his body relentlessly washed over his reason. Seeing Tien hesitate, Xiao Wu recalled the intimate whispers shared with her friend Biddy Li, her cheeks blooming like a ripe apple. Biting her lip, she resolved to act. She reached out, unbuttoning her garment one by one, drawing closer to Tien and initiating a kiss. In an instant, Tien's rationality shattered. He suppressed his strength to that of an ordinary man and, driven by primal instinct, surrendered to the moment. The room echoed with a beautiful symphony. Chapter 76, The Method of Resurrection. Shidu. At this hour, the night was deep and still. A breeze swept through the ruins, weaving between the remnants of shattered walls, producing a mournful sound. The devastation wrought by the malevolent creations had left this place devoid of life. The dead were gone, and the survivors had fled to shelters. It could be said that Shidu had become a ghost town, a desolate city of ruins without a soul. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building that had weathered the aftermath of battle, luck had spared it from collapse. Jiang Ling and Bulma stood upon the rooftop, gazing down at the desolation of the city below. Bulma exhaled deeply, her long blue hair cascading as she adjusted it. At long last, it was over, yet it was a lamentable reality that humanity had been ruthlessly decimated by the androids, leaving but a scant few survivors. The population had dwindled to perhaps less than 0.1% of what it once was. Even with the Dragon Balls, it seemed improbable to resurrect those who had perished, for they had succumbed over the course of many years, making the passage of time too considerable. Bulma, lost in her thoughts, spoke softly to herself, her brow furrowed with concern. Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, gently massaging her shoulders as he offered words of consolation. The decline of humanity is but a temporary affliction, Given time, we shall recover. Bulma nodded, her gaze fixed upon the ruins of West City, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes. Indeed, with the absence of threats, it is time for the remaining humans to unite in the noble endeavor of rebuilding our cities. Reconstruction after disaster is an essential undertaking. Previously, the relentless onslaught of androids forced humanity into the confines of shelters, where many young souls spent their childhoods. Listening to the elders recount tales of life beyond those walls. Now, liberated from the menace of the androids, it is imperative to emerge from the shelters and embrace life once more. After all, who would not yearn to bask in the warmth of the sun? Bulma felt a surge of elation, her heart brimming with hope for the future. As she sensed the robust masculine presence behind her, an unexpected flutter stirred within her. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. With the formidable threat of the androids vanquished, her burdens lifted, long-buried thoughts resurfaced with ease. Bulma bit her lip. Turning to face Jiang Ling, her eyes locked onto his visage. As she inhaled the familiar scent of masculinity, her body softened, collapsing into his embrace. Surrendering to the moment. Hormones surged within her. After all, he was her man. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glazed with longing, as she looked up at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's body stiffened, leaving him momentarily at a loss. As he glanced down at Bulma's charming face, an uncontrollable surge of emotions stirred within him. Having spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, it had been 2 long years since he had last been with his girlfriend, Bulma. Now, in the solitude of the night, with the wind howling around them, the atmosphere was ripe for the heady intoxication of youthful hormones. The Bulma before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend. They were, in essence, the same person. Yet, their demeanors were worlds apart. His girlfriend exuded a vivacious and spirited aura, whereas the future Bulma possessed a certain, how should one articulate it? A refined beauty characterized by her fair skin and curvaceous figure, coupled with a gentle smile. Every aspect of her being radiated an inviting and graceful charm. Though she had aged a decade or more, her impeccable upkeep rendered her ageless, with nary a trace of time's passage. Instead, she retained a captivating allure, her elegance undiminished. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, leaning his head close to Bulma's ear. His warm exhalation brushed against her earlobe, sending tingling sensations through her. Unconsciously, her cheeks were tinted with an enticing blush. A deep, husky voice emerged, calling her name. Bulma. Jiang Ling spoke, pulling apart the fabric of his garment. Moving with an unrestrained grace, Bulma did not refuse, responding with fervor. Gradually, they approached the crux of the matter. Here, Bulma glanced around the vicinity. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiang Ling let out a light chuckle. Is it not permissible? I believe it is quite feasible, considering we are on the rooftop and there are hardly any people around. However, there is no however. Ugh. Jiang Ling fervently pressed his lips against Bulma's. Bulma felt her mind blank, unable to conjure any thoughts, her body succumbing to a warmth that rendered her weak and adrift, akin to a drifting leaf. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon them, delicately tracing their forms, as if the gentle breeze whispered sweet nothings, much like the ephemeral blooming of a flower. An hour passed. Jiang Ling leaned against the wall, feeling refreshed. Bulma nestled comfortably in his embrace, drawing circles on his chest. Both were thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Ling mused. If Trunks were to discover what transpired today, he might find it difficult to accept. Reflecting on their impulsive actions, he continued. We didn't think it through and simply acted. He chuckled. But that is behind us. You have grown up now. And it is time to pursue your own life. Bulma nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with his words. By the way, I wonder what Trunks is up to. Will he come looking for me if he notices my absence at home? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint smile. That young man is likely engaged in the very activities we just partook in with his girlfriend. Is that truly the case? Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight, as her once inept pig finally began to forage for the cabbage, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. She then let out a sigh. If only my former friends were here. I could boast about this news to them. Jiang Ling smiled and said, the warriors of Earth from the past can indeed be resurrected. What? Bulma was taken aback, then grasped Jiang Ling's sturdy arm tightly, lifting her gaze to meet his, her expression filled with anxiety. Are you saying my former friends can come back to life? You cannot be mistaken, can you? Indeed, I am not. Jiang Ling gazed at the alluring Bulma, who was so close yet radiated an enticing aura, causing his blood to surge with restlessness once more. Bulma caught sight of him, and her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. How could you be so? Jiang Ling raised his head slightly with a hint of pride, saying, Hey, my physical prowess is truly remarkable. He paused for a moment, Jiang Ling cast aside his chaotic thoughts and, with a serious demeanor, declared, I should be able to ascertain the location of Namek. After all, I previously promised Tienak to resurrect Sun Wukong. However, I must consult someone first. Please wait for me here. Bulma promptly responded, all right, hurry back. Jiang Ling rose and donned a new set of clothes, meticulously arranging them. He then placed his fingers upon his forehead and sensed the presence of the North Kai's planet. In an instant, his figure vanished before Bulma's eyes. On the North Kai's planet, two figures clad in martial arts attire were engaged in a sparring match. While the North Kai and his two pets observed from the side, Gohan's strength is progressing quite rapidly, the North Kai remarked. If he continues to cultivate with focus, he will likely catch up to you, Goku, in no time. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Gohan halted their movements. Goku, with a smile, replied, indeed. Gohan has always possessed tremendous potential. During his life, he was constantly preoccupied with dealing with the androids and hardly had time to train. Now that he has passed, he finally has the opportunity to devote himself to his training. Gohan scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. It's not as exaggerated as that, he said. By the way, it's almost mealtime. North Kai, what are we having today? Goku inquired, patting his stomach with a grin. At this, the North Kai's expression darkened. All you ever think about is food. For over a decade, I've been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by your insatiable appetite. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside the North Kai. Goku and Gohan immediately assumed a fighting stance. Who goes there? Chapter 77, Detection on the Kai's Planet. Jiang Ling greeted them with a cheerful smile. Hello, Lord King of the World. Oh, Goku and Gohan are here too? Observing the three individuals before him, Jiang Ling felt a sense of surprise. This future version of Goku seemed markedly more composed than the one he was familiar with, yet his appearance remained youthful, likely a consequence of his deceased status. Beside him stood the future Gohan, exuding an aura of decisiveness and determination. Both father and son bore a halo above their heads. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Goku and the others were equally astonished. Who is this person? How does he know my name? He seems quite familiar, yet I cannot recall having met him. Just as they were caught in their bewilderment, Gohan suddenly noticed Jiang Ling's tail and exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, how do you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan? After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Ling smiled and provided a general explanation of the situation. However, he remained vague about many details, finding them too cumbersome to elaborate on, so he refrained from further discussion. He merely mentioned his arrival from another dimension, where he fought alongside Trunks to vanquish the androids in Cell. It turned out that the young lad had matured to such an extent. This revelation brought Jiang Ling a sense of relief. Gohan appeared visibly gratified. Goku inquired, Is Trunks Bulma's son? Gohan nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed. I mentioned this to you before. Goku turned to Jiang Ling, his expression earnest as he said, Thank you for protecting Earth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded. Goku was still the same Goku. Even after more than a decade of passing, his heart remained tethered to the planet. I must also express my gratitude to you, Jiang Ling, for aiding in Trunks' development. Gohan interjected as he stepped forward. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, dismissing any need for formality, asserting that it was his duty. His gaze appraised the future Gohan, whose robust physique bore the scars of past battles. He appeared more spirited and virile than the Gohan portrayed in Dragon Ball Super. The two Gohans, shaped by their respective environments, had embarked on divergent paths. Others might have little to say about it. Ultimately, it was a choice they made for themselves. If only it were possible. Jiang Ling harbored a profound hope that Wu Fan could excel in both the arts and martial prowess. He aspired for Wu Fan to embody the intellect of a scholar and the strength to vanquish foes, thereby safeguarding the Earth. The North Realm King remarked, Jiang Ling, you claim to hail from another dimension. It seems you are familiar with me? Indeed, came the response. Jiang Ling smiled, and in an instant unleashed the king's fist. A crimson aura erupted, soaring skyward. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to engage in a sparring match. For over a decade, he had no rivals here and had been honing his skills in solitude. Even when Gohan arrived, his strength was still insufficient to pose a challenge. Now, witnessing Jiang Ling's formidable power, Goku's heart was ablaze with anticipation. Jiang Ling, shall we engage in a spar? Goku proposed the request for a friendly duel. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before ultimately declining. Opportunities abound for long-term workers. The North Realm King swallowed hard. Those capable of executing the Realm King's fist were likely well acquainted with him, that much was certain. However, traversing through time and space was no trivial matter. After some contemplation, the North Realm King finally uttered a cautionary remark. It would be wise to refrain from disclosing your time-traveling endeavors. Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I have my own thoughts. I have come here to seek assistance from Lord King of the North." The North King responded, "Speak. And if it is within my capacity to assist, I shall. Please help me locate the new Namek," Jiang Ling requested. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Memories drifting back to the fierce battle on Namek over a decade ago. Goku sighed. "Ah, how nostalgic. It was during that time that I transformed into a Super Saiyan." Indeed, following the explosion of Namek, the Namekians were forced to reside on Earth for an extended period before ultimately relocating to a new planet with the aid of the Dragon Balls. It is precisely for this reason that we remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the new Namek. Back then, many of our elders fell victim to the androids, and Aunt Bulma desperately searched for the new Namek. Yet technology was insufficient to uncover its location. As son Wukong reminisced about the past, he suddenly came to a realization. "Jiang Ling, are you seeking the new Namek to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who were slain by the androids?" Jiang Ling shook his head, insisting, No. You must understand in the underworld that those humans have been deceased for far too long. Firstly, they lack corporeal forms. Secondly, having passed away so long ago, they have already been reincarnated. It is impossible for them to return to life. Therefore, my intention this time is to revive you." Jiang Ling possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the regulations of the underworld. As for those like Wukong, who have contributed to their respective worlds, the underworld retains their physical bodies and souls, allowing them the choice to remain in the underworld or to be reborn. That is indeed a valid point. Son Gohan paused in contemplation before responding. "However, if memory serves me correctly, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only grant one wish to resurrect a single individual. And only those who have died within the past year, correct? We shall see when the time comes." Jiang Ling spoke, expressing uncertainty about whether the Dragon Balls of Namek could resurrect individuals from several years past. His gaze shifted towards the North Kai. "Please assist me in checking." "Certainly," replied the North Kai, concentrating intently as his two antennae twitched, initiating a search throughout the cosmos. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting the results of the North Kai's inquiry. After a considerable duration, the North Kai exhaled with relief, producing a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow. "At last, I have located it. The coordinates are J5616, B54464. Kindly indicate the direction." The North Kai then extended his hand to point towards a specific direction. Jiang Ling focused intently, and, after a short while, sensed the location. He patted the shoulder of the Northern Realm King and said with a smile, "Thank you. If you ever have the chance to visit Earth, I shall treat you to the zoo and then take you to the realm of the heavens, so you can experience the different routines of two kinds of chickens." Northern Realm King? Jiang Ling did not waste any more time. After exchanging greetings with the North Realm's Goku and Gohan, he utilized instant transmission and vanished from sight. Observing the spot where Jiang Ling had disappeared, Goku remarked, "If the Dragon Balls could resurrect us, that would be splendid. Unfortunately, Vegeta's past misdeeds were too numerous. King Yama, considering his sacrifice for the protection of Earth, spared him from hell and instead allowed him to reincarnate." Listening to his father's words, Gohan was reminded of his girlfriend, Videl, and a sense of hope regarding resurrection blossomed within him. Indeed, one could only wish for such a revival. "By the way, I must inform Uncle Piccolo, Yamcha, and the others about restoring peace to Earth. They will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news." With a spark of determination in his eyes, Gohan set off towards the designated area in the underworld arranged for Piccolo and the rest. Chapter 78, Preparations Before Departure. In King Yama's office, the imposing figure of King Yama sat at his desk, clad in a sharply tailored suit, diligently attending to his official duties. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, none other than Jiang Ling, who had arrived via instant transmission. "King Yama, how have you been lately?" Quite well. And you are?" King Yama blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ling's familiarity, though he struggled to recall any prior acquaintance. It's me." Jiang Ling extended his hand, and his fist ignited with crimson flames. "You may call me Flame Fish Jiang Ling. I have studied under the Northern Realm King. We are all part of the same family." Yin Wang, also a disciple of the Northern Realm King, immediately recognized the technique as Realm King Fist. With a smile, he said, "A fellow kin. Do you seek me for something?" Nothing of great consequence. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively and casually inquired. I merely wish to know if a soul named Shalu has recently arrived here. Shalu? Yin Wang pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed. He bears substantial sins and has already descended into hell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of Shalu's soul here confirmed his demise. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later. Jiang Ling broke into a smile, employing his instantaneous movement to vanish from sight once more. The king of hell, puzzled, scratched his head and muttered to himself, I don't need to eat. On Earth, in the underground base of West City, the bathroom was enveloped in steam. I adore bathing. It's so good for my health. Bulma hummed a tune while standing under the shower head, appearing quite content. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's figure materialized beside her, causing her to pause in surprise. There stood Bulma, her delicate form glistening with water, unclad and breathtakingly alluring. Her fair skin radiant and her figure curvaceous. The rising steam painted a sensuous tableau. Upon noticing the unexpected presence, Bulma instinctively let out a sharp scream. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ling stepped forward, pressing his hand against her lips, their faces mere inches apart. It is I. Muffled sounds escaped Bulma's lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. The warm water from the shower continued to cascade down, enveloping both of them in its embrace. The atmosphere grew undeniably intimate. Bulma, acutely aware of their current predicament, felt a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks, resembling a ripe peach, ready for harvest. Gulp. Jiang Ling gazed at the blushing and bashful Bulma, swallowing hard as his breath grew heavy. Both could sense the fervent emotions emanating from one another. Bulma, it mattered not. After an hour of bathing, the exhausted Bulma collapsed onto Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling wiped away the remnants of water left from her bath and gently carried her to bed to rest. Bulma, feeling utterly fatigued today, succumbed to slumber the moment she lay down. Jiang Ling gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. Subsequently, he reclined beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, and together they drifted into a deep slumber. The following noon, Jiang Ling gradually opened her eyes, rising from her slumber. She sat up and stretched her body, relishing the comfort. What a delightful sensation. It had been a long time since she had felt such exuberance. Yesterday was a day of joy, and this morning she awoke brimming with vitality. Jiang Ling felt invigorated and in high spirits. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Bulma was no longer in bed. Following the sound, Jiang Ling made his way to the kitchen, where he beheld Bulma diligently preparing breakfast at the stove. Her flowing blue hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her enchanting figure, complemented by an apron, exuded a gentle and refined aura. Jiang Ling could not help but step forward, reaching from behind to gently encircle her flat abdomen, holding her tightly. Are you awake? Don't tease me. I'm preparing breakfast, Bulma murmured, a blush adorning her cheeks, undeniably alluring. Hee, is that not permissible? Jiang Ling chuckled lightly. No, I'm utterly exhausted from yesterday. Bulma shot her a playful glance, resembling a blossoming flower, exuding the charm of a graceful woman. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within. There were matters to attend to today. He could not afford to be delayed by this issue. If he exhausted Bulma, it would mean another day's postponement. Bulma, after we finish our meal, we shall set out together. Huh? Where to? Bulma, who had been mentally preparing for the impending battle, paused at his words. Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday? Jiang Ling whispered in her ear. Yesterday. Bulma pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning around, her gaze intense, she exclaimed, Have you found that planet Namek? Why didn't you tell me when you returned last night? Jiang Ling blinked. I originally intended to take you with me when I returned yesterday, but as soon as I got back, you tempted me, so I could just die for you. Bulma blushed, fiercely pinching a bit of flesh at Jiang Ling's waist. Clearly, it was you who couldn't resist, claiming that I was the one who tempted you. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily, playfully delivering a light smack to her pert dairy, the crisp sound resonating through the kitchen. Seizing the moment before she could react, she swiftly made her escape. Jiang Ling, your antics are becoming increasingly audacious. Bulma's voice, filled with indignation, echoed from behind. Breakfast was rather simple: bread, ham, and eggs. Jiang Ling found the meal utterly tasteless, having grown weary of it. This breakfast was not to his liking. It seems he must find a moment to prepare a more appealing breakfast, such as soybean milk and fried dough sticks. After having finished his breakfast, Jiang Ling wiped his mouth and said, Are you ready? We're heading to New Namek. Wait a moment, let me contact Trunks to see if he wishes to join us. This child, not returning home all night without a call, it seems he has forgotten his mother due to a newfound romance. Young people often lack moderation. I must remind him. Bulma, holding her specially designed phone, directly reached Trunks. Hello. Trunks, are you coming back soon? Trunks' voice came through the phone. I've already eaten at the Self-Defense Force base, so I won't be back for dinner. You and Uncle Jiang Ling enjoy your meal. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma displayed a tender, maternal smile. Oh, you dear child, are you with your girlfriend? Your Uncle Jiang Ling has already informed me. When will you bring her home to meet your mother? Ah, well, let me ask her. Then I'll have your Uncle Jiang Ling say a few words to you. With that, Bulma handed the phone to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took the phone, cleared his throat, and remarked, Thank you, my young friend, do not hold back. Upon your return, I shall procure some supplements for you. Let us endeavor to bring a grandchild for your mother. Trunks. Bulma. Chapter 79. Arrival at New Namek. Bulma, after some contemplation, felt reassured. Considering Trunks' physique, engaging thrice a day for an entire month would likely pose no challenge. Moreover, she was quite eager to meet her grandchild sooner rather than later. This train of thought led her to reminisce about the time machine. She wondered what the future might hold. Jiang Ling's voice interrupted Bulma's train of thought. Are you ready? Bulma nodded in affirmation. I'm ready. Jiang Ling wrapped one arm around her slender waist, while the other hand raised 2 fingers to his forehead, facilitating his concentration and enabling him to swiftly sense the presence of the new Namek. Found it. A stirring sensation enveloped Jiang Ling as the figures of the 2 individuals abruptly vanished into the subterranean base. On the new Namek, a sparse number of Namekians were diligently tilling the soil, preparing to plant saplings. Ever since the calamity wrought by technology centuries ago, the Great Elder had taken it upon himself to propagate their kin, forsaking technological advancement in favor of nurturing the environment and safeguarding their planet. Although a new Great Elder now presides, this venerable tradition endures. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized, drawing the attention of the Namekians. Who are you? Outsiders, please present your identities. They called out, warily raising their agricultural tools in defense. Jiang Ling smiled slightly and spoke a passage in flawless Namekian. The essence of his words conveyed that they were not malevolent beings, but rather humans hailing from Earth. He instructed them to seek the current Grand Elder, Muley, stating that he would comprehend the significance of Bulma from Earth's arrival. The Namekians, upon hearing this impeccable and fluent Namekian language emanating from Jiang Ling, were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. They had never encountered an extraterrestrial capable of articulating such pure Namekian. Jiang Ling observed their youthful appearances and smiled gently. Continuing in the language of Namek, he remarked, You must be the Namekians born in the past decade or so, correct? I wonder if Earth and Bulma are thriving as well. You shall find out by consulting your elder. A few Namekians exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One individual soared directly towards the village, while the others remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Ling and Bulma, the 2 extraterrestrial visitors. Jiang Ling nodded, observing the vigilance displayed by the younger generation of Namekians, which seemed to be a result of the elder's careful cultivation. Bulma, gazing at the appearance of the Namekians, felt her eyes moisten as memories of the former Kai and Piccolo flooded back to her. They bore a striking resemblance, their green forms evoking nostalgia. Before long, the elder arrived, accompanied by a throng of Namekians, densely packed. Bulma recognized them as those who had once resided on Earth for a time. Bulma, how delightful to see you. It has been ages. How have you been? They exclaimed in unison. I've missed you dearly and often reminisce about our days on Earth. I long for the instant noodles of Earth. The crowd chattered excitedly. The younger Namekians suddenly realized that their elders were acquainted with these 2 outsiders. With tears mingling with smiles, Bulma responded to each greeting warmly. It has been quite a while, Bulma. I never expected to see you again, Elder Muley said, stepping forward with a smile. The previous elder had passed away after the explosion of Namek and had come to Earth. Now, Muley held the position. Bulma was well aware of this. I never anticipated. I had been searching for you for over a decade. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. As she spoke, Bulma's expression dimmed. Noticing her change in demeanor, Muley remarked, It appears something troubling has transpired. Shall we retire indoors to converse? By the way, is this gentleman beside you your partner? Muley observed Bulma's arm linked with Jiang Ling's. Bulma glanced at Jiang Ling and replied, I suppose. That would be accurate. Jiang Ling embraced her slender waist, asserting, What is it that counts? It should be said that it was always so. Upon uttering these words, Bulma felt a warmth envelop her heart. She relished this assertive demeanor, as it instilled within her a profound sense of security. In Muley's abode, several individuals reclined on the sofa, cradling cups of steaming tea. The fragrant steam wafted gently into the air. The others had been dispersed by Muley. Otherwise, the space would have been quite cramped. After listening to Bulma recount the tribulations Earth had faced over the years, Muley sighed, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. I never anticipated that so much would transpire in our absence. It's all our fault for relocating to this planet. If only we had chosen to remain on Earth. Bulma sipped her tea and shook her head. There's no blame to be placed on you. The Namekian race needed to evolve, necessitating migration to other worlds. Besides, Earth has achieved peace now, albeit a bit tardily. Muley expressed his relief, saying, as long as Earth is at peace, I am reassured. By the way, you have come seeking the Dragon Balls? Hmph you? I shall have Dondi bring them. Indeed, I require the Dragon Balls. Wait, Dondi? Why Hmph I seen him earlier? Bulma inquired curiously. Dondi was the child saved by Krillin and Gohan during the battle on Namek, with whom she shared a close bond, and he had played a significant role in the conflict. Muley chuckled. That fellow is usually engrossed in his training. I hadn't notified him just now. With that, he employed telepathy to inform Dondi to bring the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and asked, by the way, Elder, can the Dragon Balls resurrect individuals who perished over a decade ago? Muley furrowed his brow and shrugged his shoulders. I am uncertain. For ordinary people, resurrection is not feasible. I see. Bulma sighed softly. Jiang Ling consoled nearby. It's all right. We'll ask Shenlong in a moment, and if that doesn't work, I'll think of another solution. It seems we have no other choice, Bulma replied. Just then, a young and robust Namekian entered, trailing 7 Dragon Balls behind him. Elder, I have brought the Dragon Balls. Do we need to make a wish? Muley chuckled. Not so fast. Look who has arrived. Hearing this, Dandy turned to see Bulma seated on the sofa, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively exclaimed, Aunt Bulma? What brings you to Namek? It's been so long since I last saw you. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she beheld Dandy, now a strapping young man. Is that you, Dandy? I can hardly believe the boy who once adored cartoons has grown into such a fine young man. Chapter 80. The Wish. Dandy, feeling a touch bashful, scratched his head, for he was still quite youthful and couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the compliment. Oh, it's nothing. It's been over a decade, so naturally, I've grown. He then glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, Aunt Bulma, why haven't Krillin and Gohan come? Is this young man your son? Jiang Ling. Bulma. Bulma rolled her eyes. Placing her hands on her hips and tugging at Dandy's ear, she exclaimed, Call me Sister Bulma. And am I truly that old? Standing next to Jiang Ling makes it seem as though we are mother and son. Dandy quickly responded, I didn't mean it that way. I simply asked because I've never met Jiang Ling before. He was being honest. He indeed had no such intention. To his eyes, Bulma appeared far from old, resembling a vibrant, plump woman in her 30s by earthly standards. It was merely that, as a hermaphroditic Namekian, he held no interest in earthly women. Bulma shot him a glare and released her grip on his ear. Well, at least you know how to speak. I shall temporarily forgive you. As for Krillin and Gohan. At this point, Bulma's tone significantly softened. Elder Muley also communicated telepathically with Dandy. In an instant, Dandy grasped the events Earth had endured over the past decade. After a moment of silence, he reminisced about the fleeting moments spent with Gohan and Krillin during his childhood. Those were his most cherished memories, alongside the myriad of animated series that graced Earth. Now, they were forever beyond reach. One could only lament the whims of fate. With a sigh, Dandy spoke to comfort her. Aunt Bulma, I am aware of everything. Please accept my condolences. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, mustering a forced smile. But we still have Shenron. There is hope. Indeed, there is hope. Without delay, let us make our wish, Jiang Ling declared, gesturing grandly. The group made their way outside, for they still required shelter. Summoning Shenron requires the Namekian language, and I shall take charge of the summoning, Dandy stated. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling possessed knowledge of the Namekian tongue, and he was eager to assist. Jiang Ling shook his head, stating, No need. Making a wish and conveying it to you would be somewhat troublesome. Without waiting for Dandy to respond, he summoned the Namekian dragon, Purunga, using the Namekian language. Suddenly, the bright daylight was shrouded in darkness. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with a brilliant golden light. This golden radiance coalesced, erupting into a colossal dragon. It bore no resemblance to the earthly dragon. The most striking feature was its 2 powerful arms. Even having witnessed it several times before, the sight still evoked a sense of awe. Bulma gazed at the Namekian dragon in a daze, murmuring softly to herself. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ling flashed a wicked smile. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears, "Do you have mine?" Bulma's charming face turned a deep shade of crimson. She shot him a reproachful glare and exclaimed, "What are you saying? No teasing allowed. Hurry and make your wish. The dragon is waiting." Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, choosing not to tease Bulma any further. Meanwhile, Muley and Dandy were utterly bewildered, having been captivated by Jiang Ling's fluent articulation of the Namekian language. What on earth? Is it now commonplace for an extraterrestrial to converse in Namekian? O brave soul who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall grant you 3 wishes, whatever they may be. The voice of the dragon resonated softly. Jiang Ling inquired, "Can any wish be granted?" "Indeed," came the response. With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Jiang Ling continued, "Then grant me 10 more wishes." The dragon replied, "I'm afraid that is not possible." Jiang Ling curled his lips, remarking that one should refrain from boasting if they cannot deliver. The dragon, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words and could only clear his throat to shift the conversation. "Do you have any other wishes?" he inquired. Jiang Ling blinked and said with a smile, "Well, Shenron, before I make my wish, I would like to request something. Could you please speak the universal language? I am unable to converse in Namekian." This request should not count as a wish, right? Upon hearing Jiang Ling fluently speak in Namekian, Shenron found himself momentarily bewildered, nearly overheating his CPU. After a brief silence, Shenron slowly nodded and replied in the universal language, "Since you require me to speak in the universal tongue, I shall do so. It will not consume a wish." The language of Earthlings is also in the universal language. Bulma, who was nearby, caught Shenron's words in the universal tongue and gazed intently at Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. She murmured softly, "Jiang Ling requested Shenron to speak the universal language so that I could understand him. He truly cares. It brings me to tears." In that moment, Bulma suddenly grasped the feeling of being cherished and protected in someone's embrace. Jiang Ling was unaware of what Bulma was contemplating. He merely felt that the universal language was more familiar, while the Namekian language was rather cumbersome. "Do you have any wishes that need to be fulfilled?" inquired the Namekian dragon. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is it possible for you to resurrect a multitude of individuals at once?" The dragon replied, "Indeed." "Huh?" Bulma, upon hearing this, displayed a look of confusion, recalling that initially, only one wish could bring back a single person. The elder Muley, with a smile, began to elucidate. "Since I assumed the position of elder, I have upgraded the Dragon Balls, and now, akin to the Earth's dragon, one wish can indeed resurrect a multitude of souls." Jiang Ling nodded with a smile and said, "You are correct. This is much more convenient." Turning to the divine dragon, he inquired once more, "Is it possible for you to resurrect a human who has been deceased for over a decade?" The divine dragon of Mixing thought to himself, "What is wrong with this person? Why so many questions? It's been ages since I appeared, and yet no wishes have been made. Oh, I am going to lose my mind." The divine dragon, internally exasperated, eventually sighed and responded to the inquiry. If the soul remains in the underworld, resurrection is feasible. However, if the soul has descended into hell or been reincarnated, resurrection is impossible. "Ah, I see. That certainly simplifies matters." With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Jiang Ling addressed the dragon. "Then, resurrect the humans and animals on Earth who have fallen victim to the androids." This wish was made after careful contemplation. Whether it was Android 17 or 18, or even Cell, they all belonged to the same category. By making such a wish, not only could he restore the lives of those slain by 17 and 18, but also those who fell to Cell. Most crucially, it would allow the revival of the valiant warriors of Earth who had perished in battle. A truly multifaceted boon. Upon hearing the wish, the dragon sighed in relief. The wish had finally been articulated. Without hesitation, he proceeded to verify the request. Since ordinary humans typically dwell in the afterlife for no more than a year, it meant that only those killed by the androids within the past year could be brought back. Additionally, the creation of physical bodies required the expenditure of yet another wish. As for the humans slain by the androids over the past decades, they had mostly reincarnated, leaving only those who had made significant contributions to Earth, thereby preserving their souls and bodies, such as Krillin, Master Roshi, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien. "Are you certain you wish to expend 2 wishes to realize this?" Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. A flash of crimson light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and it proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ling's lips. Bulma, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Hooray! Everyone has finally been resurrected. She then approached Jiang Ling and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Ahem. Jiang Ling raised his head to gaze at the sky and coughed softly. There were others present. Yet Bulma remained utterly indifferent, exclaiming, "Oh dear, they are hermaphrodites, completely oblivious to such matters." Chapter 81. All listen to me. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong, engrossed in solitary cultivation, suddenly paused. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, a smile gracing his lips. "I can sense that Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo have returned. It appears they have been revived. Is that so? Let me take a look." King Kai of the North, intrigued, remarked in astonishment, "Indeed, they have been revived. That fellow Jiang Ling has truly brought them back to life." Sun Wukong smiled with relief. "This is splendid. Their revival means they can continue to safeguard the Earth. Gohan, that young lad, has often been seen gazing at his fiancée's photograph during his training. Now, he can finally return to her. After Krillin's revival, I hope he finds his wife." As Sun Wukong spoke, memories of Chi-Chi, who had steadfastly stood by his side during his lifetime, flooded back to him. Alas, poor Chi-Chi. King Kai, overhearing these sentiments, huffed and puffed in exasperation. "What do you have to lament about? Simply make amends upon your return." Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "I died of heart disease. So that counts as a death from illness. I believe the dragon cannot revive those who died this way, right? A simple inquiry should clarify this." King Kai pondered for a moment before promptly sending a communication request to Jiang Ling on the new Namek. Across various locales on Earth, those who had perished at the hands of the androids within the past year began to revive. Some awakened in shelters, others amidst ruins, and some in the wilderness. A common thread bound these individuals: confusion. Wasn't I dead? Why am I here? I have been revived? A myriad of questions swirled in their minds. Though incredulous, they recognized the undeniable truth of their revival. In an instant, they leapt to their feet, eager to seek out friends and family from their former lives. Above, the revived Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Din exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the jubilant humans below. At the Self-Defense Force base, Bidalai gazed from a distance at the inseparable Trunks and Mai, her eyes filled with both blessings and envy. If only Gohan were here, Bidalai murmured to herself. Previously, Xiao Wu had advised her not to dwell on a past relationship, to move forward. Yet, she found herself unable to escape that emotional quagmire. Apart from Gohan, she had no affection for any other man. "Perhaps I shall remain solitary until my old age. If only Gohan and I had a child together." Bidalai recalled her earlier conversation with Gohan, where she expressed her desire for a child, only for Gohan to respond with utmost rationality, citing the threats posed by artificial beings, the burdens of parenthood, and the drain on resources. Consequently, they had maintained stringent safety measures. Now that peace had been restored, Gohan was no longer present, and it seemed far too late. At that moment, a pair of strong arms encircled Bidalai's slender waist from behind, accompanied by a gentle voice that caressed her ear. "My dear wife, would you be willing to bear a child with me now?" Initially, Bidalai intended to resist, but upon hearing that familiar voice, her heart quivered. She turned slowly, her disbelief evident as she beheld a robust chest adorned with scars she knew all too well. Raising her gaze, she was met with Gohan's smiling face. Bidalai bit her lip, and in an instant, tears streamed down her cheeks, releasing years of pent-up grievances. The tears flowed uncontrollably, and her fist pounded against Gohan's chest. "Why did you come back now?" I, sob. I missed you so much, sob. Gohan's eyes glistened with tears as he gently patted Bidalai's back. "I missed you too. I have returned." Not far away, Trunks and Xiao Wu had also noticed the scene unfolding. "Gohan!" Trunks exclaimed excitedly, ready to rush over, only to be stopped by Xiao Wu. "Why won't you let me go? Gohan has been resurrected." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and replied, "Are you foolish? They are enjoying their reunion. Wouldn't you disrupt their moment?" She quietly whispered something to Trunks. Upon hearing her words, Trunks' eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to Gohan and Bidalai as instructed. "Gohan, Bidalai, your room is still the same." Bidalai, still weeping, felt her face flush at those words. With tear-filled eyes, she appeared exceedingly endearing. Gohan chuckled softly upon hearing Trunks' remark. "That lad has grown up." Then, gazing tenderly at Bidalai's rosy cheeks, he said, "My dear, you mentioned wanting a child, didn't you?" Blushing with embarrassment, Bidalai lowered her gaze, suddenly recalling something. She said, "Now that you have returned, perhaps you should pay a visit to Aunt Kiki." Gohan shook his head, effortlessly lifting Bidalai in a princess carry. and dashed towards the familiar room. With a chuckle, he remarked, I visited Mother after my resurrection. She mentioned that you have been frequently visiting her, urging me to take you home swiftly. Bursting into the room, he closed the door behind them. The sounds of their conversation filled the air. Oh dear, in broad daylight. Gohan, how shameless of you. My dear, it has been ages since I last savored a dorayaki. Hush, Gohan. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, King Kai sent his congratulations. He was engaged in conversation with Jiang Ling and Bulma. Jiang Ling, you are remarkable. Gohan and the others have been revived. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small effort on my part. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. The voice of Sun Wukong resonated. Jiang Ling, thank you. It's all thanks to you. Bulma. It's been a long time. Upon hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Bulma was filled with a myriad of emotions. Wukong, indeed, it has been ages. How have you been? Haha, quite well. King Kai provides meals, and I don't have to work. A gentle smile graced Bulma's lips as she reminisced about the adventurous times of her youth, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. At that moment, Wukong continued, By the way, Bulma, I forgot to mention that Vegeta has not been resurrected. His sins are too grave. Even though he died protecting Earth, he cannot absolve himself of his past misdeeds. He spent 5 years in hell before being reincarnated. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Trunks' father, Vegeta, their time together had only spanned a year or two before Vegeta's demise. Over the past decade, Bulma had nearly forgotten his visage and harbored no lingering feelings for him, considering their brief association. Had Wukong not mentioned him, she might have completely overlooked that individual. A pang of discomfort struck Bulma's heart as she quickly turned to Jiang Ling, explaining, Jiang Ling, I have no feelings for Vegeta. You must believe me. Through their shared moments over the past few days, Jiang Ling had embedded himself in her heart. She feared that Jiang Ling might feel disheartened upon hearing Vegeta's name and was even more afraid of losing him. Seeing this, Jiang Ling leaned close to Bulma's ear and whispered softly, I do mind, you know. How will you compensate me for this? What do you intend to offer as compensation? Jiang Ling encircled Bulma's slender waist with one arm, smiling as he spoke. Bulma, taken aback, instinctively replied, What compensation do you seek? As Jiang Ling achieved her objective, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she softly whispered in Bulma's ear, From now on, you shall heed my every word, particularly regarding. Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she cast a shy glance at Jiang Ling. She playfully retorted, All you think about is that. Is that really acceptable? Very well, I shall follow your lead, Bulma replied, pressing her lips together and speaking in a hushed tone. Hearing this response, Jiang Ling straightened her posture, imbued with newfound confidence. The two engaged in hushed whispers, while King Kai and Sun Wukong exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of the nature of their conversation. Ahem. King Kai cleared his throat, prompting Jiang Ling and Bulma to realize they were still on the line. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, stating, Let Vegeta be reborn. It matters not to me. Ah, but aren't you with Vegeta? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Bulma's expression turned somewhat peculiar as she replied, Are you foolish? If someone is apart for just a few days, their feelings fade. Vegeta has been gone for over a decade. Would you have me remember him for a lifetime? Besides, there was hardly any affection to begin with. Indeed, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of hesitation, probed, Then what about Chi-Chi? Bulma rolled her eyes. Your Chi-Chi is not like me. She has always been infatuated with romance. After marrying you, she dedicated herself to managing the household. So enjoy your bliss. She spoke the truth, and Sun Wukong felt a surge of contentment within. In any man's life, such sentiments would prevail. Ahem, Bulma, about that. King Kai coughed lightly and said, The only one here who has not been revived is Sun Wukong, as he succumbed to heart disease. Could you see if it's possible to bring him back? Over the years, Sun Wukong had trained on King Kai's planet, consuming all of his provisions. In desperation, he had resorted to foraging for food on the planet. Now, witnessing the revival of others, he naturally wished to rid himself of this burden. Sun Wukong's voice echoed through. Jiang Ling, Bulma, please ask the dragon for us. If revival is not possible, that is acceptable too. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma, given their relationship, immediately acquiesced. It could be seen as a means to compensate for the regret of Sun Wukong's untimely demise. In the past, when Sun Wukong unexpectedly succumbed to a heart attack, there was no opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls, and thus he departed from this world. Their companions were engulfed in sorrow for an extended period. Chi-Chi, in particular, aged significantly overnight. Even Vegeta found himself devoid of the motivation to train, resulting in the emergence of the androids, which left the group ill-equipped to confront them. Vegeta failed to ascend to Super Saiyan and was ruthlessly overwhelmed by the androids. Jiang Ling. As Bulma's words left her lips, Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, his gaze shifting towards the long-neglected Namekian dragon. Apologies, noble dragon, I was momentarily occupied with a phone call. The dragon's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy, having lost all semblance of its former majesty. You may now articulate your third wish, I presume? Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded, inquiring. Is it possible for you to resurrect son Wukong? He succumbed to a heart condition. The dragon, upon hearing this, conducted a brief investigation. Ordinarily, a natural death from heart disease would preclude resurrection. However, since son Wukong's demise was the result of poisoning, it constituted an unnatural interference, allowing for the possibility of revival. This revelation startled Bulma. Both the North Kai and son Wukong exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They had initially believed his death was due to heart disease, only to discover it was a result of foul play. Jiang Ling murmured softly, casting a nod towards the Shenlong, who revived son Wukong. Upon hearing this, the Shenlong of Namek glimmered with a flash of crimson in its eyes. Your wish has been granted, until we meet again. With that, its form transformed into golden light and returned to the Dragon Ball of Namek, illuminating the sky as darkness yielded to brightness. Unlike the Dragon Balls of Earth, the ones here would not vanish after a wish, they remained in place. However, they too possessed a cooldown period, requiring a time lapse before they could be utilized again. In a swift motion, son Wukong materialized before his home at Baozi Mountain. Gazing at his own door, he felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. His once steadfast heart, now a maelstrom of nerves after years of tranquility. After a brief hesitation, he knocked upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from within. Who is it? Son Wukong's heart quivered. He recognized that voice all too well, having been accompanied by it through countless days and nights over a decade ago. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a qipao. Her hair, a mix of black and white, framed a face that had once been youthful, but now bore a few lines of age. Yet, it was unmistakably Chi-Chi. Chapter 83. Homecoming. Chi-Chi stood in a daze, staring at the man before her. It was the visage she had longed for through innumerable days and nights. Surely, this cannot be a dream. Indeed. Wukong and Gohan have returned. It is reminiscent of scenes from my dreams. If this is a dream, I wish to never awaken. In a state of reverie, Chi-Chi murmured to herself. Son Wukong stepped closer, enveloping her in his robust embrace, looking at her slightly aged yet beautiful face. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. Chi-Chi, this is not a dream. I have truly come back. His familiar voice reached Chi-Chi's ears, and as she felt the warmth of his embrace, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his chest. Whether dream or reality, the mere sight of him filled her with contentment. Wukong, please don't leave me again. I promise, I will never leave you again. Chi-Chi. Their eyes locked, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Their faces inching ever closer until a sudden interruption pierced the moment. Gurgle, gurgle. Son Wukong chuckled, patting his stomach. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. Honestly, you are something else. I'll prepare dinner right away, Chi-Chi replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she rolled her eyes. Tying on an apron, she glanced at Wukong. Come to the kitchen and keep me company. Huh, but I can't cook. Wukong scratched his head. Just come and keep me company. Chi-Chi glared momentarily, apprehensive that if she turned away, he might vanish once more. Wukong, upon hearing this, chuckled. Very well, I shall assist in washing the vegetables. Just refrain from causing any further disturbances, ensure they are thoroughly cleaned. If they are not, one may eat without fear of illness. Call Gohan back for a meal shortly. Do not interrupt Gohan. In a few days, he shall return with the bride. The kitchen echoed with their voices, an unceasing exchange, as if there were countless words yet to be spoken. In the Celestial Hall, a Namekian appeared at the center of the plaza. Garbed in celestial attire and wielding a scepter, his visage marked by age. This individual was the celestial being. He surveyed the dilapidated hall, his gaze melancholic. I never anticipated revival, he murmured. Yet, I am advanced in years, devoid of motivation. I wonder if Piccolo would be willing to assume the role of celestial being. At that moment, a vortex materialized nearby, from which a figure emerged. With a dark complexion, a sausage-shaped mouth, and attire reminiscent of an Indian. The figure caught the celestial being's eye, prompting a smile. It was Mr. Bobo. following the celestial being's death a year prior. He had awaited an heir but succumbed to slumber. With the celestial being's resurrection, he too awakened. Celestial being. It has been too long, Mr. Bobo wept softly, retrieving a handkerchief to dab his dampened eyes. Look at you, having lived for so long, and still shedding tears? The celestial being remarked with a smile. Mr. Bobo chuckled softly. Perhaps it is my sensitivity. Seeing your revival overwhelms me. The celestial being responded. That would be called sentimentality. On Namek, after wishes were fulfilled, Jiang Ling turned to Elder Muley. Elder, I have a matter I would like to entrust to you. Speak, the elder replied. The situation is such that although the celestial deity on earth has been resurrected, his lifespan is rapidly drawing to a close, and there is as yet no successor chosen to assume his mantle. Elder Muley remarked, So, you wish to ascertain if there are any candidates here who might be inclined to take on the role of the earthly deity? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Dandy stepped forward, saying, Allow me to take on this task. Upon witnessing this, Muley smiled and remarked, Certainly, with your lineage as a dragon. You are indeed well suited for this role. In the realm of Namek, the term dragon is reserved for those of exceptional talent. Only a genius can create Dragon Balls. And not just that, but they must be versatile. The Namekians are categorized into combat types, intellectual types, and healing types, yet a dragon genius excels in all three and surpasses the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Such is the essence of a dragon genius. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This way, Krillin and Gohan will be able to reach out to you at any time. After conversing with the other Namekians and exchanging greetings, Bulma prepared to take her leave and bid farewell to the esteemed Elder Muley. Jiang Ling, accompanied by Bulma and Dandy, utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. They arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where they encountered the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. They conveyed their intentions, and the Supreme Kai, who was considering retirement, readily agreed. He decided to retain Dandy, initiating his instruction on the responsibilities that lay ahead for the Supreme Kai. Jiang Ling and Bulma returned home. Upon arriving, Bulma began rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of something. What are you looking for? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. The Dragon Balls. I misplaced them after my last collection, she replied. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? You have no wishes left, do you? You don't understand. I wish to become young again. Jiang Ling scratched his head and remarked, I think you are quite well as you are. I like it. Bulma replied with a smile. You can become even better, grow younger, and your vitality will keep pace, making it easier to resist the ravages of time. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and deemed it quite necessary, subsequently adding one more wish to enhance her bosom. You lecher! Bulma exclaimed with a hint of reproach. Yet she did not decline. Having located 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma promptly made her wish upon exiting the base, desiring her body to be transformed into that of a 30-year-old. Coupled with her unique charm, she appeared mature and alluring, exuding an irresistible allure that stirred Jiang Ling's desires. Bulma, noticing his shift in demeanor, felt her cheeks flush. Bulma, could you assist me with something? He implored. Not now, let's discuss it later. We are in public. You promised that you would heed my words from now on. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle arc. Gazing at her with an expression that was neither a smile nor a frown, Bulma paused for a moment, lightly biting her crimson lip. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Well, you must be quite pleased with yourself. With a playful glare directed at Jiang Ling, Bulma crouched down. Jiang Ming experienced both pain and joy. As Bulma became increasingly adept, the pain dissipated, leaving only the joy. The matter reached a conclusion. Jiang Ling gazed upon the earth as it began to rejuvenate, with cities gradually rising from the remnants of chaos. He felt it was time to return to his own timeline. In truth, he could have departed long ago, yet hesitation lingered in his heart. After all, there was another Bulma waiting for him. He pondered the implications of whether she was aware of his entanglement with the Bulma from the future. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Nevertheless, the inevitable must come to pass. Having lingered here for such an extended period, it would be unreasonable to remain any longer. After Jiang Ling expressed her concerns to Bulma, Bulma let out a light chuckle. Then take me with you, and I shall have a word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling smacked her thigh in realization. Of course, women understand each other best, especially since they are essentially the same person. Chapter 84, King Cooled, Parallel Universe. In the original realm of Jiang Ling, there exists a bustling planetary base within the cosmos. Numerous spacecraft take off and land here, creating an atmosphere of constant activity. Within the base, King Kurter sits regally upon his throne, perusing the information presented by his subordinates. His brow furrows slightly, and he remains silent, occasionally tapping his fingers on the table, producing an erratic rhythm. An intangible pressure emanates from King Kurter, enveloping the surroundings. The two attendants behind him bow their heads, refraining from uttering a sound, fearful of incurring the wrath of their capricious sovereign, which could lead to dire consequences. After a prolonged silence, King Kurter sets aside the documents in his hands, as if resolved to take action. He initiates a communication with Sherlag. Yes, an attendant promptly responds. Soon, Sherlag appears on the large screen before King Kurter. He bears a resemblance to the Namekians, yet he is not one. It would not be entirely inaccurate to call him a Namekian, for Sherlag carries the bloodline of that race. He is a descendant of the Namekians who escaped the great catastrophe that befell their planet long ago, yet he did not grow up there. Thus, he cannot be considered a true Namekian. Sherlag appears aged, his skin sagging, devoid of the firmness of youth. Ah, Kurter, you actually took the initiative to contact me. He mocks. His legion stands as a bitter rival to Kurter's, each occupying their own territories and frequently clashing, neither willing to yield to the other. Humph, King Kurter scoffs. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I have a matter to discuss. Oh, the illustrious King Kurter seeks my counsel? This piques my curiosity, Sherlag replies, straightening his posture, evidently intrigued. Kurter inquires, Sherlag, as a Namekian, do you still speak the Namekian language? Indeed. My bloodline enables me to speak it without any learning. Why do you ask? Are you aware of the happenings on Namek? Not at all. Though I possess Namekian blood, I did not grow up on that planet, have no interest in it, and am quite uninformed. Sherlag shakes his head, his expression darkening. What exactly are you trying to convey? You aren't merely looking to amuse yourself with idle chatter, are you? If so, prepare for war. Not at all. The King of Kurd calmly gestured, subsequently revealing the matter of the Dragon Balls, expressing a willingness to collaborate. All he required was a singular wish. Upon hearing about the extraordinary Dragon Balls, Shrag maintained his composure, yet internally, he was elated. His physique had grown increasingly frail, and his strength had waned compared to his former self. Recently, he had also sensed a growing discontent among his subordinates regarding his position, which caused him considerable anxiety. The knowledge of the Dragon Balls arriving at this juncture felt like a fortuitous windfall. With this thought, Shrag narrowed his eyes and wickedly smiled, questioning whether the King of Kurd feared he might secretly lead a force to Namek. You may attempt it, the King of Kurd replied coolly, but should you do so, I will preemptively destroy the Dragon Balls and engage you in battle. If you wish to avoid a full-scale war with me, the choice is yours. At this, Shrag's smile faded. Given the scale of their respective armies, an all-out war would only result in mutual devastation, despite his malevolent nature and reputation for ruthlessness. He was not a fool. The prospect of obtaining two wishes merely by speaking was too enticing to dismiss. Anyone with sense would make the wisest choice. Very well. I agree to this arrangement, but I hope you will not renege on your word, he concluded before ending the call. One of the subordinates then inquired of the King of Kurd, Your Majesty, are you truly willing to grant him such a significant advantage? Could we not simply capture someone fluent in Namekian and make our wishes then? The king shot a glance at his subordinate and scoffed. According to the intelligence provided by my son Frisia's forces, Namekians would rather die than assist you in making wishes, even if they appeared to submit. There is a substantial chance it would be a feigned submission, leading to betrayal. From this perspective, I feel more secure in exchanging benefits with Shrag, at least. Under the calculus of mutual benefit, unexpected complications are less likely. Chapter 85, Return to the main timeline Earth. Goku had yet to return from Yardrat. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling remained in the future timeline. On Earth, tranquility prevailed, with no significant occurrences. Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu, Krillin, Yamcha, Vegeta, and others were diligently training across various locations. Prior to Jiang Ling's journey to the future timeline, he had informed them that the androids would emerge in 3 years, also detailing the dire circumstances that awaited them. Consequently, the Z-Fighters of Earth had thrown themselves into rigorous training upon hearing this news. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the skies above West City. One with black hair and the other with blue. It was Jiang Ling and future Bulma. Jiang Ling traversed through the system, returning from a temporal realm yet untouched by time itself. This experience cannot be classified as mere time travel. Rather, it is a leap between 2 parallel dimensions. Beneath them sprawled the vibrant metropolis of Shidu, where countless towering edifices stood in splendid array, and the streets thrummed with the incessant flow of pedestrians and vehicles. a veritable tapestry of modern urban life. The scene evoked a profound sense of nostalgia in future Bulma, just moments before in her own time. This very place lay in ruins as humanity endeavored to reconstruct their lives amidst the debris. Now, she found herself transported to a time before the calamity, witnessing a world where people thrived in peace and prosperity. Future Bulma's spirit felt somewhat disoriented, enveloped in an aura of surrealism. Jiang Ling observed her expression and instantly discerned her thoughts. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Bulma, this is indeed real, not a mere illusion. It has been quite some time since you last encountered Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, hasn't it? Come, let us proceed." Bulma from the future hesitated, her demeanor shifting to one of apprehension as she smoothed out her impeccably unwrinkled attire. "This may not be advisable. I fear they might perceive something unusual." Jiang Ling curled her lips in indifference and remarked, "What does it matter? You look younger now, they won't notice a thing." With that, she wrapped her arms around the slender waist of future Bulma and soared directly to the courtyard of Dr. Brief's residence in West City. Future Bulma glanced around, her eyes darting from east to west. Everything appeared exactly as it had in her memories from over a decade ago. It was as if time had reversed, creating a surreal sense of deja vu. Jiang Ling quietly remained by my side, offering no words. At that moment, Mrs. Brief approached from a distance, humming a cheerful tune while holding a watering can, seemingly intending to tend to the flowers. From afar, she caught sight of the future Bulma and Jiang Ling. "Oh, Jiang Ling, what a pleasant surprise to see you today." Jiang Ling smiled as he scratched his head and said, "Hello, Hmph. I occasionally accompany Bulma here." "Don't you think so, Bulma?" Future Bulma paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Yes, it's been a while since I last came by. Just thought I'd drop in today." Hearing this, Mrs. Brief appeared somewhat puzzled. "Bulma, didn't you just visit yesterday?" "Oh, did I? Haha." Future Bulma chuckled, brushing it off, nearly revealing her slip. Mrs. Brief scrutinized Future Bulma for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Ling, covering her mouth with a soft laugh, and remarked, "Being around your boyfriend certainly brings out a kinder side in you." Jiang Ling and the future Bulma exchanged a glance, shaking their heads with a smile. Truly, she is Bulma's mother, instantly perceiving the difference. Fortunately, it remained undisclosed. Otherwise, explaining it would have been quite troublesome. Jiang Ling's greatest aversion is to be troubled. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanied the future Bulma to pay a visit to Dr. Brief. Casually, he brought along a copy of an H magazine. "Oh, it seems that this issue of the magazine is set to be released next month. Jiang Ling, you truly are a star. Able to procure a magazine that has yet to be published." Jiang Ling, "Ah, what a surprise. When I acquired it in the future timeline, I failed to pay attention to the date. Fortunately, Dr. Brief's imaginative prowess can compensate for that." I paused for a moment. Jiang Ling and the future Bulma have departed. In response, the Briefs couple smiled knowingly, expressing their understanding that the youth must seize the moment and strive to bring back 1 or 2 grandchildren. Jiang Ling accompanied the future Bulma to his villa. The area was sparsely populated, adorned with breathtaking scenery, lush greenery, and the occasional sound of chirping insects. This serene environment was precisely why Jiang Ling chose to establish his home here. The garden of the villa was evidently well-maintained, exuding an air of order and care. "This is your home," the future Bulma remarked, taking in the surroundings and relishing the tranquility of the setting. Jiang Ling smiled broadly, comfortably seated on the stone chair in the courtyard. "What do you mean by my home? Bulma resides here as well. This is our home." At that moment, Bulma emerged from the villa, clad in fashionable attire and sporting a chic hairstyle. Her face lit up upon seeing Jiang Ling. "You're back? I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, about to rush forward. The next instant, she noticed the future version of Bulma standing in the courtyard, momentarily taken aback. The 2 distinct Bulmas, exuding entirely different auras, locked eyes, as if separated by time itself, a fateful encounter. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 86, The 2 Bulmas, in the courtyard. Jiang Ling languidly reclined on the chaise longue, basking in the gentle warmth of the sun that filtered through the gaps in the grand trees above, casting irregular patches of light upon him. Upon their meeting, the future Bulma, exuding familiarity, eagerly engaged the present Bulma in conversation. Their dialogue traversed a myriad of topics, from fashion and physique to shopping escapades and advancements in science and technology. As their discourse deepened, the 2 soon found themselves stepping into the villa's interior. Just before entering, the future Bulma shot Jiang Ling a reassuring glance, signifying her intent to put him at ease. Jiang Ling found herself unable to partake in their conversation and thus retreated to the garden for a moment of respite. In passing, she ordered a takeout. Unbeknownst to her, an hour slipped by. 2 Bulmas, one after the other, emerged from the villa. The future Bulma wore a gentle smile, while the present Bulma regarded Jiang Ling with a mixture of 3 parts anger, 3 parts reproach, 3 parts peculiarity, and 91 parts exasperation. Well now, Jiang Ling, you certainly know how to indulge yourself. Bulma approached, hands on her hips, tugging at Jiang Ling's ear with a fierce glare, her youthful and spirited demeanor unmistakable. It remained unclear what the future Bulma had shared with her, but she did not seem irked by the matters concerning Jiang Ling and her future counterpart. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling was still expected to take a stance. Hey, that hurts. Seeing this, Jiang Ling immediately admitted his mistake, saying, I was wrong, Bulma. It was my fault. That's more like it. How do you intend to make amends? Bulma released her grip on her ear, crossed her arms, and feigned anger. However, her gaze wandered occasionally towards the direction of the villa's bedroom. Make amends? Jiang Ling blinked. Bulma furrowed her brows, questioning, what? Do you not wish to compensate? Of course, I must. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Bulma's face as she had already devised a plan to punish Jiang Ling. She then commanded, go wash up and head to the bedroom. Jiang Ling, one must acknowledge their mistakes, and when facing consequences, one should stand at attention. Jiang Ling was drawn into the villa's bedroom by Bulma, where she was subjected to an intense ordeal. Ultimately, it was Bulma who could no longer endure and succumb to exhaustion, thus granting Jiang Ling her reprieve. With a complexion tinged with a rosy hue, Bulma extended her delicate, fair foot and weakly kicked Jiang Ling. You should go out tonight. I wish to sleep with my future self. This is your punishment. Faced with her declaration, Jiang Ling, resigned, raised her hands in surrender and stepped outside to invite future Bulma into the bedroom, allowing them to share the night together. As for him, he retreated to his side of the bed. The absence of a beautiful companion by his side was an unexpectedly delightful experience. Jiang Ling, unburdened by worries, slept more soundly, relishing the comfort of her own bed. In the bedroom, 2 friends engaged and whispered secrets. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a serene glow on the unopened takeout in the courtyard, merging harmoniously with the surroundings, creating a vivid tableau. The following day arrived. Jiang Ling awoke naturally from her slumber. After refreshing herself, she made her way to the kitchen. As anticipated, the future Bulma was already in the midst of preparing breakfast. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. He found himself irresistibly drawn to the future version of Bulma, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, her apron tied neatly around her waist. He stepped closer, pressing his body against her back, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his palms resting gently on her flat abdomen. He whispered softly, are you Bulma or the future Bulma? The future Bulma rolled her eyes and pouted. I can't believe you can't tell that I am from the future. Oh, Jiang Ling replied, a playful glint in his eyes. I don't believe it. Let me take a closer look. The future Bulma struggled slightly. Stop teasing. Bulma is still here. She had only just not seen her moments ago. It's not my fault. She was simply exhausted last night. Chapter 87, Address. After playfully teasing Bulma, Jiang Ling made no further advances and leisurely proceeded to the living room to await breakfast. After a while, the meal was ready. It consisted of the takeout from the previous night, warmed up, accompanied by eggs and milk. In Bulma's words, it was a means to replenish Jiang Ling's protein intake. Jiang Ling was quite unwilling at this moment. Did he still need to supplement? It seems you have yet to grasp the true extent of my capabilities. In the future, Bulma's face flushed slightly as she cast him a sidelong glance, saying, cease your prattling. Protein supplementation is beneficial for someone like you who engages in such intense physical training. Indeed, that is a valid point. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, having consumed yesterday's takeout. At that moment, Bulma also rose from her slumber. Her strength had significantly increased after ingesting the mutated divine beans, and her recovery rate was exceptional. Last night, she had appeared utterly exhausted, yet now she had regained most of her vigor. It was clear that the future Bulma could not endure such intense battles. Thus, Jiang Ling regarded Bulma and her future counterpart as possessing 2 distinctly different combat styles, considering their varying levels of strength warranted a tailored approach to care. You're up? Future Bulma exclaimed, astonished, for she was well aware of the grueling battle Bulma had faced the previous day. You seemed so fatigued yesterday. I thought you wouldn't be able to rise from your bed, so I hoped you would rest a little longer. Stretching, Bulma arched her back, her delicate nightgown accentuating her curvaceous figure. With a smile, She remarked, I owe my recovery to the mutated divine beings cultivated by Jiang Ling, alongside my regular training. My strength is quite commendable. Otherwise, with the intensity of his attacks, no one could withstand it, unless he were a tad gentler, much like he is with you. Upon hearing this, future Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, internally resonating with Bulma's sentiments. Everyone is well aware of Jiang Ling's remarkable prowess. Ahem. Let's stop the chatter and come over for a meal. Jiang Ling felt a touch of discomfort upon overhearing their conversation about her prowess in that regard. What is going on? Indeed, the two women, one with her arms crossed and the other with her hands on her hips, simultaneously glared at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, mustering his resolve, gestured dismissively, indicating that there was nothing of consequence to discuss. The two Bulmas, having abandoned the conversation, began to partake in their breakfast. As they savored their meal, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Jiang Ling interjected at an opportune moment, suggesting, considering that Bulma may be staying with us for the foreseeable future, and with two individuals bearing the same name in the house, it would be prudent to devise alternative titles for them. The two Bulmas exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of his remark. It would indeed be impractical to call them both Bulma, and the prospect of addressing them simultaneously in such a manner would lead to confusion. What shall we call them then? They inquired. Jiang Ling, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before turning to the future Bulma and said, Since you have come from the future, let us refer to you as Big Bulma for clarity. Big Bulma glanced at her own more voluptuous figure compared to Bulma's. Her expression somewhat peculiar. Surely you are not judging names based on physical attributes? Bulma remarked, having made the comparison herself. Goodness, it appears to be true. Jiang Ling, do you genuinely prefer the more ample? Bulma's voice floated over, tinged with intrigue. Jiang Ling abruptly rose to his feet, vehemently denying the allegations. No, it's not true. Don't make baseless claims. Yet, in truth, he harbored affections for all. Ugh. Both Bulma and future Bulma simultaneously scoffed. Shameless. If your female admirers were to discover this, they would undoubtedly abandon you in droves, and might even cast aspersions upon your character. Jiang Ling chuckled. If you want to unfollow, then go ahead. As long as I have you, that's enough. This statement, sweet to the point of being cloying, surprisingly resonated with the two Bulmas. Only you can be so cheeky, they teased. Haha, that's the truth. How can one call it being cheeky? Time drifted by. Before long, 2 months had passed. During this period, Jiang Ling successfully convinced the two Bulmas, experiencing a moment of double delight. However, that was the end of it. Although the two Bulmas were, in essence, the same person, they still preferred a one-on-one interaction, when both were simultaneously on her mind. Jiang Ling found herself darting between two rooms. What? The law? Jiang Ling is the mightiest being on earth, if he so desires. The annihilation of the planet is but a mere trifle. Moreover, altering the law is trivial for him. During this period, Bulma, much like Bulma, has enhanced her abilities through the cultivation of mutated senzu beans. She also dedicates some time to physical training, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of her strength. Although the mutated senzu beans are beneficial, their quantity offers little enhancement for Jiang Ling. It would be more advantageous to acquire authentic senzu beans. Over the span of 2 months, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Bulma have not merely remained confined within their home. The two Bulmas often venture out to shop for clothing and engage in scientific research at home. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling also takes time to explore, seeking out Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and others to assess their training progress. It must be noted that, due to the looming threat of the androids, their strength has advanced considerably. Among them, Piccolo and Vegeta have shown the most rapid improvement. Remarkably, Piccolo has unlocked his potential, surpassing even Vegeta in strength, something Jiang Ling had not anticipated. In the original narrative, Jiang Ling harbored a sense of regret regarding Piccolo's character. Now that Piccolo has developed, no longer relegated to a mere supporting role for the Saiyans, Jiang Ling feels a sense of satisfaction. As for Vegeta, it remains uncertain whether his diminished training sessions or the absence of gravity chamber workouts have contributed to his lagging strength compared to the original story. The path to achieving Super Saiyan before the arrival of the androids appears to be a long one for him. Others, such as Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, have made significant strides in their training, arguably progressing at a pace far superior to that of the original narrative, possibly a consequence of the enhanced gravity on Earth. Jiang Ling was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. His desire was for a plethora of blossoms to flourish, rather than merely two protagonists shining brightly, as in the original work. Chapter 88, The Tedium of Existence. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal spaceship hurtled towards Earth at an astonishing speed. How long until we reach Earth? Returning to the king, we have half an hour remaining. On the throne, the robust King Cooled held up his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Frieza stood silently beside the throne. In contrast to King Cooled's imposing physique, Frieza appeared diminutive, exhibiting a sleek, streamlined form devoid of the king's rugged muscularity, instead exuding an aesthetic elegance. Frieza, could you not simply obliterate this barren planet with a single strike? Must you go to such lengths to come here personally? King Cooled, with his fist resting against his chin, wore a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, Frieza's face contorted with malice. No, I shall not annihilate Earth just yet. I intend to make Jiang Ling's existence a living hell, eliminating each inhabitant before his eyes, allowing him to experience the depths of helpless despair. Each recollection of the final moments on Namek filled Frieza with an insatiable desire for vengeance against Jiang Ling. Shall I simply kill him? Such an act would not quell my rage. This time, he had brought his father, King Cooled, along as a precaution. What if revenge went awry? His father could still save him. Although his power had significantly increased since his resurrection, he remained uncertain in the face of Jiang Ling. Thus, he had specifically enlisted his father's assistance, King Cooled. In Frieza's view, only Jiang Ling, this Super Saiyan, posed a genuine threat. The others were but mere insects. Excellent. My son, you seek revenge. I fully support your endeavor to eliminate that Super Saiyan. King Cooled erupted in hearty laughter. Suddenly, Frieza conceived an even more delightful plan. Why not incapacitate Jiang Ling and then enslave the Earthlings? I shall make their lives a living nightmare. My son, proceed as you wish. Your father will always have your back, King Cooled chuckled, exuding a confidence that suggested to him all of this was merely trivial. Earth. A picturesque wilderness. Jiang Ling sat upon the verdant lawn, observing as Bulma and her counterpart, the elder Bulma, soared effortlessly through the air. Initially, they had no desire to learn the art of flight, considering it merely a means of transportation. After all, hovering vehicles were far more convenient. Not to mention the thrill of piloting an airship across the skies. Why squander precious time mastering the intricacies of flight? However, Jiang Ling held a different perspective. He believed that such technological marvels were merely tools for conveyance. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, one must rely on their own abilities. Thus, he insisted they undertake the study of flight. Furthermore, as his beloved companions, it was simply unacceptable for them to lack the skill of flight. Jiang Ling watched the two young women who could now fly at will, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, a malevolent aura emanated from the depths of outer space. Jiang Ling raised his head, furrowing his brow. Frieza? And another presence. King Cold? This cannot be right. I distinctly obliterated Frieza completely. How could he possibly return to Earth? Moreover, just as in the original narrative, he has come accompanied by his father seeking retribution. It is worth noting that in the original story, due to the impending explosion of Namek, Goku hastily departed without verifying whether Frieza had truly been vanquished. After the destruction of Namek, Frieza was granted a second chance at life, rescued by King Cold. Thus unfolds the saga of Frieza and King Cold's invasion of Earth. And now, Jiang Ling truly and unequivocally vanquished Frieza on Namek, even constructing a grave for him, and yet the planet did not explode. Many circumstances have shifted. How is it that Frieza still arrived with his father seeking retribution? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, a sudden spark of insight illuminating his mind. The only means to resurrect Frieza lay within the Dragon Balls. Recently, there had been no signs of wishes made with the Dragon Balls on Earth. Could it be that the resurrection was accomplished using the Dragon Balls from planet Namek? The Grand Elder and the others may be in grave peril. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for uncovering a shift in the storyline. You have been rewarded with the skill telepathic communication in 20 celestial beings. Jiang Ling merely cast a glance and chose to disregard it. At present, he lacked the inclination to engage in idle chatter with the system. What nonsense about romantic love stories. His sole desire was to vanquish Frieza and King Cold. At this moment, Bulma and her counterpart, the older Bulma, also sensed Frieza's ominous presence. They descended to the ground, observing Jiang Ling's expression with trepidation, and cautiously inquired, Jiang Ling, what is happening? This aura is utterly terrifying. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, forcing a grim smile upon his face. This is the aura of Frieza. He has been resurrected. However, there is no need for concern. Should he dare to return, we shall eliminate him once more. Each resurrection shall be met with swift retribution. Bulma's expression turned serious. I will join the fight. Count me in, Bulma added resolutely. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, you lack combat experience. It would be best if you did not go. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Remain at home and await my return. Bulma and Big Bulma discerned Jiang Ling's discontent, but wished to lighten the mood rather than let it become overly grave. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Be careful. Very well, we will await your return. Jiang Ling felt a warmth in his heart. With such an understanding girlfriend, what more could he desire? I shall take my leave now. Do remember to return home and cleanse yourselves thoroughly. Jiang Ling turned, his expression gradually transforming into one of cold-bloodedness, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Although his time spent with the inhabitants of Namek was brief, their genuine and kind-hearted nature had already led Jiang Ling to regard them as dear friends. How dare anyone lay a hand on my friends? They must be tired of living. Chapter 89. Pets on planet Beiji, the North King, idly passing the time, lay on the ground with a magnifying glass, meticulously counting the blades of grass on his planet. 1, 433, 223. 11, 451, 415. ZZZT. At last, he concluded his count, discovering there were 234 more than the previous tally. What a remarkable feat. Time to reward myself. As the North King stood up and stretched, preparing to treat himself, a sudden swish echoed through the air. Jiang Ling materialized before him. Astonished, the Northern Realm King jumped 3 feet into the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jiang Ling, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Ahem, Jiang Ling, what brings you here? Have you been longing for my company? He quipped, attempting to lighten the mood with a rather dry jest to alleviate the previous awkwardness. Jiang Ling blinked, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she remarked, Lord King of the North, those who harbor no guilty conscience need not fear the knocking of ghosts. You must have been contemplating some dubious endeavor, which is why I startled you. Cough, cough, not at all. The King of the North replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and deftly shifting the conversation. Let us not dwell on that. You have come to seek me for a purpose, haven't you? From the moment Jiang Ling appeared, the King of the North sensed an unusual tension in the air. After all, he had lived for countless years as a king. He could discern such subtleties. Previously, Jiang Ling had always exuded a calm and amiable demeanor, but today was markedly different. Well, since we are on this topic, Jiang Ling set aside her playful banter, her expression turning serious as she articulated the purpose of her visit. Lord King, I seek your assistance in probing the recent disturbances on planet Mexstar. Planet Mexstar? Indeed. That region falls outside my jurisdiction, but I will make an effort to investigate. As the King of the North spoke, his 2 antennae began to twitch with anticipation. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. What is the matter? Jiang Ling inquired. The Northern Realm King swallowed hard and replied in a grave tone. There has been a calamity on planet Mike. The Grand Elder has been imprisoned, others have been slain, and the remaining have been enslaved. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling took a deep breath. In truth, he had already anticipated this answer before his arrival, yet hearing it from the Northern Realm King himself ignited a surge of anger within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. This was not an expression of fear, but rather a struggle to suppress his rage. He feared that if he lost control, his fury might inadvertently harm the innocent, such as the Northern Realm King. Thank you, Your Majesty. I must take my leave. Oh, very well. The Northern Realm King could distinctly sense the fury simmering within Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling spoke no nonsense and instantly teleported back to Earth, materializing beside Piccolo. Upon sensing the malevolent aura of Frisia, Piccolo swiftly calculated the landing site of the spacecraft and promptly arrived at the scene. Observing Jiang Ling's sudden appearance, he showed no surprise. You've arrived? Your teleportation is indeed quite remarkable, Piccolo remarked with an impassive expression, clearly having deduced something. Jiang Ling nodded and inquired, Are you aware of the situation on Namek? Piccolo, with a somber expression, gazed towards the heavens. I can surmise a little, if Frisia has been resurrected. It seems my kin are not faring well. Among the warriors of Earth, Piccolo is widely recognized for his astute intelligence. Hence, Jiang Ling's deduction did not surprise him. He then remarked, I have just returned from the North Kai, where I confirmed this information. Indeed, Namek is as you suspected. Those wretched scoundrels. Piccolo exclaimed in fury upon receiving the news. During his time on Namek, he had learned much at the side of the Grand Elder. Furthermore, Despite having grown up on Earth, he felt a strong sense of belonging to the Namekian race. Namek could be considered his second home. Jiang Ling retrieved his mobile phone and launched an instant messaging application known as WeChat. This innovative platform was developed by the capsule company owned by Bulma's family. Upon its release, it swiftly garnered worldwide acclaim. Jiang Ling opened the group chat and promptly tagged all members. Jiang Ling sent a voice message. "Why are you all so slow? The enemy is nearly at our doorstep." With a whoosh, the voice message was dispatched. Several messages promptly appeared. Wu Fan, Uncle Jiang Ling, I'm on my way. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi and I are almost there. Clint, I'm en route. Yamcha video? Jiang Ling, perplexed, clicked on the video. The scene unfolded with vibrant lights and pulsating music. Yamcha was seen embracing a young woman, while a group of intimidating tattooed men approached. You dare to consume without funds? And to order a princess? You shall not leave without settling the bill today. The video abruptly cut off. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha sent another message. Brother Jiang Ling, I'm unable to break free. Please assist my little brother a bit. Help me out. Considering I am your manager. Jiang Ling, what on earth is going on with this Yamcha? After all, I am a global superstars agent. How can there be no money? Jiang Ling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Vic cast a fleeting glance and pondered. Is it possible that you have not been active for quite some time, meaning you have not taken on any roles, released an album, or participated in any variety shows? Prompted by Bic's observation, Jiang Ling suddenly realized the truth in his words. Indeed, it had been a considerable while since he last engaged in any professional endeavors. Perhaps he should consider giving Yamcha a raise? Yet, that seemed futile with such spending habits. Even the most generous salary increase would quickly vanish. Jiang Ling shook his head, choosing for the moment to disregard those trivial matters. He promptly transferred 5,000, instructing Yamcha to settle the bill and come over. Yamcha then sent another message, casually requesting 500,000 Sony coins. What a reckless extravagance. Jiang Ling, in a fit of anger, sent out a red envelope and subsequently turned off his phone. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, approaching with urgency and inquiring, Jiang Ling, what is happening? Wasn't Frieza supposed to be dead? He has been quite docile during his 2 years on Earth. Jiang Ling often sauntered over to his place, ensuring he refrained from engaging in any nefarious activities. As time passed, they grew somewhat acquainted. However, Vegeta's current ambition was to first surpass Kakarot, and thereafter, Jiang Ling. He harbored no intentions of destruction. In Jiang Ling's perspective, the true rival for Vegeta to surpass was Piccolo, as Piccolo's combat power had already exceeded 1 million. While Vegeta barely reached that milestone, Jiang Ling contemplated that after observing for another 6 months, he would arrange a gravity training chamber for Vegeta. Indeed, the Dragon Balls on Namek had resurrected Frieza, and now his father, King Cold, was also arriving on Earth. King Cold. Vegeta staggered back a few steps. As a former member of the Frieza Force, he was privy to certain intelligence. King Cold, Frieza's father. His power is even greater than that of Frieza. The two are coming together. Vegeta stifled his astonishment and turned to Jiang Ling, inquiring, do you have confidence? Yes, Jiang Ling replied, but I shall not intervene. Jiang Ling clearly sensed that Wukong's spacecraft was also en route to Earth. Thus, he resolved not to take action. What? You will not intervene? The Earth will face annihilation. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief at Jiang Ling's words. Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, I can handle the entire arena solo. So why are you all here? After a moment's contemplation, Bic responded, we thought we might lend a hand. It would be unwise to rely solely on you. There is strength in numbers. Vegeta let out a derisive snort. I have no desire to see you perish at the hands of others. Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled. Vegeta was indeed stubborn. Regardless of whether his motivations were for himself or for Earth, participating in the battle was undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended before Jiang Ling, revealing Gohan, Tien, and Krillin. Jiang Ling nodded at them. Suddenly, he noticed an animal trailing behind Gohan. A swift dragon. Jiang Ling was taken aback. This dragon, which only existed in the animated and theatrical versions of the original work, was a creation of the animation team. How could it be seen here? Jiang Ling was utterly perplexed. Wu Fan offered an explanation. This is my pet, who has accompanied me since childhood and insists on following me. All right, no worries. Just be cautious during the battle and ensure you don't get caught in the crossfire. Certainly, I will. Jiang Ling could not fathom this dilemma, so he resolved to put it out of his mind. What did it matter? Wu Fan had grown up in the mountains, devoid of childhood companions. However, having a rapid dragon accompany him proved to be beneficial for his development. Chapter 90. The third. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, he let out a low shout. It's coming. I'll count to a number, and we will bring down that spacecraft. The others were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes brightened in unison. Of course, how had they not thought of that? Without delay, they began to summon their techniques. Kamehameha Wave, Ki Blast, Energy Cannon, Super Magic Flash, Magic Flash. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, your Magic Flash has been upgraded, hasn't it? Hmph, that goes without saying. Your Magic Flash is off target. Adjust it. Oh, right. Got it. Meanwhile, inside Frisia's spacecraft, a subordinate hurriedly entered the chamber where Frisia and King Cold were present. Not good. Not good. King Cold, Lord Frisia. What is it? Why the rush? King Cold furrowed his brow and barked. Frisia also scolded. What are you panicking about? No matter how grave the situation, your kings are here to handle it. Speak clearly. But, no buts. All right. The subordinate took a deep breath and slowly began to explain. According to the control room, several attacks are approaching us, and once evaded, they will automatically track us down. After a pause, the subordinate continued. It has been calculated that the spacecraft's defensive shields cannot withstand these attacks. Upon hearing this, Frisia waved dismissively. How long until they hit the ship? Such trivial energy attacks, I can handle them myself. Let me check. The subordinate raised his hand to look at the watch. There's still 5 minutes. That is sufficient. Frisia grinned. The subordinate's voice continued. 4, 3, 2, 1. Frisia? King Cold. In the next instant, darkness engulfed their vision. Boom. The spacecraft exploded. On Earth, witnessing the explosion of the spacecraft, Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Tien, Shinon, and Gohan simultaneously ceased their efforts. Wiping the imaginary sweat from his brow, Gohan sighed. It truly has been quite a struggle for me. Jiang Ling observed as others gazed at the exploding fireworks, their lips curling into faint smiles. Clearly in high spirits. After all, how could one not feel elated after delivering a blow to a formidable adversary like Frisia, whose strength was immensely terrifying? As for whether they could triumph in the ensuing battle, that was a concern for another time. For now, they relished the moment. At that instant, from the ground, numerous dark specks appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the crowd. These were the fortunate survivors, the lesser minions who had managed to endure. 2 menacing presences surged forth, and with a swift motion, they materialized before the onlookers. Frisia and King Cold, the father and son duo, wore grim expressions as the minions settled around them. Their gazes fixated on Jiang Ling and his companions. Excellent. You have successfully provoked this king. King Cold intoned ominously. Frisia, is that so-called Super Saiyan among these individuals? Frisia's eyes locked onto Jiang Ling, a torrent of hatred igniting within him. Father, it is he. I shall never forget him. King Cold replied darkly. Very well. Shall I take the lead? No, father. Frisia shook his head. We agreed that I would go first. I shall engage him. And only if I falter will you step in. King Cold's expression darkened, yet he acquiesced to Frisia's wishes, refraining from intervening. Jiang Ling stepped forward, gesturing with his hand. Have you had enough? If you want to fight, then do so directly. Spare me your incessant chatter. Frisia seethed with rage internally, but managed to suppress it. He had not forgotten his plan, to make Jiang Ling witness the demise of the Earthlings one by one, tormenting his spirit. Minions, proceed and slay the Earthlings indiscriminately. With that command, the soldiers set off in various directions to hunt down humanity. Observing this, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes and said, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Gohan. I entrust this task to you. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, charging towards the minions and initiating combat. Among the minions were several formidable opponents, loyal subordinates of King Cold, proving to be quite challenging to confront. Jiang Ling gazed at Frisia, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Frisia, I have no desire to engage in combat with you. Frisia, with a gleeful grin, retorted, Oh, it seems you are aware of my current might. Are you afraid? Then submit and kneel like a dog. No, no, no. Jiang Ling replied, You are not worth my effort. Jiang Ling waved his hand and established a mental link with son Wukong, who was still en route to Earth. Wukong. Frisia has arrived on Earth. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. I rely on you. With a swift thought, the message was sent. Before long, a response from Wukong echoed back. Oh, really? I'll be there in an instant. My strength has improved significantly since our last encounter. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan and teleport at will. I am even more powerful than before. Leave Frieza to me. I seek vengeance. As for you, please hold on a moment while I locate the energy signatures of our comrades on Earth and teleport to them. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Now, all that was left was to wait for a while. Frieza, I shall have my subordinate take action. If you defeat him, I shall engage you in battle. Oh, which one? Is it him? Is it him? Or is it her? Frieza pointed towards the individuals who were currently engaged in combat. Jiang Ling shook his head. Frieza pointed at Gohan and the fast dragon. Are they the ones? Jiang Ling continued to shake his head. Frieza, perceiving this gesture as a deliberate act of humiliation, felt a surge of anger welling up within him. He pointed directly at the rapid dragon, who was engaged in vanquishing minions, suddenly sensing an invisible force binding it, rendering it unable to struggle. It emitted a desperate cry for help. Gohan, noticing this, revealed an urgent expression, shouting, Frieza, release him. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth, his smile exuding a sinister charm. He relished the spectacle of such poignant farewells. With his palm outstretched, he clenched his fist violently. The rapid dragon let out a piercing scream before exploding into a shower of debris. Rapid dragon! Gohan's voice echoed in a desperate roar. Damn it! Jiang Ling muttered a curse under his breath. The events had unfolded so swiftly that he had not yet had the opportunity to react, and the rapid dragon had exploded. How infuriating! Frieza! Gohan's eyes burned crimson, and his aura surged with ferocity. I shall annihilate you. His voice, imbued with a wild fervor, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The gazes of others were drawn towards him. Ah! Gohan's aura erupted with intensity. The flames surrounding him oscillated between translucence and clarity in a mesmerizing dance. Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dragonite held such a significant place in Gohan's heart. At that moment, a figure materialized beside Jiang Ling, revealing none other than the swift-moving Son Wukong. Oh, what is this? Gohan? Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation, declaring, indeed, he aspires to become the third Super Saiyan. Chapter 91, Vegeta's Resolve. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. This scene etched itself into his memory, reminiscent of the first time he witnessed it on Namek, in the moments before his demise. Jiang Ling's transformation into a Super Saiyan left an indelible mark upon his heart. At that moment, he once again beheld the haunting scenes reflected in the shadows of others. Son, why do your legs tremble? King Cold inquired, his brow furrowing. Father, that child is about to transform into a Super Saiyan. What is there to fear? His combat power is so feeble. How strong can a transformation make him? Steady yourself. Indeed, as Frieza pondered this, his confidence swiftly returned. Who is he? The illustrious emperor of the universe. How could he be intimidated by such a diminutive Super Saiyan? Moreover, his strength had evolved significantly since his time on Namek. He had diligently trained for several days. After all, at that moment, Gohan's aura surged to an unprecedented level. Ah, my rapid dragon! The crowd was moved. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. In that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Gohan's disheveled hair transformed into a radiant gold. His light green eyes glimmered with an unyielding resolve. A golden flame enveloped him. Blazing fiercely, Frieza, I shall send you to hell. Gohan directed a cold, powerful gaze towards Frieza, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Not far away, Piccolo observed Gohan's transformation, feeling the overwhelming aura that was now 50 times stronger than before. His eyes widened in astonishment. So this is the Super Saiyan. How terrifying. During the events on Namek, he had remained by the Grand Elder's side and had not witnessed Jiang Ling's transformation, yet he could still sense the aura. Now, Gohan's energy bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Ling's at that time. Piccolo was certain this was what Jiang Ling had described as the Super Saiyan. Vegeta was also watching Gohan, and as he witnessed Gohan successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, a deep sense of resentment flickered in his eyes. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, drawing blood without him noticing. Damn it! Kakarot's half-breed son has managed to become a Super Saiyan before me. I am a Saiyan royal with the blood of elite warriors. Vegeta's emotions were a complex tapestry of bitterness, envy, jealousy, and self-loathing. It was one thing for Jiang Ling to seize the title of the first Super Saiyan, but now the second was not even him. Resolving to himself, he muttered a goal. I shall become the third Super Saiyan. Nearby, Jiang Ling overheard this declaration and addressed Vegeta. No, 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 Vegeta, you are mistaken. Son Goku is the second Super Saiyan, and Gohan is the third. You will have to settle for fourth. What? Vegeta finally noticed that Goku had returned. Kakarot, when did you come back? Are you a Super Saiyan too? Goku scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile as he replied, yes, I learned instant transmission on planet Yardrat, since I was too far from Earth. I took a spaceship halfway. Jiang Ling communicated with me telepathically, informing me that something was amiss on Earth, so I teleported back. As for becoming a Super Saiyan, I achieved that during my training on Yardrat when I faced an enemy. I broke through while assisting in the battle. Listening to Goku's explanation, Jiang Ling cast a surprised glance at him, nodding slightly. Goku's disposition had always been commendable. His ability to transcend to Super Saiyan was unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. However, Jiang Ling did not anticipate the manner of his breakthrough. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, and erupted with fury as he launched a frenzied assault on the nearby foes, growling, I will surpass all of you. Jiang Ling could only shake his head slightly in response. Meanwhile, on Gohan's side, a golden aura enveloped his small, defiant figure. Indeed, it was defiance. Just having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan struggled to control his emotions. The negative feelings associated with the transformation manifested vividly as his anger and pride surged. Frieza, you shall pay the price. In an instant, Super Gohan vanished from sight, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Frieza, delivering a powerful strike to his temple. Boom. Frieza, caught off guard, attempted to block the attack with his crossed arms. Yet, Gohan's furious blow was not easily deflected. Frieza felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, leaving it numb. Following that, a powerful kick landed squarely on Frieza's chest. In his frantic attempt to defend himself, Frieza was unprepared and was struck directly in the chest by Gohan's kick. Bam! His chest caved in as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the rocks. Hmph, is that all you've got? Gohan sneered, but this isn't enough. I want you to accompany the dragon quickly to the afterlife. Gathering energy orbs in his hands, he hurled them towards the direction where Frieza had fallen. With both hands working fervently, the energy orbs rained down like a torrential storm. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, debris soaring into the air, enveloping the scene in a cloud of smoke and dust. Jiang Ling gazed at the scene before him, then glanced at Vegeta, his expression somewhat peculiar. Wasn't this Vegeta's signature technique, the prince's fighting style? To his astonishment, Gohan had mastered it as well. Jiang Ling had not anticipated this. However, given the circumstances on the battlefield, such an assault was insufficient to incapacitate Frieza. Indeed, amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure darted towards Gohan. The latter hesitated momentarily before retaliating with a powerful punch. The collision of Frieza's and Gohan's fists unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, compelling the surrounding combatants to cease their skirmishes. Observing the arena, it was evident that both adversaries had separated, each bearing wounds and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Jiang Ling slightly shook his head and said to Wukong, who was intently watching the battle, these two are already panting, utterly exhausted. Wukong, you ought to prepare something for Gohan to replenish his strength. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Piccolo had finished dealing with his opponent and approached them. All taken care of? Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Very well, let us proceed together. After Jiang Ling concluded his words, he cast a glance at the fierce clash between Gohan and Frieza. The two combatants danced through the sky with mesmerizing agility. Their relentless assaults erupted in a cacophony of powerful sounds and vibrations, resonating with a thunderous intensity. Jiang Ling turned his head and instructed Wukong beside him. Wukong, I leave this to you. Remember, do not hold back. I will take Piccolo and leave. Wukong, puzzled, asked, where are you going? To Namek, came the reply. All right. Make haste and return swiftly. Wukong did not inquire further, as he had already seen enough of the spectacle. It was time to take action. He cast a cold glance at King Cold. Frieza and his cohorts had repeatedly violated other planets, and in Wukong's eyes, they were beyond redemption. This time, he would not show mercy. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. The white clouds above transformed into golden ones under the intense golden light, a breathtaking sight. With golden hair and golden brows, and eyes of a pale green hue, Wukong's expression was indifferent as golden flames blazed around him. He shot straight toward King Cold. Not far away, Vegeta, having just dealt with his opponent, felt his teeth grind in frustration at this scene. Chapter 92. He truly. On Namek. The sky was dark and the atmosphere oppressive, as if one were being choked. In one area, the Namekians, clad in tattered garments, labored weakly to move stones. Nearby, several menacing aliens wielded whips, viciously berating the Namekians to hasten their pace. Any sign of delay was met with merciless lashes. These wretches. It's not satisfying unless we strike them. One alien chuckled. Indeed, this job is incredibly enjoyable. Coming to Namek was a wise choice. If it weren't for the Namekians being hermaphrodites, I'd have a go at them myself. My friend, that's a flawed argument. Being hermaphroditic doesn't preclude enjoyment, does it? You have a point. Perhaps I shall try it another day. The two overseers laughed, and another whip struck a Namekian. Listening to the agonized cries, the overseers displayed a perverse satisfaction. My friend, the king made the right choice in coming to Namek. Not only has he regained his youth, but he has also solidified his position within the ranks. One overseer whispered. The other one retorted sharply. Is that something you should even say? Yet you are correct. A few were eyeing the king's waning strength and considering a coup for the commander's position, but now they have quieted down. As they exchanged gossip, their energy grew. At that moment, two figures appeared not far away. Who goes there? One overseer shouted. In the next instant, he recognized the newcomers, a human and a Namekian. Look at that clean appearance. They must be fresh arrivals on Namek, regardless of how they came. Now that they are here, they shall become our playthings, he sneered. That human looks pristine. No problem, brother Jia. Listen to the voices of these individuals. As Jiang Ling and Piccolo furrowed their brows simultaneously, they surveyed their surroundings. Upon witnessing the tragic state of the Namekians, their anger ignited. Piccolo advanced directly, and several overseers had barely registered his presence before he stood before them. With a swift motion, Piccolo delivered a lethal strike, severing the head from the body of one overseer, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Flee. The overseer known as Jiegu collapsed in terror, scrambling backward on all fours. The others fared no better. Flee? Piccolo scoffed, his eyes emanating a fierce light that incinerated the remaining overseers into ash. Only Jiegu remained, still crawling desperately on the ground. With a mere flick of his fingertip, a resounding explosion echoed as Jiegu let out a blood-curdling scream, his right foot detonating. Piccolo's expression remained impassive as he gestured again, resulting in the detonation of Jiegu's remaining left foot and both hands, blood splattering across the ground. Silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by Jiegu's anguished cries, which resonated eerily in the somber atmosphere. Die, Piccolo uttered coldly. A beam of laser shot forth from his fingertip, obliterating Jiegu's body in a violent explosion, scattering flesh and blood, nourishing the earth beneath. Witnessing the demise of the overseers, the oppressed Namekians approached. One of them inquired, Who are you? Jiang Ling and Piccolo exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeper. For the Namekians, even in the depths of darkness, recognizing one another was a simple task. Yet now, how could they fail to do so? We are Jiang Ling and Piccolo. Upon hearing these words, the Namekians visibly exhaled in relief. In the next moment, they erupted into cheers. How wonderful! How wonderful! Oh, Jiang Ling, Piccolo, it is truly a blessing that you have come. Thank you. Thank you both. Jiang Ling and Piccolo waited for a moment, allowing their emotions to stabilize. Observing their visibly malnourished physiques, he finally inquired about the situation. Upon understanding the circumstances, it became clear that the Namekians traditionally do not require sustenance, provided there is sunlight. Their antennae harness solar energy to synthesize starch, fulfilling their daily needs. However, in the absence of sunlight, their demands cannot be met, resulting in a decline in both stamina and vision. Prolonged deprivation could ultimately lead to exhaustion, starvation, or demise by violence. As for the current plight of Namek, it was a month prior when several spacecraft descended upon the planet. In a swift and merciless assault, they slaughtered and enslaved the inhabitants of various villages, capturing the Elder S-Guardian, the combat-ready Namekian Nailu, along with the Elder himself. They seized 7 Dragon Balls and, through an unknown method, summoned the Eternal Dragon. After resurrecting Frisia, one of the spacecraft departed. The subsequent wishes plunged Namek into darkness and rejuvenated their leader. Upon learning these details, Jiang Ling immediately recalled a certain individual, likely responsible for these events, Slug, a villain from the Dragon Ball film series, notorious for his malevolent heart. It is well known that the narratives of the films do not exist within the original Dragon Ball timeline, belonging instead to parallel dimensions. Yet, the appearance of Slug did not surprise Jiang Ling, particularly with Gohan's Speedy Dragon also making an appearance. One could hardly deem the emergence of Slug excessive. "You have suffered greatly," Piccolo solemnly remarked. "We have arrived too late." "Please refrain from such words," Jiang Ling replied. "This calamity befalls Namek, and we are profoundly grateful for your assistance." Jiang Ling listened quietly, refraining from uttering a word. To speak candidly, the calamity that befell the planet Mecha is ultimately intertwined with Earth. It all originated from the actions of Earth itself. If one were to assign blame, it must rest upon Vegeta, were it not for Vegeta's invasion. By heavens, I shall return and deliver a sound thrashing to Vegeta. Jiang Ling pondered thoughtfully. Glancing nearby, he noticed the Namekian who had been transporting stones. Jiang Ling inquired, "Why are you tasked with moving these stones?" One of the Namekians replied, "It seems our leader intends to establish a stronghold on Namek, constructing a fortress. Thus, we have been assigned this duty." Jiang Ling nodded. "I understand. You all should rest well. I will accompany Piccolo to resolve the matter." "Indeed, trust us, and soon we shall bask in the sunlight once more." Piccolo patted a Namekian's shoulder. "I am profoundly grateful to you all. Your immense kindness will be etched in my memory forever." Jiang Ling and Piccolo turned. Soaring towards the castle, the air rippled around them, their speed astonishing. Jiang Ling had previously saved our planet, Namek, and now returned to assist once more. Piccolo, a fellow Namekian, rushed over the moment he heard of the troubles plaguing our world. Their commitment moved me to tears. Chapter 93, Slag. Within a castle, Slag devoured a sumptuous feast before him, taking a hearty swig of beer. Wiping his mouth, he bellowed, "Delightful, truly delightful." He chuckled heartily. Just a month prior, he had felt aged and weak, his power eclipsed by the vigor of youth, his position precarious within the legion he had established. However, after agreeing to the demands of King Cooled, everything transformed upon his arrival at Namek. He felt rejuvenated, his strength restored to its zenith, and he had reshaped Namek to his desires. Most gratifying of all was witnessing the Namekians, who bore his likeness, suffer at his hands. Such scenes delighted his wicked heart. His previously restless subordinates now behaved like docile kittens, no longer daring to entertain rebellious thoughts. Slag reveled in the resurgence of his supremacy. Once construction was complete, he intended to establish Namek as his stronghold, continuing his campaign to conquer the cosmos. With his youthful vigor, unifying the universe was not beyond his reach. As he fantasized about his promising future, one of his subordinates rushed in, panic-stricken. "My lord, this is dire. My lord, trouble is brewing." Slag furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What is this frantic behavior? Do you wish others to think my subordinates lack decorum? Speak slowly. Is there anything in this realm, or even the universe, that I should fear?" The subordinate hesitated, stammering, "Ah, yes, my lord, no problem, my lord. The matter is thus: a human with a tail, alongside a Namekian, is rampaging through the city under construction, liberating Namekian slaves from the dungeon." "Oh." Slag raised an eyebrow, calmly sipping his beer. He responded languidly, "Now that is the way to speak. As for them, they seem somewhat formidable, but before me, they are merely jesters. Relay my orders. Let those beneath my power deal with them." "What?" The subordinate was taken aback. Slag's eyes widened. "What do you mean, what? Do I need to clarify?" "The very ones who coveted my position before. Send them to handle this. Humph, if I do not impose some hard labor upon them, they might truly think I am made of clay." Oh, very well, my lord. No problem at all. I shall inform them immediately, my lord." The subordinate promptly retreated. Slag smiled faintly, leisurely slicing into the perfectly cooked, aromatic meat before him, savoring each bite despite the cacophony of roars and screams echoing from outside. As if nothing had transpired at all, he lifted his goblet, indulging in a hearty gulp of beer, relishing the effervescence dancing upon his tongue. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded. "Oh no, my lord." The door burst open with a force that startled Slag, causing him to spew out the beer he had just swallowed. Coughing, he turned to see it was the same subordinate from before. Slag glared, exclaiming, "What on earth? Do you have no eyes? Did I not just instruct you? Why the haste? Next time you enter, could you at least knock? If they're essaying next time, your life will be forfeit." "Oh yes, my lord." The subordinate replied, retreating and shutting the door behind him. A question mark slowly emerged above Schlag's head. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded, tap, tap, tap. Schlag. The subordinate, now clad in a formal suit, entered slowly, bowing respectfully. Esteemed Lord, I have come to report a matter. Schlag was momentarily speechless. To put it in the vernacular of certain circles, family, who understands? I was completely at a loss just now, and now I simply wish to enjoy my beer. The delightful kind that makes one stomp their feet with joy. He delicately dabbed his lips with a napkin from the table, clearing his throat. Speak. I am listening. Very well, my lord. I shall report now, the subordinate said leisurely. I received your orders earlier to send those individuals out to battle. As soon as they went up, can you guess what happened? Schlag inquired, what happened? To learn how the story unfolds, please stay tuned for the next installment. Schlag. Speak normally. Do you believe I will annihilate you? Oh yes, my lord. The subordinate continued. It was quite simple. They went out and were annihilated in an instant. Schlag's eyes widened. If you had said that sooner, it would have saved us all this unnecessary chatter. He then fell into contemplation. He was well aware of those individuals' capabilities. To be annihilated upon engagement? Though he had regained his peak strength, such swift defeat seemed implausible. Therefore, it followed that the adversary was stronger than he. Schlag reached this conclusion. Despite his own mental shortcomings, he could still discern strength from weakness. However, he deduced another revelation. Goodness. The opponent must have employed some method. My current prowess can be deemed as among the pinnacle of the universe. Could they possibly surpass me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Schlag abruptly shook his head. He addressed his subordinate. I shall personally confront them. You have performed admirably. Which department do you belong to? I will notify the finance department to grant you a bonus. His subordinate revealed a peculiar smile. His appearance began to transform, gradually morphing into a human-like figure with a tail. Respectful Commander Schlag, I hail from Earth, and my name is Jiang Ling outside. A robust Namekian entered, carrying several corpses. I am a Namekian from Earth, known as Piccolo. Schlag. You all? Indeed, my lord, I just played a trick on you. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Chapter 94, The River of Chu and the Han Boundary. Who are you? Where are my subordinates? Schlag's eyes widened as he stood up abruptly. Jiang Ling and Bick exchanged a glance. Despite their prior preparations, they were rendered speechless by Schlag's nonsensical demeanor. How could he still not realize that it was Jiang Ling who initially masqueraded as his subordinate? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Schlag then noticed the lifeless body in Bick's grasp. I understand now. You are enemies. Bick discarded the corpse onto the dining table, remarking, It seems you haven't completely lost your wits. With an energy orb forming in his hand, he hurled it forward. Boom. An explosion resonated. From the outside, the castle appeared to have a gaping hole, akin to a bite taken out of an apple, with thick smoke billowing forth. Coughing ensued as the room lay in ruins, completely devastated by Bick's energy blast. Yet, Schlag remained unmoved, for the earlier attack had inflicted no harm upon him. Clearly, Bick was unwilling to squander any more time and spoke directly. Schlag, you torment and enslave the Namekians, invading their planet and transforming it beyond recognition. This I cannot tolerate. Surrender, and I shall grant you two choices, self-awareness or death at my hands. Bick's voice was cold and resolute. Schlag surveyed the chaos around him and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So, you came here for such a trivial matter? What a shame about the unfinished food. He scoffed. Invasion? Enslavement? Massacre? He brushed off the dust from his attire, his expression shifting from mirth to a sinister grimace. This world has always revered the strong. Is there anything wrong with what I have done? I believe there is not. Only those with strength deserve to possess everything. Who are you to stop me? Upon hearing this, Bick paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. You are not wrong in your assertions. However, I too can retaliate, provided my strength surpasses yours. Schlag's lips curled into a wicked grin as he replied, Then let us see what kind of power allows you to speak so arrogantly. With that, he exerted himself, his muscles bulging as an ominous black aura enveloped him. A terrifying, malevolent energy erupted forth. Demonic forces? Jiang Ling was taken aback. This was not his fault. The original work provided scant descriptions of the demon race, resulting in his profound ignorance regarding them. Jiang Ling even felt that the conception of the demon clan was merely a device to account for the incessant emergence of inexplicable villains. This notion is not without merit. Indeed, the demon clan. Piccolo wore a grim expression. He was no stranger to the demon clan. For the father he had been vanquished by the young Goku belonged to this very race. It seemed that evil could reach such a magnitude that it could be designated as demonic. Take for instance Schlag, who, with his malevolent heart, emanated dark energy not long ago. Leave this matter to me, Jiang Ling. I shall avenge the elder and my kin, Piccolo declared solemnly. How shameless you are. Jiang Ling felt somewhat speechless. He too wished to take action. However, considering Bic's profound feelings for Namek, he refrained from further comments. Instead, he inquired with genuine concern. You have not fused with the Supreme Kai. Are you certain you can prevail? Jiang Ling's concerns are not without merit. At this juncture, Bic's strength has progressed rapidly, nearly assimilating the power of Neru as depicted in the original narrative. However, Shrag stands on equal footing with King Cold Frisia, a testament to his formidable prowess, which suggests that Bic is certainly not a match for him. Hmph. The corners of Bic's mouth curled upward. You are yet to witness the full extent of my power. Oh? Jiang Ling's curiosity piqued. He was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by Shrag. Have you finished your little chat? Or do you intend to disregard my presence? Jiang Ling nodded in response. How infuriating. Prepare to meet your end. Shrag's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Ling. Yet, at that moment, Bic stepped in front of Jiang Ling, absorbing the blow. Fueled by rage, he leaped and delivered a crushing kick. Shrag raised his arm to block, but the castle beneath him could not withstand such tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the castle collapsed. Boom. Bic and Jiang Ling managed to escape just in time, while Shrag was buried beneath the rubble of the fortress, which lay in ruins, shrouded in dust and smoke. This crumbling castle is nothing more than a shoddy construction. Bic's expression remained indifferent. Jiang Ling smirked, retorting, Isn't it rather a result of your overwhelming strength? As he spoke, the debris erupted, and a figure shot forth with lightning speed, almost instantaneously appearing before Bic. Bic swiftly raised his arm to defend himself. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Bic's right arm was twisted and exploded upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Shrag launched another punch, striking Bic squarely on the cheek. Bang! Bic was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several large boulders and rolling across the grass, unable to rise for some time. Shrag stood still, coldly observing. Is this the extent of your power? Wasn't your earlier bravado rather audacious? Jiang Ling's expression turned icy. The news of the incident on Namek had already pushed him to his limits. However, at the behest of Piccolo, he had suppressed the fury within him. Now, witnessing Piccolo in such a battered state, subjected to mockery, he could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, golden light erupted, heralding the arrival of the Super Saiyan. In an instant, before Shrag could comprehend the situation, Jiang Ling materialized before him. With a mere gesture, Shrag was met with a barrage of blows, leaving his green visage visibly swollen. You? What do you mean by you? Jiang Ling delivered a powerful punch to Shlash's abdomen. Instantly, the latter knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, and expelled a mix of bitter fluids and food remnants. What do you mean by I? Jiang Ling shot a glare, delivering a knee strike that sent Sherlager soaring into the sky. How dare you inflict such a wretched state upon Bic, recklessly wreaking havoc on Namek? It seems you hold me in utter contempt. Jiang Ling's gaze was devoid of warmth. With fingers splayed, 10 beams of light erupted from his fingertips, instantly piercing through Shlag's body. A chilling scream echoed throughout Namek, evoking sorrow in those who heard it, bringing tears to their eyes. Thud. Schlag fell to the ground, his fate uncertain. As Jiang Ling prepared to advance and utterly annihilate him, Shrag rose once more. Under the influence of the malevolent black aura, his wounds visibly healed. Oh, it seems I must shatter your heart into smithereens. Jiang Ling immediately discerned the weakness. With his current prowess, accomplishing these tasks was effortless. At that moment, a voice broke through. Ahem, Jiang Ling, allow me to take over. Upon witnessing the dire state of Piccolo, Jiang Ling could not bear to see him in such anguish and spoke gently. Piccolo, you may attend to the minions. I shall handle this wretch. Coughing slightly, he added, I am more than capable. Piccolo rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a faint smile directed at Shrag, he remarked, Is this all the strength you possess? Following this, he exerted himself with fervor. Whoosh. In an instant, his exploded right arm regenerated. Such was the remarkable talent bestowed upon him by the Namekian legacy, the ability of limb regeneration. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly and gracefully leaped aside, entrusting the battlefield to them. With his presence, this conflict served as a valuable trial for Piccolo. Piccolo flexed his arms. A wave of his hands summoned a verdant glow that enveloped him. His wounds gradually began to mend. This was the slow healing technique imparted by the elder. A sinister smile crept across Shrag's face as he cast a wary glance at Jiang Ling, noting his apparent disinterest in intervening. He then declared, "Even so, you remain nothing but refuse. Do you truly believe this meager strength can challenge me? Prepare to perish." With that, he unleashed a beam of light. Piccolo swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught. "You'll soon discover the extent of my ferocity." Kaioken. Piccolo's physique surged dramatically, muscles rippling with newfound power. A crimson aura ignited around him, amplifying his energy tenfold. Tenfold Kaioken. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. "I recall that you have never been to Planet King, have you? How is that so?" he inquired. "During the time you ventured into the future, I requested the celestial being to escort me to Planet King, where, under the tutelage of the North King, I engaged in a unique form of cultivation," Piccolo elucidated. Jiang Ling suddenly realized the truth. Under such circumstances, her ignorance was quite understandable. Piccolo snorted. "So, do you wish to control all the information?" "No, I merely possess a rather curious nature." Jiang Ling waved her hand and replied with a smile. Piccolo refrained from further trivialities, propelling himself forward, the grass beneath him rolling back, soil splattering, leaving behind a crimson trail. In an instant, he appeared before Shrag. Bang! Piccolo delivered a swift sidekick, which Shrag barely managed to block with his arm. Staggering back a few steps, his eyes narrowed. The force had increased tenfold compared to before. "Hmph, as long as you understand." Piccolo pressed the advantage. His fists ignited with red flames, striking rapidly upon Shrag's form. The velocity and might of his blows produced a sound akin to the rending of air, creating a flurry of fist shadows. Initially, Shrag could withstand the onslaught, but soon the strikes became more frequent, and he found himself on the defensive, sustaining numerous injuries. "Enough," Shrag bellowed, unleashing a surge of dark energy. An ominous aura pushed Piccolo back several paces. "Do not mistake my silence for weakness." Shrag's dark energy surged, causing his form to swell even larger. His power intensified tenfold, a terrifying black mist spiraling upwards. His visage grew grotesquely fierce, his sanity gradually slipping away. "Ha ha ha. This is the essence of power." Jiang Ling observed from the sidelines and suddenly recalled that Sherlocker possessed a remarkable skill capable of amplifying his power tenfold. It had been so long since he had watched the theatrical version of Sherlocker that this detail had slipped his mind. After all, recognizing Sherlocker now, after all those years since childhood, was already quite an achievement. One could not expect too much. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Bic. Without a subsequent move, he found himself in peril. Sensing the surging malevolent aura emanating from Shrag, Bic inhaled deeply. It appeared that victory could not be attained without unleashing his ultimate technique. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from him. Bic summoned every ounce of his energy, his veins pulsating with intensity. Crimson flames surged skyward, creating a dichotomy of forces against the ominous black mist. Jiang Ling found himself ensnared in this precarious battleground. Chapter 95, Terror. Bic's energy surged once more. 20-fold Kaioken. 30-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold Kaioken. The terrifying red flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. Hiss! Jiang Ling inhaled sharply. For even with his formidable prowess, executing the 50-fold Kaioken was exceedingly arduous. Yet, Piccolo, who was undeniably inferior in strength, managed to unleash such an astonishing 50-fold. This revelation would astound anyone. The North KO. How could Piccolo wield such a potent Kaioken? Jiang Ling discreetly conversed with King Beijia. The voice of King Beijia resonated. "I never anticipated that you would uncover it. When Bic first arrived here, I recognized his potential. After teaching him the King's Fist, I realized that the unique constitution of those from Namek harmonizes remarkably well with the technique. Therefore, you understand now, don't you?" Jiang Ling nodded, suddenly enlightened. He even drew a parallel. "This is quite similar to the relationship between Bulma and myself. Our physical compatibility is exceedingly high, which is why." The North Kai interrupted his example. "Ahem, let us not delve into such matters. Are you flaunting this in front of a single man like me?" Jiang Ling consoled. "Do not misunderstand. That is precisely what I mean." After terminating the call with the Northern Realm King, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and concluded that it would be best to leave the battlefield to them. He ascended to a distance, producing a table and a chair. He then retrieved a platter of delectable barbecued delicacies and a case of beer, all the while observing the distant conflict with great delight. Two figures, one clad in red and the other in black, stood resolutely atop the ruins of the castle. The aura emanating from them crushed the debris beneath into dust. Without uttering a word, they engaged in direct combat. Amidst the radiant glow of crimson and ebony, an array of techniques unfolded in rapid succession. Dust swirled into the air. The earth trembled as if quaking, and the cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated incessantly. Eventually, the two combatants withdrew, each bearing wounds, yet neither could claim victory over the other. Their gazes locked, as if sharing an unspoken connection, they unleashed their most formidable ultimate moves. Slow healing spell, demon, piercing, light, kill, cannon, ultimate, evil, annihilation, cannon. The radiant blast of the piercing light kill cannon, intertwined with a crimson hue, collided with the pure black ultimate evil annihilation cannon. In an instant, a blinding luminescence enveloped Bake and Schlage, even engulfing Jiang Ling, who was merely a spectator. The world faded into darkness, as if all sound had ceased, rendering the moment profoundly pure. After what felt like an eternity, the brilliance subsided, revealing a colossal crater in the ground, within which lay the two combatants. While only Jiang Ling remained standing, he glanced down, noting that Bake and Schlage were both barely clinging to life, yet they had not succumbed to death. Jiang Ling, I implore you, came the faint plea. Jiang Ling nodded slightly and approached Shrag's side. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Shrag stammered, his voice trembling. Observing the feeble figure of Shrag, Jiang Ling's expression remained stern. You should consider yourself fortunate. Your opponent this time is not me. Otherwise, you would have been annihilated in an instant. Shrag's eyes widened in terror. To dare lay a hand on my friend. You may rest in peace, Jiang Ling uttered, extending his hand as a blast of energy struck Shrag. Boom. In an instant, Shrag was reduced to ashes, leaving only the echo of his anguish cry lingering in the air. Jiang Ling stood in place, gazing at the desolate battlefield before him, momentarily engulfed in a sense of melancholy. The wind howled, chilling as the waters of the Yi. Ahem, enough with the poetry, please, lend me a hand. Came the voice of Piccolo. The toll of the final move had been immense. Coupled with the forced utilization of the 50-fold Kaioken, his body had now become immobile. Jiang Ling cast him a sidelong glance and uttered, wait. With that, she dismissed him with a flick of her words. Jiang Ling's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a child from Namek, none other than Dandy. In this timeline, Dandy had yet to journey to Earth to become a deity. Jiang Ling swiftly brought him along. Otherwise, it would have consumed considerable time. Uncle Piccolo, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? He exclaimed. Cough, cough. Dandy, you arrived just in time. Please assist me in my healing. I shall attend to it immediately, Dandy declared, as his hands emanated a verdant glow directed towards Piccolo's wounds. In the next moment, a miraculous transformation unfolded before their very eyes. The injuries on Piccolo's body began to mend at an astonishingly visible pace. Before long, he found himself sitting upright, gazing at his hands in astonishment, and remarked, Dandy, I had heard tales of your remarkable healing abilities, yet witnessing it firsthand is truly astonishing. You have healed me in an instant. Oh, it was nothing. Dandy replied, feeling a touch of bashfulness as he scratched his head. Jiang Ling remarked beside him, he is indeed one of the Dragon Clan prodigies from Namek. A polymath possessing unparalleled skills in healing, combat, and wisdom, as well as the ability to create Dragon Balls. Truly formidable. Had the Supreme Kai not been split in two, he would have undoubtedly been a genius of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing this, a distinct glimmer illuminated Piccolo's eyes. Prior to the onset of battle, the Namekians had been relocated by Jiang Ling and Piccolo to a safer place, thus mitigating the impact of the conflict on them. However, a number of individuals still sustained minor injuries. There was no remedy. The sheer magnitude of the battle had rendered the entire planet affected. Jiang Ling, Bick, and Dandy arrived at their designated location. Only a handful of Namekians remained, all gathered here. Great Elder, we have returned, Jiang Ling announced. I cannot express my gratitude enough. You have once again saved Namek. I am at a loss for words. My deepest thanks to you and Bick. The Great Elder rose, his eyes brimming with appreciation. The crowd encircled them, voicing an array of heartfelt thanks. Jiang Ling waved his hand and smiled, stating, I did not contribute much in this battle. It was primarily Piccolo. Piccolo also waved his hand, responding, we are all kin. There is no need for excessive gratitude. The two conversed for quite some time, and only then did the enthusiasm of the crowd begin to dissipate. Jiang Ling sat beside the elder, remarking, Elder, given the current circumstances, planet Namek appears to be on the brink of collapse. The Elder, with a troubled countenance, replied, Indeed. I too am deeply concerned. The Namekians rely on photosynthesis to synthesize starch, fulfilling their daily needs. However, under the wishes granted by Slag, they are deprived of sunlight, leading to significant complications. The most immediate consequence is that the Namekians are unable to survive. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls of Namek, having already fulfilled a wish, cannot be utilized for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, the Elder continued, Our digestive organs remain intact. We can hunt some creatures and cultivate vegetables, which should sustain us for a while. We can then use the Dragon Balls to make a wish when the time is right. Chapter 96. Return to Earth. At this moment, planet Namek lay in ruins, ravaged by the Slag Legion. The battle between Piccolo and Slag had inflicted grave wounds. From the vantage point of space, a gaping hole marred the surface of Namek, reminiscent of a bite taken from an apple. This is untenable, one lamented. You are aware of Namek's dire state. Following the recent conflict, we are beset by tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, a relentless barrage of natural disasters. Not to mention the impending acid rain. What options remain? Cite another. Surely, we cannot simply flee to another planet for refuge? While there is a spaceship left behind by Slag, the journey would consume considerable time, and none among us are capable of piloting it. Suddenly, a thought struck. Wait. The remnants of Slag's forces may attempt to escape in the spaceship. Jiang Ling rose, a stirring within his heart. He vanished without a trace. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. In the distant sky, a brilliant firework erupted, heralding the descent of the spacecraft. Baiku. Dandy. The Grand Elder. The crowd. Jiang Ling has returned, blinking his eyes. Why do you all gaze at me in such a manner? The Grand Elder let out a rueful smile. The spaceship is gone. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. I possess the ability to teleport. I can simply take you to Earth for a while. What? You actually have such powers. This is magnificent. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. The crowd erupted in cheers. Beside them, Pick looked on at the jubilant assembly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dandy lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling. Pick. Thank you for vanquishing the Slag Demon King. Pick nodded slightly, remaining silent. Subsequently, Jiang Ling, Pick, Nailu, and Dandy, those endowed with a modicum of combat prowess, soared across Namek, searching for any straggling kin and simultaneously eradicating the remnants of Slag's faction. Eventually, they all reconvened at the gathering point. Jiang Ling, how many individuals can your teleportation accommodate at once? Pick inquired. Jiang Ling pondered, perhaps 4 or 5. In that case, we will need to transport them in batches. Can you endure such a strain? Pick expressed his concern. Fear not. I am capable, Jiang Ling assured. Jiang Ling smiled briefly before commencing the journey to Earth. After making over 10 round trips, he finally completed his task. The planet Mike had transformed into a desolate wasteland, inhabited solely by creatures devoid of intelligence. Jiang Ling felt a sense of compassion for these animals, whose flavors remained a mystery, as they were absent from Earth. Jiang Ling licked his lips, having hunted down several creatures to bring back to Earth. But why hunt them? Would it not be more beneficial to bring them back for breeding and fattening? Jiang Ling asserted that he possesses intellect. Regarding the matter of biological invasion, he would certainly refrain from such actions. Reflecting upon his previous life, he is deeply pained by the numerous delectable creatures that faced extinction due to the encroachment of foreign species. The thought of this brings him immense sorrow. If every species were not deemed rare, there would be no need for wildlife conservation. Without the necessity for conservation, these creatures would become mere sources of sustenance. Naturally, they would require artificial breeding to ensure safety. Returning to Earth, the battles here have also come to a close. Jiang Ling entrusted the resettlement of the Namekians to Bulma, for she alone possessed the capability to accommodate such a multitude. Jiang Ling also expressed his opinion. At appropriate times, they could be allowed to assist in the factory. Bulma and Bulma immediately rolled their eyes, exclaiming, "What wicked capitalists!" After the Namekians entrusted their tasks to Bulma and her companions, Jiang Ling made his way to the battlefield on Earth. The Earth warriors had yet to depart. Apart from Goku, the others had all sustained varying degrees of injury. Even Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, was not exempt. After all, his fundamental combat power remained somewhat inadequate. Despite the 50-fold increase in strength that came with the Super Saiyan transformation, facing Frieza was still quite a challenge. Ultimately, It was Goku who lent his assistance, and together, the father and son unleashed a combined attack that ultimately vanquished Frieza. Jiang Ling fell into a moment of silence, realizing that it was imperative to elevate the proficiency of the Earth Warriors. Otherwise, when the artificial beings emerge, apart from Goku and his son, the rest would surely face utter annihilation. On the battlefield, the lifeless bodies of King Cold and Frieza lay sprawled on the ground, alongside the scattered remains of their subordinates. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows and commanded, "Eliminate all these corpses." The crowd responded with surprise. Oh. They began the task of clearing away the bodies. However, unbeknownst to them, a few flying mechanical insects were making their way towards the northern capital. Once the cleanup was completed, Jiang Ling turned to Krillin and engaged in conversation. "Krillin, how have you been lately? How is the actress I introduced to you?" Krillin scratched his shiny bald head and replied apologetically, "Not bad. We are still in talks." "That's good to hear. Men should be a bit bolder," Jiang Ling encouraged. You know me. I tend to be quite shy." "Keep it up." Jiang Ling gently patted his shoulder, suggesting that they should dine and drink together another day before turning away. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Gohan. "How has your studies been progressing?" Gohan, having returned to his usual demeanor, replied with a smile, "It's going well. I have not neglected my training either." "Did Chi-Chi not mention your absence?" "Fear not. I slipped out discreetly," he chuckled. Chapter 97. The Transformation of Vegeta. Jiang Ling gently patted son Wukong on the shoulder. "What happened? Why did it take so long for you to return from Adratstar?" Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Well, the people there are quite nice. But some unforeseen events occurred, and I stayed behind to assist. It was during that battle that I unexpectedly broke through to Super Saiyan." Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging that Wukong's strength had indeed improved. Upon reflection, it seemed that under his influence, both Wukong and Vegeta had progressed at a considerably slower pace compared to the original storyline. Conversely, others had made remarkable advancements. Even Gohan could transform into a Super Saiyan, and Piccolo was now capable of standing on his own. One could only remark that the whims of fate are unpredictable and sometimes paradoxical. At that moment, Tien approached. "Jiang Ling, I heard that you have a gravity training room." "Indeed. What of it?" "Well, I would like to train there. Since returning from King Kai's planet, I have been unable to endure the lack of 10 times gravity, and training has become rather ineffective. Although Earth's gravity has been increased by 0.5 times, it remains insufficient for me." The slow growth of his strength weighed heavily on Tien Fan's mind. After contemplating his words, Jiang Ling replied with a smile, "How about this? I will arrange for a gravity training room to be constructed for you, so you can train regularly." "Really?" Tien Fan's eyes lit up with excitement as he expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you, Jiang Ling. I am at a loss for how to repay you." "Oh, what are friends for? We trained together in the Heavenly Temple, after all." Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile. The time spent training in the Heavenly Temple, when he was still weak, remained one of his most vivid memories. Krillin also spoke up, saying, "Jiang Ling, remember when we were on the spaceship heading to Namek? You promised me that you would set up a gravity training room for me. Surely, you haven't forgotten?" Did I?" Jiang Ling scratched his head, having completely forgotten about it. Perhaps he had been preoccupied with other matters, leading to a lapse in memory. "Indeed, it seems that once you've found a woman, you forget your brothers," Krillin asserted confidently, recalling the promise. He murmured softly, "I truly can't fathom how you ended up with that fiery woman." Jiang Ling shook his head with a chuckle, intending to pat Krillin on the shoulder, but due to the disparity in their heights, he ended up tapping the gleaming top of Klin's bald head instead. "Very well, if you call me Big Brother, I shall make arrangements for you." "Big Brother?" Arrangements." Jiang Ling chuckled, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Piccolo and Goku also requested access to the gravity training room. An invaluable tool for enhancing their strength, why not take advantage of it? At that moment, a figure soared into view from a distance. "Big Brother! Everyone! I have arrived." "Did I come too late?" The crowd gazed at the newly arrived Yamcha, rendered speechless. "You only show up now after the battle is over? Where have you been all this time?" After Yamcha's arrival, he took it upon himself to clear the battlefield of fallen minions and gather the scattered wreckage of the spacecraft. After chatting for a while longer, the group gradually dispersed. Jiang Ling initially intended to invite them to stay for a gathering, yet they all declined, citing the urgency of their cultivation and the pressing concerns surrounding the androids. In the end, only Jiang Ling and the taciturn Vegeta remained at the scene. Vegeta's gaze flickered restlessly, as if he were grappling with some internal turmoil. "Jiang Ling, Kakarot, and Kakarot's son have all transformed into Super Saiyans. If I do not catch up soon. Vegeta gritted his teeth, ultimately resolving himself. Well, Jiang Ling, regarding gravity training. I understand. I shall provide you with a plan. Jiang Ling gazed at the astonished Vegeta, smiled softly, and continued, I have witnessed your transformation and will surely reward you accordingly. However, the most crucial point remains, you shall never surpass me. Vegeta. Chapter 98. Fusion. When Jiang Ling returned home, it was already evening. The luminous moonlight bathed the surrounding rocks and vegetation, imparting a unique ambience. The villa's lights were soft and inviting, as if awaiting someone's return. As Jiang Ling opened the door, Bulma and Bra approached him, each taking hold of one of his arms. Both donned loose-fitting tops, their fair and delicate thighs exposed to the air. Jiang Ling was immediately enveloped in a warm softness on both sides. A glance from his perspective revealed the alluring curves of Bulma and her counterpart, juxtaposed against a vast expanse of pristine whiteness. You're back. Shall I give you a massage? Darling, you must be tired. Allow me to attend to you. A perplexing question mark gradually materialized above Jiang Ling's head. What on earth? This treatment felt akin to a dream. Jiang Ling momentarily lost her focus, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Are you suggesting I should serve you? She mused. What are you thinking? I meant to say that I would prepare some noodles for you in the kitchen. Dabuma's face flushed slightly, casting a playful glance. That glance was imbued with a myriad of charms. Haha, just when I was feeling peckish, I shall leave it to you then. Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh as he watched the voluptuous Bulma sway her hips into the kitchen. His gaze shifted to the other side, where Bulma, usually feisty like a little wildcat, displayed a rare tenderness and consideration. He playfully pinched her cute nose and chuckled. What has gotten into you all today? You have me utterly flabbergasted. Bulma gently pushed him onto the sofa, her delicate hands massaging his shoulders. What else could it be? It's merely a reward for your tireless training, she teased with a playful grin. Jiang Ling reveled in the soothing massage, his body and mind fully relaxed. Upon hearing those words, he chuckled softly. I am well aware of your ways. Undoubtedly, there is something you are concealing from me. Speak freely. We have shared our truths countless times before, and we are hardly strangers. Bulma paused her movements, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Leaning close to Jiang Ling's ear, she whispered, in truth, the news of the incident on Planet Meat struck me as remarkably gallant. It resonates deeply within me, as if it has touched a tender chord in my heart. After all, Bulma and I are essentially one and the same. Her feelings mirror my own. Sensing the warmth near his ear, Jiang Ling felt a surge of heat within him. He reached out and embraced her. With a gasp, Bulma found herself pressed against him. Let us engage in a game, she proposed, turning on the television and selecting a game. Each took a controller, and the fierce battle commenced. Bulma observed the chaotic scene in the living room, feeling somewhat at a loss. She merely intended to prepare some noodles. Yet the room had erupted into a whirlwind of excitement. What could she do but retreat to the kitchen and wait for the tumult to subside? An hour later, just as Bulma could no longer bear the anticipation, the hostilities finally waned. With a sigh of relief, she tidied herself and prepared to step out. Only to find that at that moment, Jiang Ling entered with a carefree demeanor, his gaze falling upon the rosy cheeks of Dabuma. With a mischievous grin, he approached her directly. I want to play a game. Dabuma replied, sure. You say one, I say one. One little child takes a flight. You say two. I say two. Two little children braid their hair. You say three. I say three. Three little children munch on cookies. An hour drifted by, and the sounds of water could be heard from the bathroom, accompanied by the hushed voices of the two women. Jiang Ling relished the sensation, savoring the freshly heated noodles with great delight. He fell into a momentary state of enlightenment, his thoughts crystallizing into clarity. He began to contemplate the matter of artificial beings 2 years hence. He pondered whether to address the issue now or to allow the artificial beings to serve as a formative experience for individuals like Wukong and others. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ling felt somewhat conflicted. At that moment, two women, wrapped in towels, emerged from the bathroom, laughing and chatting merrily. Jiang Ling, as a promising young individual of the new century, could not contain himself. With swift determination, he ascended to the rooftop terrace amidst gasps of astonishment. There, he unveiled fine wine, delectable food, and a grand bed. Jiang Ling reclined upon the bed, with each hand embracing a Bulma. The luminous moonlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in an exquisite allure. Jiang Ling, this may not be appropriate, sleeping out in the open like this. It's somewhat. Bulma murmured softly. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. What is it? Bulma replied with a smile. She seems a bit shy. Oh, Sister Bulma, aren't you shy? Bulma inquired, somewhat taken aback. Bulma shook her head, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ling, and remarked with mild irritation, back when Jiang Ling and I were on the rooftop. I lost count of how many times we have grown accustomed to it. Besides, there's no one else here, so you needn't worry. Bulma remained silent, yet still felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not just the open balcony that unsettled her, but also the presence of another woman sharing the moment. She was unaccustomed to such situations. Previously, circumstances had never permitted the three of them to be together. Bulma, discerning her thoughts, playfully winked at Jiang Ling, suggesting, Bulma is still a bit shy, isn't she? Jiang Ling immediately understood and his hand began to mischievously reach towards Bulma's armpit. Oh dear. Jiang Ling, stop it, I'm no longer shy. Haha. The three leaned against the head of the bed, savoring fine wine while gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the sky. Their hearts gradually settled into tranquility. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a month passed. On this day, Piccolo arrived alone at the sacred temple. In the plaza of the temple, the Earth's god and Mr. Bobo had already been waiting. Accompanying them was a young Namekian child, Dandy. At this moment, Dandy had grown significantly since a month prior, having undergone training in the hyperbolic time chamber under the guidance of the god, who also imparted upon him the responsibilities and powers befitting a deity. Indeed, in this timeline, young Dandy had accepted Jiang Ling's proposal to become the new god. You have arrived. I have come. You could have arrived later, but I am here now. In the end, you have come. Indeed, I have arrived. Then let us commence. Have you made up your mind? Well, my lifespan is rather short, and it is fortuitous that I can merge with you, allowing our life essence to become whole once more. Chapter 99. Dragon Ball. My life is nearing its end. Merging with you would be immensely beneficial, the Earth's god said with a smile. Piccolo pondered for a moment before responding. For this fusion, I wish to take the lead, as you are aware. The god chuckled heartily. Fear not. Your personality shall remain yours. I will merely provide the knowledge I have accumulated over the years. Very well, let us fuse then. In truth, Piccolo had long sensed that his power had reached an impasse, and upon inquiry, he discovered that this was due to the incompleteness of his life essence. A fusion with the god was essential for further enhancement. Coincidentally, the Namekian had come to Earth for a stay, and the god had proposed the fusion. Initially reluctant, Piccolo had resolved his hesitance after the battle with Shrek. He recalled Jiang Ling's words about the fusion with the god, which would render his life essence whole, thus unleashing his full potential. Place your hand upon my chest, the god instructed. Nodding in agreement, Piccolo extended his hand to rest upon the goddess' chest. At that moment, Mr. Bobo spoke up. God, I will miss you. Dandy also wore a face of reluctance, having developed a bond with the god during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Bobo, little Dandy, the god revealed a gentle smile. Thank you for your care. I shall remain by your side in another form. I entrust the sacred temple to you henceforth. In a moment of divine brilliance, a blinding light erupted, enveloping both the Supreme Being and Piccolo. With a resounding roar, the luminescence transformed into a beam that soared into the heavens, scattering the clouds surrounding the platform of the Supreme Temple. An overwhelming aura was unleashed. Across the earth, various individuals paused in their pursuits. Tien Shinon, practicing beneath a waterfall. Yamcha, engrossed in his duties at an entertainment agency. Krillin, on a date with a prominent star. Master Roshi, watching a film. Goku and Gohan, hunting in the woods. Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber. And Jiang Ling, admiring blossoms with two Bulmas in the courtyard. Each turned their gaze toward the direction of the Supreme Temple, astonished. What is this? The essences of Piccolo and the Supreme Being have merged. Have they fused? This power is extraordinary, a stark contrast to what it was before. Uncle Piccolo, I must challenge him to a sparring match someday. Ultimately, they have fused. This aura exceeds my wildest expectations, having reached a strength akin to the transformations of Goku and Gohan into Super Saiyans. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, casting aside the enchanting allure of the two Bulmas, and employed instantaneous movement to arrive at the goddess temple. As the brilliance dissipated, the robust and youthful form of Piccolo revealed itself. He gazed incredulously at his hands, acutely aware of the surging power within him. Is this the strength that comes with fusion? It's overwhelming. Piccolo turned to Mr. Popo and Little Dandy, nodding in acknowledgement. The latter two could perceive the divine essence emanating from Piccolo. Divine being, is this what you meant by another form of companionship? Woa, you truly have moved me to tears. Mr. Popo extracted a handkerchief to dab at his eyes. Jiang Ling approached with a smile and said, God Piccolo. Piccolo, unable to maintain his composure, cleared his throat and replied, although I have merged with the divine, I am still Piccolo. You need not refer to me as God Piccolo. Very well, Piccolo, came the response. Jiang Ling chuckled, surveying Piccolo with an approving nod from time to time. Piccolo, feeling a chill run down his spine under Jiang Ling's gaze, took a few steps back, declaring, I am not interested in that. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Where on earth did you acquire such nonsensical information? Logically speaking, a pure 10-year-old child like Bick should be incapable of encountering such knowledge. The breadth of the heavenly deity's wisdom is beyond your imagination, Bick remarked. Jiang Ling suddenly realized. It turned out to be the knowledge of the celestial deity. This made perfect sense. Given that the celestial deity had existed for such a long time and had observed the world from the celestial palace, it was hardly surprising to possess such insights. Jiang Ling turned to Mr. Bobo and Dandy. With the divine being now gone, the Dragon Balls should have reverted to stone. Dandy should be able to restore them, right? Dandy nodded affirmatively, stating that it was indeed possible, provided they had the model. By infusing it with special energy, he could accomplish the task. Mr. Bobo, time is of the essence. Let us procure the model and restore the Dragon Balls at once. Should the model be unavailable, I would need to create a new one, which could take half a year. Dandy was growing increasingly impatient, for his homeland awaited the Dragon Ball's wishes. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo retrieved a set of Earth's dragon model from behind him. Just as Dandy was about to cast his spell, Jiang Ling interjected. Wait, are you certain you can enhance the Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes, like those from Namek? Dandy pondered for a moment and then replied, yes, it is feasible. Jiang Ling continued. Is it possible to lift the restrictions on resurrection? For instance, allowing one to be revived regardless of how many years have passed since their death, or permitting multiple resurrections. Dandy pondered for a moment before responding, it should be feasible. Are there any additional conditions? They concurred, acknowledging that only by reactivating the Dragon Balls or upgrading them could the rules be altered. That is all. I am not insatiable, and I find contentment easily. Jiang Ling waved his hand. Dandy remained silent, while Beak and Mr. Bobo exchanged glances. Indeed, your lack of greed, coupled with the numerous conditions you have set forth, makes it quite easy to fulfill your desires, they agreed. Dandy sat upon the ground, his hands glowing as he focused on the Earth Dragon model. The others awaited in stillness. Time passed slowly. Sweat trickled down Dandy's brow, soaking his garments and pooling on the ground beneath him, revealing the effort he was exerting. At long last, through Dandy's relentless endeavor, the Earth Dragon model emanated a brilliant golden light, transforming into 7 radiant beams that shot forth in all directions, descending upon the Earth. All right, this should suffice, Dandy declared with a smile as he concluded his task. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling greeted and produced the Dragon Ball radar, ascending into the sky and rushing towards Earth. In a short while, he was gone. Jiang Ling has returned, cradling 7 Dragon Balls in his hands. Now we can make a wish, Dandy exclaimed. Could you first restore Namek? It remained shrouded in darkness. As an Namekian, he undoubtedly yearned for his home planet to return to its former glory. Jiang Ling chuckled. I originally collected the Dragon Balls for this very purpose. Chapter 100. Achievement of 100 chapters. It has been decided. Emerge, Shenlong. Suddenly, the sky darkened, shrouded in a heavy gloom, devoid of stars and moonlight. The cities on Earth flickered to life with lights. In a certain location, dozens of Namekians were gathered. Any Earthling who happened upon them would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at the sight of so many Piccolo-like beings before fainting. The Grand Elder seemed to sense something, glancing towards the Heavenly God Temple with a nod of approval. The Earth, Shenlong. It appears that Dandy has officially assumed the mantle of the Earth's Heavenly God. Elder Muley remarked, this child Dandy possesses remarkable talent. Yet it is regrettable that he must remain here at such a young age. Indeed, he may be young, but with Piccolo's guidance, he will flourish, the Grand Elder responded. Moreover, serving as the Earth's Heavenly God is indeed a commendable choice. The platform of the Heavenly God Temple radiated a magnificent golden light, transforming into a colossal divine dragon. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the divine dragon. This reawakened dragon appeared considerably larger than before. Is this a result of its upgrade? It has been quite a while, divine dragon. You have certainly grown both in size and stature, Jiang Ling remarked. The divine dragon. Upon closer inspection, recognized the familiar figure of Jiang Ling, but still cleared its throat, maintaining its majestic demeanor. Ahem, your words are somewhat misleading. I am still in my growth phase, and it is entirely natural for me to grow in size and strength. Jiang Ling blinked and retorted. Could you refrain from being so vulgar in your speech? What do you mean by growing larger and thicker? Clearly, you were the one who mentioned it first. The divine dragon shot a fierce glare. Jiang Ling smiled indifferently and said, all right. I shall pretend I didn't hear that. Now, make your wish. The earth dragon took a deep breath and declared, please state your wish. You may articulate 3 wishes. Wishes? Oh, you can actually make 3. Jiang Ling. Dandy. Mr. Bobo. The first wish is to restore Namek to its original state. The second wish is to resurrect the Namekians who were slain by the Slug Gang. Upon hearing this, the earth dragon ceased to deliberate and promptly entered into action. Its eyes flashed a crimson light, then flashed again, a phenomenon succinctly termed the double flash. The wishes had been granted. The dragon spoke in a deep voice. On Namek, the black sky that had persisted for 2 months instantaneously regained its brilliance. Sunlight poured down upon the wilting flora, breathing a semblance of life back into them. The devastation wrought by battles, landslides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions was restored to its former glory, as if nothing had ever transpired. The buildings in the village were also restored. And those Namekians who had been killed by Slug reappeared within the village, bewildered and exchanging confused glances. Soon, one of them reacted, exclaiming, it must be the earth that has brought us back to life. Indeed, our dragon can only resurrect one individual at a time. This time, it was surely the earth that revived us. The last time, it was the same with Frisia. We are eternally grateful to them. The crowd embraced one another tightly, erupting in joyous celebration. Most of them had experienced death twice and now understood the true value of life. Meanwhile, on Earth, Jiang Ling articulated his third wish, to summon the former member of the Ginyu force, Guldo, before him. He had not forgotten that during their time on Namek, he had allowed Guldo to escape. Indeed, Guldo, that diminutive figure of the Ginyu force, possessed the extraordinary ability to halt time. Jiang Ling had long harbored a yearning for this. The previous occasion he spared Guldo was due to acquiring a trivial skill from him upon signing, which led to his release. This time, however, Jiang Ling wished to try again. After all, it was a peculiar ability to pause time. Yet, the functioning of all things adheres to certain laws. Jiang Ling surmised that Guldo's time suspension could only halt the time in his immediate vicinity. To suspend the time of the entire universe? That seemed far-fetched. Such a feat was utterly impossible for someone of such feeble stature. However, with sufficient strength, it might not be unattainable. Moreover, in this world of Dragon Balls, Jiang Ling was uncertain whether deities of destruction or angels existed. Should they be present, an attempt to halt the time of the entire universe would undoubtedly attract their attention, resulting in obliteration. If he were to possess this talent, Jiang Ling felt it prudent to remain discreet. Fulfill your wish, came the voice of the dragon, and in the next moment, its colossal form transformed into golden light. Retreating into the Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball ascended, soaring towards various parts of the world. A diminutive figure materialized before Jiang Ling, wearing a bewildered expression. Jiang Ling gazed at the figure of Gu Erdwa before him, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Gu Erdwa, we meet again. Surely, you remember me. Why you? Gu Erdwa's diminutive frame trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had distinctly managed to escape to a distant place. How could it be that he encountered this harbinger of doom once more? Help! Gu Erdwa's heart screamed in terror, yet he forced a smile of obsequiousness onto his face. Esteemed sir, what is it that you require of me? If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance surged forth through the slit of his gaze. He rubbed his hands together, mentally summoning the system. System, I require the talent of Gordo, you understand. Host, I do not comprehend, the system replied. All you need to do is enable me to acquire Gordo's talent. Host, the sign-in abilities are entirely random. Even as a system, I am powerless in this regard. System, you would do well to avoid my wrath, for if you fail me. Jiang Ling spoke in a chilling tone. For reasons unknown, the system sensed an eerie coldness. After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Ding. The host has checked in with a total of 100 individuals. The system has unlocked a new feature, the lottery system. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 lottery chances. The system is now conducting an automatic draw for you. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the lucky aura for 10 minutes. Would you like to use the lucky aura? A series of system prompts resonated. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. The prompt sound echoed once more. Would you like to activate the lucky aura? Jiang Ling remained silent, pondering whether the system had been intimidated by his earlier threats. If that were the case, had he uncovered its vulnerability? What might follow? He chuckled to himself. The system's notification chime sounded once more. Host, do you not wish to utilize the lucky aura? Jiang Ling glared, reprimanding. What kind of talk is this? What is your attitude? What is your status compared to mine? Is this how you provide service? Ding. Due to the host's prolonged silence, the system automatically activated the lucky aura for 10 minutes. Should there be a next time, the system will treat the host as deceased, directly deducting 200 yuan to arrange a lavish funeral for you. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment. Jiang Ling slowly uttered a single word. The lucky halo had already been employed, and Jiang Ling did not wish to waste any time. He stepped forward to make contact with Golder. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 101, The Research Institute. The moment Jiang Ling made contact with Golder, his vision blurred, and Golder's figure vanished into thin air. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. This was the talent of Gu Erdwa utilizing the suspension of time. However, this ability could not be sustained for long. He would not be able to escape too far. Jiang Ling sensed the atmosphere, a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, Gu Erdwa had successfully descended to the ground, plunging into the woods in an attempt to evade disaster. Just as he sighed with relief, a swift sound sliced through the air. Jiang Ling appeared beside him. Gordo, startled, leaped up and turned to utilize his time-stopping ability to flee. Yet, how could Jiang Ling allow him to escape so easily? With a resounding strike, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Gordo crashing to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Jiang Ling was taken aback and stepped forward to check for signs of breath. Only then did he release a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the individual was merely on the brink of death. However, this was advantageous, as it meant there was no escape. Observing the pitiful state of Goryeo, Jiang Ling felt no stirrings of emotion within. He would not have acted so towards others, but in regard to Goryeo, he felt no remorse. It is important to remember that Goryeo was once a member of the Ginyu force, having committed countless heinous acts. Moreover, on planet Namek, he had even attempted to take their lives. One must ponder, if a murderer fails in their attempt to kill you, would you feel sympathy for them years later? The answer is unequivocal. No. Perhaps some idealists might argue that since the attempt was unsuccessful, such feelings are unnecessary. To this, Jiang Ling could only wish to drown such naive sentiments in disdain. Must one wait until a murderer has succeeded in their crime for them to be deemed guilty? Ding. Lucky aura is now active. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent time pause breathing version. Jiang Ling withdrew his hand from Gu Erdwa, his eyes sparkling with clarity. The system does not deceive me. The aura of fortune is indeed formidable. He glanced at the specific information. Time pause, breath version, as the name suggests, this ability allows for the suspension of time. By holding his breath, time can be halted. And to resume, normal breathing will suffice. For Jiang Ling, this is more than adequate. In the current battle, every second counts. A mere moment can dictate the outcome of a critical victory. During the time he holds his breath, Jiang Ling could vanquish countless foes. Gu Erdwa, you are no longer of any use. Jiang Ling's expression remained indifferent. With a casual flick, she unleashed an energy blast that shattered gold into a fine mist. Chunks of flesh and blood seeped into the earth, nourishing the forest. It is likely that in a few years, this area will flourish abundantly. Jiang Ling had been absent for quite some time. Several mechanical insects, fluttering about, had collected a small amount of Golder's blood and departed. With the newfound ability to pause time, Jiang Ling was in high spirits. Humming a tune, he made his way to the Namekian settlement arranged by Bulma, preparing to return them to their home planet. However, upon arrival, Jiang Ling was taken aback. Before him, Bulma was elegantly perched with her legs crossed, holding several playing cards, engaged in a game with the Grand Elder and Elder Muley. The Grand Elder discarded 2 cards. Pair of 5s, Muley chimed in, tossing out 2 cards of his own and declaring, pair of 10s. Bulma smiled subtly and responded, pair of 2s. The Grand Elder and Muley exchanged glances, both promptly remarking, not good enough. Pair of 3s. Bulma announced, playing her pair with a grin. I only have 2 cards left. The Grand Elder's lips curled into a smirk as he threw down 4 cards. A bomb. Not good enough, Muley replied with a twinkle in his eye. Bulma hesitated, her grip on her cards faltering, and sighed. Not good enough. A straight from 3 to 10. I have only 1 card remaining. The Grand Elder laid down a sequence, displaying the last card remaining in his hand with a bemused expression. Not good enough. Bulma ground her teeth in frustration and tossed her 2 cards aside, exclaiming, I'm done. This isn't fun. Despite her high intelligence and being a prodigious scientific genius, she found herself lacking when it came to strategic games. It was as if all her intellect and talent had been concentrated solely in her scientific pursuits. Shall we continue? I find this quite enjoyable, the Grand Elder said with a cheerful tone. No. Bulma quickly waved her hand, muttering, I've only played a few rounds with you, and I can't keep up. If I continue, my mental state will surely explode. Jiang Ling approached, having witnessed the earlier scene. He gently patted Bulma's fluffy little head, offering solace. A loss is merely a loss. I shall take vengeance and send them back. Bulma quickly waved her hands, insisting no, that's not necessary. Addressing the elder, she added, do not heed Jiang Ling's nonsense. You may stay for as long as you wish. Bulma maintained a strong rapport with the elder, for had it not been for his guidance in unlocking potential, the warriors of Earth might not possess such formidable strength today. Jiang Ling gazed at Bulma, tilting his head slightly, a hint of exasperation evident in his expression. He remarked, Did you not notice the sky darkening just now? That was me summoning the eternal dragon. Now planet Namek has been restored. I came here solely to escort them back. You really believe everything I say, don't you? Foolish girl? Bulma shot Jiang Ling a fierce glare. Yet again, he had deceived her. She had indeed been oblivious moments prior, perhaps too engrossed in the game to think deeply. The Grand Elder chuckled and said, Jiang Ling, I appreciate your assistance in returning us home. Not at all. It is no trouble, Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Ling waved his hand, and then Jiang Ling commenced the gradual return of the Namekians to their home planet. Concurrently, in the outskirts of Baidu, nestled within a mountain, lay a clandestine research facility. In the basement of this establishment, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat sat before a computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Streams of data flickered across the screen, and the old man's expression grew increasingly deranged. I have collected several highly valuable genes, he exclaimed. I have resolved to invest all available resources to expedite the development of Cell. Nearby stood a portly man, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He spoke up, Dr. Gero, what shall we do about androids 17 and 18? Should we abandon them? Let us set them aside for now, Dr. Gero replied nonchalantly. When I previously released them, they sought to eliminate me. Fortunately, I possessed an emergency button that halted them in their tracks. We shall address it later. Understood, Dr. Gero. Chapter 102 onward. In a remote and desolate area, 2 houses stood. Inside one of them, Vegeta was savoring instant noodles. The rich aroma and savory broth complemented the firm noodles splendidly. After consuming the last remnants of the soup, he wiped his mouth and exclaimed with delight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta rose and made his way to the adjacent gravity training room. Today, he resolved to challenge himself with a gravity setting of 100 times. He activated the gravity switch. Whoosh! 50 times the normal gravity. The immense weight descended upon him instantly. Vegeta broke into a sweat. Having gradually acclimatized to the 50 times gravity over the past few days, he began to move his body, steadily increasing the gravitational pressure. He executed push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups, thoroughly practicing the foundational exercises. Vegeta incrementally raised the gravity 55 times, 60 times, 70 times, 80 times. Sweat soaked his clothing, cascading onto the floor and forming a small puddle. 90, 100 times. Vegeta gritted his teeth and increased the gravity once more. The overwhelming force bore down upon him, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Veins bulged, and a deep growl emanated from his throat. Ugh, 100 times. Boom. Vegeta was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Damn it. 100 times gravity, too. He uttered a few words, his eyes filled with resentment. Hatred consumed him. He loathed his own weakness. He despised the vast chasm of his inadequacy. Vegeta harbored a deep resentment towards his superior lineage, the most formidable warrior race in the universe, feeling repeatedly surpassed by others. He was particularly incensed by being overshadowed by a relatively weak Namekian. If it were Goku, Kakarot, or his hybrid son, or even that Namekian in this moment. They would effortlessly withstand a gravity 100 times greater. This sense of inadequacy gnawed at Vegeta's spirit, fueling an insatiable desire to grow stronger, to surpass Piccolo, Gohan, and Kakarot, and even to eclipse Jiang. He yearned to become the supreme warrior of the universe. This fervent obsession propelled Vegeta into action. His arms stirred, followed by his body and thighs. Rise. He commanded himself, his face contorted in a fierce grimace as every muscle in his body strained under immense pressure, his breath fluctuating wildly. Driven by this singular focus, he gradually stood against the relentless hundredfold gravity. At the moment he straightened, it felt as though a shackle had shattered. Crack. Boom. A tempestuous golden aura enveloped the entire gravity training chamber. Simultaneously, warriors from all corners of Earth sensed this formidable energy. In the depths of a secluded forest, Goku and Gohan each bore a creature several times larger than themselves upon their shoulders, destined for their evening meal. Gohan, remember, we cannot hunt in the same spot repeatedly. We would quickly deplete the animals in the mountains. This time we hunt here, but next time we shall venture elsewhere, or even fish, allowing the wildlife time to replenish. Do you understand? Goku imparted the wisdom he had accumulated over many years, lessons learned through experience. He recalled a time in his youth when he had gone hungry for a while due to such oversights. Gohan, enlightened by his father's words, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Thankfully, when I was cast into the wilderness by Piccolo, my appetite was small. Whenever I was hungry and could find no food, I would simply cut off a piece of that gigantic dinosaur's tail, and it was sufficient for a meal. If I had a greater appetite, I could have consumed an entire dinosaur herd." As Gohan absorbed this knowledge, both he and Goku suddenly paused, looking up in unison towards a particular direction. "Dad, this energy feels so familiar. It has suddenly intensified," Gohan remarked. "Yes, it's Vegeta. He has finally broken through. Now, aside from you and Jiang, I have another worthy opponent to spar with." Goku responded excitedly, eager to engage in a friendly contest. Gohan quickly interjected, "Dad, you better not wander off. Mom is still waiting for you at home." I must return to inform Chi-Chi," Goku replied. Wukong scratched his head. In the past, he would have already taken flight by now, yet he found himself considerably more composed. Reflecting on the discussions he had with Chi-Chi, he concluded that having a second child held greater significance. With a second child, he could indulge in leisure for a while. By the way, Gohan, why don't you stay at the Kame house for a bit? The sun and beach there are quite enjoyable. Aren't you and Mom coming? No. We have other matters to attend to. All right then. Gohan thought of his companion, the speedy dragon, who had always been by his side during their adventures. He wondered when the speedy dragon would be resurrected. Upon hearing this, Wukong fell silent for a moment, pondering before he spoke. "You might want to ask your uncle Jiang Ling for a favor. The Dragon Balls on Namek should be usable now, and he has a wish to make as well. Perhaps he could help bring back the speedy dragon." Gohan's eyes lit up with excitement as he jumped up. "Great. I'll go find Uncle Jiang Ling right after dinner." Atop a mountain peak, Piccolo, who had recently fused with the Supreme Kai, sat cross-legged, breathing deeply as if engaged in some form of cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed in a particular direction. "Vegeta. Has he finally broken through? Then I shall settle the score with him, at least give him a good thrashing. I want to forget how badly he defeated me before. He may have many shortcomings, but one thing is certain, he holds a grudge." In another town, Tien had opened a martial arts school to impart his knowledge. He had sensed that, having reached this level of power, his physical strength could hardly be improved in the wilderness. Now, he focused on spiritual enhancement, coupled with Jiang Ling's gravity training chamber. His strength had begun to rise steadily once more. However, it still paled in comparison to the extraordinary powers of Wukong and others. Tien presided over the martial arts school, with Jiaozi steadfastly by his side. However, Jiaozi had ceased training, having reached his limit. Further practice would yield no benefit. With Jiaozi having more free time, he often trained the disciples. Although he was the weakest among the Z fighters on Earth, he was still vastly stronger than an ordinary person and was more than capable of training his students. "Brother Tien, I've taken in a few more disciples today, and their potential seems promising. Well, since you've accepted them, you must train them diligently. Of course, I will train them well. The fees for accepting disciples will go towards you." Why are you saving for me? "For my future wife. Although I have plenty of energy, I can manage on my own. Women only slowed down my ability to draw my sword." The two engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, they both sensed an aura. Vegeta? How infuriating. He has grown so powerful. Brother Tien, do you have confidence in surpassing him? No confidence. Tianjin Fan shook his head. As you know, our strength is growing too slowly. Brother Tien, I believe in you. Keep it up. Chapter 103. Here it comes. Came House. The climate here is warm in winter and cool in summer. Krillin, clad in a martial arts uniform, was diligently practicing the Kame School's techniques on the beach. Master Rashi, donned in sunglasses and a floral shirt with matching shorts, reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun while engrossed in a magazine. The glimmering reflections of their bald heads sparkled under the sunlight. Old Turtle lazily sprawled on the sand, seemingly unaware if he was asleep, with her blue hair tied up. Launch, wearing an apron that highlighted her long, shapely legs, hummed a tune while preparing a meal in the kitchen. Everything felt so harmonious. Suddenly, Krillin's phone rang. Hello? Oh, a date tonight? All right, okay. He paused his actions, scratching his bald head, appearing somewhat troubled. A date is a good thing. What's wrong, Krillin? Master Rashi inquired. Master, it's just that it's my first date. I don't know what to wear or how to act. Krillin sighed. Master Rashi leisurely replied, Krillin, dealing with girls isn't as complicated as you think. It's quite simple. Be a little charming and dress well. Despite Master Rashi's advice, Krillin still felt a tinge of anxiety. Master Rashi added, don't come back tonight. Remember to bring your ID. Krillin. He wanted to ask more, but suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy. The shadow in his heart compelled him to sit on the beach. What on earth? Vegeta has broken through to Super Saiyan. Gosh, should I strive to catch up or go on my date tonight? Master Rashi, surprised, asked. What's wrong? Did you not sense it, Master? Vegeta has broken through to Super Saiyan. Oh, I didn't notice. At that moment, the door of the Kame house was kicked open with a loud bang. Launch, with her blonde hair, emerged wielding a submachine gun, her expression fierce. What's all the noise? Can't anyone let me sleep in peace? With a rapid fire of bullets aimed at Krillin, Master Rashi, and Old Turtle, she declared, What the heck? Launch has transformed again. Jiang Ling Entertainment Global Limited. A towering edifice, adorned with 4 gilded characters. Jiang Ling Entertainment. In just a few short years, it has become a sanctuary for global celebrities. The Jiang Award has emerged as the coveted accolade pursued by actors and singers worldwide. Those who receive the Jiang Award are hailed as the Emperor and Empress of Song, while actors are recognized as the King and Queen of Film. The prestige of the Jiang Award is unparalleled, eclipsing that of other awards. The bustling edifice is filled with strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. If one lacks in looks, they must possess exceptional acting skills or vocal prowess. In the office of the president, Yamcha sat at his desk, diligently attending to documents. Akuin is applying to hold a concert. Yamcha recalled the half-human, half-beast creature with a chicken head. This creature enjoys considerable popularity. Hosting a concert seems a sound choice. An application for a new song as well? Yamcha furrowed his brow, aware that this new song referred specifically to a composition by Jiang Ling himself. However, Jiang Ling had not penned any lyrics or melodies in quite some time. Perhaps it is best to wait and inquire with Jiang Ling next time. After completing the paperwork, a female secretary clad in a stylish OL miniskirt approached, gently offering Yamcha a massage. Tigu, do not overexert yourself. Alas, there is no choice. I am burdened with a mountain of debt. With your status, leaking a bit of resources or favoring a particular singer or actor could easily draw in a stream of financial support. Why worry about money? You do not understand. Jiang Ling entrusts these matters to me, and I shall ensure they are handled well. Moreover, his salary is quite generous. It is merely my extravagant spending that poses a challenge. Let us not dwell on that. Tigu, I will be home alone tonight. Oh? Yamcha's hand gently grasped the soft, fair hand of the secretary, a sudden warmth igniting within him. Observing the secretary's alluring figure, a smile crept onto his lips. His methods of charming a secretary were effortlessly within reach, utilizing his position to his advantage. Jiang Ling surely wouldn't hold it against him, would she? Yamcha found himself increasingly close to his secretary. Just as he was about to make a decisive move, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Tap, tap, tap. Flustered, Yamcha pressed the secretary down, urging her to hide beneath the desk. Come in, he called, clearing his throat. A middle-aged man entered, holding a file. President, I am here to report on the company's recent developments. Very well, proceed, Yamcha replied, maintaining his composure. As the man delivered his report, time slipped by, stretching into half an hour. Yamcha's expression grew increasingly peculiar. President, is something amiss? Are you unwell? Should I summon a doctor? Not for the moment, thank you. Have you completed your report? Yes, since you do not require a doctor, I shall return to my duties. Understood. With the man's departure, Yamcha pulled the woman up from her hiding place. You are quite the troublemaker, he teased. Hee. Just admit whether you are comfortable or not, she replied. Ahem. It is indeed quite comfortable, he conceded. Well then, Brother T, I have recently set my sights on a particular handbag. Suddenly, Yamcha froze, turning to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window. This aura. Alas, the chasm between us grows ever wider. Why is that? Does no one in my family comprehend? I have exerted myself tirelessly in training and courting and have shed so much sweat, yet my abilities remain lacking. Yamcha murmured to himself. The woman continued. Brother T, are you listening to me? Oh dear, do you not love me anymore? You won't even buy me a handbag, Hmph. Yamcha hastily reassured her. I will buy it. Absolutely. Tonight, I will come to your place. In Jiang Ling's quaint villa, Jiang Ling is deeply engrossed in a certain task. He firmly believes that those who truly love you do not bring tears to your eyes. Thus, he is washing Bulma's hair, nothing more than that. Recently, he has become immersed in his cultivation, diminishing the frequency of his tributes significantly. Each day, he attends to Bulma twice, one for each of them. It is not excessive. Jiang Ling, I wish. No, you do not wish. Jiang Ling spoke with righteous indignation. If you don't want to, then don't. Bulma pouted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the villa. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ling, come out and face the consequences. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a smile. It has finally arrived. Chapter 104, The Challenge of Vegeta. Bulma, someone is looking for me. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Jiang Ling emerged from the bathroom with an air of nonchalance, leaving Bulma seething in place. Despite her overt hints, he remained unresponsive, leading her to ponder whether she lacked allure. Determined to remedy this, she resolved to borrow a few pairs of black stockings from Big Bulma that evening. Just then, Big Bulma entered the room clad in an apron, a bemused smile gracing her face. Oh, my dear girl, I take it your efforts have faltered? Bulma turned, pouting as she replied, Sister Big Bulma, you guessed correctly. He truly did not make a move. Is he perhaps weary of me? Big Bulma shook her head, chuckling softly. I refuse to believe he is that sort of man. But why not take the initiative? His vigor and prowess are undeniable. In my opinion, he is a man capable of mastering his desires. Is that not commendable? Furthermore, since he does not pursue, why not be the one to entice? Seduce him. If all else fails, simply perch yourself upon him. That feels a tad shameful. One's happiness as a woman must be fought for. Otherwise, he may wander astray, much like I have. Big Bulma chuckled lightly, pausing before continuing. Yet, I sincerely hope he brings another one along. The two of us can hardly endure him alone at night, and during the day, we find ourselves languishing in bed for hours. Well, that is a valid point, Bulma mused, considering the logic. But we surely need at least two more. Oh dear, Sister Big Bulma, why are you touching my chest? You have your own, after all. That is quite different. Haha, so soft. Ugh, how bothersome. Jiang Ling was unaware of the conspiracy between the two. At this moment, she had arrived outside the villa. Observing the scene before her, she saw Vegeta, resplendent in golden light, exuding an air of arrogance, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, are you seeking to challenge me? Vegeta lifted his chin slightly, standing proudly. He gazed down at Jiang Ling with a condescending demeanor, appearing quite haughty. Jiang Ling, I have successfully transcended to Super Saiyan. I train relentlessly, while you merely indulge in the comforts of women, seeking pleasure rather than honing your skills. Thus, I believe my foundational strength has already surpassed yours. You should graciously concede defeat. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. Who claims that I do not engage in exercise? When I train, you are unaware. You simply do not comprehend me. You do not love. I digress. Jiang Ling paused momentarily before continuing. Since you assert that you possess the confidence to defeat me, then let us proceed. Hmph. A smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he envisioned the triumph of vanquishing Jiang Ling and ascending to the pinnacle of the universe's might. Recalling the frustrations he had endured previously, a wave of indignation washed over him. At long last, he could rectify his past grievances. With this thought in mind, Vegeta surveyed the villa and the meticulously tended flora surrounding it. Let us change the venue. I would prefer that you harbor no resentment towards me for damaging these cherished things. What I desire is for you to resent me for believing yourself inferior in strength. Jiang Ling glanced over, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. No need, he replied. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. You said it yourself, don't come crying later. With that, he assumed a battle stance. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling's spirit stirred, and in an instant, he transformed. Super Saiyan, full power. Hmph, not even a flicker of flame, Vegeta scoffed. In the next moment, Jiang Ling slightly bent his legs, positioning his hands in a flower petal formation at his waist. The Kamehameha? Vegeta was quite familiar with this technique. The thought immediately flashed through his mind. From such a distance, you cannot strike me. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ling smiled, his eyes gathering the azure and white hues of the Kamehameha wave. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Vegeta in the next moment. The azure and white shockwave enveloped Vegeta, propelling him skyward and carrying him far away. Jiang Ling stood still, observing the diminishing sound of Vegeta, and subtly nodded. Indeed, my control has notably improved of late. This level of power should be sufficient to inflict a minor injury upon him. He is likely now aware of my capabilities. Jiang Ling stood for a moment, glancing back at the villa, a thought flickering across his mind. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear within the villa shortly thereafter, clutching a bulging plastic bag filled with what was humorously dubbed the Descendant's Demise Pouch. Remarkably, he remained in his Super Saiyan full power state. Without hesitation, he strode directly into the bathroom. As anticipated, Bulma was still indulging in her bath. Typically, a woman's bathing ritual begins at half an hour, at the very least. Jiang Ling curled her lips into a wicked smile, casually pulling the bathroom door shut. Jiang Ling, have you transformed into a Saiyan? Please, don't do this. After a while, Jiang Ling emerged, with ill intentions, dragging Bulma, who was clad in an apron and cooking in the kitchen, into the bathroom. Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Oh right, who came by earlier? A challenger sought to confront me, but I sent him packing. Jiang Ling, your renown is soaring, and your strength is formidable. Inevitably, you will attract challengers. Within the confines of the bathroom, steam rose, creating an atmosphere of allure. The sound of water perpetually echoed from within. The following morning dawned bright, with sunlight pouring in and birds chirping incessantly. A guest arrived at the villa. Uncle Jiang Ling. Gohan, what brings you here? My father sent me to stay with Master Roshi, but I intend to seek your assistance soon. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile graced Jiang Ling's face. Is Goku considering a second child? Quite commendable indeed, contributing to the Saiyan lineage. By the way, where is Aunt Bulma? Gohan inquired, puzzled. She's a bit lazy and hasn't risen yet. Jiang Ling replied with a chuckle. What brings you to seek me, Gohan? Transitioning to business, Gohan's demeanor grew serious. Uncle Jiang Ling, I heard from Dad that the Dragon Balls on Namek have cooled down. I would like to ask you to help me revive Shenron. You are aware that Shenron was slain by Frieza not long ago. At this point, Gohan's expression turned somber. In response, Jiang Ling gently ruffled his hair, saying, do not worry. Even without your request, I would revive Shenron, as he is your companion. Really? Thank you, Uncle Jiang Ling. Enough of such formalities. Come, let us share breakfast together. Jiang Ling gestured towards the dining table, which was heaped with takeout. Steamed, fried, stir-fried, boiled, braised, and pan-fried. An array of diverse dishes. Jiang Ling, fearing it might not suffice, purchased additional provisions to stockpile for future needs. Chapter 105. Once again on Namek. In less than half an hour, the food on the dining table was devoured entirely. Uncle Jiang Ling, aren't you leaving anything for Aunt Bulma? No. They will likely rise around noon and will order takeout themselves. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. After all, yesterday had been a relentless battle that lasted an entire day and night. It was likely that Bulma and Big Bulma would refrain from allowing him any contact for the remainder of the month. There was no remedy for this. Yesterday's impulsive excitement had led to some indulgence. Let us depart, he said. Certainly. Son Gohan placed his hand upon Jiang Ling's shoulder. As Jiang Ling's mind stirred, he instantly sensed the presence of that divine energy from Namek. In a flash, two figures vanished from the villa. Meanwhile, Vegeta, wrapped in bandages, stood atop a mountain. Though he had sustained minor injuries the previous day, they were of little consequence. Before him stood a green figure draped in a white cloak, with a white hat concealing its head. Piccolo, are you truly oblivious to your own peril, unaware that I have transcended to Super Saiyan? Vegeta remarked coldly. Having encountered Jiang Ling the day prior, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacy in that confrontation. He understood the wisdom of preserving his strength rather than engaging in a reckless battle that could result in severe injuries and squander precious training time. He had come to embrace a newfound rationality, no longer driven by pride to the point of courting death. Opposite him, Piccolo crossed his arms, regarding Vegeta with a chilling gaze. Vegeta, I sought you out precisely because I know you have reached Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I would hardly have deemed you worthy of my attention. You. Vegeta inhaled deeply. What do you intend? A fight? I am more than willing to oblige. Indeed, I have come to battle, Piccolo retorted with a cold smirk. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. He was aware that Piccolo had recently fused with Kami, greatly augmenting his power. Yet he remained unaware of the extent of that enhancement. Nevertheless, he was confident that Piccolo could not possibly surpass him in his Super Saiyan form. Hmph. Do not presume that your fusion grants you the upper hand. Vegeta thought to himself, relishing the prospect of finally being able to unleash his strength upon Piccolo, who had previously held the advantage over him. With that thought, golden flames ignited around him. Boom. Golden hair, golden eyebrows, and light green eyes. The golden flames erupted, casting a radiant glow around him. Simultaneously, Piccolo unleashed his fury, a tremendous aura exploding forth. A semi-transparent energy flame roared to life, revealing that he was indeed significantly weaker than Vegeta. It seems you are not as formidable as I had anticipated, Vegeta smirked, his confidence swelling. Piccolo shook his head with a chuckle, uttering two words, not so. Boom. Kaioken. Tenfold. A crimson aura surged into the sky, instantly overpowering Vegeta's golden flames. What? What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. No. It cannot be. How could you surpass me to such an extent? How is this possible? Piccolo smirked, his body flickering as he propelled himself forward, trailing a crimson blaze, swiftly arriving before Vegeta. In a flash, he unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! Vegeta was sent soaring into the sky. With a whoosh, Piccolo reappeared beside him, launching a relentless barrage of strikes upon Vegeta. Thud! 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 On Namek, Jiang Ling appeared alongside Wu Fan. It seems that there has not been much change. Uncle Jiang Ling. Wu Fan glanced around and remarked. Was it not said that there had been an invasion last time? How is it that now? Jiang Ling comprehended the meaning behind his words. He responded, there was considerable destruction previously, but I have restored everything using the Dragon Balls. I apologize for not reviving the instant transmission dragon first, as I felt that the Namekians, being far from their homeland, would find it difficult to adapt to life on Earth. Thus, I wish to facilitate their return to their own planet sooner. The Namekians, including Muley and Neru, expressed their contentment, stating that Earth is quite splendid, offering numerous entertainment options and delicious food, and they were in no hurry to leave. Upon hearing this, Gohan shook his head, saying, I hold no resentment towards you. I fully understand Jiang Ling's decision. Understanding is all that matters. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. The two turned their gaze towards the Namekian nearby. It has been quite some time. I have come to seek the Great Elder. It is Jiang Ling and Gohan, my benefactors. If you are in search of the Great Elder, do you require my guidance? The Namekian exclaimed with palpable excitement. Jiang Ling waved his hand and smiled, saying, I know where it is. No need to trouble yourself. Subsequently, Jiang Ling and Wu Fan soared into the sky, heading towards the home of the Grand Elder. Even though I had visited once before, I still perceived the Namekians as variously shaped and sized, akin to different versions of Uncle Piccolo. Jiang Ling. This statement is indeed accurate. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Along the way, the two engaged in occasional conversation, primarily revolving around their studies and cultivation. Jiang Ling often incisively pinpointed the issues at hand, earning him the admiration of Wu Fan, who gazed at him in awe. To his surprise, Uncle Jiang Ling was capable of offering guidance even on academic matters. His knowledge was remarkably profound. Wu Fan secretly resolved to seek out Uncle Jiang Ling more frequently for learning. Such a well-rounded individual, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits, was indeed rare. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ling's erudition stemmed from consulting the most knowledgeable individuals on Earth. After all, possessing a multitude of skills is never burdensome. He had an array of seemingly trivial abilities, such as writing, home renovation, car repair, driving, and even domestic management. He could even create illustrations of a more risque nature. Before long, They finally arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Jiang Ling refrained from instantly teleporting to the Grand Elder's side, for he wished to admire the scenery along the way, to ascertain if it had returned to its former glory. As he anticipated, everything had indeed been restored by the Divine Dragon. Truly, it is the most extraordinary of the Dragon Balls. The act of restoration is accomplished with such effortless ease. Grand Elder. Jiang Ling and son Wukong entered the room, standing before the Grand Elder. Welcome. I presume you are here to make a wish? The Grand Elder kindly inquired. With a graceful wave of his hand, 7 Dragon Balls from Namek, their cooling period concluded, were presented before Jiang Ling previously. Jiang Ling had expressed his desire to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. Thus, upon Jiang Ling's arrival, the Grand Elder understood his intentions. The reason the Namekian Dragon Balls could be utilized again so soon after the last wish was due to their cooling period being merely 3 months in Earth time. Given the differing positions of the planets, 3 months on Earth equated to a full year on Namek. Therefore, while the Namekian Dragon Balls can only be used once per year, it is important to note that this refers to a Namekian year. Chapter 106, The Third Wish. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. The Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean by that? With your actions? You are indeed the great benefactor of the Namekians. Whatever you require, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. After saying this, the Elder suddenly recalled something and added, of course, one must not engage in wrongdoing. Nevertheless, I have faith in your character. Jiang Ling's lips twitched slightly. Do you truly think I am that kind of person? Trust me, and all will be well. Wufan interjected, I think it looks that way. Holding the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls, they stepped outside the house. Jiang Ling effortlessly summoned the Divine Dragon. The scene spoke for itself. Beneath the ever-constant black sky, amidst the golden radiance, the visage of the dragon gradually materialized. The majestic dragon of Namek, with its robust arms crossed over its chest, gazed at Jiang Ling with its crimson eyes. Having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, it stood ready to fulfill the wishes of the valiant warrior who had triumphed through trials of courage and wisdom. I can grant your wish, it proclaimed, as customary. Jiang Ling could recite the incantation effortlessly. He refrained from any superfluous words and spoke directly. Revive the companion of son Wukong, the swift dragon. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes flickered momentarily. In a deep voice, it stated, You are indeed an old acquaintance, so I shall speak plainly. To revive you humans. My powers can also restore your physical forms, yet the revival of this swift dragon is somewhat unique. It shall require the consumption of 2 wishes. With a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, Jiang Ling pondered the notion of the extraordinary. This outcome had caught him unawares. Since the Divine Dragon had articulated it thus, there must be some rationale behind it. Indeed, it was rather unique. The Divine Dragon spoke slowly, stating, How shall I put it? I lack information in this regard and cannot elucidate further. I only know that the consumption is immense, requiring 2 wishes to achieve resurrection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling contemplated silently. Could it be that the bloodline of the swift dragon is superior? He then shook his head, realizing that if even the Divine Dragon was unaware of certain matters, he was even less likely to possess such knowledge. Unable to comprehend, he chose to abandon his thoughts, trusting that time would ultimately reveal the answers. Jiang Ling gazed at the Divine Dragon and nodded. Very well, resurrect the swift dragon. The Divine Dragon then cast its spell to bring it back to life. Your wish has been fulfilled. Might I inquire if there are any further desires? Jiang Ling squinted slightly and turned to Gohan, saying, Would you care to accompany me to a place for some amusement? Huh, sure, Gohan instinctively replied, then inquired. Where are we going? Jiang Ling offered a mysterious smile, saying, You will find out soon enough. Are you interested in joining? Oh, I have no objections. My father has allowed me to enjoy a few days out, and I currently have the time, with no homework to attend to. Wufan replied with a grin. He did not press further about their destination. There was no point in doing so. What was the use of inquiring when it was evident that Jiang Ling was reluctant to divulge details? After all, Wufan did not dwell on such thoughts. He simply believed that Uncle Jiang Ling intended to take him on an adventure. Moreover, given their familiarity, he was certain that Jiang Ling would not lead him astray. Jiang Ling nodded and turned to the dragon. For my third wish, I wish to be transported alongside Gohan to the vicinity of Dales. The dragon replied, The destination is too distant. I can only transport you to the corresponding planet. That is acceptable. No sooner had the words left his lips than the dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light once more. The figures of Jiang Ling and son Wukong vanished in an instant. Your wish has been fulfilled. In the vast and boundless cosmos, upon a verdant planet, there stands an extraordinary tree. This tree, one-third the size of the planet itself, defies the laws of physics. On this planet, a myriad of creatures coexist, including humans. Through countless years of evolution, humanity has established a kingdom. Yet, this realm appears to possess a level of technology that pales in comparison to that of Earth. Within a certain city, Jiang Ling and Wu Fan had donned the local attire, weaving through the bustling throngs of people. Uncle Jiang Ling. The inhabitants of this planet seem to exude an air of lethargy, appearing utterly listless. It resembles the symptoms of renal deficiency. Is this how all the people of this planet are? Wu Fan remarked, observing the individuals around him. Jiang Ling paused for a moment, lifting his gaze towards the conspicuously large tree in the distance. It was not a matter of kidney deficiency, rather. They had been drained of their vitality by some unseen force. In other words, their essence had been siphoned away. After hearing this explanation, Wu Fan appeared to grasp the concept, indicating that he had learned something new. The two meandered, stopping intermittently, until they arrived at a bustling restaurant. They ordered several dishes and began to eat. If one sought to glean information, these eateries and taverns were undoubtedly the ideal locales. The ebb and flow of people created a rich tapestry of rumors and news. For instance, at the eastern end of the town, a septuagenarian had unexpectedly fathered a child, yet found himself unable to provide for the infant, prompting his 50-year-old son to sever their relationship. Furthermore, in the West, Old Lee had strayed from fidelity, leading his wife to rejuvenate her appearance in a desperate attempt to win back his affection. To her surprise, upon enhancing her looks, she transformed into a stunning 30-year-old beauty, only to be swiftly courted by the neighboring Old Wang. Additionally, the mayor's daughter was on the lookout for a son-in-law. One would expect a throng of suitors to vie for her hand. However, despite her fair features, her robust physique and formidable presence rendered her an intimidating prospect, leaving the eligible young men of the town utterly speechless. Jiang Ling listened intently, savoring the moment. He even requested a plate of sunflower seeds from the shopkeeper, munching away as he absorbed the conversation. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened. He had caught wind of the news he desperately sought. "You know," he remarked, "ever since that colossal tree sprouted a few days ago, we have all felt rather weakened." "Indeed, brother," another voice chimed in. "I saw my wife last night, and she seemed utterly devoid of any spirit. Who isn't affected? I firmly believe that this enormous tree is the source of our troubles." "Absolutely. Just look at the state of the men and women on the streets. They appear utterly drained, and even the flora and fauna seem to be languishing. Alas, that tree must be connected to the extraterrestrial phenomenon we encountered a few days ago. I just received word that the king dispatched a force to confront it, but it appears they met with failure and suffered significant casualties." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly. He could have easily taken it upon himself to destroy the tree and eliminate the root cause, the entity known as Delice. Yet, he chose to bide his time, opting instead to immerse himself in the local culture. After all, the inhabitants would not perish in an instant. "Uncle Jiang Ling, we ought to help them. They seem so pitiful. Look at how weakened they are. Even the simplest tasks require immense effort," Wu Fan remarked, displaying a hint of compassion for the suffering souls. "Yes, it is commendable that you feel this way, but be cautious not to overextend yourself. Otherwise, you may end up like your father, becoming a martyr, and who knows what calamity may befall the earth as a result." Jiang Ling adhered to his teachings. He had no desire for son Wukong to embody the traits of a saint. In the original narrative, Wukong exhibited signs of saintliness, but ultimately ceased to engage in battle, opting instead for the life of a scholar, which did not significantly alter the course of events. "I certainly will not become a paragon of virtue," he declared. Uncle Piccolo had once stated that when confronting malevolent adversaries, one must eradicate them completely. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Jiang Ling nodded in appreciation. Let Wukong take on that role of a saint. However, it would be remiss to say so, for the current Wukong, under Jiang Ling's influence, had undergone considerable character transformation. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was no longer so saintly? Evidence from the recent incursions of King Cold in Frisia suggested he had become far more decisive in his actions. Otherwise, the conflict would not have concluded by the time Jiang Ling and Piccolo returned from Namek. Let us proceed, Wukong, to confront this Dales. Chapter 107. Dales. Jiang Ling possessed a rudimentary understanding of Dales. This individual was an antagonist from the Dragon Ball film series, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. According to the laws governing the early Dragon Ball films, classified as parallel universes, this tale should not exist in their realm. However, having encountered the likes of Quick Dragon previously, Jiang Ling pondered the possibility of Dale's existence as well. During his previous wishmaking, he had merely tested the waters to see if such a being was present. To his surprise, it turned out he was indeed real. Logically speaking, Dale's had not encroached upon Earth, and Jiang Ling's intervention would be an unnecessary overreach. Yet, given that Dale's possessed the seed of the Tree of Might, Jiang Ling felt compelled to assume the role of a cosmic guardian. The Tree of Might, once planted upon a planet, absorbed the energy of its flora, fauna, and humanity as sustenance. It would rapidly burgeon into a towering tree, ultimately bearing fruit that enhanced one's power. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Above the Tree of Might, a colossal spaceship lingered. Its size was impressive, yet dwarfed by the grandeur of the tree. Outside the vessel, numerous minions reveled in a jubilant festivity upon the branches. The fruits of the tree were on the verge of ripening, and the thought of savoring one was tantalizing. You are overly ambitious. Only King Dale's and the upper echelons of the army are entitled to partake in those fruits. Do you truly believe you could indulge? You are not aware. I have recently forged a strong bond with Lord Jalala. Just yesterday, in his chamber, he promised me a fruit. Goodness, he is male, and so are you. What? Is that unacceptable? Well, I did not say it was unacceptable. Merely, is that truly how it is played? Otherwise, this is indeed the swiftest method to enhance one's prowess. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall be elevated to a middle-ranking position within the Legion. Goodness. My brother, take me along. Well, it is not entirely out of the question. You shall cleanse yourself well this evening and await me on the eastern bow, where the leaves will provide cover from prying eyes. My brother, are you truly a dual-purpose plug? What? You do not wish to partake? Then I shall not pressure you. I shall do it. I am committed to serving you well. The two subordinates whispered conspiratorially, revealing the most brutal truth of this legion. Meanwhile, in another location, within a hollow tree, a figure remarkably resembling Son Wukong sat upon a throne. His face bore the marks of time and battle scars. This individual was Darius, the commander of the Darius Legion. Below him stood several high-ranking officers, his closest confidants. My lord, this planet is abundant in resources and teeming with life. The fruit of the spirit tree is ripening swiftly, and it is expected to mature soon. One subordinate remarked. Darius nodded slowly, indicating his understanding. The subordinate cautiously observed Darius's expression and continued, Great Darius. The last planet we chose was rather barren and yielded few fruits, yet this time there is a bounty. Might we share in the spoils to bolster our combat strength? An enhancement in our might would enable us to charge into battle for the Legion. Darius fixed his gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence, the man felt a chill run down his spine. Finally, Darius spoke. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. The fruit of the spirit tree does not endure for long. I cannot consume such a quantity. It would be overwhelming. Therefore, you shall all partake in this bounty. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of those present, and they expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, my lord. Truly, I am overwhelmed with gratitude. My lord, please accept my heartfelt thanks. You are the only one. Darius raised his hand, commanding silence with authority. I have recently developed an inclination towards the fairer sex. Send for a few beautiful women. The fruits will be ripe, and we shall host a banquet this evening. One subordinate timidly interjected, My lord, there are women in the Legion. Darius shot him a fierce glare. Do you think you could bear to approach the women of the Legion, given their appearance? I find them rather appealing, remarked a rather unattractive subordinate. Aesthetics differ for everyone. I command you to fulfill this task. Darius asserted. Understood. The subordinates responded in unison, and Darius nodded in satisfaction. He was a typical man, often capturing young girls for amusement during his travels across various planets, only to discard them to his subordinates once his interest waned. Had he not encountered any life-bearing planets in recent times, he would not have sought several at once, nor would he have organized a gathering. However, this was a legitimate celebration, not one of those sordid affairs. He had no inclination towards such depravity. Darius's gaze fell upon the fruits of the spirit tree, suspended from its branches. As time passed, their faint luminescence grew increasingly radiant, and a delightful fragrance began to waft through the air, a sure sign of impending ripeness. Just then, the spirit tree trembled, and an unfamiliar voice echoed from outside. Darius, come out. I know you're in there. Do not hide from me. Darius frowned, perplexed. Who dared to seek trouble? He had thoroughly scanned the area prior to his arrival, and this planet boasted no formidable beings, only ordinary folk. Even if there were strong adversaries, Darius was confident in his ability to handle them. After all, the fruits of the spirit tree he had consumed over the years were not without merit. With another tremor, Darius sprang to his feet and exited the hollow of the tree. His minions outside were already in a state of disarray, yet they clutched their weapons, preparing for battle. They understood their duty, to fight, with the hope of survival. Fleeing would guarantee capture and execution by the higher echelons of the Legion. Darius's army was known for its strict discipline. Who dares to show themselves? Darius bellowed with authority. Chapter 108. Grandfather, son, state your name. Intruder. Darius demanded, his voice booming. I am your grandfather. Came a response, distinctly different from the previous voice, sounding somewhat youthful. I shall see who dares to claim such a title. Darius's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, gradually ascended from beneath the tree. What is the matter? Gohan stood tall, his youthful face displaying an unwavering determination that belied his age. Such bravado was uncharacteristic for him. It was evident that Jiang Ling had coached him. As they emerged, Darius's combat power detector registered their strength. Beep, beep, 10, 20. Hmph. One with a power level of 10 and the other at 20, yet they dare to boast so brazenly. Darius chuckled derisively. As Jiang Ling and son Wukong made their entrance, a multitude of Darl's minions aimed their weapons at them. However, they remained unfazed. Upon hearing Darl's voice, son Wukong turned his gaze in that direction, momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched upon his face. What transpired? How could this individual resemble my father so closely? The likeness is uncanny. Aside from his darker complexion, the scars upon his face, and the malevolent expression, everything else is strikingly identical. Upon hearing these words, Darls narrowed his eyes. Oh, I bear a resemblance to your father? Is your father a Saiyan? Are you a Saiyan as well? He glanced behind Wukong, but could not discern the characteristic tail of a Saiyan. Yet, he noticed a brown tail coiled around Jiang Ling's waist. Jiang Ling observed son Wukong's demeanor and quietly admonished, Gohan, he merely bears a resemblance to Goku, yet he is a man of utter malevolence. As we journeyed here, I recounted how countless planets and lives have perished at his hands. Do not be swayed by the visage that mirrors your father's. Do not hesitate to act. He is currently nurturing a tree of might on this planet, and next, he could very well do so on Earth. In bringing Gohan along, Jiang Ling harbored a modicum of selfish intent. Firstly, he sought to enhance Gohan's combat experience. Secondly, to subtly guide Gohan's character. And thirdly, there was the matter of the tree of might's fruit. Gohan steadied himself and nodded, affirming, yes, I understand. Uncle Piccolo has taught me that even if my opponent is my father, I must show no mercy. Jiang Ling, well, there is truly no need for that. Darius noticed that the two of them were ignoring him and engaged in their own conversation. This disregard was rather displeasing to someone who has long held a position of power. However, at that moment, he heard the name of the planet Earth. Earth? A flicker of interest ignited within Darius. A smile crept across his face. If memory serves me right, our Legion's next target is indeed Earth. It seems there are still humans present, despite your indifference. I shall not hold back. I will eliminate you, and then proceed to Earth. With that declaration, the atmosphere shifted. Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Gohan, it's your turn. I need to ascertain the direction home. He believed that Gohan could handle an opponent of Darius's combat prowess on his own. Meanwhile, he had to contemplate how to return home, as they eventually needed to do so. All right. Gohan readily agreed, assuming a battle stance and instantly entering a state of combat. Without any preamble, he disregarded Darius and charged into the throng of minions. Amidst a cacophony of screams, it wasn't long before Gohan had hurled all the minions beneath the great tree. From that height, they were unlikely to escape without severe injury, if not death. Gohan dusted off his hands and turned to face Darius. The two figures, one large and one small, locked eyes. Darius, momentarily taken aback, wondered what had transpired. Is the scanner malfunctioning? It clearly registered a combat power of merely 10. We can conceal our combat power, can't you? Gohan replied with an expression of utmost certainty. At that moment, the high-ranking members of the beautiful Legion, who had been out searching, rushed in. How dare you? Who are you to slay my subordinates? Take this. They immediately launched an attack on Gohan. In a flash, Gohan maneuvered effortlessly among the high-ranking members. After deftly evading their assaults, he returned to his position and snapped his fingers. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The high-ranking members found themselves bleeding profusely, rendered speechless as they collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Who had taught Gohan to put on such a show? Could it be that the movements of a Saiyan were not aesthetically pleasing? After Gohan had dealt with the situation, his gaze fixated intently on Darius. It is now your turn. You must pay for the souls of your fallen subordinates. Darius, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. Is that all? It is no surprise that you could defeat my minions, for I can do so as well, and my speed surpasses yours. Did you really think that a mere child like you could best me? How amusing. Darius paid no heed to the complete annihilation of his forces. They were merely expendable pawns, easily replaced. Gohan's expression grew cold as he uttered a few words. Let us see then. The sight of that face, so identical to his father's, adorning such a nefarious individual, filled him with revulsion. With a swift motion, he charged at Darius, unleashing a powerful punch. Darius retaliated with an equally forceful strike. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Gohan was sent hurtling back, flipping through the air before landing gracefully on the ground. I warned you that you could not defeat me, yet you insist on coming to your demise, Darius remarked with a cruel smile, rolling his neck in preparation to thoroughly torment the child before him. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. Gohan managed to smile, and then, in unison, both combatants sprang into action, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their clashes echoing relentlessly. Jiang Ling observed for a while before turning his gaze away. He could discern that Wukong's combat skills had begun to take shape. It was evident that the influences of Piccolo and Goku were becoming apparent. Jiang Ling initiated contact with the Northern Realm King. Calling the esteemed Realm King. Please respond upon hearing this. After a rustle of static, the voice of the Northern Realm King came through. I hear you. What matter brings you to seek me, Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling said. Lord North Boundary King, I find myself lost in the cosmos and seek your guidance on the path back to Earth. The North Boundary King, somewhat exasperated, replied. Why do you always complicate matters? Just tell me if you will help or not. If not, it's of no consequence, Jiang Ling shrugged, adding, if we sever ties. I want to even bring my beauty magazine to you anymore. The North Boundary King cleared his throat. What are you saying? What kind of relationship do we share? Am I that type of person? He paused. Wait a moment. Let me show you. As he spoke, the North Boundary King's antennae twitched, sensing Jiang Ling's location, and then directed her towards Earth. Thank you, North Boundary King. Next time, I'll bring you some adult magazines. Look, if you're coming to see me, just come. No need to bring anything, he replied, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Chapter 109. On Earth, in a desolate area, the ground was uneven, littered with rocks and fissures. The flora was in disarray, battered and broken. Piccolo stood, slightly panting, showing signs of injury. He initiated a slow healing technique, enveloped in a soft green glow. Casting a glance at the unconscious Vegeta on the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Previously, he had been holding back, but now he had finally released that pent-up frustration. Prince Vegeta? So arrogant, yet here I am, having him pinned to the ground. Piccolo scoffed, assessing Vegeta's injuries. He decided to apply the slow healing technique to ensure the prince wouldn't perish. It was rather bothersome, having lent a hand when Vegeta was in danger on Earth. After administering the healing, Piccolo felt rejuvenated and turned to leave, leaving Vegeta lying quietly, cloaked in a gentle green light. Time passed, and as night fell, the sounds of insects filled the air. The green glow around Vegeta faded, and a young girl appeared by his side. She was tall and slender, estimated to be around 175 meters. Dressed in a leather wrap that accentuated her toned abdomen, she wore a tiger-striped miniskirt that showcased her long, shapely legs. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and though her face bore some dirt, her beauty was evident. She gently shook the unconscious Vegeta. Hey, wake up! What are you doing all alone here? After a brief period of observation, the beast-skinned maiden discerned that Vegeta showed no signs of awakening. Contemplating the situation, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving him unattended in the wilderness. Consequently, she lifted Vegeta and resolved to take him home for treatment. In a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the forest, the beast-skinned maiden carefully removed Vegeta's battle attire, placing it upon her bed. This bed had been custom crafted to accommodate her height, providing ample space for Vegeta to lie down comfortably. Upon witnessing the ghastly wounds adorning his body, she gasped in horror. Although some signs of healing were evident, the injuries remained terrifying, at least in her eyes. Such severe wounds would likely be fatal to an ordinary individual. You are quite resilient, she murmured, her hands never ceasing their work. She retrieved a medical kit and proceeded to administer treatment to Vegeta, applying ointment and bandaging his wounds. After securing the bandages, she hesitated as she glanced at his lower body, where several wounds continued to seep blood, staining the sheets. Ugh! Vegeta emitted a pained murmur in his dreams. Upon hearing this, the maiden clenched her teeth. What is done is done. I shall not shy away. With determination, she swiftly and thoroughly stripped Vegeta of his remaining garments. A blush crept across her cheeks, but she quickly steeled herself. Producing more medicine, she staunched the bleeding, applied ointment, and wrapped the bandages in one fluid motion. Hmph! You are fortunate to have caught my attention, she declared, crossing her arms and surveying her handiwork with a hint of pride. Perhaps this was the satisfaction derived from saving a life. Growing accustomed to the sight, she playfully poked his nose. So this is what you look like. So small and adorable. Afterward, she draped a blanket over him. Outside, the night enveloped the landscape, while inside, the only bed was occupied by Vegeta. The beast-skinned maiden stifled a yawn and glanced around, ultimately deciding to settle for a spot beneath the bed. Drowsiness soon overtook her, and she drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, as the clock struck midnight, a sound stirred her from sleep. Ugh, water. So thirsty. Vegeta murmured intermittently. The maiden quickly rose to pour water and carefully fed it to him. Feeling his forehead, she gasped, oh no. How hot? Is the wound infected? Causing a fever? She retrieved some antipyretic medicine and placed it in Vegeta's mouth, coaxing him to swallow it with water. Yet, in the next moment, he expelled it. Ugh. The maiden furrowed her brow. Are you unable to keep the medicine down? This simply will not do. If the fever persists, it may cause irreparable damage to the mind. After some contemplation, I realized that there are indeed alternative methods to reduce fever. One such method is the use of a suppository, which must be inserted rectally. The girl clad in animal hide hesitated for a moment, feeling utterly at a loss. Yet she steeled her resolve. She placed the medication in her mouth and took a sip of water, closing her eyes as she leaned in to kiss Vegeta. Gently transferring the water and medicine. To prevent him from expelling it, she held the kiss for a prolonged moment. Eventually, she released him, gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed. With a glare at Vegeta, she thought, fine, I'll let you have this. Subsequently, the girl felt a pang of regret and vented her frustration by giving Vegeta a sharp jab. Afterward, she sat by the bedside for an hour, monitoring his temperature. Why wouldn't he go down? The girl frowned deeply. They were far from the city, and without any means of transportation, reaching it was impossible. It seemed she was left with only one final option. Her gaze fell upon the remaining fever-reducing suppository in the medical kit, and she glanced at Vegeta's well-defined backside. The next morning, Vegeta awoke to a subtle, pleasant fragrance. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a rough-hewn wooden ceiling. Turning his head, he surveyed the surroundings, a rustic cabin made of timber, adorned with some exquisite decor. Attempting to rise, he quickly discovered that any movement sent sharp pains coursing through his body. With both external and internal injuries, his condition was quite severe. The sound of his struggle stirred the girl in animal hide beside him. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing Vegeta awake, her face flushed slightly, as if recalling something. You were gravely injured yesterday. I brought you here. This is my home. Oh, Vegeta replied coolly. What? The girl retorted, her eyes narrowing. You saved me, and that's your attitude? She exclaimed, throwing aside the covers and poking at his wound. I expect you to express your gratitude once more. Vegeta's eyes widened in realization, sensing her growing impatience. And he hurriedly said, Thank you very much. Now that's more like it. Chapter 110, Annihilation. On the other side, beneath the spiritual tree, a tremendous sound erupted. Dales was struck by a tender fist, his body propelled backward, shattering countless thick branches in succession, before ultimately crashing heavily against the trunk. With a surge of nausea, Dales expelled a mouthful of gastric fluid, gasping for breath as he turned his gaze towards the small yet resolute figure of Sun Wukong. How infuriating it is to be bested by a mere child, Sun Wukong remarked. From the moment you perceived me as a child rather than an adult, you were already defeated. A sudden laughter escaped Dales as he stood, plunging headlong into the dense foliage. Is escape truly possible? Sun Wukong shook his head slightly, preparing to pursue. At that moment, a resounding crash reverberated, and the leaves trembled violently. Jiang Ling emerged from the depths, dragging the nearly lifeless Dales and unceremoniously tossing him to the ground. Gohan, you have been rather careless, he admonished. He was just about to consume the fruit of the spirit tree. Gohan raised his hands in confusion, but Jiang Ling, did you not say that the power gained from the spirit tree's fruit would not be substantial? Even if he were to consume it all, how much of a difference could it possibly make? Foolish Gohan, Jiang Ling exclaimed, his expression one of deep concern. Even if the enhancement is minimal, it is still the fruit of the spirit tree. Should we not enjoy it ourselves instead of allowing it to go to waste? It was only then that Gohan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Ah, I see. I was so engrossed in the battle that I completely overlooked this aspect. He admitted sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Jiang Ling glanced at the half-dead Dales on the ground, pondering for a moment. With a swift kick, he sent Dales tumbling next to Gohan. It's now in your hands. What will you do? Naturally, the answer was to eradicate him completely. Gohan, displaying an icy indifference, uttered those words without a flicker of emotion. Yet, this was understandable. One must be merciless towards foes, especially one as malevolent as Dales. Just moments ago, he had heard that their next destination was Earth. Should they reach that realm, the devastation they would unleash was unimaginable. Dales, lying on the ground, initially perceived Gohan as an endearing child and clung to a shred of hope. However, when the phrase "root out" completely slipped from Gohan's youthful lips, despair engulfed him. He could not fathom how such cold words could emerge from the mouth of a seemingly innocent child. Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, he noticed Gohan raising his hand. Wait, Dales hastily pleaded, his belief in the child's capacity for mercy evident. Spare me, I beg you. You will be my elder brother. Please, have mercy. At that moment, he cast aside all notions of dignity, with his life hanging by a thread. What use was dignity? Gohan paused momentarily, then shook his head resolutely. With a voice imbued with righteousness, he declared, for the peace of this planet, for the stability of the world, for the prosperity of the universe, you must die. As soon as the words left his lips, Gohan's small hand descended, forming a fist. That delicate yet firm fist collided directly with Dale's throat. Crack! Dale's eyes widened in shock as he spewed forth a torrent of blood. Ugh, ugh. Seeing that he still clung to life, Gohan struck again, this time piercing through his chest. Splatter! Blood gushed forth as Dales breathed his last, his eyes wide open, as if death could not claim him. Well done. Jiang Ling approached and remarked appreciatively, you surpassed your father by a considerable margin. The future of Earth shall rest in your capable hands. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. For this individual was so feeble that he had not even needed to invoke his Super Saiyan form. No, it is your strength that has truly flourished. Before Wukong could respond, Jiang Ling surveyed the surroundings and turned to enter a tree hollow. Within the hollow stood a small tree, laden with a bountiful harvest of fruits, emanating a gentle luminescence. The spirit tree's fruits. Jiang Ling understood that consuming this fruit would enhance his combat prowess, surpassing the strength provided by the mutated celestial beings he had cultivated in his yard. Without hesitation, he made his decision. Jiang Ling produced a burlap sack, emblazoned with the insignia of a capsule company and the words "pig feed." He meticulously plucked all the spiritual tree's fruits and placed them into the sack, which he then stored in the system's space, now brimming with dozens of them. On the branch, there remained a solitary fruit, distinct from the others, radiating a resplendent golden glow, exuding an air of uniqueness. Jiang Ling reached out and plucked it without a moment's hesitation, consuming it immediately. Boom! In an instant, the aura within Jiang Ling erupted, causing his garments to flutter without the slightest breeze, while his hair danced wildly, disheveled in the chaos. Fortunately, his visage remained unchanged. The energy gradually ascended, and after a brief interval, it began to subside. It appears that this fruit is indeed the most exquisite of its kind, resulting in a commendable enhancement of his prowess. Jiang Ling assessed his strength, his eyes glinting with brilliance. After calming his breath, he turned his gaze towards Gohan. I couldn't resist indulging in this golden fruit. Allow me to compensate you for it. Gohan promptly shook his head. No, 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 Uncle Jiang Ling. It is best that you have consumed it. Even without bringing me along, you could effortlessly handle Dales. Furthermore, the greater your strength, the more secure our planet becomes. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling shook his head with a chuckle. You young rascal, do not use this as an excuse to shirk your training. As your uncle, I am growing older, and the responsibility of safeguarding the Earth will ultimately fall into your hands. Besides, I do not always remain on this planet. Regardless, I have no objections to you benefiting from my efforts. After all, no one else holds the right. Sun Wukong smiled slyly. Jiang Ling chuckled. remarking that the young man was quite the conversationalist and urged him to speak more. As they strolled and chatted, they arrived at the entrance of a tree hollow. There, a colossal spacecraft lay anchored. Yet, in comparison to the immense spiritual tree, it was hardly noteworthy. Gohan, he said, I shall take a look inside the spaceship. You remain here and do not wander. Jiang Ling casually uttered a remark before entering the spaceship. All right, Gohan replied, glancing at the surrounding corpses. He felt that leaving the dead exposed in the wilderness was rather improper. Though they were adversaries, they still deserved a proper burial. With this thought in mind, Gohan gathered all the bodies into a pile, doused them with gasoline, and ignited the flames. Instantly, a magnificent inferno erupted, creating a spectacular sight. Meanwhile, upon entering the spacecraft, Jiang Ling commenced his search. The spaceship was vast, with numerous rooms, designed to accommodate a multitude of individuals. Jiang Ling meticulously searched each room. In addition to combat gear such as laser guns and battle suits, he also stumbled upon an assortment of peculiar items, including stockings, bras, certain eggs, and a violet rod. Jiang Ling paused in silence. He recalled that Darius's subordinates seemed to consist entirely of men. How peculiar, indeed. Those items were ones Jiang Ling had not even dared to touch. He ventured elsewhere to search. Ultimately, he discovered what he sought within a lavishly decorated room, resplendent with golden embellishments. There lay a grand chest, brimming with the fruits of the spirit tree. It was evident that these were the fruits Darius had previously refrained from consuming, having hoarded them. However, they now belonged to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling beamed with a broad smile. A bountiful harvest. A great yield indeed. Chapter 111. Reception. Jiang Ling stepped out of the spacecraft, turning to wave his hand, effortlessly retracting the vessel. As for where it was stored, it goes without saying, it was, of course, in the system's spatial realm. Having such a space truly makes a difference. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon a nearby pile of ashes. Perplexed, he inquired, Wufan, what transpired just now? Wufan recounted the events in detail, expressing his noble intention of ridding the world of malevolence. Driven by compassion, he had chosen to cremate the bodies. He explained that leaving corpses to decay in the wilderness would, among other concerns, significantly elevate the likelihood of disease transmission over time. Very well, we must return, he concluded. Yet before we do, there remains a matter I must attend to. Jiang Ling smiled and inquired, what is the matter? Wufan asked. Outside the spirit tree, a million-strong army had assembled. At the forefront stood a commanding middle-aged man, the sovereign of this planet, the Soul King. We shall embark on this campaign ourselves. My comrades, let us muster our strength and obliterate this tree. The vitality of our men has been siphoned by this malevolent tree. Have your wives not complained? It is all the fault of the demon tree. The king's fervent and impassioned rallying cry resonated successfully, igniting an extraordinary fervor among the soldiers. Indeed, I have been feeling rather weak lately. Agreed. I barely managed to get started half an hour ago, and now I can hardly muster a minute. Hey, you up there? If I recall correctly, you were never capable to begin with, were you? Blaming the demon tree as an excuse? You truly are something. Defeating the demon tree is a collective responsibility. The king, thoroughly satisfied, waved his hand grandly, brandishing his spear toward the towering tree. Men, charge. Wait. Hold on. The king bellowed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed up at the top of the tree. There 2 figures hovered above. The soldiers, too, were taken aback by the sight, erupting in exclamations of astonishment. What the hell? Incredible. What am I witnessing? Someone can fly. The next scene left them even more astonished. The 2 figures in the air radiated a brilliant light from their hands, and faintly, one could discern the words, turtle, school, energy, wave, demon, flash, light. 2 shock waves surged forth, crashing into the great tree with a thunderous roar. Boom. The tree began to splinter under the force of the shock waves, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. These shards ascended, transforming into glimmers of light scattered across the planet. Flora and fauna, mountains and rivers, humanity and creatures alike began to rejuvenate. This energy was converted and returned. Although many bore fruit, it was not without its merits. Jiang Ling observed the situation, contemplating within his heart. In a year or 2, this planet would likely return to its former state of normalcy. Had it not been for his intervention, the world would have succumbed to a fate of complete energy depletion. In such a scenario, the planet would transform into a desolate wasteland, leading to the extinction of both its fauna and humanity. Perhaps, in an unintentional manner, he had accomplished a commendable deed. Jiang Ling pondered this thought, accumulating a merit of 10,086. Jiang Ling and Wu Fan descended to the ground, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air. Suddenly, a radiant orb of golden light drifted into Jiang Ling's hand. Jiang Ling focused her gaze and was taken aback. Behold, it was a resplendent golden seed. Could this be the seed of the spirit tree? Ding! The system has arrived, Jiang Ling remarked. You've been absent for so many episodes that I nearly forgot about you. Alas, do not worry about me, host. I've merely been a bit lazy of late. Who in the world cares about you? The fact that I do not disdain you is already quite generous. Jiang Ling curled her lips in disdain. Ding! Host. The seed in your possession can be identified by this system. Could this seed harbor some clandestine secret? Or possess an intriguing origin? Contemplating this, Jiang Ling promptly exclaimed. Identify it for me. Ding. Identification requires a fee. Oh, what are the charges? 10,000 for a single identification, but the initial charge is merely 6, which includes 1 complimentary identification service. 10,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? And what on earth is this 6 for the first charge? Do you think this is some domestic mobile game? Jiang Ling was left speechless, internally lamenting. Alas, there was little to be done, having indulged excessively in mobile games recently. His finances had dwindled. So, shall I recharge or not? Damn it. So you've been absent for so long just to indulge in mobile gaming? Top up for me. Ding. The initial recharge of 6 yuan was successful, granting a complimentary appraisal service. Shall we proceed with the appraisal? Of course, we must. Otherwise, what would be the point of spending money? Jiang Ling has accepted this system. Ding. Identification successful. This item is known as the spirit tree seed. Its function is to cultivate a spirit tree. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling expressed his utter bewilderment. What is there to say? I have known this all along. Damn it, what a waste of $6. Ding. Host, are you feeling displeased? Delighted. How could I possibly be unhappy? Jiang Ling, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, Ding. In light of the host's dissatisfaction, the system will optimize the spirit tree seed free of charge. Optimization in progress. 50, 70, 99. Yet, when the progress bar reached 99, it stubbornly refused to advance any further. Jiang Ling, feeling helpless, decided to disregard him. Her gaze shifted towards the king, who approached with an army of 1,000,000. Hello, what brings you here? Jiang Ling spoke up. The king commanded his vast army to halt and approached Jiang Ling alone, bowing deeply like a fool. Thank you both. On behalf of the billions of humans, flora, and fauna on Nanxing, I express my profound gratitude. Without your intervention, we would likely have perished this week. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan sheepishly scratched his head, responding, It's nothing much, merely a few insignificant deeds. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging the king's words as accurate. He did not decline the invitation. The king continued, To express my gratitude, I invite you to a gathering this evening. I shall treat you to the meat of a rare hen that lays but a single egg every 2.5 years. Curiously, Jiang Ling inquired, A hen that lays an egg only once every 2.5 years? Is such a creature truly existent? The king affirmed with a nod, displaying a hint of pride. Indeed, this is our specialty. The flesh of this hen is tender and exquisite. It is the perfect choice for honoring esteemed guests. Chapter 112. Who the hell? At the banquet, Jiang Ling and son Wukong indulged themselves heartily. The provisions prepared for the banquet were utterly insufficient to satisfy their appetites. Observing this, the king could not help but exclaim, To consume so much. Truly befitting those capable of vanquishing the demon tree. In his mind, there was a correlation between consumption and strength. The more one ate, the mightier one became. This notion held a semblance of truth. The king promptly instructed the chefs to expedite the serving of additional dishes. Esteemed guests, please bear with us a moment while the kitchen prepares more. Jiang Ling smiled and said, We have quite an appetite. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. Not at all. It is our privilege to serve such esteemed individuals, came the reply. By the way, I realize I do not yet know your name. Esteemed one. This planet is known as Blue Star, and I am Nunu, the king of this realm. Jiang Ling and Nunu engaged in a delightful conversation that lingered for quite some time. Eventually, Nunu shifted the tone of the dialogue and cautiously remarked, Esteemed one. I have a humble request. Our people on this planet have never been schooled in the martial arts, and I wonder if you might. The implication was clear. He yearned for Jiang Ling to impart the wisdom of martial arts. Nunu believed that if they could acquire even a fragment of knowledge from such a formidable figure, their planet would be freed from its troubles. The overall combat prowess would undoubtedly strengthen. This calculation resonated loudly in Jiang Ling's mind, and he quickly discerned Nunu's intentions. However, upon reflection, he understood that such aspirations were natural for a leader. After all, it was for the sake of the entire nation and the security of the planet. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Kinu, I do not possess ample time. However, I shall devise a method to impart martial arts to you." Upon hearing this, Kinu's hopeful gaze momentarily dimmed with disappointment, though he did not reveal his feelings. Soon after, a new dish was served. Jiang Ling and son Wukong had indulged earlier, yet they left some food untouched, allowing the king and his ministers to partake in the meal. After all, Jiang Ling had consumed his food with such remarkable speed that it could be likened to a tempest sweeping through, leaving little for others to savor. The banquet featured the finest wines and exquisite dishes that the kingdom had to offer. However, in Jiang Ling's eyes, it paled in comparison to the culinary delights of Earth, the flavors merely hovering around the upper mid-range. The evening was filled with merriment and toasts. As the hour grew late, and under the king's warm invitation, Jiang Ling and Wukong decided to stay for the night. The king graciously arranged for them to each have their own well-appointed chamber. Jiang Ling lay alone on the spacious bed, a wave of drowsiness gradually enveloping him. At that moment, there came a knock at the door of the room. Jiang Ling was suddenly awakened. "Who is it? Please come in. The door is unlocked." With a soft click, the door swung open. A young woman entered. Dressed in revealing attire, draped in a sheer veil that tantalizingly stirred the desires of men. She offered a graceful bow and spoke in a melodious tone, "Esteemed sir, I am the daughter of Kinunu, here to serve you." Jiang Ling, as a promising youth of the new century, immediately discerned the intention behind the situation. He shook his head with a bemused smile. This Nunu truly knows how to navigate social interactions. Were he a novice, he might have settled for less. But he is not. With 2 Bulmas already in his life, his palate has grown discerning. He holds little interest for a girl he has just met and does not know, unless she were to be another new Bulma. Or perhaps a familiar character like Android 18 or Bados from the Dragon Ball universe. Some might question, what about Chi-Chi? Alas, she simply does not suffice. Jiang Ling has never harbored any improper thoughts towards Chi-Chi. Given his familiarity with Wukong, Chi-Chi is not even a consideration. As for Li, although she is beautiful, Jiang Ling fails to grasp her appeal and finds himself lacking any interest. Jiang Ling gazed at the young woman before him and waved his hand dismissively. "I am a person of conservative disposition. You may leave now and inform your father that I will contemplate the matter he has requested." The extent of Nunu's sacrifice illuminated his fervent desire for a prosperous and powerful nation, truly a hallmark of a wise ruler. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the young woman performed a graceful bow, revealing a striking expanse of white before his eyes. "Very well, my lord, I shall take my leave at once." With that, she exited the room. Although Jiang Ling is full of vitality and finds 2 Bulmas insufficient to satisfy him, he is not the kind of person who is easily swayed. In the face of such a dazzling spectacle, he is capable of remaining utterly unperturbed. After the young women have withdrawn, Jiang Ling lay upon his bed, drifting into a deep slumber, unburdened by thoughts of women. His heart, it seemed, could not accommodate so many. As the clock neared noon the following day, Jiang Ling awoke and stretched languidly. Squinting his eyes, he yawned and ambled out of his room. After refreshing himself, Jiang Ling noticed the absence of Wu Fan. Assuming Wu Fan was training outside, he stepped out. Upon exiting, he beheld Wu Fan frolicking with a little girl in the yard, her face radiating an uncontainable, innocent joy. Jiang Ling observed them delighting in their play from a distance, refraining from interrupting their enjoyment. It was a rare occurrence for Wu Fan to have a childhood companion, and approaching them would have been undeniably cruel. After a while, Wu Fan suddenly rose and made his way to the corner, with the girl trailing closely behind. Wu Fan removed his trousers, his tail propping him up as it formed a tripod with his legs. Unconcerned by the girl's gaze, he began to relieve himself. The girl, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, why are you standing to urinate?" "My mother told me I should squat." Wu Fan tilted his head and replied, "My mother says I should stand to urinate." "Evidently, your mother is mistaken." "Really?" she asked, wide-eyed. "Indeed. Trust me." Upon hearing this, the girl mimicked Wu Fan, standing and pulling down her trousers to urinate, resulting in a cascade down her legs. "What is happening here?" the little girl questioned, bewildered. Wu Fan glanced over, his eyes widening in shock as he trembled, pointing incredulously. You don't have a..." Jiang Ling, witnessing this scene, immediately raised her hand to cover her face, feeling both exasperated and amused. The family upbringing in Wukong's household is indeed rather conservative. Jiang Ling decided not to linger any longer and proceeded directly to have breakfast. He casually inquired about the identity of the little girl he had seen with the king, deliberately omitting any mention of the events from the previous night. Ah, that girl? She is my daughter. This morning, while Gohan was cultivating in the courtyard, she happened to pass by. Perhaps it was their shared youth that sparked a connection, and they began to play together. That sounds quite delightful. By the way, I may not have the time to impart martial arts teachings during your stay in this country, but I shall consult my friends to see if they would be willing to assist. I will inform you of their responses in a few days. Thank you, esteemed one. It is my pleasure. I must depart with Gohan today, hence I wanted to let you know. Will you not stay a few more days? I shall do my utmost to ensure you are well entertained. We are fortunate to have many beautiful mountains and waters here. Jiang Ling waved his hand gracefully, politely declining. After having dined, Jiang Ling found Wu Fan, who appeared to be still in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock he had just experienced. Uncle Jiang Ling, do they not have a penis? Indeed, they do not, and they squat to urinate, so you must pay attention to this in the future. Yet, I still find it hard to believe, and girls do not have tails. How do they manage the recoil when they urinate? Jiang Ling, who on earth has such immense recoil when they urinate? Chapter 113. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? I shall come to visit you again. The little girl, reluctant to part, bid farewell. Together with Jiang Ling, she returned to Earth. Baozi Mountain. The sun shone brightly, and the trees were lush and verdant. Birds chirped joyfully in the branches. Sun Wukong's abode was nestled here. Swish. A figure, both large and small, appeared outside Wukong's home. Oh, this is my house. Indeed. The two individuals were Jiang Ling and Gohan. Jiang Ling, without much contemplation, promptly transported Wu Fan from Blue Star to this location. Due to the information he gleaned from the North King regarding the direction of Earth, he effortlessly executed the teleportation back to this place. Jiang Ling was contemplating a conversation with Wukong when, suddenly, he detected a sound emanating from within the room. His expression morphed into one of perplexity as he murmured to himself, in broad daylight, truly an unexpected whim. What? Gohan inquired. Nothing, Jiang Ling replied, waving his hand dismissively. Gohan, do not return home just yet. Let us venture to Kame House. Gohan responded, Oh. My father asked me to stay at Kame House for a while a few days ago. I believe I mentioned it to you. I must have forgotten. Jiang Ling curled her lips slightly before vanishing once more with Gohan. In the next moment, they materialized on Kame House. On the island, Master Roshi reclined on his beach chair, basking in the warm sunlight. Upon noticing the arrival of Jiang Ling and Gohan, he perked up with renewed energy. Ah, Jiang Ling, are you out for a leisurely stroll? He inquired. Indeed, I am, and I've brought Gohan along as well. Son Gohan greeted cheerfully. Hello, Master Roshi. Oh, my dear Gohan, how well behaved you are, Master Roshi replied with a jovial expression. Jiang Ling produced a mysterious disc and handed it to Master Roshi, saying, Here, this is a gift for you. Oh, what is inside? Master Roshi inquired casually as he accepted the disc. You know, Jiang Ling replied enigmatically. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously, a mischievous grin on his face. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with delight, and he too broke into a chuckle. Meanwhile, Gohan scratched his head, puzzled by the cause of their amusement. Jiang Ling surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Where is Krillin? Is he not here? The turtle hermit gestured towards the turtle house, saying, Ah, he is inside, lost in his thoughts. What troubles him? Jiang Ling asked. It would be best to consult him directly about that, came the reply. Taking this advice to heart, Jiang Ling refrained from further questions and proceeded into the turtle house, making his way to Krillin's room. There, he found Krillin in a state of despair, curled up on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his legs. Krillin, what is the matter with you? Jiang Ling, filled with perplexity, inquired, reflecting on recent events. There seems to be nothing of great significance. How could Klein have come to this state? Klein glanced up momentarily upon Jiang Ling's arrival, uttering a solitary phrase before lowering his gaze once more, lapsing into silence. He retrieved his phone, played a melancholic love song, and continued to huddle on the sofa, engulfed in his despondency. Jiang Ling, what troubles you? Speak to me, if you remain silent. It is as if you do not regard me as a brother. I, you, she. Ah, Krillin hesitated, caught in a cycle of unexpressed words and unspoken thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling pressed further. Under his persistent inquiries, Klin's expression darkened, and he eventually recounted the events that transpired. Do you recall the actress I introduced to you last time? We recently went out on a date. That's splendid news. Please, continue. Jiang Ling produced a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while interjecting a remark. Lin replied, a good thing is indeed a good thing. I dressed quite formally, and upon our meeting, she did not mind my height. We then proceeded through the customary course of a date, strolling through shops, enjoying a meal, watching a film. And ultimately, it was only natural that we retired to a hotel room. She did not decline. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming that everything until now had proceeded normally without any unforeseen occurrences. He then continued to listen to Klin's discourse. Subsequently, I was liberated. Congratulations. Jiang Ling rose to her feet, fervently applauding, genuinely pleased for Klin. However, Klin shook his head, his countenance devoid of any joy. He continued to speak, revealing that, having prepared in advance and consulted with Master Roshi, he was aware that he had performed poorly during the initial encounter. Therefore, he clandestinely appropriated a prized possession of Master Roshi's, a bottle of delay spray and a vial of medicine. Subsequently, he spent an entire night with her, and as he put it, she was quite exhausted from the experience. Now, she lay in the hospital. Today, she called to announce their breakup, declaring that she could no longer tolerate him and swearing that if she were to engage with someone again, she would consider herself a fool. Upon hearing Klin's lamentations, Jiang Ling stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his thoughts. Is there truly such a phenomenon in this world? After a prolonged pause, he inquired, how many pills did you consume? Klin replied in a haunting tone, a bottle of pills and the entire bottle of spray. Jiang Ling, how fortunate it is that you are a martial artist with strength. Had you been an ordinary person, the consequences would have been catastrophic, resulting in a tragic demise. Klin replied, please, no more reproaches. I acknowledge my mistakes. The very next day, I rushed to the hospital to have my stomach pumped and even underwent bloodletting. Otherwise, I would still be suffering. At this point, he sighed deeply and refrained from continuing his narrative. Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire Klin. How remarkably insecure he was, resorting to medication for the first time. To be honest, the brevity of time matters little. After all, it was merely the first attempt, and recovery would be swift, leading to a significantly longer duration for the second endeavor. This is a rather simple truth. It is quite surprising that Klin, despite having prepared a strategy, was oblivious to this, unless, of course, the duration remains consistently brief, which would indicate a concern regarding his vitality. The two sat in the room for an extended period, enveloped in a profound silence, neither uttering a word. After a while, the stillness lingered. Jiang Ling let out a soft sigh and consoled. Where in the world is there not a fragrant herb? If we must part ways, then let us seek the next. Klin merely sighed in response. It is easy for you to say. She has already etched herself into my heart. How could it be so simple to let her go? Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment, then retrieved a photograph from his pocket. It was a gift from King Nunu before his departure. In the photograph, the 5 daughters of Nunu were captured, each one more stunning than the last. Jiang Ling handed over the photograph. What do you think of these girls? Upon seeing the image, Klin's eyes sparkled with intense light. He eagerly grasped Jiang Ling's arm. Where? Have you emerged from the shadows? As you said, there are beauties everywhere in the world. I have resolved to reclaim my true self. Chapter 114. In a small cabin nestled within the forest, a girl clad in animal skins approached the bedside, holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Hey, it's time for your medicine. On the bed, Vegeta, his body swathed in bandages, turned his head away. I won't drink it. True warriors of battle never resort to medicine or soup. Don't you have any healing devices here? Or can you take me to a hospital? The girl rolled her eyes in response. You think I owe you something? This medicinal soup has been passed down through generations and possesses certain healing properties. Want to go to a hospital? No money. It's exceedingly expensive there. Do you have any funds? Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell silent. The harsh reality was that he, too, was devoid of money. However, he truly did not wish to consume the medicine. Will you drink it or not? The girl insisted, hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing. Feeling the pain coursing through his body and the dull ache of his internal injuries, Vegeta finally managed to stammer out a few words. It's too bitter. It doesn't taste good. The girl retorted, if you don't drink the medicine, when will your wounds heal? She had not anticipated that a grown man would refuse medicine out of fear of bitterness. Seeing that Vegeta remained silent, she, in a fit of irritation, pinched his wound. Will you drink it? Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. No. Observing his reaction, the girl tightened her grip. Vegeta, who had just sustained serious injuries, felt her increasing pressure aggravate his wounds. Unable to suppress a soft groan, he exclaimed, "Ah, it hurts." "Then will you drink it?" The girl shouted in his ear. Fine, I'll drink it," Vegeta hastily replied, prompting her to release her hold. The girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, watched as Vegeta gulped down the medicine before she took the bowl away. As he observed her retreating figure, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. Such a loud woman. She just grabs without hesitation. The sensation from earlier made his cheeks flush to the roots of his ears. He then felt a tinge of humiliation, realizing that he had just been toyed with by a woman, utterly powerless to retaliate. Ding, mission activated. Collect the 7 cosmic source orbs of this universe. After Jiang Ling consoled Krillin, he had just taken a sip of Lan Chi's warm tea when he was startled by the abrupt voice of the system. Upon seeing the task, he felt a sense of peculiarity. System, you are a check-in system. Why have you adopted a task-oriented approach? Ding. Host. This system is capable of upgrading. This is one of the new features in version 4.0. Well, that statement holds no fault. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. However, why was there such a lack of detailed information regarding this task? Where was he to procure 7 cosmic source pearls? As if sensing his frustration, the system spoke once more. Ding, this task is a long-term endeavor. Please explore on your own. Ugh, wretched system. Jiang Ling silently complained within herself. At the very least, they could provide a detailed task description. Such an ambiguous mission truly left one bewildered. Ding. Host, please refrain from speaking ill of the system behind its back. Jiang Ling glared and straightened his chest. What's the matter with my outspoken criticism? Nothing much. Just had a few exchanges with the system. Jiang Ling finished his hot tea. Before him, Lan Chi busied herself with household chores, her fair legs swaying in his line of sight. He paused for a moment, reminiscing about Bulma. It had only been a few days, yet he found himself yearning for those 2 young ladies, their white and black silk stockings. Without further ado, he decided to act. Jiang Ling informed Krillin to prepare himself over the next few days, as he would accompany him to that location shortly. Subsequently, he effortlessly detected Bulma's presence and vanished in an instant. With the vast population on Earth, the energy of ordinary individuals is exceedingly feeble, making it quite a challenge to accurately locate a specific common person, indeed, a rather pragmatic endeavor. However, Bulma is far from ordinary. She, along with the other Bulma, diligently consumes mutated sins of beings to enhance their combat prowess, and their training has remained consistent, endowing her with considerable strength. As for her abilities, defeating Yamcha is certainly within her capabilities, although she still requires further refinement to surpass others. Yamcha, lacking ambition and preoccupied with the pleasures of life, has neglected his training due to his responsibilities as a corporate president, resulting in a regression of his abilities, a truly regrettable circumstance. In Jiang Ling's quaint villa, Bulma is diligently working in the research laboratory, testing the latest self-developed engine. Jiang Ling appeared beside her, startling her momentarily. Regaining her composure, she rolled her eyes. "Oh, you left me and Bulma to revel for a few days, yet you still know how to return?" Jiang Ling chuckled softly. "I have matters to attend to. As soon as they are resolved, I shall return without delay. Where would I find the time to indulge in leisure? I have 2 beautiful wives waiting at home." Bulma's lips curled into a smile, acknowledging his words. However, as if recalling something, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Nonetheless, I have had a conversation with Big Bulma, and we have reached a certain understanding." "What understanding?" Jiang Ling gently wrapped his arms around her delicate waist and inquired softly. Bulma gazed intently into Jiang Ling's eyes, her expression earnest. "Why don't you go out and indulge a little?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, wondering what had happened today. Bulma paused for a moment before continuing. "I am serious. You are truly remarkable." "Jiang Ling, what nonsense is this? I would never indulge in infidelity. I will proudly bring my meals home to enjoy." Jiang Ling spoke with remarkable confidence. Upon hearing this, Bulma let out a soft chuckle, affirming, "Very well. As long as you possess the capability." She had faith that Jiang Ling would not allow any dubious individuals to cross the threshold. After all this time, she had come to understand his character to some extent. "Bulma, shall we indulge?" she inquired, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush as her body shifted uneasily. "But now is not the right time. I still have significant tests to conduct. Completing them later is of no urgency. However, there are no buts. Allow me to show you something splendid shortly." An hour later, Jiang Ling felt invigorated. After taking a bath, Bulma placed her hands on her hips. What about the wonderful item you mentioned earlier? Haven't I already shown it to you? Jiang Ling's malevolent smile spread across his face. Bulma, with a playful pout, retorted, "Huh? Who needs your worthless trinkets? You only know how to chatter." With a hearty laugh, Jiang Ling approached the illustrious Bulma, who was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. Each of his hands gently encircled a Bulma of distinctly different qualities. "Come, allow me to show you something extraordinary. Let us embark." In a flash, the trio vanished, only to reappear on Namek. "Jiang Ling, what brings us to Namek?" inquired the illustrious Bulma, her curiosity mirrored by the other Bulma as they turned their gaze toward Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, with a grand gesture. A magnificent and stylish spaceship materialized before the three of them. Chapter 115. Bulma, the spaceship. "Wow, where did you acquire this spaceship?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Rushing forward to caress the vessel's sleek surface, her curiosity piqued. In no time, she had opened the hatch. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the spaceship, momentarily disregarding the fatigue from their earlier battle, and promptly joined Bulma in boarding the spacecraft. Jiang Ling followed behind them with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as he observed their eager expressions. "Jiang Ling, from where did this spaceship originate?" Bulma inquired. "Indeed, where does it come from?" "The equipment is impressive, and it is larger than Frisia's ship, featuring several amenities that Frisia's vessel lacked," Bulma remarked, casting a curious glance at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling chuckled and said, "Well, just the other day, I ventured out into the cosmos, where I took on the mantle of a valiant hero and dismantled a den of cosmic bandits, reclaiming some of their ill-gotten gains. It is understandable that certain items are absent from Frisia's ship. After all, not every variety of equipment is required to be fully stocked. Additionally, some high-tech products are unique to particular planets, which has led to this situation." Upon hearing this, both Big Bulma and Bulma exhaled in relief, reassured that nothing had been acquired through unscrupulous means. Now, they could explore without the weight of anxiety. "Ah, this is the lounge. Here is the conference room. This is the office, and over there is the equipment room." The two wandered about with enthusiasm, akin to a leisurely shopping trip. At that moment, Big Bulma's voice rang out. "Wow, Bulma, come take a look. This is the men's restroom." "Oh dear, Big Bulma, how shameless you are. You actually wish to go in there?" Bulma's cheeks flushed. Big Bulma giggled behind her hand. "Our spicy girl Bulma is still shy? What a miracle." Jiang Ling approached, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of Bulma, and chuckled. "Bulma, you should refrain from teasing her. You are rather uninhibited, while Bulma is still young and more reserved." Bulma paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes at Jiang Ling. "Are you implying that I am old?" she inquired, her tone laced with a subtle hint of danger. Jiang Ling abruptly changed his tune, exclaiming, "No. Where is it? Not to mention your wish to become youthful. Even before that, you were exceedingly beautiful." "Oh, that is more like it." A hint of sweetness blossomed in Bulma's heart as she glanced at Jiang Ling. Suddenly struck by an emotion, she spoke up, "However, I must show you how youthful I truly am." With that, she took Jiang Ling's hand and led him into a nearby room. Bulma pondered, "What is happening? Why has this suddenly turned into something else?" As various loud sounds emanated from within, Bulma couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Jiang Ling is indeed formidable. Just moments ago, she was contemplating a great battle at home, yet her energy remains boundless. Truly, she has chosen an admirable husband. At the very least, he possesses a gentle disposition, is considerate, and, most importantly, brings her happiness. With these thoughts in mind, Bulma made her way to the control room of the spaceship's power system. She wished to study the intricacies of this vessel's propulsion. Unbeknownst to her, 3 days drifted by in serene succession. Jiang Ling spent 3 days aboard the spaceship with Bulma and her companions. Observing their engrossment in research and their lack of intention to return, he decided to journey back to Earth alone. Ah, women. They claim to be indifferent to men, devoting themselves entirely to scientific pursuits. Nonsense. Their obsession with research has led them to forsake their homes. Jiang Ling, while expressing his grievances, made his way to Kame House to find Krillin. "Are you ready? Let us proceed." "All set. We can depart at any moment," Krillin replied with a smile. Jiang Ling nodded, greeting Master Rashi, Old Turtle, and Lan Chi before leading Klin to Blue Star. Chapter 116. Expansion. In the royal chambers of Blue Star, the king embraced the queen, reveling in the afterglow of their union. The queen inquired, "My king, do you think that formidable being from a few days ago will return?" The king exhaled slowly, releasing a plume of smoke, and shook his head. I cannot say. Even if he does not come back, what can we do? It is only natural that such a powerful entity would find little to entice them in our realm. Our princesses are not sufficient, are they? Surely, a being of such strength would lack for nothing and would not settle for our relatively backward nation. Just as they were conversing, two figures suddenly appeared at the foot of the bed. Hello, my king. I have returned. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile, accompanied by Krillin. The king stood bewildered, staring at the sudden appearance of the two figures. The queen gasped, hastily pulling the blanket over herself. Ah, we shall return momentarily. Jiang Ling awkwardly scratched his head and vanished into thin air with Krillin. In the audience hall of the palace, Jiang Ling was enjoying some fruit, while Krillin sat stiffly on the sofa. Jiang Ling, do you think I might be looked down upon for behaving this way? Jiang Ling curled her lips and chuckled. Rest assured, here, the strong are revered. As long as you possess sufficient strength, others will treat you like a father. At that moment, the king, having donned his attire, approached with a smile. I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. Jiang Ling cast a glance at Krillin, as if to convey, see, I was right. Wasn't I? Then, turning to the king, she remarked, ah, it seems we have unwittingly offended your good deed. With that, the conversation took a different turn. Jiang Ling gestured towards Krillin and introduced, Krillin, this is my friend, who shares your surname. Perhaps we were kin 5 centuries ago. Greetings. I am the king of this planet, named Krillin, the king remarked with a smile. Hello, I am Krillin, a practitioner of martial arts, Krillin replied. Oh, a martial artist? Krillin turned to Jiang Ling, seemingly seeking confirmation in his eyes. Jiang Ling nodded, affirming, indeed. Just a few days ago I mentioned that I would see if any friends wished to come over, and here he is. Moreover, his capabilities are quite comparable to mine. Ginyu, you are indeed fortunate. Ginyu, taken aback, excitedly grasped Klin's arm. Are you truly considering establishing a martial arts dojo on Blue Star? Absolutely, Klin affirmed. I aspire to propagate the turtle school martial arts that I have learned here on Blue Star. Jiang Ling nodded, having previously heard about this from Jiang Ling. Hence he did not express surprise. This is splendid, he exclaimed, observing as they began to grow more acquainted. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The task was accomplished, and he had no reason to linger here. He produced a device resembling a mobile phone and handed it to Krillin. This was a communication device specially developed by Bulma. Should anything arise, you may contact me through this. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your surroundings, and let Nua show you around. I shall take my leave now. Just as Krillin was about to speak, Jiang Ling vanished in a flash. Ding! Congratulations, host, on taking the first step towards cosmic expansion. Reward: 3-Eye Divine Art. Aren't you a sign-in system? Why would you reward me for this? Host, please do not be alarmed. Do you not recall what I mentioned when we first met? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, only to forget. I once mentioned that features would be gradually integrated. Oh, I see. It matters not, for there are rewards, after all. Jiang Ling gazed at the 3-eyed divine art of rewards. Is it necessary to possess 3 eyes to cultivate this technique? What on earth? Jiang Ling nearly exclaimed in frustration. To say that aside from the 2 eyes on his face, there were indeed 3 other eyes elsewhere. However, this technique explicitly demanded that one possess 3 eyes on the face, which was quite unreasonable. Who would grow 3 eyes on their face for no reason? Furthermore, it was claimed to be a unique cultivation method for those with 3 eyes. Surely, he could not force a 3rd eye to sprout on his forehead. Could he? 3 eyes. Jiang Ling murmured to himself, pondering the notion of a 3rd eye, and one individual came to mind. Tien Fan. He is one of the trio of the most formidable bald heads on Earth, alongside Master Roshi and Krillin. However, the thought of imparting the sacred technique of the 3-eyed prowess to Tien Fan left him with a tinge of reluctance. Jiang Ling is not a virtuous individual, however. In any endeavor, one must expect some form of recompense, should they not? Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a sycophant? At that moment, the system seemed to sense his contemplations and remarked, Ding. Given the host's inner turmoil, the system has activated a new feature. Chapter 117, The Return of Apprenticeship. The system has initiated the apprenticeship return function. What does this feature entail? In essence, it means that by imparting skills to others, one will receive rewards from the system. Indeed, this is quite favorable. As long as there are rewards, it suffices. Jiang Ling nodded and inquired, Do you require a disciple? It matters not. This system is indifferent. Very well, then. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether to resolve the matter of the androids in Baidu or to pay a visit to Tien Fan. Ultimately, he decided on the latter. After all, the androids were not an urgent concern. Left unresolved, they could serve as a sword of Damocles, hovering ominously over the heads of Earth's warriors, compelling them to train and grow stronger. Once they had attained their peak potential, he could then retire to a life of leisure, dedicating his days to the creation of new beings from the comfort of his home. As Jiang Ling contemplated her promising future, a faint smile graced her lips. A sudden inspiration struck her, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. In a quaint little town, there stood a martial arts dojo. Inside, Tien Fan and Dumpling wore serious expressions as they supervised their disciples' training. At that moment, a figure materialized before them. Hello. It's been quite a while. So, you two have opened a dojo. Tien Fan and Dumpling's eyes brightened. Jiang Ling, it's wonderful to see you again. Long time no see, Brother Jiang. After exchanging pleasantries, Tien Fan remarked with a smile, opening a dojo was unavoidable. Training always consumes resources. So we had no choice but to establish a dojo to supplement our needs. Following this cordial exchange, Jiang Ling addressed Jiaozi, saying, Jiaozi, please keep an eye on the situation. I have something to discuss with Tien Fan. Certainly. Jiaozi responded without giving it much thought. Jiang Ling led Tien Fan aside. The latter, puzzled, inquired, Jiang Ling, what are you being so mysterious about? Well, I have a cultivation technique for you here, which should be suitable for your practice. Jiang Ling spoke as he produced a book, its cover emblazoned with the title Three-Eyed Divine Skill. Tien Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he received it. Flipping through the pages, his enthusiasm grew with each glance. This is perfectly aligned with my aspirations. The cultivation methods of Earth have always felt somewhat incompatible with me, but this book of yours, Jiang Ling, appears to be tailored specifically for my needs. What should I do to express my gratitude? Perhaps I could become your disciple. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. No need for that. Simply acknowledging me as your elder brother will suffice. Elder brother. Tien Fan knelt on one knee, clasping his fists with both hands. Jiang Ling did not evade. This kneeling was his due. He helped Tien Fan to his feet, urging him to learn diligently, for his assistance could extend no further. Elder brother. There is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Speak freely. Tien Fan cast a glance towards the distant dumplings. Elder brother. Do you possess any techniques suitable for dumplings? As you are aware, he has already reached his limit and can no longer improve. Jiang Ling shook his head, replying in the negative. If there is ever an opportunity in the future, I shall certainly take note. Thank you, my brother. Tien Fan expressed gratefully. He then dashed over to Dumpling, mentioning that Jiang Ling had gifted him a tome of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Dumpling hurried to Jiang Ling, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ling, for bestowing upon Tien such an excellent martial art. It shall elevate his prowess to new heights. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as my elder brother. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. Tien Fan did not forget to seek the technique for Dumpling. Yet Dumpling, aware that Jiang Ling had personally bestowed the technique upon Tien Fan, felt no jealousy. Instead, he expressed his gratitude. This clearly illustrates the depth of their brotherly bond. Tien Fan approached and inquired, Elder brother, do you know where the three-eyed divine race mentioned in this technique originates? It seems it is not from Earth. The three-eyed divine race. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and pondered, I shall keep an eye out for you. It may indeed be pertinent to you. Is that so? Tien Fan mused as he touched the third eye on his forehead, murmuring to himself. In Baidu, at Dr. Jero's research facility, in the basement, Dr. Jero woke on the operating table. Before him stood his assistant, number 19, a portly man with a frightfully pale complexion. Number 20, the operation was a resounding success. You have now become the artificial human number 20, Dr. Jero exclaimed as he surveyed his transformed body, bursting into laughter. I too have become an artificial being, destined for immortality, and with boundless experiences to devote to the cultivation of my ultimate weapon. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards a nearby incubation device, within which lay a humanoid monstrosity enveloped in nutrient fluid. Number 19, intensify the cultivation resources for Cell. I can no longer contain my impatience. I must accelerate the process. Chapter 118, 0. Return Reward Ding. You have received a return reward, the Yin-Yang Harmony Dual Cultivation Technique. System, do not confine me. This is an immortal cultivation technique. Do not presume I am unaware. Ding. Indeed, host, this is a cultivation technique, but it is not applicable in the Dragon Ball world. However, The system has modified it according to principles so that it may be utilized within the Dragon Ball universe. Jiang Ling fell silent. By employing this technique, it implies that during her encounters with Bulma and the esteemed Big Bulma, her strength would indeed augment. Moreover, they would experience a concurrent enhancement. Such a development is simply, truly remarkable. Woohoo! Jiang Ling broke into a broad smile. At last, system, you have accomplished something remarkable. A wave of cheers ensued. Jiang Ling steadied his mind and began to meticulously contemplate the martial arts techniques. Once he had thoroughly comprehended the methods, he eagerly employed instantaneous movement to arrive at Namek. There, two Bulmas were still engaged in the study of the spacecraft. Jiang Ling entered the research laboratory of Bulma. He was aware that Bulma was relatively gentle and obedient, readily complying with any request made of her. The numerous movements required for this dual cultivation technique were perfectly suited for her. At that moment, she was clad in a white lab coat, her expression solemn as she focused intently on testing something on her computer. Her alluring curves were, however, inadequately concealed by the lab coat. Bulma, shall we engage in a game? Jiang Ling approached Bulma from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whispering softly in her ear. Oh, what are you doing? I have things to attend to here. Could you please wait a moment? Be good. Bulma twisted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the data displayed on the computer, admonishing him not to be disruptive. Yet, such words of reassurance, typically reserved for soothing a child, only emboldened Jiang Ling further. Jiang Ling gently scratched her armpit, his gaze fixed intently on the fair, youthful visage of Bulma, exuding the charm of a mature woman. He lifted her onto the workbench. This doesn't seem right. As she surveyed the various instruments around her, an unusual sensation stirred within Bulma. She pressed the save button on the computer, then switched to the game interface, glancing at Jiang Ling. Come on, she proclaimed, her words echoing with a semblance of noble sacrifice. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Ling was not in a hurry. He whispered something softly in her ear, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he regarded her. Bulma, stirred by his actions, found her desire to play the game rekindled. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and with her enchanting large eyes, she shot Jiang Ling a glance. In that instant, she was a vision of irresistible allure. A beguiling voice emerged from her tempting red lips, Daddy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling laughed heartily, as if invigorated by an unseen force, brimming with enthusiasm for the game. The peach blossoms danced upon the flowing water, and the perch grew plump, as though a spring breeze had suddenly arrived overnight. 2 days later, Jiang Ling sipped tea in the lounge, gazing out at the pristine natural beauty of Mike Star. Meanwhile, the two young ladies remained fast asleep, having already indulged in a day and night of rest. Such is the way of things. Jiang Ling's prowess is indeed formidable. His vigor is boundless. His gaming talent is nothing short of genius. I must find an opportunity to venture into another dimension and acquire another Bulma. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, he could not succumb to the allure of women. It was imperative to resolve the artificial being incident first. Then he should enhance Earth's defenses and gravity even further. For there lingered an unsettling sense of insecurity. As Jiang Ling pondered, a sudden exclamation from next door pierced the air. Ah, what is happening here? Jiang Ling leisurely followed the sound, strolling over with an unhurried grace. There stood Bulma, clad in a simple belly band, her expansive alabaster skin laid bare, accentuating her alluringly curvaceous figure that captivated the gaze. In that moment, she gazed incredulously at her own hands, murmuring to herself, what on earth is happening? Jiang Ling leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and a gentle smile gracing her lips. Has something happened, Sister Bulma? Jiang Ling, you arrived just in time. I don't know what's going on, but my strength has doubled. It feels like a dream. Bulma hurriedly approached, wrapping her arms around Jiang Ling's. She paid no mind to her minimal attire, consisting only of a small camisole and snug underwear. Her flustered demeanor suggested she believed something significant had occurred. Jiang Ling, observing her demeanor, extended his hand to gently stroke her delicate nose, chuckling, Your strength has increased. Isn't that rather splendid? Bulma shook her head, expressing her disbelief. Having done nothing and waking up to such a sudden surge in power, who wouldn't feel flustered? Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept upon Jiang Ling's lips as he replied with an enigmatic tone, Oh, you claim to have done nothing? Merely a slumber? Her cheeks flushed as Bulma recalled the playful escapades of that day and night. With a tender pinch, she retorted, Oh dear, what are you thinking? Playing games hardly contributes to an increase in strength. Jiang Ling gently pulled her alluring figure into his embrace, winking playfully. Who said one could not enhance their prowess? With that, he divulged the secrets of the yin-yang harmonization dual cultivation technique to Dabra. As she listened, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her fair hand delicately covering her tender lips, filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that engaging in such activities could indeed bolster one's strength. No wonder she had lost the game last night. Jiang Ling insisted on punishing them with those exhilarating and perplexing postures, which had made her blush at the time. What was she thinking? It was yoga. It turned out to be a form of cultivation, meant to augment her abilities. Jiang Ling. Dabra gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, genuinely moved. Jiang Ling chuckled, feeling quite moved. Shall we engage in another session of yoga? As she spoke, she was eager to guide with her hands. Bulma playfully evaded her, gesturing towards another alluring figure on the bed. You should seek out Bulma. She is still in slumber. Allow me to rouse her. After a brief moment, Bulma was awakened by Bulma's mischievous call. What are you doing? Bulma replied with a light laugh. Oh, didn't you express a desire for a child? Jiang Ling can assist you with yoga, which may enhance your circulation, thereby increasing your chances of conception. Oh, you wish for a child? In Jiang Ling's eyes, a sudden brilliance ignited as he fervently guided Bulma in her yoga practice. As the complexity of the poses deepened, Bulma's complexion flushed a vibrant red, rendering her increasingly alluring. It appears that the yoga routines are indeed beneficial for one's vitality. Chapter 119, Day 19, noon of the following day. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ling was gently adjusted by Bulma, who tidied his clothing with care. It is always wise to be cautious. Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward and remarked, if you cannot resolve the issue with the androids, do not return to see me. Should I become pregnant, I shall not allow the child to recognize you. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. With your words, I must address the matter of the android, not solely for the sake of the child, but also for you. As he spoke, he affectionately brushed his fingers against Bulma's delicate nose. Bulma swatted his hand away, exclaiming, Oh, go on, go on. Haven't you had your fill of that yesterday? Don't be so hands-on here. Insufficient, he replied. My Bulma, a lifetime of touch would never suffice. Jiang Ling chuckled, and then, under the gaze of the two women, his figure vanished without a trace. Bulma watched him disappear and turned to Bulma with a soft smile, remarking, to be honest, Jiang Ling is quite an admirable person, almost perfectly embodying our fantasy of a Prince Charming. He does have one flaw, though. Bulma turned her head, and the two women's eyes met. Sharing a silent understanding as they simultaneously said, his energy is excessively exuberant. After uttering this, they both shook their heads with a wry smile. In the past, this had been manageable, but as Jiang Ling's strength grew, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Fortunately, that dual cultivation technique could significantly enhance their powers, otherwise. Bulma pondered for a moment before speaking. The idea I mentioned last time is still feasible. What idea? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Bulma's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she replied, I previously suggested that we send Jiang Ling to another dimension to bring back another version of ourselves. Just as he did when he brought you back. Bulma's eyes brightened, and she nodded slightly. That idea is indeed splendid. If he were to collect another version of us, we would have additional time to devote to scientific research. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, she added, Are we perhaps indulging him a bit too much? At this rate, he might end up like Teddy. Upon hearing this, Bulma shook her head and chuckled. Sister Bulma, you seem to misunderstand him a little. Oh, how so? Jiang Ling possesses an incredibly strong will and holds our opinions in high regard. If we firmly oppose engaging in any inappropriate activities, he would never insist. Now that you mention it, I realize you might be right about Jiang Ling. Perhaps I have been too lenient with him, always failing to voice my disapproval. Bulma slapped her thigh in sudden realization. Since he is not home, let's take advantage of this rare leisure and go shopping together, Bulma suggested. At the mention of shopping, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly casting aside thoughts of scientific endeavors. Absolutely. It's been ages since I last shopped. I could use a new hairstyle, some cosmetics, and a few new outfits. As women, we must know how to adorn ourselves, or else we risk Jiang Ling growing tired of us. With the new Bulma, he might forget the old one. On the other side, Jiang Ling arrived at the outskirts of Baidu. Indeed, he had come this time to confront Dr. Grow and the artificial beings. He aimed to resolve these matters swiftly, lest they lead to prolonged troubles. He was already aware of Dr. Gro's whereabouts from his experiences in the future timeline. Finding the past would prove to be a simple task. Soon enough, Jiang Ling arrived at a precipice before a towering cliff. Gazing at a vine-covered entrance nestled within its rugged facade, a subtle smile graced his lips, for this was indeed the very threshold of Dr. Gro's research. The vines served merely as a facade. Jiang Ling strode directly inside. What greeted his eyes was a formidable iron door. It was evident that it was immensely thick. Even an explosive detonation against it would likely yield little effect. Jiang Ling extended his hand, conjuring a radiant sword of light that pierced through the sturdy iron gate. Producing a sizzling sound, Jiang Ling wielded the lightsaber with such finesse that he effortlessly carved a small door into the iron gate, as if slicing through vegetables. With a swift kick, he sent the newly fashioned iron door flying, revealing the interior beyond. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at the arrangement within. 3 white sleep pods stood out prominently against the wall, each adorned with the numbers 16, 17, and 18. Jiang Ling nodded slightly upon seeing this, indicating that it had not yet been released. Upon reflection, she realized that this was rather obvious. If the artificial beings had been released, she would undoubtedly have been informed immediately. The absence of any news only confirmed that they had not been set free. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss, pondering how he could overlook such a straightforward truth. It seemed he had increasingly succumbed to the allure of indulgence, causing his intellect to dull. Within the research institute, aside from 3 sleep pods, there existed an array of high-precision machines and various supplies requisite for experiments. However, beyond these, Jiang Ling observed no sign of human presence. His brow furrowed in concern. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. Logically, it should not be this way. Even if Dr. Gro had stepped out, it was highly probable that the portly individual known as Number 19 would remain to oversee matters. What could possibly be amiss? Had both of them ventured out? Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the research institute. At that moment, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air erupted from behind. Jiang Ling had long been prepared. With a slight shift of her body, she deftly evaded the incoming assault. A closer inspection revealed that the attack had been a formidable punch. Jiang Ling reached out, seizing his opponent's fist and, with a swift motion, hurled him to the ground. The figure sprawled before him bore a pallid visage, devoid of any color, accentuated by a rotund physique. As he discerned the identity of the fallen, a smile crept across Jiang Ling's face. Wasn't this the very embodiment of the portly android 19 from the original tale? Hey, Number 19, where is your creator, Dr. Gero? Jiang Ling inquired, seeking to clarify the current situation, for otherwise he would remain utterly in the dark. Dr. Gro had passed away. Number 19 rose expressionless, stating flatly, he is dead. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows, pondering whether her time travel had instigated this change. Yet, it seemed implausible, as the 16th, 17th, and 18th had not been disclosed. How had Dr. Gero met his demise? Contemplating this, Jiang Ling prepared to inquire further, but the 19th abruptly extended a hand, a beam of laser shooting forth from her fingertip, aimed directly at Jiang Ling's forehead. Whoosh! Jiang Ling reacted swiftly, tilting her head to evade the laser. Squinting her eyes, she suddenly recalled that Unit 19 was a purely mechanical entity, operating solely on programmed instructions, devoid of any emotions. With this realization, she resolved to eliminate it, knowing that retaining the memory chip would allow Bulma and the others to extract the information later. With a swift movement of his foot, Jiang Ling left behind a fleeting shadow in his wake. In an instant, his body materialized behind Number 19. This remarkable speed, coupled with the effect of the afterimage fist, was astonishing. With a powerful punch unleashed, a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric echoed through the air. Number 19's body crumbled as effortlessly as tofu, instantly pierced by Jiang Ling's strike. Jiang Ling retracted his fist from the body of Number 19. A fist-sized cavity manifested in his abdomen, densely packed with wires that crackled and shimmered with electric light. Number 19 turned his head, his expression as impassive as ever. The chubby little hand had already grasped Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling never anticipated that despite having a hole punctured in his abdomen, the purely robotic entity, Number 19, could still move, absorbing energy. A sound reminiscent of electric currents emanated from the mouth of Number 19. Chapter 120. Where is Dr. Gero? Absorbing energy. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Ling felt a peculiar pull at the spot on his arm where the Number 19 had grasped him. Accompanying this force, he sensed an incessant drain of power from within his body. Jiang Ling suddenly recalled that number 19 was an energy-absorbing pure robot. It was no surprise that he had forgotten, for in the original narrative, he could only remember the ghastly pallor of number 19's face. The combination of number 19 and Dr. Gero, number 20, had cast a shadow over his childhood. With a sinister grin, number 19 proclaimed, "Success. I shall not release you until I have completely absorbed your energy." As he spoke, he seized control of Jiang Ling's other hand. Well, it seemed that there was nothing of great consequence after all. Jiang Ling faintly sensed the pull and shook his head. This force. It would take an eternity for him to exhaust his energy. With this thought, Jiang Ling resolved to cease the trivialities. With a flicker of intent, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair and brows gleamed golden, his eyes shone a vibrant green. His countenance, chillingly indifferent, resembled that of a fearsome deity of war. He extended his foot and delivered a kick, striking 19's body. Bang! The overwhelming force sent 19 hurtling backwards, crashing into the research apparatus. Meanwhile, his severed arms remained clasped around Jiang Ling's own. At the point of the dismemberment, arcs of electricity crackled ominously. Jiang Ling removed the mechanical arm labeled 19 from his own arm. With a slight smile, he cast it onto the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. He then approached number 19, stepping onto his body and gazing down upon him. "Where is Dr. Gro?" Number 19's eyes were a chaotic whirl of data, emitting a faint hiss as smoke curled upwards. "Dr. Gro is dead." Jiang Ling furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a moment of inspiration as she inquired, "What about the 20th? The response was hesitant. "The 20th. The 20th is. The 20th is not present." Upon uttering these words, the eyes of the 19th flared with intensity, emitting 2 beams of laser light. Whoosh! Jiang Ling waved his hand to deflect the incoming attack. 2 beams of laser struck the wall, creating 2 distinct holes. After the assault, number 19's eyes dimmed, falling into silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling curled his lips in disdain, remarking that it was rather futile, as even self-detonation was beyond their capability. With that, he delivered a decisive kick to the head of number 19, shattering it, and then conjured a blade of energy to cleave the body into several pieces. This was indeed the legendary dismemberment, executed to prevent any chance of resurrection. Having accomplished this, Jiang Ling directed his gaze towards the entrance of the basement. It turned out that he had previously misunderstood. Dr. Gero was not dead, but had instead been transformed into the cyborg number 20, a being of both man and machine. Number 19 had truly misled him. Considering the timeline, it was entirely reasonable that Dr. Gero had now become cyborg number 20. Jiang Ling gazed at the entrance of the basement, a frown creasing his brow. In the original narrative, Dr. Gero abandoned the cultivation of Cell due to the excessive time and vast resources required for his accelerated growth, redirecting his efforts towards the creation of androids 17 and 18. However, through Jiang Ling's keen observation, it appeared that Dr. Gero had not entirely forsaken 17 and 18. Their absence from the current scene suggested they were likely in the basement. What could they be doing down there? The answer was singular. He had resumed the plan to cultivate Cell. Jiang Ling scratched his head and muttered a curse under his breath, exclaiming how unpredictable the situation had become. Despite the turmoil within, his body remained resolute as he approached the entrance to the basement. He was determined to uncover the schemes of Dr. Gero. Upon opening the door to the basement, Jiang Ling noticed a subtle detail. Glancing at his hands, he observed they were dusted with a fine layer of grime. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. How could there be dust? Unless the person was not in the basement. With this thought, Jiang Ling made his way downwards. Soon, he arrived at the basement, only to find it desolate, with nothing but some frayed wires and a few dilapidated tables scattered about. Crumpled scraps of paper littered the floor. This scene starkly contrasted with his expectations. Surely, this was not the place where Dr. Gero had been cultivating Cell, only for him to descend and wreak havoc, ultimately eliminating both Dr. Gero and the yet-to-be-formed Cell. After inspecting the basement, Jiang Ling found nothing of use and returned upstairs. Based on the existing clues, it is highly probable that Dr. Gero has relocated, taking the equipment for cultivating Cell to another location. This presents quite a dilemma. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. The Dragon Balls had yet to cool completely, whether they were from Earth or Namek. However, there were still ways to proceed. Jiang Ling cast his gaze upon the remnants of Machine No. 19 scattered across the ground. Fortunately, he had refrained from completely obliterating it with an energy blast earlier. Crouching down, he retrieved his tools and began to dismantle the wreckage. Having spent considerable time with Bulma, he had acquired an array of mechanical skills that were finally proving their worth. Before long, he discovered the memory chip and tucked it away, planning to have Bulma and the others extract its contents upon his return, as it likely contained the whereabouts of Dr. Gero. Afterward, Jiang Ling rose to his feet and surveyed the 3 sleep pods before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take them back with him for further examination, deeming it unwise to let such sophisticated instruments go to waste. With a frugal mindset, he proceeded to collect all the equipment laid out in the research facility, swiftly clearing the premises as if a swarm of locusts had swept through. Once he assessed that there was nothing of further utility, he turned and exited the facility, where the precipice awaited him at the entrance. Jiang Ling levitated in midair, gazing at the entrance of the research facility. A shockwave materialized within his grasp. Kamehameha. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a cerulean and white shockwave surged forth, darting into the depths of the institute. A thunderous explosion reverberated. Instantly, the mountains trembled, and debris scattered in all directions. The mountain housing the research facility was cleaved in half by the force of the shockwave. Jiang Ling gazed upon the barren mountaintop and took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Yamcha? Could you send someone to plant trees on a mountain? Yes. Yes, the company's finances will cover it. I will send you the location. Oh, you want me to hold a concert? Let us discuss that later. I'm not inclined to make a comeback at the moment. With that, he ended the call, sent the location to Yamcha, and departed without hesitation. In an undisclosed location, Dr. Gero sat before his computer, scrutinizing the message and video sent back from number 19. A glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Fortunately, he had previously relocated Cell, but it appeared that my androids had likely perished. Damn, the thought ignited a surge of anger within him. He had invested considerable effort into those creations. Although somewhat disobedient, they could have been trained to comply. Curse it, Jiang Ling. He possesses a covert insectoid robot, specifically designed to collect the bloodlines of the strong, providing Cell with their genetic material. It comes as no surprise that information about formidable beings on Earth is now at my disposal. I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come to me. Just wait, it will not be long. Dr. Gero lifted his gaze, focusing on the cultivation chamber before him. Inside, the developing Cell had already reached the size of an adult. Chapter 121. The disposal of the androids. After obliterating the research facility, Jiang Ling returned to his quaint villa. At that moment, the house was filled with delightful aromas. The scent of delectable dishes wafted through the entire hall. It turned out that during his absence, Bulma and Bulma had prepared a grand feast. Jiang Ling's mouth watered at the sight. Ah, you're back. How did you return so soon? Bulma exclaimed, visibly surprised upon seeing Jiang Ling. What's the matter? Can't I be quick? Well, it's not good for a man to be too hasty. Jiang Ling playfully smacked her bottom and chuckled. You know how quickly I am. Bulma, accustomed to such playful antics, merely rolled her eyes, her alluring charm fully displayed. Behave yourself during the day. It's time to wash up and eat. She then handed a bowl and chopsticks to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling gazed at the empty bowl and remarked, if it were the great Bulma, she would have already served me a hearty meal. Bulma, having enjoyed her own meal, curled her lip and replied, you do realize it's the great Bulma, don't you? She indulges you, but I certainly do not. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ling could only helplessly serve himself a portion of rice and then sat beside Bulma. He casually inquired, by the way, when did you learn to cook? I had no idea. There are many things you are unaware of. Cooking is but a simple task for me. Bulma replied proudly, puffing out her chest, her curvaceous figure on full display. It must be said that ever since she began exercising, Bulma's physique had become increasingly, how should one put it, devilishly alluring? Noticing this, Jiang Ling's hand involuntarily reached out to rest on Bulma's form, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. It seems my Bulma is exuding more of that wifely charm. Smack. Bulma swiftly swatted Jiang Ling's unruly hand away, giving him a stern glare. Behave during our meal. And remember, I am an incredibly adorable and invincible beauty. Jiang Ling chuckled. Ah, I couldn't help myself upon seeing your beauty. Their interaction was characterized by playful banter, with either Jiang Ling's mischievous advances or Bulma's spirited approach fueled by youthful exuberance. It was a dynamic where either he took the initiative or she did, with the remainder filled with witty exchanges. However, the fact that they could engage in such banter indicated that the fervor of passion had yet to overwhelm them. Otherwise, a gentler side of Bulma would be revealed to Jiang Ling. At that moment, the lovely Bulma, adorned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen bearing the last dish, her gentle smile illuminating the room. "Enough of the banter," she said softly. "Jiang Ling, you have no idea how much Bulma cares for you. This entire feast was prepared by her hands. She thinks to herself that if she were to return to her world, there would be no one to cook for you, which is why she diligently learns the art of culinary delights here. With such a wonderful partner, how can you not cherish her?" Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Bulma. "Bulma, do you truly mean it?" "I am utterly moved." Bulma, however, would never admit to such sentiments. Faced with Jiang Ling's earnest gaze, she turned her head away, responding with a hint of pride, "You're overthinking it. I merely learned to cook to avoid starving." Understanding her well, Jiang Ling's eyes glimmered with a touch of emotion as he smiled. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? The soft voice of Bulma echoed, "I cook every day, yet I have never seen you so moved." "Haha. Isn't it that I express all my affection for you in the evenings?" They retorted in unison, both girls playfully bantering. Jiang Ling smiled lightly and playfully tapped them on their backsides, eliciting 2 pairs of rolled eyes. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ling intended to tidy up the dishes, but was gently ushered out of the kitchen by Bulma. "Let me handle this. You tend to be a bit hasty." Perhaps, as a mother striving to survive in a post-apocalyptic world with a child, her character had undergone such a profound transformation. Observing her busy figure in the kitchen, Jiang Ling felt a deep sense of admiration. The image of a virtuous and charming young woman, Bulma, juxtaposed with the spirited and fierce girl she once was, struck a chord within him. Jiang Ling occasionally finds himself pondering his own worth and capabilities. However, Bulma reassures him that all he has achieved is well-deserved. He has not only salvaged the future world, but has also rescued her from a life of hardship. That alone suffices. Her entire being is devoted to him throughout her lifetime. The bond between Jiang Ling and Bulma embodies a quintessential love, unmarked by dramatic upheavals, yet characterized by a steady, enduring commitment, supporting one another through thick and thin, which is truly sufficient. Although they may engage in minor squabbles from time to time, neither harbors a desire to part ways. They have seamlessly merged into a singular entity, an enviable union that others cannot replicate. Much like the family of son Wukong, Chi-Chi would never abandon Wukong due to his temperament. At most, they might have heated arguments, yet in crucial matters, Chi-Chi remains unwaveringly supportive of Wukong. Likewise, Wukong does not retaliate or grow weary of Chi-Chi's outbursts. By the way, while washing the dishes, Bulma remarked, "I've been contemplating returning to the future world for a while. I long to see it again." "Ah? What would you go back for?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. "Well, I simply wish to return and take a look. I find myself missing it," Bulma replied. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. He realized that he had somewhat overlooked the feelings of Dabuma all along. "All right, once you are prepared, I shall escort you back. Be sure to bring ample supplies, as resources are rather scarce over there." "Yes, I understand." "Well, since we are heading back, how about I accompany you throughout the night?" "You truly cannot stray from the topic, can you?" Laughter ensued. "Just kidding." "Well, spending the night together is not out of the question." Jiang Ling. He suddenly felt a dull ache in his lower back. That evening, in the research lab, Jiang Ling summoned Bulma and future Bulma to the laboratory. "Jiang Ling, you aren't thinking of doing something inappropriate in the lab again, are you?" Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of both Bulmas, Jiang Ling cleared his throat. "How could that be? Am I really that kind of person?" I find that hard to believe." Jiang Ling chuckled softly, waving his hand as he said, "All right, let us return to the matter at hand. I am here to address the androids, am I not? Can you guess what happened?" "What occurred?" Noticing that he had successfully piqued the interest of the 2 women, Jiang Ling recounted the events that transpired at the research facility. Bulma furrowed her brow. "The timeline has indeed shifted. Dr. Gero is no longer among us, and the Dragon Balls are still in a state of cooling. This poses quite a dilemma." Bulma nodded in agreement. "However, it is fortunate that the androids who will incite chaos in the future have not been unleashed. They remain under our control." "Indeed, Bulma need not worry." Jiang Ling pondered. "With my current strength, even if Cell were to emerge, I would face no difficulties." Bulma's remarks were quite astute. Yet Jiang Ling believed that androids 17 and 18 were not inherently malevolent. They had just been released and were as innocent as blank slates. With that, Jiang Ling fixed his gaze upon Bulma, contemplating the awakening of the androids while remaining sensitive to her feelings, for she bore a shadow of trauma regarding them. As anticipated, Bulma's expression darkened. "Jiang Ling, it is not that I wish to be harsh, but I believe the androids are demons and should be eradicated. Chapter 122. Stepping out of the shadows inside the laboratory, an air of silence enveloped the room. Bulma, fully aware of Bulma's past and the shadow it cast over her perception of the androids, chose to remain silent at that moment. Jiang Ling tenderly embraced Bulma, gently patting her back. I understand your fears, yet I assure you that androids are not inherently malevolent. With proper guidance, I believe they need not mirror the darkness of the future world. Moreover, have you forgotten my origins? Both Bulma and Bulma paused in surprise. What does this have to do with his background? The origins of Jiang Ling are well known to his women, as they are fully aware that he hails from another realm, a fact he had previously disclosed to them. Noting their momentary lapse into distraction, Jiang Ling chuckled softly. You are all aware that I come from a different world. Whether those artificial beings are virtuous, I remain uncertain. The two women, returning to their senses, suddenly recalled this matter, almost allowing it to slip from their minds. For Jiang Ling, this was, of course, not an issue. Jiang Ling continued, moreover, given my strength, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, I have no fear of being unable to contend with the androids. Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, just be cautious. I have no desire to become a widow. Jiang Ling, perhaps the term widow has struck a chord with Bulma, for she gazes at Jiang Ling with a look of concern. Are you certain? I wouldn't mind becoming a widow myself, but I cannot bear the thought of Bulma also becoming one. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of emotion stir within her. Sister Bulma. Sensing Bulma's sentiments, Jiang Ling gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. Suddenly, Bulma seemed to be lost in thought and began to remove her clothing, subsequently unbuttoning Jiang Ling's attire. Jiang Ling, what is the matter, Bulma? Bulma remained silent, engrossed in pursuing his own desires. Jiang Ling suddenly understood. She sought to vent her inexplicable emotions, and he could only cooperate wholeheartedly. With a gentle smile, he suggested, Bulma, perhaps you should step back. It feels a bit awkward. Bulma rolled her eyes, crossing her arms defiantly, and retorted, as if I haven't seen anything before. Despite her words, she shook her head and exited the laboratory, allowing the elder Bulma to work her magic on Jiang Ling. 2 hours later, the elder Bulma emerged, fully dressed, her face aglow, and her emotions restored to a state of normalcy. It was evident that she had emerged from the shadows, breaking free from her previous mental entrapment. Indeed, the two artificial beings that had haunted her were long gone. So why linger in the shadows of the past? Bulma settled onto the living room sofa, sipping her coffee. Upon seeing the elder Bulma's expression, she realized that she had entirely let go of her past and embraced a new life. Setting her coffee aside, Bulma approached and embraced the elder Bulma. Sister Bulma, congratulations on moving on completely. Yes, I was once lost in my thoughts. Thank you for your unwavering support, the elder replied. The two women held each other tightly. Suddenly, Bulma's nose twitched and her brow furrowed. Sister Bulma, perhaps you should take a shower. The scent is a bit. The corner of the elder Bulma's mouth curled into a smirk. What? Are you disapproving of the smell? You certainly didn't complain when it was on you. Would you like me to share some? Bulma shot her a glare, exclaiming, Oh, you're teasing me again. Besides, she glanced toward the laboratory door, her face turning the color of a ripe apple, alluring yet bashful. Besides, I don't need you to share. I can fetch it myself. Her voice trailed off, barely audible. The perceptive elder Bulma smiled gently, understanding what the younger woman was implying. Without uttering a word, she nudged Bulma's back, pushing her into the research room. Go for it, Bulma. Jiang Ling is already tied up. Unbeknownst to them, the night slipped away. The next morning arrived. Jiang Ling awoke from her slumber. She cast a glance at the two of them, their exquisite and beautiful faces adorned with a hint of weariness. TSK. I had warned them not to overexert themselves, yet they did not heed my advice. Now they realize the toll of their fatigue, do they not? Jiang Ling shook her head. However, influenced by the yin-yang harmony technique, coupled with their willingness to endure hardship and train diligently, their strength has indeed increased rapidly. Jiang Ling rose quietly, and after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soy milk and fried dough sticks accompanied by eggs and milk provided ample nourishment to meet the demands of his physical exertion. Other nutritional needs could be fulfilled through his regular diet. He chose to have breakfast alone, not waking Bulma and the others, wishing for them to enjoy a little more slumber to rejuvenate their weary bodies, benefiting both their physical and mental well-being. After all, one cherishes his own beloved, and no one else has the right to intrude. He moved a lounge chair outside, poured himself a cup of restorative wine, and sat in the yard, letting the gentle breeze caress him. The warm sunlight bathed him in its glow, creating a truly delightful atmosphere. Jiang Ling took out his phone and notified the various warriors of Earth. The essence of his message was that he had captured the androids. Yet one android created by Dr. Gero and one cell remained. It was merely an announcement without much significance. However, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tien Shinon, and others expressed vehement protests. How can you engage in battle without including us? Are we not brothers anymore? Jiang Ling reluctantly agreed, promising to include them next time. There was no alternative, as he found himself surrounded by a group of battle enthusiasts. The crux of the matter was that, through rigorous training, their strength had now reached a level comparable to that of artificial beings. At this moment, Jiang Ling's attention was drawn to the 10 mutated fairy bean plants he had initially sown not far away. These plants had consistently provided Bulma and her companions with a steady supply of mutated fairy beans, aiding in their combat prowess. However, as their power continued to escalate, the beans had lost their efficacy. It was not that they could no longer enhance their strength, but rather that the increments had become negligible. Consequently, the beans had been relegated to obscurity, left to thrive unattended in the courtyard. Yet now, Jiang Ling suddenly noticed that each mutated fairy bean plant bore not only the usual green mutated beans, but also a singular golden bean. Intrigued, he approached, examined it closely, and plucked it from the plant. Upon inspection, it resembled a golden nugget, gleaming with a brilliant hue. The question arose, could this be consumed? A thought emerged within Jiang Ling's mind, plunging her into contemplation. Why not give it a try? If it proves inedible, it can always be expelled. With this notion in mind, she pondered further. Jiang Ling tossed the golden beans into her mouth. They crunched delightfully, bursting with the flavor of beans. The recipe remains unchanged. It was swift. Jiang Ling discovered that his combat power had increased significantly. If the previous mutated celestial beans had augmented his strength by 200, now they enhanced it by a staggering 10,000. These truly are divine beans. One must admit that the golden beans have indeed brought unexpected delight to Jiang Ling. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated. Now, do you comprehend the formidable nature of the system? Jiang Ling has become immune to the sudden emergence of the system. Upon noticing, he nodded nonchalantly and remarked, indeed, quite impressive. By the way, host, the spiritual tree seed I optimized for you has now been completed. How long has it been? Have you only just finished the optimization? It hasn't been long. The last time was merely in chapter 111. What? Did I say anything? Jiang Ling merely assumed that the system was malfunctioning. He recalled that at one point, he had acquired the seed of the spirit tree, and when the system optimized it, it reached a standstill at 99. Little did he expect that this halt would persist for such an extended period, causing him to nearly forget about it. Chapter 123, An Uninvited Guest with a Mere Thought. A resplendent golden seed materialized in Jiang Ling's palm. A faint golden radiance emanated from it, exuding an indescribable fluctuation. What is this peculiar fluctuation? He seemed to recall that it wasn't present the last time he beheld it. Jiang Ling felt a tinge of confusion. Ding. Host. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece of our system. Without the optimization of our system, how could the seeds of the spirit tree be utilized? Surely, if you were to plant them on Earth, it would drain the planet dry. The optimization by our system merely eliminates the inherent flaws of the spirit tree seeds. The system conveyed this with an air of immense pride. Oh, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. So, you mean to say that by planting the spirit tree on Earth, it will not drain the planet dry? Indeed, it seems you are not as foolish as you appear. Host, please find a suitable location and, guided by the system, plant the seed of the spirit tree. Jiang Ling curled her lips and remarked, why must I plant now? Is it not possible to sow the seeds next time? Or perhaps a year later? It is indeed possible. Jiang Ling's lips curved slightly, embodying the essence of rebellion. The courtyard of her home is indeed quite spacious. Although she claims she will plant later, her body remains rather obedient. Jiang Ling sought a suitable spot in the courtyard and inquired of the system, what do you mean by guidance? The system replied, ding. The guidance for planting the spiritual tree seeds is ready. Shall we commence immediately? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then produced a small entrenching tool and declared, let us commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than a melodious tune resonated through the air. Within the quaint garden, he began to dig and dig. Is this truly the essence of the task at hand? Have you perhaps indulged a tad too much in those fleeting short videos? I mused, wondering if this trend had not already faded into obscurity. Jiang Ling erupted with a torrent of exasperation, lamenting how utterly insipid the music was. The crux of the matter was that, as an adult, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it, swaying to the rhythm of the melody. Jiang Ling began to dig into the earth with a spade, creating a small pit into which he cast the seeds. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then retrieved a sizable object to pour water upon it, subsequently burying it beneath the soil. Oh, are you really going to bury it? You still have to go to the bathroom in the yard, and the crucial part is that it will be buried as well. A tone of mild disdain emanated from behind, belonging to Bulma. Jiang Ling turned around and beheld Bulma, who wore a languid expression, casually draped in a nightgown that revealed swathes of her fair, delicate skin. Her demeanor, inadvertently alluring, exuded a captivating charm. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, she accentuated her voluptuous figure. Why not indulge in a little more sleep? Rest and rejuvenate your energy, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Bulma shook her head in response. Do you think I am a pig, capable of such slumber? Besides, my current prowess allows for a rather swift recovery. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling chose to remain silent. Indeed, their prowess was formidable, requiring no further elaboration. She then proceeded to clarify her recent activities. Planting trees? Indeed. Planting trees. Specifically, spirit trees. I nearly forgot to bring forth the spirit tree fruits I had acquired previously. Do give them a taste. As she spoke, Jiang Ling produced two rather peculiar fruits. She handed one to Bulma and consumed the other herself. Without hesitation, Bulma accepted the fruit and devoured it whole. As it was seedless, immediately, her eyes sparkled, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. This fruit possesses the ability to enhance one's strength? What an extraordinary fruit! Jiang Ling also consumed the fruit, and upon tasting it, a surge of juiciness flooded his mouth, releasing an exquisite aroma. Soon after, he noticed a slight enhancement in his overall physical prowess, as well as an elevation in his combat capabilities. He understood that what appeared to be a minor improvement for him was, in fact, a significant advancement for others. Truly, the fruit of the spirit tree is a remarkable treasure. At that moment, from the very spot where the spirit tree seed had been planted, a small sapling burst forth from the earth, reaching towards the sky and rapidly growing to a height surpassing that of a person. This phenomenon captivated the attention of both Jiang Ling and Bulma. How can it have grown so much already? It was just planted, Bulma exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. Despite her background in cultivation and her status as a scientist, the rapid growth of the spirit tree exceeded her understanding. As her studies had not focused on biology, such astonishment is indeed quite understandable. Jiang Ling had not pondered the reasons behind his rapid growth. He found it of little interest. With the system in place, anything extraordinary seemed quite normal to him. He chose to disregard it, tending to his plants whenever he had spare time, though he remained uncertain of when he would finally savor the fruits of his own spiritual tree. Oh, there was a hint of anticipation in that thought. I've prepared breakfast. Did you eat after waking up? Jiang Ling inquired. Not yet. I haven't even brushed my teeth, replied Bulma, her eyes twinkling playfully as she cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Ling, her voice sweetly suggesting, how about you join me while I get ready? Jiang Ling playfully teased, eliciting a hearty laugh from Bulma, who then turned to wash up and prepare for a meal, calling for Bulma to rise as well. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit laboratory, Dr. Gero, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on the incubator, eagerly awaited the imminent success of his creation, cell. Indeed, success was within his grasp. He had invested immense resources, depleting his entire fortune and dedicating his life's work to finally bringing forth the ultimate weapon, cell. Ha ha ha. This is my most exquisite android, Son Goku. You are doomed. And that Jiang Ling, daring to steal my creation and obliterate my laboratory, shall meet his end today. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally, his expression twisted with malice. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and the heavy door was forcefully flung open, clouds of dust swirling within. Who dares? Dr. Gero turned sharply, his gaze piercing through the haze, where a figure slowly emerged. The footsteps echoed sharply against the floor. Who are you? If you do not speak, I shall act. Dr. Gero remained on high alert. Cell was at a critical juncture, and he could not allow anyone to disrupt his work. As he spoke, an energy sphere began to coalesce in his hand. With a mere flick, it could unleash a devastating explosion. Do not attack, my esteemed Dr. Gero. I come not to provoke. The figure gradually materialized from the dust. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly turned to the incubator. Then back to the unexpected visitor. Yui Dr. Gero stammered, at a loss for words, for the intruder before him was none other than Cell. Dr. Gero, my beloved creator, I have come to propose a collaboration. Surely, you have many questions regarding my origins? Fear not, for I will elucidate them in due time. The uninvited guest, Cell, spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 124, another Cell from a different timeline? Dr. Gero quickly regained his composure, refusing to let his guard down despite Cell's words. Who are you, and why? He inquired, casting a glance at the other Cell still within the incubator. The implication clear. He then posed another question. Furthermore, you claim I am your creator. I do not recall ever having created you. Dr. Gero, do not be alarmed. My name is Cell, and I hail from the future, having traveled here via a time machine. Moreover, I am indeed the creation of your own making, just like the one residing in the incubator behind you. The suddenly appearing Cell smiled, his gaze directed at the incubation chamber containing Cell, revealing a flicker of astonishment. According to the historical trajectory, at this juncture, he should still be a mere embryo, and moreover, Dr. Gero had abandoned the Cell project, making it improbable for him to have developed to such an extent. However, the scenes unfolding before his eyes felt amiss. The history here had been altered. The anticipated android had not materialized. Dr. Gero had diverted resources to study the past version of himself. Are you the future Cell? Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured, has someone in the future developed a time machine? What a magnificent invention. Indeed, Dr. Gero, in that future timeline, the androids had been exterminated by Trunks using a remote control. I was unable to absorb them to evolve into my perfect form. So I killed Trunks and seized the time machine. However, due to its size constraints, I transformed into a larval state, traversing time from over 20 years in the future to several years before, then growing to this size. Cell explained leisurely. Dr. Gero's eyes lit up, but then his brow furrowed. Do you know Jiang Ling? He asked. Jiang Ling. No, I do not, Cell replied, taken aback, shaking his head. He had survived in his future timeline for so long without ever encountering this figure. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Dr. Gero, with all due respect, I sense that the history here diverges from my future timeline. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero fell into deep thought. A different history signified a change. Please tell me, what is the history of your timeline? At this moment, Dr. Gero had completely placed his trust in Cell, lowering his guard. Could the child he had created truly harm him? Very well, Dr. Gero, the situation is as follows. Cell began, slowly advancing towards Dr. Gero, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. In a flash, Cell darted forward, swiftly positioning himself before Dr. Gero, delivering a precise strike to his throat. This maneuver was a swift method to incapacitate the opponent in combat. A muted thud reverberated, yet the impact was severe. Dr. Gero staggered back, clutching his throat tightly. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A glint of coldness flashed in Cell's eyes as he stepped closer, gripping Dr. Gero's throat. His appendage, resembling a tail, extended forward, its tip wide open, transforming instantaneously into a gaping maw. In Dr. Gero's horrified gaze, he was consumed whole, completely devoured. Ah, Cell squinted, having absorbed his creator, Dr. Gero, letting out a long, satisfied belch, a look of indulgence gracing his features. Well, since you have no resources left, your only value now is to serve as my nourishment, he murmured to himself. His physique had noticeably expanded. His appearance had undergone significant changes, the most striking being his mouth, which had transformed into a sausage-like shape. He had entered the second stage of evolution. Subsequently, fragmented memories of Dr. Gero began to surface in Cell's mind. So this world has changed so much. Jiang Ling. And Trunks has been here too? This Trunks seems to be different from the one in my world. In the villa's courtyard, the tree of might had unknowingly grown to a height surpassing that of a man. It appeared no different from the other trees in the garden. The lush green leaves danced in the breeze, rustling against each other, producing a soft rustle sound. In the central open area of the courtyard, Jiang Ling produced 3 sleep pods, each labeled with the numbers 16, 17, and 18. Who are the individuals contained within? Bulma inquired with curiosity. The elder Bulma responded with a smile. Number 16 is a pure robot, said to possess the highest combat power according to Jiang Ling, yet possesses a gentle disposition, cherishing animals and nature. Number 17 is a black-haired youth, rather handsome, who in my future timeline is a notorious villain. Bulma, now that you have Jiang Ling, do refrain from falling for him. With that, the elder Bulma playfully teased Bulma. With Jiang Ling's assistance, She had emerged from her shadows and could now face the androids with composure. It must be said, strength is the foundation for overcoming one's fears. Truth exists only within the range of artillery. Dear sister, spare me your remarks. You were no different in your youth, Bulma retorted with an eye roll. Besides, we are of the same kind. It is not that we are unaware. Once one finds their other half, admiration for other men holds no ulterior motives. We are not like that scoundrel. As she spoke, Bulma shot a fierce glance at Jiang Ling beside her, the implication unmistakable. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, offering no explanations. Bulma's words were indeed accurate, and he found himself unable to refute them. The elder Bulma let out a light laugh, saying, well, let's not speak ill of Jiang Ling. After all, he is one of our own. Bulma pouted, you always defend him, though she expressed her sentiments. She chose not to elaborate further. After all, just a few days prior, they had been discussing how to find another companion for Jiang Ling, aiming to expand his harem. The reasons were twofold: to share the burdens and, more importantly, to enjoy companionship and leisure together. They felt little resistance in their hearts. The more sisters, the better. The elder Bulma approached the sleep chamber of Android 18 and introduced her, saying, this is Android 18, a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, akin to Jiang Ling's Super Saiyan form. Oh, a beauty. Bulma pondered, what is her personality like? In the future, she is a formidable villain, but I am unaware of her character in the present. The elder Bulma replied, shaking her head. Her assertion held truth. In the future, her only acquaintance had been Android 16, and her impressions of Androids 17 and 18 were solely of the malevolent beings that threatened Earth's destruction. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. I have previously stated that these individuals, though artificial, possess an inherent goodness. With a little guidance, they can undoubtedly become virtuous beings. Both Dabra and Bulma nodded in agreement, for Jiang Ling hails from another dimension and is, after all, their beloved. They place their unwavering trust in his words. So, shall we not linger any longer? I have released them. Jiang Ling remarked, all right. Perfect timing, as I too wish to behold the appearance of an artificial being. Chapter 125, The Altercation. Jiang Ling first opened the sleep capsule number 16. As the door swung ajar, a man emerged before the eyes of several onlookers. He possessed a robust physique reminiscent of a strong man and bore an unremarkable visage. His hair, a striking shade of orange, was styled in an extravagant manner. Under the gaze of the onlookers, number 16 blinked awake. He sat up and surveyed the relaxed Jiang Ling, as well as the wary Dabra and Bulma. In an instant, the database processed the information. Greetings, Jiang Ling, Bulma, and Bulma? The data reflected a slight confusion in the gaze of number 16. Jiang Ling nodded and explained, welcome back to consciousness. The other Bulma hails from a future world, so there is no need for astonishment. Thank you for reviving me. Jiang Ling, I harbor no desire to engage in combat with you. However, my programming designates you and son Wukong as adversaries, said number 16, gazing at Jiang Ling with a polite and composed demeanor. Upon hearing these words, both Bulmas immediately assumed battle stances, poised to commence the fight at any moment. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile, gesturing for them to refrain from any rash actions. Number 16, I am aware of the radar within you. You may assess my combat prowess and determine whether it is within your capacity to contend with. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Ling focused his mind, eschewing any outburst of rage or precasting gestures. He seamlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing his aura without reservation. Indeed, Jiang Ling had mastered the ability to instantaneously shift into the Super Saiyan apocalyptic form, maintaining an unwavering emotional steadiness. In number 16's eyes, data streams flickered, quickly replaced by a look of astonishment. Your strength exceeds the records in my database. I cannot prevail against you. At that moment, a ringtone echoed through the air. Daddy's daddy calls mommy, mommy's mommy calls. Jiang Ling took out his phone and, upon seeing the caller's name, exhibited a rather peculiar expression. Hello, Wufan? Oh, your father is coming over? Very well. As soon as the call ended, the figure of son Wukong materialized before Jiang Ling's eyes. Previously, Jiang Ling had advised Wukong to make a phone call before using instant transmission to seek him out, to avoid being caught in the midst of something inappropriate. To his surprise, Wukong took this advice to heart and had Gohan call in advance. Hello, Bulma, dear Bulma. How are you? Wukong greeted them, turning his gaze towards Jiang Ling. His eyes brimmed with a fierce determination. Jiang Ling, have you transformed and released your aura for a particular battle? Jiang Ling, he seems to have forgotten this matter. Usually, he conceals his presence. But when he suddenly unleashes his full strength, anyone would sense something amiss. Indeed, Wukong approached like a shark drawn by a scent. Others also sent messages inquiring about the situation, offering their assistance. Bulma replied to each one, explaining the circumstances and assuring them that everything was fine and there was no need to come over. Jiang Ling gestured towards number 16, introducing with a hint of resignation. This is android number 16, as I previously mentioned to you. He then pointed to the crimson satin ribbon emblazoned with the RR insignia on 16's chest, remarking, Wukong, you should be well aware of this emblem. It is the symbol of the organization that Dr. Gero sought vengeance with. Wukong's eyes brightened at the sight of the emblem, a reminder of the group he had vanquished in his youth. He eagerly turned to 16, exclaiming, Ah, are you here to challenge me? I am ever ready for a duel. Number 16 nodded, then shook his head. My programming compels me to eliminate you, yet my sentient consciousness refrains from engaging in combat. For such actions would disrupt the harmony of nature. Son Wukong, can you bear witness to the destruction of such a beautiful environment? The words left Wukong and the others present momentarily at a loss for words. So, do you wish to fight or not? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Number 16 replied, I am uncertain. Jiang Ling clapped his hands and said, How about this? Since you have no desire to engage in combat, number 16, allow Bulma to modify the program set by Dr. Gero within you. This way, you shall no longer be troubled by the programmed constraints. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, number 16 nodded in agreement. By the way, I still have a bomb inside me. Could you assist in dismantling it as well? No problem at all. Bulma and the elder Bulma immediately replied. They then escorted number 16 to the laboratory. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. He found this approach quite agreeable. Ah, Jiang Ling, does this mean I won't have a fight? Son Wukong remarked, feeling rather disinterested as he saw a new opponent run away. In response, Jiang Ling chuckled and patted his shoulder. Fear not, you shall not be deprived of adversaries. A battle awaits you shortly. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 sleeping pods. Chapter 126, A Bet with a Hiss. The 2 sleeping pods opened, revealing the androids within. The moment the 2 androids awakened, they stood upright. They were siblings. Number 17, clad in black with dark hair, wore an orange scarf around his neck. His posture was upright, and his expression was one of indifference. Number 18, with shoulder-length golden hair and sapphire blue eyes, exuded an air of beauty beneath her modest attire. Her tall and curvaceous figure was evident. Her strikingly beautiful face bore no expression, presenting a rather icy demeanor. The siblings surveyed their surroundings and momentarily froze. This was not the tormenting place they had previously endured. They then turned their attention to Jiang Ling and Son Wukong before them. Son Wukong? Upon hearing this, Wukong pointed to himself. You know me? The siblings nodded, with number 17 stating, Indeed, Dr. Gero instructed us to eliminate you. Son Wukong's eyes brightened at this revelation. Ah, perfect. Let us have a match. I haven't faced a new opponent in ages. I'm tired of battling Jiang Ling and Piccolo. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting disbelief. In their view, Son Wukong's words were akin to courting death. They believed that as enhanced androids, their strength was unparalleled, and no one could defeat them. Fighting is permissible. After all, our mission is to eliminate you. But before we proceed, may I inquire why we are here and the whereabouts of Dr. Gero? The brother and sister found themselves bewildered by their current predicament. The last time they regained consciousness, it was Dr. Gua who roused them from slumber. However, at that moment, their attempt to ambush him had been thwarted, resulting in their forced return to sleep through his controller. To their astonishment, awakening to this reality was unexpected. Son Wukong scratched his head, pondering the question posed. It was better directed at Jiang Ling. With that, he gestured towards Jiang Ling. The siblings immediately turned their gaze towards her. Ahem. This matter is rather intricate and lengthy to explain. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing his words, the artificial siblings were momentarily taken aback. To their astonishment, they had been rescued. Furthermore, the device that had the capability to control them and force them into a state of dormancy had presumably been destroyed alongside Jiang Ling at the research facility. This indicated that they were now liberated. However, there remained a lingering uncertainty. Could Dr. Gero once again forge a device to threaten their newfound freedom? Subject 17 regarded Jiang Ling, offering a slight nod, the coldness on his face easing somewhat. Thank you, he said. Subject 18, with her strikingly beautiful yet austere visage, managed to utter 2 words, her tone softened with a touch of warmth. Jiang Ling slightly nodded, pondering to herself. The future of artificial beings lies in their innocence at birth. Their minds are akin to blank slates, easily influenced. Consequently, upon witnessing the misdeeds of others, they may come to accept such actions as natural, gradually evolving into malevolent entities. In the end, they may even perceive their wanton destruction and urban havoc as justifiable. Yet, at this moment, the siblings have just emerged, presenting an opportunity for gentle guidance. In the original narrative, it was through the benevolent influence of Goku and his companions that androids 17 and 18 transformed into virtuous beings. There is no need for formality. Jiang Ling shook his head and gazed at them. You are free now, and there is no need to heed Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate Wukong, is there? No. It is not as simple as you might think, number 17 replied, shaking his head. We are equipped with control devices, and Dr. Gero possesses the blueprints for the controllers. These controllers can render us dormant, so we must still obey his commands. Otherwise, our lives will not be in our own hands. My brother speaks the truth. Number 18 nodded in agreement. I see. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before suddenly proposing. If I assist you in dealing with Dr. Gero, would you be willing to agree to a few of my conditions? You may speak. Number 18 looked at Jiang Ling. I will share my thoughts when they come to me. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, then shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, didn't you just mention that the mission is to eliminate Wukong? Allow me to express my opinion. With your current abilities, you surely cannot defeat him. Impossible. Number 17 exclaimed, I am the mightiest being in this world. Even my sister's power pales in comparison to mine. Son Wukong cannot possibly be stronger than me. He expressed an unwavering confidence in his own strength. Upon hearing this, number 18's striking features darkened, yet she refrained from arguing. For her brother's assertion held a kernel of truth. Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, why not engage in a contest to see who is superior? A contest it shall be. Upon hearing these words, Son Wukong's expression turned unusually solemn. Very well. Let us seek an open space to minimize harm to nature. Number 17 expressed indifference. Consequently, the two soared into the distance. The scene was left with only number 18 and Jiang Ling. Aren't you going to check on them? Aren't you concerned that Son Wukong might meet his demise? Perhaps due to Jiang Ling rescuing her from despair, number 18 had developed a fondness for him. Observing his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but inquire. Aren't you going to check on them? Aren't you worried that Son Wukong might be killed? Jiang Ling gazed at the enchanting android 18. Revered as a goddess by countless Dragon Ball enthusiasts, and felt a surge of emotion within. He then chuckled softly and remarked, you should be more concerned about your brother. To be frank, he truly cannot rival Goku. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Android 18 regarded him as somewhat arrogant and scoffed. You are overly confident. While my brother may be disobedient, his strength is certainly not exaggerated. Oh, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How about we make a wager? At this, Android 18 narrowed her eyes, clearly intrigued. Very well, what shall we wager? Jiang Ling, having achieved his objective, produced a dazzling gem necklace and remarked with a smile, let us wager on their battle. If Wukong loses, this necklace shall be yours. However, if your brother is defeated, you must bestow upon me a kiss. Upon the revelation of the gemstone, number 18's eyes widened with astonishment, as she believed that Son Wukong stood no chance against her brother. Without hesitation, she acquiesced. Very well, no problem. At that moment, two Bulmas within the house overheard the exchange between Jiang Ling and number 18, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Had a connection been forged? Was this premeditated? Chapter 127, The Secret Laboratory of Dr. Gero. Cell stood before the incubation chamber, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the version of himself from this world. Astonishingly, this world's counterpart possessed several additional bloodlines. Should he develop to my level, he would undoubtedly surpass me. Yet, I shall not permit your growth. Muttering to himself, Cell shattered the glass casing of the incubator with a single punch, extracting the partially developed cell within. With a sudden movement, he opened his tail and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, Cell's form underwent a transformation. He had once again initiated evolution. The third form, commonly referred to as the perfect form. Without delving into the other alterations, his visage had become infinitely more handsome. Were he human, he could surely join Jiang Ling's entertainment company, train for a couple of years, and achieve meteoric success. Unfortunately, Cell harbored ambitions far beyond such trivial pursuits. He aspired to dominate humanity, to spawn countless little cells, and transform Earth into his personal amusement park. Yet, before realizing this ambition, he must first eliminate those who pose a threat. Cell regarded Sun Wukong, Jiang Ling, and other Earth warriors with disdain. If these warriors were truly formidable, how could they allow the android siblings to plunge the world into chaos? Not to mention, he was currently far more powerful than the androids. Cell's eyes glimmered, drawing upon his bloodline memories. He instinctively employed the technique to sense ki. His gaze settled in a particular direction. There stood Sun Wukong. In that case, let us first eliminate Wukong for some entertainment. With this thought, Cell swiftly moved outside the laboratory, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards Sun Wukong's location. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood atop a stone pillar. Surrounded by desolation, the bare rock walls devoid of even the slightest vegetation. Opposite him, on another pillar, stood number 17, clad in black with a cold demeanor. Notably, this place was still quite distant from Jiang Ling's villa. Wukong was aware that should their battle adversely affect the villa, Jiang Ling would be displeased. Such discontent could lead to dire consequences, including the cessation of their sparring sessions. This is more painful than killing him. The two stood firm, gazing at one another. Number 17 wore a haughty expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sun Wukong, I am aware of your strength, yet I am the mightiest in this world. You cannot defeat me. I offer you one final opportunity. Concede, and spare yourself the futile effort. In response, Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, if we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. The truth shall be revealed in the battle itself. Jiang Ling has continuously been by his side, teaching him decisiveness. And he has indeed absorbed some of that wisdom. Upon hearing this, number 17's expression darkened. Ah, so you prefer to invite trouble rather than accept courtesy? Very well. Come at me directly. I have no need to strike first against those who are weaker than me. Thus, I shall comply with your wishes. With a grin, Sun Wukong uttered a cultured phrase he had learned from Gohan, then assumed a combat stance. He swiftly moved in front of number 17 and threw a tentative punch. Number 17 smirked slightly. To him, Wukong's movements appeared as if in slow motion. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the blow. With such meager strength. You dare to boast? He taunted, before delivering a horizontal kick that struck Sun Wukong squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying. Yet, midair, he adjusted his posture and landed gracefully. Rubbing his belly, he chuckled. That kick was rather forceful, but it hardly harmed me. I've gleaned a rough understanding of your strength. Now I shall take this seriously. As he spoke, Wukong's demeanor grew grave, his aura shifting in an indescribable manner. Just as he had stated, it was time to get serious. Number 17 tilted his head slightly. Seriously? You think mere seriousness can surpass my power? My strength is beyond your imagination. Without further ado, Sun Wukong unleashed a golden aura that erupted from within him. Instantly, under number 17's astonished gaze, his hair, eyebrows, and eyes transformed in color. Golden hair, golden eyebrows. His light green eyes sparkled brilliantly. Chapter 128. An unexpected turn. In a secluded forest, there stood a small wooden cabin. At the entrance of the cabin, Vegeta was wrapped in bandages, sitting in a daze, lost in thought. A young girl, clad in garments made of animal hide, returned, dragging her catch behind her. Why are you out again? Are you neglecting your injuries? Upon seeing Vegeta at the door, her beautiful eyes widened in dismay, revealing her displeasure. Vegeta observed the sweat on the girl's face and body, as well as the tone that, although seemingly reproachful, was filled with concern. After a moment of silence, he refrained from responding. For days, he had been severely injured and unable to move, recuperating in this place. The girl's attentive care and concern had not escaped his notice. I can move freely now. I will handle the hunting from here on out. Vegeta attempted to keep his tone neutral. You can move freely now? Are your injuries truly not a concern? The girl, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, soon succumbed to worry. After all, it was quite astonishing that Vegeta had managed to recover to the point of walking, given the severity of his injuries. The fact that he could now assist in hunting left her feeling uneasy. I understand your strong sense of masculinity, but do not overexert yourself if your body is unwell. If you are unable, then you are simply unable, she expressed after a moment of contemplation. Vegeta, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes in indignation. What do you mean I'm unable? I am more than capable. The girl rolled her eyes and retorted. You always require my assistance when it comes to changing clothes or dressing your wounds, yet you still claim you are capable. That is different, Vegeta insisted, his neck stiffening in defiance. That injury is not fully healed and requires your help, but hunting is something I can handle. Suddenly, a thought crossed the girl's mind. and with a playful glint in her eyes, she smiled. Are you perhaps concerned that I am too fatigued and wish to lend me your aid? Absolutely not. Vegeta replied hastily, turning away to avoid her gaze. I'm not what you think. Having spent considerable time together, the girl could read his expression and understood. Vegeta was, once again, being his proud self. All right, then, let us allow you to hunt. However, let it be known that if you struggle, I shall take over, she stipulated. Fine. By the way, it's getting late. Let me assist you in washing up, and then we can have our meal. That won't be necessary. I should be able to manage on my own, Vegeta replied, his cheeks turning crimson. Upon hearing this, the girl chuckled lightly. Oh, you're feeling shy now? I've bathed you every day. I've seen every part of you. Hmph. Let us not revisit the past. I can manage on my own now. With that, Vegeta slowly made his way back, shedding his clothes to prepare for his wash. Moments later, the girl entered the room, and he glared at her. Don't come in. I'm washing. She smirked, responding, You, a grown man, feeling shy? I'm not afraid, as I said. I've seen every part of you, hee. She was not wrong. Throughout their time together, she had become quite familiar with Vegeta's physique. Vegeta turned his head away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, thinking to himself, what a lecherous woman, who are you calling that? The girl approached, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she placed one hand on her hip and tugged at Vegeta's ear with the other. I was talking about you, Vegeta quickly caved. He had come to understand a valuable lesson during this time, when dealing with this woman. Sometimes it was wise to yield. Resisting was futile. Now that was more like it. The girl clad in animal hide finally released her grip on Vegeta's ear, allowing him to change his clothes and bandages unimpeded. A sharp intake of breath escaped Vegeta's lips as he inadvertently tugged at his wound while changing the bandages. Observing his discomfort, the girl promptly approached him, exclaiming, What's the matter? Did you pull at your wound? I told you not to overexert yourself. Now you're the one suffering. Though her words were somewhat stern, she deftly snatched the bandages from him and began to assist in the change herself, preventing him from continuing. As Vegeta gazed at the earnest expression on the girl's face, a warmth enveloped his heart despite his stoic demeanor. Once the clothing and bandages were replaced, they sat together at the dining table for a meal. Vegeta, now capable of feeding himself, no longer required her assistance. He was not one for idle chatter, and the girl, undeterred, shared the events of her day, simply seeking an audience. When she recounted a near encounter with a wild boar, Vegeta paused, setting down his chopsticks, and stated, Hey, I mean it. I'll handle the hunting from now on. You shouldn't take such risks. The girl looked at him intently, and suddenly a smile lit up her face as she agreed. All right. The atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and camaraderie. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly turned his head toward a distant point, exclaiming, Kakarot. Is he that strong now? In a dusty expanse outside, two figures collided, one of them hurtling toward the ground. With a resounding thud, a large crater formed upon impact. The figure in the sky shimmered with a golden aura, strikingly radiant, as if it were the brightest entity amidst the swirling sands. You've lost. Care to try again? I'm always ready, Son Goku remarked succinctly as he surveyed the pit containing Android 17. How could this be? The defeated 17, disheartened and covered in numerous wounds, could hardly comprehend the situation. It was evident that he had endured a grueling series of battles. His emotions had transitioned from defiance to disbelief, and now to utter despondency. Android 17 sensed that Goku's power far surpassed his own. Realizing that had Goku truly wished to end his life, he would have done so already. Why don't you kill me? Is it out of pity? He voiced his inner turmoil. Goku shook his head. Why would I kill you? You haven't done anything wrong. Life is precious. Cherish it. Losing doesn't equate to death. You may have lost to me now, but with diligence in your training, you could surpass me in the future or pursue what you truly love. Don't fixate on who is the strongest. Instead, you will discover that the world is beautiful, and life is worth treasuring. In the wake of this dialogue, number 17 found himself momentarily frozen in place, as he lowered his gaze to contemplate the words. A look of deep reflection crossed his face. Just then, high above, Son Wukong clutched his chest, emitting a sound of agony. Noticing this, number 17 rushed forward, inquiring, What is wrong? Son Wukong remained silent, merely grasping number 17's hand before concentrating his thoughts. With a swift motion, they activated instant transmission, their forms vanishing from sight. In the next heartbeat, they materialized before Jiang Ling and number 18. Upon seeing the two of them, number 18 was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of joy, thinking she had won her wager. However, Her attention was quickly drawn to the battle-worn state of their clothing. Number 17's attire was tattered, while Sun Wukong's appeared pristine, contradicting her prior assumptions. Observing Sun Wukong, who continued to clutch his chest, indicated a potential crisis. At that moment, the matter of the bet was swiftly cast aside as concern took precedence. She anxiously inquired, "What happened? What is going on?" Just as number 17 was about to respond, Jiang Ling interjected urgently, "Wukong, what happened to the medicine trunks gave you last time?" Sun Wukong's face contorted in pain as he managed to utter a few words. "At home, damn." Jiang Ling uttered a phrase, and, with the intention of instantaneously transporting himself to Chi-Chi's side to retrieve the medicine, suddenly seemed to recall something. With a swift motion of his hand, a vial of medicine and a cup of water materialized before him. He exhaled in relief, grateful for the foresight of having a spare. It was merely a matter from a few years prior, alongside Trunks, that had nearly slipped his mind. Time was of the essence. Thus, Jiang Ling did not dwell on it further. He promptly approached Goku, administering the medicine to him. As the remedy took effect, Sun Wukong's demeanor gradually softened. He reclined upon the grass, succumbing to slumber, his breath steady, even punctuated by gentle snores. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Wukong's heart condition had indeed flared up, but fortunately, it was managed swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The reason Wukong did not instantly teleport back home was due to the feeble energy of Chi-Chi, which required his full concentration to facilitate the move. However, the urgency of the situation precluded any such focus, compelling him to seek out the nearest and most likely savior, Jiang Ling. Given Jiang Ling's formidable energy and proximity, he could teleport without the necessity of concentration. Wukong initially intended for Jiang Ling to transport him home to fetch medication, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Jiang Ling already possessed the necessary medicine. Observing that Sun Wukong was unharmed, the others present finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Ling glanced at Wukong, disapproving of his slumber on the grass. Consequently, he swiftly transported him to his wife, Chi-Chi, entrusting her with his care. Upon witnessing Wukong's condition, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's cheeks. Once everything was settled, Jiang Ling, having sensed Bulma's presence, returned to the villa. At this moment, both Big Bulma and Bulma had successfully completed the demolition of the bomb on number 16. Jiang Ling smiled and said, "Congratulations on your newfound freedom." Number 16 gazed at Dabra, Bulma, and Jiang Ling, sincerely bowing in gratitude. "Thank you all." After a while, everyone exited the villa. Outside the villa, number 17 and number 18 remained. Jiang Ling greeted them. "You haven't left yet? I thought you had already departed." At that moment, no. 18 had already heard the account of the events from her brother. Upon seeing Jiang Ling approach, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and planted a kiss on Jiang Ling's cheek. Then, she turned and soared into the sky, swiftly making her exit. Number 17? Jiang Ling gently touched his face. The fleeting warmth from a moment ago had uplifted his spirits. Casting a glance at number 17, he began, "This is number 16. I believe you will find common ground." They subsequently engaged in mutual acquaintance. Number 16 and number 17 pursued the direction in which number 18 had departed, taking flight. Chapter 129. Wukong, Danger. Ding. This system randomly dispenses benefits. Jiang Ling wore a puzzled expression and asked the system, "What trickery are you up to this time?" Ding. This time, it is a delightful reward. Congratulations, host. You have received the following reward, the Privacy Shield. Upon seeing this name, Jiang Ling became intrigued and turned his attention to the detailed information. Privacy Shield, as the name suggests. It generates a shield that prevents anyone from peering into what transpires within. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. This is splendid. Truly a remarkable tool. It is no wonder that my exceptional son system is always considerate of me. Of course. No, who is your son? Jiang Ling instinctively disregarded the system's words. With a flick of his wrist, a spherical orb, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, materialized before him. This was the Privacy Shield. According to the description, the generated shield could be as diminutive or as expansive as desired. Its size was entirely at one's discretion. Even if a deity were to descend, they would be utterly incapable of discerning the happenings within. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before pressing the button above. Instantly, the small orb levitated, illuminating with a radiant glow that enveloped him beneath. At that moment, Bulma approached, her cheeks flushed, and her enchanting eyes shimmering with the essence of spring. She tugged gently at Jiang Ling's clothing, her demeanor shy as she spoke. Jiang, could you take me back to the future time tomorrow? Jiang Ling was attuned to the influence of the shield on his body. Upon hearing Bulma's words, he responded casually, all right. Well, could you possibly accompany me tonight to practice that dual cultivation technique? Bulma has already agreed. I shall wear black stockings. Jiang Ling abruptly lifted his head, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with a gleam of light. Without a trace of hesitation, he responded, certainly. No problem. I am at your service any time. How about right here? This was, after all, his most fervent passion. Really? Dear? Bulma glanced around to ensure no one was watching and readily agreed. Amused, she thought, it wasn't her first time trying this outdoors. Without delay, Bulma crouched down. She expected to see a familiar little creature, but upon witnessing the location, she was left utterly dumbfounded. Where are the birds? Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, number 18, lazily soared to the peak of a mountain in one breath. Upon recalling Jiang Ling, she couldn't help but stamp her foot in frustration. Her complexion, which had just returned to normal, flushed red once again. She could have simply walked away without fulfilling that wager. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Ling, she inexplicably chose to honor the bet. Indeed, both men and women share this common trait. Men are drawn to beautiful women, a notion regarded as lewd, while women are enamored with handsome men, a tendency referred to as being superficial. This world harbors a significant bias against men. After a while, number 17 and number 16 caught up with her. After a brief introduction with number 16, lazily readily accepted this companion. After all, they were both artificial beings. Though number 16 was a pure robot, it did not diminish their sense of camaraderie. Sister, what shall we do next? Number 17 inquired, scratching his head of dark hair. Following his battle with Sun Wukong, he had realized the truth that there are always greater beings beyond oneself, and his previous arrogance had dissipated. Now, aside from possessing strength, he appeared merely as an inexperienced youth. I'm not quite sure. Lazile's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Currently, they stood no chance against Sun Wukong, let alone the prospect of defeating him. Moreover, Jiang Ling had previously mentioned the intention to eliminate Dr. Gero, making the task of vanquishing Sun Wukong seem even more futile. Reflecting on this, it seemed they had nothing to occupy their time. After being modified by Dr. Gero for so many years, suddenly finding themselves free would leave anyone feeling disoriented. At that moment, number 16 spoke up. I possess some inexplicable memories, possibly human memories. And I have a certain understanding of human life. Since you were originally human, why not accompany me on a shopping excursion to experience the life of ordinary people? Upon hearing this, the siblings exchanged glances, recognizing their former dreams reflected in each other's eyes. During their torment at the hands of Dr. Gero, they had often fantasized about living a normal life. Now, with number 16's suggestion, those memories resurfaced vividly. All right, let us go explore together. The objectives aligned. And a few individuals ventured into a city. The skyline was a tapestry of diverse structures, varying in height, collectively forming a modern metropolis. As they entered the city and strolled along the bustling streets, the siblings felt akin to Lu Lao Lao, exploring the garden of the scenic view. Their curiosity piqued by the throngs of people adorned in an array of attire, some audacious and others more reserved. Why is that girl dressed so scantily? Isn't she afraid of being seen? Inquired Individual 17 with intrigue. Individual 18 scoffed. If they dare to wear such outfits, they are unbothered by being observed. It is a manifestation of confidence in showcasing their beauty. Individual 17 continued, but what if they don't wish for others to gaze upon them? What if they feel objectified in their minds? Isn't that a contradiction? If you choose to expose yourself, you should not shy away from the public eye. What purpose does it serve to dress in such a manner if you desire to be the center of attention? In public spaces, if one dares to wear it, one must accept the scrutiny of others. The notion of dressing freely while demanding privacy is utterly ludicrous, 18 retorted, rolling her eyes. Isn't this reasoning rather evident? After hearing her words, 17 gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, well said. Individual 16 nodded in agreement, expressing, I did not expect you to hold such views. Your perspective is commendable. The trio ambled along, stopping intermittently. Suddenly, 18 noticed a clothing store, its window display captivating her gaze. These garments are exquisite. Then why not step inside and try a few on? 16 suggested with a smile. However, 18 hesitated, but purchasing requires money, and we currently have none. 17 smirked, why not just steal it? As soon as the words left his lips, 16 promptly tapped his head. That hurt. 17 exclaimed, clutching his head in surprise. Of course, my abilities surpass yours, so it would be wise not to engage in such theft, 16 replied with a stoic expression, turning to 18. Just go in and make a purchase. Before we departed from Jiang Ling's home, he entrusted me with some funds, stating it would cover your expenses. Jiang Ling. With his money. After a moment of contemplation, 18 shook her head. Using someone else's money feels wrong. Well, once you earn some, you can repay him. Now, let us go take a look, 17 encouraged, gently nudging his sister ahead into the store, recognizing her desire for new clothes. In another part of the city, Shalu transformed into a radiant arc, soaring swiftly through the sky. Suddenly sensing a shift, he abruptly halted midair. Why has Sun Wukong's energy suddenly relocated elsewhere? Moreover, the situation was quite chaotic. The gaze of Shalu flickered. After pondering for a moment, he altered his course and swiftly continued his flight towards the position of Sun Wukong. Chapter 130. Shalu arrives. Gohan emerges. At the home of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, Wukong had succumbed to slumber after taking his medication, his breathing steady. Chi-Chi sat by the bedside, her face etched with worry. Having shared a life with Wukong for at least a decade, she was acutely aware that he was not in his usual state. Typically, Wukong's sleeping posture was far less composed. Occasionally, after an intense training session during the day, he would even snore during his sleep. After living together for so long, Chi-Chi had grown accustomed to Wukong's habits, which were remnants of his wild childhood. Yet now, seeing him sleep so peacefully, she felt a surge of panic. Wukong, you mustn't be in trouble. Chi-Chi clasped his hand tightly. Her eyes filled with concern as she murmured to herself. Gohan approached with a bowl of food, offering comfort. Mom, when Dad had his heart attack, Uncle Jiang Ling promptly administered the antidote. He will be fine. Please eat something, all right? Just leave it here. I cannot eat right now, Chi-Chi replied, shaking her head. Her appearance somewhat haggard. Noticing her refusal to eat, Gohan felt compelled to intervene. Mom, if you don't eat now, when Dad wakes up and sees you like this, he will surely be upset. He won't care about such trivial matters, let alone feel pain for me. After all these years, it seems he has forgotten what it means to be concerned. Gohan was momentarily speechless. No, Mom, what do you see in him? It was undeniable that Chi-Chi's words resonated with Gohan, who found himself in agreement. After contemplating, he decided to approach the matter from a different angle, adjusting his phrasing. Then please eat a little. When Dad wakes up, he is bound to be hungry, and you will need the strength to prepare food for him. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes flickered with a hint of hope as she accepted the meal from Gohan and placed it before herself. Indeed, one must be nourished to have the strength to work. Furthermore, Chi-Chi gently caressed her abdomen, a tender look crossing her features as she whispered, We mustn't let the child go hungry. Though her voice was soft, Gohan's keen ears caught the words. Child? He was instantly taken aback, the unexpected revelation catching him off guard. Chi-Chi offered a gentle smile and nodded. Yes, Gohan, you're going to be a big brother. I haven't had the chance to tell your father yet. Then you must take care of yourself and eat. I will go get another bowl of rice. Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of becoming a brother, energizing him to the point where he momentarily disregarded his father lying on the bed. No. It will still be a long while before the baby arrives. I don't have such a large appetite. Chi-Chi waved her hand and began to partake in her meal. Gohan, however, fixated his gaze upon his mother's flat abdomen, his brow furrowing in confusion. It appeared as though nothing was amiss. Is there truly a younger sibling on the way? Observing Gohan's puzzled expression, Chi-Chi let out a soft chuckle. Oh Gohan, you're still too young to comprehend. One day you will acquire knowledge about such matters from your studies. Huh? Oh. Gohan scratched his head, utterly bewildered. The room fell silent, save for the steady rhythm of Goku's breathing and the faint sounds of Chi-Chi eating. At that moment, Gohan suddenly lifted his head, sensing a subtle, yet urgent energy approaching swiftly. His expression turned alarmed. This presence was unfamiliar and adept at concealing itself. Were it not for its proximity, he might not have sensed it at all. This visitor bore ill intent. The thought flashed through Gohan's mind as he turned to his mother and declared, Mom, no matter what happens, stay inside. I'll go investigate. Huh. Before Chi-Chi could respond, Gohan dashed outside with a swift motion. Upon exiting the house, he beheld a towering, humanoid creature descending from the sky. Who are you? Gohan immediately assumed a combat stance, his muscles taut as he anxiously eyed this strange entity. Who am I? The green humanoid monster, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, smirked at Gohan's inquiry. I am known as Cell, though that was my former name. You may now call me Super Cell. In other words, Super Saiyan Cell. What? Supercell? Gohan murmured the name, then inquired, what brings you to my home? First and foremost, allow me to clarify. My name is Supercell, not Super Chicken Cell. As for my purpose here, heh. It's quite simple, to eliminate Son Goku. Supercell remarked with a sinister smile, looking down at the child whose height barely reached his waist, exuding an air of superiority and elegance. Perhaps this Supercell, infused with the genes of a formidable lineage, believed himself invincible, thus adopting such a nonchalant and graceful demeanor. Jiang Ling observed and deemed it worthy of full marks. Chapter 131, The Incident at the Baozi, outside Wukong's door. Kill my father, and let us see if I acquiesce. In the presence of the towering Supercell, Gohan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A blinding golden light erupted, enveloping Gohan in flames of gold, his golden hair standing on end, with golden eyebrows raised and pale green eyes ablaze with fury. As the aura surrounding him receded, the rage in his gaze dissipated, replaced by a clarity of mind. I shall not allow you to harm my family. With a slight shift in stance, Gohan launched his attack, instantly appearing before Cell and delivering a punch aimed at his face. Boom. In an instant, Cell's arm blocked the strike. Such speed. As Gohan attempted to retreat, Cell, relying on his physical advantage, seized him, forcing Gohan into close combat. Swish. Bang. Bang. The two figures soared from the ground to the heavens, their movements a whirlwind of ferocious sounds. The speed was astonishing. Less than a minute had passed. Yet they exchanged hundreds of blows. At that moment, Cell caught Gohan's kicking foot in his grasp, a slight smile gracing his lips. The warm-up is over. These 4 words echoed in Gohan's ears like a sudden transition from a scorching summer to the depths of winter, sending shivers down his spine. Gohan sought to break free, yet found Cell's grip unwavering, rendering his escape impossible. Inside the house, the tumult of battle left Chi-Chi trembling with fear, her heart heavy with concern for Gohan. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, prompting Chi-Chi to spring to her feet. As a mother, she recognized that the cry had come from Gohan. Just as she prepared to rush outside, a figure burst through the wall, collapsing motionless on the ground. Chi-Chi's scream caught in her throat as she focused her gaze. The figure could be none other than Gohan. His hair had reverted to its ordinary black, his clothing tattered, and his body marred with wounds. Crimson blood spilling from his lips. Gohan! Chi-Chi cried, rushing to embrace him, her voice laced with urgency. Gohan, are you all right? Please respond, my Gohan. Mom. I tried. Quickly. Escape. Gohan mumbled, his eyes drooping as he struggled to articulate the words. Clap, clap, clap. What a poignant display of maternal affection. Cell smiled while applauding, stepping through the hole in the wall, utterly unscathed from battle. He glanced around and spotted Goku lying on the bed, a look of realization crossing his face. So that's it. No wonder his energy felt so unstable. As Chi-Chi caught sight of Cell, an inexplicable courage surged within her, compelling her to seize a stick and, with a piercing scream, strike him. Bang! The stick shattered. Cell raised an eyebrow, swiftly grasping Chi-Chi by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. In that case, allow your family to depart together, he declared ominously. Chi-Chi felt a mounting sense of suffocation, struggling to turn her head and cast a reluctant glance at Goku on the bed and the barely conscious Gohan. The figures before her began to blur. Goku. Gohan. It seems. Boom. Cell suddenly perceived a shift in the air, followed by an overwhelming force surging from his abdomen. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, as he was propelled backward, crashing into a mountain peak, which subsequently crumbled under the impact. In that instant, as he was ejected, Chi-Chi fell, only to be securely caught in a pair of strong arms. Feeling the solid and reassuring chest, along with a familiar scent, Chi-Chi instinctively knew it was her husband, whom she had shared countless days with. Chi-Chi, I am sorry for putting you through this, he murmured. No, it's not a burden, as long as you are safe. Gohan, lying on the ground, watched this scene unfold, engulfed in self-doubt. Am I superfluous? At that moment, Goku suddenly crouched down, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed in concern. Chi-Chi hurriedly inquired, Goku, what's wrong? Aren't you feeling better? I'm not sure. Perhaps I exerted myself too much using Super Saiyan power before fully recovering. My heart feels quite uncomfortable. Goku frowned, glancing in Cell's direction. Under these circumstances, continuing the battle will be quite challenging. Chapter 132, The Little Flower. Where are the birds? In the villa of Jiang Ling. Bulma wore an expression of both confusion and astonishment. The scene before him was undeniably real. Jiang Ling's bird had vanished. Not only Dabuma, but Bulma beside him was equally taken aback by this startling occurrence. As Jiang Ling was about to provide an explanation, Bulma spoke first. Jiang Ling, it's all right. Your lack of that doesn't matter. I will not abandon you. Bulma's tone was laced with reassurance, for she understood the profound impact that the absence of a certain aspect could have on Jiang Ling, who possessed a hint of machismo. Bulma approached, her voice unusually gentle as she added, Jiang Ling, it's okay. I will always be your girlfriend. If you cannot be a man, we can still be sisters. Indeed, Bulma is right. Besides, lacking that doesn't mean we can't have fun with other toys. Witnessing their reactions, Jiang Ling felt a warm surge of affection, a comforting sensation that enveloped him. He then broke into a smile. The two women were perplexed. How could he find amusement in such a predicament? Jiang Ling was about to speak when he suddenly froze, raising his gaze towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. The overwhelming aura emanating from Wukong. Was he engaged in a sparring session? Or perhaps training? No, the energy had suddenly weakened. This was the presence of Wukong and also the aura of Cell. This is bad. Jiang Ling's expression changed abruptly as he finally sensed the hidden aura of Shalu. Hastily adjusting his pants and exchanging a brief greeting, he vanished in an instant through teleportation. Dabuma and Bulma exchanged glances, sensing that the aura they had just felt might indicate trouble on Goku's side. Dabuma. Should we go take a look? I sensed it too, but I believe Jiang Ling can handle it, so perhaps we should refrain from getting involved. If Jiang Ling cannot resolve it, our presence would be futile. That makes sense. In a secluded forest, a wild boar, towering over a person, collapsed with a thunderous thud. Before it stood Vegeta, his body wrapped in bandages. A wild boar, along with my previous catch, should suffice, he murmured, suddenly sensing something. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. Though it was quite distant, an unusual aura reached him. Is this the android Jiang Ling spoke of? No, that cannot be. Jiang Ling mentioned that androids possess no aura. Vegeta's gaze flickered as he contemplated the wild boar he had just hunted. After a moment's thought, he hoisted the boar onto his shoulder and made his way back to the home of the girl clad in animal skins. Upon returning, he found the girl processing the prey at the doorstep. I'm back, Vegeta stated stiffly as he placed the wild boar down. The girl looked up, wiped the sweat from her brow, and smiled charmingly. Beneath her healthy, sun-kissed skin, she appeared quite endearing. You're back. Well, you're incredible for having caught a wild boar. They are quite popular in the city and can fetch a good price. We should sell it and use the money to buy some medicine to help your injuries heal faster. Hearing this, Vegeta paused and shook his head. No need. We can eat it. Despite his words, his stern tone had softened considerably. That won't do. Your injuries have yet to heal. The girl placed her hands on her hips, her eyes widening as she spoke loudly. Vegeta turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. Do as you wish, sell it if you like. That's more like it. Your health is paramount. The girl beamed as she sensed his concession. Vegeta glanced at her and said, I have some matters to attend to outside. As he spoke, he noticed the girl was unresponsive. Her eyes dimmed as she stared at him. What's wrong? I merely stepped out for a moment. The young girl shook her head. After a brief pause, her tone grew somewhat melancholic. I know you will inevitably leave. It's just that I find it hard to let go. Vegeta felt an inexplicable tug at his heart. Confused, he found his mind blank. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had enveloped the girl in his arms. Do not be sad. I too find it difficult to part with you. I shall return. I will not abandon you. After contemplating for a moment, he finally expressed his innermost thoughts. The girl, upon hearing his words, gazed at Vegeta with tender eyes. Vegeta, we have known each other for quite some time. Yet you always address me as Hey and still do not know my name. What is your name? Cold Ice, Dream of Love, Emerald Frost. Just call me Xiaohua. Xiaohua. After a brief interval, Vegeta departed, making his way directly towards the sacred temple. Chapter 133, The Sacred Temple. It was Vegeta's inaugural visit to this place. The new deity, Dondi, along with Mr. Popo, soon emerged. Mr. Vegeta, may I inquire what brings you here? Dandy calmly inquired, having matured somewhat during his time as a celestial deity, adopting a demeanor of calmness. However, were Ultraman to be played before him at that moment, he would likely react just as any other child would. After all, he is still but a child himself. Not every Namekian possesses the precociousness of Piccolo, who became Gohan's guardian at the tender age of 9. Vegeta glanced at Dandy, paused in contemplation, and spoke. Greetings, Earth S deity. I am aware of your healing abilities. If possible, I implore you to alleviate my injuries. Dandy exchanged a look with Mr. Popo, both astonished at the unexpected request for assistance from Vegeta. Dandy, gazing into Vegeta's clear eyes, promptly agreed, trusting his instincts. Mr. Vegeta, I can heal you, but I request that you refrain from causing any harm to Earth in the future. No problem, Vegeta nodded. Having never intended to inflict any harm upon Earth since his arrival from Namek. As a green light enveloped him, Vegeta felt his injuries rapidly mending. All done, Dandy announced after a brief moment, retracting his healing powers. Vegeta stood, stretching his limbs, and regarded Dandy and Mr. Popo, instructing, please, keep your distance. Dandy and Mr. Popo immediately retreated to a considerable distance. Vegeta removed his battle attire, revealing the bandages that enveloped his body, along with the numerous instances of little Kaiatsu witnessing them. Huh! Vegeta erupted with fury. Boom! The bandages shattered and scattered across the ground, revealing his muscular physique. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. The feeling of being in peak condition was simply exhilarating. He could sense a significant surge in his power. Perhaps a trait inherent to Saiyans or a result of his relentless training followed by an unexpected period of rest, which had induced some transformation in his body. The cause eluded him, and he was disinclined to ponder it further. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, causing a shiver to cascade down his spine. He hastily donned the battle attire he had left on the ground. Glancing at Dandy and Mr. Bobo in the distance, he nodded in acknowledgement before soaring into the sky. It seemed as though he had changed, yet remained the same. Mr. Bobo gazed at Vegeta's receding figure, lost in thought. Oh, Dandy nodded contemplatively. Meanwhile, at the house of Son Goku in Baozi Mountain, Goku pressed a hand against his chest, his brow furrowed. Chi-Chi stood beside him, offering support. His heart condition had improved, yet it felt as if it lingered. Perhaps the exertion of transforming into a Super Saiyan had exacerbated his condition. Goku, you mustn't falter now. What shall we do? Chi-Chi fretted over Goku's health, while harboring fears of another attack from Cell. Just as she voiced her concerns, Cell's voice echoed ominously. Oh, it appears your heart condition is still unresolved. Soon, you shall witness your family perish before your very eyes. Cell's figure emerged slowly from the breach in the wall, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. To the casual observer, it seemed Goku's earlier strike had inflicted no harm upon him. Ha! Goku chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You will never succeed. Still defiant even when death looms. Cell scoffed, extending a clawed hand towards Chi-Chi. The wind from his attack howled fiercely, a menacing force. Gohan, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in horror, exclaiming, Mom. In the next moment, Cell was sent hurtling backward. A tall figure appeared before Goku and Chi-Chi. Standing resolute. Jiang Ling, I'm counting on you once more. My apologies, Goku said with a smile. The newcomer was indeed Jiang Ling. Chapter 134, There Smoke. Must we even mention our relationship? Jiang Ling replied. Make sure you rest well. I'm looking forward to sparring with you once you've fully recovered. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Then, he noticed Gohan lying nearby, gravely injured. Gohan, he remarked, you really have let me down, having been so severely beaten by Cell. Jiang Ling chuckled teasingly. Wu Fan, with a wry smile, replied, Uncle Jiang Ling, please refrain from mocking me. This opponent is formidable. You must exercise caution. This creature is Cell, and while I have defeated him before, it was not in his perfect form. Jiang Ling gazed at the wounds adorning Gohan's body, his expression turning icy. With a mere flick of his wrist, he invoked a healing spell. A verdant glow enveloped Gohan, and the injuries began to mend at a visibly astonishing pace. Gohan instantly felt the transformation within his body, staring in astonishment at Jiang Ling. Uncle Jiang, how do you possess Dandy's healing technique, and with such prowess? Meanwhile, Goku, standing nearby, exhibited little surprise, having known Jiang Ling for a considerable time. He had grown accustomed to his remarkable abilities. Because I am a prodigy, he declared. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. Such matters are often convoluted, and he is averse to complications. If an explanation were warranted, he would have provided it long ago. Within mere seconds, Wu Fan rose to his feet, bouncing about as if he had never been injured at all. How miraculous! Uncle Jiang Ling, your skills have enabled my recovery at an astonishing pace. Jiang Ling discreetly wiped away the cold sweat from his brow. As long as they weren't discussing my shortcomings in that regard, I could accept anything. Chi-Chi stepped forward and embraced Wu Fan, tears streaming down her face. Wu Fan, I witnessed your courageous act just now. You have worked hard, mother. Protecting our family is my duty, Wu Fan replied, scratching his head, his face tinged with crimson, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected praise. At that moment, Goku suddenly addressed Wu Fan. Well done, Wu Fan. Once I recover, I shall prepare a nourishing dinosaur tail soup to replenish your strength. Jiang Ling, standing nearby, remarked. As expected of you, Goku. With a sharp slap, Chi-Chi struck Goku on the top of his head, her eyes fierce, nourishing my foot. He is still just a child. You should wait until he has a girlfriend before thinking of such things. Chi-Chi, I'm still a patient, Goku replied, rubbing his head with a hint of melancholy. I don't care whether you're sick or not. Just don't lead Wu Fan astray. Just think about it. Would it be appropriate to give him something like that? Chi-Chi stood with her hands on her hips, radiating authority. She was right. It was akin to giving Viagra to a child who hasn't even turned 10, utterly inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Oh, Goku blinked. Well, Jiang Ling is still here. Let us be considerate. Chi-Chi glanced at Jiang Ling, her expression softening into a smile. Jiang Ling, look at this. I hope I haven't made a fool of myself. Jiang Ling chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Oh, it's nothing. My partner is just the same. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wukong cast a skeptical glance in his direction, as if to convey, I believe you not. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, but then his expression shifted abruptly. You all stay here. I shall return shortly. With that, he swiftly darted away. Shara had returned. And the time for idle chatter had come to an end. It was time to confront the battle ahead. In the next instant, Jiang Ling's figure appeared not far away, blocking Sharu, who was preparing to come back. Sharu, your opponent is me. Jiang Ling gazed upon the fully formed Cell before him. Cell narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his handsome visage. How fortuitous that I too shall test your strength. Since you have arrived, I shall eliminate you first before dealing with Son Goku. Let us see, Jiang Ling replied, but before we engage in battle, I have a question. How is it that you evolved into your complete form without absorbing humans or androids? Jiang Ling was genuinely perplexed. He had monitored the globe, and had he received any reports of mass human casualties or abnormalities, he would have been informed immediately. Yet, there had been no deaths, not even among the androids. And yet Cell had transformed into his complete form. This defied logic. Cell chuckled, finding the question posed by this character from another timeline amusing. I can enlighten you. I hail from a different timeline, having lain dormant underground for several years. I recently emerged and directly consumed Dr. Gero and Cell from this timeline. It was that simple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's pupils constricted, and he clapped his hands in admiration. Remarkable. Now, let the battle commence. As soon as the words left his lips, the confrontation began. Jiang Ling seamlessly transitioned into the unadorned yet formidable form of Super Saiyan at full power. His aura exhibited scarcely a ripple. A subtle smirk graced his lips as he regarded Cell before him, revealing an enigmatic smile. Upon witnessing Jiang Ling's expression, Cell felt a tightening in his core, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. In the next moment, Jiang Ling's eyes flickered with intensity as he held his breath, instantaneously activating his skill. Time came to a standstill. Suddenly, everything fell into silence. Jiang Ling gracefully approached Shalu. With a flurry of punches, she struck him repeatedly. Each blow penetrated his body. Shalu was left with severed limbs, his entire form riddled with gaping wounds the size of bowls. Jiang Ling stepped back a few paces and began to breathe. Holding his breath while exerting himself through intense physical activity placed considerable strain on his body, and he resumed breathing only when he was on the verge of his limits. The moment he restored his breath, the world came back to life. The wind stirred, the trees swayed, and the sand danced in the air. And then Shalu erupted. An overwhelming surge of green blood burst forth from his entire being. A piercing scream escaped his lips. His body plummeted directly onto the peak below, causing the towering summit to collapse by half, and debris buried Shalu's form amidst the relentless roar of crashing stones. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows, and an array of energy orbs manifested in her hands. Though their power was modest, their numbers were plentiful. With a flurry of whooshing sounds, countless energy orbs descended upon the mountain peak, unleashing a tumultuous wave of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Thick clouds of dust surged skyward. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Ling summoned a gust of wind that swiftly dispersed the swirling smoke. He abhorred the haze, for where there was smoke, it often signified that the enemy was unharmed. As the mist cleared, the once majestic peaks transformed into a vast chasm. Yet, to his astonishment, Shalu was nowhere to be found. Had he escaped? Jiang Ling furrowed her brow, casting her gaze around, but found no trace whatsoever. Closing her eyes, she activated her senses to perceive Shalu's presence. Nothing. She could not detect anything at all. What could be the reason for this? Jiang Ling's brows furrowed ever deeper. Had he known? He should have harnessed the maximum potential of the shockwave during the brief moment of stillness to obliterate his adversary in one fell swoop. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the greater one's foundational combat power, the more formidable the strength gained from transformations. At this moment, Jiang Ling's prowess, while only at full Super Saiyan power, had nonetheless reached a level comparable to Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 in the original narrative. This was the very reason he felt confident in his ability to annihilate Cell with ease. Chapter 135, The Turtle School's Open Enrollment. Hmph. I see you are not all that impressive after all, allowing him to escape. Just as Jiang Ling was searching, a voice echoed through the air. Jiang Ling turned his head and discovered that the newcomer was a figure with green skin, draped in a white cloak. It was none other than Piccolo. You've arrived rather late, haven't you? At this pace, Goku and his family would have long perished. If they are dead, so be it. It conveniently removes an obstacle to my dominion over the world. Oh, you are indifferent to Gohan's demise as well? Jiang Ling wore a smile that was both enigmatic and elusive. Piccolo turned his head away, choosing not to delve further into the topic, and instead shifted the conversation. Who is that fellow? Cell. Quite formidable. You may be able to contend with him. But if he continues to evolve into his lightning cell form, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. How is that possible? My current strength is only surpassed by you and Goku. Are you suggesting that I cannot defeat this monstrous Cell? Piccolo's expression was one of disbelief. It is worth noting that he had initially unlocked his potential on Namek, later fused with the Supreme Kai, and had diligently honed his skills, always remaining closely behind Goku in power. If I cannot overcome him, just how terrifying must Cell's lightning form be? Jiang Ling nodded with conviction. Indeed. If he were to evolve into the form of Lightning Cell, you would undoubtedly be unable to defeat him. Hiss. Piccolo gasped in shock, then shot a glare at Jiang Ling. How did you manage to eliminate him just now? Jiang Ling scratched his head and chuckled. A mistake, indeed. I am currently searching for his whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was about to respond when Gohan flew in from a distance. Uncle Piccolo. With a swift motion, a small figure collided directly into Piccolo's embrace. The unexpected impact caught him off guard, causing his eyes to widen and saliva to spew forth. Piccolo was momentarily transported back to the scene of his father, King Piccolo, being pierced by Goku's dragon fist. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan innocently inquired. Shaking Piccolo gently. Regaining his composure, Piccolo playfully delivered a light smack to Gohan's head. You reckless child. You nearly shattered my old bones. Gohan, rubbing his head, looked up with a hint of grievance and replied softly, But I heard from Dad that you are only 13 years old now. Piccolo. Jiang Ling stood nearby, covering her mouth as her shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. She could no longer contain herself and burst into giggles. The sight of the grandmother burrowing into the blankets had struck her as amusing. What are you laughing at? Piccolo shot Jiang Ling a disapproving glance, then gently ruffled Gohan's hair. You've made significant progress, but you must continue to strive for greater strength so that you can protect your family. Understand? Understood. I will certainly do so, Gohan replied with a serious expression, only to be followed by a wave of self-reproach. This time, my lack of strength nearly put my family in danger. If it weren't for Uncle Jiang Ling's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Piccolo fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that he had placed too much pressure on the young boy. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a gentler tone. You have already done well enough. Consider my previous words as if they were never spoken. Upon hearing this, Gohan shook his head vehemently. No, I will become even stronger. Because I am going to be a big brother. Piccolo? Jiang Ling. Such a significant matter, and Wukong chooses to keep it hidden. Does he? At this moment, Piccolo cast a glance towards the distance, paused for a moment, and remarked, That fellow Vegeta has arrived. I shall take my leave now to seek out Cell. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. Although Piccolo had previously relieved his pent-up frustration by inflicting severe injuries upon Vegeta, he now harbored no animosity towards him. Nevertheless, an encounter would inevitably lead to conflict. Considering the greater good, Piccolo resolved to avoid meeting Vegeta for the time being. After Piccolo departed, a while later, Vegeta approached Jiang Ling surveying his surroundings. He smirked and said, That rascal Piccolo must be afraid of me, hence his decision to steer clear. Yet, deep down, Vegeta was well aware of Piccolo's prowess, which surpassed his own at present. The The earlier exchange had merely been a momentary indulgence in banter. Well, Vegeta, it seems that in these few months apart, your strength has increased significantly. Jiang Ling chuckled teasingly, yet devoid of any hint of derision. He is not the type to possess a sarcastic demeanor. Recently, he sustained an injury and went to recuperate, Vegeta remarked indifferently. Oh, Jiang Ling's nose twitched, revealing a knowing expression. Then how could you possibly possess the distinctive fragrance characteristic of girls? Have you been sneaking into a young lady's bed? Vegeta's cheeks flushed crimson as he hurriedly sniffed himself, exclaiming, Where? I can't detect anything. It's simply a matter of habituation. Naturally, you would be unable to perceive it. It seems you have also been cohabiting with a girl. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. If you're unaware, it is best not to speak recklessly. Vegeta, unable to meet Jiang Ling's gaze, appeared somewhat guilty. All right. I shall refrain from further comment. Are you here to join the battle? Jiang Ling ceased to tease Vegeta and shifted the topic. Observing this, Vegeta's demeanor grew solemn as he regarded Jiang Ling with intensity. Can you resolve this matter? If not, I shall take to the battlefield, he asserted. The reason he set aside his pride to seek Dandy's healing was his desire to protect Xiaohua from the calamities that might befall Earth. Should Jiang Ling prove unable to vanquish the foe, Vegeta would not hesitate to engage in combat. Deep within, he too harbored someone worth risking everything to defend. Jiang Ling gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes, pondering the considerable changes he had undergone recently, wondering what experiences had shaped him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling nodded reassuringly. You need not worry. I shall vanquish our enemies. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Vegeta inquired. In the future, during group activities, you must attend. Vegeta exclaimed, perplexed. Stop with the confusion and hurry back to your wife. Jiang Ling retorted. What does that even mean? Vegeta replied, his cheeks flushing once more. Jiang Ling, intrigued, asked, So, what is the nature of your relationship? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Vegeta admitted, Well, we are not yet in a romantic relationship. We haven't even held hands. Jiang Ling, on the other side, Shalu, previously buried beneath rubble, seized the moment of distraction provided by the energy blast to burrow into the earth, concealing his presence before making a hasty escape. As he delved into the soil, he began to heal his wounds. By the time he emerged once more, he was thousands of kilometers away, his injuries completely mended. As if Jiang Ling had never inflicted harm upon him. This rejuvenation was, no doubt, thanks to the bloodline of Piccolo, granting him the extraordinary ability to regenerate from severed limbs. This Jiang Ling is formidable. I scarcely realized when he struck. Shala murmured to himself. Not far away, a bustling city thrived with the ebb and flow of its inhabitants. Number 16 and number 17 trailed behind number 18, appearing rather fatigued. In contrast, number 18 strode confidently along the street, her lovely visage illuminated with excitement as she gazed at the myriad of shops lining the sidewalks. Suddenly, she halted before an adult goods store. What does this shop sell? It seems quite different from the others, she pondered. Chapter 136, Awaiting Death. Number 16 scanned the entrance, data flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he remarked, This is an adult goods store, specializing in items for adults. I suppose. Thankfully, I am of age. I am curious to see what intriguing items are designated for adults. With that, number 18 confidently strode inside, her long legs carrying her forward. Number 17, glancing at the sign featuring a provocatively dressed young woman, felt an unsettling foreboding yet followed her sister into the store. Number 16. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by an array of colorful toys displayed on the shelves. Number 18 tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. Do adults really enjoy playing with toys? Aren't these meant for children? Beside them, number 17 also noticed the toys. His expression peculiar as vague memories from childhood surged forth. He faintly recalled a big brother, whose features had long faded from memory, who had taken him to watch an impassioned film where the protagonist wielded these very toys. As this thought crossed his mind, the coldness of his cheeks could no longer be maintained, flushing with warmth, rendering it impossible for him to regard these toys with a normal perspective. Shaking his head in an attempt to cast aside these thoughts, he found the images from his memory becoming increasingly vivid. His body naturally responded with physiological reactions. Number 17 became aware of his body's unusual response, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and glanced at number 18, lazuli, only to find that she had not noticed, which brought him a sense of relief. It would have been quite awkward had she seen. Quietly, number 17 adjusted his posture, appearing somewhat odd. yet perfectly concealing his body's anomaly. Meanwhile, number 16, who had witnessed the entire episode, shook his head, reflecting on how troublesome humanity truly was. Being a pure robot, he bore no such concerns. In reality, Lazuli was wholly indifferent to her brother, number 17, as she made her way towards the clothing section. Upon arriving at the apparel area, her beautiful eyes blinked in confusion, her bewilderment deepening. Oh, why are there JK uniforms here? And they are so short. This is a sailor suit, and this an office lady uniform, and a maid outfit. Everything is so brief. Oh, there are even undergarments. Why is there so little fabric? Are people so open nowadays? Number 17 could no longer bear to watch, his face flushed, as he gently pushed her out of the adult store. In that fleeting moment as they exited, he caught sight of various medications displayed at the counter. Sister, this place isn't suitable. There is nothing worthwhile here. Let us go elsewhere. All right. This shop is indeed strange, selling all sorts of bizarre toys. Just looking at the shopkeeper, one can tell they have poor inventory. The clothing is too short and scanty. It's clearly a shady business. Yes. By the way, number 17, why is your face so red? This. I'm just hot. Don't mind me. Then let us go get some cold drinks. Number 18, Lazuli, declared their next destination. Just as they were about to set off, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Well, number 17 and number 18. How do you do? Chuckled Cell, his smile unsettling. Who are you? Number 17 immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lazuli and number 16. I'm the sudden intruder, Cell, with vigilance. I am Cell, like you, a creation of Dr. Gero, his most prized creation. Sharu endeavored to wear a benevolent expression. In that moment, 18th number Razali recalled Jiang Ling's warning about a certain Sharu, and her countenance subtly shifted. She approached her brother, the 17th number, and whispered a few words. The 17th number's eyes flickered as he surveyed the bustling crowd, responding nonchalantly. So it's one of our own. Splendid. Why not come to my home for tea and a chat? I reside in a grand villa outside the city. Shara shook his head and chuckled. There's no need for that. We shall remain here, for I am about to devour you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the prepared 17th and 18th numbers sprang into action, charging forward from either side. The 17th number unleashed a powerful punch, while the 18th number executed a sweeping kick. The force was so tremendous that it produced a resounding crack through the air. Bang, bang. Two muffled thuds echoed. Sharu, gripping the 17th number's fist and the 18th number's foot, smirked. Is that all? You shall obediently become my sustenance. What? The 17th number attempted to retract his fist, but found Sharu's grip as unyielding as a vice, a look of horror spreading across his face. How is this possible? Your strength is incredible. The expression on 18th number Razali's face soured as her kicked leg was likewise captured by Sharu. Oh, how could it not be possible? I'm a far more perfected android than either of you. With that, Sharu's hands moved with ferocious intent, swinging both androids, the 17th and 18th numbers, and slamming them vehemently against the concrete ground. Bang, bang. He repeated this brutal act, sending shards of stone flying. The once sturdy concrete was now marred by two deep craters, which continued to deepen. The encounter. From the moment the 17th and 18th numbers initiated their attack to their swift defeat, transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the 16th number unable to intervene in time. 16. Number, run away. The voice of 18th number Razali trailed off. The 16th number, Yao, inhaled deeply and charged forward. Ha, a mere robot, oblivious to its impending doom, dares to confront me. Shara scoffed, dismissing the 16th number entirely. Boom. The 16th number's fist struck Shara's abdomen, unleashing a tremendous roar. Shara instantly felt a terrifying force erupt within him, loosening his grip on the 17th and 18th numbers. His body hurtling backward, crashing into multiple structures. Smoke billowed from the wreckage, and the surrounding pedestrians erupted into chaos, fleeing and shouting for help. However, a significant portion of the onlookers found the spectacle too enticing to ignore, gossiping from a distance. The 16th number lifted the tattered forms of the 17th and 18th numbers, inquiring, "Are you both all right? It is quite remarkable. That individual possesses immense strength, and we are no match for him. However, what astonishes me even more is the formidable power exhibited by Android 16. Why was this not mentioned before? He is even stronger than my brother." Android 18, gazing at 16, expressed her astonishment. Meanwhile, Android 17's countenance darkened. Not long ago, he had prided himself on being the strongest in the world, yet in a brief span, He had been humbled by Sun Wukong, Jiang Ling, Cell, and even the previously unassuming Android 16. Could his mood be anything but dismal? It was fortunate he had not completely shattered. After a moment of contemplation, 17 surveyed the collapsed buildings and inquired, Android 16, has Cell been defeated? No, he remains unscathed. Came the reply. Can you defeat him? No, I cannot. Then what are we doing here? Awaiting our demise. What? Chapter 137. A force unstoppable. Why wait any longer? Let us flee. Remaining here is merely a path to death, urged Android 18 anxiously. She had felt firsthand the overwhelming power of Cell, the vast chasm of disparity rendering them powerless. Android 18 surmised that even if the three of them united, there would still be no match for Cell. Suddenly, a green figure appeared above the city. Who goes there? 17 exclaimed, jolting his head upward. Piccolo glanced at them without uttering a word, his gaze fixed on the smoke-filled ruins. Android 16 restrained the tense 17, scanning Piccolo before saying, do not engage. He is a friend of Jiang Ling's, and he should not be an enemy. A sigh of relief escaped the android siblings. In their eyes, Jiang Ling could be considered a friend. The 18th was still reminded of the moment she had kissed Jiang Ling. It was an unforgettable experience, after all, her first kiss. Although it had been a bet, she had still gone through with it. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a handsome fellow? Hey, you must be Piccolo, right? That creature over there is Cell, immensely powerful. Let us unite. The 17th called out to the sky where Cell hovered. Piccolo merely shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I am not accustomed to alliances. Besides, I am confident in my ability to handle Cell. Upon hearing this, the 17th felt a surge of annoyance. How arrogant could one be? He thought to himself, I shall await the moment you are proven wrong. Having faced numerous trials, he still believed his strength ranked among the top 5. He acknowledged only Jiang Ling, Sun Wukong, the 16th, and Cell is stronger than himself. As for this suddenly emerged Piccolo, the 17th regarded him as nothing more than a pompous braggart, just like before. Hmph. What a show-off. The 17th scoffed. His sister, the 18th, tugged at Zeely and cautioned, 17th, be wary that you do not end up with the egg on your face. Remember, there are always greater forces beyond the mountains and hills. Have you not been humbled enough times before? Dear sister, I doubt that every single person I encounter could surpass me. The 17th shook his head in defiance. At that moment, the 16th's data stream flickered and he interjected. You are indeed mistaken. My radar indicates that Piccolo's energy levels are significantly higher than yours. The 17th could only feel a burning heat on his face. Mentally lamenting, why is it that everyone I meet is so powerful? Wasn't he supposed to dominate from the very beginning? This narrative feels all wrong. Unfortunately, his complaints went unheard, as everyone was engrossed in the battle between the two green-skinned warriors. Boom. Amidst the ruins, a figure surged forth. Damn it, 16th. I swear I will dismantle you into scrap metal and toss you into Aunt Susan's stinky cheese refrigerator. I absolutely will. Cell bellowed from above. The 18th turned to the 16th with an odd expression. Are you not frightened? The 16th shook his head. I am not afraid of being turned into scrap. But I do have a strong aversion to stinky cheese. From above, Piccolo shouted, Cell, your opponent is me. You? Cell regarded Piccolo with skepticism. Given that Piccolo had concealed his aura so well, he was unable to gauge his strength. Are you truly formidable? The last one who dared to boast like that is now buried under a mound of grass. Cell retorted, though he remained wary. Let us see then. Piccolo vanished and reappeared before Cell in a flash, executing an ultra-high-speed maneuver. As the name suggests, the speed of movement is extraordinarily swift, so swift that it becomes difficult to discern. Upon witnessing the approaching fist, Cell felt a surge of terror and hastily sidestepped. Yet he was still struck on his right arm. Boom. The arm erupted, splattering green blood downwards. Cell emitted a piercing scream, his eyes tinged with crimson. He staggered backward, attempting to distance himself from Piccolo. Yet Piccolo had no intention of granting him respite. He advanced, unleashing a flurry of techniques. The speed was so remarkable that it created a dizzying effect, yet every strike was lethal, not mere ornamental display. In no time, Cell was adorned with wounds. Green blood cascading from the sky to the ground, adding a touch of verdant hue to the steel and concrete cityscape. Piccolo, too, bore his share of injuries, after all. He was only marginally stronger than Cell and had merely the confidence to vanquish him. This impressive feat was largely thanks to his initial success in severing Cell's right arm. Noticing that Cell's injuries were impairing his movements, a glimmer flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he raised a hand to his forehead, his fingertips crackling with energy. Indeed, he was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Observing this, Cell swiftly utilized his innate abilities to regenerate his blown-off arm. The sense of impending danger intensified within him. As he watched Piccolo's ultimate move nearing completion, Cell's fury ignited. He summoned his strength and began to maneuver in the air, evading Piccolo's blows while simultaneously retreating further into the distance. What formidable power! The spectator, Android 17, felt a tempest of excitement stir within him as he witnessed the entire battle unfold. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, intricately woven and utterly captivating. Yet, the current circumstances were precarious. Cell's agility was astounding, and Piccolo's ultimate move might not hit its mark. Glancing at the engrossed androids 16 and 18, 17 gritted his teeth and surged forward. With his direct trajectory, he quickly caught up to Cell, blocking his path. "Stop right there," he commanded. "Do not obstruct my way." Cell retorted fiercely, though a sense of panic brewed within him. As Piccolo's ultimate technique approached its culmination, his sense of crisis reached its zenith. "If you won't dodge, then I shall force my way through." Before he could finish his thought, Cell collided with Android 17, sending him crashing to the ground before making a hasty escape. "You cannot escape," 17 bellowed. At that moment, a slight smirk appeared on Piccolo's lips as he remarked, "Thank you for the brief obstruction, otherwise, he might have truly evaded us. As for his agility, I am unconcerned, for my ultimate technique is now under my complete control." No sooner had he spoken than his ultimate move was fully charged. Special beam cannon. With a sudden gesture, Piccolo pointed forward, and the world seemed to lose its color. The demon-like cannon shot forth at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at Cell. Sensing the energy blast approaching from behind, Cell's eyes widened in alarm. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the impending strike, but to his astonishment, the demon-like cannon altered its trajectory in tandem with his movements. "What? This is possible?" No." Cell's face contorted in rage as he let out a furious roar. He retaliated with a shockwave in hopes of blocking the attack. Yet, against the unstoppable force of the demon-like cannon, it was utterly insufficient. In an instant, it shattered through defenses. Boom! Cell was pierced by the demon-like cannon, his entire body disintegrating into fragments. Chapter 138. The Black Spot amidst the deafening cacophony. One could faintly hear Cell's anguished cry. "I am not resigned to this fate." Piccolo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the spot where Cell had vanished, secretly releasing a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he expressed gratitude towards Jiang Ling. Had he not journeyed with Jiang Ling to planet Namek to unlock his potential, had Jiang Ling not suggested their fusion with the Supreme Kai, even with years of diligent training, he would never have attained such power. Thus, he was thankful to the cosmos for bringing Jiang Ling into his life. A faint smile graced Piccolo's lips as he recalled their first encounter. He had sensed even then that Jiang Ling was no ordinary being. Who else would dare to urinate on a tiger's head in the guise of a mere mortal? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Piccolo, prompting him to step back warily. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he relaxed. "Jiang Ling, you always manage to startle me," Piccolo remarked. "Haha, I merely wanted to make things convenient. I'm here to apologize in advance for the next time I surprise you," Jiang Ling laughed, having arrived in an instant. "And what about this time's apology?" Piccolo inquired. "That was my apology for the last occasion," Jiang Ling replied with a grin. Jiang Ling raised her head slightly, her demeanor exuding confidence. "Baiku." Jiang Ling glanced around and inquired, "Is it over?" "Indeed," replied Piccolo, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, gazing at him with an air of triumph. It seemed as though he were conveying, "I can accomplish what you cannot, and vanquish those you deem invincible." There was a subtle air of pretentiousness about him. "Jiang Ling, why does it seem that Piccolo is rather juvenile, akin to a child? Why not compare him to a bull?" But wait. Piccolo does not possess such attributes. Nevertheless, speaking of age, it is indeed true that Piccolo is, in essence, a mere child. Jiang Ling silently criticized within herself, observing Piccolo as she gently patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, Comrade Piccolo. You have once again successfully safeguarded the Earth." Jiang Ling was indeed quite satisfied. What he cultivated in beings such as Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan was precisely the notion that they would handle adversaries without his intervention. Why should he leave the comfort of his villa, embracing Bulma, to engage in battle? Piccolo turned his head away, letting out a disdainful snort. After all these years, he had completely relinquished any aspirations of ruling the Earth. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he genuinely wished to protect the planet from harm. After all, this was his homeland. It was here that he was born, fought, forged friendships, and became Gohan's uncle. He held a deep affection for Earth. Ah, once again. It is you. Jiang Ling spotted the trio of androids and greeted them with a smile. Once again, we meet. Number 16 acknowledged Jiang Ling with a slight nod. A gesture of greeting. After a moment's contemplation, Number 17 turned to Jiang Ling and said, "You were right about my capabilities. I am not the strongest. I have resolved to strive for self-improvement and shall refrain from seeking to compete aggressively." Through these recent experiences, having faced defeat several times, he has come to realize that his prowess is rather insignificant. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, expressing approval of the thought. However, he added, "I believe that in comparison to enhancing your abilities, it is paramount for you to learn how to be a genuinely good person. Otherwise, you may find it challenging to attract the affection of young women in the future." Upon hearing the words young women, Number 17 flushed slightly and feigned indifference, retorting, "I don't need that. Haha. I shall remember your words and await the moment of your embarrassment." "Oh, please don't. Forget it quickly." Number 17 became anxious all of a sudden. Haha. Jiang Ling laughed heartily, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Number 18, lazily, caught sight of Jiang Ling and felt her cheeks warm, her gaze darting away momentarily as memories of a previous kiss flooded her mind, leaving her both shy and somewhat awkward. The heart of a young girl is often quite sensitive, especially regarding matters of affection. Subsequently, Lazili noticed the shopping bag in her hands, as if struck by a thought, and turned her gaze towards Jiang Ling. She said, "Thank you for providing the funds for our shopping excursion, allowing us to enjoy ourselves without concern for financial matters. I will repay you. Haha, no need for formalities. The money is of little consequence. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Jiang Ling smiled broadly. Upon hearing this, Jalili, numbered 18, turned cold, resembling a strikingly beautiful but frigid rose. She spoke, "I shall repay you. I detest being in debt to others, especially when it comes to money." "Oh?" Jiang Ling's gaze shifted, and he swiftly moved in front of Number 18, Lazili. Leaning in closer, he scrutinized her strikingly beautiful face, a sly smile dancing on his lips as he spoke. "I demand it now. What do you intend to offer in return?" Their heads were so close that they could feel each other's breath. The intimate posture, coupled with his previous words, stirred something within Lazili, causing her elegant face to flush crimson in an instant. She hastily stepped back a few paces. You are being inappropriate," she exclaimed. "How am I being inappropriate? I merely inquired what you intend to offer in return." Jiang Ling raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. If he were a simple-minded individual, he might have truly deceived him. Yet, on the 18th, Lazili was indeed that naive person, completely taken in by his ruse. Is it not possible to extend the deadline a little? Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Ling felt a sense of delight, finding amusement in teasing this shy and alluring beauty. At least Bulma, now, is no longer so bashful. After all, they have long been a couple. Bulma can even take the initiative to move on her own now. How could one expect her to be shy? Nevertheless, role-playing can still evoke a sense of shyness. Well then, I'm merely teasing you. As I have said before, I hold no expectations for your return. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. Just as Lazili was about to say something, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the sky, dark clouds gathering ominously. Exclamations of astonishment echoed from afar. Jiang Ling looked up and beheld a figure standing majestically in the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. How could this be? I distinctly remember vanquishing him. A look of disbelief washed over Piccolo's face. Indeed, Cell had returned to life. Moreover, his power had significantly surged. Cell laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. I never expected to resurrect. For a moment, I thought I was. Special beam cannon. Boom. Before Cell could finish his sentence, he was struck by Piccolo's special beam cannon. With a grimace, he fumed. How dare you interrupt me? You seek your own demise. Cell glared fiercely, yet Piccolo's attack seemed to inflict no harm. A chill ran down Piccolo's spine. While his special beam cannon may not rival the ultimate technique, the special beam cannon was not to be underestimated. To withstand such an assault without injury was indeed troubling. What did this signify? It indicated that Cell's strength far surpassed his own. What are you all waiting for? Attack together! Piccolo shouted urgently towards the group of androids led by Jiang Ling. Indeed, Jiang Ling responded, turning to the 3 androids beside him. The Earth requires your power, surely. You do not wish to be consumed by Cell, do you? Huh? The 3 androids quickly regained their composure and unleashed their most formidable energy blasts. Piccolo, too, concentrated all his power and fired another special beam cannon. The four waves of energy converged, with Piccolo's strength guiding the assault towards Cell. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area. The explosion obscured the view, leaving it uncertain whether Cell had survived. Did we succeed? Android 18 inquired. No, Piccolo, Jiang Ling. And Android 16 replied in unison, shaking their heads. Jiang Ling initially intended to launch an assault alongside others, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. If he were to strike independently, the intensity of his energy would undoubtedly be evaded by Cell, leaving him unable to gauge Cell's true strength. Now that Cell's aura had fully dissipated, Jiang Ling took a moment to sense it, and a sense of clarity emerged within him. Jiang Ling had to acknowledge that during his time at Baozi Mountain, he had been careless. One might even say he had become somewhat arrogant, allowing Charlotte to escape. From another perspective, Jiang Ling's arrogance is understandable. After all, an ordinary individual had amassed tremendous power in just a few short years. Who wouldn't be bewildered in such circumstances? Jiang Ling engaged in profound self-reflection, acknowledging that there are always individuals stronger than oneself in this vast world. He realized that his current strength is overshadowed by many others, and he must refrain from becoming arrogant. The lessons imparted by 9 years of compulsory education have instilled in him the importance of humility and the dangers of pride and complacency. This truth is now deeply etched in Jiang Ling's heart, and following this incident, it may very well become the guiding principle of his life. Jiang Ling gazed at the silhouette of Cell shrouded in smoke, his eyes glimmering with a murderous intent. The immediate priority was to eliminate Cell, to cleanse himself of the previous transgression of allowing Cell to escape. Chapter 139. Our combined assault proved to inflict little damage. Is this truly what you refer to as the evolved lightning cell form? Piccolo's expression turned grave as he turned to Jiang Ling. Indeed, Jiang Ling nodded slightly. The gazes of the onlookers were fixed upon the figure of Cell manifesting in the sky, each mentally preparing for the worst. Escape? Was that even a possibility? Ultimately, death loomed either way, thus it seemed preferable to engage in battle. This notion surfaced in the minds of Piccolo and the three androids. However, Jiang Ling, regrettably, he did not share this sentiment. Just as he was about to speak, Piccolo's voice resonated with gravity. Jiang Ling, I am aware that your strength surpasses all. I, along with the androids, will hold Cell at bay while you harness your ultimate technique in hopes of delivering a decisive blow. This is our last resort. By the way, didn't you learn the spirit bomb from King Kai? Now would be the perfect time to utilize it. The spirit bomb. It draws energy from all living things, condensing it into a formidable attack. The magnitude of destruction it inflicts correlates with the amount of energy gathered, sparing those with pure hearts while inflicting catastrophic damage upon the malevolent. Jiang Ling was certainly capable of executing this technique, although he had never employed it before. He did not underestimate its power. Rather, it was merely the lengthy gathering time that posed a challenge. Jiang Ling profoundly understands that in the heat of battle, the enemy will not grant you the luxury of time to gather your ultimate technique. Hesitation may lead to unforeseen changes. Bick, along with the rest of you, allow me to confront Cher this time, and you shall stand ready to support me at any moment. Jiang Ling gazed intently at the three androids and Piccolo, his expression grave. Witnessing his earnest demeanor, androids 16, 17, and 18 found themselves inexplicably convinced by him. Don't die. I still want to defeat you, declared 17, crossing his arms with utmost seriousness. Give it your all, and let me know if you need assistance. 18 remarked, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Ling, offering her encouragement. All right. A smile graced Jiang Ling's face. Piccolo could not refrain from speaking. Since you have said so, I trust you possess considerable confidence. But what? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. But this time, do not let Cell escape. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, rest assured. Jiang Ling smiled knowingly, recognizing that Bick was alluding to her increasingly inflated ego. At that moment, an irate voice resonated from the heavens, demanding, have you said enough? Subsequently, a beam of laser shot forth from Shalu's hand, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Jiang Ling casually adjusted the laser's direction, cleaving a towering edifice in two, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar. Numerous humans fled in all directions, their screams and shouts mingling in a cacophony of chaos. Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had intended to show off, but unexpectedly, it resulted in this consequence. Sharu, your opponent is me. Let us change the venue, for I cannot fully unleash my abilities here. Sharu glanced at Jiang Ling, shook his head, and pointed towards Piccolo, stating, my current adversary is him. He has just vanquished me, and I seek vengeance. Jiang Ling, you may take your place at the back. As for the venue, why should I change it? Heh. In the end, all these humans are destined to perish. Jiang Ling blinked and, stroking his chin, suggested to Piccolo, how about, you die once? Piccolo. The crowd. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, jesting that if the venue remained unchanged, then so too would their location. As for the opponent, one had no choice in the matter, especially when it came to Sheru. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jiang Ling vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Sheru in the next instant. With a single, forceful punch, he struck Sheru directly in the back, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact created a substantial crater, wreaking havoc on a nearby adult novelty store, which collapsed into ruins. Rising to his feet, Sheru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "This is dishonorable. You resorted to an ambush. With a lineage rich in martial artists." He placed considerable value on the principles of martial ethics. Jiang Ling, with his hands clasped behind his back, sneered, "Do not seek excuses for the dish. Are you bold enough to host a martial arts tournament, inviting all the formidable warriors from Earth for a fair contest?" Sheru gazed intently at Jiang Ling. "There is no need." Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting that the outcome could be determined at that very moment. "How arrogant you are. Since you disregard the time I've allotted you, I shall now unleash my true power." Upon finishing his declaration, Shalu erupted with fury. A magnificent golden flame soared into the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that reduced the surrounding ruins to mere dust. Crackling sounds filled the air as ethereal bolts of lightning danced around Shalu's form. This. Piccolo gasped in astonishment. This was the flame of a Super Saiyan. And the flickering lightning, could it be the very phenomenon Jiang Ling referred to as lightning Shala? Jiang Ling nodded solemnly and said, "Indeed, Shala possesses the genes of a Saiyan, coupled with the unique trait of enhancing strength upon the brink of death. His current power is exceedingly formidable. What shall we do?" Piccolo said, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. "He is so powerful, we cannot possibly defeat him. How can we know without giving it a try?" Jiang Ling bellowed in a deep voice, unleashing his fury. The golden radiance surged forth, its power surpassing even that of Sheru by several degrees. Jiang Ling has transformed into a Super Saiyan form. Yet, it remains insufficient. Jiang Ling once again augmented his power. The pressure surged, causing the ground to tremble subtly. All around, the flora and trees, along with the debris and rubble, were inexplicably drawn upwards, ascending into the sky. Above, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Crack! The golden radiance emanating from Jiang Ling erupted once more. His hair underwent a transformation, becoming more upright, while his entire being shimmered with tiny bolts of lightning. However, these flashes were of a violet hue, and their quantity surpassed even that of Sheru. In this stark contrast, it was evident that Sheru had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Jiang Ling flexed his neck and glanced at his hands, smiling as he said, "Shalu, I am ready now. Let us continue." Given Jiang Ling's formidable foundational combat strength, at this moment, his prowess was astonishingly more impressive than that of Gohan's Super Saiyan transformation in the original narrative. Whoosh! As Jiang Ling ostentatiously displayed his prowess, he unleashed his assault before Sheru could utter a word. With a swift movement, he propelled a myriad of fist shadows towards his opponent. Astonished, Sheru desperately attempted to block the onslaught, growing increasingly alarmed. "What is happening? This power, it surpasses mine. Impossible. I have been reborn. My strength is undeniably supreme. How could Jiang Ling possibly exceed me?" Sheru's eyes widened in fury, glowing crimson as he unleashed his energy in a comprehensive, all-encompassing eruption. Jiang Ling chose not to confront the attack head-on, opting instead to retreat and evade. With labored breaths, Shalu glared at Jiang Ling, his expression twisted with malice. He raised both hands, and in an instant, a diminutive purple energy sphere coalesced before him, crackling with tiny bolts of lightning that radiated a menacing aura. "Heh, Jiang Ling. If you possess the courage, then withstand this move of mine." Shala sneered ominously. "Jiang Ling, do you think I am a fool?" Sheru remained silent, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he vanished from his position. The next moment, he materialized behind Jiang Ling. He had teleported. Indeed, Sheru possessed the ability to teleport. Observing Jiang Ling's silhouette, he did not hesitate and struck down directly. Just at that moment, Chapter 140, a faint smile played at the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth as he swiftly turned around. With a decisive grasp of his hands, he ensnared the violet energy crackling with tiny bolts of lightning. "What?" Shalu exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Jiang Ling's reflexes had reached such extraordinary heights? His own previous movements had been executed with remarkable speed. First, a sudden teleportation, followed by an immediate and unhesitating strike. How could Jiang Ling have possibly reacted in time? He chuckled softly, thinking to himself, I shall not reveal that I have long anticipated your teleportation. Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing. With both hands, he vigorously kneaded the purple energy orb, which astonishingly transformed into the size of a basketball. The aura emanating from it grew even more terrifying. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Shallow's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know I could teleport? He exclaimed. Just a guess. With a sly smile, Jiang Ling infused the purple energy orb with power. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Instantly, the purple energy orb erupted with a brilliant golden light. What? An alarm blared in Shera's mind as his gaze fixated intently on the energy orb in Jiang Ling's hand. His body tensed, ready to evade at the slightest hint of movement. Jiang Ling squinted, his figure darting forward with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Shallow immediately turned and fled, employing an S-shaped maneuver. Must you never take a moment's respite? Jiang Ling gently shook her head, holding her breath. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything stood still. Jiang Ling wasted no time, swiftly advancing to confront Sheru, delivering a powerful knee strike that propelled him into the sky. Remaining firmly in place, he thrust his hands forward. A sphere of energy, shimmering with hues of purple and gold, exuded a terrifying aura as it surged towards Shera. With a resounding boom, the energy orb struck its target without the slightest hint of surprise, sending Shera soaring upwards, piercing through the atmosphere and into the vastness of outer space. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, and the effect of time suspension was lifted. He snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, a magnificent firework erupted in the vastness of outer space. However, no sound followed, as if the mute button had been pressed. The brilliance of the firework illuminated the faces of the onlookers, casting a radiant glow. Although they were uncertain of the circumstances, the androids and Piccolo sensed that victory was at hand. Had Jiang Ling perished? Surely he wouldn't resurrect as before, would he? Piccolo swallowed hard and inquired. Did we succeed? The expectant gaze of Android 18, filled with hope, was directed at Jiang Ling, recalling the terrifying power of Cell and the intent to consume her. A shiver ran down her spine. It must have worked, Jiang Ling nodded, though with a tinge of uncertainty. Wait a moment, I will confirm. With that, Jiang Ling vanished from sight. Android 18 and Android 17 exchanged bewildered glances. Piccolo crossed his arms, subtly guessing Jiang Ling's intentions, remaining silent as he stood still, awaiting the outcome. After a while, Jiang Ling has returned. He has just been to the realm of the King of Hell to confirm that Sheru is indeed dead. I shall take my leave, Piccolo remarked. Very well. The two exchanged a glance, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. After Piccolo departed, Android 18 approached Jiang Ling and said, Jiang Ling, we owe you our lives this time. Otherwise, we might have perished. Android 17 nodded in agreement, sharing a profound sentiment. They had not anticipated that Dr. Gero could create such a formidable android. Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile, saying, This is what I ought to do. I must consider the earth I inhabit. Moreover, we are friends. Is it not natural to rescue you? The term friends resonated profoundly within the hearts of number 16, number 17, and no, 18 for the very first time. They murmured to themselves, subsequently nodding emphatically in agreement. Indeed, we are friends. However, number 18, lazuli, regarded Jiang Ling with a gaze that held a hint of something different. Chapter 141. Following the defeat of Cell, Jiang Ling returned home. As for the devastation of the city, he expressed that it was not a significant concern. Matters that could be resolved with the Dragon Balls were indeed trivial. Previously, the solution involved resurrecting the populace, restoring the damaged structures, and erasing relevant memories. However, this time, Jiang Ling had no intention of erasing memories. He wished for the people of Earth to comprehend this world and the powers they remained unaware of. He aimed to ignite a fervor for martial arts on Earth. Teaching martial arts and establishing dojos could be entrusted to Tien, Dumpling, and Yamcha, especially since Tien had successfully operated a dojo for many years and had no shortage of disciples. Allowing these disciples to open dojos was also a commendable option. As for Krillin, it seemed he had been taken to another planet to establish a dojo. In terms of promotion, Jiang Ling, the foremost superstar of Earth, still retained his fame, and with a powerful entertainment company at his disposal, accomplishing this minor task would be effortless. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and entrusted a task to the two Bulmas, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the long, graceful legs of the elder Bulma. He then stepped outside once more, soaring towards the company's location. Along the way, he took a moment to open his phone and brief Tianjin Fan on the plan. Naturally, Tianjin Fan readily agreed. Currently, he was wholly devoted to cultivating the techniques he had received from Jiang Ling. While the martial arts hall had been entrusted to his disciples, who were adeptly managing the operations and establishing branches, thus ensuring an ample supply of personnel. In the West Capital, a luxurious edifice stood majestically in a bustling area, adorned with 6 gilded characters. Jiang Ling Entertainment Company. At the entrance, many handsome and youthful artists come and go. It has been quite some time since my last visit. The changes are rather significant. Jiang Ling, adorned with a mask and sunglasses, gazed at her company with a sense of reflection. An electronic access control system stood at the entrance. Jiang Ling discovered that this was a newly established area, and he did not possess a pass. After contemplating, he decided to call Yamcha to request a pickup. He then took a position in a shaded area to await his arrival. While it was termed as waiting in reality, he was admiring the legs of the many beautiful young ladies frequenting this place. In the sweltering summer heat, they donned light attire, their long, fair legs captivating the eye. Jiang Ling gazed with delight, her heart and mind experiencing a refreshing wave of coolness. Her gaze, far from being unguarded, was rather forthright and unabashed. At that moment, a large nanny van approached, followed by several minivans. It came to a halt at the entrance of the company, from which a throng of individuals emerged, laden with an array of bags and various pieces of luggage. Jiang Ling fixed her gaze upon a multitude of individuals, nannies, assistants, makeup artists, bodyguards, lifestyle aides, and drivers. Among others, a veritable throng of over 20 people gathered around, standing vigil near the chauffeur-driven vehicle, ensuring no one approached too closely. Jiang Ling speculated that there must be a celebrity in that luxury vehicle. But what kind of star could command such grandeur? The passers-by offered him the answer. TSK, TSK. Such extravagance, it is no wonder he is one of the top figures in the entertainment industry. Indeed, one cannot help but feel envious, but his popularity is undeniable. What is there to be envious of? A throng of fervent fans, coupled with the subtle brainwashing orchestrated by his management team, has nearly transformed them into a cult. Yes, fans spend their days tirelessly promoting him, voting, checking in, and supporting him, allowing an entire day to slip by without accomplishing anything substantial. This top-tier star treats his fans like crops to be harvested, incessantly demanding their labor. Indeed, the critical point is that one cannot openly criticize him. The moment one does, they are immediately bombarded. Alas, Jiang Ling listened intently, her brow furrowed in concern. According to their descriptions, was this not reminiscent of the original world? Reflecting the actions of those so-called top influencers? Was this top influencer affiliated with their own company? Observing the throng of individuals, it was evident that they had already formed their own team. Jiang Ling cast her gaze towards the nanny van and noticed that the occupants had yet to alight. Her keen powers of observation revealed that the vehicle was swaying slightly. Her ears perked up in response. Jiang Ling soon discerned what this celebrity was engaged in within the van. The revelry was rather extravagant. After a while, a beastman emerged from the vehicle, his steps unsteady and his complexion delicate, indicative of indulgence. Speaking of beastmen, one must mention that in the world of Dragon Ball, there exists a legal stipulation explicitly prohibiting discrimination against them. Perhaps there was a time when such discrimination was widespread. Jiang Ling was oblivious to the history of Dragon Ball's Earth, and quite frankly, he found it irrelevant. With a wife on his left, another on his right, one beneath him, and yet another in his embrace, what could be more delightful than sharing a bed with them? Why concern himself with such historical matters? His gaze fell upon the emerging top-tier celebrity, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. For this creature was none other than a chicken human. Ironically, its comb was a shade of gray. As the chapter unfolds, the excitement escalates. The beloved Guagua. Oh, the guardian of the world's finest Guagua. Guagua, look at me. I shall bear you eggs. The moment the chicken human disembarked, a throng of fans surged forth, predominantly minors wielding various support posters, banners, and smartphones. Yet, they were swiftly held back by bodyguards, who escorted Guagua towards the building. The entourage barreled through, utterly disregarding the bystanders and fans. Nevertheless, the fans remained understanding, fervently cheering and wildly waving their posters and banners in support. At that moment, a girl emerged from the building, caught off guard as she was abruptly knocked to the ground by a bodyguard, landing hard. Sitting on the pavement, she stared blankly at the security personnel before her, bewildered. Who wouldn't be startled after such an encounter? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Glancing down, she realized she had twisted her ankle. which was beginning to swell. "Don't block the way, move aside." The bodyguards regarded the girl with an air of disdain, looking down upon her. She glanced at them. Then at Guagua, who appeared utterly indifferent to the incident, his face displaying impatience. Comprehending the situation, anger welled up within her. "I've twisted my ankle. And even if I hadn't, you knocked me down without offering assistance or an apology. Are you even human?" she questioned vehemently. Inside, Guag was pale. Delicate features betrayed an unnatural expression upon hearing her words. He was about to instruct the bodyguards to apologize when the fans interjected. "Good dogs don't block the path. Are you trying to stir trouble for our Guagua? How pathetic. It was just a bump. Why act so fragile? Clearly, you're seeking attention. Trying to create a scene like some glitch encounter between a domineering CEO and a delicate girl, hoping for drama to unfold. You have ulterior motives. Sisters, protect Guagua. We must not let this schemer succeed." A barrage of insults and venomous remarks erupted from the mouths of these young women and girls, a rapid-fire display of hostility. No one could have anticipated that those who appeared youthful, beautiful, and innocent could harbor such malice within. As Guangquan was about to speak, he closed his mouth upon witnessing the scene, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, who had observed the entire incident, furrowed her brow, her disdain deepening. The girl who had been knocked down could hardly comprehend their words. Upon seeing the malicious expressions of these fans, her eyes brimmed with tears. You slander us," she exclaimed. "Guangquan, is this how you condone your fans' behavior?" The girl fixed her gaze on Guangquan, who, however, seemed unconcerned, lowering his head to play with his nails. The fans continued their tirade of profanities, which only grew more vile and offensive. Jiang Ling could no longer bear to listen and stepped forward to part the crowd of onlookers. The fans had initially intended to prevent Jiang Ling from approaching, but their strength was no match for his. They could only allow him to reach the girl's side. "Who do you think you are?" one exclaimed. "Ah, a hero saving a damsel in distress? How amusing. I can't believe there are still people defending that wretched girl. This man seems no better. Does anyone understand?" Jiang Ling disregarded the situation, casting a profound glance at Guangquan before turning away to crouch down. She examined the girl's ankle in front of her, which was swollen significantly, presenting a rather unsettling sight. "Thank you, brother. Could you possibly call an ambulance for me?" "No need." Jiang Ling shook his head. "Ah?" In the girl's puzzled gaze, Jiang Ling carefully lifted her delicate foot, a green glow emanating from his hand. The swelling on her foot diminished at an astonishingly visible rate. "Hiss, what is happening? It doesn't hurt anymore," the girl exclaimed. "A miracle." Jiang Ling chuckled softly. "Ah?" The girl, regaining her composure, realized that this was merely an excuse from Jiang Ling. As she stood up, intending to inquire further, the venomous remarks from the fans erupted once more. "Isn't she able to stand up?" "Indeed, that was just an act to garner my dear Gidge's attention. Wretched creature, may she meet an untimely end." My friends, who can comprehend this? How could one encounter such a person? Sisters, let's uncover this wretched one's home address, along with her relatives and friends. If she fails to apologize, we shall create a ruckus. Let her relatives and friends be unable to work or attend school. We shall surround their home. Yes, sisters, I've already addressed this in our fan group and begun to mobilize. I will craft the narrative and incite emotions. I will organize people to delete comments, report, and control the narrative. I will even purchase trending topics. 50 groups of sisters have heard about this and are already taking action. This wretched creature must not be spared. The girl's expression turned pale as she absorbed these words. She had initially thought that these fans were merely a small faction acting irrationally. But to her dismay, they were all utterly enraptured. Jiang Ling noticed a subtle smile playing on Guangquan's lips. Clearly, he had anticipated these developments. It appeared that among the fans, there were indeed his devoted followers, along with hosts of trending topics, orchestrating and manipulating the minds of the admirers. Such tactics were familiar to Jiang Ling from his own realm. However, these methods were no match for the mightier forces of capital. Let us proceed. Guangquan signaled to his bodyguards to continue onward, leading them into Jiang Ling's company. Everything is fine. Jiang Ling offered a comforting gesture to the girl, casting a glance at Guangquan and his team as they departed. Just as the surrounding fans began to close in, Jiang Ling grasped the girl's hand and vanished without a trace. What just transpired? Had they truly disappeared in broad daylight? Could it be that two living beings simply vanished into thin air? Inside the Jiang Ling Entertainment Company, Yamcha anxiously awaited the elevator on the 15th floor. He was eager to descend to meet Jiang Ling. At times, he truly couldn't comprehend why Jiang Ling, who possessed the ability to fly and teleport, insisted on taking the stairs. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside Yamcha, startling him greatly. Upon realizing it was Jiang Ling accompanied by a girl, he sighed in relief and chided, "Could you refrain from scaring me like that in the future? Oh, are you out here charming the ladies? Aren't you worried about Bulma finding out?" Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and retorted with irritation, "Had you not descended so slowly, I would not have resorted to teleportation. This girl is someone I found, not a romantic conquest." The girl stood beside them, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Just moments ago, they were on the verge of being encircled, and in the blink of an eye, they had appeared here. This experience shattered her perceptions of reality, as if she were caught in a dream. "Yes, I must surely be dreaming. I want to wake up. Please, let me awaken." The girl murmured softly to herself with her eyes closed. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, patting her on the head, and remarked, "This is not a dream. Everything that just transpired is indeed real. You have yet to encounter this realm, but you will come to understand in due time." He was not mistaken. In his envisioned plan, humanity on Earth would eventually require a certain level of combat prowess, at least around 50. This stood in stark contrast to the current average combat strength of merely 5. No, at this stage, the gravity on Earth had been previously adjusted by him. So the average combat strength was no longer just 5, but at least 8, with some individuals even surpassing a combat strength of 10. Jiang Ling felt a sense of satisfaction. At least it was a small step forward, now possessing an energy level of 8. Who could say that in the future everyone wouldn't achieve a remarkable 50? Such a prospect is not beyond imagination, is it? The girl's gaze revealed a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Ling shook his head. Turning to Yamcha, he inquired, "Is there an artist in our company named Guangquan?" "Indeed," Yamcha replied. "Ever since your semi-retirement, the company has had to focus on a few leading artists to maintain its operations, and Guangquan is one of them. To be frank, after his rise to fame, the various suggestions he proposed proved remarkably effective, utilizing the songs you provided. He swiftly ascended to stardom and established his own team. Although I may not fully agree with his suggestions, I must concede that he possesses a keen understanding of management." Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Then let us banish him." "What? Did you just say banish?" Yamcha was taken aback. "Indeed, banish him," Jiang Ling stated. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowed. "I have no use for those of poor character, and if we are to act, let it be grand in scale and all-encompassing banishment. This includes television dramas, films, advertisements, and all channels. His presence must be eradicated. I intend to restore order and set an example." Yamcha gasped in astonishment. This is quite a challenge. Although our Jiang Ling company is the premier entertainment enterprise with extensive operations, such a ban encompasses many facets. I have considered this. What if we combine the world's foremost entertainment company with the leading technology firm? Jiang Ling proposed. The foremost technology firm, of course, referred to Bulma's Capsule Corporation. With Bulma now allied with Jiang Ling, she would not hesitate to heed his directives. This could work. Yamcha's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I will get right on it." The girl felt increasingly astounded. She certainly knew Yamcha as a trainee in the company. It was essential to be acquainted with the president. Moreover, Yamcha often visited their practice rooms to observe their dance rehearsals. It was remarkable how a company president could treat an ordinary person with such kindness, almost as if he were leading the way. This inevitably led to deeper thoughts. Was Yamcha enamored with the president? Young girls often lean towards such fanciful notions. Consequently, the way she looked at the two of them changed entirely. It was so hot, this mask was quite stifling. Jiang Ling suddenly voiced her complaints, removing her mask and sunglasses. Upon seeing Jiang Ling's true visage, the girl widened her eyes in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw. "Jiang, the goddess." "It is I." Jiang Ling nodded slightly, revealing a warm and radiant smile that immediately warmed the hearts of those who beheld it, exuding a sense of genuine kindness. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the girl's lips. "Jiang Ling, it has merely been a few years since I last made an appearance in the industry. Is such a fuss truly necessary? Jiang Shun, after all these years, I have finally laid eyes on you, to seek you out. I have even ventured into the entertainment world." The girl joyfully leaped with excitement. Jiang Ling shook her head and chuckled. "Could you sign an autograph for me?" "Of course. I can. Please also sign for my parents, grandparents, and all my relatives. They are your fans." Haha, that is fine." Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a throng of people poured out. Leading the pack was Guangquan, the very individual Jiang Ling had encountered outside. Guangquan was currently instructing his manager on various matters. "Yes, proceed as discussed." Have the fan leaders and a few others create a buzz in the group's super topics and other channels suggesting a commemorative event for my 2-year debut anniversary. Guide or persuade them to wear wedding dresses to my concert and use phrases such as, Wukong accompanied my youth. I want to marry my youth. This time, I have no regrets. The manager nodded repeatedly in agreement. It was only then that Wukong lifted his gaze and, upon seeing the person in front of him, was momentarily taken aback. You shameless wretch. How dare you follow me here? Bodyguards. Attack. Chapter 143 Attack. Wukong said with malice. This time, with no outsiders present, he felt no restraint and became utterly brazen. As his words fell, the bodyguards surged forward, poised to deliver a severe beating to Jiang Ling and the girl. At that moment, a voice rang out. I dare anyone to try. In the same instant, several gunshots echoed. The bodyguards let out cries of anguish, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at Yamcha. It has been quite some time since we last met. Have you forsaken martial arts in favor of marksmanship? Yamcha chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Isn't this just more convenient, haha? Deep down, he was aware that he had lost sight of what truly mattered. However, with work to attend to during the day and dates to enjoy in the evening, he found it nearly impossible to dedicate time to his training. Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at Yamcha, inhaling deeply. Take care of your work over the next few days. I will personally oversee your training. What? No way. Yamcha lamented. Under Jiang Ling's overwhelming presence, he realized that resistance was futile and could only reluctantly accept the reality. They conversed as if oblivious to the recent demise of several bodyguards, while a girl cowered behind Jiang Ling, trembling and too frightened to look at the lifeless bodies. Opposite them, Wukong and his entourage were taken aback. However, being seasoned individuals, they quickly regained their composure. President, so you are acquainted with these two. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought they were pursuing me, he chuckled. Yamcha's expression hardened. Wukong, it seems I have been too lenient with you. How dare you assault someone in the company, especially in my presence? You are hereby suspended for a year. You shall not perform during this time. Furthermore, apologize immediately. Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression darkened. He looked at Yamcha and sneered. I refer to you as president merely because you hold that title. To punish me for the sake of 2 outsiders? You really think I owe you anything? Yamcha felt his anger surge, ready to unleash another tirade. But Wukong interrupted, with my current status, you think you can stop my shows? If you wish to terminate our contract, so be it. I will establish my own company. I'm certain it would be quite challenging for the company without me, wouldn't it? He erupted into laughter, reveling in his own amusement, entirely dismissive of Yamcha. He believed that with his legion of fans, a mere call would summon countless supporters. Under such circumstances, which company would let go of such a lucrative opportunity? Why remain in this mediocre company when he could earn for himself? You, Yamcha, eyes aflame with fury, pointed a trembling finger at Wukong. I have invested so much in elevating your career, and this is how you repay me? Have you become arrogant? Wukong puffed out his chest with pride. Indeed, I have. Who could blame me for your poor judgment? Over the years, he had firmly secured his fan base, knowing that at his command, they could incite chaos more fearsome than a cult. This was his source of confidence, his audacity to stand toe-to-toe with Yamcha. Witnessing Wukong's smug demeanor, Yamcha was seething. He raised his hand, poised to obliterate Wukong, but at that moment, Jiang Ling placed a hand on his shoulder. Yamcha, calm yourself. Upon hearing this, Yamcha paused, retracting his imminent strike. He took a deep breath and nodded at Jiang Ling. I was impulsive. Yes, that's the way. No need to act rashly over such trivial matters. Jiang Ling nodded slightly and continued. If this chicken wishes to terminate the contract, let him do so. It is a trivial matter. Very well, the contract is terminated. Yamcha acquiesced. Across from them, Wukong appeared perplexed and uncertain. Who was this individual? Why did Yamcha adhere to his words so obediently? At this moment, Jiang Ling had removed his mask and sunglasses. As Wukong gazed upon his face, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, Isn't this the renowned global superstar Jiang Ling from a few years ago? It all made sense now. No wonder Yamcha was so compliant. He was dealing with a formidable figure, a behind-the-scenes mogul. After the initial shock, Wukong offered a faint smile, his understanding deepening. He then spoke. You are indeed Jiang Ling, aren't you? You halted Yamcha earlier to avoid offending me or my legion of fans, correct? You wish to foster goodwill with me after the contract termination? I see. Truly, You embody the essence of the former global superstar, given your overtures. Even after the dissolution of your partnership, there may still be opportunities for collaboration with me, Guangquan remarked, fully aware that the situation had escalated to this point. And he had never intended to seek reconciliation, for he possessed ample confidence in himself. Jiang Ling and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances, both thinking that this peculiar creature, with its chicken-like features, must have a few loose screws. It was merely a straightforward contract termination, yet it had inspired such an elaborate train of thought. Quite impressive, indeed. Jiang Ling shook her head. No, you're mistaken. It was you who suggested the termination of the contract, and according to its terms, you are obliged to pay the penalty for breach. Guangquan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, do you still fancy yourself as the #1 star on Earth? Wake up. You are merely a has-been. So what if I am past my prime? Jiang Ling smiled lightly, remaining noncommittal. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha summoned someone to bring forth the contract. Please sign, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile, and proceeded to inscribe his name upon the document. You will come to regret this. Guangquan spat out a harsh remark, demanding compensation for breach of contract, which undoubtedly struck a blow to his pride. He would not let this matter rest easily. After signing, Guangquan instructed for the funds to be transferred immediately. In no time, the money was received. The penalty has been received, has it not? We are now devoid of any ties. Guangquan's words dripped with malice. Just wait. I shall conspire with other entertainment companies to ostracize your Jiang Ling company. Oh. Jiang Ling responded with a faint acknowledgement, yet Guangquan felt an even deeper sense of humiliation. Hmph. In a few days, you shall come to me, crying and pleading. With that, he turned to lead the others back. Wait a moment. Jiang Ling spoke up. Guangquan paused his steps, turned to Jiang Ling, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, have you come to seek my assistance so soon? Jiang Ling shook his head and said no. It would not be too late for you to leave after a moment. He turned to Yamcha and continued, in my name, I demand that various variety shows, films, and television drama productions permanently refrain from hiring Guangquan and any affiliated artists. I request that all works featuring Guangquan and related artists be withdrawn from distribution by film and music companies. No company from any channel should employ them. As for advertising, if there is anything else I have overlooked, please add it. What I seek is a comprehensive ban. A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes. The Earth, which we warriors have tirelessly endeavored to protect, and humanity itself, is certainly not something to be squandered in such a manner. Very well. I shall take action immediately. Yamcha chuckled heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Achieving such a level of censorship would be utterly impossible under his own name, but under Jiang Ling's name, it is undoubtedly feasible. Ha ha, this is utterly amusing. Who do you think you are? Ha ha. Guangquan laughed uncontrollably, unable to contain himself, and even those around him, numbering over 10, joined in the laughter. It was as if they had heard the greatest joke of the century. You are merely a fading star, a mere owner of an entertainment company. What else do you possess? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ling smiled lightly. That may not necessarily be the case. I am not merely an actor and singer, I am also a screenwriter, lyricist, composer, director, and so forth. I maintain good relations with nearly all entertainment companies on Earth. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Guangquan stared blankly at Jiang Ling, suddenly recalling that his breakout work, Chicken You Too Beautiful, was indeed crafted by Jiang Ling. Even if you have connections, what does it matter? Those advertisers and media entities are not entertainment companies. They are purely mercantile, fixated solely on profit and viewership. I am their favored one. Guangquan momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his confidence. In just a few days, he would be holding a concert, and with his own efforts, his popularity would undoubtedly soar again. Those businessmen would certainly not let a lucrative opportunity slip by. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ling gazed at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Guangquan felt a shiver run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping in. At that moment, Yamcha returned from his phone call and said to Jiang Ling, everything has been arranged. Jiang Ling nodded silently, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. How amusing. Who doesn't know how to put on airs? I refuse to believe you can orchestrate a complete industry-wide ban against me. Guangquan scoffed dismissively. Suddenly, a jarring ring-tone pierced the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention to Guangquan's agent. Upon answering the call, the agent's face paled at whatever was conveyed on the other end. Is there truly no other option? Ah, I see. Very well. After hanging up, the agent barely had time to disclose the news before the phone rang again. This continued, with the agent receiving over a dozen calls, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Observing this, Guang felt a rising tide of anxiety. What's wrong? Stop answering the phone and tell me what's happening. By the end of his statement, Guang had raised his voice in desperation. Guang. The agent stammered, his expression fraught with panic. It's true. Everything Jiang Ling said is true. With a resounding slap, Guang collapsed onto the floor, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Jiang Ling. No, it's impossible. You cannot possibly manipulate those capitalists. They are driven solely by money and influence. Yet the reality unfolds before your very eyes, does it not? Jiang Ling chuckled softly, stepping closer to Guang, crouching down beside him. He leaned in, whispering a phrase that resonated like a devil's whisper. My wife is the heiress of the Earth's foremost conglomerate, the Capsule Corporation. Chapter 144. The Penguins retreat. Guang and his associates were unceremoniously thrown out of the company by security. With no company and an industry-wide ban looming over them, they were destined to endure a torment worse than death. What? They thought their previous earnings would allow them to live comfortably? No, Jiang Ling would not permit that. A few subtle manipulations would suffice to ensure their lives turned into a dismal existence. As for the girl Jiang Ling had brought into the company, she was already an artist there, possessing a solid foundation. Now that she had caught Jiang Ling's attention, abundant resources would naturally come her way. It was foreseeable that she would carve out her place in the future entertainment industry, perhaps even ascend to the status of a superstar. In the office, only two remained. Jiang Ling sat in the esteemed position, reflecting on the company's development over the past few years. Yamcha, will you assume the role of president or continue your training? Yamcha scratched his head, finding it challenging to make a decision. After all, being president was quite comfortable, and his training had been neglected for a considerable time. Jiang Ling gazed at Yamcha with a smile that was neither entirely cheerful nor entirely mocking, and remarked, Yamcha, I must remind you that among the Earth warriors, your prowess ranks at the very bottom. Even the strength of Jiaozi surpasses yours. Moreover, my wife Bulma has also outstripped you in power. What? Yamcha suddenly rose to his feet, his face a portrait of astonishment. This can't be true. How could it be? Jiaozi and Bulma able to defeat me? It's utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Jiang Ling resumed speaking, articulating his vision for the future development of Earth. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming markedly serious. I have made my decision, he proclaimed. I shall continue to pursue the role of president, but I will not neglect my martial arts training. Additionally, I will establish a martial arts class within the company, personally instructing the artists in their training. As for the initiative to promote martial arts practice among ordinary people, I will ensure that my talented artists take the lead on that front. Jiang Ling observed the earnest expression on Yamcha's face and gave a slight nod. Recognizing the seriousness of the young man, he jested, So, are you still pursuing women? No longer, Yamcha declared with a resolute demeanor. Women only serve to hinder my progress and becoming stronger. He patted his chest, exuding a sense of righteousness. However, after a moment, he blinked and added, well, abstaining from women is rather unrealistic. Perhaps 2 days, or 3 days, at most, between encounters with women. Jiang Ling. Very well. You may proceed with the arrangements. Jiang Ling waved his hand and retrieved a thick stack of papers from the system space, handing it over to Yamcha. This collection consisted of screenplays for films and television series, as well as songs. Although he lacked the time to perform them himself, he could offer these works to talented artists, thereby generating some benefits for the company. By the way, I have already spoken to Tien about investing some funds into opening a branch of his martial arts school. All is well. After Jiang Ling had delegated several matters, he approached the window and leapt from the 35th floor, soaring into the distance. Yamcha demonstrated exceptional work abilities, and Jiang Ling felt assured in trusting the company to him. Upon returning to his villa, he found Bulma and Bulma awaiting him in the courtyard, where 7 Dragon Balls were placed before them. To Jiang Ling's surprise, the trio of androids was also present. Hello, Jiang Ling. It's good to see you again. Number 17 greeted. For him, encountering Jiang Ling was akin to a bond forged in unspoken gratitude, despite their lack of direct confrontation. Number 16 and number 18 shared similar sentiments, feeling a deep appreciation for Jiang Ling. However, the gaze of number 18 towards Jiang Ling was tinged with a more intricate emotion. The young girl, often romantic at heart, had developed a unique affection for him, especially after having kissed him once during her more innocent moments. Oh, so you are here as well, she remarked. Jiang Ling chuckled. And under the watchful gaze of Bulma and Android 18, he produced a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to androids 16 and 17. "Here, have a smoke," he said, placing one between his lips and lighting it. Ordinarily, he refrained from smoking, as he had no addiction to it, and Bulma prohibited it. This particular pack had been taken casually from Yamcha's side moments earlier. Huh. Androids 16 and 17 looked bewildered, holding the cigarettes without igniting them. "I don't know how to smoke." "No worries, just imitate me," Jiang Ling reassured them. Jiang Ling remarked with a cheerful smile. At precisely 16 o'clock, he attempted to take a few puffs. In an instant, the cigarette was reduced to its end. His eyes glimmered with data. Rich in nicotine and laden with various harmful substances, long-term smoking is likely to have a detrimental impact on one's health. Jiang Ling. On the 17th, I too took note, fixating on my sister's murderous gaze on the 18th, and took a breath. Not bad, quite tolerable. Haha. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily. Subsequently, the trio engaged in a rather amicable conversation. Men can often be quite straightforward. A group of men, a pack of cigarettes, and a brief respite can suffice for an entire day. A single cigarette can bridge the gap between them. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, contemplating intervening to prevent Jiang Ling and Android 17 from smoking, yet they were halted by the elder Bulma. In response to their puzzled expressions, she shook her head and solemnly remarked, "Regardless of whether they are men or boys, they possess a certain pride. It matters not what transpires at home, outside. We women must afford them a semblance of dignity." Upon hearing this, the two women paused, their eyes reflective. After some contemplation, they abandoned the thought of intervention. Elder Bulma cast a glance at Android 18 and Lazuli, her gaze shifting thoughtfully. She discerned the unique feelings Lazuli harbored for Jiang Ling. After a moment's reflection, she exchanged a knowing look with Bulma, who instantly comprehended. The two women, their faces adorned with smiles, began to engage Lazuli in conversation. Once women commenced their discourse, it is an unceasing flow. They traverse topics from daily life to skincare, from cosmetics to jewelry, and then, inevitably, to men. The two Bulmas lingered particularly long on the subject of men, especially as it pertained to Jiang Ling chapter 145. "A kiss, by the way. What brings you here?" Jiang Ling inquired, breaking the flow of conversation. "Well," Android 17 glanced at Android 16 before responding, "though Dr. Gero has perished, my sister and I still have the control devices and bombs he implanted within us. According to Android 16, Bulma can assist in dismantling them, which is why we have come. Indeed, this remains a precarious issue," Android 18, Lazuli, acknowledged with a nod. "I see." Jiang Ling cast a glance at Lazuli's fair and delicate skin, pausing thoughtfully before he spoke. "You are not like the pure robot designated as number 16. To remove the bomb and control devices, surgery is required, which will inevitably leave scars. Number 17, you may not mind, but your sister, number 18, being a girl, deserves better. How about we make a wish with the Dragon Balls to remove them instead?" Number 17 interjected, "What do you mean I don't mind? Is it because I'm a boy that I am treated differently? This is infuriating. When will boys ever stand up for themselves?" He expressed his vehement dissent. Yet Jiang Ling chose to disregard it entirely. "Indeed, you did treat them differently, and what of it?" Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, "No." 18's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him. "Really? We can use the Dragon Balls to grant us." "Absolutely." Jiang Ling expressed his affirmation. Concerning the matter of the Dragon Balls, the few of them had gleaned information from Bulma during Jiang Ling's absence, thus understanding that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Simultaneously, they felt immense gratitude that Jiang Ling would expend a precious wish to alleviate their physical concerns. Upon receiving Jiang Ling's reassuring response, Android 18 was filled with joy. For what girl would wish to bear a scar upon her body? After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly suggested, "Jiang Ling, perhaps we should reconsider. We haven't contributed much and would be wasting a wish from the Dragon Balls. That hardly seems worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling scoffed. "What is there to consider in terms of waste? Previously, wishes have been made for a girl's undergarments or thousands of Sony coins. Now, that is truly a squandering of resources." The android siblings gasped in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. They had not anticipated such peculiar wishes. Bulma and her counterpart, Big Bulma, covered their faces, laughing helplessly. Indeed, such bizarre wishes had been made in the past, primarily by the trio known for their mishaps in culinary experiments. Thus, the decision was made, they should not decline. Jiang Ling waved his hand decisively, making his decision with conviction. Bulma, with a playful smile, gently nudged Android 18. teasingly remarking, "Look, Jiang Ling is truly willing to make sacrifices for you, ensuring you remain unscathed." We don't have anything going on. Bulma, please don't say such things. Android 18 stammered, her hands nervously clutching at the hem of her clothing, her face flushing a deep crimson. She herself was bewildered by her own reaction, her heart racing uncontrollably. Observing her flustered state, Bulma exchanged a knowing glance with her counterpart, understanding implicitly that things were likely progressing well. Jiang Ling was unaware of their thoughts. She simply approached the Dragon Balls and commenced the summoning of the dragon. "It is you I have chosen. Arise, divine dragon." As the words left her lips, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground shimmered with a golden radiance, which then transformed into a brilliant beam of light ascending towards the heavens. The sky darkened. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the golden pillar morphed into a colossal dragon. A subtle pressure enveloped Jiang Ling and the others below. Yet, this slight intimidation felt akin to a mere drizzle to them, utterly disregarding the dragon's formidable presence. Jiang Ling and the 2 Bulmas were already accustomed to the dragon, while number 16 and the siblings encountered it for the very first time. Despite their preparations, the siblings were still taken aback by the dragon's presence. Even number 16, a mere machine, displayed an expression of astonishment. It was evident that this experience surpassed their understanding. One must admit, the dragon's appearance exuded an air of grandeur. Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the dragon. With a smile, he remarked, "Dragon, it is a pleasure to see you again." The dragon remained silent, choosing not to engage in conversation with Jiang Ling, for the air of mystery must be preserved. "Brave warrior who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes, no matter what they may be." At this juncture, the dragon paused, suddenly recalling that the Jiang Ling before him could not be measured by ordinary standards. The phrase "any wish can be granted" should not be uttered, lest Jiang Ling make a request that could not be fulfilled, leading to an embarrassing situation. Clearing its throat, the dragon finally said, "Please, state your wish." Jiang Ling curled her lips in disdain. However, she paid little heed to such trivialities and simply stated, "My foremost wish is to assist in removing the bombs and control devices from the bodies of androids 17 and 18. Shenlong let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not made an outlandish request. In fact, Jiang Ling's wish, in the past, would have consumed 2 wish slots. Yet now, with Dandy having taken over, Shenlong's power had significantly increased, and given that Jiang Ling was an old acquaintance, it was feasible to fulfill her request using but a single wish. A flash of red light emanated from his eyes as Shenlong murmured, "Your wish has been granted." Jiang Ling nodded slightly and turned to face the artificial siblings. She inquired, "How do you feel? Are the bombs and control devices still there?" Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged glances and, in an instant, leaped up in delight. "They are gone. We are free," Number 17 exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Thank you, Jiang Ling." Number 18, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to Jiang Ling and planted a kiss on her cheek. As the atmosphere descended into an abrupt silence, several individuals stood in a state of astonishment, gazing at the scene involving Jiang Ling and the 18th Lazili. The 18th Lazili found herself staring at Jiang Ling, who was so close that she had just pressed her lips against his cheek in an impulsive kiss. In that moment, her heart, filled with exhilaration, suddenly stilled, causing her to momentarily forget to withdraw her lips from his face. When she regained her composure, 2 rosy hues blossomed on her cheeks. She hastily stepped back, creating some distance between them. Stammering, the 18th Lazili found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the audacity of her own actions. Jiang Ling gently touched her cheek, as if the lingering softness from a moment ago still graced her skin. Observing the flustered Lazili, Jiang Ling smiled and suggested, "How about you give me another kiss as a gesture of apology?" Shameless," Lazili exclaimed with a light scoff, her face flushed and heart racing, too shy to meet Jiang Ling's gaze. Turning away, she soared into the distance. "This little girl is truly easy to tease." Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled. Number 16 and number 17 remained silent. Dabuma and Bulma. After a brief pause, number 17, as the younger brother, uttered a single word to convey his feelings. Jiang Ling gazed upon the Shenlong and continued to make his wish. "I seek to know the whereabouts of the time machine used by Cell." From Cell's own words, Jiang Ling discerned that this particular Cell hailed from an alternate timeline, distinct from the one in which he resided, nor was he the version that Jiang Ling had defeated in the future. Which Cell could it be?" inquired the Shenlong. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, in this world, There exists both a primordial cell and a future cell. It is not surprising that the dragon would pose such a question. It was the cell I recently vanquished. The dragon nodded, and with a glimmer in its eyes. Specific information manifested in Jiang Ling's mind. The information has been dispatched to you. Please articulate your third wish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling found himself at a crossroads. Should he enhance the gravitational force of the earth, or resurrect those who fell victim to Cell? Chapter 146. Money is a scoundrel, yet it is undeniably captivating. Dragon. I hope you are well, and as always, I wish to resurrect those slain by Cell. Very well, your wish has been granted. Until we meet again, farewell. As soon as the words left his lips, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, shooting off in different directions. Simultaneously, Jiang Ling sensed the gradual emergence of the life force of ordinary individuals on Earth, indicating that those murdered by Cell had returned to life. As for the structures, that was beyond his concern. There were administrators to manage that. Jiang Ling glanced at number 17, pondering for a moment. He then retrieved 2 golden mutated immortal beans from his pocket and tossed them over. What is this? Number 17 inquired, catching the mutated golden beans with a look of confusion. A splendid item to enhance your strength. One for you, and one for your sister. All right, thank you. Number 17 nodded, stowing the golden beans away. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Jiang Ling, having always benefited from Jiang Ling's kindness. He found himself with little to offer in return. He silently resolved to repay Jiang Ling whenever the opportunity arose. I must take my leave now. My sister and I have been searching for work these past few days to see if there is anything suitable for us. With a brief farewell, Number 17 departed alongside number 16, heading in the direction where his sister, number 18, had gone. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, indicating their gradual integration into society. In this world, unless one distances oneself from worldly affairs, everything requires money. Even the family of Sun Wukong, residing in the depths of the mountains, is not free from the constraints of financial concerns. To offer another straightforward example, Master Rashi, who lives in seclusion on an island, also finds himself in need of money. As for the particular pursuits of this elderly gentleman, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Jiang Ling bestowed the mutated golden immortal beans and the remaining fruits of the spirit tree upon Bulma and Bulma, urging them to enhance their powers as much as possible. After all, he could not be their constant protector. The lack of strength in his beloved women would undoubtedly cause him great concern. Furthermore, the benefits these items offered him were minimal. It was far more prudent to utilize them to elevate those around him. Will you be back tonight? Bulma inquired, her face aglow with anticipation. Of course. I will return, he replied. I generally come back to rest every night. Jiang Ling smiled and replied, then I shall wait for you. Bulma remarked. Upon hearing this ambiguous statement, Jiang Ling couldn't help but ponder deeply. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to suppress the urge to act impulsively. He then departed from the villa. An hour later, following the information provided by Shenlong, Jiang Ling arrived at a secluded location, where amidst the dense foliage, he discovered a machine enshrouded in moss. This contraption was familiar to him. He recognized it instantly as a time-space machine. After surveying his surroundings, Jiang Ling found a hollow chrysalis, roughly the same height as Krillin. It was likely left behind by Cell. The situation became clear. Much like the original narrative, Cell had traversed from an alternate timeline, transformed into his juvenile form, and utilized this time travel device to arrive on Earth in this timeline. He then burrowed underground, lying dormant for several years before emerging. The plot aligned perfectly with the original story. Jiang Ling surmised that Cell must have arrived on Earth prior to him. Otherwise, he would not have come to this planet. However, given that Trunks had already made his appearance, it would not be surprising for Cell to manifest in the future as well. Jiang Ling retracted the time machine and vanished using instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, outside a quaint cabin nestled within a forest, Vegeta gazed into the distance, standing in silence for an extended period. He murmured to himself, astonished by the formidable strength of his recent adversary, yet ultimately defeated by Jiang Ling. Vegeta contemplated, his fist gradually tightening. I shall surpass you, he silently resolved within himself. At that moment, a melodious female voice echoed from within the cabin. Vegeta, dinner is ready. All right, he replied, relaxing his fists and turning to enter the cabin. Chapter 147. The transformation of Rapid Dragon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light illuminated the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was simply, undeniably beautiful. Jiang Ling arrived at the home of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, offering a brief expression of sympathy. At this moment, Sun Wukong was fully restored, lively and animated, reminiscent of a monkey. How could the battle have been resolved so swiftly? Jiang Ling. You left nothing for me. Wukong lamented, his face etched with regret. The inability to partake in this conflict left him feeling profoundly unsatisfied. It's all right. Jiang Ling gently patted Wukong's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Soon, there will be battles once more. Do not feel disheartened. There will be ample opportunities for you to engage. It is time for you to elevate your strength. What? Wukong was taken aback for a moment. Are the upcoming foes truly that formidable? Is my current power insufficient? Indeed. You are well aware of the extent of my current abilities, are you not? I have transcended even the Super Saiyan state, achieving what I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Jiang Ling elucidated. Wukong inhaled sharply. The Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, this state was one he had previously contemplated. Yet he never anticipated that Jiang Ling would outpace him once again. What astonished him further was the revelation that there existed even more formidable monsters than Cell in the future. I will strive to improve. Wukong nodded emphatically. By the logic of an ordinary person, given Jiang Ling's immense strength, one might assume that he could handle any future troubles, as there would be a powerful figure to rely upon when calamity struck. However, Wukong held a different perspective. He cherished the thrill of battle and the desire to surpass those stronger than himself. Even with the bonds of family, this aspiration had never waned. It's time for dinner. Why not stay and join us? At that moment, Chi-Chi approached Jiang Ling and spoke. No, my family is waiting for me. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi shot a glare at Wukong, as if to convey, look at him, so devoted to family. Unlike you, who is always out training. However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Ever since meeting Jiang Ling, Wukong had indeed become more family-oriented. Chi-Chi felt content. It was certainly an improvement compared to the time when, after Gohan's birth, Wukong still found the time to venture outside for training. Wukong, noticing the look in Chi-Chi's eyes, scratched his head in confusion. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Jiang Ling, seeing that there was nothing of significance, merely acknowledged the situation before preparing to depart. As he turned to leave, Wu Fan emerged from the mountains, bearing a beast twice his size upon his shoulders. Trailed by an adorable creature, his childhood companion, the swift dragon, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon him. Previously, Wukong had been the patient, and their family could not afford to go without food. Thus, the responsibility of hunting had to fall upon Gohan. After all, it had always been Wukong and Gohan venturing out together to hunt. Ah, Gohan. Jiang Ling greeted with a smile. Oh, Uncle Jiang Ling. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Wu Fan's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly approached, effortlessly carrying the enormous carcass of the beast. With a swift motion, he tossed the beast's body onto the ground with a resounding thud. Looking up at Jiang Ling, his gaze was innocent and pure. Uncle Jiang Ling, you have come again. Wu Fan exclaimed excitedly, turning to beckon Rapid Dragon. The adorable Rapid Dragon, following closely behind, rushed over, its large, endearing eyes fixed on Jiang Ling, emitting a charming cry. Oh, whoa. Jiang Ling nodded with a cheerful smile. With a flick of his hand, 2 golden fairy beans materialized in his palm and were presented to Wu Fan. This is a gift for you and the Rapid Dragon, he said. A gift? Wu Fan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he received the 2 beans. Is this gold? It must be worth a fortune outside. I should give this to my mother. He mistakenly believed the beans were crafted from gold. No, Jiang Ling clarified. These are edible. They possess the ability to enhance your combat prowess. Jiang Ling waved his hand and explained, can it truly enhance one's combat prowess? If so, I shall refrain from consuming it. I wish to give it to my mother. Gohan declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging Gohan's admirable character, a testament to the potential he valued. No need for that. You should consume this golden immortal bean yourself. Its effects are far too potent for your mother to handle. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before presenting several mutated fairy beans to Gohan, saying, these few are for your mother. Thank you, Uncle Jiang Ling. Gohan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the mutated fairy beans and then took out a golden fairy bean to consume it himself. Although the golden fairy bean offered only a marginal enhancement to his overall strength, he could still sense a boost in his power. Uncle Jiang Ling, this golden fairy bean truly does enhance strength, he exclaimed. Of course, Jiang Ling replied. Would I deceive you? Jiang Ling offered a gentle smile as she affectionately patted Gohan's head. In the next moment, Gohan swiftly fed another golden celestial bean to the Rapid Dragon. This is a marvelous treat, exclaimed Gohan. The rapid dragon emitted an adorable sound, eagerly swallowing the celestial bean. It held an unwavering trust in both Gohan and Jiang Ling. One was its master and companion, while the other was the one who had resurrected it, making it nearly impossible not to trust them. After consuming the celestial bean, the rapid dragon's energy surged dramatically. Jiang Ling estimated that the combat power had surged by over 10,000. Gohan sensed the invigorating aura emanating from the Dragonite and was filled with exhilaration. Hooray! This is fantastic! Dragonite! Yet, at that moment, the Dragonite let out a mighty roar, halting Gohan in his tracks. Subsequently, the Dragonite's body expanded significantly, its horns enlarged slightly, and various parts underwent subtle transformations. It appeared as though it had either grown larger or undergone a minor evolution. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected transformation of the Dragonite. Fortunately, it appeared to be a change for the better. Could it be that the golden immortal bean possessed some extraordinary effect? Dragonite, what is the matter with you? Gohan inquired, rushing forward upon noticing the Dragonite's cessation of transformation. Roar, roar, roar. Huh, you mean to say your bloodline has been refined somewhat? Do you possess a bloodline of your own? Gohan asked, filled with curiosity. Being a Saiyan himself, he understood the significance of bloodlines. Roar, Dragonite shook its head, indicating a lack of clarity. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and spoke. Why not, Gohan? Allow the Dragonite to train alongside you during your usual practice? The enhancement of its strength may prove beneficial. Upon hearing this, Gohan contemplated for a moment and found Jiang Ling's suggestion to be quite sensible, thus he readily acquiesced. Dragonite, from now on, you shall train with me. Dragonite? After bidding farewell to Gohan, Jiang Ling instantaneously teleported back to his villa. Having been slightly delayed earlier, dusk was now approaching. Jiang Ling's ability to teleport is akin to that of Sun Wukong, as it relies on sensing the aura of others to instantaneously appear by their side. Thus, Jiang Ling directly perceives the presence of Bulma and manifests beside her in an instant. As Jiang Ling made his entrance, wisps of steam gracefully ascended before him. In the hazy ambience, he beheld Bulma, resplendent in pristine white, standing beneath the showerhead, cleansing his body. Chapter 148. A Kick-Off. Upon the sudden appearance of a figure, Bulma let out a piercing scream. Instinctively, he shielded his modesty with his hands and, with a swift motion, executed a fierce kick that stirred the steam within the bathroom, creating a tumultuous wave. Had this kick struck an ordinary person, it would likely have been fatal. Fortunately, his opponent was no ordinary individual. Bang! Jiang Ling deftly caught the foot of Bulma with one hand and promptly exclaimed, "It's me, your brother Ling." Upon recognizing him, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, lowering her hands from her modesty. She reproached him, "You always make such dramatic entrances." "Haha. I merely returned in haste. You should grow accustomed to it." Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Then, his gaze fell upon the delicate foot he still held, and a glimmer of realization sparked within him. A jade foot. All things jade will only bring you trouble. Bulma pouted and withdrew her foot. Taking a glance at Jiang Ling, who was about to leave, her eyes twinkled mischievously. She pulled him back and teased, "The moment you teleport back, you find me bathing. Are you not tempted to do something?" Bulma bit her lip, her tone laced with allure. "Oh?" Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, lifting Bulma's chin with a hand, and said with a mischievous smile, "What is it that you desire of me? You know, that kind of thing. Do you understand?" "No, I am but an innocent young boy. I do not comprehend unless you articulate it." Jiang Ling's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Upon hearing these words, Bulma's face flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "It's merely a bath scrub. Where did your thoughts wander?" "Oh, I see. So it is indeed a bath scrub. You did that on purpose, knowing you could tease me." Bulma cast a sidelong glance, her cheeks aglow, slightly warm, though it was uncertain whether it was the effect of the steam or something else. She then crouched down and took a seat on the bench. Jiang Ling chuckled heartily as he took out a scrubbing cloth and vigorously began to scrub the beauty before him. The warm water from the shower head cascaded continuously onto the bathroom tiles, creating a gentle pattering sound. Such is the privilege of the affluent, who do not even bother to turn off the water. Jiang Ling and Bulma emerged from the bathroom, each wrapped in a towel. In such circumstances, Jiang Ling had no choice but to remove her wet clothing and indulge in a refreshing shower. The scrubbing session lasted a full 2 hours. However, Bulma appeared only slightly weak in the legs, her complexion radiant and glowing. This was all thanks to the enduring nourishment provided by Jiang Ling's mastery of the yin-yang harmonization technique. But wait, where's Bulma? Jiang Ling sensed the atmosphere and realized that Bulma was not in the villa. She had returned to her family home. What could have prompted such an unexpected departure? Heh, can you guess? The elder Bulma, with a twinkle in her eye, teased with a hint of mystery. This was a plan concocted by the two of them. Bulma was heading back to her family, leaving only the elder Bulma and Jiang Ling together for the evening. I'm not sure, but I must admit, I am quite hungry. Jiang Ling gently caressed his stomach, which emitted a low rumbling sound. The recent exertion had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Is there any instant noodles left at home? I am too lazy to go out. There are none. You devoured an entire box the last time you were hungry. Allow me to prepare some dishes for you, and I shall also boil some noodles. With that, Dabra made her way to the kitchen. Jiang Ling hastily waved his hand in refusal. No need. We have just finished. Dabra covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I am no longer as fragile as I once was. I could go for another night if need be. All right, I shall prepare dinner now. There are still some dishes that can be reheated. With that, she promptly discarded her bath towel, donned her attire along with an apron, and made her way to the kitchen. The apron accentuated her figure, rendering her even more alluring. Seeing that he could not stop her, Jiang Ling resigned himself to the situation. Watching Dabra don her apron, he blinked and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Would you consider wearing only the apron?" What? Dabra's face suddenly flushed crimson. That would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? She was ready to reject Jiang Ling's request outright. However, upon catching a glimpse of the hopeful expression in his eyes, for reasons unknown, her resolve softened. All right, fine. After a while, Dabra was bustling about the kitchen clad solely in a diminutive apron. The petite garment did little to conceal her voluptuous figure. In Jiang Ling's heart, a tumult of emotion surged. Such exquisite legs. It would be a pity not to ride on a tricycle. Subsequently, he stepped forward to offer assistance. No, please don't. I'm in the midst of cooking. This was beyond her control. He chuckled mischievously. 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 149. Returning to the first future time and space. An hour later, Jiang Ling finally sat down to dinner. Just after finishing, Dabra emerged from the bedroom. Leaning against the doorframe, draped in mere scraps of fabric, her stunningly perfect figure was artfully displayed. Her already beautiful face was accentuated with delicate makeup. Her red lips slightly pursed. A pair of long, slender legs were adorned with a sheer layer of black stockings. With a languid gaze, she regarded Jiang Ling. Her eyes sparkling with a hint of spring essence, the clear waves of emotion flowing within them. Jiang Ling's heart was as tranquil as still water, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. However, upon witnessing this scene, her gaze became fixed. Ling, will you come? The alluring voice of Dabra floated over. Jiang Ling considered that they had engaged in numerous activities that evening, while he himself was unfazed. He worried that Dabra might not withstand the rigors of continuous high-intensity exertion. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, how about we take a break? What does it mean to take a break? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed. If Dabra had voiced such a sentiment, he could hardly endure it. Without hesitation, he retrieved a gaming console, selected a game, The King of Fighters 97, and gestured for Dabra to join him. He intended to demonstrate to this naive girl the harsh realities of society. I shall show you what a character truly is. Though I may not prevail in physical combat, can I not excel in gaming? I even donned this outfit specifically to distract you during gameplay. The sounds of intense battles erupted from the console, omitting 20,000 words. The following day, the two awoke well past noon, unable to help it, having played games throughout the night. Jiang Ling gradually awakened, gazing tenderly at the voluptuous and alluring Dabra in her arms. Their eyes met, and a gentle smile graced Dabra's lips, radiating a sense of bliss. Awake? If you are awake, let us rise and freshen up, Jiang Ling said with a smile. I don't want to remember. Dabra nestled into Jiang Ling's embrace, lazily murmuring, "Oh, that is not up to you. Being a sluggard is not the behavior of a good child." As Jiang Ling spoke, she began to tickle the soles of her feet. Dabra glared at Jiang Ling, exclaiming, "Pervert." After a moment of playful annoyance, the two of them rose one after the other to wash up and tidy the chaos left behind from the previous night's revelry. Emerging from the bathroom, Dabra held a small white stick in her hand, upon which a red line was prominently displayed. "Jiang Ling," she lamented, "why is it that I still cannot conceive?" A look of deep sorrow graced her face. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Our strength is quite formidable, making the prospect of conceiving a child rather challenging. Let us take things as they come." Shortly thereafter, Bulma returned, laden with various items. "Dear Big Bulma, I trust you had a delightful evening last night?" Bulma inquired with a cheerful smile, wrapping her arm around Big Bulma's. "Oh dear, you already know, so what else is there to say?" Big Bulma responded. Her cheeks flushed as she stifled a giggle. The two ladies candidly exchanged intimate banter before Jiang Ling, indulging in their conversation. After their meal, Big Bulma emerged from the bedroom, carrying a bag filled with a neat row of universal capsules. "Jiang Ling, would you be so kind as to escort me home?" Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, Bulma had informed him that she would be returning to her future timeline for a while. In any case, it was quite convenient. With a swift motion, Jiang Ling transported her there. "Why are you carrying so many capsules?" Bulma inquired, noticing the abundance of capsules in Bulma's bag. "My timeline is currently undergoing reconstruction, and there is a pressing need for supplies, so I procured a number of items and packed them into capsules to bring along." Bulma elucidated. "It's better to have more." "Oh, I've brought quite a lot already." Observing that the two women were inclined to engage in a lengthy conversation, Jiang Ling cleared his throat. "Ahem, Bulma, shall we be on our way?" "Ah, certainly." Bulma glanced at the time and then embraced Jiang Ling. "All right, let us depart." Jiang Ling nodded, silently contemplating. System, activate, traverse, target 1, future spacetime. The name Future Spacetime 1 was chosen by Jiang Ling to avoid any confusion. Ding. Activation complete. Acknowledged. Host. With the system's response, Jiang Ling and Dabra have vanished. Temporal space number 1. The original site of the Western capital. The figures of Jiang Ling and Bulma emerged in the sky. Below them lay rows of constructed bungalows, where a multitude of individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some were cultivating the land, while others set up stalls to sell their wares. There were also those engaged in laborious tasks, transporting goods and constructing buildings, all contributing to a scene of flourishing vitality. It is likely that within a decade or so, the former prosperity will be restored. What? You inquire why the Dragon Balls are not utilized to restore the previous structures? Please, it has been over a decade. The population has shifted entirely. Attempting to restore the former buildings seems futile. It would be far better to erect new edifices upon the ruins, thereby creating employment opportunities. Moreover, there is a pressing need to significantly increase the Earth's population, which entails encouraging procreation, as the aftermath of the android apocalypse has left the population in decline. Compared to the past, the numbers are drastically reduced. Observing the current situation brings me solace. It is time to return home. Bulma nodded with satisfaction and then soared towards her residence in the heart of West City. Jiang Ling followed suit. Arriving at a place that was once the home of Big Bulma, now reduced to ruins by the rampage of the androids. Oh. Big Bulma hovered above the center of West City, incredulously gazing at her residence. It was undeniably a wasteland before her departure. How could it possibly have been restored? Jiang Ling also witnessed this scene. It must be said that the reconstructed Bulma residence bears a striking resemblance to its former self, retaining about 70% of its original charm. It is evident that familiar hands were responsible for this restoration. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly from the distance. Jiang Ling and Bulma exchanged glances, a smile illuminating their faces as realization dawned upon them. Chapter 150. Unusual Abilities. Suddenly, a figure swiftly approached Jiang Ling and Bulma. It was Trunks, bearing a gleaming sword upon his back. His attire remained unchanged, seemingly untouched by time. "I knew it was you, Jiang Ling." "Mom," Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Bulma suspended in midair. Years had passed, and his mother could now fly? Or was this a younger version of his mother from the past? Is it truly me? Has it been so long that you no longer recognize me? Indeed, one forgets their mother when they acquire a spouse. Bulma shot Trunks a dangerous glance. Trunks shuddered, awkwardly chuckling as he stammered, "Mom, I was just surprised to see you soaring in the sky." Well, Bulma, in a surprisingly cheerful mood, chose not to dwell on the matter. She pointed towards the newly constructed home and inquired, "Did you rebuild this, my son?" "Yes. After defeating the evil androids a few years ago, I reconstructed our home. This was where I spent my childhood," Trunks replied, his gaze reflecting nostalgia as he surveyed the familiar structure. Bulma nodded in approval. "Well done. Do you reside here now?" "No, this place is for you, mother. I live on a small island with and we have a son," Trunks revealed. "Oh, I see. Wait, what? Am I a grandmother now?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Am I a grandfather now?" Trunks echoed, equally shocked. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Tien next gazed at Jiang Ling, his expression one of utter disbelief, yet he refrained from offering any rebuttal. Jiang Ling is not wrong. After all, his mother has become involved with Jiang Ling. In terms of kinship, he ought to address Jiang Ling as his stepfather. Every time Tien contemplates this, an inexplicable rage brews within him. How could he, of a similar age, be compelled to call another father? Who would willingly accept such a situation? Jiang Ling, wake up. My child is not your grandson. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling had yet to respond when Bulma interjected. How could you speak to your uncle Jiang in such a manner? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening as she placed a hand on her hip, gripping Trunks by the ear. Wrong, wrong. Trunks pleaded for mercy. Jiang Ling nearly burst into laughter at the sight. This matter could only be resolved by Dabra. As a mother, others would find it quite ineffective. The trio descended from the sky and entered the courtyard, engaging in conversation while airborne. What sort of affair was that? The group chatted briefly in the courtyard, with most of the discourse coming from Trunks, who recounted the events of recent years. Ever since Jiang Ling departed with Dabra, survivors from around the globe, spurred by Trunks and the Earth Defense Force, emerged from their shelters, venturing outside to build homes and cultivate the land. Amidst a myriad of challenges, society began to revive. Fortunately, the foundations laid before had not eroded, making progress less arduous. Meanwhile, after imparting wisdom to the young dandy and transferring divine authority from Earth, the deity chose to assimilate with Piccolo. The resurrected Goku and Chi-Chi welcomed a son named Goten, while their elder son Gohan, in the same year, welcomed a daughter named Pan with Videl. Other Earth warriors either settled into family life or immersed themselves in training to enhance their abilities. In summary, Earth flourished with vigor. The recent years saw a plethora of new generations born, instilling a sense of vitality. Each inhabitant of Earth brimmed with hope for the future. Subsequently, two peculiar individuals, clad in unusual attire and hairstyles, arrived on Earth, proclaiming themselves as the Supreme Kais. They sought out Trunks and his companions, warning of impending calamities related to the sorcerer Babidi and the demon Majin Buu. Without hesitation, Trunks followed the Supreme Kai to the Kai realm to train, eventually becoming a trainee Supreme Kai. Armed with the Supreme Kai sword, he returned to Earth to join Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and others in a decisive battle against Babidi, aiming to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Unlike previous solitary confrontations, the formidable strength of Goku and his allies ensured an unquestionable outcome. Babidi and his minions were vanquished, successfully preventing the revival of Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired, is the King of Worlds' sword unharmed? The King of Worlds' sword. That weapon is exceedingly heavy, yet utterly useless. It merely withstood a single petrification attack before shattering into pieces, Trunks mused. Jiang Ling. Ultimately, it is a missed opportunity. Jiang Ling had not anticipated that Babidi would arrive in these recent years. Initially, he intended to effortlessly resolve the matter concerning the demon Majin Buu. However, upon reflection, he realized that the issue had already been addressed. Consequently, he found himself unburdened and free of concerns, estimating that for the next decade or so, this timeline would remain tranquil. Even if conflicts were to arise, it was unlikely that his intervention would be necessary. After all, in a decade's time, the warriors of this realm, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Trunks, would have undoubtedly grown formidable. After a while, Jiang Ling accompanied several individuals to the residence of Trunks. This visit was prompted by Bulma's desire to see her grandson. The child was quite adorable, with rosy cheeks that captivated Bulma's heart. Mother, you are always welcome to visit your grandson, Trunks remarked with a smile. No need for that. I can arrange for you to have a little brother, she replied playfully. Jiang Ling gently patted Tien on the shoulder. Tien responded, don't be absurd. Yet, upon reflection, it is not entirely impossible. It does feel rather peculiar. Tien fell into contemplation. At that moment, Jiang Ling's heart blossomed with joy. Just as he had patted Tien's shoulder, he inadvertently signed in and unexpectedly acquired a skill, rapid recovery, a unique ability exclusive to the Apprentice Realm King. This skill functions similarly to the mystical beings. As long as the recipient is not deceased, Jiang Ling can restore their health in a brief span of time. This is truly the divine art of a healer, second only to the extraordinary skill of resurrection. Chapter 151, The Time Machine. Jiang Ling did not linger for long before returning to his own time. His purpose for this visit was to escort Dabra back for a few days and to conveniently address the matter of the demon Majin Buu. With the issue of Majin Buu resolved, there was little reason for him to remain. Nevertheless, acquiring a new skill was indeed a significant gain. The villa's courtyard. The small pavilion. Jiang Ling reclined on the lounge chair, leisurely sipping his tea as a gentle breeze caressed the tips of his hair. This was a rare moment of relaxation. Jiang Ling was thoroughly enjoying himself when suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Host, you have yet to complete your tasks. What? Jiang Ling was taken aback for a moment. It then dawned upon him that there was indeed such a task at hand, collecting 7 cosmic source orbs. It appeared that these were not the Super Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball Super. As for their true nature, the system remained enigmatic, unwilling to divulge any further details. Jiang Ling, upon contemplating this, pressed the system further with her inquiries. Yet, she still could not extract anything of value. Jiang Ling could only relinquish her pursuit of answers. Setting this task aside for the moment. As the saying goes, when soldiers arrive, one must counter them. When water comes, one must divert it. The task will eventually be accomplished. Surely, one cannot remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. After all, there are no penalties. At that moment, Bulma approached, carrying a plate of fruit salad. Do not consume tea excessively, it is detrimental to vitality. Instead, indulge in more fruit. Where did you hear that? Besides, have you ever seen my consumption dwindle? With a gentle smile, Jiang Ling spoke. Bulma pondered for a moment and indeed realized that Jiang Ling had a considerable quantity. He had been drinking tea without noticeably decreasing his intake. Perhaps the notion that it affects vitality was merely a rumor. As a leading scientist, she was rather uninformed in this domain, being specialized in mechanics. When it came to the field of biology, there was truly one eminent scientist, Dr. Gerald. Unfortunately, he had embarked on a path of no return. Upon seeing Bulma, Jiang Ling suddenly recalled the time machine he had acquired previously. With a mere thought, he summoned the time machine from the system's space. It appeared to be covered in moss, bearing the marks of time. Why has the time machine changed so much? Bulma inquired, perplexed. She remembered it being quite new not long ago. How could it have transformed so drastically in such a brief period? Jiang Ling smiled as she elucidated the sequence of events. So it was, this time machine differed from the one brought by the great Bulma in that particular timeline. As it was introduced by Cell, understanding dawned upon Bulma, who then inquired, does this mean that a divergence has occurred in that timeline, leading to a temporal progression that deviates from the future timeline of the great Bulma? Indeed, that is correct. Jiang Ling nodded. He was curious to see if he could traverse through this time machine to another dimension, one distinct from the realm inhabited by Bulma. According to the information revealed by Sheru, it appeared that Trunks in that other timeline had perished. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling chose not to disclose this matter to Bulma, fearing it would cause her distress. In her heart, she had long regarded Trunks as her own son, despite never having borne him. Jiang Ling gently caressed the time machine, tracing the graffiti letters inscribed upon it. Hope. A symbol of hope. Jiang Ling gazed, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welling up within him. He activated the time machine's switch. The control room above opened, and an unseen force penetrated his being. The voice of the system then resonated. Ding. The residual temporal energy of the time machine has been detected, and the associated time portal is now accessible. You may traverse through it via the system interface. Jiang Ling was taken aback. In his mind, he inquired, so system, are you saying that I can traverse to the time and space of this time machine through you? Indeed, the system affirmed. However, the passage may not be entirely stable. To ensure safety, I recommend utilizing the time machine for your journey, allowing me to absorb additional temporal energy to stabilize the temporal passage. Jiang Ling, your words are no different from silence. We still need to traverse through time with the time machine. I had hoped that the journey would be less arduous. Alas. Chapter 152, The Penguin Retreat. Oh, Bulma, could you please check if the machine is still operational? Of course. Without hesitation, Bulma acquiesced to Jiang Ling's request. She then proceeded to conduct a thorough inspection of the time machine. Upon revealing the results, she was astonished to discover that with the replacement of a few inconsequential components, the time machine could be restored to functionality. There was still some energy left, sufficient to support one journey. Bulma promptly replaced the necessary parts. Once completed, a thought struck her, and she regarded Jiang Ling with a peculiar expression. The time period we are about to visit. It should resemble a future similar to that of the great Bulma, correct? Yes. What of it? Jiang Ling nodded, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Bulma's face. Bulma remained silent, turning to enter the room. After a while, she emerged, standing before Jiang Ling, presenting him with a box of unused Descendants' Demise bags. When you are out in the world, be cautious. Please treat those over there with care, at least until your relationship is established. Safety measures must be observed, Bulma said, gazing earnestly into Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling vehemently expressed his protest, exclaiming, what do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? As he spoke, he gathered up his descendants' belongings. Despite his verbal refusals, his actions revealed a certain compliance. Bulma merely scoffed. Jiang Ling blinked, pondering that this phrase seemed to be one she often uttered herself, which felt rather peculiar. Clearing her throat, she declared with an air of righteousness, I am merely taking precautions. What if you over there were to employ force against me? You know I am powerless to resist you, and in such a case, this device would certainly prove useful. Bulma exclaimed, I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Enough of these trivial discussions, Jiang Ling inquired. Is the machine operational? Indeed, everything is functioning normally, Bulma affirmed with a nod. Very well, let us board the time machine, Jiang Ling instructed. Jiang Ling, with one arm wrapped around Bulma's slender waist, leapt into the cockpit of the time machine. Bulma gasped. What? Why are you taking me along? Jiang Ling chuckled, saying, Come along and supervise me. Ensure I don't indulge in any indiscretions. Hmph, I couldn't care less if you choose to stray outside. It merely spares me from your nightly intrusions into my bed. Bulma's cheeks flushed with warmth, though her words suggested indifference. Jiang Ling's statement filled her heart with a sweet delight, indicating how significant she was to him. I have no intention of letting you decide whether you join me. You shall accompany me regardless. Jiang Ling, exhibiting a distinctly masculine demeanor, proceeded to close the control chamber and initiate the startup sequence. Ah, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. What happened? I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Haha, fear not. I have everything prepared. It seems you have been planning this for quite some time. Hee. It would be rather dull to go alone. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, and as for the reason he brought Bulma along, he would never admit that he sought to take her out for a breath of fresh air. Staying cooped up at home, engrossed in training and research, could hardly be deemed beneficial. It was all too easy to become unwell. Shopping? He dismissed the notion. Traversing through time and space felt far more exhilarating. The time machine ascended, trembling slightly, before vanishing above the villa. Within the magnificent time-space corridor, the time machine was journeying toward an undisclosed destination. Bulma pressed her face against the transparent glass dome, gazing at the swirling passage outside with a look of curiosity and her eyes sparkling with wonder. So this is what the time-space corridor looks like. Jiang Ling gazed at her with affectionate tenderness, smiling as he gently tousled her hair. Do you like it? He asked. Indeed, Bulma replied, nodding emphatically, feeling a surge of romance. Jiang Ling cast a curious glance at the spatial portal outside, finding it hard to discern any semblance of romance in the scene. At that moment, Bulma turned her head, her gaze sweeping across Jiang Ling, and she licked her lips. In such a romantic setting, it would be a waste not to engage in some form of activity. Jiang Ling, huh? Before he could react, Bulma had already approached him. Softly enticing, shall we play a game? Huh? This doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Will you play a game with me? Bulma's eyes shimmered with a hint of pleading. Jiang Ling inhaled sharply, unable to withstand such a gaze. Ultimately, his heart softened. He sighed and said, Very well. Set the time machine to autopilot mode. Bulma gazed at Jiang Ling's handsome visage, her eyes gradually becoming unfocused. With a soft hum, she replied, Shall we? Let us proceed. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, standing face to face with Bulma. Clap. You clap once, I clap once, a child takes to the skies. Clap, clap. You clap twice, I clap twice, two children braid their hair. Clap, clap, clap. You clap thrice, I clap thrice, three children indulge in cookies. With a chime, the power of time and space was fully gathered. System shut down. Chapter 153. An ominous foreboding on a desolate expanse of land. A chilling wind howled through the air. Suddenly, an oval-shaped machine appeared in the sky, slowly descending onto the parched earth. With a soft hiss, the machine emitted a gentle sound. A handsome man, embracing a beautiful woman, leaped down from the contraption. The woman's cheeks were slightly flushed, still resonating with lingering emotions. They were none other than Jiang Ling and Bulma, who had just traversed the dimensions. Something felt amiss here. Jiang Ling sensed the atmosphere, her brows furrowing slightly. What is the matter? Bulma inquired. The remnants of humanity are few, and the entire planet appears to be steeped in desolation. Jiang Ling gazed at the sun obscured by dark clouds. Although a few rays of sunlight managed to penetrate the gloom, an overall sense of desolation prevailed. The surrounding environment appeared quite peculiar, with the flora in a state of silence and vitality seemingly extinguished. Jiang Ling's brows knitted tighter with growing unease, her heart heavy with apprehension. The playful thoughts of teasing Bulma had completely dissipated. Let us go and take a look at the western capital first. All right. Jiang Ling promptly resolved to conduct an investigation. Due to Bulma's comparatively slow pace, he effortlessly hoisted her onto his back. Sensing the direction, he sped towards West City like a bolt of lightning. Ah, Jiang Ling. You're so fast. Are we there yet? I can't take it anymore. Hearing Bulma's voice, Jiang Ling hastily reduced his speed. In his eagerness, he had flown at full capacity, forgetting that Bulma's current strength was insufficient to endure such rapid velocity. Are you all right? Jiang Ling inquired cautiously. Bulma gasped, playfully chiding, is it possible to take it easy? You're going too fast. Please, slow down. I can't handle it. All right. I shall proceed at a more leisurely pace. I apologize for the inconvenience. You may go ahead, and I can follow behind, he replied. Oh, it's nothing. After all this time as a married couple, there is no need for such formalities between us. Jiang Ling waved his hand and took a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of unease within. Upon reflection, it was evident that impatience served no purpose. At present, he needed to ascertain the reasons behind the stark differences between this timeline and the primary future timeline of Dabuma, which had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Ling contemplated, maintaining a pace within the acceptable limits set by Bulma. Even so, it was several times faster than Bulma's solitary flight. At this moment, Jiang Ling had lost all desire to take his wife on a leisurely trip. At the very least, he needed to comprehend the nature of this world. Traveling at a swift pace, they soon arrived at the site where the once thriving city of Shidu had stood. Now, all that remained was a desolate ruin. Jiang Ling held Bulma's hand as they wandered through the desolate streets, the remnants of towering edifices looming before them, the air thick with silence and desolation. Scattered amidst the ruins were shattered bricks, fallen tiles, and crumbling walls. Some buildings stood with hollow windows, through which glimpses of once cozy and inviting domestic scenes could be seen. Gazing upward, the sky was shrouded in thick smoke, nearly devoid of any signs of life. Only the wind traversed the ruins, dispersing dust and memories alike. As they stepped over heaps of debris, one could not help but ponder the brutality of war and the fragility of existence. Jiang Ling and Bulma arrived at the heart of West City, which was once the abode of the Bulma family. Unsurprisingly, it had been reduced to ruins. Since her arrival in West City, Bulma had remained silent, gazing at the devastation before her. Upon witnessing the transformation of her former home into this desolation, despite her mental preparation and the foresight shared by the elder Bulma, she could not restrain her tears. Simultaneously, she was engulfed by profound feelings of hatred and guilt, hatred for the ravages of war and guilt for not having arrived sooner. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling gently patted her on the back, offering solace. This was destined to occur in this timeline. Although we arrived early and prevented the event from unfolding, similar tragedies will inevitably play out in other dimensions. What we can do now is to unmask the perpetrator and seek the truth. Yes, I will strive to do my best and not hold you back, Bulma replied, nodding earnestly, her face reflecting determination while tears shimmered in her eyes. Jiang Ling searched the vicinity for a while and discovered the familiar entrance. In the first timeline of the future, the underground base of Dabuma was accessed through this very point. It served as a secure stronghold. During the onslaught of the androids, Dabuma and Trunks managed to sustain their existence by residing within the confines of the underground base. Jiang Ling estimated that the Bulma of this universe should also be present here. However, he sensed not a trace of her essence. Upon just arriving in this realm, a lack of sensation could be attributed to her subtle presence. Yet, now that he was so close, the absence of any trace of her was quite anomalous. Jiang Ling harbored an unsettling premonition. He called for Bulma to join him, and together they ventured inside. This was the entrance to the underground base, a place I vividly recalled as the site of my father's and my scientific endeavors. Bulma followed closely behind Jiang Ling and elucidated that, in such an environment, it could indeed serve as a refuge. Jiang Ling nodded subtly and descended the staircase step by step. Before long, she reached a considerable depth below. As Jiang Ling estimated that the time was nearing, he approached the end. He gave it a push, but it did not budge. On the surface, there appeared to be no keyhole. Jiang Ling is not the type to rely on brute force to resolve issues. With a familiar ease, he approached the wall and tapped it a few times, revealing a keypad. He entered a numerical code, 114514. Bulma, standing nearby, did not intervene. Perhaps she was aware that Jiang Ling had visited this place in the timeline of the Great Bulma. Once the code was entered, a soft hiss accompanied the opening of the heavy door. Chapter 154, Trust. The door creaked open, releasing a musty odor that enveloped them. This scent suggested that the space had been uninhabited for quite some time. Bulma covered her mouth and nose, her brow furrowed in concern. She possessed a clear understanding of herself. Had her counterpart in this timeline still resided here, such a musty smell would never have been permitted. and the ventilation system would certainly have been activated. The presence of the musty odor and the lack of airflow indicated but one possibility. Her counterpart in this timeline did not inhabit this place. Or rather, it was the most unfortunate conclusion. Jiang Ling, what do you think? It aligns with your thoughts. Jiang Ling spoke as he took the lead and stepped inside, with Bulma following closely behind. They entered a corridor that was eerily empty. As they crossed the threshold, the grand door closed automatically behind them. The lights in the corridor flickered on, albeit dimly, illuminating the space. There was still energy. Jiang Ling, relying on the familiar route, guided Bulma through the winding corridors until they swiftly arrived at the door of a room. Without hesitation, she opened the door, revealing a shroud of darkness within. "Xiaoma, turn on the lights," Jiang Ling remarked, and with a snap, the lights illuminated the surroundings. The interior was markedly different from the exterior. The space was expansive, featuring glass-enclosed areas for cultivation and breeding. However, the plants had withered, and the breeding zone was devoid of any animals, indicating it had long been neglected. It appeared that this was how the underground base of the future had been transformed. Bulma expressed her astonishment. Jiang Ling, having experienced the future timeline at point 1, was naturally not as astonished as Bulma. He merely nodded slightly. "Indeed, if our Earth were to descend into an apocalyptic state, I believe you would act similarly. It is a means of sustaining existence." Jiang Ling gazed upon the abandoned cultivation and breeding areas, her expression laden with gravity. "The future you will truly no longer reside here. Let us examine whether she has left behind any clues." Bulma discerned this and offered her suggestion. "I share the same sentiment." Jiang Ling smiled faintly as she led Bulma through the cultivation and breeding areas, eventually arriving at another room designated for living quarters. Upon opening the door, a musty odor coupled with a hint of smoke enveloped them. The living area comprised a spacious hall, a kitchen, a dining room, a bathroom, a shower room, and several bedrooms. Jiang Ling cast a cursory glance before stepping into the master bedroom. There must be something amiss here. Indeed, the clothes and bedding were absent, along with several everyday items. On the desk, a piece of paper was left behind. Jiang Ling called out to Bulma, and together they gazed at the words inscribed on the paper. "Trunks, it has been 4 years since your last return. Mother is aware that you must have encountered some misfortune. The likelihood of your demise is high. Fortunately, the androids have been vanquished by you. And without your presence, Mother has been managing quite well. This year, a spacecraft descended from the heavens, resurrecting a formidable monster. Humanity alone lacks the strength to resist it. Mother has constructed a spacecraft, intending to venture into the cosmos in search of a new Namek. Only the Dragon Balls of Namek can bring you back to life and revive the warriors of Earth to save it. Mother truly misses you. If you return and find me absent, do not be alarmed. With love, your mother, Bulma." Upon finishing the letter, tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks uncontrollably. She empathized deeply, connecting profoundly with the emotions of this timeline's Bulma. The heartfelt sentiments woven through the text unmistakably reflect a mother's love for her child. Jiang Ling remained silent for a considerable time, finally letting out a long sigh. Chapter 155, The Encounter on the New Namek. This realm is rather dire. Yet, as long as the Dragon Balls exist, there should be no insurmountable issues. Jiang Ling pondered deeply. If his conjecture was correct, the spaceship mentioned in the letter, along with the resurrected monsters, must be the work of Babidi and his entourage, coupled with the revival of the demon Majin Buu. At least, according to the timeline. This seemed to be the case. Confronting Majin Buu felt rather daunting to Jiang Ling. Even with his current combat prowess, he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 2. Yet he did not seek to rely solely on transformations. In reality, his combat strength surpassed that of Gohan's first transformation into Super Saiyan 2 by several magnitudes. He could even rival Goku's Super Saiyan 3 strength from the original narrative. The author wishes to clarify. It is well known that the combat power of a Super Saiyan transformation is a multiplier of the base combat power. The higher the base combat power, the more formidable the added strength upon transformation. For instance, if the protagonist's combat power is 1, then transforming results in a power level of 50. If the protagonist's power is 2, the transformed power would be 100, and so forth. The relevant formula is 150-50, 250-100, 350-150. Hence, base combat power is of paramount importance. Jiang Ling sensed the atmosphere of the Earth and discovered a formidable, malevolent presence lingering on the opposite side of the globe, likely belonging to Babidi and the Majin Buu. However, the reason for their continued presence remains a mystery. Jiang Ling did not ponder much nor sought to trouble them. The foremost task at hand was to locate the future Bulma of this timeline. Jiang Ling, what is the situation with this new Namek? Bulma inquired with a hint of confusion. Unbeknownst to her, in this timeline devoid of Jiang Ling's intervention, Namek had met with destruction, prompting her question. Jiang Ling offered a brief explanation before continuing. Let us visit new Namek. For your familiar presence, there will certainly expedite our endeavors. Very well. Jiang Ling clasped Bulma's delicate hand and executed a technique of instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves upon the new Namek. A gentle breeze laden with golden sand rushed towards them, catching both off guard and filling their mouths with grit. Spitting it out, they cleared their throats. After ridding themselves of the sand, Jiang Ling surveyed the surrounding environment, his brow furrowed deeply. Bulma wore a similar expression. Jiang Ling, did you perhaps misplace the coordinates? I recall that the Namekians have a profound affection for nature. If they were here, the landscape would surely be lush and vibrant. Jiang Ling shook his head and solemnly remarked, I wish it were merely a misplacement in the transmission, but regrettably, the coordinates are accurate. The presence of life on this planet is alarmingly sparse, which is quite baffling. Jiang Ling cradled Bulma in his arms and soared into the sky. From his lofty vantage point, the stark lack of greenery on the planet was appalling. Soon, Jiang Ling spotted a location that resembled a village and descended. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the village was desolate. The structures within were mostly ruins, as if a fierce battle had transpired. It was evident that a conflict had occurred here. Bulma deduced, and she was certain that this was the village of the Namekians. Oh, how so? Jiang Ling inquired, casting a surprised glance in her direction. Curious about her reasoning, Bulma, with a serious expression, replied, It's obvious. The architectural style of this village is distinctly Namekian. Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence that it resembles another civilization's style. Jiang Ling attentively scrutinized the architectural style, experiencing a moment of revelation. Although reduced to ruins, the remnants of certain relatively intact structures were indicative of the design typical of the Namekians. Thus, it suggested that the Namekians had encountered a grave misfortune, perhaps leading to their extinction. If that were the case, the situation could prove quite troublesome. Chapter 156 Aspect Glow. This aura. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a familiar yet unfamiliar aura, a sensation that took her by surprise. Although there is scarcely any life left on the new Namek, a handful of beings have managed to endure. Jiang Ling sensed this aura amidst the breaths of life. Bulma, come forth. Jiang Ling called out, and Bulma promptly wrapped herself around him. In an instant, they vanished from their location and reappeared on the other side of the planet. In a bathroom? Before them stood a scene featuring a woman, her hair elegantly pinned up, bathing beneath the cascading water of the showerhead. Jiang Ling. Bulma. Woman. Pervert. After a moment, Jiang Ling reclined on the sofa in the living room, while Bulma gently dried his damp body with a towel. Before him stood the blue-haired woman from the bathroom, her face adorned with an expression of sincere apology as she poured steaming tea. This individual was profoundly familiar to Jiang Ling. Every inch of her being resonated with recognition. She was none other than Bulma from this timeline, affectionately referred to as future Bulma. Following their recent amicable exchange and clarifications, the atmosphere was imbued with a sense of understanding. Jiang Ling discovered that the presence of a bathroom, a living room, a sofa, and a bedroom was due to the house brought by future Bulma through a universal capsule. Future Bulma had arrived on New Namek a year ago, and by the time she arrived, New Namek had already transformed into its current state. She had sought out the surviving Namekians, yet none possessed the ability to create Dragon Balls. Thus, after a year of residing there, Jiang Ling and Bulma came into the picture. I am immensely grateful that you have journeyed here from the past, but without the Dragon Balls, there is little hope for Earth and New Namek, future Bulma lamented. She had just learned that the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared before her, along with a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, had come from the past. Jiang Ling took a sip of hot tea, pausing in silence. Indeed, as future Bulma had stated, without the Dragon Balls, the departed friends could not be resurrected. Humanity on Earth could not be revived either. What hope remained for the future? Most poignantly, future Bulma's dearest companion, Trunks, was also beyond revival, leaving her heart heavy with despair. In light of this, perhaps it was time to seek existence in an alternate timeline. Jiang Ling remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering these words. After all, without the Dragon Balls of Earth and the Namekian Dragon Balls, there was little purpose in continuing to exist in this timeline. As for the Super Dragon Balls, Jiang Ling was still unaware of whether the world she had traversed contained the elements of Dragon Ball Super, or if Beerus truly existed. Even if he did, the Super Dragon Balls were beyond her reach. It would be more prudent to allow future Bulma to change her timeline, to embark on a fresh journey in a new life. Huh? Future Bulma appeared somewhat bewildered. However, after Bulma grasped her hand and explained, tears welled up in her eyes. Can I truly see my son Trunks again? And those dear friends from before? Really? Bulma affirmed with unwavering certainty. Jiang Ling nodded, offering her a reassuring gesture, and simultaneously revealed a significant piece of information to future Bulma. The malevolent Cell, who had slain Trunks, had traversed into my timeline, but I've already dealt with him. So that is the case. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, future Bulma replied, her emotions a blend of laughter and tears. With a heart full of suppressed feelings, she embraced Jiang Ling tightly. The softness of her embrace made it difficult for Jiang Ling to breathe, yet he remained silent. Gently, he patted her back as a gesture of comfort. The following day, 3 figures materialized on Earth: future Bulma, Jiang Ling, and Bulma. They arrived at future Bulma's underground base in West City. After a period of operation, the subterranean facility regained its former tidiness. Jiang Ling inquired about the situation of the new Namek from future Bulma, who merely shook her head, indicating her own ignorance. It had simply been that way upon her arrival. The survivors were equally in the dark, only recalling a time shrouded in darkness and oppression, before losing consciousness and awakening to their current state. Lacking any leads, Jiang Ling decided to abandon further contemplation. No matter how formidable, could it truly affect his timeline? During dinner, a man and 2 women shared a meal together, utilizing the provisions brought by Jiang Ling, which included vegetables, meat, and seafood. For Jiang Ling and Bulma, this dinner was a commonplace affair. However, for future Bulma, it was an extraordinarily lavish and sumptuous feast. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ling prepared to venture into the underworld, a realm that governs the reincarnation of souls. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not perceive any trace of the King of Hell. Changing his approach, he sought the presence of the Northern Realm King, but to no avail. It was as if an account on the internet had been abruptly deactivated, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. The situation was far more complex than it appeared. The disappearance of these individuals strongly suggested that they had perished. Yet, even in death, they should still exist within the netherworld. It was inconceivable that they could vanish without a trace. Could it be possible that something had transpired in the underworld? The prospect was alarming. Indeed, what if the netherworld itself had ceased to exist? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Ling's pupils constricted, filled with a profound dread. Who could wield such power to instigate such turmoil within the underworld, potentially leading to its obliteration? It was essential to recognize that the netherworld was an indispensable entity within the cosmos. Mere mortals could never instigate such monumental upheaval. This realm was more chaotic than one could fathom. Jiang Ling murmured softly, lifting her gaze to the figures before her, who resembled sisterly blossoms, future Bulma and Bulma. I shall first eliminate Babidi, and then return you to my timeline. All right, future Bulma replied, her excitement palpable. Babidi and Majin Buu had dragged the remnants of humanity, previously liberated from the apocalyptic plight, back into despair, ruthlessly slaughtering the majority. Future Bulma had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. This opportunity was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 157 On Earth, in a modest city, this locale had remarkably withstood the ravages of the apocalypse, or perhaps it had been destroyed and reconstructed. The architecture appeared relatively new. Here, the majority of the surviving humans resided, yet their existence was far from pleasant. They suffered from inadequate nourishment, insufficient clothing, and substandard shelter. Each day, they toiled to rebuild the city, and any sign of slackness would result in lashes from Babidi's minions. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly within the city's buildings. The mingling of tortured moans and lewd sounds occasionally emerged, revealing the depravity of Babidi's subordinates. All of humanity on Earth was aware of the grim reality. Yet they were powerless to resist. Indeed, Earth's inhabitants had been reduced to slavery, slaves to Babidi's faction. Currently, Babidi, along with Majin Buu and his henchmen, found themselves ensconced on Earth, devoid of their previous ambition to conquer the universe. At the heart of the city stood a castle. Such a life was quite agreeable. On the castle's rooftop, the diminutive and frail yet notorious sorcerer Babidi held a glass of red wine, surveying the entirety of the city. Beside him knelt a human female clad in a maid's outfit, patiently awaiting his command. Indeed, it is agreeable, but are you truly content, my lord? We now have Majin Buu. A voice emerged from behind. Babidi turned to see the speaker, his loyal subordinate, Dabra, who bore a prominent mon on his forehead and possessed skin of a rose-gold hue. Once a demon king of the demon realm, Dabra had been ensnared by Babidi's wicked intellect and magic, now serving as his minion. Dabra, you fail to comprehend. Babidi shook his head. Why? Dabra inquired. Confusion etched upon his face. He could not fathom why Babidi, endowed with such formidable power, did not seek to conquer the universe, but instead chose to merely survive on Earth, living one day at a time. What had become of his original aspirations? My lord, you have changed. At this, Babidi sighed, his gaze penetrating the vastness of the starry sky. Alas, it is not I who has changed. It is merely that a powerful enemy has emerged in the universe, one whose terrifying strength transcends our imagination. Dabra expressed his bewilderment. Is it truly the case that even Majin Buu cannot defeat him? Indeed, Babidi nodded in affirmation. A sharp breath was drawn in by Dabra, his eyes shimmering with profound astonishment. He was well aware of Majin Buu's origins, a figure who wreaked havoc across the universe and instigated cosmic turmoil millions of years ago. Yet, to realize that such a formidable power could not prevail against this individual underscored the terror of their adversary. Dabra fell into a contemplative silence, mirroring Babidi's gaze as they both turned their eyes towards the star-speckled sky. Remaining on Earth wasn't impossible, but what was that dark spot in the heavens? Why was it growing larger? With a thunderous roar, a shadow imbued with immense power crashed into the castle with an unmatched ferocity. The castle erupted in an explosive blast, resonating with a tremendous sound. From afar, the side of the castle transformed into a colossal mushroom cloud, the booming noise echoing through the skies, lingering long and stubbornly refusing to dissipate. The ensuing shockwave of energy swept across the vicinity. Fortunately, the humans on Earth were positioned at a safe distance, unaffected, merely gazing at the magnificent mushroom cloud from afar. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the cloud, hovering in the air, silently observing the explosion he had orchestrated. This individual possessed striking brows and eyes that sparkled like stars. Upon closer inspection, a formidable aura radiated from him, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in those who beheld him. Indeed, this striking figure was none other than Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling lingered in the air for a moment. As the mushroom cloud began to dissipate, three figures surged forth from the ruins of the castle. They were the diminutive and gaunt Babidi, the rose-gold-skinned demon King Dabra, and the adorably plump Majin Buu with his pink complexion. The frail Babidi, the weakest among them, wore tattered clothing and numerous abrasions upon his body, while the other two appeared largely unscathed. Who are you? To whom do you owe your life? He seethed. Very well. Ambusher, you have provoked me, and you shall pay dearly for it. Dabra, attack. Teach this ungrateful human a lesson he will not forget. Babidi's countenance twisted with fury. He had never before endured such indignity, and his reason was all but lost. Excellent. As Babidi's most loyal minion, the demon King Dabra charged forward without hesitations, delivering a punch with tremendous force, creating an impressive display as he approached the intruder. Jiang Ling remained unfazed by the accolades or disdain directed at him. With a swift kick, he sent Dabra tumbling back, without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. This clearly demonstrated the extent of his formidable strength, far surpassing that of Goku and his companions. As Dabra crashed to the ground, his immense power created a small crater in the earth. It seems I must resort to my weapon now. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a strangely designed sword materialized in his hand. It was his accompanying sword, bearing a remarkably imposing name, the sword of the demon King Dabra. Embrace your demise. Dabra bellowed, brandishing the sword as he charged forward once more. Jiang Ling's hair swiftly transformed into a golden hue, as he concentrated his energy between his two fingers before executing a swift pinch. With a resounding clang, a sound echoed through the air. Dabra's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him, Jiang Ling's index and middle fingers firmly grasped the enchanted sword he held in such high regard, rendering all of Dabra's immense strength utterly ineffective. Chapter 158. Buo takes action. How could this be possible? Dabra was astounded. The person before him had managed to withstand his full-force assault with merely 2 fingers. In his eyes, there were only a few individuals in this world capable of such a feat. Yet here stood another. He could hardly contain his astonishment. How could this be deemed impossible? Jiang Ling smiled gently, applying a subtle force with his 2 fingers, effortlessly snapping the blade of the demonic sword. You may have lengthy hair, but your knowledge is rather shallow. Dabra staggered back a few steps, his once formidable sword now rendered useless scrap metal. He discarded the sword and, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ling, donned a sycophantic expression. Rubbing his hands together and grinning, he implored, "Esteemed sir, I am willing to submit to your command. Serving you like a beast of burden." "Oh, care to bark like a dog?" Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely mocking. Sensing Jiang Ling's penetrating look, Dabra felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet he took a few steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of Jiang Ling. Suddenly, a glob of saliva was expelled from Dabra's mouth, shooting forth like a piercing sword aimed at Jiang Ling. As it appeared that Jiang Ling was about to be struck, Dabra revealed a triumphant grin. In the distance, the injured Babidi observed this scene and erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "You brought this upon yourself, now your fate is sealed." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling's smile broadened, and he subtly tilted his body. Saliva surged past Jiang Ling, darting towards a large boulder behind him. In an instant, the stone transformed before the naked eye. "Heh, young man, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts?" With a faint smile, Jiang Ling launched a powerful punch towards Dabra in the next moment. At such a close range, coupled with the complete lack of mercy, Dabra, whose confident grin had yet to fade, found his tall and robust physique utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force, leaving not a trace behind. Though this battle seemed to stretch on for an eternity in reality, it lasted but an ephemeral instant, determining a clear victor. One side was completely eradicated from this realm. To borrow a phrase from Lu Xun, in high-stakes situations, a single misstep can lead to your downfall. Jiang Ling directed his gaze towards Babidi and the seemingly adorable, plump pink creature. "Now it's your turn." Babidi's eyes met Jiang Ling's, filled with profound terror. He retreated a few steps and shouted at Majin Buu, "Buu, help me eliminate him. I'll give you candy." "Candy?" The eyes of the plump pink Majin Buu sparkled, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. "If I kill you, there will be candy. If I kill you, there will be." Majin Buu swiftly conjured an energy orb and hurled it towards Jiang Ling. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling caught the energy orb and deftly hurled it back. Majin Buu crossed his arms before his chest, shielding himself from the explosion of the energy orb, sustaining no damage whatsoever. In a swift motion that belied his size, Majin Buu appeared before Jiang Ling. With a resounding smack, he unleashed a punch, simple yet powerful. Jiang Ling met the blow with a single palm, equally unadorned and unassuming, stirring not a ripple in the air. To the outsider, what appeared to be a mere exchange of punches and palms concealed a profound reservoir of energy. The sound of impact echoed, clap, 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 boom, 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 crash. In an instant, the two engaged in hundreds of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Boo. Swiftly conclude the battle with that move of yours that can transform others into candy," Babidi shouted from behind a stone. "Oh," replied the Majin Buu, scratching his head. The antennae atop his head emitted a wave of light, aimed directly at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling is an extraordinary individual, a super Saiyan, a universally recognized superstar on Earth. A talented manga artist, screenwriter, and songwriter. Jiang Ling, the ostensible holder of the Jiang Ling Group and the boyfriend of the heiress of the Universal Capsule Company. How could he possibly fall victim to such a maneuver? In an instant, Jiang Ling vanished, only to reappear holding Babidi. With a swift toss, he hurled Babidi towards the incoming wave of light. Zing! The frail and diminutive form of Babidi instantaneously transformed into a delectable dessert resembling a defense shape that would whet anyone's appetite. Majin Buu gazed at this confection, visibly enticed, drool escaping the corners of his mouth. "Quickly revert me to my original form. Be good, Buu, and I shall provide you with an abundance of sweets." A voice emanated from the dessert-like figure, unmistakably Babidi's. He understood that to deal with Buu, one must not exhibit anger but rather coax him gently. Thus, he spoke in a conciliatory tone. Though Majin Buu was utterly tempted by the dessert's appearance, he was well aware of the distinction between gluttony and moderation. Without hesitation, he restored Babidi to his original state. Upon emerging, Babidi immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ling. "You wretched one, I shall not let you escape," he declared, darting behind a large stone with unprecedented speed. "Buu, attack, with all your might. I will reward you with double the candy." For a glutton like Buu, candy represented an irresistible temptation, akin to a man starved for 10 days desperately seeking adult content online, capable of unleashing unimaginable potential. Ya. Super invincible gigantic energy ball. Buu lifted his hands, beginning to coalesce a colossal energy sphere, the winds swirling violently, the aura utterly terrifying. Observing this, Jiang Ling's expression turned grave. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my years of cultivation. Of course, the dual cultivation technique had played a significant role in his progress. He owed much to Bulma and to Bulma, who quietly supported Jiang Ling's training. Their motivations not solely rooted in the pleasures of dual cultivation. Jiang Ling uttered a low exclamation. In an instant, his appearance as a Super Saiyan transcended into that of a Super Saiyan beyond comprehension. Super Saiyan 2, commonly referred to as Super Saiyan 2. In contrast to Super Saiyan 1, the hair of Super Saiyan 2 became even more straight, surrounded by small bolts of lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. However, to assume this is the pinnacle of Jiang Ling's power would be a grave misjudgment. Jiang Ling let out a thunderous roar. It seems that every Saiyan undergoes their transformation with a mighty shout. Jiang Ling was no exception. His body erupted with a brilliant golden light, nearly blinding the titanium-coated eyes of the Demon Buu and Babidi. This is... Babidi's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the sudden apparition be so formidable? Could his power truly continue to ascend? Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, he could still perceive a profound danger emanating from Jiang Ling. Even with Buu as his formidable ally, he felt utterly devoid of any sense of security. Babidi turned to glance at Buu's corpulent figure, cursing inwardly. Useless. I feel no sense of safety with you. We should part ways. Of course, such thoughts could only remain unvoiced in his mind. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. The golden radiance emanating from Jiang Ling soared into the heavens, stirring the very clouds. In Chapter 159, titled Perilous Malice, an intense golden light enveloped a radius of 10 miles. A terrifying aura radiated from Jiang Ling's being. Babidi narrowed his eyes, gazing at the golden figure of Jiang Ling, his pupils suddenly dilating in awe. The first impression Jiang Ling gave him was irresistible. The second impression was equally compelling. It was as if he were a firefly, rendered insignificantly small in the presence of the brilliant moonlight. The radiance faded away. Jiang Ling's figure emerged, revealing a robust physique that had grown stronger, now standing at an impressive height of 1.90 meters. His golden hair stood upright, cascading down to his waist, while a golden tail swayed gently behind him. He had transcended the Super Saiyan, becoming the ultimate form of the Super Saiyan, commonly referred to as Super Saiyan 3. Fiery golden flames engulfed Jiang Ling, rendering him akin to a golden war deity. Across from him, the rotund Buu squinted, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ling without a hint of fear. Even in the face of Jiang Ling's terrifying aura, he perceived him as merely a collection of delectable sweets. At that moment, the energy ball Buu had been supporting with his hands had fully coalesced into an enormous orb of energy. The aura it emitted was potent enough to obliterate the very earth. Go! Ultimate Destruction Ball. Buu, who regarded human life with utter disdain, shouted as he propelled the colossal energy sphere toward Jiang Ling. Behind the stone, Babidi clutched his garments tightly, his expression tense as he observed the unfolding scene, silently praying. It must succeed. Our hope for survival hinges upon this ultimate destruction ball. As the massive energy orb drew nearer, Jiang Ling sensed a modicum of pressure, though it was but a trifling matter. The battle prowess of Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to a staggering 400 times his base power. One can only imagine the sheer terror of such formidable strength. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Confronted with such a situation, he had no choice but to resort to that singular technique, the simplest yet most practical maneuver, the Kamehameha. A blue and white energy wave coalesced between Jiang Ling's hands. The blue and white luminosity suddenly transformed into a blinding golden hue, enhanced to a supreme golden version. Jiang Ling directed a push towards the ultimate annihilation bomb descending from the heavens. The Turtle School's Kamehameha enveloped the small lightning bolt, shooting forth with unerring precision. With a resounding boom, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, instantly leveling mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers to the ground. In that fleeting moment, 2 formidable forces intertwined. Locked in a fierce standoff, Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, amplifying his output with both hands. The beam of light suddenly thickened tenfold. The ultimate annihilation bomb was promptly forced back along its original trajectory. In a moment of unpreparedness, the corpulent Buu was consumed by the very ultimate annihilation bomb he had unleashed. The world was enveloped in gold. It seemed as though sound had vanished entirely. Once vision was restored, only a solitary figure remained suspended in the air, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze akin to the stars. His golden hair cascaded to his waist, and a golden tail swayed gracefully in the breeze, perfectly harmonious. Despite having expended a considerable amount of energy moments before, Jiang Ling appeared utterly unfazed. It is well known that the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 is rapid, leaving the body unable to store energy. In the original narrative, Super Saiyan 3 Goku, after expending such energy, would have long since been exhausted, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the original Goku lacked a tail, which caused energy to escape from the area where the tail should have been, preventing storage. In simpler terms, the rate of depletion far exceeded the rate of recovery. However, Jiang Ling was different. He possessed a tail. Thus, there was no need to worry about the loss of energy from his body. Jiang Ling cast his gaze towards the distant, fleeing figure, and with a swift motion, he materialized before Babidi. Attempting to flee, Jiang Ling cast a gaze that was both playful and enigmatic upon the helpless Babidi sprawled on the ground. "I beg you, spare me." Babidi, realizing his escape was futile, fell to his knees in a plea for mercy. Yet, there lingered a glint of coldness in his eyes. Jiang Ling harbored no intentions of ending his life. Rather, he seized the opportunity to inquire about certain intelligence pertaining to this realm. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected sensation washed over him. He furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck him. With a resounding crack, Babidi was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, mingled with several blackened teeth, while one side of his face swelled at an alarming rate. Did he truly believe he could wield magic to control me? Jiang Ling squinted his eyes and flexed his fingers. Babidi let out a piercing scream, pleading for mercy. I won't dare anymore. Spare my life." His forehead throbbed painfully from the impact. Witnessing his pitiful state, Jiang Ling felt no trace of sympathy. Without hesitation, he compelled Babidi to stretch his body, allowing him to experience the harsh realities of society. Chapter 160. Kneel, and I shall spare you. Jiang Ling stretched lazily, producing a series of crackling sounds. Engaging in suitable activity is beneficial for one's health. Wouldn't you agree, Babidi? Hee. Indeed, as Master Jiang Ling has rightly stated. Beside him, the bruised and battered Babidi wore a sycophantic expression, nodding and smiling in a forced manner. He appeared as though nothing had transpired. Oh, by the way, has anything significant occurred in the universe over the past decade or so? Jiang Ling sat upon a large boulder, casually remarking, "You were unaware?" Babidi was momentarily taken aback. How could such a formidable being be ignorant of the sudden emergence of an anomaly in the universe? Could it be a reclusive master engrossed in seclusion for cultivation? Indeed, this would explain why he had not heard of it before. Babidi couldn't help but nod, having conjured an elaborate narrative in his mind. I inquire, and you respond. What purpose does all this superfluous dialogue serve? Jiang Ling cast a fleeting glance at Babidi. Upon meeting his emotionless gaze, Babidi instinctively shuddered. He quickly spoke up. "Very well, I shall divulge the information I possess." Jiang Ling closed his eyes, listening intently as Babidi gradually recounted significant events that had transpired in the universe over the past decade and more. He intermittently interrupted, endeavoring to extract pertinent information. Next, as trivial matters were swiftly bypassed, Jiang Ling finally discerned a piece of valuable intelligence. A formidable being had suddenly emerged in the universe. Reveling in the act of murder? The deity responsible for maintaining order had been slain? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, realizing that the individuals from Namek were likely connected to this murderer. He understood that this fiend's capabilities might surpass his own. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent not to provoke unnecessary conflict. Moreover, he had no prior association with the murderer. Now that he was aware of the situation, he decided to leave matters as they stood. Babidi cautiously inquired, "Can I be released now?" Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "If you kneel and beg for mercy, I shall spare you." Upon hearing this, Babidi immediately prepared to kneel. Suddenly, a beam of light swept through the air, and with a swift sound, his legs were severed. Babidi screamed in agony. You are not keeping your word." Jiang Ling spread his hands, questioning, "Where is it?" "Without your legs, you cannot kneel before me to plead for mercy. Therefore, I shall not spare you." With that, a beam of light extinguished Babidi's life. He lifted his head. Jiang Ling gazed at the starry sky, murmuring to himself, "The yellow springs have vanished, and the Northern Realm King is no more. Even the Realm King God has disappeared. If a god of destruction were to exist, he too has perished. This enigmatic killer presents quite a challenge. I wonder which antagonist from the original tale he resembles." Upon returning to the base, future Bulma approached him, her eyes filled with anticipation. "How did it go?" Jiang Ling understood what she was referring to. With a smile, he replied, "It has been resolved. The entire Barbidi faction has been eradicated, and I have freed the enslaved humans. However, the population of humanity on Earth is now alarmingly sparse. In the future." Bulma embraced Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, Jiang Ling. Everything will be all right. If Earth continues in this state of peace, humanity will eventually reproduce and restore the society as it once was." Though such words were spoken, both were acutely aware that without the Dragon Balls, the resurgence of humanity on Earth would require an indeterminate number of years. At present, the situation was essentially dire. Jiang Ling gently caressed his abdomen, feeling a twinge of hunger. Alas, engaging in combat and rescuing humanity undoubtedly demands time. Come to dine, he was beckoned by his beloved Bulma, who had prepared an abundant feast in anticipation of his return. Future Bulma, gathering her emotions, smiled softly, though traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. She took Jiang Ling's hand and led him to the dining table, just as she spotted the present Bulma emerging from the kitchen, carrying dishes fresh from the stove. Observing her future self holding Jiang Ling's hand, present Bulma arched an eyebrow playfully and teased, "Oh, so you two are already holding hands? Future me. Are you trying to steal my husband?" Upon hearing this, future Bulma quickly released her grip, not wishing for her past self to misunderstand the situation, and hurriedly clarified, "And no, it's not what you think. I'm already of a certain age." Present Bulma chuckled warmly and remarked that you claim to be older. "Your figure and beauty have not waned with the passage of time. You appear as a ripened matron." She added, "To be frank, you are indeed the future me. And if you wish to be with Jiang Ling, I would not mind in the slightest." At this, future Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the bewildered Jiang Ling and exclaimed, "I have never heard of a woman pushing her husband onto another. Now that you have met him, what do you think? Have you considered it?" "I believe you jest." She laughed heartily. Present Bulma joined in the laughter, choosing not to dwell further on the topic and instead ushering everyone to the dining table. Yet, the conversation lingered in future Bulma's mind, igniting a desire for companionship. So many years had passed, and she had long forgotten the visage of Vegeta, who had once shared a year with her, only recalling that he was rather short. Chapter 161. Simple and direct. The three of them immersed themselves in their meal. Soon enough, they finished dining and gathered in the living room to sip hot tea. The warmth of tea after a meal, akin to the satisfaction of a post-dinner cigarette, brought a sense of comfort and pleasure. "Shall we spend the night here and return tomorrow?" Bulma proposed. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, indifferent to the matter at hand. He had never intended to involve himself with the formidable beings of that universe. Returning to his original timeline was of no consequence to him. "Very well," he mused. Future Bulma nodded in agreement, as she had not visited the underground base in years and was eager to reminisce about her room. After a brief conversation over steaming cups of tea, the group set about tidying up the space. It had been several years since anyone had occupied the rooms, resulting in a thick layer of dust. However, with Bulma's advanced cleaning technology, such trivialities were easily managed. They managed to prepare 2 rooms. One was future Bulma's bedroom, while the other served as a guest room next door. Jiang Ling and Bulma naturally shared a room, as their relationship made it quite normal for them to sleep together. This particular guest room was chosen by Bulma, who insisted on residing there, claiming that the adjacent room would enhance the bond between her and future Bulma. Future Bulma found this somewhat absurd. If she wished to deepen their connection, why not simply share the bed? After exchanging goodnights, future Bulma closed the bedroom door and, clad in her pajamas, lay on the bed, gazing at the familiar decor of the room, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden burst of singing erupted from the neighboring room. The sound was quite loud, transitioning from a slow melody to a rapid crescendo. As someone who had experienced much, future Bulma instantly recognized the source of the noise. How shameless. Why can't they just sleep quietly instead of belting out songs? I still want to rest. She covered her ears in an attempt to block out the sounds. Yet the melody seemed to possess an enchanting quality, swirling in her mind and refusing to dissipate. Were these two truly so enthusiastic about singing? Judging by the sound, they appeared to be quite merry. Did they not consider my feelings at all? Future Bulma nestled deeper into her blankets, letting out a soft complaint. Then, she sat up in bed, rummaging through the drawer of her nightstand until she retrieved a well-used toy. She pressed the switch, and a tune emanated from the toy. What do we call Dad's dad? We call him Uncle Seven. This was a toy from Trunks' childhood, equipped with its own music. And future Bulma had brought it out to mask the singing from next door. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Bulma, pulling Jiang Ling behind her, appeared at the threshold, startling future Bulma. Yet, upon closer inspection, the singing from next door continued unabated. You, Bulma's sister. The singing from next door is actually a recording, Bulma teased with a playful smirk. Future Bulma rose to kneel on the bed, hands placed firmly on her hips. Oh, so this is your idea of a prank? Bulma chuckled softly and shook her head. I merely wish to convey that it is time for you to embrace a new chapter in your life. Future Bulma responded. Did you not feel a sense of joy when you heard that recording, reminiscent of the adventures we shared in our youth, singing around the campfire all night? Bulma approached Future Bulma, her tone gentle. Upon hearing this, Future Bulma stood there, momentarily frozen as memories began to resurface. Suddenly, she shook her head vigorously. At my age, I haven't felt that exuberance in ages. Moreover, singing in front of you youngsters is far too embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Bulma realized that while Future Bulma was hesitant, she was not entirely opposed. Oh dear, this is hardly a problem. With a wave of the hand, the door was shut. Let Jiang Ling go. Bang. The door slammed shut. The song from next door continued to resonate. Jiang Ling displayed a peculiar smile. Bulma, do assist me in maintaining control. No problem. Bulma, having accompanied Jiang Ling for quite some time, possessed abilities far beyond those of her future counterpart. Subsequently, Jiang Ling lunged forward, placing his hands upon Future Bulma, and began to tickle her underarms. Haha. Oh, please, stop. Haha. As Future Bulma felt Jiang Ling's warm hands teasing her, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, only to soon sense a surge of energy flowing through his palms into her body, eliciting soft moans of pleasure. Isn't that delightful? Bulma remarked with a smile. Jiang Ling is using chi to help you unblock your body, rejuvenating you. Mmm. Future Bulma gently bit her luscious red lips, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling cast aside any reservations, expanding the area of his massage and intensifying his techniques. Slap, slap, slap. He then produced a bottle of beer, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Drink. Under the weight of his commanding gaze, Future Bulma had no choice but to comply, her complexion immediately flushing with color. Simple and direct, yet remarkably effective. Following this, Bulma handed her a microphone. Sing. The beer bolstered Future Bulma's courage, and she let go of her inhibitions, her melodious voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, emanating from her lips. It's my fault. I turned a blind eye to the performance I should have supported. Announcing my love to the world. Chapter 162, Returning to Original Time and Space. The next morning, thanks to Jiang Ling's restraint the previous night, Future Bulma managed to rise from bed, albeit with weak legs and a sense of fatigue. Jiang Ling presented a specialty from his homeland, the mutated celestial being, which possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's combat prowess by several hundred points. For the Future Bulma, an ordinary individual devoid of combat skills, this gift was nothing short of ideal. After consuming a single mutated celestial being, she felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her veins. Her legs were no longer weak, and fatigue had vanished from her body. She felt invigorated, as if a decade had been added to her youth. It is worth noting that her appearance and skin care already made her look akin to someone in their 30s, resembling the mature charm of a young matron. However, the elder Bulma had wished upon the Dragon Balls and rejuvenated significantly. During breakfast, Bulma and her future counterpart chattered incessantly, their bond growing ever closer. Jiang Ling was also pleased to witness this scene. Afterward, having tidied up, Future Bulma glanced at the underground base and then said to Jiang Ling, "All right, let us proceed." Jiang Ling nodded slightly, his hands encircling the slender waists of two Bulmas. In his heart, he silently communicated with the system, requesting a return to the original timeline. A notification chimed, transiting. With a swift motion, three figures vanished from sight. An hour after their disappearance, an unexpected guest arrived on Earth. He surveyed the desolate planet and nodded in satisfaction. Ah, quite splendid. The human population is remarkably sparse, making the cleanup considerably easier. The man exuded a unique aura, one that Jiang Ling would have been oblivious to had he still been on Earth. The original timeline. Jiang Ling's villa. In the courtyard. Jiang Ling appeared in the center of the courtyard alongside Bulma and Future Bulma. We're back. Bulma inhaled the fresh air, relishing the comfort of home. Indeed. The atmosphere in the future dimension was stifling, a stark contrast to the serenity here. Future Bulma gazed at the blooming flowers, the lively fish in the pond, the clear sky, and the gently swaying green trees, momentarily captivated by the scene. It seemed as though a filter had been applied, rendering everything exquisitely beautiful. yet it was undeniably real before her eyes. It had been many years since future Bulma had witnessed such a peaceful and delightful tableau. The gentle breeze caressed her face, and the fragrance of flowers mingled with the melodious chirping of birds. In a world on the brink of collapse, where the specter of death loomed at every moment, her spirit had remained taut. Now, she was utterly relaxed. At that moment, Bulma took her hand and offered her a warm smile. Now, let us embark on a new chapter of our lives. Yes, future Bulma nodded emphatically, her face aglow with a joyous, carefree smile. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, reminiscent of two sisters sharing a moment. Not far away, in a small pavilion within the courtyard, Jiang Ling observed this scene with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the spirit tree in his yard. The spirit tree had grown rapidly, now towering above the roof, its canopy casting shade over half of the courtyard. Truly, it was a remarkable tree. Fortunately, it had undergone systematic optimization. Had it been the original spirit tree, it would have drained the Earth's life force and energy within days, reaching heights of several thousand meters. What might the fruits of this optimized spirit tree look like? Jiang Ling pondered secretly, feeling a surge of anticipation. After sitting in the pavilion for a while and admiring the splendid scenery, he rose to his feet and employed instant transmission to arrive at Namek. He intended to utilize the Dragon Balls. Chapter 163. The gravity increases again. Namek. A colossal dragon stood majestically, exuding an overwhelming presence. Jiang Ling gazed quietly at the divine dragon. Had it not been for the fact that the Dragon Balls on Earth were still in their cooling phase, he would not have ventured to Namek. Through trials of courage and wisdom, and by gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes. Jiang Ling raised his hands in exasperation and said, Divine Dragon, you are well aware of my origins. I came through the back door and did not undergo any trials. There is no need for you to utter that line. The Mechstar Divine Dragon paused momentarily before responding. That line must still be spoken, as it is part of the procedure. For many years, few have managed to summon me, but now it seems I am summoned by this very human annually. And naturally, we have grown quite familiar with each other. He too felt a sense of helplessness. Well then, do you have any wishes that require my assistance this time? The Mechstar Divine Dragon spoke in a tone befitting a friend, appearing considerably more approachable. Jiang Ling chuckled and said, Could you enhance the Earth's defenses once more? And also double the gravity? The dragon hesitated. Are you certain about this? The inhabitants of Earth may not be able to withstand it. Jiang Ling waved his hand with a smile and said, No worries, I have already prepared some substances for them to ingest beforehand. By increasing the gravity, they will just barely be able to withstand it. This decision was made after careful consideration. Before venturing into the second future timeline, he had ground most of his stored mutated celestial beings into powder, diluting them proportionately to create a beverage. He then arranged for every individual on Earth to consume a bottle. Experiments confirmed that it could indeed enhance physical constitution. Now, with the gravity increase, over 95% of the Earth's population would be able to adapt. Moreover, within pharmacies and hospitals, there are beverages made from the mutated celestial beings produced by the Jiang Ling group, ensuring comprehensive preparation. Naturally, they are sold at a steep price. Such a remarkable product. Would one expect it to be inexpensive? What a notion. Jiang Ling is not the selfless and unreciprocated figure akin to Wukong. It is only natural that he would refrain from engaging in ventures that lead to loss. Why should he unconditionally serve humanity in every endeavor? People may not appreciate his goodwill. Rather, they might assume it is his obligation. Since you have articulated such sentiments, I shall acquiesce to your demands. In an instant, the radiant eyes of the Mechexing Divine Dragon glimmered, and wishes were fulfilled. Meanwhile, on Earth, humanity reveled in the newfound strength they had recently acquired. Though a small fraction began to engage in unlawful activities, resulting in minor disturbances, this was merely a side effect of the sudden augmentation of power. Just then, the gravity on Earth unexpectedly doubled. It felt as though everyone had regressed to a state of liberation. Bewilderment ensued. I had scarcely attained this newfound strength. And now gravity has intensified once more, pressing down upon me. People began to voice their grievances online, lamenting their plight. At that moment, someone proposed a theory. Could it be that the Jiang Ling group anticipated this increase in gravity and thus provided us with beverages to endure it? Otherwise, we would hardly withstand this surge in gravitational force. The original poster's words awakened those in a stupor. Upon reflection, this theory holds merit. I had long wished to express this notion. In my prior post, I was ridiculed. as if it were a foregone conclusion that the Jiang Ling group's provision of beverages was entirely justified. Oh, thank you, Jiang Ling group. Thank you, Jiang Ling. Without your intervention, I would have perished the moment gravity surged. My goodness, the Jiang Ling group truly deserves its title as the foremost enterprise. Consequently, public sentiment online shifted dramatically. While earlier complaints were undoubtedly fueled by some adversaries of the Jiang Ling group, inciting the masses to vent their frustrations upon them, the discerning eyes of the public saw through the FAAD. In an office of the Jiang Ling group, Yamcha exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the improvement in online public opinion. Weary, he closed his laptop and rubbed his temples, his expression transitioning from one of grave focus to a more carefree demeanor. He beckoned to his secretary beside him. Come here, darling, let me indulge in some amusement. Isn't that inappropriate? It's still broad daylight, and moreover, we are in the office. The secretary, clad in professional OL attire and adorned with black-rimmed glasses, appeared somewhat bashful. She was not only his secretary but also his girlfriend. Well, don't you think this is rather exhilarating? That may be true, but it's quite embarrassing. Darling, I'm coming. On the planet Mykexing, Jiang Ling remained unaware of the events transpiring on Earth. Yet he possessed the foresight to anticipate them, thus leaving a contingency for Yamcha to address. At this juncture, he articulated his second wish: let my beloved Bulma, who is somewhat older, regain her youth, approximately in her 30s. The 30s represent a phase in a woman's life marked by maturity and captivating allure. Bulma is situated within this splendid interval, and Jiang Ling, having savored the essence of this age, fully comprehends its charm. Naturally, this wish reflects Bulma's desires. Jiang Ling is not the type of man who disregards the opinions of women. However, it would not be entirely inaccurate to label him as somewhat of a traditionalist, as his demeanor tends to be rather assertive in his interactions with Bulma. Yet, intriguingly, Bulma seems to relish this dynamic. It is curious how, despite her fiery disposition in the presence of others, a remarkable chemistry unfolds when she encounters Jiang Ling. With this wish granted, only one remains. The dragon Shinron urged him to proceed. No need to rush, let us take our time. Jiang Ling spoke leisurely, for he was not one to possess a hasty temperament. Coupled with his nonchalant view on many matters, he exhibited a calm demeanor. The divine dragon, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, if you could hasten your pace, I might return home to rest. So it is merely a matter of returning to idle pursuits. Divine dragon, I must say, at your age, how can you find sleep? Rise and attend to your duties. You emerge only once a year, and yet you wish to return to repose swiftly. Jiang Ling suddenly realized, exclaiming, could it be that you are feeling weak? This simply won't do. You must nourish your kidneys. Go away, I am female. Jiang Ling stared in astonishment at the dragon from Namek, his mind buzzing with disbelief. This revelation had left him shaken for an entire year. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. I believed we were brothers. Having a close friend is not an impossibility. Nevertheless, let us continue to regard each other as brothers. Jiang Ling glanced at his formidable companion and waved his hand. Before making his third wish, he inquired, could you grant me the ability to breathe in the cosmos? Yes, but it will alter the structure of your body. Well, it might possibly, and you may end up with an unappealing visage. Then I shall forego that. For my third wish, I desire the star map of the entire universe. Chapter 164, Convergence Granted. The mech star dragon's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and Jiang Ling immediately received the information. It was the star map of the entire universe. With this, traversing to any location in the cosmos would no longer be a daunting challenge. Jiang Ling is no longer limited to the knowledge of only Blue Star, the planet visited by Krillin and Namek. He is now aware of the coordinates of every celestial body in the universe. Given the opportunity, he would embark on an interstellar adventure, undoubtedly accompanied by his family. The Namekian dragon, having granted 3 wishes, bid farewell, stating that the wishes have been fulfilled, and they shall meet again next time. With that, the dragon began to disperse. Wait, Jiang Ling hastily called out to it. Do you have any further matters to discuss? The divine dragon, puzzled, inquired. Jiang Ling cleared his throat lightly, gazing earnestly at the Mykexing dragon, and began, well, given the strength of our camaraderie, I have a delightful proposition for you. What? What delightful proposition? Recall your previous confession that you are a female, correct? Our Earth dragon happens to be male, and after some enhancements, his stature rivals yours. I believe you two would find common ground. The Mykexing dragon blinked, and suddenly a blush adorned its verdant visage. With a somewhat bashful demeanor, it replied, well, Oh dear. Perhaps we should discuss this later. No sooner had the words left its mouth than its entire form transformed into a golden light, reverting to the Dragon Ball. Observing its reaction, a smirk crept across Jiang Ling's lips. There is potential. If I could facilitate this pairing. Heh. Jiang Ling found the situation amusing. Beside him, the Grand Elder and the other elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. They had not anticipated that their divine dragon would be of such a nature. Even more surprising was Jiang Ling's audacity to undermine them. At this rate, it seemed the divine dragon was on the verge of being whisked away. Jiang Ling sensed the murderous intent in the gazes of the Grand Elder and others. With a wry smile, he swiftly activated his teleportation ability and made his escape, returning to Earth. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, contemplating what else needed to be addressed. Suddenly, the thought of Majin Buu struck him. In his current timeline, Babidi had yet to arrive, and according to the conventional timeline, it would likely be several more years before that occurred. He wished to locate the egg that sealed Majin Buu, but to ascertain its precise location, he would need the assistance of the dragon. However, the wishes granted by the dragon had already been exhausted, and the Earth Dragon had yet to recharge, leaving him with no choice but to wait until the following year. Jiang Ling stood in the courtyard of his villa, casting a glance at his two lovely companions, and his mood instantly brightened. It was time to elevate the powers of Son Wukong and Vegeta. After several years of observation, he recognized that Vegeta had undergone significant transformation, increasingly resembling the character from the latter part of the original Dragon Ball Z series. Thus, he felt confident in utilizing him. After all, Jiang Ling's enduring ambition had always been to take a laid-back approach. In the face of future adversaries, he intended to let these two Saiyans charge ahead, sparing himself from constant troubles. Ultimately, he yearned for a serene life, embracing his beautiful companions. A flicker of realization struck Jiang Ling, and he swiftly discerned the whereabouts of Vegeta. In an instant, he teleported, vanishing from sight only to reappear beside Vegeta in the heart of the forest. There stood Vegeta, poised before a quaint wooden cabin, effortlessly cleaving wood with his energy. With a few deft strokes, a tree was transformed into neatly sized logs. Ah, Vegeta, are you chopping wood? Jiang Ling greeted him, and it was evident that since their last parting from Sheru, Vegeta's prowess had significantly increased. It appeared he had not been remiss in his training. Compared to the original narrative, he had made no discernible regress. Hmph, what do you know? This is what I call training. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Vegeta donned a stern expression and huffed. In truth, he was not entirely mistaken. His method of chopping would indeed yielded the benefits of training. It demanded precision and control over one's energy, among other requirements. Jiang Ling said with a smile, "Why do you always wear such a stern expression? Who are you trying to impress?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his head aside, choosing not to respond further. He understood that despite his rapid increase in strength, he was no match for Jiang Ling. Thus he refrained from arguing on that point. Jiang Ling did not pay much mind to it. After all, that was simply Vegeta's nature. If he were to change, would he still be the proud prince of the Saiyans? Unless someone or something he cared for was under threat of life. Yet, Jiang Ling would never resort to such despicable actions. At that moment, a melodious female voice called out, "Jiang Ling, come in for some tea." "My dear Vegeta is simply like that. Please do not take it to heart." A woman emerged from the wooden cottage, her face adorned with a warm smile. She was none other than Vegeta's girlfriend, Xiaohua. Jiang Ling had visited several times before to see Vegeta, and through their encounters, they had become acquainted. Haha, that's unnecessary. My purpose for coming this time is to take Vegeta out for a few days. Huh? Vegeta paused momentarily. Where are we going? You will know in due time. Jiang Ling teased. Little Flower, may I take Vegeta out? Little Flower chuckled softly. You need not ask me. I cannot dictate where my Vegeta wishes to go. However, should he dare to indulge in any frivolities. At this point, both Jiang Ling and Vegeta suddenly felt a chill in the air, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Ahem, you know that I have no interest in such things, Vegeta remarked with a slight cough. To be honest, he truly had no inclination towards that. Jiang Ling chuckled, convinced that his few exquisite beauties were indeed the best. Come, Vegeta, let us first visit Son Goku. Surely, it would suffice to simply call him over? Ahem. As you are aware, his wife Chi-Chi can be rather difficult to persuade. Thus, let us pay him a direct visit. Jiang Ling sensed that Goku's aura was remarkably stable, indicating that he was not engaged in any intimate activities. Without hesitation, he teleported with Vegeta to the location at Bowsy Mountain. Chi-Chi, what seems to be troubling you? You've been rather irritable lately, Goku remarked, scratching his head as he observed Chi-Chi, who was visibly fuming. Previously, after he had learned the nuances of marital intimacy, Chi-Chi had indeed become much more tender. However, she still occasionally erupted in anger over everyday matters. Goku, our family is running out of money. You need to work harder instead of solely focusing on training every day. We can barely pay Gohan's tutoring fees. Merely mentioning finances caused Chi-Chi's temper to flare even more. The moment money was brought up, Goku felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to respond. He was a man of brute strength, incapable of performing any other kind of work. Yet, in this technologically advanced era, mere physical labor had been supplanted by machines, leaving him with little opportunity to utilize his skills. Their sole means of sustenance stemmed from farming and selling agricultural products. Fortunately, they could supplement their meals by hunting. Otherwise, given Goku's voracious appetite, their substantial expenses would be utterly unsustainable. Chi-Chi's frustration arose from Goku's inconsistent farming efforts, which were akin to fishing for 3 days and letting the net dry for 2. Naturally, their income was significantly diminished. Jiang Ling and Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Goku. Chapter 165, Indeed. Oh, Vegeta, Jiang Ling, what brings you here? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta gestured towards Jiang Ling with a nod. I had no desire to come. You must inquire with him. Jiang Ling surveyed the scene and the expression on Chi-Chi's face, instantly realizing that the couple had quarreled once more. Without disclosing the purpose of his visit, he cleared his throat and, with a smile, remarked, Wukong, Chi-Chi, have you two had a disagreement? Wukong simply smiled wryly and scratched his head. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, crossed her arms and turned her head away in silence. As the old saying goes, a quarrel at the head of the bed is soon reconciled at the foot. Let us not dwell in anger, but rather clarify our words. Jiang Ling advised Chi-Chi. The essence of the matter lies in harmony. Tranquility is of utmost importance. Moreover, you are with child, so do not let anger disturb your peace. Additionally, Comrade Wukong, I must express my disapproval regarding this matter. Jiang Ling chastised Wukong sternly, yet he also offered some kind words, which finally eased Chi-Chi's expression. She recognized the validity of Jiang Ling's words, especially considering that she was with child and could not afford to remain perpetually angry. Indeed, her belly had begun to swell, and her body exhibited certain signs of pregnancy. Of course, the instigator was son Wukong, bearing no direct relation to Jiang Ling. However, one could argue that there was a connection, were it not for Jiang Ling enlightening Wukong, imparting knowledge about emotions. It might have been several years before she bore this child. Observing Chi-Chi's mood improve, Wukong discreetly gave Jiang Ling a thumbs up. Although Vegeta maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, he was secretly absorbing Jiang Ling's eloquence. He was not a rigid individual. On the contrary, he found such skills to be exceedingly valuable. Seizing the opportunity as the atmosphere lightened, Jiang Ling stated his purpose for the visit. Chi-Chi, I intend to take Wukong out for a few days of training. No way. Chi-Chi immediately glared, hands on her hips, shouting, training, training, it's always training. While I do not oppose Wukong's training, he must also attend to his responsibilities. Her outburst reached a crescendo, sending the birds in the forest fluttering away in alarm. Jiang Ling, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, returning from a recent hunt. All right. Witnessing this situation, Jiang Ling suddenly had a brilliant idea. Chi-Chi, I was merely jesting earlier, haha. In truth, I have a task for Goku's assistance. Behold, this is the reward. With that, Jiang Ling produced a black briefcase, revealing a staggering sum of 1 billion in cash. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon opening it. Such a hefty reward for just a few days of work. A few extra days would be no trouble at all. The others, witnessing this exchange, were left utterly bewildered, questioning the very fabric of reality. Is it truly possible? Was it that simple to obtain? Jiang Ling chuckled softly. Indeed, the crux of the dilemma lay here, the pressing need for money. The tuition fees for her son and the impending arrival of her child demanded substantial financial resources. However, despite her urgent need for funds, Chi-Chi maintained her principles. She would rather toil to earn her own money and endure a more arduous existence than solicit aid from her close friends. Jiang Ling once sought to assist the Wukong family, but his offer was declined. They believed in the principle that one should not receive benefits without merit. Thus, it is only now that Jiang Ling has devised this plan, achieving a dual purpose, alleviating the Wukong family's pressing needs while simultaneously fulfilling his own ambitions. Chi-Chi, shall I take my leave? Wukong inquired tentatively. With her eyes gleaming with the allure of wealth, Chi-Chi waved her hand and replied, go on, work diligently. The others remained silent. As Jiang Ling was about to lead Vegeta and Goku away, Vegeta suddenly called out to him. Is there any reward? He turned his head aside, maintaining a stoic expression as he forced himself to utter those words. As Jiang Ling observed Vegeta's demeanor, a sudden realization dawned upon him. It seemed that even the proud Prince Vegeta was in need of financial assistance. It appeared that even someone of his stature experienced moments of concern. Vegeta, sensing Jiang Ling's silence and his unwavering gaze, found himself unable to endure the weight of the scrutiny, despite his thick skin. He let out a cold snort, dismissing the situation. If you don't provide it, so be it, he declared. Haha, you two have your share. I will give it to Xiaohua later. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a quiet sigh of relief escape him. Recently, he too had been troubled by financial matters, as his girlfriend Xiaohua expressed her desire to have a child. The adage, a penny can defeat a hero, rings true in this context. Life necessitates money for everything, particularly in this era of soaring prices. Raising a child, along with the daily expenses, requires a considerable sum, sufficient to overwhelm a low-income household. Unless one were like Goku, who thrives on natural resources. It is worth noting that even he had previously benefited from substantial financial support from his father-in-law, the Ox King. Heavenly Palace. This is a semicircular platform suspended high in the sky. Jiang Ling, Wukong, and Vegeta have gathered here. What is the purpose of our presence? Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, utterly perplexed about what could be accomplished. Combat training? A mere clash would shatter the divine temple platform into fragments. There exists a suitable place for cultivation, yet it is certainly not here. Jiang Ling spoke with a smile. At that moment, Wukong seemed to recall something and suddenly said, Jiang Ling, you can't possibly be referring to that place, can you? Indeed, it is that very place. Jiang Ling nodded in affirmation. So it is that location. One could significantly enhance their strength within just a few days. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Wukong's eyes. What place are you talking about? Vegeta inquired. Utterly bewildered by their conversation, Jiang Ling beheld his appearance and chuckled heartily. It is the hyperbolic time chamber, she elucidated. The hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber. Suddenly, the newly appointed deity, Dandy, appeared alongside Mr. Bobo. In Chapter 166, the ongoing training, after the explanation, Vegeta finally comprehended the remarkable utility of the hyperbolic time chamber. It may be described as a sanctuary. Within it exists a self-contained space with a gravitational effect tenfold that of Earth, at least. That of Earth prior to its previous elevation in gravity. Admittedly, Earth has since increased its gravitational pull, rendering such a comparison somewhat obsolete. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that the passage of time within the hyperbolic time chamber deviates from that of the outside world. A single year spent within equates to merely a day passing outside. This is precisely why it is heralded as a sanctuary. If one can withstand solitude and dedicate 2 years to training within, their strength will undoubtedly experience a substantial enhancement, while only 2 days elapse externally. Nonetheless, the hyperbolic time chamber is accompanied by several restrictions. Only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and each person is permitted to train within for a mere 2 years throughout their lifetime, equivalent to just 2 days in the outside world. This indeed presents a rather inhumane limitation. Thus, Jiang Ling, in collaboration with the newly appointed Dandy and Mr. Bobo, conducted an in-depth and meticulous study of the Spirit Time House. They engaged in extensive, objective, and genuine discussions, identifying issues, pinpointing problems, and devising solutions. Ultimately, they successfully transformed the Spirit Time House, thereby resolving its limitations perfectly. Consequently, it can be said that there are no longer any restrictions on the number of individuals entering the Spirit Time House. Nor are there any limitations on the duration of their stay, correct? Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, indeed. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, surprised to find that Wukong was not as foolish as she had presumed. Wukong, hearing this, was somewhat speechless. He shrugged his shoulders and replied with exasperation. I'm not as dim-witted as you think. Laughter erupted among the crowd, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Let us proceed inside. I can hardly contain my eagerness to commence my training. At the entrance of a room, a sign prominently displayed 4 bold characters. After conversing for a while, Wukong, unable to contain his impatience any longer, began to roll up his sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Ling waved his hand and said, wait a moment, there is still one person who has yet to arrive. Who is it? As Wukong's words escaped his lips, a figure of remarkable speed surged forth from the distance, appearing before them. This figure stood over 2 meters tall, the tallest among those present. As the crowd focused their gaze, realization dawned upon them. It was none other than Piccolo. "Piccolo, you have come," Dandy exclaimed with a smile. Mr. Bobo regarded Piccolo with a gaze that bore a hint of something different. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, the current Piccolo could be considered a former deity, yet he was not entirely so. Wukong also broke into a smile, saying, "So it is Piccolo. I was curious about whom Jiang Ling was waiting for." Jiang Ling nodded slightly and began to explain. "I previously sought out Piccolo, but he was unwilling to accompany me, insisting that he could arrive on his own. With that, he had come." Piccolo acknowledged the group with a nod, yet his gaze faltered momentarily when it fell upon Vegeta. He chose not to elaborate further. After the last encounter, where he had nearly defeated Vegeta, Piccolo had come to understand the complexities of their rivalry. Naturally, he would not seek to confront him again. Upon seeing Piccolo, Vegeta also let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Following his defeat at Piccolo's hands, he had reflected on the event and concluded that his skills had been inferior and that his arrogance had led to his downfall, especially after recently transforming into a Super Saiyan without fully grasping the gravity of his newfound power. Despite his displeasure, he resolved to use this experience as motivation to surpass Piccolo, Jiang Ling, and Goku. Under Dandy's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Kai's temple, where the Room of Spirit and Time was located. "Is this truly the Room of Spirit and Time?" Vegeta questioned, his skepticism evident. After all, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary room. Indeed, Jiang Ling, Wukong, Dandy, Bick, and Mr. Popo all nodded in unison. Observing their resolute expressions, Vegeta inclined his head slightly, choosing to remain silent. Though he is a fervent warrior, he is not of such simplistic intellect. "Let us proceed inside." "Very well." With that, the door swung open. Jiang Ling, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta arrived at a grand hall. It was evident that the decor was quite exquisite. The hall was furnished with beds, sofas, tables, and all the necessary amenities. Yet, Vegeta felt no sense of gravity. He was somewhat perplexed. Jiang Ling remarked, "The gravity zone does not encompass the hall. You may venture outside to test it." With a gesture of his chin, he indicated the wall-less side of the room. Before them lay an expanse of blinding white, vast and monotonous, evoking a lyric that resonates. "The boundless horizon is my love." Without hesitation, Vegeta dashed out. As he crossed the threshold of the hall, he was suddenly met with a wave of pressure, causing his brow to furrow. Gravity. Yet, he acclimated swiftly. Setting aside the immense strength he possessed, the gravitational force of his home planet, Planet Vegeta, was similar, if not greater, than this. After soaring through the endless whiteness, Vegeta returned to the hall. "What do you think?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "Indeed, it aligns closely with your description." Vegeta nodded slightly and continued, "However, there is one point to note. The temperature variance here is quite significant. In certain areas, it soars to over 40 degrees, while in others, it plunges to several degrees below zero. Yes, the temperature fluctuations are extreme, ranging from several tens of degrees to sub-zero temperatures." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. "Then why did you not mention it earlier?" "I simply forgot," Jiang Ling declared with unwavering confidence. Vegeta replied, "Very well, let us commence with warm-up exercises, followed by individual training. As for your desire to spar, I shall not impede you." Jiang Ling spoke, and no one voiced any dissent. They were acutely aware that at this moment, Jiang Ling's prowess had far surpassed their own, establishing him as the unequivocal leader. He had already done enough for them. Moreover, this particular outing presented an exceptional opportunity for growth. Should they fail to appreciate it, they would indeed become ungrateful wretches. Meanwhile, time slipped by unnoticed, and 2 days had elapsed. Jiang Ling's villa. Ever since the arrival of future Bulma 2 days ago, she quickly acclimated to her surroundings. Having lived in a similar environment for decades, there was little that felt unfamiliar. Yet, a sense of disorientation lingered, rendering everything somewhat surreal. However, that feeling dissipated at night when she shared a bed with Bulma, enveloped in her affectionate embraces. Over the past 2 days, Bulma had taken her to the bustling center of West City, as well as to her parents' home, all done discreetly to avoid arousing any suspicion from the briefs, who might question whether Bulma had been born a twin. They indulged in shopping, beauty treatments, and manicures, all contributing to a sense of normalcy reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. This world was indeed preferable, untouched by destruction. Of course, were it not for Jiang Ling. This realm might have succumbed to the same fate as the one she hailed from. Bulma remarked, and future Bulma nodded in agreement. Astonished to learn that Jiang Ling had befriended the malevolent and brutal android number 1718, who had not committed the atrocities characteristic of their future counterparts. It was truly remarkable. In future Bulma's eyes, this could only be attributed to Jiang Ling's innate charm. She found herself increasingly enamored with him. Since you like him, why not take the initiative and climb into his bed when he returns? Bulma teased, stifling a laugh. Future Bulma blushed with embarrassment and indignation. Yet a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. It seems Jiang Ling hasn't been home for 2 days. By now, he should be returning soon. Yes, let us wait for him. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the villa's entrance. With shoulder-length golden hair and an expressionless face, she exuded an air of cold elegance. Number 18? What brings you here? Bulma pondered as she stepped out of the villa and opened the door, greeting her with a smile. Ah, it's you, Bulma. Is Jiang Ling home? He is not here. He has been out for a few days, but should be back soon, Bulma replied, casually linking her arm with Lazuli's. Are you here to see Jiang Ling? I believe he will return shortly. Please come in and wait. I think I'll wait outside instead. Here, take this. As Razuli spoke, she retrieved a bank card from the pocket of her shorts. In truth, Jiang Ling had previously bestowed upon us some funds, and now, having earned a bit myself, I plan to repay a portion. Bulma did not accept the card. Instead, she gazed intently into Razuli's eyes and earnestly declared, Razuli, I am aware of your affection for Jiang Ling. You need not concern yourself with my thoughts regarding your desire to be with him. I have no objections. Lazuli was momentarily taken aback by the remark, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. As if her innermost thoughts had been unveiled, her gaze faltered, evading Bulma's scrutiny, completely shedding her previously aloof demeanor. And no, it's not what you think, she stammered in a flurry of explanations. Yet, Bulma regarded her with a knowing smile. As someone who had traversed similar paths, she could easily discern the girl's sentiments. Lazuli, I wholeheartedly welcome you to join our family, she declared. I will consider it, Lazuli responded before turning to leave. Observing her somewhat flustered retreat, Bulma smiled subtly. The words she had just spoken were her true sentiments. She could see clearly that Lazuli harbored feelings for Jiang Ling, and Jiang Ling, too, held affections for Lazuli. Rather than obstructing, it was better to embrace. Allowing Lazuli to join them seemed quite advantageous. After all, Jiang Ling was not limited to just one woman. As it stood, there were 3 individuals involved. Bulma contemplated as she made her way back to the villa. Awaiting her inside, the future Bulma remarked with a look of caution. The person we encountered just now was an android. In the future, they nearly brought about the destruction of humanity. Bulma was taken aback, suddenly recalling that future Bulma had just arrived and hadn't yet had the chance to inform her about the androids. With this thought in mind, Bulma smiled and reassured her. There is no need to worry. This android is not the one you are familiar with. She then proceeded to elucidate the events that transpired. As for Lazuli, she returned home, uncertain of how she got there, yet her mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Ling and Bulma's earlier words. Time passed, and night fell. Lazuli snapped back to reality, rising from the sofa to step out onto the balcony of her rented apartment, quietly embracing the evening breeze. Indeed, Bulma was right. For the past few days, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Ling. She realized that she had developed feelings for him. But what difference did that make? Jiang Ling has finally found a girlfriend. She cannot become an interloper. Thus, she has buried her feelings deep within her heart. However, today, Bulma's words have stirred her heart once more. Well, since Bulma has said so, I shall give it a try. As lazily pondered this, she took a deep breath, resolving to check again tomorrow if Jiang Ling had returned. Then she would confess. Lazily quietly encouraged herself. She picked up her nightwear and walked towards the shower, intending to take a refreshing bath before retiring for the night. At that moment, a figure soared from a distance, landing steadily on her balcony without any attempt to conceal their presence. Hearing the commotion, Lazuli immediately turned around, her expression wary as she regarded the newcomer. Her fingertips had already gathered a miniature energy orb, ready to unleash at a moment's notice. You wouldn't be contemplating my murder, would you? A light-hearted tone emerged from the stranger's lips. At that moment, Lazuli recognized the visitor. It was none other than Jiang Ling. Oh, what brings you here? Wait, how did you know where I lived? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling chuckled and remarked, as long as I desire, your information can be effortlessly uncovered. She then waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this matter. It is rare for me to visit. Will you not invite me for a cup of tea? Oh, of course. Li promptly retracted the energy orb at her fingertips, set aside her nightwear and undergarments, and prepared to brew some tea. The delicate lace. Suddenly, Jiang Ling uttered those words. What? Li was taken aback for a moment, then followed Jiang Ling's gaze, which was fixed upon the pajamas and undergarments she had just set down. What are you staring at? No peeking. Li hurriedly gathered her clothes. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling cleared his throat softly and withdrew his gaze, appearing to be an upstanding gentleman. So, I heard you sought me out today? Yes. Li nodded and then produced a bank card, handing it over. This is a portion of the money you previously entrusted to me. I have begun to earn now, and I wish to repay you some of it. Jiang Ling pushed it back, insisting, No, I do not mind this trifling sum. Besides, given our relationship, is there any need to settle this debt? Seeing his refusal, Li persisted, Just accept it. There's a principle of reciprocity, and you saved us. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. No need. He countered. Just accept it. No need. During this back and forth, Li lost her balance and fell directly onto Jiang Ling. They tumbled to the ground, their eyes locked, their lips mere inches apart. They could feel the warmth of each other's breath. Li's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a singular thought. I actually kissed Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, however, remained composed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist to prevent her from escaping. He then leaned in slowly, initiating a tender kiss. As the kiss deepened, he gently probed her lips with his tongue. Hmph. Li had just begun to savor the pleasure of the kiss when she felt Jiang Ling's tongue daringly exploring her mouth. She wished to struggle, but his strength held her captive. This is so embarrassing. Reluctantly, she surrendered to the moment. Unbeknownst to her, a strange yet pleasant sensation began to arise. Perhaps this is rather delightful? At that moment, Jiang Ling pulled away, their lips parting softly. Li licked her lips, her face still flushed with a lingering desire. Gazing into Jiang Ling's eyes, she resolved to voice her feelings. Jiang Ling, would you consider being my boyfriend? You wouldn't mind, would you? Li was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Jiang Ling was referring to Bulma. She shook her head. If she didn't mind, why should she? All right then, we are officially a couple. Jiang Ling gazed at her face, speaking earnestly. Witnessing his sincere demeanor melted Li's heart. Well, shall we engage in activities befitting a couple? Jiang Ling remarked with a mischievous grin. Is this perhaps a bit premature? Li hesitated, a blush gracing her cheeks. Then let us proceed. How about a late-night snack and a movie? In the following days, Jiang Ling and Li occasionally ventured out for shopping, dining, and watching films, resembling a couple deeply in love. However, minor complications arose, such as Li's female superior at work, who, envious of Li's beauty, frequently devised reasons to make her life difficult. Coincidentally, Jiang Ling happened to arrive at Li's workplace just as one of these incidents unfolded. Jiang Ling harbored a profound disdain for such difficult superiors. He retrieved his mobile phone and effortlessly dialed a number, commanding his female superior to clean the restroom. Lizzie immediately took up her duties. As for why Jiang Ling wielded such considerable authority, it was because this company happened to be one of the subsidiaries invested in by his own firm. Possessing such power allowed him to evade numerous unnecessary troubles. Jiang Ling possesses a profound understanding of this principle, which is why he previously amassed considerable wealth and developed his own company. He wishes to avoid such circumstances. Moreover, possessing financial resources ensures he does not find himself at a disadvantage in his encounters with Bulma. After all, he harbors a certain degree of masculine pride and is fiercely competitive. Time passes swiftly, yet feels somewhat prolonged. Unbeknownst to him, over a month has slipped away once more. Jiang Ling has certainly not been idle. He is not the type to be consumed by romantic thoughts. Besides occasionally going on dates with Li, he diligently strives to enhance his strength and nurture his two beloved flowers. Furthermore, he harbors the ambition of unifying the earth. Indeed, unifying the earth. At present, the majority of the land on the planet is governed by a federation formed by the four major regions: West City, East City, North City, and South City. Of course, there are still some kingdoms located in remote areas that have not been incorporated into the Federation's rule. Jiang Ling, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, swiftly seized control of the entire Federation. But how did he accomplish this? Jiang Ling expressed that it is exceedingly simple. It merely requires a slight application of force to suppress any dissent. Are there opposing factions? They shall be eradicated. What is needed is resolute and iron-fisted decisiveness. As for the smaller nations, Jiang Ling personally visits each one. Through amicable exchanges, he seamlessly incorporates these minor states into his realm of governance. Jiang Ling understood that to achieve progress, this world requires but a single voice, his own, rather than being mired in the incessant antics of numerous factions who, day in and day out, neglect their duties solely for the sake of profit. He chooses to rise above. Jiang Ling merely needs to consolidate all his strength into a singular force, directing it towards one goal, advancing relentlessly. This is the power of unity. Jiang Ling Group. Office of the President. Jiang Ling sat on the sofa, brewing tea. Before her was a delicate cup of Yama tea, and the subtle fragrance of the tea permeated the entire office. Jiang Ling suddenly spoke up. Yamcha, would you like to become the president of the Federation? Yamcha was taken aback, utterly bewildered. It's quite simple, much like being a king. How did you come up with such an idea? Besides, I've never been a president. I wouldn't know how. You can learn. It's quite similar to managing a company. So, it's settled. Jiang Ling finished the tea in his cup and left with an effortless grace, leaving behind a disheveled Yamu tea and his own half-finished drink. The impact of this event was so profound that Yamu tea found himself unaware of how he had returned to his office. Brother Yamu tea, what's wrong? His secretary and girlfriend inquired with concern upon seeing his dazed expression. You might soon become my consort, he replied after a moment of silence. Chapter 169. Leap Federation News. The Spirit Hall, led by the Federation, has officially been established today and will commence the selection for the latest World Martial Arts Tournament in 1 month. The top 50 finalists will gain entry into the Spirit Hall, enjoying numerous benefits such as mentorship from esteemed masters. Federation Entertainment. Jiang Ling Entertainment, alongside 4 other top-tier celebrities dubbed the Five Kings, has announced its foray into the martial arts realm. With Jiang Ling Entertainment backing them, their prospects appear exceedingly bright. Reports indicate that, inspired by these 5 luminaries, a multitude of fans have begun to embrace martial arts training. Federation Technology. The Capsule Group has successfully developed a spacecraft and will soon initiate plans to explore neighboring planets. In the villa, Jiang Ling gazed at the news with immense satisfaction. All of this was orchestrated by him, aimed at augmenting the strength of Earth and achieving a monumental leap in power. With official endorsements, celebrity promotions, and advancements in technology, the planet has commenced its grand era of martial prowess. Everything that Jiang Ling does is driven by the understanding that Earth cannot rely solely on a handful of warriors for its protection. In the distant future, Earth will inevitably attract the attention of other civilizations. Can we continue to depend on just a few fighters to resolve such threats? It is utterly implausible. Jiang Ling's gaze extended further into the distance. The Earth, safeguarded by a handful of warriors, remains eternally like an infant. It must learn to grow, to become strong, to venture forth, and to stand on equal footing at the negotiating table with the civilizations of the cosmos. When will Babidi arrive, I wonder? Jiang Ling suddenly looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself. In his current timeline, time had not yet passed so swiftly. In the future timelines of No. 1 and Number 2, Babidi had already made his appearance, yet in this timeline, Cell had only recently been vanquished, and Babidi had yet to emerge. It is estimated that several years remain before Babidi arrives on Earth. Jiang Ling contemplated the notion of utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for Babidi's whereabouts, with the intention of eliminating him swiftly. However, this idea was promptly dismissed. He had yet to encounter the Supreme Kai and remained oblivious to the location of the Kaishin realm. Thus, it was imperative to keep Babidi on Earth, for only then would the Supreme Kai appear, granting him the opportunity to meet this celestial being. As for the necessity of meeting the Supreme Kai, Jiang Ling is indeed quite envious of the instant transmission of the Supreme Kai version, as well as the potential development of the old Supreme Kai. Both of these abilities would greatly enhance his current capabilities, yet it is imperative that he encounters the Supreme Kai to achieve this. Jiang Ling found himself in a state of helplessness. Thus, during this period, he resolved to hone and elevate his abilities. In the realm of Dragon Ball, one must perpetually strive to enhance their strength. Otherwise, they risk being swiftly surpassed by others. Despite Jiang Ling currently standing as the foremost in power, far ahead of his peers, a mere year of rest, or perhaps 2, well, let us say 10. Should he take a 5-year hiatus? He would inevitably be caught up to by Goku, Vegeta, or Piccolo, not to mention Gohan, who has not abandoned his martial pursuits. While Jiang Ling was lost in contemplation, Bulma approached him. She was adorned in a delicate, long nightgown, its hem gracefully draping over her hips, revealing her smooth, fair thighs. Perhaps due to her martial training, her skin was pristine and taut, reminiscent of an 18-year-old maiden. Bulma gracefully positioned herself on Jiang Ling's lap, her soft, pale arms encircling his neck. "What are you pondering?" she inquired. Jiang Ling came to his senses, smiling as he embraced Bulma's slender waist. "It's nothing. I was merely pondering what name we should give our child." Bulma rolled her eyes. "Now that my belly is still silent, you're already thinking of names." "Ah, this is simply being prepared for the future," he replied. "I believe you're overthinking it." As their conversation continued, Bulma suddenly nestled closer to Jiang Ling's chest, her delicate form sinking into his broad embrace. She gently caressed her abdomen, her tone softening as she spoke in a hushed whisper. "Darling, after so many attempts, why have we yet to conceive a child?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling revealed a hint of a smile and gently brushed Bulma's nose with his fingers. "Our strength is formidable, making it quite challenging to have children." "What? Are you yearning for a child?" Then I shall strive for it." Jiang Ling spoke earnestly, looking down through the gap of the beauty's collar. A perfectly rounded expanse of pristine whiteness caught his eye. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. She then leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You are quite audacious. And without your undergarments." It appears my Bulma enjoys the sensation of the wind caressing her skin. Bulma's complexion flushed, and she shyly replied, "Well, it feels rather pleasant this way. Besides, this courtyard is enveloped by your anti-peeping shield, so there's no need to worry about prying eyes. Moreover, I'm merely trying to entice you. It has been several days since we last engaged. If I am at fault, then allow me to make amends now." Hee. Jiang Ling let out a hearty laugh, extending his hand to tickle her underarm. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Ling, you are insufferable. Watch me transform into a Super Saiyan and tickle you." In an instant, Jiang Ling transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a gust of energy that sent the clothes hanging on the rack in the yard tumbling to the ground. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by future Bulma, who had just stepped out of the villa, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing with fervor. Is it so audacious? Engaging in such antics in broad daylight, under the vast heavens. How brazen. The playful interaction between the two inevitably led to close contact. Future Bulma's cheeks burned with embarrassment, her voluptuous legs instinctively drawing together. She yearned to retreat, yet her body remained rooted in place. Her wide eyes fixed intently on the frolicsome exchange between Jiang Ling and Bulma. Chapter 170. Encounter. A year swiftly passed. Gohan reached the age for middle school. With Goku occasionally summoned by Jiang Ling to offer guidance at the Martial Soul Hall, the family's finances flourished, prompting Chi-Chi to enroll Gohan in middle school. Under the vigorous reforms of the Federation, certain schools incorporated martial arts courses, evolving into institutions that nurtured both scholarly and martial prowess. Jiangling City. Jiangling City First People's Hospital. As the enigmatic mastermind behind the scenes of Earth, it is not excessive for a city to bear his name, is it? At this moment, outside the hospital, Wukong, Gohan, and Chi-Chi, who cradled her several-month-old son, emerged from the building. Indeed, a few months prior, Chi-Chi had successfully given birth to their second child, whom they named Goten. It is quite absurd that, in this day and age, middle school admissions still require a physical examination. Chi-Chi lamented, expressing her belief that such hospital visits merely squander money. As a frugal woman accustomed to traditional values, even with their current financial comfort, she remained inherently inclined towards thriftiness. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Well, it won't cost that much anyway." Chi-Chi rolled her eyes, retorting, "We may have a bit of money now, but let us not forget Gohan's educational expenses and Goten's formula and diapers. These all require funds." Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, typically indifferent to such matters, and chose to remain silent. After all, prolonging the conversation likely would not yield any positive outcome. All right. Since we're in the city, Mom, let us go shopping." Gohan interjected. Thanks to years of training, he was now almost as tall as Chi-Chi. In addition to his martial arts, Gohan also balanced his studies. Beneath his scholarly exterior, the subtle definition of his muscles hinted at tremendous strength. "Shopping, you say?" Chi-Chi pondered, calculating. "That sounds reasonable. Several pots and pans at home are quite worn, and Gohan, you'll need supplies for your studies, not to mention Goten's baby necessities," and Wukong, You could use some new clothes too. Hearing Chi-Chi's musings, the father and son fell into a contemplative silence. Wukong stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Chi-Chi's slender waist accentuated by her chi-pow, and said, Chi-Chi, we won't be purchasing any of those today. Huh? Not buying? Then what are we buying? Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall any items they needed. With a smile, Wukong replied, Today, let's focus on buying you some jewelry and clothing. No need. I have enough of those. Chi-Chi instinctively declined. Suddenly, Wukong gazed deeply into her eyes, stating earnestly, Chi-Chi, you have worked tirelessly to manage this household. Today, please indulge me. As she observed the sincerity in Wukong's demeanor, Chi-Chi felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Mom, today we don't need to be frugal. Let us go together. Gohan chimed in. And even little Goten chimed in with a few coos of agreement. Well, then perhaps we shall buy a few items today. Wukong and Gohan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile before they headed towards the shopping mall. At that moment, a voice nearby broke the silence. My daughter. Through my continuous guidance, your physical prowess must surely be exceptional, and you are destined to attend Jiang Ling City's top junior high. Could you please stop following me? I can manage the hospital checkup on my own. As Gohan turned towards the voice, he beheld a girl approaching the hospital, followed closely by a boisterous man with an unruly mane of hair. The girl seemed to sense something, turning her head to meet Gohan's gaze. Chapter 171. The mysterious visitor. I believe this may be your concern. Yet the hospital's examination results show no abnormalities, Bulma remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Beside her, future Bulma nodded thoughtfully. A year had passed, yet the two women bore no marks of time. Rather, they appeared even more radiant and enchanting. Jiang Ling, with a sense of helplessness, comforted, Bulma, you are far too anxious. There is a saying that the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Conversely, surprises often manifest when least expected. Thus, I urge you to relax your mindset. Bulma, exhaling deeply, found wisdom in Jiang Ling's words. Very well. I shall no longer fixate on the idea of pregnancy. I shall simply assume you are incapable. Upon hearing this, future Bulma covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Bulma, mind your tongue, or you may find yourself at the mercy of Jiang Ling's reprimands. Nonsense, she retorted playfully. I am eager to see how you would reprimand me. Jiang Ling observed the two girls, who resembled sisters, frolicking and laughing together, a smile gracing his face as warmth enveloped his heart. Life, indeed, appeared quite splendid. Stepping into the courtyard, he lifted his gaze towards the remarkably enhanced spirit tree. Its growth was astonishing, with a broad canopy that enveloped the entire villa along with the estate. Jiang Ling was compelled to construct a new villa in the distance, providing a convenient space for drying clothes and stargazing at night. On the branches of the spiritual tree, several fruits had emerged, appearing rather splendid. Jiang Ling was uncertain about the effects of the improved spirit tree fruit. However, as the fruit had yet to ripen, he refrained from plucking it to taste. He found himself rather looking forward to the day it would reach maturity. Jiang Ling reclined on his cherished lounge chair, allowing the sunlight to filter through the dense foliage, casting irregular patches of light upon his form. The sensation was utterly delightful. He had grown accustomed to this chair, which bore the indelible marks of his memories with Bulma. Even though it had aged, he could not bring himself to part with it. The peach leaves stood sharp and pointed, while the willow leaves enveloped the sky above. In this esteemed position, dear Sir Ming, lend me your ear as I share my thoughts. Jiang Ling squinted his eyes, humming a soft tune. Habitually, he sought to sense whether the earth bore any unusual presence. The response he received stirred something within him. A multitude of malevolent energies had congregated in a particular area, and they were still in motion. It appeared that Babidi had indeed arrived. Jiang Ling pondered to herself. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was a call from Bic. Jiang Ling felt a twinge of surprise. What could Bic possibly want at this hour? Hello, old boy, what is the matter? A pause ensued before Jiang Ling heard Bic's voice, which seemed somewhat unnatural. Jiang Ling furrowed her brow and inquired, what transpired on your end? Nothing. Just a small matter I need to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling did not hesitate to terminate the call and vanished from her location using instantaneous movement. The next moment, she materialized before Bic. Old Bic, what is going on? Bic wiped the cold sweat trickling down his face, his expression grave as he replied, Jiang Ling, someone is seeking your assistance. They are behind you. Behind me? A shiver ran down Jiang Ling's spine as he realized he sensed no presence whatsoever. Suddenly, he turned around with a start. Before him stood two figures, one tall and one short, one large and one small. Their faces bore no hint of emotion, exuding an air of coldness and an unmistakable do-not-approach demeanor. Upon recognizing the familiar silver kill mat hairstyle, Jiang Ling exhaled in relief. It was none other than the king of the realm and his apprentice, the attendant Jebite. Jiang Ling understood that these two held considerable significance, for they were the king of kings, exalted beings. Piccolo gravely whispered into Jiang Ling's ear. The reason the king of the realm had sought him out first was due to his fusion with the old heavenly god, rendering him a semi-official entity. Being one of their own, tasks would undoubtedly be more manageable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling let out a light chuckle, casting a reassuring glance towards Piccolo. He then turned his gaze to the Supreme Kai opposite him and said, "Welcome to Earth, Supreme Kai Shin, and the apprentice Supreme Kai Jebit." At these words, Shin and Jebit were taken aback, their previously stoic expressions crumbling in an instant. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" And what you just used was instantaneous movement, wasn't it? The facade of aloofness they had cultivated for so long shattered into pieces. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit stared at Jiang Ling in astonishment. They were acutely aware that they had never crossed paths with this individual. There had been no interaction between them in the past or present. Had it not been for Piccolo's earlier revelation that Jiang Ling was the mightiest being on Earth and that they required his assistance, they might never have encountered him in their lifetimes. How could such a figure manifest in this remote and desolate planet? As for my identity, there is no need for you to speculate. I merely wish to convey that those who understand will comprehend, and for those who do not, my words would hold little significance. As long as you grasp the essence within, that is sufficient. Do you understand? Jiang Ling stood with his hands behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his face. The king of the gods, XN, scratched his head, sensing an understanding that remained just out of reach. He cast a puzzled glance at his companion, Jebit, only to find him wearing a similar expression. "If I am not mistaken, your instantaneous movement is unique to the planet Adelaide," Jebit inquired. "Indeed, your observation is astute. You truly are the erudite king of the gods." Jiang Ling regarded Jebit with admiration. Jebit, feeling somewhat bashful, waved his hand and replied, "Oh, it's nothing really. I am merely an apprentice god of the Kai, possessing knowledge in this particular realm." Bick, observing this scene before him, found it utterly absurd. In his eyes, the god of the Kai was a being of unparalleled supremacy, governing the entirety of the universe. Moreover, just moments ago, Jebit had exuded an air of aloofness, distancing himself from others. Yet, upon Jiang Ling's arrival, he had transformed into someone so approachable. It seemed he was not as lofty as he had initially appeared. Seeing the change in Bick's expression, Jiang Ling discerned his thoughts. With a grin directed at Bick, he remarked, "Bick, do not be deceived by the high position of the Kaioshin. While they may appear formidable, their strength pales in comparison to yours." This assertion was not without foundation. Bick's power had not diminished significantly, and after 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his current prowess was only slightly inferior to that of Goku, and on par with Vegeta. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly handle a Kaioshin with a single hand. "What? You claim the Kaioshin are weaker than I? Impossible. They are gods," Bick immediately retorted, though a hint of skepticism lingered on his countenance. Over the years, the Earth's warriors, himself included, had cultivated a profound trust in Jiang Ling. Even in the face of such an outrageous statement, his response was one of doubt rather than outright denial. The Kaioshin, frowning, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ling and said, "Are you certain? Although you are the strongest on Earth, I find it hard to believe your assertion." He recognized his own limitations, yet struggled to accept that a mere human, one he had never heard of, could possibly defeat him. After all, he was a god. His attendant, Jebit, also shook his head and chuckled. "It seems you have overestimated your own strength." "Haha. Well, we have time. Why not engage in a friendly spar?" Jiang Ling broke into a broad smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming radiantly in the sunlight. Just as intended, Jebit stepped forward, fully prepared for battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Bick. In the 2 years they spent together in the hyperbolic time chamber, a mere look or gesture was often sufficient for them to comprehend each other's thoughts. Bick stepped forward, gazing at the formidable Jebit with a tinge of apprehension. After all, the being he was about to engage in combat with was a deity. At that moment, Jiang Ling's voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze, drifted from behind. "Fear not. Simply unleash half of your strength." Although Bick was puzzled by Jiang Ling's assurance, the tone possessed an enchanting quality that instantly alleviated his anxiety. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, Bick turned to Jebit and declared, "I am prepared. Let us commence. To preclude any allegations of unfairness, you may strike first. Jebet displayed remarkable gentlemanly grace, calmly gesturing for Big to initiate the attack. Since you have offered, I shall not hold back. Big's gaze sharpened abruptly, and his body surged with energy, appearing before Jebet in an instant. With a height exceeding 2 meters, he tilted his form, launching a powerful kick aimed at Jebet's midsection. The velocity of his movement was so tremendous that it created a sonic boom through the air. Bang! Adu! In an instant, Jebet was struck in the abdomen, his eyes bulging as his body was propelled backward like a jellyfish, crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. The peak bore a massive crater from the impact. Meanwhile, Big stood frozen, 1 foot suspended in midair, momentarily forgetting to retract it. He had only exerted 50% of his power, intending to gauge his opponent's resilience. Had the kick been successfully countered, he had already devised a strategy for the ensuing exchange. Yet, was he to be informed that his adversary crumbled so easily? Was it truly that his strength was overwhelming, or that his opponent was feeble? Big found himself utterly perplexed. Both, indeed, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile as he approached. Not far away, the Supreme Kaishin stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sight of Jebet being sent flying. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? After a prolonged moment, Jiang Ling's voice echoed softly, I suggest you check on your subordinate. I fear for his life. Upon hearing this, Shin snapped back to reality and shouted, Jebet, please be unharmed. As he hurriedly soared toward the direction of his comrade, Jiang Ling. Piccolo. As he watched the Supreme Kai depart, Piccolo expressed his concerns, saying, Jiang Ling, do you think everything will be all right? They are deities, after all. Even if their strength is not remarkable, they might possess some formidable techniques. In that case, Jiang Ling took a step back, hastily waving his hand. Do not speak like that. It is not my doing. I was merely an observer throughout. Piccolo, are you plotting against me? Meanwhile, on the other side, King Kaishin extricated Jebet from the ruins of the collapsed structure. Upon seeing Jebet, whose body was marred with fresh wounds and bleeding profusely, his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Jebet, I am so sorry. Had I known that the Earthling and that Namekian possessed such formidable strength, I would have never allowed you to enter the fray. His voice strained, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. King Kaishin could not recall the last time he had shed tears, yet at this moment, his heart ached profoundly, and he could not stem the flow of his sorrow. The healing ability was exclusive to the trainee Kai, while he, as King Kai, lacked the power to mend injuries. Cough, cough, my lord, I am not dead yet. I believe a brief rest will suffice. Jebet blinked, his tone suggesting that his injuries were not as severe as they appeared. King Kaishin, then why did you not emerge from the rubble yourself? I thought you were on the brink of death. Well, I am indeed injured, but it is not so grave. I was simply stunned by the blow, unable to comprehend how he could possess such incredible power. Coupled with my physical injuries, I was momentarily incapacitated. By the way, my lord, please do not engage them in battle. It would be utterly futile. At that moment, Jiang Ling and Piccolo also arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling nodded slightly, confirming his expectations. The injuries sustained were present, yet not severe. In his heart, Baika also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that all was well. He had genuinely feared that he might have inadvertently rendered someone incapacitated. Chapter 173, Astonishment. Jiang Ling stepped forward, employing the unique rapid recovery skill exclusive to the Intern Realm King God, mending the injuries sustained by Jie Baitai. After all, these wounds were a result of his actions, leaving him feeling somewhat apologetic. This is the ability of our Intern Realm King God. Jie Baitai's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. Naturally, the Realm King God Xin shared in this astonishment, for only they understood that this skill could be acquired solely through the path of the Intern Realm King God, with no alternative means of learning it. In their eyes, Jiang Ling's persona was shrouded in an enigmatic veil. At this moment, what they could ascertain was that Jiang Ling possessed considerable strength. By the way, shall we consider ourselves good friends now? Might you share the purpose of your visit to Earth? With a beaming smile, Jiang Ling spoke. The King Kai and Jebet exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Friends? They certainly did not perceive it that way. The King Kai cleared his throat and began to explain the purpose of their visit. The situation is as follows. There exists an egg sealed on Earth, within which the malevolent Majin Bu is imprisoned. The sorcerer Babidi seeks to resurrect him and has already made his way to Earth. Is Majin Bu truly formidable? Piccolo inquired. The King Kai nodded, continuing, Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. Majin Buu was a fearsome entity that wreaked havoc across the universe millions of years ago, and should not be underestimated. We lack the confidence to confront him alone, which is why we have come to seek your assistance. Jiang Ling pondered briefly before exclaiming, "Isn't there still the Galactic Patrol? They could resolve this matter." The Supreme Kai of the West, Shin, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ling was aware of the existence of the Galactic Patrol. Their combat capabilities are rather limited. Moreover, we have instantaneously transported ourselves to Earth, while they would take considerable time to arrive via their spacecraft, Jebet elucidated. Initially, I sought assistance from the original deities of Earth, which led me to seek out Piccolo, who subsequently recommended you to me. Having witnessed your prowess, I now possess greater confidence in our ability to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu, Shin proclaimed with palpable excitement. He had experienced the terror of Majin Buu firsthand. In the past, the Supreme Kai had witnessed the demise of his comrades, devoured one by one, until the Grand Supreme Kai managed to seal Majin Buu away, thus ascending to his current role. The brutality of that battle haunted him, invoking shivers of dread at mere recollection. Such thoughts were too terrifying to entertain, which is why he remained exceedingly cautious. The profound shadow cast by Majin Buu lingered heavily in his heart. Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand and nodded slightly. I have comprehended the situation. It suffices to prevent Babidi from resurrecting the demon Buu. He was aware of the narrative, yet he still felt the need to maintain a facade. It is unacceptable to be too absurd, as it undermines logic. While this assertion holds merit, it is perilous. Even if your strength is formidable, you must heed my command, the Supreme Kai of the West stated with a serious expression. Jiang Ling glanced at him and shook his head, asserting that there was no need to follow him. He only required assistance during critical moments. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai of the West immediately retorted, "No? You have no idea how powerful the demon Buu truly is." "Oh, you are correct. Yet I shall not comply with your directives." Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Observing him in this manner, the Realm King Shinshin was so enraged that his entire body trembled. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, for he simply could not defeat him. Before Jiang Ling arrived here, he had already sensed the presence of Babidi and his entourage on Earth. This was largely due to his occasional habit of perceiving any anomalies in the energy emanating from the planet. Had it been anyone else, they would scarcely have taken the time or effort to meticulously discern the energy at every location on Earth, unless the malevolent aura had been overwhelmingly potent. However, Babidi evidently possessed a device to conceal his energy, preventing it from being excessively alarming. "Come, place your hand upon me. I shall employ instant transmission." Jiang Ling gazed at Bic, along with the Supreme Kai and Jebet. He understood that the provisional version of the Supreme Kai's instant transmission could only transport to locations, not directly to specific individuals. The Supreme Kai Shin exchanged a brief glance with Jebet and nodded slightly. "Then we shall entrust this to you." Simultaneously, they placed their hands upon Jiang Ling. "Well, where are your hands going? Please don't place them on my chest." My apologies." Whoosh. Jiang Ling, Bic, the Kaishin, and Jebet vanished from their location, leaving behind the half-collapsed peak wailing in the howling winds. In a certain forest, two individuals clad in peculiar combat uniforms, far removed from Earth's mainstream aesthetics, searched for something, their waists adorned with laser guns and similar weaponry. "Brother, why did Boss Babidi summon us to find that egg?" One soldier grumbled as he rummaged through the underbrush. The other soldier shook his head. "I don't know. But I do know that the boss came to Earth specifically to seek that egg. Previously, he collected some energy in the cosmos, seemingly for this very egg. Indeed, upon arriving on Earth, he claimed there wasn't enough energy and dispatched many to gather more. Sigh, I too wish to gather energy. I've heard that this planet's females are quite alluring. Goodness, I want that as well. But I wonder how the males are." As the two engaged in their lively banter, four figures silently appeared behind them. With a swift motion, a beam of light sliced through the air, severing the two soldiers from their heads. "I've killed them. You, Kaishin, have no objections, do you?" Jiang Ling remarked, retracting the beam and blowing away the non-existent smoke from his fingertips. The Kaishin shook his head, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground. "No, I'm not a saint. Babidi subordinates are generally ruthless. You did well. That's good to hear. As long as you're not overly compassionate like son Wukong." Jiang Ling chuckled lightly, casually nudging Jebite. In his heart, he mused. Sign in, select skill, instant teleportation. Ding. Congratulations on signing in. You have acquired the God of the Universe version of instant teleportation. Jiang Ling nodded with great satisfaction. Indeed, the system has now been updated to version 6.6, allowing for the specification of skills acquired through attendance, provided that one is aware of the opponent's abilities. Chapter 174, The Clerk. Suddenly, three figures materialized before Jiang Ling and the others. The Realm King Shen and Jebet immediately assumed defensive postures, questioning, "Who goes there?" Jiang Ling and Piccolo maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the arrival of the newcomer whose presence they were well acquainted with. Thus, their astonishment was non-existent. After all, on Earth, the ability to teleport was a rare gift, possessed solely by him. As anticipated, amidst the tense gazes of the Supreme Kai and Jebet, the figure of the visitor materialized. Standing in a formation reminiscent of a signal grid were none other than Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. The father and son duo donned their martial arts uniforms, with Wukong's iconic crab-like hairstyle standing out prominently. Vegeta, too, had finally adorned his battle attire after a prolonged hiatus from combat, having only occasionally donned it for playful sparring sessions with little Kakarot. One must admit, it was rather extravagant. "Hey, Jiang Ling, Piccolo, it's good to see you again." Son Wukong greeted with a smile, while Gohan chimed in cheerfully, "Uncle Piccolo." Vegeta merely offered a subtle nod to Jiang Ling and the others, remaining silent. Jiang Ling and Bic responded with a smile, though a hint of confusion lingered in their hearts. Why had they come without prior notification? Sensing Jiang Ling's perplexity, Bic elucidated, "Before I summoned you, I sent a message for Goku to bring Vegeta along, as the Supreme Kai indicated that our adversary this time is formidable." Jiang Ling was taken aback, realizing the truth. However, this seemed overly complicated. In fact, it didn't require so many individuals. Yet upon reflection, due to her presence, the rate at which Wukong and the others enhanced their abilities had indeed accelerated, though she had not participated in many of the battles. Jiang Ling feared that their enhancement in strength lacked corresponding combat experience. While Wukong and Vegeta were relatively fine, possessing a wealth of battle-hardened experience, Gohan was a different story. This simply would not do. It seems that after this, they would need to be assigned some tasks. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling chuckled and said, "This time, you may find yourselves disappointed. There are no formidable foes. However, there are still some adversaries of considerable strength that you can assist in overcoming." "How strong?" inquired Wukong. Jiang Ling responded, "Well, somewhat weaker than Sheru, not exceeding his strength." Goku and the others exchanged glances with Piccolo and nodded slightly. "That works. It has been a while since we faced an opponent. Engaging in mutual sparring is not as exhilarating. Let us indulge this time," Piccolo chuckled. The others concurred with his sentiment, laughter resonating among them. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebet stood by, utterly bewildered. "So, you all know each other. Yet you have been engrossed in your own conversation, completely disregarding my presence. At the very least, a proper introduction would be appreciated." The Supreme Kai huffed, crossing his arms and pouting as he gazed skyward. Suddenly, Jiang Ling disregarded a certain individual and gestured towards the two deities. Introducing them, this diminutive figure resembling an elementary school student is the King Kai, while the tall one is his attendant, Jebet. The crowd greeted them in unison. The King Kai instantly donned a cheerful expression and began to engage in jovial conversation. "Oh, King Kai, what is your relationship with the North Kai?" Goku inquired with curiosity. "Well, the North Kai you mentioned is my superior, the King Kai," the deity replied. "Oh, then you must be incredibly powerful, being a god and all. Let us spar." Goku eagerly looked at the King Kai. Just as the King Kai was about to agree, Jiang Ling floated over with a subtle reminder. Piccolo's strength pales in comparison to Goku's. The King Kai, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. At a loss for words, he himself could not even match Piccolo, let alone the mightier Goku. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling and Piccolo exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "All right, Goku, he is a clerk, not skilled in combat, so please do not press him." Very well." Goku scratched his head in confusion. In a concealed location, a spaceship was docked. "Ha ha ha. I initially thought this barren planet would take an eternity to gather energy, yet unexpectedly. We have already amassed half of it in such a short time," chuckled Babidi, a short-statured figure with a well-developed intellect and slender limbs, holding an object resembling a chamber pot. He remained oblivious to the fact that Earth had entered an era of martial prowess, with the energy of its inhabitants significantly heightened, thus allowing his subordinates to collect energy so rapidly. One of the subordinates, with a sycophantic expression, remarked, "This is all thanks to the great king's wise guidance. Otherwise, we would not have arrived on Earth ahead of schedule. Satisfied with the flattery, Babidi nodded, but soon recalled something and reprimanded. Have you not yet located the egg that seals Majin Buu? What on earth are you doing? Why yes, great king, we are diligently searching, and we expect to find it soon. Please rest assured, the subordinate replied, wiping sweat from his brow. He was acutely aware that the king's moods were notoriously capricious, silently lamenting the burdens of being a ruler. Incompetent fools. Hurry up. I cannot wait any longer. I must see the egg immediately. Yes, we shall do our utmost. Chapter 175. The long-awaited transformation. As Jiang Ling and his companions strolled leisurely towards the distant spaceship, their laughter and banter filled the air. Along the way, they encountered some soldiers, whom they dispatched without a shred of compassion. Suddenly, their attention was captured by two soldiers excitedly carrying an object towards the spacecraft. That's it. Inside is the sealed Majin Buu, exclaimed King Kai with astonishment. The object in question resembled a colossal egg, yet appeared to be made of flesh. I could simply destroy it, thereby preventing the resurrection of the Majin, Vegeta remarked, stretching his neck in preparation for action. Absolutely not, King Kai interjected. Positioning himself firmly in front of Vegeta, his expression grave. Any severe impact to that egg will result in the premature emergence of Majin Buu. At that point, none of you will be able to stop him, and the Earth will be at risk of annihilation. Therefore, we must refrain from any aggressive action. Faced with his earnest demeanor and the weight of his words, the group momentarily fell silent, all but Jiang Ling. Swish! Jiang Ling stepped forward, swiftly appearing before the two minions not far away. With a casual wave of his hand, he dispatched them effortlessly. He cradled the giant egg in one hand, bringing it back with him. Wasn't this sufficient? Now that the egg is in our possession, Babidi can no longer resurrect. The crowd nodded in agreement. The Supreme Kai scratched his head, acknowledging, well, that is true, but we must not underestimate the threat posed by Majin Buu, along with Babidi and the formidable demon King Dabra, as well as their powerful subordinates. Indeed, this is no trivial matter. It concerns the future of both Earth and the universe. Jebet solemnly echoed their sentiments. Their words heightened the vigilance of everyone present. Jiang Ling chose not to utter a word, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Let us proceed directly to the lair. Upon finishing his statement, he entrusted the egg to Piccolo and swiftly soared towards the location of the spaceship. The others, upon hearing this, hastened to follow suit. Wait, we cannot recklessly charge in. King Kai Shin's calls fell on deaf ears, compelling him and Jebet to trail behind. Before long, they arrived at a small hillside, overlooking Babidi's spaceship below. The vessel was massive, occupying a significant expanse of land, surrounded by numerous minions bustling about, seemingly preoccupied with their tasks. King Kai Shin gasped for breath, exclaiming, "You could at least wait for me." It was then that he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Jiang Ling's aura erupted, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame erupted forth, a mere instant of explosive intensity. Jiang Ling's hair transformed into a golden hue, standing upright and growing increasingly longer, cascading down to her waist. In an instant, Jiang Ling's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation, enveloped by crackling sparks of electricity that danced around him, exuding an aura of formidable power that sent shivers down the spine. It evoked a deep-seated desire to submit, even to the point of serving Jiang Ling like a dog. Of course, those present possessed a certain level of strength themselves and would not entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that his presence was overwhelmingly potent, so much so that they could only gaze upward in awe, feeling as though the chasm between their abilities and Jiang Ling's was insurmountable. Super Saiyan 3. This was Jiang Ling's current transformation. Despite being merely the third level, the enhancement of his base combat power rendered him extraordinarily fearsome. Jiang Ling possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan level 4, having demonstrated this in the future timeline number 2. However, he deems it unnecessary. Even in his current Super Saiyan level 3 form, he feels as though he is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Jiang Ling's strength has significantly escalated, truly deserving of the title Uncle Jiang Ling. After this, you must engage in a few sparring sessions with me. The disparity in our strengths continues to widen. It seems I must intensify my training upon returning. What is this? King Kai Shin and Jebet stared in astonishment at the figure of Jiang Ling before them. Resembling a god of war, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. He appears extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Ling's gaze was piercing as he slightly crouched, his hands forming a flower-like shape at his waist. A deep voice emanated from his lips. Super. Turtle. Wave. Energy. Blast. A blinding sphere of light coalesced in his hands, which he thrust towards Babbidi's spaceship. Boom. The formidable turtle wave surged forth with terrifying power, obliterating the massive spacecraft in an instant. Explosions erupted, casting forth waves of fire. The residual energy swept through the air, leveling the nearby flora and steep mountains to the ground. In that moment, flames soared skyward, and a cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the area. Old Jiang had grown even stronger. Indeed, the increase in his strength was staggering. Such overwhelming energy elicited gasps of astonishment from Goku and the others. Despite the considerable distance, the searing wave of energy lashed against their faces. Yet, they were not surprised. If Jiang Ling's power were inferior to theirs, that would truly be a cause for alarm. At that moment, the shockwave unleashed from Jiang Ling's hand showed no signs of waning. It surged forth from the chaotic inferno of the exploding spaceship, relentlessly advancing forward. It was abundantly clear that nothing on Earth could withstand the shockwave. If left unchecked, the ecological balance of the planet would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic consequences. Those present were seasoned warriors, well aware of the potential ramifications. Jiang Ling, if this continues, the consequences. Piccolo began gravely, leaving his thought unfinished. He understood that Jiang Ling was fully aware of the implications. Jiang Ling bore a relaxed smile, nodding slightly. A stirring sensation arose within him as an unwavering shockwave surged forward, arcing elegantly towards the sky. Viewed from the vastness of outer space, one could distinctly perceive Jiang Ling's shockwave resembling a rooster suddenly roused from its slumber, standing tall and proud. This display was rather impressive, Sun Wukong remarked. Having engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Jiang Ling, he had acquired a fair share of such vocabulary. Among other expressions, there were terms like wow and oh my goodness, reflecting a playful mastery of colloquial language. Please, spare me the flattery. I am well aware that you possess similar skills. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand. With a casual gesture towards the smoke-filled battlefield, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through, dispersing much of the haze and revealing a clear view. The once massive spacecraft had vanished without a trace. Along with it, the bustling minions, as well as the nearby mountains and the flora and fauna, had also disappeared. Jiang Ling stroked his chin, wary that the individual known as Number 16 might catch wind of this. Given his temperament, it was likely he would come knocking. Although unperturbed by the prospect, as the saying goes, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Kaishin, Shin, and his attendant, Jebet, were rendered utterly astonished by Jiang Ling's prowess, their jaws agape as if dislocated, unable to close for an extended period. They stood frozen, resembling statues in their bewilderment. Gohan prodded them and chuckled. What's the matter with you two? You appear somewhat unwell. Huh? No, that's not it. Is it true that even on a small, insignificant planet like this, the inhabitants possess such strength? Even someone as formidable and troublesome as Babbidi. Coming back to their senses, Kaishin Shin and Jebet exchanged glances filled with complexity towards Jiang Ling and the others. It was indeed a ludicrous notion that a supreme deity of the universe could be rendered speechless by a mere human, were this to be disclosed. It would surely invite ridicule. Gohan scratched his head and remarked, Uncle Jiang Ling is the strongest among us on Earth, but with some time. Reaching such levels is not beyond our capabilities. Kaishin Shin and Jebet exclaimed, What? Is this even human language? What do you mean by give it a few more years? Considering your group's prowess, can we assert that you are among the strongest warriors of humanity in this universe? A flurry of frustration surged through their minds, as they felt utterly overwhelmed. Help us. Meanwhile, Vegeta, ignoring the Kaishin's plight, surveyed the scene before him and remarked dryly, So, we have come merely to witness your solitary performance? Could you not leave some for me? At this, Jiang Ling offered an awkward smile. He had intended to spare some formidable adversaries for Vegeta, but in a moment of carelessness, he had exerted too much force, resulting in the complete annihilation of the enemy's base. Sigh, I promise to do better next time. Jiang Ling promptly declared that he would certainly refrain from intervening next time. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, however. Some of Babbidi's subordinates have ventured out and are not present here. I must entrust those individuals to your care. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. In contrast, Goku and his son were quite unfazed, recognizing the opportunity to stretch their limbs. I appreciate your efforts. Once this matter concludes, join me for a celebration at my home this evening. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke. Just as the group was about to disperse, an unexpected change occurred. A thunderous roar captured their attention. They beheld a figure bursting forth from the very ground where the spaceship had once been stationed, sending a cloud of dirt and dust into the air. The figure soared into the sky, its skin a deep crimson, enveloped in a swirling shroud of black mist. Jiang Ling glanced over and realized that it could only be the Demon Realm King, Dabra. Dabra? The Kaioshin, Shin, widened his eyes in shock. Who is Dabra? Gohan inquired. The others turned their gaze toward the Kaioshin Shin, awaiting his explanation. They had never encountered someone with such a malevolent aura. Not even Frieza exuded such wickedness. Chapter 177. The Wrath of Dabra, the Demon Realm King Dabra? After an elaborate explanation from the Kaioshin, the group gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder the aura was so sinister. However, they quickly composed themselves. Indeed, this presence was the most nefarious they had ever witnessed. Yet the threat level seemed less formidable. Gohan paused before speaking. What do you mean less formidable? Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot's son, have you lost your wits? This so-called Demon Realm King is merely a weakling. I was trying to be modest, considering Lord Kaioshin's feelings, Gohan replied, sticking out his tongue. Piccolo nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Gohan, humility is commendable, but do not be excessively modest. Strength is paramount, regardless of the location. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. The Kaioshin Shin and Jebbet exchanged glances, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. They gazed blankly at the sky, grappling with the events of the day which had left their perspectives in tatters. Jebbet had taken an unprovoked beating, launching them into a saga of humiliation. Who could have imagined that on this remote and barren planet, so many powerful beings existed? They questioned if they were dreaming. Smack. Jebbet, why did you give me a slap? I apologize, Lord Kaioshin. Did it hurt? Exceedingly. Then it is not a dream. Why on earth didn't you hit yourself? I'm afraid of the pain. Dabra found it hard to believe that he had once been under the control of that sorcerer Babidi. Although he was unaware of how Babidi had met his demise, he felt relieved to be free now. However, the fact that he, the esteemed Demon Realm King, had been controlled was deeply infuriating, igniting a surge of wrath within him. From a distance, he observed the humans, noting their lack of fear, and realized that his prolonged absence had allowed the world to forget his notorious name. Dabra glared at Jiang Ling and the others, who were whispering among themselves. Feeling utterly insulted, his pent-up fury could no longer be contained, and a vast surge of demonic energy erupted forth. A pair of eyes gleamed with a brilliant red amidst the aura of malevolence. On the other side, the king of the demon realm, Wukong, filled with enthusiasm, gazed at the distant figure of Dabra, emanating a veil of black smoke, and began to move his body. I wish to engage in a spar with this Dabra. Jiang Ling and the rest of you refrained from intervening. That is Dabra. Jiang Ling, somewhat at a loss for words, spoke up. Well, whatever, I'm going for it. Having completed his warm-up, Wukong lunged forward with a swift motion, colliding forcefully with the enraged Dabra. Bang! Wukong executed a swift kick, but was instantly met with resistance. Dabra, with a dismissive smirk, seized Wukong's calf. Hmph, just a mere human. Your audacity is commendable, yet your strength is lacking. But before this thought could fully form in his mind, Wukong delivered a powerful kick with his other leg, causing Dabra to feel a sharp pain radiate through his arm. Dabra yelped in agony, loosening his grip as he clutched his arm. Before he could lift his gaze, Wukong launched another attack, forcing Dabra to hurriedly defend himself, casting aside his fury in the face of imminent danger. In the distance, on the hillside where Jiang Ling and others stood, they observed the battle between Wukong and Dabra, shaking their heads slightly. Alas, the opponent seems rather weak. Wukong is not exerting his full strength, making it difficult to gauge the extent of his current growth. To truly witness Father's prowess is quite simple. One need only ask Uncle Jiang Ling to challenge him. And I assure you, you will behold the entirety of my father's might. This notion resonated with the group, and they nodded in agreement. Jiang Ling smiled, directing his gaze towards Dabra. At that moment, Dabra appeared different from his previous impressions, lacking the distinctive mark on his forehead. It is a well-known fact that the presence of them symbol signifies control by Babidi. With Babidi now deceased beyond any chance of revival, Dabra found himself in a state of freedom. What struck Jiang Ling was the fact that in this liberated state, Dabra exhibited a significantly enhanced prowess. However, he still fell short compared to Goku and his companions. With their power reaching such heights, the pace of battle escalated rapidly, and within mere minutes, Their confrontation reached a critical juncture. Dabra was compelled to summon his Demon King's sword, yet he remained battered and bruised. It was evident that under Jiang Ling's guidance, Goku had shed his previous tendency for a protracted combat style, now favoring swift resolutions. Dabra stood firm, leaning on his sword to avoid collapsing. "Come forth, insignificant human. This Demon King fears you not." Even in such a battered state, he uttered these taunting words. While such remarks might infuriate others, Goku displayed no sign of anger. Maintaining his steady rhythm, the final strike commenced. In an instant, Goku appeared before Dabra, poised to conclude the battle with a decisive move when Dabra's lips curled into a slight smirk. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm from 1982. Goku's eyes widened in shock, memories of Chi-Chi lamenting about her laundry flashing through his mind, and instinctively, he teleported to Jiang Ling's side to avoid soiling his attire. Phew. That was close, Goku sighed in relief. You are indeed fortunate, having evaded that underhanded tactic, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Huh? What do you mean? Goku responded. Momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the gravity of Dabra's actions, which he perceived as mere childish antics. Jiang Ling remained silent, raising a hand to point. In an instant, that loathsome phlegm, devoid of a target, struck a stone directly. The stone, to the naked eye, transformed at a visible pace into solid rock. Goodness, if I had been hit by that, would I not have turned to stone as well? Indeed, were you aware of this all along? Why didn't you mention it when I approached earlier? How could I have known? Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, indicating his utter ignorance. He certainly would not admit to having forgotten to mention something moments ago. Dabra, witnessing the imminent strike from Lao Tan, found himself astounded as Wukong vanished right before his eyes. Enraged, he let out a furious curse and turned to glare at Wukong, who stood beside Jiang Ling. The realization that he, a formidable king of the demon realm, had been bested by a mere human ignited a surge of fury within him. A vast cloud of demonic smoke erupted from his body, soaring towards the heavens. In the sky, the smoke coalesced into a dense, dark mass, encircled by violet lightning. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, I discovered that this planet is, in fact, one of the exits to the demon realm. Allow me to open it. Let my subordinates emerge. We shall conquer this place first. Boom. The demonic smoke materialized into a pitch-black portal. A vibrant array of colors illuminated Dabra as his injuries began to mend, and his power surged exponentially. What? Jiang Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before him momentarily left him dumbfounded. He never anticipated that the demon realm would open a passage in such a manner. The expressions of those around him grew grave as well. This matter now demanded their utmost seriousness. Chapter 178. The Entrance. Wukong, let us resolve this swiftly. Jiang Ling turned to look at Wukong, who instantly grasped his intent. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. It was imperative to deal with the Demon King Dabra at once, for none could predict the calamities that might ensue otherwise. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from Wukong's being, golden light shimmering brilliantly around him. Yet, it was insufficient. Such power would not be enough to vanquish this fiend. It seemed he had no choice but to ascend to this realm. Wukong's expression grew grave as he gazed at the menacing Dabra, summoning all his strength. Hmph. The golden radiance fully blossomed, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling beyond compare. Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo were abruptly pushed back several hundred meters by this overwhelming force. Who would have thought that Wukong had been concealing such a trump card? Piccolo chuckled. Damn. Vegeta's countenance darkened as he witnessed this scene. Once again, Kakarot had outpaced him, transcending the Super Saiyan to become the Super Saiyan of Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta resolved within himself to distance himself from his wife Bulma for a few months upon returning, dedicating himself to training, unwilling to let romantic distractions hinder his progress. At this moment, his focus was solely on Kakarot, unconsciously overlooking that it was Jiang Ling who first attained Super Saiyan 3. After all, comparing himself to Jiang Ling, that prodigy would be tantamount to courting death. A series of anguished roars transformed Wukong's visage. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his physique becoming increasingly robust. His face was acceptable, not so unattractive. It was the first time witnessing Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo remarked with a chuckle. Gohan, hearing this, smiled and said, Uncle Piccolo, I can also achieve my father's Super Saiyan 3. I'll show you one day. Piccolo. Vegeta. Piccolo glanced at Gohan, his eyes revealing a sense of pride. Truly, Gohan possessed immense potential. He had not misjudged him. Vegeta's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, vowing to retreat into seclusion upon his return. Boom. Wukong's figure shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward Dabra. Come at me, ha 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 ha. Dabra bellowed with laughter. Sensing the surge of power, he swelled with confidence. As Wukong charged, he remained rooted in place, unleashing a punch. A deep, ominous energy coalesced and surged forth with that blow toward Wukong. The winds howled, and the air seemed to be torn asunder. Observing this, Wukong's gaze sharpened. Undeterred in his sprint, he summoned all his might, gathering an intensely radiant blue-white energy wave. Kamehameha! A resounding clash erupted as the profound darkness collided with the blinding blue-white shockwave, generating an intensely piercing explosion that reverberated through the heavens. The world seemed to be engulfed solely in shades of black and blue-white. Those watching from afar, including Jiang Ling and others, had no choice but to shut their eyes and cover their ears, bracing their bodies against the fierce waves of the explosion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before their vision gradually returned. Before them lay a colossal pit, within which stood two figures. Wukong confronted Dabra, his right hand having penetrated Dabra's chest. With a sudden motion, Wukong withdrew his hand, causing blood to gush forth from Dabra's wound. Dabra's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being emanating shock. How could this be possible? Wukong produced a tissue to wipe the blood from his hand, and upon hearing Dabra's incredulous words, he simply shook his head with a faint smile. How is it impossible? You were careless, or perhaps your pride in your newfound strength led to your downfall. There were flaws everywhere, which allowed me to dispatch you with such ease. Otherwise, it would have required much more effort. Dabra, upon hearing this, let out a bitter laugh, his body succumbing to weakness, forcing him to kneel. He did not attempt to staunch the flow of blood from his chest, knowing he was beyond salvation. I am unwilling to accept this, he lamented, his voice rising in desperation. Suddenly, Dabra shouted, his energy spiraling into chaos. No! Piccolo exclaimed. Wukong, quickly, get away. At that moment, Wukong too sensed the impending danger. Dabra was about to self-destruct. A blinding light erupted from Dabra's body, and without a moment's hesitation, Wukong instantaneously transported himself back to Jiang Ling and the others. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose above the earth. However, due to Dabra's weakened state, the explosion's power was significantly diminished compared to the previous one. Wukong recognized this, feeling no concern for the safety of the planet. Such a magnitude of explosion would have once threatened to annihilate the world, but now, after countless wishes from Jiang Ling, the Earth's defenses had become far more resilient than before. With a collective sigh of relief, everyone felt the weight lift from their shoulders. Though there were some twists, we managed to resolve it satisfactorily, Piccolo remarked, his heart still racing. As his words echoed, agreement was found among the others. Yet, Jiang Ling slightly shook his head. No. Look over there. Jiang Ling pointed upwards, revealing a slowly forming black vortex in the sky. What is this? The entrance to the demon realm. Chapter 179. Have we gotten involved? Initially, it was believed that vanquishing Dabra would suffice to close the portal to the demon realm. However, it now appears that such an assumption was rather naive. The ominous aura emanating from the portal cast a heavy pall over the assembly. The demonic energy. Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed, astonished to discover a portal to the demon realm on Earth, one that had just been activated by Dabra. If it is not sealed promptly, humanity risks being assimilated into the demon race. There was an unspoken understanding among all present regarding the gravity of the situation, especially for Piccolo. Although he no longer identified as a demon, he was once the embodiment of evil as the Demon King Piccolo. You are the Supreme Kai. What do you suggest we do? Piccolo inquired of Supreme Kai Shin. Supreme Kai Shin scratched his head awkwardly. It seems I am at a loss for solutions. The crowd reacted with dismay. Humph, and you call yourself a Supreme Kai? Vegeta scoffed. Supreme Kai Shin attempted to retort, but found himself bereft of any counter-arguments, falling silent. The atmosphere turned tense. Suddenly, Gohan spoke up, Uncle Jiang Ling. Do you have any solutions? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating his own helplessness. A heavy silence fell upon the crowd. In their hearts, Jiang Ling was a guiding beacon, a figure capable of overcoming any challenge. This time, even the omnipotent Jiang Ling found himself at a loss, suggesting that there truly was no way forward. Jiang Ling did not utter a falsehood. This matter, in the original work, never transpired. Naturally, there exists no resolution. One must rely solely on personal exploration. Just as everyone found themselves in a state of despair, Piccolo suddenly spoke up. I believe we can consult the dragon. Perhaps it possesses knowledge. Indeed, listening to Piccolo's words is akin to gaining the wisdom of a decade. Hmph, I concede your cleverness. The reason they had not considered the dragon earlier was due to its gradual disappearance from their consciousness over the years, which led to this momentary lapse. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging that Bix's intellect was indeed sharper. He was the one who had conceived of this approach. After all, in his mind, the Shenlong was not omnipotent. It was typically employed to resurrect humans or mend the battle-damaged structures. Given this, allow me to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Goku declared, patting his chest and volunteering for the task. Very well. Jiang Ling presented the Dragon Radar to Goku, and the onlookers observed as Goku's figure vanished from sight. After a brief interval, Goku reappeared, cradling 7 Dragon Balls in his arms. With his current prowess, locating the Dragon Balls required but a fleeting moment. To expedite the search, Goku employed instant transmission, teleporting beside the individuals near the Dragon Balls before retrieving them, significantly enhancing his speed. As he gathered all the Dragon Balls and prepared to summon Shenron, an unusual occurrence transpired in the black hole above. The dark energy emanating from it suddenly intensified, and from within emerged a multitude of fearsome demons, uttering incomprehensible tongues. The demonic invasion commenced. King Kai Xin exclaimed urgently, his expression grave as he and Jebet braced for combat. They were resolute in their determination to prevent the demons from invading Earth. A fierce battle awaited. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Hmph, energy cannon. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, engulfing the horde of demons that had just emerged from the black hole. Not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips as they were instantly reduced to nothingness. King Kai Xin. Jebet. I'm exhausted. Let it be annihilated. Is that all it takes? Jebet suddenly felt a twinge of unreality. No. Piccolo shook his head. The demonic portal remained open, indicating that a relentless stream of demons was yet to come. Indeed, Piccolo was correct. As Jiang Ling spoke, he meticulously arranged the Dragon Balls. Come forth. It is you who shall be chosen, divine dragon. In an instant, the Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant golden light, plunging the sky into an abyss darker than the night itself. A beam of light surged forth from the Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens. With a swift motion, the beam transformed into a colossal divine dragon. King Kai, Jebet. What? Jiang Ling cast a glance at them and said to Gohan, Gohan, enlighten them with some knowledge. Huh? Oh, all right. Gohan replied, then took the Kaishin and the others aside to explain the function of the dragon. The brave warriors who gather the Dragon Balls. Ah, it's Jiang Ling. The dragon's authoritative voice softened upon seeing Jiang Ling, imbued with a sense of gratitude. Haha, it's good to see you again, Jiang Ling remarked, engaging in casual conversation. How have you been lately? The dragon smiled and responded, speaking of which, I owe you my thanks. Huh, the dragon you introduced has been quite beneficial. Huh? Jiang Ling suddenly realized that he was referring to the dragon of Namek, and he expressed his astonishment. Is that even possible? Chapter 180, The Demon Realm. After a brief exchange, Jiang Ling articulated the purpose of his visit. The dragon glanced at the ominous black hole exuding demonic energy, his brow furrowing. In a solemn tone, he stated, given my current abilities, I am unable to resolve this. However, I can summon her to assist in sealing the passage to the demon realm. Her? Jiang Ling tilted his head slightly, appearing somewhat perplexed. The divine dragon, with an air of majesty, seemed to reveal a hint of a human-like smile. You introduced me to your girlfriend, the dragon of Namek. Together, we should be able to resolve this. Goodness, such an unexpected display of affection took everyone by surprise, leaving them momentarily stunned. Jiang Ling glanced at the portal to the demon realm, pondering for a moment before speaking. For now, there is no need. I wish to resolve this myself. At his words, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Resolve it yourself? How do you intend to accomplish that? Piccolo could not restrain himself from asking. Beside him, the Supreme Kai, aware of the miraculous nature of the dragon, interjected, Indeed, Jiang Ling. The most prudent course of action at this juncture is to have the dragon seal the portal to the demon realm. Jiang Ling shook his head, his gaze profound. I possess no solutions, yet considering this passage exists on Earth, its mere closure remains a latent peril. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to investigate further. If the matter proves insurmountable, we can always enlist the aid of Shenlong. Upon hearing this, Wukong and the others exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. I knew I wasn't mistaken in you. This truly aligns with your character. Had you opted to close the passage, I would have lost respect for you. Uncle Jiang Ling. I share the same sentiment. Old Jiang, you mustn't venture forth alone. We cannot condone you basking in all the glory by yourself. Jiang Ling gazed at the assembled individuals, a smile gracing his features. He nodded emphatically, excellent. Shenlong observed the scene and spoke, Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, Shenlong transformed into a beam of light and returned to the Dragon Ball. Since no wish had been made, the Dragon Ball retained its vibrant golden hue, remaining untransformed into stone. Sun Wukong stretched his limbs and cheerfully declared, Let us set off. Piccolo and Gohan responded with laughter, Certainly. Vegeta nodded slightly. King Kai, Shin, and Jebet remarked, Then we. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled, saying, You need not go. Your presence here at the entrance is the greatest assistance you can provide us. Jiang Ling, deep down, harbored reluctance for them to proceed. The King of the Realms was so feeble that any misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Being a mere mascot would suffice. I shall go first, exclaimed Wukong, ascending with great haste into the black void above. Damn it, Kakarot. I shall not allow you to take the lead. Vegeta was the second to plunge into the abyss. Wait for us. We are unaware of what lies in the demon realm. It is prudent to go together for mutual support. Piccolo shouted. Father and Uncle Vegeta. Oh dear, Gohan sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. Subsequently, the two followed closely into the passageway of the demon realm. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, hesitating to enter. Moments ago, he had received a message from the system. Ding. The magical source orb has been detected. The collect source orb task has made progress, rewarding a map of the demon realm and intelligence regarding it. With the rewards now at his disposal, Jiang Ling was well versed in the circumstances of the demon realm. He felt no apprehension about Wukong and the others entering the demon realm ahead of him. According to the intelligence, there was only one formidable boss to be wary of within the demon realm. The leader of the second tier of strength was somewhat superior to them, but not by much. As long as they did not encounter the overwhelming boss, they would face little trouble, even if an unfortunate death occurred. The Dragon Balls could facilitate resurrection. Why fear anything? Charge forth. It was an opportune moment to hone his combat experience. Jiang Ling is not inclined to join them in the fray. The formidable strength of the demon realm's supreme leader renders him incapable of prevailing at this juncture. Moreover, even if victory were to be achieved, the spoils would be negligible, while defeat would preclude any chance of resurrection. With the hard-won intelligence regarding the source of magic, it is only natural to pursue the magical source orb. The map provided by the system unmistakably reveals the orb's location, with the three characters for magical source orb prominently inscribed at the center. If one fails to see this, a visit to an ophthalmologist is in order. Jiang Ling's figure shifted, materializing outside the black hole. He turned to the Supreme Kai-Shin and Jebet, saying, I'll leave the outside to you. Very well. You can rest assured, Supreme Kai-Shin replied promptly. As Jiang Ling's silhouette vanished into the black hole, Jebet inquired, Supreme Kai, is it truly wise to let them go alone? Should we not offer our assistance? Supreme Kai-Shin cast a sidelong glance and shook his head. Do you not possess any awareness of your own strength? If they cannot handle the situation with their abilities, our intervention would merely be a futile endeavor. Oh, that is indeed a valid point. Meanwhile, on the other side, the walls of the demon realm passage writhed like flesh, enveloped in a dim and damp atmosphere. Jiang Ling arrived here, feeling an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings, as if ensnared by something tightly constricting. The ground was slick with a viscous liquid. Jiang Ling's body trembled slightly as he exerted a modicum of strength, causing the pressure to dissipate instantaneously. This passage to the demon realm is somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Jiang Ling surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, his body levitated, making every effort to avoid the repulsive, viscous substance below. He decided to explore the passageway first. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ling transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing ahead with great haste. The further he advanced, the greater the resistance he encountered. Yet, for someone of his prowess, it was akin to a mere drop in the ocean. With effortless ease, he reached the terminus. Before him lay a writhing wall of flesh, an unsettling and somewhat repugnant sight. Fortunately, Jiang Ling possessed an indomitable spirit. With a casual flick, he unleashed a diminutive energy orb that cleared the passage. Emerging from the corridor, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of clarity. The expanse before him was vast, yet oppressive. The sky loomed ominously, shrouded in a dreary mist. As he surveyed the land, not a trace of green was to be found, only the stark, barren blackness. This land is remarkable. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. The fertile black soil was exceptionally suited for cultivating crops, promising a significant enhancement in both yield and quality. Jiang Ling immediately thought of the marvelous utility of the black soil. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Though the soil appeared dark, resembling fertile black land, it emanated a faint aura of malevolence. Any ordinary plant sown into it would wither away instantly. It was utterly unsuitable for cultivating crops. Jiang Ling muttered softly. And in the next moment, his attention was drawn to the distant surge of energy. It was the presence of Wukong and his companions. It seemed they had commenced their battle. Jiang Ling glanced into the distance before swiftly turning and racing in another direction. Chapter 181. The Dark Space. Hey, I wonder, are we being too cruel? Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, standing amidst a pile of demon corpses. The dark green blood stained the black earth, rendering it even darker. Hmph, Kakarot, you are ultimately too soft-hearted. This will inevitably lead to your demise, Vegeta remarked disdainfully, arms crossed. Piccolo spoke in a low voice. Although I find Vegeta's words quite irksome, I must concede that he is right. All right, I understand. Wukong scratched his head, his expression turning serious once more. He was acutely aware that demons could not be spared. The cost of compassion would be a heavy price for the entire Earth, and even the universe itself. What he had just said was merely a reflection of his reluctance. Matters concerning the survival of the Earth demanded no mercy. Bang, bang, boom. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Gohan had once again dispatched several demons nearby. This prompted Piccolo to lament, "Old son, I no longer hold any expectations for you. Your son surpasses you." Wukong nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Just then, a sinister aura rapidly approached their location. Wukong and the others, including Gohan, who was engaged in battle, paused simultaneously. This presence, it is stronger than I. Wukong furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. The group exchanged serious glances towards the horizon. Whoosh. In no time, a colossal humanoid monster appeared before them. Oh, humans? The creature emitted a metallic, tearing voice. It's been a while since I've encountered humans. It seems I have some playthings now, ha ha ha. This monster was formidable. A solitary confrontation was futile. Let us collaborate, Piccolo suggested quietly. Under Jiang Ling's subtle influence, they had come to understand the significance of cooperation. United, brothers can achieve great strength, whether in power or efficiency. Collaboration was the optimal choice. Gohan shrugged and said, "Uncle Piccolo, I have no objections." Wukong also expressed indifference, having already relished a fierce battle with Dabra on Earth. The trio turned their gaze towards Vegeta. "Hmph, I shall not cooperate." Vegeta snorted. Kakarot just faced Dabra alone. I too wish to engage in a one-on-one battle. My body is feeling rather rusty. Piccolo sighed in resignation. Very well then, you take the lead this time, but be cautious. The opponent is significantly more powerful than Dabra. The next collaboration is imminent. Otherwise, if we proceed one by one, as Jiang Ling aptly put it, it would resemble the scenario of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Vegeta nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable golden aura that enveloped his entire being, entering his most powerful state, Super Saiyan 2. He charged directly towards the humanoid monster before him. Boom. The scene shifts to the very heart of the demon realm. Jiang Ling quietly arrived at this place. At this moment, he exuded not a trace of presence. All his aura was impeccably restrained. For the most formidable boss of the demon realm resided here. Within a seemingly unremarkable small castle not far away, Jiang Ling possesses intelligence provided by the system, aware that she cannot prevail. In order to avoid causing any disturbance, she proceeds with utmost caution, consulting the map diligently. Jiang Ling arrived at an open space, taking a deep breath. Boom. Super 1. Super 2. Super 3. Super 4. Super. Jiang Ling instantaneously transformed into a radiant golden light, revealing his figure, having ascended to the formidable status of Super Saiyan 4. The upper body is bare, adorned only by a layer of crimson fur, while wild, ebony locks cascade over the shoulders, enhancing an extraordinarily alluring visage. The lower half is clad in a pair of ordinary work pants, with the tail casually swaying behind. The physique is elongated, presenting a stature several heads taller than usual. Each muscle exudes a latent explosive power, neither large nor small, but beautifully proportioned with graceful lines. An aura of untamed primitivity emanates effortlessly. Jiang Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. It occurs to me that Bulma has yet to witness his Super Saiyan 4 form. If they were to stand side by side, given Bulma's height, she would likely only reach his waist. He must ensure she gets to experience it upon their return. Jiang Ling's lips curled upwards, adorned with a smile. She was eager to share the delightful treasures with both the petite Bulma and Android 18, along with their companions. The mere thought of them ignited a spark of enthusiasm in her eyes. It was then that she sensed her younger companion stirring with anticipation. With a heart as serene as ice, she remained undisturbed by the weight of the world above her. Jiang Ling swiftly recited the ice purification mantra, suppressing the strange stirrings within his body. He mused inwardly, this demonic realm is indeed peculiar. It can stir my desires. His gaze fell upon the vacant ground before him. Without uttering a single word, he directed a clenched fist towards the seemingly empty space and unleashed a powerful strike. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ling unleashed a flurry of 72 punches and delivered 36 kicks. The sound echoed through the air with a resounding thud. The very fabric of space seemed to warp around him. Suddenly, a massive stone materialized before him, adorned with intricate patterns that flowed and shimmered in an enchanting dance. It was truly a sight to behold. Jiang Ling extended his hand, placing it upon the surface. In an instant, both a person and a stone vanished from sight, leaving behind only a pair of trousers and a plain male undergarment. The surroundings fell silent, as if the individual and the stone had never existed. Soon after Jiang Ling departed, a figure shrouded in dark mist materialized suddenly. The obscurity rendered it impossible to discern reality from illusion. There was clearly a powerful surge of energy here moments ago. A voice emanated from within the black fog, unexpectedly melodious. Shortly thereafter, a shadow emerged from the mist, picking up Jiang Ling's trousers and undergarment. It inhaled deeply, savoring the potent sin of human masculinity. Muttering to itself, the shadow turned its gaze toward the distance. Regardless, now that it had emerged, it might as well eliminate these insignificant minions. Having already dispatched 8 of the leaders of the demon realm, did they truly believe that I, the demon realm, am devoid of power? Jiang Ling suddenly materialized in a darkened expanse. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and extended his hand, only to find that he could see nothing but darkness. The sensation of his body informed him that he was clad in naught but his own skin. Although he had previously engaged in more daring escapades, such as on the rooftops of towering buildings during the apocalypse or in the sun-kissed wilderness, in courtyards, on rooftops and bathrooms, living rooms, balconies, and kitchens, these instances had always been under the watchful veil of privacy. Now, wandering unclothed in the obscurity of night, despite the enveloping darkness, was an experience that felt rather peculiar. After taking a few steps, a strange expression crossed Jiang Ling's face, as he felt a carefree sense of abandon. It was an odd sensation. Shaking his head, he cast aside his disordered thoughts. This level of stimulation was not sufficient to elicit a reaction from him. He steadied his mind. Jiang Ling followed the subtle guidance of his heart, changing direction and moving forward. It was unclear how long he had walked. Jiang Ling was suddenly taken aback, and then tentatively attempted to employ the technique of aerial movement. His body began to levitate. How infuriating. This demon realm can even suppress my intellect. Jiang Ling silently cursed under his breath. He would never admit to having forgotten. It must surely be the machinations of the demon realm at play. Whoosh. Jiang Ling's body stirred as he swiftly soared forward. Time became an elusive concept. Lost in the monotonous and dreary darkness that enveloped him, Jiang Ling took out his phone and, upon glancing at it, furrowed his brow tightly. 5 days. It had been 5 days since he arrived in this dark space. Chapter 182, The Final Move, The Realm of Demons. At this moment, Wukong and Vegeta were struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught. Their stamina had reached its limit, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Their adversary was none other than the enigmatic overlord of the demon realm. The battle had only just commenced when Piccolo and Gohan were swiftly defeated, lying on the ground, their bodies marred with wounds, their fates uncertain. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the fierce attacks. He could barely hold on. How could this woman be so formidable? Wukong, blocking an incoming strike for him, was reminded of Chi-Chi and murmured, "I can relate." Vegeta responded, "Indeed. The strongest force in the demon realm is, in fact, a woman." Her voluptuous figure, perfectly accentuated, moved with an elegance that amplified her allure. The subtle charm she exuded belied her true might. Her seemingly innocuous appearance concealed a devastating power in her strikes. Phew. Vegeta landed beside Wukong, gasping for breath. "Hey, Kakarot. If this continues, we're going to die. Do you have any ultimate moves left to employ?" Wukong paused at this, and upon reflection, suddenly recalled an ultimate technique he had yet to utilize. However, this move had never been tested in battle, and thus it had long been relegated to the recesses of his mind. There is one technique, but what? This technique is called the Spirit Bomb, requiring him to borrow energy from the flora and fauna, with greater energy resulting in greater power. Vegeta shook his head upon hearing this. Forget it. It's useless. Not only is this barren land devoid of any life, but these ordinary demons wouldn't lend you their energy. That is indeed a valid point. Vegeta narrowly dodged another energy blast, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Casting a glance at the motionless Gohan and Piccolo nearby, he inquired, "Kakarot, do you have any Senzu beans left?" Wukong shook his head. "No, I ran out. This situation arose so suddenly that I only brought one Senzu bean to the demon realm." That solitary bean was consumed by Vegeta after he was gravely injured from his initial confrontation with the leader. Vegeta fell silent for a moment before he spoke. "Then it's over. We might as well await our demise." At that moment, the enchanting female, the strongest force of the demon realm, spoke. "It seems I have shown you mercy. You still possess the energy to converse." The voice was enchanting, striking at the very cores of both Wukong and Vegeta. A flicker of fervent infatuation crossed their eyes, but in the next moment, Wukong snapped back to reality upon noticing Vegeta's fervent expression, promptly nudging him. Is it ineffective?" Wukong pondered for a moment before executing a clever maneuver. "What the?" Vegeta instantly regained his senses, momentarily bewildered, and soon grasped the situation. "This woman has the power to influence my mind." Vegeta gasped, a tempest of emotion surging within him. Wukong nodded solemnly. The beguiling woman cast a surprised glance at Wukong, astonished that this man could awaken so swiftly under her voice, an occurrence never before witnessed. Could he be the legendary, oblivious straight man? As the enchanting female demon pondered this uncertainty, Wukong turned to Vegeta and proclaimed, "It seems we have no choice but to employ that." "Which one?" Vegeta inquired. "The ultimate move," Wukong replied. "I told you it cannot be used here." Vegeta protested. Wukong shook his head. "No, I speak of another ultimate move. But it requires your cooperation." "Huh?" Vegeta looked utterly perplexed. Then, Wukong leaned in beside him and whispered a few words. "The action, the fusion." Vegeta's face contorted in refusal. "No, I will not fuse with you," Wukong hastily urged. "This is our only hope. Without fusion, we shall perish. If we must die, so be it. I refuse to fuse with you." Vegeta turned away, his expression a portrait of reluctance. He was uncertain whether their memories would be shared post-fusion. If they were, would he still retain his own memories after separating? He, Vegeta, the pure-hearted warrior, would never allow such a thing? At that moment, Wukong's voice resonated softly. "If we cannot thwart this woman, she will surely emerge to annihilate the earth after our demise. Little Flower and your son." Vegeta fell silent, rendered speechless by those words. Indeed, as a man, if he could not even protect his family, then he would be deemed a resounding failure. "All right." "What do you mean, all right?" "I mean to say I can fuse." "Haha, then let us proceed." Wukong laughed heartily. Just as he was about to demonstrate the action, a black energy sphere blasted him away. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, rushing to assess his injuries. The enchanting female demon lightly covered her mouth, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Do you not regard me at all? You've been muttering for quite some time." "Cough. Cough, I am quite well." Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, rising from the pit and waving his hand. He gazed at the enchanting female demon lord. "My dear lady, could you grant us but a moment, just a fleeting moment, to prolong this battle a tad longer?" "Oh." The alluring sorceress lifted her enchanting eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The term beauty delighted her, while prolonged piqued her interest. Having been invincible for far too long, she yearned for a thrilling and invigorating combat. "Very well, I shall observe how you intend to maintain this prolongation." Upon hearing her words, Wukong turned to Vegeta. "Come, allow me to demonstrate the movements." With great effort, he endured his injuries, executing a series of comical yet methodical actions. For some inexplicable reason, his gestures exuded an air of profound mystery. The whimsical and the enigmatic bizarrely intertwined in that moment. "Vegeta, you need only replicate these movements." Wukong paused, addressing Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. The motions were indescribably absurd. Given his nature, he simply could not perform such ludicrous antics. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Wukong's tone turned pensive. "Is there then no one you cherish on this earth?" Vegeta inhaled deeply, understanding that Wukong referred to his family. He knew he could not let go of his loved ones. If given another chance, he would have chosen to forge that bond with Bulma. All right. Let us merge our powers. Seeing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with a sense of relief. He recalled a saying from Jiang Ling: "Those you care for will empower you." Without Chi-Chi and Gohan, and without Bulma, their strength might have stagnated at Super Saiyan, and perhaps they would have perished during their battle with Frieza. It is precisely the presence of cherished individuals that drives one to grow stronger. The two stood firm, gazing at each other, and nodded slightly. Then, in unison, they began their movements, mirroring each other in a comically synchronized manner. As their four fingertips aligned, an intense, blinding light erupted, as if divine radiance burst forth. Accompanying this was a terrifying aura that surged forth. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who shall defeat you next." Chapter 183, La La La. "I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who shall defeat you next." The sound was peculiar, resembling the overlapping voices of two individuals. The enchanting female demon lord rested one hand beneath her ample bosom while the other propped her chin. Gazing with keen interest at the source of the sound, she licked her luscious red lips and spoke in a leisurely tone. How intriguing. The blinding light gradually faded. Before them stood a figure, while the original Goku and Vegeta had vanished. This individual, boasting black hair, dark eyes, and prominent brows, towered above 175 meters, with a physique that exuded harmony and strength. With arms crossed over his chest and an air of defiance, he regarded the captivating demon lord. If Jiang Ling were present, he would instantly recognize this as the illustrious Prince of the Sea from Dragon Ball, Vegeta. How delightful this appeared. The demon lord's red lips curled into a smile as her fair fingers gestured forward. A beam of black energy shot forth with sudden intensity. In the blink of an eye, it reached Vegeta. Just as the beam was about to strike his chest, a smirk played at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Vegeta's figure vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage. The beam pierced through the illusion, colliding with the dark mountain behind. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. A gaping hole appeared in the towering mountain, revealing the sky beyond. "I'm right here," Vegeta's confident voice echoed from above. The demon lord narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. In that moment, black mist surged from Vegeta's side, swiftly enveloping him. "Is this all you've got?" The demon lord's expression bore a hint of disappointment as she raised her exquisite hand, preparing to deliver a final blow. However, at that instant, a howl erupted from the black mist. The mist exploded, unleashing a golden radiance. Vegeta's hair and brows had transformed into a brilliant gold, surrounded by roaring golden flames, resembling a divine golden warrior, inspiring awe. Vegeta smirked. "Such trivial tricks cannot faze me." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly split into two halves, or rather, two individuals. Goku and Vegeta stood before her, both looking utterly bewildered. What just happened? Didn't we have half an hour?" Vegeta stammered. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, Maybe our energy was already low before we fused, and with the energy expended during the transformation into Super Saiyan, it cut our fusion short." Vegeta paused, reflecting on the fact that he lacked Goku's memories, and let out a sigh of relief. This implied that Goku would not retain any of his memories either. What should they do now? After glancing at the female Demon King, Wukong remarked, "What else can we do? You are well aware of our current predicament. We are utterly spent." Vegeta rolled his eyes, fully cognizant that this time they had met their match. He had once believed his strength was formidable enough to safeguard his loved ones, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow. Vegeta conceded that his self-assurance had been excessive, particularly in the presence of the Demon Queen, whom he had underestimated. Her every movement exuded an enticing allure, captivating yet undeniably powerful. To Vegeta, she was irresistibly enchanting. And despite her captivating appearance, she possessed an overwhelming might that loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him powerless. The last time he felt such a disparity was during his encounter with Frieza. Wukong inquired once more, "Do you have any ultimate techniques left unutilized?" "None," Vegeta replied, shaking his head as he observed the battered Wukong. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Kakarot, do you not possess instant transmission? Can you not return to Earth?" Wukong shrugged. A helpless smile on his face, "It won't work. This place seems to be isolated from the outside world. And I have no idea where Jiang Ling is gone. Even if Jiang Ling were here, could he truly contend with her? Indeed. Let us hope he does not encounter her." The alluring Demon Queen raised her gaze, her eyes cold and indifferent. She spoke softly. "Since there is no spectacle left to behold, let us bring this to a close." With that, she spread her arms wide, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. He. Vegeta turned to lock eyes with Wukong, and they both shared a knowing smile. In unison, two golden auras surged forth as they transformed into golden warriors. Charging fiercely toward the Demon Queen, Jiang Ling has been traversing through darkness for an entire month, devoid of any glimmer of light. He has attempted numerous methods, such as teleportation and bombardment, yet to no avail. He remains clad in nothing but the void itself. Jiang Ling had long since grown accustomed to it. Quite well indeed. Suddenly, Jiang Ling sensed something. He abruptly halted from his swift flight, his entire body relaxing. He opened the sluice gate, releasing the water. A magnificent column of water arched gracefully through the air, cascading down to the ground. Just as Jiang Ling reveled in this rare moment of bliss, a beam of white light appeared above him, illuminating the surrounding space and the water column alike, casting a vibrant rainbow. Ah? Jiang Ling paused for a moment, a look of delight illuminating his features. This must certainly be the place I am searching for, he mused inwardly. Yet, despite this thought, he did not cease the torrent of water cascading forth. Those brothers armed with firearms were well aware that once the flow commenced, it must be allowed to run its course until the last drop had been released before the gate could be shut. It was possible to force the gate closed prematurely, but doing so might result in some damage to one's prized possession. As the stream dwindled to a mere trickle, Jiang Ling shivered slightly before finally sealing the gate completely. Jiang Ling looked up and beheld a pure black orb floating above. The white radiance illuminating the dark expanse emanated from this very sphere. It was truly astonishing that a black orb could emit such brilliant white light. With a sigh, Jiang Ling soared upwards and grasped the black orb in his hand. The moment it touched his skin, a chill radiated from the sphere. As he opened his palm to examine it closely, the black orb lay quietly in the cradle of his hand. Its form was smooth and plump, filled with an abyssal darkness. Those lacking in mental fortitude would likely find themselves ensnared by its depths, unable to extricate themselves. Then, under Jiang Ling's gaze, the orb seemed to sink into the mire, merging seamlessly with his palm. A chime resonated, congratulating the host for acquiring the source of demonic energy. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. He felt as though he could command the entirety of the demon realm. Suddenly, a thought stirred in his mind. A piece of information emerged. He had been in this place for a month, while merely a handful of hours had passed in the outside world. This space resembled a spiritual time chamber akin to the heavenly god palace. I wonder how Wukong and the others are faring. Jiang Ling muttered to himself and suddenly remembered Wukong and the others. Just as the thought crossed his mind, several vivid scenes flashed through his mind. There was Vegeta, gravely injured, single-handedly defeating the demon leader, recovering with a single senzu bean. Then came the image of Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo collaborating to vanquish 7 or 8 leaders in quick succession. Lastly, there was the tragic scene of Gohan and Piccolo being struck down by the alluring Demon Queen, with Wukong and Vegeta unable to withstand the onslaught. Good grief, I must go lend a hand, or they will be utterly annihilated. Chapter 184. A critical moment. In the demon realm, the terrifying demonic energy clashed violently with the golden flames. Bang! Instantly, the entire demon realm trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The seemingly overwhelming golden flames were swiftly extinguished upon contact with the demonic energy. 2 figures were hurled backward, crashing onto the dark ground and creating 2 large craters. Cough cough. Heh. Cockroach, it's not so bad to die alongside you. In the pit, Vegeta, gravely injured and unable to move, managed to utter a few fragmented words. Is this the end? Wukong lay in the crater, gazing at the somber, dark skies of the demon realm, his eyelids drooping as he murmured to himself. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on that night when Chi-Chi had watched the stars with him. Leaning on his shoulder, the radiant smile on her face was an indelible memory. The Demon Queen raised her eyebrows in surprise, exclaiming, "You're still alive. Quite a resilient spirit." She then extended her delicate hand, gathering the profound demonic energy. With a flick of her wrist, a small yet terrifying magic sphere slowly flew towards them. The energy contained within was even more formidable than her previous attack. If struck, even Wukong at his peak would likely meet his demise. To her astonishment, these insignificant minions were proving to be rather time-consuming. The Demon Queen muttered to herself, retrieving the pants and underwear she had found upon awakening, their potent aura captivating her. A slight blush appeared on her enchanting face. At least there was something to gain. Suppressing her momentary excitement, she allowed the magic sphere to soar towards Wukong and Vegeta, turning to make her exit. It was not her fault for wanting to leave in haste. The allure of Jiang Ling's pants was simply too irresistible. She intended to return to her chamber and indulge in some water magic for self-soothing. It had been far too long since she had entertained such thoughts. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegeta, their bodies severely wounded and on the brink of death, lay helpless, watching the magic sphere approach. With each inch it drew closer. The pressure of impending death intensified. Was this not a torment in itself? Kakarot. In another life, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Very well. The two closed their eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated demise did not occur. Instead, they heard the voice of the female demon king, filled with uncertainty. Who are you? How could you so effortlessly withstand my strike? Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly opened their eyes. A familiar figure stood before them, Jiang Ling. At that moment, Jiang Ling was clad in garments. After all, in the dark space, he had been unable to wear any. Now that he had emerged, he was able to don clothing. His face still retained its essence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling turned and offered a faint smile. The terrifying magic orb gradually diminished in his hand, vanishing as if it had never existed. You have worked hard, he uttered succinctly. Those three simple words allowed them to exhale deeply, their bodies relaxing, as if life itself were beginning to dissipate. Ah! What a surprise! Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, So, my presence here assures your peace of mind, does it? Are you suggesting that you were solely sustained by sheer determination until now? How audacious to contemplate demise in my presence. Is that not a slap to my face? Despite his words, his hands remained in motion. With a flick, two beams of emerald light surged towards Wukong and Vegeta, facilitating their swift recovery. This was a skill Jiang Ling had acquired from the Namekians. In such critical moments, it was crucial for preserving their lives. He then produced two magical beans. Not of his own mutated variety, but the authentic ones from Master Karen, products of extraordinary caliber. As long as one was not dead, these beans could instantaneously restore all injuries, stamina, and energy. Jiang Ling paid no heed to the female demon king. Instead, he first administered the celestial beans to the two individuals. In but a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta regained their former vitality, brimming with vigor and life. Jiang Ling took another glance at the condition of Piccolo and Gohan, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they still clung to life. Otherwise, a wish would have been squandered on their resurrection. Yet, true to their nature as Earthsea fighters, their vitality was remarkably resilient. They swiftly regained their strength, thanks to the magical beans. Gohan and Piccolo were soon restored. Uncle Jiang Ling, thank you for saving us. I thought. Jiang Ling, I am grateful you arrived in time. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned her gaze toward the female demon queen. It is time for us to settle the score. Upon hearing this, the demon queen scoffed. Though she was unaware of the means by which Jiang Ling had managed to seize her magic orb, she believed that confronting her would be futile. However, before she could finish her thought, she was met with Jiang Ling's profound gaze, one that seemed to draw her in completely. The demon queen shuddered, her ample form trembling in response, and an unexpected sense of fear washed over her. Jiang Ling extended his hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the female demon lord was instantly obliterated. The devastation wrought by the previous battle reverted to its original state, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never transpired. Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, who were poised to assist, were taken aback. Having faced the demon lord in combat, they were acutely aware of her terrifying prowess. Yet, with merely a casual snap of his fingers, Jiang Ling rendered her lifeless. This was astonishingly formidable. It was a power far beyond their reach. They could only sense an insurmountable chasm of strength between themselves and Jiang Ling, an abyss they could never hope to cross. Jiang Ling was aware of their thoughts, yet he chose not to elucidate. In truth, his strength was not as formidable as they presumed. Rather, within this realm of demons, he stood as the sole sovereign. This was solely due to his possession of the demon source pearl, which granted him dominion over the entire demon realm, enabling him to dictate life and death at will. Now, having just returned from the gates of the underworld, I believe everyone must be weary. Let us convene a celebration. As Jiang Ling spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately an array of food and items materialized. There were barbecue grills, an assortment of seasonings, tables, and sound systems, along with a variety of vegetables, meats, and desserts. Essential beverages such as beer, white wine, and red wine were also present. Although Wukong and the others had completely recovered physically, the toll of numerous battles and the harrowing experiences of life and death had left them mentally fatigued. It was time to unwind. Moreover, Jiang Ling had a craving for barbecue. The vibrant music began to resonate across the darkened ground. The group grilled meat, drank heartily, savored the delectable barbecue dishes, raised their glasses and toasts, and filled the air with laughter and joy. Jiang Ling had just savored a garlic-infused oyster, the exquisite flavors bursting in his mouth, a look of pure delight gracing his face. Suddenly, he recalled the female demon king from earlier. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that she had not inflicted any harm upon his companions. From her perspective, it was only logical to take action against those who had come to wreak havoc in the demon realm. She could not simply offer their heads for slaughter. Furthermore, Wukong and his comrades had already slain numerous minor demons and formidable leaders within the realm. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling snapped his fingers once more. The alluring female demon king, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her sensuality while covering only the most delicate areas, reappeared before him. Ah, the demon king has resurrected. Prepare for battle. Upon witnessing her return, Wukong and his companions abandoned their skewers, their bodies tensing as they assumed combat stances. Should the demon king make even the slightest move, they would undoubtedly strike. The impending battle loomed large. Chapter 185. A new member? Do not be alarmed. Seeing this, Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to lower their guard. He turned his gaze towards the female demon lord, who sat slumped on the ground with her legs awkwardly crossed. A smile graced his lips as he spoke. Do you have anything to say? The demon lord stared at the man before her, her previously bewildered expression quickly morphing into one of sheer terror. She recalled everything that had just transpired. Jiang Ling had extinguished her life with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, here she was, resurrected. However, the overwhelming sense of power and the feeling of death were indelible. This man before her held the ability to control her very existence at will. In an instant, she made her decision. She knelt on one knee, her voice earnest as she declared, "Servant Lily greets her master." Following this, a mark appeared before Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. He extended his hand, and a mark was inscribed upon his palm. This mark granted him the ability to command the demon queen, Lily, at will. Well done. Come here and assist me with the skewers. Yes, master, Lily promptly responded, rising with trepidation to serve Jiang Ling. Observing her form-fitting attire that only shielded her most sensitive areas, Jiang Ling waved his hand, transforming her outfit into a black and white maid's uniform. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, were left agape, their jaws nearly touching the ground. The once fearsome ruler of the demon realm, the demon queen, had now become Jiang Ling's maid. A party unfolded throughout the day, filled with joy and revelry, until Wukong and the others expressed their desire to return. With a mere gesture, Jiang Ling expelled them from the realm of demons. It was inevitable. Within the demon world, he wielded absolute power. Beside him, the female demon lord, no. She should be referred to as the maid. Lily bowed her head, diligently massaging Jiang Ling's legs. On this particular day, she came to realize the identity of the master who stirred her heart and ignited sensations upon her attire. It was none other than her own master. Having indulged in a few drinks at the party, they now found themselves in solitude, the intoxicating atmosphere allowing male and female hormones to subtly intermingle. Amidst the rich and alluring ambience, Lily occasionally cast glances at Jiang Ling's impressive form, her cheeks flushing deeper, and unbidden thoughts began to arise within her. Master, the night has grown late. May I assist you in retiring for the evening? Lily murmured softly, biting her delicate lip. Jiang Ling slightly raised his eyelids, casting a glance at Lily, whose voluptuous figure was ensconced within her maid outfit. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pent-up impulses that had remained unexpressed for the past month. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, "No need. I must return. If there is anything else, I shall seek you out." With that, Jiang Ling vanished, appearing somewhat disheveled, leaving Lily behind, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. She licked her crimson lips, gazing at the spot where Jiang Ling had disappeared, and could not help but caress her ample form concealed beneath the maid attire. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, causing the mountain to tremble slightly. Her figure then faded away, returning to her chamber, where she retrieved Jiang Ling's undergarment. On Earth, outside the portal to the demon realm, a large contingent of troops was stationed, with Tien Fan leading hundreds of elite warriors from the Spirit Hall, all standing ready for action. Yamcha, as the federal president, had also arrived. Meanwhile, Bulma and the other Bulma were aboard their spacecraft, awaiting the return of Jiang Ling and his companions. Their knowledge of the Demon Realm portal stemmed from Jiang Ling's prior communication about the situation, ensuring that should any demons inadvertently cross over to Earth, there would be defenders present to mitigate potential damage. I wonder how they are faring, Yamcha said as he approached Tien Fan, initially meditating. Tien Fan opened his three eyes upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, one could see the third eye on his forehead occasionally flickering with iridescent light. Jiang Ling advised us to remain vigilant against any emerging demons. Would you like to venture inside to see for yourself? Tien Fan suggested. Yamcha scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I'm just worried. Sigh. I certainly wouldn't dare enter. Not to mention my lack of strength. What if I were to perish inside? What would happen to my beautiful wife at home? And my little lover outside? Suddenly, dark energy surged outside the Demon Realm portal. The onlookers immediately tensed. The troops and Spirit Hall warriors adopting aggressive stances, ready to strike at a moment's notice. A cannon on Bulma's spacecraft also emerged, aimed at the encroaching black mist, slowly gathering energy. If the entity that emerged were merely a common demon, it would likely perish in an instant from that strike. Yamcha fixed his gaze intently on the sudden anomaly, poised to command the troops to attack, but was halted by Tien Fan. No, wait. It's our people, Goku, and the others. What? How do you know? Yamcha paused in astonishment but ultimately ordered the soldiers to stand down. Tien Fan smiled faintly, gesturing to the radiant third eye on his forehead. This is no mere ornament. Yamcha gazed at the magical mist with a hint of skepticism, only to witness four figures emerging from within. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta? Indeed, what remarkable eyesight you possess. Yamcha's eyes sparkled with delight. Before he could greet them, two graceful silhouettes descended from the ship above, landing before Goku and the others. Goku, you've all returned. But where's Jiang Ling? Yes, indeed. Why hasn't Jiang Ling joined you? Surely nothing has gone awry. Bulma and her counterpart, the elder Bulma, exchanged words while scanning for Jiang Ling's presence. A Bulma. And you too, elder Bulma. There's no need to fret. Goku scratched his head, uncertain of how to convey the situation. It would be inappropriate to mention that Jiang Ling was currently being attended to by a beautiful maid, lest the two Bulmas erupt in indignation. Allow me to explain. Piccolo stepped forward and cleared his throat, succinctly narrating the essential details without concealing the involvement of Lily. Upon hearing his account, both Bulmas exchanged glances, their expressions revealing an unmistakable peculiarity. Goodness gracious. After a trip to the Demon Realm, the VE managed to acquire the mightiest Demon King as a maid. Such a plot would be deemed too far-fetched for even the most audacious of novels. The elder Bulma pulled the younger Bulma aside, speaking in hushed tones only audible to the two. Bulma, could it be that Jiang Ling is bringing a new member into our household? Chapter 186, Rhythm Bulma. Could it be that Jiang Ling is bringing a new member into our household? The elder Bulma inquired softly. A subtle smile graced Bulma's lips, revealing a hint of joy. This could indeed be a fortuitous development. It is quite likely, and it would certainly alleviate some of our burdens. Bulma chuckled softly, though a twinge of jealousy lingered in her heart, albeit just a smidgen. Jiang Ling is quite concerned about her thoughts. She has repeatedly suggested that he recruit new members. However, thus far, Jiang Ling has only found two future Bulmas, essentially two versions of herself. As for Android 18, their relationship has yet to develop. The elder Bulma chuckled softly, acknowledging the situation, yet she mused that it would be delightful to have new sisters join them for conversation. Her gaze shifted towards her spaceship, and through the glass, a fleeting silhouette caught her eye. Under the commands of Yamcha and Tien, the soldiers and the elite of the spirit world gradually departed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Goku and the others, they hurried away, as one is a president while the other manages the spirit world, both burdened with daily responsibilities. Yamcha had even gone several nights without the luxury of leisure. Subsequently, Goku and his companions also bid farewell. Shall we return for now? The elder Bulma proposed, for they had received word that Jiang Ling was safe, thus rendering their presence here unnecessary. Indeed, that makes sense. Just as the two were preparing to board their spaceship and head home, a thick mist suddenly rose. Jiang Ling slowly emerged from within. Oh, Bulma and Big Bulma. What brings you here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bulma could no longer contain herself and rushed into Jiang Ling's embrace, her fist pounding against his chest with a rhythmic thud. You actually remembered to come back. Why didn't you spend the night with your little witch? Perhaps it was the worry of the past few days, or perhaps it was longing, Bulma poured her emotions onto Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Wrapping his arms around the delicate figure in his embrace, and with an awkward smile, he remarked, "I was merely thinking of you." He then lifted his gaze, his eyes inquiring about the situation with Dabuma. Dabuma covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and said, "She is simply too concerned about your safety in the demon realm. After all, it is fraught with peril, though she may not voice it." Her harsh words conceal a tender heart. In Jiang Ling's heart, it felt as if something had been stirred. A gentle caress brushed against her back. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "I've missed you too. Tonight, I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing these words, Bulma shivered slightly and hurriedly replied, "No, no, that's unnecessary." She was aware of the implications behind Jiang Ling's words. Should it come to fruition, sleep would be a distant memory for the night. If enthusiasm ran high and they overindulged, she might find herself unable to rise from bed for an entire week. "Haha, I was merely teasing you." Jiang Ling gently brushed her nose. Upon witnessing this, the large dog beside her also leaned in for an embrace. "I have missed you too," it seemed to convey as its soft frame nestled into her arms. As Jiang Ling felt the softness of both the larger and smaller forms in his embrace, a wave of suppressed emotions surged within him. The delicate face of Bulma in his arms flushed with a hint of rosy pink. In a soft murmur, she said, "Jiang Ling, we are still outside. You just. What shall I do?" Jiang Ling replied with a teasing gaze directed at her. "Shameless," Bulma retorted with a light snort, her small face momentarily flickering with mischief. She extended her petite hand, retrieving a flute from her pocket, placing it to her lips, and her fingers danced gently upon its surface. The melodious sound of the flute wafted through the air with the wind. Jiang Ling's body trembled slightly as she gazed at her in disbelief. Is this truly the Bulma I know? When did she learn to play the flute? Hmph. There are many things you remain unaware of. Bulma's subtle gestures did not escape the notice of her counterpart, the larger Bulma, who pondered for a moment before producing a violin. She began to sway in rhythm with the melody of the flute. Given this, Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then produced a pair of bamboo clappers from behind him. The crisp sound of the clappers harmonized with the melody of the flute and the rhythm of the violin, dancing gracefully with the wind. The three of them remained silent. Yet each understood the profound synergy between them, as well as the exquisite fusion of the three instruments, which elevated their spirits to an unprecedented height. At this moment, they ceased their performance, savoring the lingering resonance of their artistic transcendence. After a brief pause, Bulma lifted her gaze, locking her eyes with Jiang Ling's slightly narrowed ones, and softly inquired, "When will you bring Laziri home? It's quite dull with just me and Bulma here. If she were to return, we would be a trio." Her words carried a hint of subtle temptation. "Well, such matters depend on her wishes. I shall find a moment to inquire," he replied. Jiang Ling scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "There's no need for you to find a time. It can be done right now," Bulma said, turning to wave her hand towards the spaceship. "Lazili, come down." Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. He turned his gaze towards the spacecraft, where a graceful and familiar silhouette emerged. With golden shoulder-length hair and an alluringly cold visage, it could only be Lazuli. Bulma, standing beside him, elucidated. "Lazuli is also concerned for you, which is why she came along." With a gentle push from behind, Bulma encouraged Jiang Ling to proceed. Jiang Ling approached Lazuli, gently encircling her delicate waist and drawing her into his embrace. He tenderly caressed her cheek, whispering an apology for not realizing her presence earlier, thus causing her concern. In response, Lazuli felt his warmth, and her previously frosty demeanor melted away. Turning her gaze elsewhere, she slightly pouted and retorted, "I was not worried about you at all." Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, asking, "May I have the honor of inviting you to live with me?" "Of course," Zili readily agreed. In truth, she had already developed a strong bond with Bulma. It was merely that they had not lived together until now. Since Bulma had made the proposal and Jiang Ling desired it as well, she accepted without hesitation. The two exchanged tender whispers like lovers, basking in each other's warmth for a while. All right, we can discuss everything when we return," Bulma said, her face aglow with joy. She ushered them onto the spaceship, heading back to the villa. Before departing, Jiang Ling waved his hand to close the portal to the demon realm, sending a telepathic message to the celestial guardians, the Realm King and Jebet, indicating that he was unavailable today and inviting them to seek him out tomorrow. In the sky, the Realm King Xian and Jebet exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion palpable. Chapter 187. A visit. Upon returning to the villa, the sun had already begun its descent. casting a warm glow across the horizon. The clouds appeared as though they had been set ablaze, adorned with shades of crimson. The three women descended from the spacecraft, each inexplicably flushed, possibly having indulged in a bit of wine during their journey. Jiang Ling strolled leisurely behind them, lifting his gaze to admire the crimson hues adorning the horizon. "It is getting late. Let us retire for the night," he suggested. "What?" echoed the three women in unison, glancing up at the sky and then back at Jiang Ling. "Is this what you call late?" they queried. "Some night owls are just now awakening." Observing their confusion, Jiang Ling maintained his composure, cleared his throat softly, and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the sky darkened abruptly. Above them, the moon shone brilliantly, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Jiang Ling had just manipulated the anti-peeping shield of the villa, transforming the view above into a tranquil night. Bulma and Lazuli were momentarily taken aback when the elder Bulma let out a soft chuckle and whispered in their ears, "Jiang Ling seems to be wanting to." "Oh." Bulma shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Ling, huffing lightly. "Tisk, so eager." The elder Bulma reassured, "Fear not, we are all here. There is no escaping." Lazuli remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, a faint blush gracing her delicate, fair complexion, lost in contemplation. "Ahem." Jiang Ling, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, spoke with righteous fervor. "What are you talking about? I merely wish for you all to rest quickly, as it is beneficial for your health. I trust you as much as a ghost." Upon returning to the villa, events did not unfold as Jiang Ling had anticipated. After a modest dinner, the three women took turns bathing, and 3 hours slipped away. With Lazuli present at home, Jiang Ling felt too bashful to indulge with Bulma in the living room as he usually would. Thus, he could only recline on the bed, waiting. Jiang Ling gazed at the ceiling, his mind adrift. The tumult within his heart gradually subsided, yet a profound fatigue enveloped him, leading him into slumber without conscious thought. After over a month of sleeplessness in the dark realms of the demon world, the moment he relaxed, exhaustion and drowsiness surged forth, overwhelming him. Meanwhile, atop a grand mountain, Piccolo sat cross-legged, the silvery moonlight casting its glow upon his verdant skin. He naturally descended into a deep state of meditation. This journey to the demon world had illuminated his shortcomings and strength, prompting him to seize every moment to cultivate and enhance his abilities. At the Wukong household on Baozi Mountain, Gohan exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, I've fallen behind on my assignments these past few days. I'm heading to the school dormitory to catch up on my work, so I won't be home tonight." In a flurry, he rushed off to school. After lulling their younger son to sleep, Chi-Chi was preparing to retire for the night when she turned and noticed the fervor in Wukong's eyes. Days apart had rekindled the suppressed longing in their hearts. With mutual affection, Wukong swept Chi-Chi into his arms, returning to their room. As he reached for the light switch, Chi-Chi interjected, "I want to gaze upon you for a while longer." Thus, the bedroom lights remained aglow throughout the night, the whispers of the couple intertwining with the shadows of the evening. Naturally, it was Chi-Chi who spoke while Wukong listened, uncertain of how to respond, only able to convey his feelings through his actions. In the forest, the newlywed couple, Vegeta and Bulma, had just soothed their daughter to sleep. Vegeta rose, intending to head to the gravity training chamber, but Bulma called out to him, "Tonight, can you forego your training and keep me company?" Glancing into her tender eyes, Vegeta hesitated momentarily. "Very well, training can wait." This journey to the demon realm had taught him the value of companionship, ensuring that should such moments arise again, he would not regret not being present for his family. Once, he believed that to be heartless was to become strong, but through experience, he learned that having something to cherish only served to fortify one's strength. Unbeknownst to them, a night had slipped away. Sunlight filtered through the villa's windows, cascading upon the bed in the bedroom. Jiang Ling gradually awoke, squinting for a while to acclimatize to the morning sunlight. He instinctively rubbed the beautiful figure nestled in his arms, momentarily taken aback. This felt somewhat amiss. Upon glancing down, his gaze fell upon a cascade of golden short hair, followed by a strikingly delicate visage, serene in slumber. Lazuli? What transpired last night? Jiang Ling suddenly recalled that she had fallen asleep in bed last night. Her gaze drifted down her face. Jiang Ling beheld a delicate figure adorned in a pajama set emblazoned with the whimsical character of Doraemon, which accentuated her exquisite and graceful silhouette to perfection. Jiang Ling had just risen from slumber, akin to awakening from a dream. He reached out, through the fabric of her nightgown, to gently caress the delicate curves of Lazuli's figure, in her armpit. Then he playfully scratched and tickled. Lazuli's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she let out a soft murmur, stirring awake. "Oh dear, ha ha ha, no, not yet." Ha ha ha. This sound, a gentle cry, shattered the tension that had been taut within Jiang Ling's heart. He immediately lifted her fair, tender thigh and proceeded to tickle her soles. Ah, Jiang Ling, it's daytime now. Please don't tickle me. Ha ha ha. Save it for tonight. For later, during the day. Please stop. Realizing her predicament, Lazili hastily attempted to intervene. Yet, in the current state of Jiang Ling, her efforts were futile. Gradually, sensing her attempts were in vain, Lazili succumbed to the playful banter, engaging in a delightful tussle with Jiang Ling. Her charming face flushed, radiating an inviting allure that was simply irresistible. 2 hours later, Lazili adorned herself in a set of attire that Jiang Ling favored. Another 2 hours passed. True to her nature as an artificial being endowed with boundless energy, Lazili had entangled Jiang Ling in playful antics for the entire morning. It was now noon. Jiang Ling emerged from the room, brimming with exuberance and satisfaction. Behind her, Lazili, with an unusual flush upon her cheeks, hurried to the bathroom clutching a change of clothes. In the living room, the younger Bulma glanced at her idol drama and exchanged a knowing smile with the elder Bulma. Everything was understood without words. Above in the sky, Kaioshin and Jebet floated high, gazing down at the villa below. Kaioshin, I am unable to discern what transpires within, yet I am certain Jiang Ling is inside, Jebet remarked, his expression grave as he scrutinized the villa. Kaioshin nodded slightly and replied, I cannot clearly see what occurs inside either. If my conjecture is correct, the villa, along with that grand tree and everything in the yard, is merely a facade for outsiders. There must be some form of barrier shielding this place from external perception. Jiang Ling is becoming increasingly enigmatic. We should pay her a visit. The two descended from the sky and arrived at the entrance of the villa, ringing the doorbell. They had intended to come in the morning, but Jiang Ling's telepathic message instructed them to arrive in the afternoon, hence the delay. Chapter 188. The Realm of Kaioshin, have you arrived? Let's converse here. Jiang Ling appeared beside the Realm King God, Xin. Instead of leading them into the villa, he directed them to another villa not far away. The afternoon sun blazed with an extraordinary intensity. Jiang Ling, accompanied by the god of the realm and Jebet, sauntered leisurely down the path, basking in the gentle coolness of the air. Above them loomed the vast canopy of the enhanced spirit tree, its branches filtering the sunlight, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon their forms. After only a few steps, they emerged beneath the sheltering expanse of the foliage, revealing a newly constructed villa. Jiang Ling had specifically designated this place for receiving guests. Of course, he occasionally brought a female companion to enjoy a change of scenery. The courtyard was exquisitely beautiful, spacious, and elegant, never appearing out of place. Seated before the stone table, the three individuals found themselves enveloped in the soothing aroma of tea, which wafted gently, refreshing the spirit. Such fine tea, exclaimed King Jieshin, his eyes lighting up as he savored a sip. This is tea cultivated under my meticulous standards, from the picking to the roasting. Every step executed with precision. Jiang Ling responded with a faint smile. The fragrant tea lingered in the air, while the verdant trees provided a shady refuge. Occasionally, the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard among the branches, rendering this a veritable paradise on earth. You truly know how to relish life, King Jieshin remarked with a sense of admiration. Then, shifting back to the matter at hand, he continued, Jiang Ling, your strength is formidable. My proposition is this. In instances where insurmountable challenges arise in the cosmos, I would like to request your assistance. Naturally, we would provide conveniences and generous rewards within the universe. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling paused, setting down his teacup. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I am amenable to your request, but should I encounter an opponent beyond my capabilities, I will refrain from engaging in such matters. Initially, he had intended to decline, but considering the system's task of collecting source pearls, which might be scattered throughout the universe, he thought it prudent to explore. Additionally, for Earth to advance, it must engage with the advanced technologies of higher civilizations in the cosmos. Taking the initiative to forge ahead could prove beneficial. The prospect of Earth evolving independently or integrating into cosmic civilization exchanges held immense advantages. Should Earth ascend to become the preeminent civilization in the universe, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would attract a wider array of challengers, which would be advantageous for the warriors of Earth. King Jieshin and Jebet felt a wave of relief upon Jiang Ling's agreement. As a king of the universe, maintaining peace across the cosmos was his duty. Although he commanded the Galactic Guardians, their strength was regrettably insufficient. With Jiang Ling as a powerful ally, a significant burden was lifted from his shoulders. Then it is settled. Should you require any assistance, Do not hesitate to ask, King Jiang said, his spirits lifted and a smile gracing his face. Ah, you may not believe it. But I indeed have a matter at hand, Jiang Ling replied. Ah? King Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been extending a polite offer. Yet Jiang Ling seemed earnest in his request for help. Despite being a king of the universe, he was well aware of his own limitations. Jiang Ling could discern his thoughts merely by observing his expression, and thus, she chuckled, in truth, it is not so much a request for assistance. I merely wish to visit your King Kai's realm for a tour. Oh, that matter is quite simple. However, our King Kai's realm lacks notable attractions. Even the 9A-rated tourist spots on Earth surpass it in allure. I simply wish to take a look. Would it be an inconvenience to bring along a few more people? Not at all, not at all. In the King Kai's realm, the gathering included King Kai, Jebet, Jiang Ling, Bulma, the elder Bulma, Lazuli, Son Goku, Chi-Chi cradling Goten, Vegeta, Little Flower holding her daughter, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Krillin, and his numerous beautiful consorts. A group of individuals stood upon the verdant lawn, donning sunglasses, gazing out at the endless expanse of the King Kai's realm. They exchanged tales of recent amusing events, laughter occasionally punctuating the air. It appeared as though they were on a delightful excursion. When Jiang Ling brought them along, he proclaimed that they were embarking on a leisurely excursion, indulging in outdoor barbecues and festivities. Let the grilling commence, someone exclaimed. The group promptly retrieved their capsules, casting them onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Barbecue grills, tables, chairs, and an array of seasonings appeared. Pork, beef, crayfish, oysters, fish, squid strips, bullwhips, pig whips, dog whips, seahorse whips, dinosaur whips, mushrooms, lettuce, cabbage, chives, and more. All manner of grilling tools and ingredients were now at their disposal. Naturally, one could not overlook the essential chilled beers and refreshing juices. The gathering erupted into a vibrant celebration. King Kai Xin and Jebet stood in astonishment. Are you here in the King Kai realm for a vacation and a party? What do you think this place is? Yamcha, ever the warm and hospitable soul, noticed their bewilderment and ushered them to the table. Come, come, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. King Kai Xin, Jebet. Yamcha introduced the bullwhip and tiger whip to them, declaring, these are treasures, a source of strength for men. King Kai Xin and Jebet's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This proclamation resonated deeply with them. Paired with the beer, it was simply divine. Tien Fan produced 2 bottles of beer and placed them before the duo. Seeing this, Jiang Ling took out the colored bowl and dice, laughingly said, with the atmosphere reaching this point, how can we possibly forego the drinks? I don't know how to play this game, the king of the realm, Xin, remarked while scratching his head. Oh, a few rounds and you'll get the hang of it. After a while, the king of the realm, Xin, with a flushed face, exclaimed, 5 sixes. Yamcha called out, 6 fours. Tien Shinhan added, 6 sixes. With a grand flourish, Jiang Ling proclaimed, 9 sixes. Following his declaration, he cast a provocative glance towards the god of destruction, Shin. As Shin indulged in his drink, the effects taking hold, he boldly countered, 10 sixes. Jiang Ling, let us commence. Raise a couple of glasses. King Kai Xin, for glasses. 8 glasses. 16 glasses. 2 cases. Excellent. Let us begin. Smash. As the festivities commenced, they counted the number of toasts. A mere 6 instances of 6. King Kai Xin gazed contemplatively at the 2 cases of beer before him. The music, beer, and barbecue continued to flow, persisting throughout the day. As Jiang Ling engaged in lively conversation with friends, the King Kai Shin and Jebet were already clinging to the table legs beneath, muttering, don't stop me. I can still drink. 9 shots. Let's go. The revelry continued until the following day. After a sufficient respite, under the auspices of King Kai Shin, the group ambled through the few locales of the King Kai realm. Uncle Krillin, feeling somewhat bored as he trailed behind, was called to by Gohan. Oh, Gohan. It has been ages, and you've grown taller than me. Krillin chuckled. Ah, this is merely genetic advantage. If I have grown taller than you, it is only natural. Gohan replied bashfully, scratching his head. Krillin then inquired, by the way, is there something you wish to discuss? After a moment's hesitation, Gohan finally spoke. Well, you see, I once visited your planet, the Kinetami star. Oh, indeed, Krillin acknowledged, sensing something, and prompted, and then? Gohan stammered for a moment before continuing. It's about your dynasty's little princess. I wish to visit your planet. Krillin laughed heartily, patting Gohan on the shoulder. You are always welcome. Simply ask your father or your uncle Jiang Ling to teleport you over. Pausing thoughtfully, Krillin added, Young man, if you desire something, pursue it with audacity. Chapter 189. The Sword of King Kai. This is the sacred mountain of our King Kai realm, King Kai Shin announced. Atop the mountain stood the Sword of King Kai, a blade that no past King Kai had been able to draw. According to legend, it was left by an ancient powerful being. Upon hearing this, the group expressed their understanding. It resembles certain television dramas, where a hero draws a sacred sword and embarks on an adventure to vanquish a demon king. One remarked. Indeed, I feel the same way, another chimed in. Can we ascend the mountain? Not for any particular reason, merely to behold the legendary Sword of King Kai. After some contemplation, King Kai Shin replied, Certainly. The group ascended the mountain with great enthusiasm and beheld the fabled Sword of King Kai. The sword appeared unassuming, lacking any remarkable features, yet the group joyfully gathered nearby to take photographs. At that moment, Jiang Ling, who had remained silent, stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the Sword of King Kai. Oh, Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Oh, that is the Divine King sword. The Divine King Xin hurriedly emerged to intervene. Suddenly, Jiang Ling exerted tremendous force, causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble. Witnessing this, everyone took flight, with Chi-Chi and Xiaohua being cradled by their husbands as they soared through the sky. Jiang Ling, I have already stated that even our esteemed ancestors of the Divine Kings could not extract it. As a mere mortal, you certainly cannot succeed. Do not waste your efforts. Before the Divine King's words could conclude, the quaking of the sacred mountain intensified, fissures radiating outward from the epicenter of Jiang Ling and the Divine Sword. Boom. Boom, boom. The mountain began to collapse, enveloping the air in a thick cloud of dust. There stood Jiang Ling at the heart of the ruins, gripping the fabled sword, which was said to be impossible to withdraw. He raised his hand, the blade pointed skyward, glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The Divine King Xin stared in disbelief, the reflection of the blade casting a scorching sensation upon his face. The crowd began to murmur, Xin, did you not claim it was unextractable? Indeed, I thought so too. Yet here we are, witnessing the legendary sword, and I captured countless photographs, I must say. Jiang Ling is truly remarkable. I can't shake the feeling that we might all be able to extract it. I feel the same. The chorus of voices only intensified the burning sensation upon Divine King Xion's face. Yet soon, realization dawned upon him. If the sword, which had eluded generations of Divine Kings, was extracted in his era, would it not bring honor to his lineage? Could he not have a page dedicated to him in the annals of the Divine Kings, chronicling his life? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Just as the Divine King Xin was about to implore Jiang Ling to reveal the Divine King's sword to him, Jiang Ling suddenly raised his hand, from which a blade of energy extended. With a swift motion, he sliced at the God King's sword. With a whoosh, the sword shattered into two pieces. As the blade clattered to the ground, the heart of the God King Xin shattered alongside it. My glory! Alas, now I cannot even access the ancestral records. Jiang Ling, I shall fight you with all my might. Jie Bai, rally to my side. I am determined to battle fiercely. The eyes of God King Xin reddened. Jie Bai remarked, I didn't pull you, you know. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A plume of smoke rose from the broken sword, materializing into a figure. This individual appeared quite aged, adorned in the attire of the God King. His hunched back revealed him to be an elder. He stifled a yawn, finally. I have emerged, after countless millennia. It has not been easy. This lineage of descendants truly lacks ambition. It has taken so long for anyone to release me. The elder stretched his body, producing a series of crackling sounds. The onlookers descended to the ground, their curiosity piqued by the elder's presence. As the lord of this realm, God King Xin was equally perplexed. He cleared his throat and inquired, May I ask, who are you? The elder glanced at him dismissively and replied, You must be the current God King, yes? I am the God King from countless generations past. You may refer to me as your ancestor. God King Xin was taken aback. What? Others were equally astonished. Noticing their bewilderment, the elder began to recount his tale. He was once a God King many years ago, but was sealed within the sword by a formidable entity, only to be released moments ago. Except for Jiang Ling. The others were enlightened, yet they were also curious about the powerful being that had imprisoned this elder God King for hundreds of thousands of years. In response to their question, the elder remained cryptic and did not divulge any details. Young man, I thank you for liberating me. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. He said kindly to Jiang Ling. I shall not be modest then. Jiang Ling smiled broadly. The old Kai said, Were you truly serious, or was this merely a courtesy? Observing the others, he noticed their suppressed laughter. Jiang Ling inquired, "Old Kai, is it possible for you to enhance my current strength?" "Indeed," the old Kai replied, visibly relieved upon hearing this request. "I possess a ritual that can unlock potential. Once completed, your power will significantly increase. However, if I may ask, can this be performed for multiple individuals simultaneously?" It is feasible, but I only agreed to enhance your prowess," the old Kai responded. "Well, it seems like a trivial task, after all." Jiang Ling chuckled, and then a thought struck him as he produced an oversized high-definition television. Inserting a USB drive, the screen instantly illuminated with images. The visuals displayed alluring young women, elegantly attired yet revealing, their figures voluptuous and captivating. The old Supreme King was immediately entranced, his eyes widening in astonishment. "If you acquiesce to my request, this shall be yours," he declared. Jiang Ling, with a gentle and persuasive demeanor, prompted a serious expression from the old king of the world. "Although this was not an issue pertaining to the television, since you have put forth such a request, I shall assist you out of respect for your standing. I shall accept the television." Chapter 190. So this is how we are to proceed, is it? How dreadfully tedious. Indeed, indeed. When shall we be able to resume normal activities? Jiang Ling, when will this ritual come to an end? If it yields no results, will it not be a complete waste of a day? Quite so. There are numerous official duties awaiting my attention back on Earth. The group gathered together, seated in small clusters upon the ground. The old king of the world watched the television with great interest, where several beautiful women were engaged in yoga practice. Occasionally, he would recall something, rising to walk around the group, performing peculiar movements. It was reminiscent of a shamanic dance from primitive tribes. Jiang Ling lay on the ground, surrounded by Bulma and Lazili, who were enjoying fruit salad and sipping juice while engaging in lively conversation. Occasionally, they fed him a bite, and it must be said, it was quite delightful. Hearing the grumbles from those around him, Jiang Ling smiled and remarked, Soon, just bear with it a little longer. If you find it tedious, you may watch a television series, dine, or share affectionate moments between couples. Just remain in your spot." He added, "Once your potential is fully developed, the rewards will be immense." Just as he finished speaking, Yamcha interjected, "The issue is, does that old man even have the capability?" He pointed at the old Supreme Kai, whose face was nearly pressed against the television, drooling profusely. Jiang Ling's lips twitched. Indeed, looking at the old man's appearance, who would believe that he could unlock potential? At that moment, the old Kai suddenly rose to his feet and addressed the crowd. "The potential unlocking ceremony is complete. Is it truly finished? I feel nothing. There is no sensation of power surging forth." The old Kai cleared his throat, interrupting their discussions, and said, "You may test your strength." The crowd, filled with skepticism, decided to give it a try. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged into the sky. "Wow! Incredible! It's astonishing!" Just as they were marveling at their newfound strength, an unexpected scream broke the silence. Goten! Goten has flown away!" Kiki cried out in alarm. Goten, clad in his diaper, soared through the sky, babbling joyfully. Upon seeing this, Goku rushed upward and caught Goten in his arms. Jiang Ling chuckled, "Chi-Chi. It is imperative that you learn the art of aerial movement. Otherwise, there may come a day when Wukong and Gohan are not at home, and you will find yourself at a loss if Tien takes to the skies." The others joined in laughter at this remark. Chi-Chi, blushing, retorted, "I managed to raise Gohan just fine even without the ability to fly." Jiang Ling replied earnestly, "But times have changed. Children are now capable of flight. And if you do not keep pace, you risk falling behind. But I am merely a housewife. What use would the art of aerial movement serve me?" Chi-Chi murmured, her gaze lowered. "Such sentiments cannot be entertained." Jiang Ling pointed at Bulma and said, "Look at Bulma. Even a scientist can fly now." Bulma replied with a smile, "Indeed. I can soar wherever I desire. It feels exhilarating." Jiang Ling pointed at Xiaohua, who, like you, is also a homemaker. Even Vegeta has taught her to fly. The petite Xiaohua standing beside Vegeta spoke up. "Indeed, Chi-Chi, learning without the right conditions is one matter, but when Goku can fly, not learning is quite another." Yes, you currently have Goku and Gohan by your side, and many matters can rely on them, but what if they are not around? Upon hearing these words, Chi-Chi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will ask Goku to teach me." Once the potential development ceremony was completed, there was little left to do in the Kaishin realm. All the sites had been explored. The team-building trip was a resounding success. With the assistance of Jiang Ling and Goku, everyone returned to Earth, each going back to their own homes. The objective of enhancing everyone's strength had been achieved. Jiang Ling chose not to return to the Kaioshin realm, but instead went to the Buns Mountain to find son Wukong. Goku, could you teach me that fusion technique? What do you want that for? Goku was puzzled, yet he still proceeded to teach Jiang Ling the fusion skill. Time flowed like quicksilver, and Earth blissfully returned to tranquility for several years. On this day, Jiang Ling arrived at the first martial arts high school of Shidu. This institution is one of the 4 prestigious martial arts high schools constructed on Earth under Jiang Ling's directive. It boasts a formidable faculty, offering not only martial arts courses, but also cultural subjects that rival those of schools focused primarily on academics. Wu Fan, a notable figure, is a student here. As previously mentioned, in recent years, Jiang Ling initiated a fervor for martial arts on Earth and introduced a beverage known as Jiang Ling Special Drink. This concoction can enhance the abilities of ordinary individuals, albeit at a high cost. Over the years, martial arts have become standardized, with vitality and blood becoming crucial indicators of strength. The Jiang Ling Special Drink effectively boosts this vitality, leading the market among similar products. At this moment, the first martial arts high school of Shidu is hosting a pivotal examination in the lives of its students, the college entrance examination for martial arts. This examination comprises only 2 components, testing vitality and practical combat skills, with the vitality assessment being of paramount importance. A sufficiently high vitality score could secure admission to the most prestigious martial arts universities. It is rumored that experts from the Martial Soul Hall offer personal guidance within these esteemed institutions. Hey, have you heard? The school bell's vitality has already reached 90. Just 10 more, and she'll become a 1-star martial artist. Wow, that's incredible. She is surely destined for the Martial Soul University. Indeed, after all my efforts, I can only manage a vitality score of 20. Sigh, comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening. Don't be discouraged. The school bell hails from a family that runs a martial arts school, training from a young age. We may not compare, but with perseverance, we can still gain admission to an ordinary martial arts university. Enough of that. Do you know Chen Yang from Class 4? I heard he plans to confess to the school bell today. Chen Yang is backing the Fuyao Alliance, holds some influence in Baidu. These 2 families have emerged as notable martial arts clans in recent years. Jiang Ling wandered through the campus, the murmurs of conversation swirling around her. And she smiled while gently shaking her head. Such is the essence of youth. After a leisurely stroll, Jiang Ling discovered Wu Fan. At that moment, Wu Fan was stationed at the periphery of the testing area, awaiting the evaluation of his vitality. Within the confines of the arena, the occasional announcements of students' vitality scores echoed. Lu Chen, vitality 50 points. Ma Ka, vitality 30 points. Qiu Wen, vitality 20 points. Chen Yang, vitality 60 points. Nan Feng, vitality 10 points. Jiang Ling stood beside Gohan, smiling as he inquired, "What are you pondering?" Startled from his reverie, Gohan lifted his gaze towards the heavens and replied, "Nothing in particular. After this martial arts examination, I will come of age. I made a promise to her long ago that we would embark on a romantic relationship once I reach adulthood." His expression remained composed, yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed the tumultuous emotions simmering beneath the surface. Gohan had long cherished the memories of the childhood he shared with the princess of the Plum Blossom, who resided on the planet of Genie Titanium Magnesium. Fortunately, Krillin now held a significant position there, facilitating easier access. Over the past few years, Gohan had made numerous trips, nurturing a deepening bond with the princess, and they had agreed to enter into a romantic relationship upon his coming of age. To prepare for this, Gohan even learned the art of instant transmission from his father. Goku. Jiang Ling smiled. This young man is experiencing the stirrings of romance. However, unlike the original narrative, he did not end up with Biddle-Eye. Is that truly for the best? At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind Gohan. Gohan, I like you. Chapter 191, Biddle-Eye Gohan. I like you. Gohan was taken aback. The girl before him was his classmate for 3 years in high school. Biddle-Eye, you are the school bell. Don't joke around, he said, scratching his head shyly. Biddle-Eye? Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, and upon raising her head, she indeed recognized her. However, she appeared significantly younger than the Dilly he had encountered in the future. The vivacity of youth was vividly manifested in the girl before him. Her long, slightly curled hair was lustrous and thick, cascading down with 2 strands elegantly tied, resting upon her chest. In the original narrative, Dilly was paired with Gohan, but in the present context, it was difficult to ascertain. Jiang Ling gazed thoughtfully at the two individuals. With her large, expressive eyes fixed intently on Gohan, she declared, "I'm not jesting. I speak with sincerity. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Over the years, as we have studied and progressed together, I cannot pinpoint the moment I began to cherish you." Gohan, observing the girl before him, her cheeks flushed with shyness yet imbued with earnestness, fell into silence. He realized that this girl, with whom he had shared 4 years of high school studies, had quietly woven her way into his heart without him even noticing. However, he was still holding on to feelings for another girl. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Ling understood the situation at once. These two individuals harbored mutual affection for one another. "Gohan, will you accept my confession?" Biddy's gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at Gohan. Faced with this innocent emotion, Gohan felt a lump in his throat, unsure of how to respond to such feelings. Regardless of the choice he made, he found it difficult to part with either option. Jiang Ling timely spoke up, "By Dilly, do you harbor feelings for Wu Fan?" "Indeed. However, he has a childhood sweetheart. Can you accept that?" I am uncertain." By Dilly's eyes reflected a hint of panic. She had never contemplated the notion that the one she cherished had another beloved. Jiang Ling turned to ask Gohan, "Do you have feelings for Videl?" Gohan nodded and replied, "I have just realized that I too hold affection for her, which is why I was at a loss for words earlier." Upon hearing this, Videl's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by a radiant light. "So it turns out, he harbors feelings for me as well." Jiang Ling beamed as he brought the hands of the two together, suggesting that if they harbored affection for one another, they might as well unite. A life shared among 3 individuals is certainly not unfeasible. Look at me. I currently reside harmoniously with 3 or 4 wives, and there are no issues to speak of. The two faced each other, their gazes locked, the tenderness in their eyes drawing them into an embrace. "Will you be my girlfriend?" "You surpass Dilly. I am filled with joy." Jiang Ling, with a cheerful demeanor, was savoring sunflower seeds while silently wishing the couple well. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Hey, Dilly, what are you two up to?" Jiang Ling, Wu Fan, and Bai Dilly were momentarily taken aback. They turned in astonishment towards the direction from which the voice emanated. Approaching them was a young man, his golden hair slicked back into a prominent pompadour. Clad in a pristine white suit, and holding a bouquet of flowers. Behind him trailed a group of enthusiastic students, eager to support him. "By Dilly, are you unaware of my affections for you? I had intended to confess my feelings today, yet here you are embracing another man." The blonde-haired youth exclaimed incredulously, his voice sharp with reprimand. By Dilly, her expression one of confusion, responded, "Huh?" Wu Fan, equally perplexed, echoed, "Huh?" Jiang Ling retreated to the side, observing the unfolding drama. "Qinyang, is there any issue with me being in a relationship with my boyfriend?" Bai Dilly remarked, furrowing her brow. "Boyfriend?" Huang Mao Qinyang scoffed, pointing at Gohan. "He merely excels academically and spends more time studying with you. In my eyes, he is nothing but a useless waste." "You dare call him your boyfriend?" "He pales in comparison to you." Bai Dilly, visibly displeased, stepped forward, adopting a combative stance, unwilling to yield. "I do not strike females." Huang Mao recognized his disadvantage against Bai Dilly and refrained from engaging her in conflict. He then turned to Gohan, disdain plastered across his face. "You're just a coward hiding behind a girl. If you have any guts, step out and fight me. Whoever wins can claim Bai Dilly." "Qinyang, cease your unreasonable antics." Bai Dilly advanced, her eyes ablaze with fury, fixing her glare on Qinyang. "See, I told you he only knows how to hide behind girls." Huang Mao mockingly shouted, while his followers chimed in with their snide remarks. "Ha, coward. Pretty boy, you're just a pathetic waste. Don't disgrace us, men. Just go back. Only our brother Qinyang and Bai Dilly are a match made in heaven. Ha 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 ha." Just as Bai Dilly was about to retort, Gohan raised a hand to stop her. "Bai Dilly, allow me to handle this." She turned to Gohan, her gaze softened by his calm composure, which unexpectedly reassured her. "All right," she nodded. Gohan stepped forward and stated coolly, "I am willing to face you in battle. However, let me clarify that Bai Dilly is not an object to be claimed by the victor." Huang Mao smirked, laughing derisively. "Ha! A little chick has accepted the challenge. I shall humiliate you thoroughly, so Bai Dilly can see what you're truly made of, and then I—" Before he could finish, Huang Mao felt an irresistible force strike his body. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, embedding himself within it. What the hell? How impressive. That must be the level of at least a 1-star warrior. Nonsense. Just now, I didn't even see how he struck Qinyang. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. "Ah, brother, are you all right? Forget about him. Let us get out of here." Upon witnessing this scene, the group of students scattered in a state of panic, fearing that Gohan would compel them to accompany the yellow-haired individual. Gohan shook his head slightly. Having exerted merely a fraction of his strength, he had maintained a low profile at school, yet he was astonished that someone dared to confront him so brazenly. Turning towards the bewildered Vitalai, he displayed his characteristic bashful smile and gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He addressed Uncle Jiang Ling, saying, "Uncle Jiang Ling, we shall forego the blood test to participate in the martial arts examination. Remaining here would only incite chaos. Please assist us in securing our admission to university." Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. "You rascal, are you asking me to tidy up your mess? Very well, off you go." "Thank you, Uncle Jiang Ling," Wukong said, wrapping his arms around Vitalai's slender waist and employing instant transmission, causing their figures to vanish without a trace. Once they had departed, Jiang Ling's smile faded, and he surveyed the scene, pulling out his phone to make a few calls. Before long, a group of men in black arrived to take charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's family found themselves on the blacklist of the Martial Arts University. In a few years, they may very well fade into obscurity. Such is the nature of power. It can be quite capricious. The Spirit Hall. Jiang Ling has located Tien Fan. Shall we visit the planet of your Sama Divine Clan? Chapter 192. Earrings. 2 days later, Jiang Ling returned alone from the planet of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. While Tien Fan remained behind to cultivate in the sacred grounds of his clan for a period of time, Jiang Ling had not anticipated that the Sama Divine Clan had fallen to such a lamentable state. Their mightiest warriors possessed scarcely half the strength of Tien Fan. Perhaps this decline was attributable to the loss of their revered Three-Eyed Divine techniques. In the villa, Jiang Ling sipped a cup of warm tea. Overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia, the fragrant aroma of the tea filled his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. After a moment of contemplation, sensing a certain void, Jiang Ling retrieved a handful of goji berries and infused them into the tea leaves. As the hot water poured in, the fresh scent of the goji berries mingled delightfully with the subtle fragrance of the tea, rising in delicate tendrils. The aroma was refreshing and uplifting, evoking a sense of serenity and benevolence. Notably, there existed a source pearl on the Sama planet, which Jiang Ling accepted with a sense of rightful entitlement. Coupled with the source pearls he had acquired in the demon realm and the one he unexpectedly obtained years ago on the GNI Time star, Jiang Ling had now gathered 3. Although uncertain of their utility, he believed the system's tasks would reveal their purpose. For now, he would simply collect them. "Dinner is ready." The voice of Lazili echoed through the villa, interrupting Jiang Ling's reverie. "She has arrived." Jiang Ling rose and entered the villa, where Bulma and Lazili were engaged in cheerful conversation at the dining table, which was laden with steaming homemade dishes. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ling felt a warmth envelop his heart. Perhaps this is the essence of familial coziness, returning home to the radiant smiles of loved ones instead of cold indifference. Savoring a warm meal and enjoying the comfort of family at the end of the day. This embodies the modern man's yearning for home. Within the villa, only Bulma and Lazili remained. The future Bulma, longing for Trunks, had accompanied Jiang Ling to the first timeline after returning from the realm of the Supreme Kai years ago, where she found companionship with another Bulma. In that timeline, Trunks was still alive, and he and Mai had 2 children together, leading a blissful life. Indeed, Jiang Ling would not neglect the 2 Bulmas in another realm. She would occasionally visit them, often spending the night. "Tonight, I shall be staying over in the future." After finishing her meal, Jiang Ling wiped her mouth and casually remarked, "Sure, I'll go. It has been a while since I shared a bed with Lazili. It's the perfect opportunity for us to exchange whispers." Bulma rolled her eyes, linking arms with Lazili, a bond akin to that of sisters. In the first future timeline, following the resolution of the android crisis, humanity, under the guidance of the Earth Defense Force, began to reconstruct cities. However, the population remained relatively sparse, with most congregating in the West Capital. In the heart of West Capital, Bulma's household had long since returned to its former glory. The residence was home to 2 versions of Bulma, both exuding elegance, their loungewear unable to conceal their voluptuous beauty, due to various reasons, including his marriage to Xiao Wu. Trunks did not reside with them. Jiang Ling arrived in the future, disinclined to reconstruct a dwelling for himself, thus he settled into this abode. After all, it belonged to his beloved wife. Within the confines of the room, a brilliant light flashed, and the merged form of Bulma materialized before Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing the scene before him. He observed that the two Bulmas had merged through their movements, appearing remarkably unchanged, save for a subtle transformation in their essence, which amalgamated the characteristics of both and rendered them even more formidable. This fusion sequence was a spontaneous inspiration that Jiang Ling had pursued by learning from Goku. However, he found the endeavor somewhat awkward, resorting to a signing method instead. After several attempts at signing on Goku, he finally succeeded. It was indeed a challenging endeavor, filled with tumultuous ups and downs. After ascending to the heavens together, the fusion of Bulma concluded, reverting them back to the two future Bulmas. They leaned against Jiang Ling's chest, their delicate, fair fingers tracing circles upon it. Jiang Ling, there is a matter we have deliberated upon and wish to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Ling inquired, narrowing his eyes as he embraced their tender forms. The two women exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. The Bulma on the left spoke. As you are aware, I hail from the second future timeline, where nearly everyone has perished and there are no Dragon Balls. Essentially, there is little hope left. Jiang Ling nodded. The future timeline of the second scenario was utterly bleak. All the Tainixus had perished, humanity had been extinguished, the warriors of Earth were no more, and the Namekians had vanished. What remained was a desolate Earth and Bulma, with virtually no connections left. What Jiang Ling can do is take Bulma away, transporting her to the present timeline of the first future, which is the Bulma currently to his left. There is nothing left worth cherishing over there. The Bulma on his left paused for a moment before speaking again. Both Bulma and I believe that this fusion ability is quite remarkable. Why not remain fused indefinitely? After all, we are essentially one and the same, merely having experienced different circumstances later on. Therefore, does this fusion ability offer a permanent merging option? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling looked at the two with astonishment. Have you made up your minds? The two women nodded in affirmation. We have contemplated this for quite some time and are certain of our decision. Jiang Ling fell into silence for a moment. Having chosen this path, he could only respect their decision. A permanent union might indeed be for the best. Jiang Ling instinctively rubbed his waist. However, the concept of a permanent fusion was something he only associated with the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. In Dragon Ball Z, any two individuals who don these earrings would become permanently fused, and removing the earrings would not separate them. Yet, this premise was altered in Dragon Ball Super, where it was established that only the Supreme Kai could achieve this eternal union. Ordinary individuals would ultimately separate after a certain period of wearing them. Jiang Ling was uncertain about the parameters of his existence in this world. If it proves difficult, consulting the Divine Dragon would suffice. What do you think? Is that acceptable? The two young women gazed at Jiang Ling with wide, expectant eyes. I shall inquire, so please wait for me. Jiang Ling rose from the bed, and Bulma, sitting beside him, tenderly handed him the clothes she had prepared earlier. I truly appreciate this about you, your gentle and considerate nature, Jiang Ling remarked as he wrapped his arms around their slender waists with a smile. Bulma playfully chided him, urging, You mischievous one, hurry back. All right, he replied. Jiang Ling closed his eyes and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Jiang Ling's mischievousness has grown. He now delights in teasing us. To the left, Bulma shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. To the right, another Bulma, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, Isn't it true that we are drawn to his wickedness? Indeed, she had a point. After a span of 10 minutes, Jiang Ling's figure emerged before them. How is it? Is it satisfactory? The two women inquired, their gazes fixed upon the pair of earrings held delicately in Jiang Ling's hand. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile, stating that this is the Patera earring of the Supreme Kai, and I have inquired. It allows for a permanent fusion. Jiang Ling distributed the earrings to the two women, bestowing upon each a single piece, while imparting the method of use. The two women exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, their expressions resolute. One adorned her left ear with the earring, while the other adorned her right. In an instant, as if drawn together by a magnetic force, they collided. A brilliant light erupted suddenly. Chapter 193. No breath? Bulma's form emanated a gentle white glow, rendering her silhouette only faintly discernible, as the radiance gradually diminished. Upon encountering the fusion of Bulma, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Who is this enchanting beauty? He mused. Before him stood a girl with flowing azure hair cascading over her smooth, alabaster shoulders. She possessed an elegant stature, her curves accentuated in a graceful manner. Her long legs were both straight and proportionate, surpassing the previous Bulma in height. Beneath the flawless proportions, she exuded a gentle and refined maturity. If one were to disregard her visage, it would be nearly impossible to recognize her as Bulma. Hearing Jiang Ling's words, the fused Bulma delicately covered her mouth with a soft laugh and gracefully approached, linking her arm with his. "What is this? Have you forgotten me so soon?" she teased. "Oh, it's just that you've become so stunning. I hardly dared to assume." Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. The transformation was indeed substantial. After years of companionship, he was intimately familiar with Bulma's physique, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to ascertain the reality before him. He feared that the Bulma who emerged after the fusion would no longer be the Bulma he once knew. However, upon reconsideration, the fused Bulma was undeniably a new entity, imbued with the memories of two individuals, a fresh incarnation of Bulma, brimming with potential for the future. This realization sparked a thrill within Jiang Ling. As he felt Bulma's arm entwined with his, enveloped by her soft form, he could hardly contain himself. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and lowered his lips to meet her delicate, crimson ones. Just moments prior, having concluded his labor, Jiang Ling was suddenly awakened to a fervent response, akin to a volcano erupting. While their lips danced in a passionate kiss, Jiang Ling's hands were not idle. They split their efforts, one ascending and the other exploring downward. Unable to suppress herself, Bulma let out a soft moan. Little did she know, Jiang Ling possesses a masterful skill and dexterity, with fingers displaying an impressive agility. Witnessing Bulma's delicate form quiver slightly, exuding an air of bashfulness, a smile graced the corners of Jiang Ling's lips as he gently lifted her and placed her upon the bed, effortlessly hoisting her long legs. Jiang Ling has sealed the breach. The lights flicker, and the bamboo shadows sway gently. In an instant, the spring breeze transforms into rain, with everything conveyed without utterance. A night passed in silence. As dawn breaks, the sounds within the room return to stillness. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, afternoon arrives. With the sun perched high in the sky, Jiang Ling emerged from his bedroom clad in a pair of casual shorts, stretching his body and feeling invigorated. It had been quite some time since he allowed himself such indulgence, having fully surrendered to it throughout the night. Bulma stepped out from the kitchen, carrying a delectable spread, her apron accentuating her graceful and statuesque figure, exuding an alluring charm. Upon noticing Jiang Ling's presence, a gentle smile graced her face. "You're awake? Just in time. The meal is ready. Bulma, you truly are the epitome of domesticity." Jiang Ling approached with a smile, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, softly whispering, "It is truly wonderful to have you." Bulma rose on her tiptoes, bestowing a gentle kiss upon the corner of Jiang Ling's lips, replying, "I feel the same way." Jiang Ling gently took her small hand, caressing it tenderly, wishing to utter sweet nothings to lighten the mood. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Both were startled, abruptly raising their heads to gaze in the direction from which the sound emerged. An earthquake? A bomb? No, it did not seem to be that. Jiang Ling's expression was grave, devoid of the inclination for heartfelt confessions. The sound resonated like an earthquake or the detonation of a bomb, akin to the auditory assault of an energy projectile. Yet, he felt not even the slightest tremor of energy. A foreboding sensation washed over me, compelling me to investigate further. Jiang Ling immediately prepared to set off. "I shall accompany you," Bulma declared. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows slightly and said, "You should remain here and await my return. Leave the matters of battle to me." Bulma shook her head and replied, "Have you forgotten that my strength is formidable as well?" With that, her body erupted in a translucent aura, and her powers surged dramatically. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene. It soon dawned on him that his somewhat chauvinistic nature had led him to never allow the women in his life to be placed in jeopardy. However, he had overlooked the fact that, bolstered by his amassed resources and the assistance of the Tien Yang harmonization technique, the women around him had become remarkably powerful. Not to mention, Bulma, amidst her rigorous scientific endeavors, had diligently carved out time for cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, her strength had quietly ascended to a level beyond Super Saiyan. Furthermore, the Bulma before him was the one who had achieved fusion, her power having multiplied exponentially. How remarkable! Jiang Ling nodded slightly, taking Bulma's hand, and utilized the King Kai's version of instant transmission. This particular method does not require sensing energy but allows one to travel to a desired location, provided the coordinates are precise. In a flash, the scene shifted. Jiang Ling arrived at the site of the explosion with Bulma. Before them lay a vast chasm, a clear testament to the devastating power of a formidable energy blast. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow deeply, casting a sweeping gaze around him. yet failing to discern any suspicious figures. This devastated location was one he had visited previously, situated not far from the current human settlement of Shidu. It was a small village, home to dozens of families, now laid to ruin. Moreover, the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. This was utterly cruel. A look of indignation flickered in Bulma's eyes, but soon it was replaced by a hint of confusion as she turned to Jiang Ling, inquiring, "Why is there no trace of life?" "I do not know," he replied. Jiang Ling shook his head, murmuring to himself, "No breath, no breath. Could it possibly be the work of the Supreme Kai? The aura of the Supreme Kai is imperceptible to us humans. Yet, all the Supreme Kais in this world have perished. Besides, the Supreme Kai would not kill without reason. It simply cannot be the doing of the Supreme Kai." Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration crossed Jiang Ling's mind. Could it be Black Goku Zamasu? So many years have passed. Jiang Ling has always believed that this realm belongs to the world of Dragon Ball Z, detached from Dragon Ball Super. With the storyline concluded, he thought he could lead a tranquil life. However, the events unfolding before him today compelled him to reconsider the existence of the Omni King, the gods of destruction. In the 10 universes of Dragon Ball Super. Chapter 194, Not a Problem. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures materialized beside Jiang Ling. They were the formidable warriors from the future timeline. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and others. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Their familiarity rendered excessive politeness unnecessary. The group cast doubtful glances at Bulma, who stood beside Jiang Ling. She appeared familiar, yet they hesitated to recognize her, particularly Dote, who tentatively called out, "Mom?" "Ah. It seems my son is the only one who can recognize me," Bulma said, her beautiful face lighting up with a smile, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Gohan, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are Aunt Bulma?" "Huh." Goku scratched his head in confusion. "That can't be right. Bulma isn't as beautiful as you." Piccolo's eyelids twitched slightly, though he remained silent. As expected, Bulma stepped forward and playfully tugged at Goku's ear, exclaiming loudly, "So in your eyes, I am ugly. Is that it?" Hey, that hurts. Be gentle. I didn't mean it like that." Goku quickly begged for mercy, as in his eyes. Apart from Chi-Chi, no other woman was particularly beautiful. "That's right, you big-headed fool." Bulma playfully smacked Goku on the head. "Ouch, that really hurts." Goku gasped. The others were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting a shared look of astonishment. It was worth noting that Goku's physical strength was formidable, yet Bulma had managed to inflict pain. Goku then turned to Bulma, asking, "How have you become so strong?" The recent encounters with Bulma had evoked a nostalgic sense of childhood, reminding him of the times when he had frequently endured her playful smacks. Noticing the group's reactions, Bulma crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly. A hint of pride in her demeanor as she declared, "Hmph, my strength is no longer what it once was. I have been diligently training during this time." Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, the group remained somewhat puzzled. They were aware that Bulma's power had surged since she began training with Jiang Ling, but the extent of her newfound strength was astonishing. With a hearty laugh, Bulma added, "I won't tease you any longer. I fused with another version of myself yesterday." "Fused?" "Yes, fused." Jiang Ling began to elucidate, clarifying that it is not the transient fusion akin to Wukong's, but rather a permanent amalgamation achieved through the use of earrings. A permanent fusion. How remarkable. Piccolo pondered, if such a method were employed against formidable foes. Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled, saying, "It would be best to avoid using such a permanent fusion. When confronting foes, Wukong's fusion technique is far superior." "Wukong, do you possess a fusion technique? I have never heard you mention it before." "Well, none of you ever inquired. Moreover, there has been an opportunity to employ it." "That is a valid point." The group engaged in light conversation for a moment before turning their attention to the recent commotion in the large crater on the ground. "I am uncertain, yet I do have some conjectures." Jiang Ling shook his head and voiced his speculation about the adversary, Zamasu. "Is it possible that Zamasu is a god? Unperceivable aura? If he is indeed the enemy, how are we to confront him? This complicates matters. Is this information reliable or merely a fabrication? It seems quite plausible." Jiang Ling spoke solemnly. "If the enemy is indeed the Zamasu I mentioned, then there must be two Zamasu. One of them possesses the ability of immortality." The crowd gasped. "Two Zamasu? Immortal?" Being seasoned veterans of Dragon Ball, they were well aware that neither the Earth nor Namek Dragon Balls could grant true immortality. So, from where did this enemy's immortality originate? Jiang Ling nodded, affirming, "Indeed, to be precise, There exist two Zamasus from different dimensions. They utilize the Dragon Balls for their desires. Specifically the Super Dragon Balls, which surpass even those of Earth and Namek in power. Aside from granting immortality, one of their wishes involved a body swap with Goku. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Goku, who appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "I have no idea." Jiang Ling elucidated, "The Sun Wukong of our dimension isn't scathed. It is the Wukong from another realm who has been replaced. Zama's singular conviction is to eradicate all evil across the universes." Wukong paused, scratching his head, and remarked, "Isn't that a good thing? Indeed, it is commendable. Yet he perceives all humanity as malevolent and aims to exterminate all humans." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. A profound silence enveloped the group. Based on Jiang Ling's grave assessment, they could envision the fate that awaited their counterparts in alternate timelines. Now, the adversary had crossed into their dimension, and according to Jiang Ling's description, this foe bore no discernible aura, rendering them exceedingly formidable. It is widely acknowledged that at their level of power, the primary means of discerning an enemy's position is through sensing their presence. The inability to detect the enemy's aura is akin to losing one's sight, easily leading them into a state of vulnerability. This is quite troublesome. Bulma turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, "Is there no other solution?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling stroked his chin, contemplating for 5 seconds before responding, "There is indeed a method, ascend to godhood." The group exclaimed in unison, "Ascend to godhood." Yes, it is not as daunting as you might imagine. Have you heard of the god of the Saiyans? Everyone shifted their gaze toward Wukong, as he was the most senior Saiyan among them. "Don't look at me. I've never heard of it," Wukong replied, utterly bewildered. Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted, "What a poor show of knowledge after all these years as a Saiyan. I can't be blamed. I possess only a trace of Saiyan blood, and my understanding is quite limited," Wukong lamented. "Let me clarify. The Super Saiyan God is essentially a Saiyan enveloped in divine energy. Becoming a Super Saiyan God is not particularly difficult. The specific method requires 5 benevolent Saiyans to channel their energy into another Saiyan," Jiang Ling expounded. Jiang Ling seems to possess a wealth of knowledge. Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration for him. 5 Saiyans ignoring Bulma's infatuated musings, Piccolo muttered thoughtfully, "Trunks, Gohan, Old Son, and Jiang Ling make only 4 Saiyans. It is insufficient." The group fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, "Our dimension lacks sufficient Saiyans. But Jiang Ling's realm has plenty. He could bring some over." Upon this revelation, the attendees were struck with clarity, having nearly forgotten that Jiang Ling hailed from another timeline. Indeed, this was a splendid idea, yet I would advise against it. The Super Saiyan God may not be suitable for you. Jiang Ling smiled as he spoke. He had no intention of transforming the Goku and others from this timeline into gods of the Saiyans. In this future realm, both Goku and Gohan, as well as Big Turtle, had already embarked on the path of proving one's worth through strength, adhering to the traditional Saiyan bloodline. They simply needed to continue along the path of Super Saiyan transformations 1 through 6. To alter their course towards becoming gods of the Saiyans now would imply a sense of abandoning their journey midway. As for the impending threat of Zamasu, Jiang Ling had suddenly come to a realization. It was hardly a formidable challenge. Chapter 195, Black Goku and Zamasu. He recalled that Zamasu's strength was not as formidable as he had previously asserted. The only troublesome aspect was his immortality, which made him difficult to eliminate. Jiang Ling spoke slowly. "Are you certain this is true?" Piccolo questioned, still harboring doubts. After all, the current Earth could scarcely endure further devastation. Even a minor lapse in intelligence could lead to catastrophic failure. The sentiments echoed in the minds of the others as well. Jiang Ling smiled lightly, gesturing dismissively. "Even pearls cannot compare in authenticity. You may lack an accurate perception of your own capabilities. Let me put it this way. In this universe, aside from the divine, your strength is nearly at the pinnacle." The crowd appeared utterly perplexed. This is considered the pinnacle? Meanwhile, in a forsaken villa somewhere on Earth, Black Goku and Zama sat leisurely in chairs, wine glasses in hand, the deep crimson liquid within swaying gently. There exists a belief among humans that the older the red wine, the more exquisite its flavor. One wonders how the vintage from 50 years ago would taste. With an impassive expression, Black Goku remarked as he downed the wine in one gulp. Almost immediately, he frowned slightly. "Ugh, it tastes spoiled." Perhaps this is the wretched palate of humanity. They seem to enjoy such things. Zama's glanced at the bottle, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Of course, red wine opened decades ago would be spoiled. But let us not dwell on that. Black Goku shook his head, carelessly tossing the wine glass aside, where it shattered upon impact with the ground. After the cleansing of this world, how many remain? Perhaps 2 or 3 more. Black Goku nodded, suddenly gazing into the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Having just obliterated a village, the insects are quick to emerge. Zama's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it Son Wukong? And if it is, you possess immortality. I inhabit his form. We are invincible. What have we to fear? Black Goku proclaimed with considerable arrogance. Indeed, that is true. It has been a while since we last stretched our muscles. Shall we go take a look? Will you join me? Absolutely. The 2 figures soared into the sky, swiftly darting toward the horizon. Jiang Ling's eyes subtly flickered, as if divinely inspired, directing her gaze toward a particular direction. She called out to the departing crowd. What is it? Have you made any new discoveries? Tien inquired. Jiang Ling nodded and said to Bic, Old Bai, listen closely. Is someone approaching? Bic concentrated, his ears twitching slightly. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Yes, 2 individuals, moving at great speed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew tense. Although they could not sense any aura, the rapid speed of the 2 figures indicated that they were indeed the enemies Jiang Ling had mentioned. Perfectly timed. They could be dealt with together. A smile crept onto Jiang Ling's lips. Observing that everyone had already entered a combat stance, he remarked, There's no need for such readiness. I have assured you that the enemy is not as formidable as you think. Wukong shook his head and replied, Jiang Ling, do you recall what you once said? What? No matter the adversary, we must give our all and not hold back. I have adhered to that principle, but you? Jiang Ling stood in a daze. Indeed, he had changed, becoming increasingly reckless. Upon reflection, it seemed that as his strength grew more formidable, he vanquished the powerful foes he once revered, and in turn, his heart became emboldened. He was filled with confidence, believing that his capabilities far surpassed those of his adversaries. Yet, he had forgotten the wise words of Mr. Lu's son. In high-stakes situations, a single misstep could allow the enemy to turn the tide. Jiang Ling let out a long breath and, with a serious expression, said to Son Wukong, Thank you for reminding me. This is truly the essence of who you are. Wukong burst into a hearty laugh. Bulma, observing Jiang Ling regain his true self, couldn't help but smile, her charming face radiating delight. Indeed, he is the man I admire. Suddenly, 2 figures of remarkable speed surged from the distance, coming to a halt before the crowd. As Jiang Ling lifted his gaze, he noticed that the attire of the individual before him closely resembled that of the King of the Universe, albeit predominantly in black. One figure was relatively diminutive, bearing a striking resemblance to the King of the Universe. Undoubtedly, it was Zamasu. The other was tall and unmistakably a mirror image of Goku. Without a doubt, it was Black Goku. Although the crowd had been forewarned by Jiang Ling about Black Goku's likeness to Son Wukong, they were still taken aback. There are quite a few little bugs, aren't there? Zamasu chuckled, his gaze lingering on Son Wukong. Once again, we meet, Son Wukong. Son Wukong remained silent, his eyes fixed sharply on Black Goku. I wish to pose a question. You have taken possession of my body. What has become of my family? Naturally. A sinister smile crept across Black Goku's lips as he made a gesture across his throat. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's aura surged with explosive intensity. Amidst the fiery energy, a layer of crimson fur sprouted upon his skin. His tail erupted from behind, his dark hair elongated, and his stature grew taller, Super Saiyan 4. The speed of this transformation was so rapid that neither Black Goku nor Zamasu could react before Super Saiyan 4 Goku appeared before them. With the full force of his energy, he struck Black Goku with a devastating blow. Boom! The energy erupted from his fist, and in an instant, the terrifying power reduced Black Goku to ashes, leaving not a shred of clothing behind. What? Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Goku possessed such formidable strength, dispatching Black Goku in an instant. Zamasu, realizing the peril, decided to flee. However, in the next moment, Piccolo, Super Saiyan Trunks, Super Saiyan Gohan, and the fused Bulma materialized around him, effectively sealing off his escape route. Unable to defeat Son Wukong. Do you think I cannot handle you insignificant minions? Zamasu sneered. With Son Wukong not far off, he knew he had to act quickly to have any chance of escape. A swift glance allowed him to make a decision, and he charged towards Bulma. Pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Zamasu thought that this seemingly delicate woman would be the easiest to overcome. Zaz, meet your demise. Thud. Zamasu was kicked back to the ground, creating a large crater. How? Is this possible? How can that woman possess such immense power? Blood gushed from Zamasu's mouth, his chest caved in, and his ribs shattered, presenting a sight that could only be described as horrific. Zamasu, you cannot escape. Surrender now, Piccolo stated coldly. Hmph. Mere mortals can never comprehend the terror of divinity. Zamasu grinned, blood staining his pearly white teeth, creating a truly fearsome visage. Drink. He let out a thunderous roar. The collapsed chest swelled visibly, returning to its former state. His complexion flushed, revealing an expression of enjoyment, as if he had not just suffered grave injuries. Bulma, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Dabra exchanged glances, saying nothing, but aimed their attacks at Zamasu, simultaneously unleashing shockwaves. Boom. 4 shockwaves struck Zamasu at once. Chapter 196, Unsolvable? No. The ground trembled with the terrifying energy cascading down upon Zamasu, producing a deafening explosion. This energy was so formidable that even Jiang Ling would not dare to claim he emerged unscathed from such a confrontation. Surely, this must have succeeded. Everyone fixed their gaze on Zamasu's previous position. Aware that they could not sense the enemy's aura, Goku had decisively unleashed his full power to eliminate Black Goku. The others acted swiftly, pouring all their strength into combating Zamasu, seeking a quick resolution to prevent the adversary from evading or retreating, lest the battle devolve into a protracted stalemate. Slowly, amidst the clouds of dust, Zamasu re-emerged, standing tall. Is the immortality truly this terrifying? Not even dead? His limbs grotesquely twisted, his body shattered in multiple places, yet no blood flowed. Instead, a thick, black liquid oozed forth, an unsettling sight. Zamasu raised his head, his expression menacing. Were it not for my immortality, I would have perished just now. Very well, then. As he spoke, his body visibly restored to its original state. You vile humans, endowed with power surpassing that of the gods, are utterly blasphemous. If that is the case, then I shall act on behalf of the heavens. Before Zamasu could finish, Goku suddenly appeared behind him, unleashing a concentrated shockwave that enveloped his form in an instant. Intense agony caused Zamasu's eyes to bulge, his screams echoing throughout the vast pit. Well done, father, old son, splendid work. Truly, you are the Goku uncle that mother speaks of. Marvelous. Witnessing this, everyone believed Zamasu, having endured such an assault, was doomed to perish, erupting in cheers. After all, they had witnessed Zamasu's body shatter and collapse under Goku's shockwave. There was simply no way he could survive. After Son Wukong unleashed his shockwave, he retreated a few paces, his expression easing into a semblance of relief. Clearly, he believed that Zamasu had perished. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the barren pit. He, I have proclaimed it. I am immortal, and death cannot claim me. The previously clear sky was abruptly engulfed by tumultuous clouds, accompanied by fierce thunder and lightning. From the very spot where Zamasu had stood, a mass of thick, black liquid began to materialize, slowly writhing and coalescing into the form of Zamasu himself. His expression was one of arrogance, exuding an air of utter hubris. How can this be? An immortal being. This is utterly grotesque. It cannot be slain? It appears Jiang Ling was not mistaken. This is nearly insurmountable. The faces of the onlookers turned grim. Foolish mortals, allow me to purify you. Zamasu's lips parted slightly as he began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Zamasu, dare you respond to my call? Who dares to interrupt my discourse? Zamasu glared with fury in the direction of the voice. There stood Jiang Ling, who had not yet entered the fray, his countenance serious, hands raised high, holding a white, silicone-like object before him. At its apex, there was a small, deep aperture. Those who are oblivious to their fate shall be extinguished together. Before Zamasu could finish, Jiang Ling bellowed, demon sealing wave. In an instant, an indescribable force descended upon Zamasu, enveloping him and propelling him toward Jiang Ling. What is happening? I cannot break free. Zamasu screamed in desperation, struggling with all his might, but to no avail. He was swiftly drawn to Jiang Ling's presence. Enter. Jiang Ling pressed downwards with both hands, a mysterious force guiding Zamasu into the small orifice at the apex of the white silicone-like structure. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ling produced a small plug and sealed the opening. The white silicone object began to tremble violently. If left unchecked, the horror would break free from within. Unleashed by Zamasu, Jiang Ling waved his hand, and another talisman materialized, affixed to it. The characters inscribed on the talisman shimmered momentarily. The silicone container immediately fell silent, lying still upon the ground. Jiang Ling bent down to pick up the object, brushing off the dust and exhaling a sigh of relief. The demon sealing wave required considerable energy to seal foes of this caliber. Fortunately, this method proved effective. Otherwise, Jiang Ling might have abandoned this universe, leading his companions to reside in his own. After all, the original narrative was resolved through the Omni King, whom he did not know. Thus, he could only resort to the demon sealing wave. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Jiang Ling had recently acquired this skill during a signing event and had crafted the talismans during his leisure time, yet had never put them to use until now. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed the crowd, astonished by his prowess. Goku scratched his head, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. I feel like I've seen this technique somewhere before. The demon sealing wave. A long time ago, during the tournament of the strongest, a celestial being used this move against me. Piccolo reflected quietly after a moment of contemplation. Goku slapped his forehead, his eyes lighting up with realization. That's right, the demon sealing wave. It's been so long, I nearly forgot about it. Can this technique truly restrain him? Piccolo inquired, turning his gaze towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took a moment to reflect, slowly shaking his head. I can sense that this can only be sealed for a limited time. That should suffice. Yes, it allows for some time to seek a solution. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Tien gazed thoughtfully at the white silicone container in Jiang Ling's hand, feeling a sense of deja vu. At that moment, Wufan pointed at the silicone container, inquiring with curiosity, what is this container that holds the magic sealing wave? It looks rather peculiar. Oh, this? Jiang Ling turned to Tien, revealing an enigmatic smile. I acquired this from Date. It seems to be called. Don't say it. Tien interjected urgently, suddenly recalling something, but it was too late. Jiang Ling has already revealed the name of the item, the Fiji cup. Piccolo. Son Gohan. Ahem. Bulma coughed violently. Son Goku scratched his head, inquiring, what is the Fiji cup? Ignoring Goku's question, Gohan quietly asked, don't you already have Xiaowu? Why do you still need this? Date, blushing with embarrassment, defended himself. I used this thing when I was with Xiaowu in the past, and besides, wasn't she pregnant before? So I dug it out. Chapter 197. Prosperity beneath the dimly lit night sky, the stars twinkled. After the battle concluded, Jiang Ling produced an entire cart of beer, accompanied by a variety of delectable foods. He had a particular fondness for indulging in alcoholic beverages. In his original realm, he often sought out Wukong and others for spirited contests over drinks. Consequently, the system space had accumulated an ample supply of both alcohol and sustenance. At his suggestion, everyone settled on the ground, lifting their beers to drink heartily. Although the future timeline was now peaceful, various production lines were still in the process of gradual restoration. Food was already in short supply, barely meeting daily needs, let alone beer. It had been quite some time since they had feasted so liberally. The silvery moonlight cascaded over them, enveloping the gathering in a gentle glow. Adhering to a swift and decisive strategy, the battle commenced and concluded within mere minutes. Zama's was sealed away, and Black Goku was swiftly vanquished, unable even to transform into Super Saiyan Rose in time. Although Jiang Ling understood that Black Wukong was no match for Son Wukong, he was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Black Wukong being swiftly vanquished. A moment of realization then dawned upon him. He had made a misjudgment. He had presumed it to be the animated version of Black Wukong, only to discover it was the manga rendition. As is widely acknowledged, the manga version of Black Wukong has been relentlessly defeated from the very outset, left utterly powerless to retaliate. Meanwhile, the crowd, sipping on their beers, engaged in lively discussions about the amusing aspects of life, sharing experiences from their cultivation journeys, with bursts of laughter resonating throughout, creating an amiable atmosphere. Jiang Ling approached with a bottle of beer in hand, raising an eyebrow at Tien. Son, when do you and Xiaowu plan to have a second child to join the fun? Under the influence of alcohol, Tien's complexion was slightly flushed, yet the effects were insufficient to cloud his awareness. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, he glanced at his young and beautiful mother, who was engaged in conversation with others. Since being with Jiang Ling, her genuine smiles had multiplied, and he understood that she was truly happy. That was all that mattered. Turning back to Jiang Ling, Tien did not deny anything. Instead, he responded with a smile, we are already expecting our second child, nearly 4 months along. Ah, who would have thought that you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, would quietly accomplish something so significant? Jiang Ling was slightly taken aback. Date already had 2 children, while he had yet to have even one. This stirred a twinge of self-doubt within him. Could it be that he was inadequate? At that moment, Wukong, having overheard the conversation, interjected with a smile, my second child is about to be born as well. Jiang Ling was taken aback. What? Is it true that Chi-Chi is already of such an age? Well, isn't there the Dragon Balls? Chi-Chi has been clamoring to regain her youth, so she made a wish. After that, she also desired a child. If she wants it, why not? Goku offered an explanation, then seamlessly shifted the conversation, adding that Gohan had not expressed any objections, as he and Biddy Lee were also on the verge of welcoming their own child into the world. Jiang Ling turned to Gohan, who nodded and smiled, saying, "My father is indeed correct. It's not that I perceive Earth's current population as sparse. Rather, I am inclined to have a child to make a contribution. Well, primarily, it is because Lee desires a child." Jiang Ling. 2-star Bulma. A flourishing population is indeed a blessing. Yet, Jiang Ling found it difficult to feel joy, especially when he caught the sorrowful gaze of Bulma directed towards him, which sent a shiver down his spine. Not far off, the taciturn Bick sat atop a crate of beer, indulging in solitary contemplation under the moonlight. Upon overhearing the conversations, he pondered whether he, too, should consider having a child for some amusement. Unbeknownst to them, the gathering came to a close, and the guests departed joyfully, each returning to their respective homes and spouses. Bulma nestled in Jiang Ling's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing gentle circles on his sturdy chest. Her eyes filled with a wistful longing. They all had little ones of their own. Jiang Ling sighed, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is wonderful." Jiang Ling. "Why can't I conceive?" Bulma lamented, gently caressing her flat abdomen. "Is it my fault?" Upon witnessing her despondent demeanor, Jiang Ling tenderly brushed her blue locks and offered solace. "Do not overthink it. Let nature take its course." "No." Bulma's expression turned earnest. "If once is insufficient, then let it be twice. If twice fails, then 5 times. Under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her serious demeanor exuding an alluring charm. "According to my research, outside the bedroom, your effectiveness increases by at least 10%. You understand, don't you?" Jiang Ling. Time is akin to sand slipping through one's fingers, gradually flowing away. Unconsciously, a week has passed. Throughout this week, Bulma has been incessantly by Jiang Ling's side, seizing every opportunity to approach him. Jiang Ling sometimes laments the reason behind her martial arts training. Is her physical constitution truly capable of enduring such trials? On this day, Jiang Ling, having finally carved out a moment of respite, reclined on a chaise longue in the courtyard, savoring the rare tranquility. Fortunately, the week had not been devoid of productivity. The dual cultivation and harmonious techniques had steadily enhanced their prowess. As for the zamas encased within the Fiji cup, there was no need for haste. He could arrange a meeting with the god of destruction at a suitable time, allowing that deity to resolve matters with his destructive power. The warm sunlight cascaded gently upon Jiang Ling suddenly. Bulma dashed over, her face alight with excitement, brandishing a small white stick in her hand. "Darling, look." Upon glancing at the white stick, Jiang Ling noticed 2 crimson lines appearing, and a wave of relief washed over her. A relaxed smile graced her face, at last. She was expecting. However, Bulma shook her head with excitement, exclaiming, "I've tested positive." Jiang Ling rolled her eyes in response. "Shouldn't you hurry and take your medication? What is there to be thrilled about being positive?" Bulma chuckled mischievously. "Don't you want to experience the excitement of me being over 40 degrees? Jiang Ling, with an expression of utter disbelief, was met with a chuckle from Bulma, who, draping her arm around his shoulder, teasingly exclaimed, "Just kidding. This is a pregnancy test. And indeed, I am expecting." As she spoke, she perched herself upon Jiang Ling's lap, taking his hand and placing it gently upon her abdomen. "Can you feel it? The whispers of the wind, the flutter of new life, the essence of creation." "Enough." Jiang Ling swiftly interrupted her whimsical musings. "It's enough that you're pregnant. There's no need for such pretentiousness." Bulma, adorned with a silly grin, radiated joy that was unmistakably genuine. Jiang Ling felt a sense of relief and decided to embrace a week of leisure. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host. On the arrival of your first offspring, the system has been updated to version 8. In the new version, more children, more blessings has been activated." Jiang Ling. "Even those blessed with many children, what on earth is your system?" Chapter 198. Advancement. A different path. Ever since the 2-star Bulma became pregnant, Jiang Ling brought her back from the first future time to her primary timeline, where she lived alongside Bulma and Android 18. This realm had never experienced the ravages of war and boasted excellent medical facilities. Given Bulma's condition, which was comparable to the combat prowess of a Super Saiyan 2, it seemed unlikely that she would require medical attention. However, upon witnessing her surpassing achievements, Bulma, feeling a twinge of envy, found herself pregnant even before Jiang Ling. Consequently, she sought out Jiang Ling every evening, often accompanied by Android 18 and Zeely. What can Jiang Ling do? He can simply enjoy the ride. Fortunately, the system has been updated to the version that promotes fertility, making it quite easy for Bulma and Lazily to become pregnant in succession. Jiang Ling no longer spends his time on several women. Instead, he relishes the moments in his courtyard, sipping tea and basking in the sun. During his leisure hours, he engages in physical exercise. His current prowess, a result of both the system and his own diligence, has ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, with the next breakthrough being Super Saiyan 5. However, he appears to have encountered a bottleneck, unable to advance further. Nevertheless, with his existing strength, he is sufficiently equipped to confront the majority of calamities in this universe, save for the gods of destruction and angels. His power still falls short. He must embark on the path towards divinity. Jiang Ling murmured to himself. He was unwilling to abandon the traditional path of proving the Tao through strength, while also pursuing the path of divinity. For him, walking on two legs was not a concern. Jiang Ling reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, a glass of cola resting beside him. Ever since several women became pregnant, he had permitted himself to indulge in cola. It was unclear who had spread the rumor that cola could be detrimental to fertility, yet the fact that Bulma, a scientist, believed it left him utterly bemused. Sipping the cola and emitting a contented belch, Jiang Ling gazed up at the sprawling canopy of the enormous spirit tree. Suddenly, he noticed flecks of gold interspersed among the dense foliage. Previously overlooked, this discovery now piqued his curiosity. With a swift motion, he vanished from view. Jiang Ling appeared amidst the treetops, gazing at the golden fruits before him, blinking in surprise. It turned out that the improved version of the spirit tree's fruit had ripened. A glance around revealed that only a handful of these precious fruits hung from the branches. Jiang Ling promptly plucked the fruit from the tree. He was immensely intrigued by the enhanced spiritual fruit that had undergone systematic modifications, curious about its effects. The surface of the improved spiritual fruit shimmered with a golden hue, and as soon as it was harvested, a mysterious aura emanated from it. System, what is the purpose of this? Ding. Host. The improved spiritual fruit can significantly elevate your overall strength, including mental prowess, defensive capabilities, and physical power, among others. Most importantly, it enables the host to augment divine power. Divine power? Is that the strength of a Super Saiyan god? Indeed. Receiving this affirmative response, Jiang Ling wasted no time and consumed the fruit in one swift motion. The fruit was sweet upon entry, its juices overflowing, filling his mouth with an extraordinary fragrance. Soon, it felt as though the fruit had melted away, leaving only the essence of its juice behind. Ah, Jiang Ling wore an expression of sheer delight. Such earthly delicacies provided a level of enjoyment that surpassed even the bliss of a leisurely ride. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted. The aura within Jiang Ling erupted uncontrollably, piercing through the clouds and soaring into the sky. The leaves on the spirit tree swayed wildly, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. He could feel his internal strength ascending dramatically, having increased by 1/3 after a prolonged stagnation. This sudden surge of power instilled in Jiang Ling an illusion of being capable of vanquishing even a god of destruction. Yet, reason cautioned him that such a notion was far from reality. The god of destruction had existed for countless years, possessing unparalleled strength among the 12 deities of destruction. Even with his newfound increase of 1/3, the prospect of victory remained uncertain. In that moment, he sensed the emergence of another aura within him. With a flicker of thought, a mirror materialized in his hand. Jiang Ling gazed into the mirror, observing her hair shimmering as it transformed from red to black in a fleeting moment. After a while, it settled into a calm, deep black. Could she be the deity of the Saiyans? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. In a fleeting instant, he vanished from his original position, employing his instantaneous movement. Before long, he had transported the 4 members of the Son Wukong family and the 3 members of the Vegeta family to the courtyard. Present were Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, Little Flower, and her daughter. Ah, and Piccolo had also arrived, as Gohan had been living on Earth with his childhood friends, including the beautiful Princess Chi-Chi and the enchanting Mai. Jiang Ling seized the opportunity to bring Piccolo along as well. Observing the gathered individuals, Jiang Ling slowly nodded. I have previously discussed matters with you all. Understood, Son Wukong replied. It is our collective effort as Saiyans that will empower you to ascend to the level of Super Saiyan God. Among those present, the highest they had achieved was Super Saiyan 2, and none had progressed further. Yet, Despite this, with Jiang Ling's presence, their capabilities surpassed those depicted in the original narrative during the same time frame. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 was even stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 of that period in the original tale. Their combat experience was also extensive. Over the years, Jiang Ling had guided them in confronting formidable foes that Earth might encounter, such as Frisia's brother, Cooler, systematically defeating them. They even engaged in spirited sparring sessions together, ensuring their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even the character from the original story, Yajirobe, had not faltered in power. This was indeed an exceptional outcome. Very well. Let us commence the ritual, starting with me. Agreed, they responded in unison. Sun Wukong, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, and his daughter Bella joined hands, forming a circle, focused and attentive. Following the techniques imparted by Jiang Ling, they began to channel their energy towards him. A surge of inexplicable energy began to swell. Jiang Ling could sense the divine power. In the next moment, a brilliant radiance erupted, enveloping everyone in its blinding light. Yet, they remained calm. Beak and the Saiyan family members, Chi-Chi and Xiaohua, stood at a distance, intently observing the transformation. Soon, the brilliance dissipated, revealing Jiang Ling before them, his hair a fiery red. Not only had his hair and eyes turned crimson, but even the hair on his eyebrows and other areas had taken on the same hue. Is this the manifestation of a Saiyan god? Jiang Ling clenched his fist and murmured to himself. This sentiment echoed not only his own thoughts, but also the unspoken concerns of those present. How has his strength improved? Vegeta could not restrain himself from voicing the collective curiosity of the crowd. There has been progress. Jiang Ling nodded, acknowledging that the foundation lies within our inherent strength. Yet there remains room for enhancement in the realm of divine power. Upon hearing this, the battle-hungry duo of Sun Wukong and Vegeta brightened with excitement, simultaneously exclaiming, "I too wish to improve." In Chapter 199, titled Angel Wish, shortly thereafter, accompanied by two distinct fluctuations, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed. Their hair turning crimson and radiating an aura befitting deities, their divine essence imperceptible. Meanwhile, Son Gohan's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, can you sense this?" Piccolo, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded slightly. "I can sense a modicum of it. Do not forget, I have fused with the Supreme Kai. Though my divine power is limited, I am still a deity within the divine hierarchy. As for you, why not follow suit and ascend to become a Super Saiyan god?" The prospects seemed promising. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan shook his head. "In truth, I have discovered my own developmental path, and I wish to explore it." "Excellent," Piccolo replied, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he gestured toward the distant sparring figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, aspiring to surpass those two veterans and demonstrate his superiority. "Why not aim to surpass Uncle Jiang Ling?" Piccolo's expression twitched slightly. "Do not set your sights too high. He is quite the anomaly," Gohan retorted. There is merit in that statement. Due to a prolonged separation, the gathering of friends took place at the behest of the three esteemed hosts, Bulma, the two-star Bulma, and Bittery, who organized a celebratory feast. With ample land at their disposal, Jiang Ling could easily claim several kilometers as his territory should he desire. This exemplifies the advantages bestowed by power. The position of president of the Earth Federation remains one he has graciously allowed Yamcha to occupy, and he has also established the strongest martial arts organization on Earth. Thus, it can be said Jiang Ling has now become the clandestine overlord of Earth, a figure shrouded in legend. Due to the long absence of gatherings, the party was exuberant, allowing everyone to indulge in feasting and merriment. The vibrant music, culinary delights from various regions of the planet, and several trucks laden with beer contributed to the festive atmosphere. With the exception of the children, most attendees were flushed from drink. Wu Fan even brought along his two wives to introduce them to the guests, along with the child yet to be born. Jiang Ling fell into silence. Why is it that they can so effortlessly bear children, while she? After much contemplation, Jiang Ling found a somewhat tenuous rationale. Perhaps it is due to the fact that their wives do not possess such formidable abilities, which makes it easier for them to conceive. Jiang Ling believed he was right in his convictions. After all, how could he admit to inadequacy? His allies, Bulma, the two-star Bulma, and Lotzi Li, were well aware of his exceptional capabilities. Moreover, even a certain female demon outside recognized his prowess. As the party progressed, and Jiang Ling was fully engrossed in a game of dice with everyone, Bulma discreetly summoned him into a room. What could be the matter? Jiang Ling scratched his head, a look of perplexity on his face. "It seems I am pregnant. It has been a long time since we engaged in such activities. Today, having had a few drinks, I felt quite spirited. Bulma appeared somewhat bashful, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, radiating a captivating allure. Jiang Ling, this may not be appropriate. Moreover, our last encounter was merely 2 days ago. Reflecting on the gathering of revelers in the courtyard outside, Jiang Ling scratched his head. Are you not aware that some individuals yearn for intimacy even more during pregnancy? Hurry up. Just keep it down. Bulma bit her lip, her expression resolute, and promptly crouched down to unfasten his. In the villa's courtyard, Piccolo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and silently muted a portion of his hearing. An hour later, Jiang Ling exited the villa, casually fabricating an excuse to return to the party and continue the revelry. He had just experienced a bout of stomach distress. After a brief interval, the illustrious Bulma summoned him away. Do you not find this rather exhilarating? She inquired. Indeed, it is quite thrilling, he conceded. Half an hour later, Lazuli entered in swift pursuit. Fortunately, with the gathering's multitude, the abundance of delectable food and merriment, and the intoxicated revelers, no one harbored suspicions regarding these intermittent interludes. The festivities persisted until the break of dawn. As for the guest's return home, there was no need to trouble Jiang Ling with his instantaneous teleportation. Even Goku and Gohan possessed this remarkable ability. Moreover, as family members, the women and children could effortlessly soar through the skies. Returning home was a simple endeavor. Following the party, the disarrayed venue would naturally require the services of a cleaning crew. After all, whether in the past or present, wealth held little significance in the eyes of Bulma, the foremost heiress of Earth. It would be unthinkable for her to tidy up herself. Such a vast space necessitated hiring professionals, regardless of who it fell upon. After everyone departed, Jiang Ling ventured into the gravity training chamber to familiarize himself with his powers. Subsequently, he utilized the magic source pearl to arrive in the demon realm, seeking the demon lord, who was once the demon queen but had since become his consort. Yielding to his might, his purpose for coming here was straightforward. After all, he intended to distribute the blessings of his power evenly. In the realm of destruction, on the planet Beerus, within a castle's dining hall, a man adorned in an unusual patterned attire, distinct from Earth's garments, sat gracefully at the head of the table. Beside him stood a staff, his skin a striking blue, and his long white hair stood upright as if it had been styled with an excessive amount of hair gel. Flanking him were 2 rows of aliens dressed in chef uniforms and hats, their bizarre appearances markedly different from that of ordinary humans. Their anxious demeanor was evident. For seated before them was the blue-skinned being, Whis, the angelic attendant of the god of destruction. A mere utterance from him could spell annihilation for their planet. Whis casually sampled a dish, his brow furrowing slightly. The head chef promptly stepped forward, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead as he awkwardly chuckled. Lord Whis. This dish is made from our planet's specialty, the plumpest maggots, combined with a specially crafted sauce, meticulously prepared over 32 days. I hope it suits your palate? Whis nodded slightly. Let it be destroyed. With a snap of his fingers, the sound was barely audible, and no visible force emanated from him. Yet it rendered all the chefs present powerless, collapsing to the ground. Why, you butchers! At that moment, one chef's expression twisted into a grimace as he abruptly rose, conjuring a potent energy blast with both hands. Humph! Whis scoffed coldly. A gentle tap of his staff emitted an invisible ripple, and in an instant, everyone present, save for Whis, was reduced to nothingness. Humph! A barbaric planet of inferior quality and aggression. Why keep it? Whis picked up a white napkin from the table, delicately dabbed his mouth, and stood up, grasping his staff as he prepared to depart. His role as the attendant to the god of destruction was to obliterate planets that did not meet the requisite standards. At that moment, the crystal atop his staff flickered unexpectedly. Oh, a planet has transcended the category of inferiority? Whis raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at the crystal ball. Inside, it revealed a vibrant blue planet, Earth. In the remote regions of the Milky Way, there exist planets of intriguing nature. Perhaps in a few years, once Lord Frieza awakens, I shall venture to explore them. Chapter 200. Rewards. Time flows gently, and the years hasten by. Tides rise and fall. In the blink of an eye, a year has quietly passed. During this period, Earth has not been devoid of events. Several waves of adversaries have arrived, some associated with Frieza, remnants of his legion. Others are linked to previously vanquished foes. They arrive in their spaceships, armed with advanced technologies, clamoring for vengeance. In an instant, Jiang Ling sensed the intensity of the opponent's aura and chose to disregard them. He continued to lead his leisurely and carefree daily life at home, as he always had. Such combat prowess did not necessitate his intervention. Others could easily handle it. For instance, if confronted by a few formidable extraterrestrials, Wukong and his companions would step in. As for the lesser adversaries, they would be dealt with by the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, after several enhancements from the Dragon Ball, Earth no longer exhibited its previous fragility, allowing Jiang Ling to remain untroubled by the possibility of inadvertently obliterating the entire planet with a mere flick of his wrist. His abstention from engaging in conflict posed no issues whatsoever. Everything unfolded precisely according to Jiang Ling's original intentions. His initial aspiration was to cultivate a life in which he could delegate all responsibilities to others, leading a carefree existence devoid of worries. Now that his vision had materialized, it was a testament to his relentless efforts and the rewards that ensued. During this period, aside from the incursions of enemies, Jiang Ling welcomed the birth of his child. Both mother and child emerged safe and sound, without any complications. Bulma, the second star Bulma, and Li, endowed with remarkable strength, lived through their pregnancies as normally as anyone else, and after giving birth, they required no confinement period. Their eldest daughter, the child of the second star Bulma, was named Jiang Yan. Coincidentally, she was born during the first snowfall of the year, although her name bore no relation to the snow. Their eldest son, born of Bulma, was named Jiang Zhou, chosen purely for its pleasing sound. Notably, Jiang Ling affectionately bestowed upon him a nickname, Dog Egg, adhering to the local custom of giving humble names to ensure prosperity. This clearly illustrated the significance Jiang Ling placed on his eldest son. Following this, Li gave birth to their second daughter, Jiang Yan. The eldest son inherited Jiang Ling's dark hair, while the daughters took after their mother, one with blue hair and the other with golden locks. Upon the birth of his children, Jiang Ling received a series of rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the location of the remaining source orbs. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked 10 parallel space-time passages. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate freedom technique and the power of destruction. Upon receiving these rewards, Jiang Ling could not help but marvel at the system's generosity, while simultaneously contemplating, what if I were to have more children? More offspring equate to more blessings. The greater the progeny, the more substantial the rewards. If I were to have several, would it not allow me to effortlessly vanquish the god of destruction with a mere finger? The source orb was a mission assigned by the system long ago, and it remained the sole task to this day. Jiang Ling has only collected 3 source pearls. One was obtained through the Earth Demon Realm passage, while the other 2 were acquired from the Gnii Magnesium Star and the hometown of Tianjin Fan, the Three-Eyed God Star. Now, the information regarding the remaining 4 source pearls is also at hand. It is merely a matter of time before they are gathered. Among the rewards, there is a newly unlocked parallel universe passage, which signifies the opportunity to explore an additional 10 parallel universes. Jiang Ling found himself greatly intrigued and resolved to complete his current tasks before embarking on an exploration. The techniques of the Supreme Bliss and the Destruction God's power could be regarded as the most significant rewards for Jiang Ling's advancement. With these 2 abilities, he would no longer need to seek the Destruction God. Previously, Jiang Ling had left the sealed egg of the demon Hmph, as well as the Zamasu sealed by the Mafuba, for the Destruction God to handle. Now, with the Destruction God's power at his disposal, the intervention of Beerus, the Destruction God, was rendered unnecessary. Once this power reached its zenith, a single act of destruction would suffice to obliterate both Majin Buu and Zamasu. As dawn broke, he finished his breakfast. Jiang Ling turned her gaze towards the other 3 women, each radiating the luminous glow of motherhood as they nourished their children. Jiang Ling leaned closer to Bulma, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Unashamedly, he divided his eldest son's breakfast milk, provoking Bulma to glare at him in exasperation. You truly are something else, still competing for food with your own son at this age, she remarked, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a brief interlude, Jiang Ling rose, smacking his lips together. Mediocre. And you still consume it? I find it delightful. Engaging in flirtatious banter with the 3 ladies for a while, Jiang Ling then exited. In an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate expanse of the demon realm. Yet, rather than seeking out his servant, the demon queen, he retrieved a plump, egg-like object. It was the sealed egg of the demon Majin Buu. The moment it was unveiled, the fleshy egg pulsated rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. Jiang Ling could sense that the flesh and egg were absorbing the magical energy of the demon realm. Goodness, It seems a change of location is in order. Jiang Ling concealed the meat egg once more, vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, he reappeared on a desolate planet, devoid of life. Amidst the vastness of the universe, he retrieved the meat egg. Jiang Ling spoke without hesitation. He unleashed an energy blast, which was immediately absorbed by the meat egg. Subsequently, it shattered into pieces, and a plume of pink gas ascended into the air. Chapter 201. Perfect Resolution. Departure. Source Pearl. The pink gas swirled in the atmosphere. Jiang Ling quietly observed from the side. Before long, the gas gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, and in the next moment, it solidified into a being that was both human-like and yet distinctly otherworldly. Its skin was a vibrant pink, devoid of hair atop its head, and it bore a thick, flesh-colored antenna. The creature was corpulent, with a round face where its two eyes appeared merely as slits. Its comical appearance elicited an inexplicable sense of amusement at first glance. This was Majin Buu, or Fat Buu. To assume that his endearing visage rendered him harmless would be a grave misjudgment. The terror of Majin Buu had once ravaged the entire universe millions of years ago. At that time, even the great Kaishin, whose power was beneath that of the god of destruction, met his demise in a cataclysmic clash with Majin Buu, resulting in their mutual sealing. The current Fat Buu is a fusion of the original Majin Buu and the great Kaishin. However, there is a silver lining. After years of confinement, Majin Buu's power has significantly waned, and having been released by Jiang Ling without sufficient energy absorption, he is now merely a diminished version of his former self. Upon his unsealing, Fat Buu took to the skies with joyous exuberance, resembling a sprightly, pink chub. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment. Within the body of the Majin Buu resided the soul and power of the former Supreme Kai. Jiang Ling held a certain fondness for the deeds of the Supreme Kai and initially contemplated obliterating Majin Buu with destructive force. However, such an action would result in the soul and power of the Supreme Kai vanishing alongside Majin Buu, leaving nothing behind, not even the possibility of reincarnation. Sigh. It seems that this is the way it must be. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. He raised his hand, manifesting a brilliant white energy orb. Go. With a swift whoosh, the white energy orb hurtled towards the corpulent Buu at lightning speed. To Buu's astonishment, he was momentarily taken aback. Having just emerged, he had dismissed this insignificant human, intending instead to transform Jiang Ling into a delightful dessert to satiate his hunger. Little did he expect that this diminutive human would launch the first strike. Before he could even entertain the thought of evasion, the luminous orb enveloped his form in an instant. With a single hand, Jiang Ling grasped tightly. A resounding bang echoed. The white orb of light consumed the corpulent Buu inch by inch, culminating in a terrifying explosion of energy. It blossomed in the air like a resplendent firework. Given Jiang Ling's current prowess, he need not even transform into a Super Saiyan to effortlessly vanquish Buu. Out of respect for the Supreme Kai, he deliberately refrained from employing the destruction energy, opting instead for energy annihilation. Thus, Buu could be reincarnated. Perhaps in his next life, he could strive to be a better person. Jiang Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a thought crossing his mind. A white cylindrical silicone object materialized in his hand, adorned with a yellow sealing talisman. This artifact was none other than the Fiji cup that had previously sealed Zama's. It was once the most cherished possession of Tien. Jiang Ling casually tossed it into the air, and a surge of energy erupted from his fingertips. With a swift whoosh, the energy projectile struck its target with precision, shattering the Fiji cup into countless fragments. A maniacal laughter resounded, echoing through the air. Ha ha! My immortal body shall never perish. I knew the seal could not contain me for long. Jiang Ling followed the sound, his gaze landing on a familiar silhouette suspended in the air, Zama's, exuding an air of diabolical charm and unrestrained arrogance. Well, to be honest, I never intended to seal you away for too long. Upon hearing this, Zama's lips curled into a smug smile, his face radiant with triumph. He was certain that Jiang Ling would find no means to resolve the issue of his immortal form, and in despair, would be compelled to release him to negotiate terms. You are ultimately a diminutive human. Even if your power is somewhat greater, it cannot surmount my eternal existence. Zama's paused, his eyes glimmering slightly as he continued. Human, since you cannot contend with me, why not collaborate? Together, we could traverse the myriad parallel dimensions, eradicating the vile source of humanity, and furthering my grand plan of human extinction. That plan does indeed have merit. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, eliciting a flicker of delight within Zama's. Although he was loath to admit it, he recognized that he could not defeat Jiang Ling on his own. By allying with Jiang Ling, He could significantly ease the advancement of his human extinction plan. Once he had extracted all remaining value from Jiang Ling, he could carelessly abandon him in a desolate universe. Given the lifespan of humans, it would only take a few decades for Jiang Ling to wither away. With that thought, Zama's eyes narrowed, and a sinister smirk crept upon his lips, as if everything lay within his grasp. Just as Zama's was about to utter some welcoming platitude, Jiang Ling calmly approached him, hands clasped behind his back, and displayed a congenial smile. For reasons unknown, Zama's felt an alarming instinct surge within him upon seeing that smile, as if some great terror were imminent. Without a moment to ponder, he faltered and began to retreat. However, to his surprise, Jiang Ling extended his palm toward him. With a flick of his hand, one open, one clenched, he commanded, "Stop." Zama's body froze mid-motion, as if ensnared by countless invisible chains. What are you doing?" His pupils dilated with fear as he gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar human before him. In the next instant, Jiang Ling's aura shifted dramatically. A crimson glow enveloped him, transforming his hair, brows, and eyes to a vibrant red. This is impossible. The essence of a deity. Witnessing this spectacle, Zama's trembled, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Jiang Ling shook his head. Zama's, after all, had read too little. In his heart, how could the filthy human race ever ascend to the heights of nobility befitting a deity? Ha! I am unaware of the nefarious means you employed to attain divinity, but I possess an immortal existence. You shall never extinguish my essence. You can merely seal me away as you did before, awaiting the moment I break free. Zama's visage contorted with madness, his lips incessantly murmuring. Bolstering his own resolve or courage, Jiang Ling gently shook his head and took a deep breath. He raised his hand, palm directed towards Zamasu's face, and uttered 2 words, destruction. A streak of purple light flickered into existence. The power of destruction? Zamasu's countenance froze, and then his body began to disintegrate, crumbling and vanishing from sight. He could not fathom, even in death, why Jiang Ling possessed the aura of a deity, let alone the power of destruction that was exclusive to gods of destruction. Had Jiang Ling been privy to his thoughts, he would have chuckled lightly, revealing that it was through his own endeavors that he attained such power. After all, the efforts he had expended in pursuit of fatherhood were immense. Having resolved the burdensome matters concerning Fat Bu and Zamasu, Jiang Ling shifted his focus to the information regarding the remaining 4 source orbs. Chapter 202, A Return to the Realm of the Kais. In the vast, boundless cosmos, a once tranquil location suddenly rippled with subtle disturbances. A figure, reminiscent of youth, emerged, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as brilliant as the stars. In his hand, he held a fist-sized orb, within which celestial light sparkled, captivating all who beheld it. This youth was none other than Jiang Ling, who had just gathered the 6th source orb. At that moment, with a flick of his wrist, the orb vanished, merging into his being. Subsequently, an intricate pattern of 6 orbs appeared on the back of his hand. He had not previously anticipated that Earth, along with Namek and the ruins of Vegeta, harbored source orbs, and that their collection would prove so arduous. Jiang Ling gently caressed the tattoo on the back of his hand, murmuring to himself. The 3 source pearls had taken him several years to collect. A journey fraught with obstacles and challenges, yet he had successfully overcome them all. In pursuit of this goal, he even made a wish to the divine dragon, requesting the ability to exist in the cosmos without the need for breath. Let me see where the last source pearl lies. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the system panel before him, his eyes momentarily pausing. It boldly displayed 2 significant characters. King Realm. The King Realm? That indeed seems plausible. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, reminiscing about a few acquaintances from that place, whom he had not seen for quite some time. He wondered how they were faring. After a brief contemplation, his figure flickered and vanished in an instant. In the realm of destruction, on the planet Beerus, which is several times larger than Earth, the landscape is largely untouched by human presence, adorned with lush greenery. A palace, standing majestically amidst the forest, appears like a crane among chickens. Suddenly, after decades of tranquility, countless clocks suspended in midair within the palace began to ring simultaneously, creating a cacophony of noise. At the very center of the palace, a slender, purplish-skinned humanoid being clad in pajamas was soundly asleep. This individual bore a striking resemblance to a hairless cat that had attained a humanoid form, retaining many feline features. He is the master of this palace, this planet, and the realm of destruction, Beerus. Disturbed from his slumber by the clamor of the clocks, Beerus, with his eyes still closed, languidly waved his hand. Instantly, the clocks hovering above burst into a series of explosions. Unfazed, he rolled over, clutching a plush pillow emblazoned with the image of a mother cat, and resumed his deep sleep. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic sound of footsteps drew nearer. Shortly thereafter, Whis, wielding his staff, appeared within the palace. Observing the still slumbering Beerus, he maintained a calm demeanor and spoke with composure. Lord Beerus, it is time to awaken. Upon hearing this, Beerus's ears perked up as he sluggishly sat up, drooping eyelids betraying his fatigue as he yawned. How long have I slept? It feels as if only a few months have passed. Whis gracefully bowed slightly. It has been over 30 years, Lord Beerus. Stretching languidly, Beerus suddenly recalled something and turned to Whis, saying, by the way, I had a dream where someone could battle me without falling behind. Oh? Was it another god of destruction from a different universe? They cannot best you, but during your slumber these past decades, it is possible they have surpassed your strength. No, I cannot remember who it was. It was merely a dream. Yet, I sense it was not just a dream. It might have been a prophetic dream, foretelling future events. It is time for your meal, Lord Beerus. Very well. A few hours later, the two stood amidst the cosmos. With a cold gaze, Beerus wiped his mouth, expressing his discontent with the planet's cuisine. Just as he finished his sentence, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, a massive planet before them collapsed. The shockwave engulfed everything in its vicinity, yet Beerus and Whis stood unscathed, impervious to the explosion. Whis chuckled lightly. In the end, you have indeed followed through with the plan to eliminate this substandard planet. Upon hearing these words, Beerus remained non-committal, licking his claws. He approached Whis from behind, resting his claws on his back. Let us return, he commanded. Very well, Whis replied with a slight nod. With a gentle tap of his staff, he transformed into a stream of light, taking Beerus along with him in an instant. Unlike the Kaioshin attendant Jebbet, Whis did not teleport. He typically utilized his own power to traverse the cosmos alongside Beerus. While it may not have been the most convenient method, their speed was astonishingly swift. As they journeyed back to the realm of destruction, Beerus suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening. I remember who that person in my dream was, he exclaimed. The warrior capable of battling you? Whis paused momentarily. Yes, he is called the god of Super Saiyans. The god of Super Saiyans? Whis pondered for a moment. And with a flick of his staff, the crystal orb illuminated, revealing an image that showed the Saiyan homeworld had been annihilated by Frieza. Ah, yes. I did send him to do that. Beerus slapped his forehead in frustration, recalling that he had instructed Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta merely for the sake of a nap. Whis continued to examine the information displayed in the crystal orb. There are still a few Saiyans who survived, residing on a planet known as Earth. Earth. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. I remember visiting that planet before. I even wiped out the dinosaurs. The meat there was quite delectable. Shall we proceed to Earth now? Whis inquired. Indeed. I must see what this god of Super Saiyans is like, someone who could emerge as my formidable rival in a dream. At his words, Whis tapped his staff once more. And in a flash of light, they altered their course through the cosmos, racing towards Earth in the Milky Way. Earth. Jiang Ling, ever the devoted husband, stepped out of the bedroom after indulging his wife at home. Despite his years spent collecting source pearls, he had never neglected his familial duties. After all, he prided himself on being a good man. Upon leaving the house, Jiang Ling sought out a shop in Shidu that specialized in selling computer USB drives. He approached the proprietor with his request. Do you have any film resources on this USB drive? What kind? Well, you know, the type featuring a man and a woman, with simple settings and just a few actions. You are well aware that such material is illegal. The regulations were established by President Yamcha. Just tell me if you have it. Yes, we do have it, but it will cost extra. Charge me. Jiang Ling, with a grand flourish of his hand, made his way through the usual flirtations with Bulma and others in those films. However, he typically watched them online and never bothered to download such content. At this moment, he had no choice but to purchase it. After completing the transaction, Jiang Ling tucked away the now resource-laden USB drive and vanished into thin air. The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the fleeting figure of Jiang Ling and then at the paper currency in his hand, which still seemed to retain a lingering warmth. He swallowed hard and let out a deep bellow. Ah, a ghost. Help. Quickly, summon the Martial Master from the Soul Hall. Chapter 203. The Realm of the King of Worlds. Part 2. In the realm of the King of Worlds, King Shun Xian sat cross-legged on the lawn alongside his attendant, Jebbet, both immersed in deep meditation. As their breaths synchronized, an inexplicable aura began to rise around them. since witnessing the powers of Jiang Ling and others on Earth. King Xin had come to a profound realization of his own inadequacies and thus began to diligently cultivate his skills. However, having inherited the position of king from the fallen great kings, he lacked several lineages, resulting in a painfully slow ascension of power. This accounted for his long existence with such meager strength. Fortunately, the old great king had returned, restoring the lost legacies. And the enhancement of techniques and prowess was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Not far away, the old great king sat cross-legged on the ground, cradling a cup of tea and leisurely savoring the warm brew. "Ah, what delightful tea!" he exclaimed, relishing the flavor of the tea leaves produced on the tea planet, which, despite the passage of years, had remained unchanged. The old great king sighed contentedly, his demeanor radiating tranquility, as the realm of the King of Worlds exhibited a serene and untroubled existence. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Jiang Ling appeared before the old great king, greeting him with a cheerful smile. "Hello, it's been a while." Startled, the old great king inadvertently sprayed the tea he had just sipped towards Jiang Ling. Fortunately, Jiang Ling, with his agile reflexes, deftly sidestepped the tea assault. Instinctively waving his hand, the tea suspended in midair retraced its path, splashing back onto the old great king's face. "Jiang Ling, old Kai." The old Kai took out a white handkerchief and nonchalantly wiped his face. "You have arrived. I have come. You should not have come. Yet, I have still come." Jiang Ling and the old Kai sat side by side, savoring tea as they gazed at the setting sun above. With a sense of nostalgia, they reflected on the passage of time and the changes that life brings. Their demeanor resembled that of the elderly, serene and unperturbed, like an ancient well undisturbed by the tides of life. Jiang Ling took a sip of tea, and the fragrant essence instantly filled her mouth, permeating her very soul. Subsequently, she produced a small black object and handed it to the old king of the realm. "Is this a USB drive?" "Indeed, and within it, rest assured, just like last time, it is brimming with content. There is none that is scant, only those with a slight plumpness and moderate fullness." Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. Upon hearing these words, the old Kai suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with the vibrancy of a youthful man in his 20s. As the previous air of despondency vanished in an instant, he carefully retrieved a laptop from behind him, connecting a USB drive with utmost caution, and began to explore its contents. Upon discovering it brimming with resources, the wrinkles on the old Kai's aged face seemed to bloom like a chrysanthemum, his expression radiating delight. At that moment, Kaish and Shin and Jebet approached, having just concluded their tasks. "Old Jiang, it has been a while," one remarked. "Indeed. It appears your strength has progressed remarkably of late." "Ah, I owe it to your inspiration. We should have a match someday." That may not be necessary." "I surely cannot compete with you," Kaish and Shin replied, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his nose. "You must have confidence in yourself." Jiang Ling, with an encouraging demeanor, gently patted his shoulder, silently reciting, "Sign in. Designated sign-in technique. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the comprehensive collection of cultivation techniques mastered by the King of Worlds." Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Ling couldn't contain his joy. This trip had proven worthwhile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he retrieved 10 crates of beer and an assortment of snacks from the system's storage. "Come, let us drink." The King of Worlds, Xian, and Jiepit stared at the row of beer crates before them, swallowing hard. 10 crates surely. "We can't finish all of this. I just remembered that there's a planet I need to check on. You all drink." Xian, having spoken, attempted to slip away but was firmly grasped by Jiang Ling. "You little rascal, don't think about escaping. Stop with the nonsense and just drink." After a while of revelry, Jiang Ling suddenly recalled the old King of Worlds and called out, "Old man, care to join us for a drink?" No, I'm too old for that now. You young ones enjoy yourselves." The old King of Worlds waved his hand dismissively, his excitement growing as he clicked on a video on his computer, initiating playback. He then adjusted the progress bar. In an instant, exhilarating sounds emanated from the speakers. The old King of Worlds was engrossed, showing no inclination to lower the volume. Jiang Ling, the world King Shin and Jebet find themselves at a loss regarding this ancestor. Why watch alone when one can share the experience? Does seniority grant the privilege to act as one pleases? Well, indeed it does. Glasses clink and cups are exchanged as the wine flows for the third round. Jiang Ling spoke about the previous handling of the malevolent Majin Bu. The Supreme Kai Shin, upon hearing this, was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Reincarnation is not without its merits. He reminisced about the days when he was the Eastern Supreme Kai, under the generous guidance of his elder brother. The Grand Supreme Kai. Eventually, the Grand Supreme Kai met his demise alongside Majin Buu, their souls forever intertwined in a seal, a fate he was well aware of. Now, as he embarks on the journey of reincarnation, it may serve as a form of solace. But where has he been reborn? Earth. Ah, Earth, truly a splendid place. The Supreme Kaishin let out a long sigh of relief, raised his goblet, and exclaimed with a smile, "I'm parched, let us drink." Cheers. To that. Jiang Ling and Jebet exchanged a knowing smile, raising their goblets in unison and draining them in one swift motion. In the company of a true friend. Even 1,000 cups of wine seem insufficient. The emerald green glass bottles lay shattered across the ground. King Shin and Jebet embraced each other, their faces flushed, and sang heartily. Jiang Ling reclined upon the verdant grass, his hands cradling his head, gazing at the celestial tapestry above. Suddenly, a poignant lyric flitted through his mind. The stars in the sky remained silent, while the children on earth yearned for their mothers. His own children, inseparable from their mother, would not miss her, yet they would surely long for him, their father. For the past few years, in pursuit of source pearls, he would venture out for weeks, even months at a time. Although he would return to spend some time with them, such prolonged absences were not conducive to their well-being. Contemplating this, Jiang Ling resolved that once his affairs were settled, he would dedicate several years to his family. Additionally, he pondered the possibility of welcoming another child, as the women in his household had frequently expressed their desire for a second child. Jiang Ling gently exhaled a breath laden with the scent of alcohol. After expelling the liquor from his system, he turned his gaze towards the old Kaishin, who remained engrossed in his video. "Old man, are you aware of the source pearl?" "Huh." The old Kaishin appeared momentarily bewildered, but then his eyes widened in astonishment. "How do you know about that?" "Never mind how I know. Just answer me. Do you know or not?" Jiang Ling replied with a dismissive gesture. The old Kaishin fell silent for a few moments, glancing at the overflowing resources on the computer screen before shifting his gaze back to Jiang Ling. One should not bite the hand that feeds them. He sighed softly before divulging the information he possessed. The source pearl. It is the manifestation of the universe's essence. Essence? What would happen if the source pearl were taken away? That is impossible. No one knows how many exist, nor their locations. Are there source pearls in other universes as well? Indeed, every universe possesses them, and our 7th universe is no exception. How do you know there are other universes? The old Kaishin was taken aback. Such matters were not typically mentioned. Generally speaking, as long as the Kaishin and the god of destruction kept silent, very few within the universe were privy to this knowledge. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously, having discovered something in an ancient tome that chronicled the heroic deeds of yore. "Oh, is that so?" The old Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head. "How embarrassing, where might that ancient book be?" "I wish to admire it. Oh, I discarded it," Jiang Ling casually remarked, brushing his nose thoughtfully, his mind slightly immersed in contemplation. "The origin of the universe. I wonder what purpose it serves. Never mind, let's acquire it first." With this thought in mind, with a graceful wave of his hand, Jiang Ling caused the once stable space of the King of All Realm to ripple and distort, revealing an entrance to the void before him. How is this possible? The old King of All stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his jaw dropping in astonishment. It is known that the space of the King of All Realm is exceptionally solid, only shatterable by the direct intervention of a destroyer. Yet, with a mere casual gesture, Jiang Ling had breached this formidable barrier. Could it be that Jiang Ling surpasses even the destroyer in power? Hissing in realization, the old King of All involuntarily inhaled the fresh air of the King of All Realm, his gaze towards Jiang Ling filled with astonishment. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to the old man's intentions, and even if he were to discern them, he would merely offer a faint smile. After all, he had simply utilized secret techniques to open a rift in space. As for surpassing the god of destruction, although he had yet to engage in combat with Beerus, he harbored little confidence in his ability. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. The god of destruction, Beerus, an extraordinary being who has existed for millions, if not tens of millions, of years, stands unparalleled among the 12 gods of destruction across the universe, his strength unfathomable. It would be a curious notion to think one could prevail against him. Jiang Ling gently shook his head, stepping into the void entrance under the gaze of the old realm king god. Suddenly, the void entrance swiftly merged, disappearing from sight. After a considerable while, the old realm king god blinked, finally coming to his senses. Something was amiss. What was he doing here, disrupting the fabric of space? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it felt. He turned around, pausing the action film still playing on his computer, and approached the two drunken realm kings, Xian and Jebite. "Hey, did Jiang Ling mention what he intended to do?" he inquired. The two realm kings, their faces flushed and expressions hazy from intoxication, exclaimed, "Old man, come sing with us." Upon seeing the old realm king god approach, they each took an arm, shouting as they began to sing. "Ah, I have a little donkey. I never ride it. Never ride it. Until one day, on a whim, I rode it to a fair. Rode it to a fair." The old realm king god furrowed his brow and clapped his hands on the shoulders of each in turn, with a resounding sound. The scent of alcohol wafted away from the two. The realm king Xian regained his composure and respectfully addressed him. "Great ancestor, what business brings you here?" The old realm king god reiterated, "That young lad Jiang Ling, did he mention what he came here for?" "I don't know, he didn't say." Realm king Xian replied, scratching his head in confusion, looking around. "Wait, where's Jiang Ling? Jebite, did you see him?" Jebite shook his head. "I didn't see him, I was just as drunk as you. Drinking leads to trouble." Realm king Xian sighed deeply. The old realm king god gazed at the two unruly juniors, speechless. Whatever could happen? He shrugged, deciding to dismiss the thought and return to his computer to continue watching the delightful film. Meanwhile, two unexpected guests had arrived on Earth. Strangely, the formidable warriors and masters of the Spirit Hall, Earth's strongest combat organization, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It is noteworthy that in the past, whenever extraterrestrial beings approached, the Spirit Hall would be aware long before they even reached Earth. Yet this time, they remained utterly oblivious. The reason behind this was that the members of the Spirit Hall failed to sense the chi. Only a handful were aware of the arrival of these uninvited guests. In the heart of Jiang Ling's residence stands a majestic spirit tree, its expansive crown casting a vast shadow over several villas and houses below. Nearby, a dense grove flourishes alongside cultivated fields, creating a serene and tranquil environment, an exceptional sanctuary for those seeking solitude and contemplation. At this moment, within the villa, Sun Wukong is a guest, sipping tea. As his power has grown, he finds himself dissatisfied with the gravity levels of the previous training chamber. His visit today is specifically to seek Bulma's assistance in creating a gravity chamber capable of simulating even greater gravitational forces. "Your timing is impeccable. Old Jiang mentioned wanting a superior gravity chamber not long ago," Bulma remarked. "During my analysis of the alien invader spacecraft, I acquired the necessary technology and constructed several gravity chambers." Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had anticipated a longer wait, but was pleasantly surprised by the immediate availability. "Isn't it better to receive good fortune than to wait for it?" he exclaimed, grateful to Bulma. At that moment, a sudden shift in the atmosphere caught his attention, and his expression changed. Two figures approached from the heavens at an astonishing speed, hovering above the spirit tree's crown, clad in attire that appeared quite peculiar to Earthlings. Their unusual features left a lasting impression upon first glance. "There is a Saiyan among them," was stated, examining the information provided by the crystal ball atop his staff. Behind him, Beerus emerged, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the spirit tree. He could see the tree, but was oblivious to what lay beneath its canopy. Unaware that Jiang Ling had enveloped the area below with a privacy shield from his system, rendering any external scrutiny futile. "This must be the spirit tree. But it seems to have mutated," Beerus remarked just as a figure darted swiftly past the tree's crown and ascended towards them, eyes narrowed in caution. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" "You must be the Scion Kakarot," Whis asserted, his tone confident despite the appearance of a question. Wukong nodded slightly. "I am Kakarot. But now I go by Sun Wukong." At that instant, three graceful silhouettes soared upward from below, identifying Wukong's unusual presence. It was Bulma, along with her counterparts. The second-tier Bulma and Lazuli, who had come to investigate. Sun Wukong, what a splendid name, was remarked with a subtle smile. Wukong's wariness eased slightly, yet he remained vigilant. He sensed a divine aura emanating from the two newcomers, triggering an intense instinctive alarm within him. "What is happening?" Bulma inquired. Wukong shook his head. "I'm not certain yet, but if a confrontation arises, keep your distance." As these words were uttered, Bulma, the second star Bulma, and Lazuli exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with gravity. Goku was acutely aware of their formidable prowess, yet despite this, he still urged them to maintain their distance, underscoring the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. Goku then turned his attention back to Whis and Beerus, posing an inquiry. You are deities, are you not? What brings you to Earth? Oh, Beerus responded, momentarily taken aback. It was intriguing for a mere human to discern their divine nature so readily, which piqued his curiosity. How did you come to know we are gods? I am friends with King Kai, Goku replied. Oh, that weakling? In that case, there is no issue. Beerus nodded slightly. Noticing this exchange, Whis interjected, This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. A god of destruction? I have not heard of such a title, but that is inconsequential. You seem quite powerful. How about a spar? Goku's excitement surged, his eyes igniting with fierce combativeness. How intriguing. Make your move. Beerus smirked slightly, extending a claw in invitation. All right, prepare yourself. Goku exclaimed, his aura erupting dramatically. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, his intentions clear. If a friendly bout could resolve matters, that would be most ideal. The golden aura surged violently, sweeping through the surroundings and causing the spirit tree's canopy to sway wildly, yet not a single branch snapped. Super Saiyan. Whis nodded knowingly, as he was familiar with such transformations. In a flash, Goku appeared before Beerus, his fist enveloped in a tempestuous aura, striking with ferocity. Just as the blow seemed destined to connect, Beerus merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Undeterred, Goku continued his assault with another punch, yet shockingly missed again. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, punch after punch, and even a knee strike, yet failed to graze the hem of Beerus's attire. With a graceful lean, Beerus dodged yet another attack, before extending a finger and gently tapping Goku on the forehead. Boom. Goku's figure shot backward like a cannonball, only halting upon crashing into a distant mountain peak. Is this truly all your strength? Beerus mused, shaking his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. Is this what you refer to as the strongest Saiyan on Earth? According to the data, indeed, Goku affirmed. Whis observed the information conveyed by the crystal ball atop the staff and nodded, confirming that indeed, at this moment, he was the mightiest among all Saiyans on Earth. Just then, several figures appeared in the distance, soaring through the air. Vegeta, along with Gohan and Piccolo. Having transformed into a Saiyan god alongside Jiang Ling and Goku during their last encounter, Vegeta could naturally sense the divine aura. Piccolo, having served as a Kai, also possessed this ability. As for Gohan, it was Piccolo who had informed him. What is happening? Vegeta inquired. Bulma stepped forward to provide a brief explanation. The atmosphere grew tense as the group cast grave looks towards Beerus and Whis. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, was about to step forward to gauge Beerus's strength. But Goku's voice interrupted him. Wait, let me handle this. Goku's voice resonated from beyond the mountains and the sea, and in the next moment, he stood beside Vegeta. His clothes somewhat disheveled, yet unscathed. I haven't unleashed my full power yet, he grinned. Vegeta rolled his eyes and retorted. You always prefer to hold back at the start. Hee. Goku chuckled, rubbing the reddened spot on his forehead. He then turned his gaze back to Beerus. That was a bit painful. Let us go again. Oh, very well. This time you must give it your all, Beerus replied, recognizing that Goku had not sustained any injuries, which prompted him to grant another opportunity for a spar. Yeah. Goku shouted, his aura erupting once more, even more violently than before. His appearance underwent a transformation, Super Saiyan 2. With a whoosh, his figure vanished. Boom. Beerus extended his palm, catching Goku's fist with a thunderous clash. He then delivered a kick, sending Goku flying back. Your strength is still lacking. Do you possess a more formidable transformation? If not, I shall obliterate the Earth. The mention of Earth's destruction tightened the hearts of the onlookers. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he directed it towards Goku. If you cannot handle this, then let me take over. As expected, Super Saiyan 2 was insufficient. Goku took a deep breath and closed his eyes, calming the tempestuous aura. His hair reverted to black. In the next instant, a mysterious energy surged forth, enveloping Goku's form in a crimson glow. Swish. His black hair instantaneously transformed into a deep scarlet hue, accompanied by the same transformation in his eyebrows and irises. Chapter 206, Breakthrough. Beerus's expression grew serious as he observed the red-haired Goku, who was now cloaked in divine energy. Whis nodded in affirmation. This should be the Saiyan god that Lord Beerus mentioned. Caution. Before the words of Wukong had faded, he swiftly appeared before Beerus. With a single punch, enveloped in crimson energy, he struck Beerus's side with an unexpected angle. Bang! Beerus, uncertain whether to evade or to entertain other thoughts, found himself struck by Wukong. The contained yet profound power propelled Beerus backward. A prime opportunity. Wukong's eyes sparkled with determination. Years of combat experience urged him to pursue the advantage relentlessly. His energy surged forth without reservation, assailing Beerus. Boom, 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 boom. One struck, the other endured, their figures flickering through the sky at an astonishing speed, so rapid that even Bulma and her companion struggled to discern their movements. Only Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, possessing formidable prowess, could trace the trajectory of Wukong and Beerus' actions. Well done, old son. Piccolo cheered as he witnessed Wukong maintaining the upper hand. However, Vegeta, upon hearing this, shook his head gravely. You are mistaken. While it appears Kakarot has the feline on the back foot, that cat seems to be handling the assault with ease, showing no signs of distress. Moreover, what do you mean? Gohan inquired. Moreover, I just recalled something. Vegeta's expression darkened. The entity's identity must be the god of destruction. Beerus. The god of destruction, Beerus? Piccolo and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances, as they had never heard of this title. At that moment, Bulma interjected. Yes, he just claimed to be a god of destruction. That confirms it. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, felt his complexion pale, a sense of helplessness rising within him. In his youth, he had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, humiliated by Beerus, forced to bow and scrape. This memory was indelibly etched in his mind. Later, he learned of Beerus's true identity, and his power could be described in but two words: invincible. The strongest force in the universe. The very presence that subjugated all of existence. A shroud of despair enveloped Vegeta's heart. Is Earth destined to follow in the footsteps of planet Vegeta? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wukong found himself at a disadvantage on the battlefield miles away. The reason was simple: Beerus had retaliated. A punch, a kick. With two unadorned attacks, Wukong was sent flying, crashing through numerous mountain peaks, ultimately being kicked into the ground. Immediately, Beerus descended after him. Roaring sounds erupted from below. The earth trembled violently within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Trees shook, and animals fled in panic, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. I will assist. Gohan was about to rush out, but Vegeta halted him with a sharp command. Do not go. You are not the god of Saiyans. Your presence there would only invite suffering, and Kakarot must also divide his attention to protect you. How can I simply stand by and watch my father be beaten, and the earth face annihilation? Gohan clenched his fists, frustration evident in his voice. Vegeta remained silent, gritting his teeth. He too felt the weight of despair. Yet in the face of such a formidable foe, victory seemed utterly unattainable. The tremors intensified, and fissures began to tear through the distant terrain. Suddenly, Piccolo turned to Bulma and the others. Is Mr. Roshi not at home? When will he return? Bulma, her teeth clenched, shook her head in response. He just left. Based on previous years, he won't be back for at least a week or two. Is there no other way to reach him? No. This is troublesome. At that moment, another thunderous roar echoed. The earth trembled violently. Mountains crumbled, and cracks multiplied. They felt Goku's energy rapidly diminishing, a heavy dread settling in their hearts. Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He shouted, Kakarot, I refuse to believe your strength is so limited. You must defeat him, or the earth will perish. Deep within the earth, scorching magma flowed slowly, and Goku was embedded in the wall, his clothes tattered, his body battered and bleeding profusely. Indeed, is my strength still insufficient? He murmured to himself. In that brief skirmish, he had felt the overwhelming power of Beerus, an insurmountable force. Then, Vegeta's voice echoed in his mind. The earth is on the brink of destruction. Obliteration. Annihilation. The once dim light in Goku's eyes reignited with fiery determination. I will not allow it. With a furious roar, crimson flames erupted from his body once more. Crack. It felt as if something within him shattered, instantly surpassing the threshold he had previously been unable to breach. Whoosh. The deep red flames transformed into a brilliant blue in an instant. Goku locked onto Beerus's energy, his body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. On the ground, after Vegeta's mighty shout, a blue light surged into the sky. Soon, two figures burst forth from the earth, soaring towards the heavens. Goku was in pursuit, delivering a powerful punch that sent Beerus soaring into the sky. This is a blue flame. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Goku. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Indeed, Kakarot, like myself before him, encountered a bottleneck and has now transcended it. What is this form of Goku's? Piccolo voiced the collective curiosity of the onlookers. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, observing the blue-haired Goku, and declared, This is the Super Saiyan God that surpasses the Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God that surpasses the Saiyan God. Yes, The Super Saiyan God that surpasses the Saiyan God. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed from above. Unlike before, Goku no longer seemed utterly defenseless. During this bout with Beerus, although he endured the majority of the blows, he managed to retaliate occasionally. However, this form is still insufficient to save Earth. Vegeta's expression turned grave once again. Uncle Vegeta, do you think you and Dad can win if you team up? Gohan inquired. Against such an opponent, collaboration would yield little effect. Vegeta shook his head. What about fusion? There is a time limit. And we do not have enough of it. A heavy silence enveloped the group. If this is insufficient to save Earth, it seems Earth is truly doomed. Fusion. At the mention of this term, Bulma stepped forward. I might have a solution, but the consequences could be severe. Oh, elaborate. Everyone turned their attention to her. Bulma pondered for a few moments, then reached behind her, retrieving an item. She opened her palm. It was a pair of earrings. When worn, one on each person, they can fuse. However, the consequence is that they can never separate. Chapter 207. Fusion? Above the sky, the fierce winds howled. After exchanging hundreds of blows, the two figures simultaneously halted, standing apart, yet facing each other. Goku gasped for breath. Injuries marred his entire body, and his tattered martial arts uniform was soaked in blood. Opposite him, the god of destruction, Beerus, appeared unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. How infuriating. Not even the Super Saiyan God that transcends the Saiyan God can defeat him. Wheeze, wheeze. Beerus loomed like a mountain, suffocating Goku's breath. In his weaker days, he had never felt such helplessness even against Frieza. Saiyan, it seems you have exerted your utmost effort. Regrettably, you cannot surpass me. Therefore, I shall destroy this planet. Beerus's gaze shimmered with a cold, merciless light. He extended his claw, a dark purple energy sphere coalescing at his fingertip. Instantly, the sky became tumultuous and a fierce wind howled. Countless dark clouds gathered, and a formidable oppressive force was suddenly unleashed. Wukong gazed at the expanding dark purple energy sphere, feeling the terrifying energy contained within. With this strike, not only would he himself perish, but even this Earth, reinforced countless times, would be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. Below, Vegeta glanced at the two earrings in his palm and then at the ever-growing dark purple energy orb above. A fleeting determination flashed in his eyes. Bulma, I must ask you for a favor. Once I merge with Kakarot, I will be inseparable from him. I will no longer be the same person. If, after this battle, the Earth remains intact, please inform my wife, Xiaohua, that there is my secret stash hidden within the teddy bear in our daughter's room. Huh? You have a secret stash? Are you afraid of your wife? Hmph. Kakarot has a secret stash too. This is all Jiang Ling's teaching. Moreover, it's not fear. We Saiyans simply prefer women with fiery personalities. Vegeta snorted coldly and soared into the air, rushing towards Wukong's position. Beside them, Bulma pondered thoughtfully. So that's why Jiang Ling is fond of us. How ridiculous. At her remark, both Bulma and Lazili rolled their eyes in unison. He doesn't look like someone who fears his wife at all. In the sky, a flash of light appeared. With a whoosh, Vegeta materialized beside Son Wukong, tossing him a senzu bean. Thanks. Wukong received it and consumed it, instantly restoring his wounds. Then chuckled bitterly. But even with senzu beans, it may not matter. Vegeta gazed at the dark purple energy sphere at Beerus's fingertip and nodded slightly, understanding Wukong's implication. Regardless of their injuries or whether they collaborated, this was an insurmountable force. Here, take this. With that thought, Vegeta tossed another earring to Wukong. What is this? Wukong caught the earring, puzzled. If we both wear it, we can merge, similar to your previous fusion. However, this earring fusion is permanent and cannot be undone, Vegeta explained, a rare moment of elaboration. Permanent fusion, you say? Wukong murmured, gazing at the earring in his hand. Then breaking into a carefree smile, are you sure about this? Upon hearing this, Vegeta rolled his eyes. Of course, if I hadn't thought it through. Would I come to you? That's true, ha ha ha. Son Wukong laughed heartily and donned the earring in his blue-haired form. Let us do this. All right. Vegeta nodded and closed his eyes. In the next moment, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a vibrant red. Opening his eyes once more, a crimson light flickered in his gaze. God of the Saiyans. Without hesitation, Vegeta adorned the earring. A resounding clash of blue and red converged at this moment. A terrifying aura erupted, soaring into the heavens, causing the ominous clouds within a 100-mile radius to dissipate instantly. Upon closer inspection, Goku and Vegeta had vanished. And in their place stood an individual, possessing both Vegeta's features and Goku's characteristics. With his striking azure hair, he was undeniably a Super Saiyan beyond the god level. A Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta. How intriguing. A hint of interest flickered across Beerus's face. His earlier declaration to annihilate the Earth stemmed from a desire to observe whether Goku could once again transcend in the face of despair. He would never truly destroy the planet, as it had long since risen above the ranks of inferior worlds. To obliterate it would not align with his standards as a god of destruction. However, this fusion technique ignited a spark of battle fervor within him. In the distance, Whis spoke. This is the fusion effect of the Patera earrings. The Supreme Kai, you say? It has indeed been a while since we last met. I believe one particularly flamboyant and weak Supreme Kai was once sealed away. Beerus chuckled, addressing Vegeta once more. Let me witness the power of your fusion. Go forth. Destruction Ball. As soon as the words left his lips, a dark purple energy sphere, magnitudes larger than usual, was hurled towards Earth. Vegeta gazed at Beerus, his expression a blend of arrogance and gravity. Old man, you have sealed your own fate. In an instant, he vanished, materializing beneath the energy sphere, channeling all his strength. He radiated a brilliant blue light. A deep blue shockwave coalesced in his hands, carrying a formidable force as it surged toward the descending destruction ball. Boom. The collision of energies unleashed a wave of tumult, resonating throughout the atmosphere. The entire planet was engulfed in a shroud of darkness, as volcanic eruptions and tsunamis erupted across various locales. Hmph! Vegeta roared, amplifying the power of his shockwave. Yet, it merely slowed the descent of the destruction ball. At this rate, the Earth's destruction was merely a matter of time. Let us go. We'll lend our strength. All right. Below, Piccolo, Gohan, and Bulma, alongside the vibrant Bulma, gathered their most potent attacks, forming a formidable shockwave directed at the destruction ball. Boom. At that moment, the opposing energies reached a stalemate. The destruction ball was held at bay, while Vegeta and Piccolo's shockwaves struggled to ascend. There was a subtle balance of power. Lord Beerus, is this sufficient? Perhaps it is time to relent, Whis observed, speaking slowly. Indeed, this appears to be their limit. Given them time to train, and they may truly have the potential to defeat me in the future. In Beerus's eyes glimmered a spark of anticipation, with a delicate touch of his fingertip. The destruction sphere gradually diminished in size, alleviating the immense pressure that had enveloped the crowd. However, the spirit tree below could not withstand the overwhelming force, suffering considerable devastation. Bulma suddenly lifted her gaze toward the lofty figure of Beerus, her eyes aflame with indignation. This tree had accompanied her and Jiang Ling throughout the majority of their lives. She had long regarded the spirit tree as one of her own family. Have you had enough of this madness? Bulma ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and charged directly towards Beerus. A resounding slap echoed across the vast expanse as her hand struck Beerus's bewildered face amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The sound reverberated through the heavens, momentarily halting the efforts of Vegeta and the others to resist the destruction sphere. Eh? The look of confusion on Beerus's face gradually morphed into one of danger as he extended his hand, preparing to retaliate. Be careful, Vegeta shouted. Yet they were unable to move away due to the looming threat of the destruction sphere. Bulma gazed at Beerus's approaching claws, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her heart softened. She could not bear to witness the destruction of Earth right before her eyes. Rather than succumb to despair, she preferred to release her pent-up fury and embrace death before her beloved planet. Jiang Ling, if you do not resurrect me, I shall haunt you even in death. A tender glimmer crossed Bulma's gaze. Just as Beerus's claw was about to strike her, time and space abruptly froze. Every being, along with the fabric of time itself, came to a standstill. Jiang Ling stepped forth from the void, his visage radiant as a star, his eyes shimmering with the light of celestial bodies. With a mere glance at the scene before him, he comprehended the situation, a slight furrow forming on his brow. With a wave of his hand, the shockwave dissipated, and the destructive orb shrank into nothingness. He then approached Bulma, enfolding the beauty in his arms, before delivering a swift kick that sent Beerus flying. Following this, he snapped his fingers. Snap! Time and space resumed their course. All present, whether divine or mortal, were momentarily taken aback. What? What just transpired? That figure is old Jiang. My love, you have finally returned. Beerus steadied himself in midair, rubbing his abdomen where he had been struck, his brow knitted in confusion. Meanwhile, Whis stood frozen, disbelief etched upon his face. Is this the law of cosmic time and space? Chapter 208. Beyond the authority of the Omni King. Bulma, believing her demise was imminent, closed her eyes in resignation, only to find herself embraced by a familiar warmth in the next moment. Was this a mere figment of her dying imagination? She let out a bitter laugh. Suddenly, she heard her companions exclaiming in astonishment. Bulma opened her eyes wide, only to be met with the visage of someone she knew all too well. Her heart swelled with emotion, and tears nearly spilled forth. She pounded her small fist against Jiang Ling's sturdy chest, producing a rhythmic sound. "You rascal, why did you not come sooner?" Jiang Ling chuckled softly, gently ruffling Bulma's hair. "I just completed my task and returned. It seems rather fortuitous, doesn't it?" Suddenly, several figures darted into view, revealing Vegeta and a few companions. "Wow, it's truly you, Uncle Jiang Ling," Gohan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lazili's expression darkened with indignation. "You have no idea. They have been bullying us." "I am already aware of the situation," Jiang Ling reassured her. "Leave it to me to resolve." Jiang Ling let out a cold snort, his gaze suddenly turning frigid as he directed it towards Beerus. Although he was aware that Beerus harbored no intention of annihilating the Earth, he always judged actions rather than intentions. How could one transform the Earth into such a state without facing consequences? "So you call yourself Beerus? Who are you?" A shiver ran through Beerus as he recognized the formidable presence and demeanor this uninvited guest displayed upon arrival, compelling him to take notice. "Today, I shall make it clear to you that I am the protector of this Earth." Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. "Moreover, I am also the god of Saiyans you seek." Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback. How could another Saiyan, even stronger than Son Goku, suddenly emerge? After all, the strongest Saiyan on Earth had previously been Goku. Unbeknownst to them, when Jiang Ling had departed, Goku was indeed the mightiest Saiyan on Earth. "Very well, let us engage in a battle. If I am satisfied, the Earth shall remain unharmed." A flicker of purple light flashed in Beerus's eyes as he attempted to employ his previous tactics. "That is not advisable," Whis interjected with caution, hastily intervening. "Why is it not?" Just as Whis was about to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Ling interposed. All right. With a grand gesture, Jiang Ling waved his hand, causing the 7 source beads on his wrist to shimmer, unleashing an inexplicable force. To Beerus and Whis's astonishment, they found themselves immobilized. Subsequently, Jiang Ling snapped his fingers. A sharp sound reverberated. In an instant, Vegeta, along with Beerus and Whis, found themselves transported to the skies above another planet, surrounded by shifting light and shadows. A collective long-distance teleportation. The planet below was adorned with lush greenery, and an opulent palace stood majestically amidst the landscape. As Beerus surveyed this planet, a sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting Whis to speak. "Lord Beerus, this is your planet." Jiang Ling embraced Bulma's slender waist, turning to glance at Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan beside him, a smile gracing his lips. "This is Beerus's planet. They are unable to move now. Let us obliterate this wretched planet." "Indeed, haha. It's all thanks to you, old Jiang." The 3 of them displayed expressions of exhilaration. They continuously gathered energy spheres in their hands, unleashing them like a torrential downpour upon the planet. Explosions erupted violently, sending shockwaves into the air, accompanied by a resounding roar. All the previous oppression and resentment were released in that moment. Jiang Ling glanced at Beerus and approached him. "Aren't you intent on annihilating the planet? Allow me to demonstrate the anguish of witnessing your world being ravaged while you remain powerless to intervene." Beerus, observing his planet gradually transforming into ruins, felt his heart bleed. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he found himself immobilized. It was in this moment that he comprehended the terror of Jiang Ling. From this day forth, the 7th universe shall no longer be under the dominion of the Omni King. I shall reign as the sovereign of the cosmos. For a long while, Beerus and Whis sat in stunned silence atop the remnants of the palace, the echoes of Jiang Ling's words resonating in their ears, tears unshed. "Dragon brother, please restore the Earth for me." In a certain realm, the Earth Dragon and the Namekian Dragon were conjuring storms when a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Huh? Who is it?" "It is I, Jiang Ling Earth. The Jiang Ling Villa. The devastation wrought by Beerus's battle has been completely restored by the Dragon of Earth. However, the spirit tree, which was significantly damaged, has not returned to its former state. Instead, it has begun to sprout new branches from the remnants of its trunk, embodying a striking semblance of rebirth from the ashes." Jiang Ling also received a response from the Divine Dragon. The elevated rank of this modified spiritual tree was beyond the Divine Dragon's capacity to restore. However, the outcome appears satisfactory. The previous overgrowth of the spiritual tree can be considered akin to a meticulous pruning of its branches. It is noteworthy that the several villas below remained entirely unscathed, requiring no restoration from the divine dragon. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Ling realized it was the function of the anti-peeping shield. This shield was something he had specifically acquired from the system to seek thrilling encounters outdoors with Bulma and the others outside the villa. To his astonishment, the defensive effect proved to be remarkably effective. The villa remained unscathed, and the children were, of course, unharmed. They even managed to nap for an entire afternoon during the tumultuous battle. Moreover, when Vegeta and the others had previously attacked Beerus's planet, they did not annihilate it. They were inherently kind-hearted and could not commit such an act. Well, primarily, Beerus's planet was quite resilient, unlike the fragility of Earth. In the villa's courtyard, besides the combatants from before, Chi-Chi and Xiaohua had also arrived with the children. They gazed at Vegeta, a mix of laughter and tears in their eyes. Who exactly is this man's husband? Perhaps. I wouldn't mind living together. Vegeta scratched his head and glanced at Chi-Chi and Xiaohua. I mind. Chi-Chi and Xiaohua exclaimed simultaneously. Vegeta, feeling helpless, could only cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Ling. After all, Jiang Ling had a unique ability to allow 3 women to coexist harmoniously by his side. Jiang Ling cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. This is something you cannot learn from me. His primary advantage lay in Bulma's indifference and her ability to persuade other women to join his extended family. What if Chi-Chi and Xiaohua were to merge as well? Chi-Chi and Xiaohua exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Ultimately, Jiang Ling conceived a plan. He recalled that in the original narrative, after the fusion of the Kaioshin and Jebbet, they could not be separated unless they made a wish to the dragon. Of course, this pertains to the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, which may diverge slightly from his current circumstances. After some contemplation, Jiang Ling decided to consult the dragon and, upon receiving an affirmative response, a flash of light ensued, resulting in the separation of Vegeta back into Goku and Vegeta. Upon witnessing Goku's return, Chi-Chi immediately rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, it's so wonderful that you're back. If you hadn't returned, I would have presumed you were dead, left to mourn with Gohan and Goten, and taking care of little Shuero. Indeed, Goku had a young daughter named Sun Shuero. Seeing this, Goku comforted Chi-Chi by wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back, saying, There. I'm back now, aren't I? Having been influenced by Jiang Ling, he had acquired a few skills in soothing his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Xiaohua saw Vegeta return, she approached him, hands on her hips, and pinched his ear. So, you have secret funds, do you? Ah, well, I do indulge in instant noodles from time to time. You mentioned that it might be detrimental, so I had no choice but to keep it under wraps. Vegeta replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaohua's heart softened as she leaned her head against his chest. As for your secret stash in the instant noodles, I'll pretend to be oblivious. Just promise me you won't leave me again, okay? At that moment, Jiang Ling spoke up. Xiaohua, scientific research indicates that instant noodles do not harm sperm. They merely lack the nutritional value of a proper meal. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately concurred. You are well aware of my appetite. The nutrition is more than sufficient. You should know better than anyone else. Otherwise, we wouldn't have 3 children. Xiaohua, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush and shot Vegeta a disapproving glance. Don't speak of such things in public. Chapter 209. After the matters concluded, everyone embraced their respective wives and children before returning to their homes. Jiang Ling suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten to spar with Vegeta just now? You now command the entirety of the universe. With such formidable strength, what need is there for further practice? Beside him, the 2-star Bulma sat, offering him a piece of the meticulously sliced fruit from the Tree of Might. Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head, declaring, My dominion over the universe is independent of mere strength. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the intricate tattoo of 7 swords pearls adorning his wrist. It had not occurred to him that by collecting these 7 pearls, he had ascended to the status of the sovereign of the 7th universe, a realm untouched by the omnipotent king. Essentially, he had severed the authority of the 7th universe from the king, claiming it for himself. In terms of strength, he could be deemed invincible within his universe. However, beyond the borders of the 7th universe, he would still rely on his own prowess. At long last, he could indulge in the leisurely life he had always desired, tending to fields, basking in the sun, and frolicking with a few domestic and wild flowers, reveling in pure bliss. As for enhancing his strength, what further elevation was necessary when one was already invincible? Nestled in his own universe, surrounded by feasts and beauty, was beyond extravagant. Yet, it must be noted that at his level, the usual methods of training yielded slow progress, unless one ventured into harsh environments, secret realms for cultivation, or sought breakthroughs in life-and-death situations. Advancement was stagnant. While this approach might hold true for others, Jiang Ling had an alternative path to consider: procreation. The mere thought brought a smile to his face as he fixated on the luscious lips of Bulma, the two-star beauty. Didn't Tien mention wanting another child? He recalled. Indeed, in recent years, she had not been able to indulge as freely as before. There was a hint of melancholy in Bulma's tone. It was not just her. Her two sisters shared similar grievances. Jiang Ling had often been away for weeks at a time, leading to late-night gatherings where the three of them would seek solace in each other's company. There will be plenty of time to spend with you all in the future. There is time now as well, but if we are to proceed, we must first engage in a bit of sparring to warm up. Jiang Ling wore a serious expression. Preparing for pregnancy requires one to optimize their physical condition. For them, sparring serves as an excellent method, enabling the activation of various aspects of the body. All right. Then you must concede to me. Otherwise, I won't even be able to touch the hem of your garment. With a mere wave of his hand, Jiang Ling altered the flow of time around him, transforming it into a pace reminiscent of the spirit time room. After accomplishing this, he let out a sinister smile and proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of your brother Ling." Following this, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, igniting an intense battle that reverberated through every corner of the battlefield. As the conflict raged on, the two-starred Bulma, overwhelmed by the ferocity of Jiang Ling's strength, repeatedly begged for mercy. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, she and Lazili were drawn into the fray to join forces against him. There was no alternative. Jiang Ling was simply too formidable. In this universe, none could rival his might. It was only due to the fact that they were women that he showed restraint, suppressing the majority of his power. Had it been Vegeta or others, they would have been left bedridden for years. As time flowed effortlessly onward, a blink of an eye saw several months pass. The Earth remained undisturbed until Beerus and Whis arrived for reasons unknown. After sampling the local delicacies, they were utterly captivated, leading to frequent visits to Earth. They formed friendships with Goku, Vegeta, and the others, even taking them back to Beerus' planet for training. Jiang Ling did not interfere, finding pleasure in this development. After all, in the original tale, they became stronger under the guidance of Beerus and Whis. One cannot hinder their progress, can they? On this particular day, at Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in their routine training when two unexpected guests arrived. Lord Beerus, in just a short while. How have you become so plump? And Whis, why have you also gained weight? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he gazed at the two visitors after finishing a spar with Vegeta. Although Vegeta recognized they were not Beerus and Whis, he too was puzzled about their identities. The newcomers were clad in the distinctive attire of gods of destruction and angels. The foremost figure was stout, resembling a portly version of Beerus. Following closely behind was a female angel, her skin a deep blue like Whis, tall and elegantly poised. Her long legs were shapely and straight, while her white hair was styled into a high ponytail cascading down her back. One hand rested on a staff, the other behind her, her beautiful yet aloof face exuding a noble and composed elegance. Upon hearing Goku's remarks, the female angel replied coolly, "How rude. This is Lord Beerus' twin brother, Kappa." Twin? Is that true? Indeed. Please be mindful in your speech. He is the god of destruction of Universe 6. A god of destruction? Just like Lord Beerus. As Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passed between them. Since their acquaintance with Beerus, they had come to learn much that was previously unknown. For instance, they discovered that they resided in the 7th universe, among a total of 11 universes. While the 7th universe was under the dominion of Jiang Ling, the others were governed by an exalted king of all. At that moment, a voice rang out. "What brings you here?" From a makeshift tent in the distance emerged two figures, none other than Beerus and Whis. Upon seeing Beerus, Kappa could not resist a taunt. Well, if it isn't my esteemed brother. Has it been decades since we last met? You once resided in a palace, yet now find yourself in a tent? And what happened to your magnificent palace? Reduced to ruins, I see. At this barrage of sarcastic remarks, Beerus's expression darkened, resembling a piece of charcoal. He was about to unleash his wrath when, for reasons unknown, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes, and he let out a disdainful huff. A few months ago, certain events transpired. Kappa exchanged a glance with Vados, both registering the shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Something is amiss. When did Beerus become so temperate? It seems he harbors some trepidation. What kind of entity could obliterate the god of destruction's domain and lay waste to his palace? And why would Beerus refrain from speaking of it? With his divine power, reconstructing the palace should be a trivial matter. What could possibly deter him for months? Having lived through countless ages, they were deities who, through their understanding of Beerus and their own experiences, quickly pieced together the unfolding mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Vados signaled to Whis, suggesting they converse privately. Whis, what is the situation? Vados inquired. Whis offered a rueful smile, his gaze drifting toward Wukong and Vegeta in the distance. Vados furrowed her brow. Did they instigate this? Aren't they Beerus's new disciples? Does he truly fear those two mortals? Whis shook his head gently. It is not them. They have someone above them. I cannot elaborate now, but you will come to understand in due time. Someone above them? Vados murmured, casting her gaze upward toward Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Beerus interrupted the conversation, waving his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Given your nature of seeking me out without cause, you must have a purpose for visiting today. Kampa snapped back to reality, recalling the reason for his visit. And a smile crept onto his face. I've come to challenge you to a culinary contest. Oh? Beerus's eyes sparkled with interest. It seems you have discovered some delectable new dishes. Bardos and Whis exchanged knowing smiles, accustomed as they were to such matters in the morning. Both brothers shared a passion for exquisite cuisine. Long ago, during one of their birthdays, a spirited debate erupted over which culinary delight in the universe reigned supreme. The argument escalated into a brawl, inadvertently shattering half a galaxy. Had it not been for the intervention of two angels, the entire galaxy might have been obliterated. From that moment forth, to prevent a recurrence, they agreed upon a contest. Periodically, they would present the finest delicacies from their respective universes to determine whose was the most delectable. Chapter 211. The purpose of the outing. Hmph. This time, I have procured a culinary treasure that I have sought for many years. It will surely elevate your senses to the heavens. Oh, I am eager to see what this exquisite delight could be. Just wait and see. With that, Zampa's lips curled into a triumphant smile, reminiscent of a returning warrior, as he slowly produced 2 eggs from behind him and placed them on the table. These eggs are a specialty from a planet in my universe, the product of a certain avian species. After laying their eggs, these peculiar birds perform a dance around them for half a year. And only after this period do the eggs reach their peak of flavor, at which point they are ready to be savored. They have been my sustenance for several decades. Zampa explained with pride, pointing to one of the eggs and inviting Beerus to taste it. Beerus gazed at the enormous egg, reminiscent of an ostrich's, and blinked in disbelief. How can one eat it raw? Are you trying to give me an upset stomach? Cough. I took the liberty of cooking it during my journey. It is ready to eat now. Oh. Beerus lifted the egg, performing a delicate spin on his fingertips, causing the shell to shatter into a myriad of fragments. Once peeled, the egg revealed a tender, creamy interior, glistening and exuding a subtle floral aroma that danced at his nostrils. As he took a bite, the silky texture enveloped his palate, and the rich floral notes intertwined with a hint of dragon fruit erupted in the depths of his mouth. After savoring it, Beerus squinted slightly, a flicker of enjoyment crossing his otherwise placid expression. Quite delightful. Upon hearing this, Zampa's eyes sparkled with delight as he smugly retorted, Humph, my dear brother. After decades of slumber, you surely have little to offer in the way of culinary delights, do you? No matter, I do not mind, as long as you concede. After all, who knows you better than your most astute younger brother? Observing his pompous demeanor, Beerus scoffed disdainfully, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Oh, my beloved yet foolish Oedidu, you are mistaken. Whis, bring forth that dish. I intend to show him what true gastronomy entails. As he spoke, under the perplexed gaze of Mph, he snapped his fingers. Ever since he last witnessed Jiang Ling snap his fingers, Bylus had also developed an affinity for this gesture, finding an inexplicable sense of pretentiousness in it. Weiss nodded slightly, his staff gesturing towards the table. In a flash of silver light, 2 buckets of Jiang Master Brand braised goji berry beef instant noodles materialized upon the table. This delicacy, a culinary marvel of Earth, has captivated palates across the globe, particularly among men, who are fond of indulging in it. On Earth, the afternoon sun blazed brightly, as a gust of wind swept through, causing the lush, verdant canopy of the spiritual tree to sway gracefully. The leaves rustled against one another, producing a gentle whispering sound. Occasionally, melodious chirps from insects and birds could be heard, creating a symphony of nature. It was truly a splendid retreat from the summer heat. In the courtyard of Jiang Ling's villa, several women, clad in scanty bikinis that closely hug their exquisite figures, recline languidly on beach chairs under the sun, donning oversized sunglasses. Even with the shades obscuring their eyes, their distinct charms shine through. The slight protrusion of their abdomens adds a unique allure to their presence. Not far away, a group of children frolics on the grass, their playful chatter resonating in the air. Has Jiang Ling mentioned when he'll return? Lazili suddenly inquired, clearly relishing the sunbathing experience. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned her head and teased, "What's this? He has only been gone a few days, and you're already missing him? Just a few weeks into your pregnancy, and you're yearning for him?" Lazili's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained, "Oh, no. I was merely asking out of boredom. Hey, little miss, what are you thinking? Am I not aware?" Bulma chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "But if anyone knows about Jiang Ling, it should be Bulma." "Oh right. Bulma, when is he coming back?" Lazili and Bulma simultaneously turned their gaze toward Bulma. Bulma, caught off guard by the question, replied, "Huh? I'm not sure. Why do you think I would know?" "Because Jiang Ling dotes on you the most." Both Lazili and Bulma chimed in unison, their tones tinged with a hint of envy. Bulma scratched her head and chuckled, realizing it was entirely unfounded, after all. Her long-standing relationship with Jiang Ling did grant her some preferential treatment. "I don't know when he'll return, but if you're missing him, I have a way." "What way?" "Before he left, he entrusted me with 3 items, saying that when you miss him, you can." As she spoke, Bulma went inside the villa and returned with a lavishly crafted box. "Here, what's this?" "Something good," Bulma said with a mysterious smile, opening the box to reveal 3 toys nestled inside. Upon seeing them, Bulma and Lazili instantly displayed their disappointment. "Oh, this? I don't fancy fakes. Real ones are far better." "Same here." Hearing this, a sly smile crept onto Bulma's lips. "Just hear me out. These are replicas meticulously crafted by Jiang Ling to resemble little Jiang Ling 1-to-1. "What? You should have mentioned that sooner. I want one." Both Bulma and Lazili's eyes sparkled with excitement, each grabbing one. "Why don't we, the sisters, use them right now? It's broad daylight. And we're outdoors. Isn't that inappropriate? What's so embarrassing? We have a privacy shield around us. No one outside can see us. Moreover, you have not been shy about your escapades with Jiang Ling in the open air. Why do you suddenly become bashful after giving birth? Just look at your words. So candid and devoid of decorum. Hmph. What kind of relationship do we share, my dear sisters? We're all comrades." In the distance, the innocent laughter of children occasionally resonates. The scene of several women chattering and teasing one another resembles a beautiful tableau, provided one overlooks the nature of their conversation. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The 3 women turned their gaze instantly, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the unmistakably familiar Jiang Ling returning. With a flurry of movement, they dashed forward, leaving behind a few bikinis on the ground. And in the next instant, they adorned Jiang Ling with them. "I have only been away for a week. Is such a display truly necessary?" Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. "We were just talking about you when you returned. I missed you dearly." According to scientific research, women during pregnancy have an intense desire for their husband's companionship, so my longing for you is merely a natural physiological response. Feeling the soft form draped against him, Jiang Ling instinctively reached out to touch it, finding it pleasantly pliable. He smiled and took a moment to soothe their emotions. At that moment, a group of children playing nearby also noticed Jiang Ling's return, rushing over while calling out "Daddy" in their sweet, childish voices. Jiang Ling immediately revealed a fatherly smile and played with the children for a while. His beautiful wife stood by, surrounded by their children, creating a scene of warmth and joy. After some time had passed, Jiang Ling's expression turned serious as he set aside his playful demeanor and turned to Bulma. "Do you know what I ventured out for this time?" Bulma shot him a look, saying, "Who knows what you're up to? You never tell us." "In truth, I visited the second future time, the one associated with the second version of Bulma," Jiang Ling replied. The second Bulma was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why did you go there?" "That timeline is deserted. I merged with the first version of myself." "Indeed." Jiang Ling nodded slightly. The previous timeline had been obliterated by Zamas, eradicating all forms of life, rendering it of no consequence. "My purpose for this journey is precisely this." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and 7 source orbs began to levitate in his palm. Chapter 212, Tremor Daddy. The orbs. "I want to play," exclaimed his eldest son, Dog Egg, upon seeing the 7 source orbs hovering in Jiang Ling's hand, his excitement palpable. "These are not for play, all right? Wait a moment." and I shall bring you many more orbs to play with, if you please. No, no. I want Daddy's orbs. Then will you behave? I will behave. Good boy. Listen now. We shall not play with the orbs. No, no. I want to. Jiang Ling wished to utter further words of persuasion. Yet Dogden's mother, Bulma, impatiently seized him. Old Jiang, you cannot be so gentle with your son. Observe my method. With that, Bulma arched her brows and glared at Dogdan, exclaiming Jiangzhou. Upon hearing his full name called by his mother, Dogdan immediately trembled and dashed away in a hurry. Mother, I shall never dare again. Jiang Ling, it must be you. Indeed, you are unaware of your son's mischievousness. Bulma raised an eyebrow and subsequently gestured towards the source pearl in his hand. You have yet to disclose your intentions for retrieving these. Quite right, quite right. Both Bulma and Lazily shared the same curiosity. Logically speaking, in the second future timeline, life has ceased to exist. The entire universe lies desolate. At best, one might sift through the ruins of technologically advanced planets to unearth some scientific data for research, propelling Earth's rapid advancement. Alternatively, one could venture to other planets to extract precious minerals. However, these resources remain readily accessible. One could acquire them at any moment if desired. Furthermore, the primary universe is under Jiang Ling's dominion. Should Earth require such resources, he could effortlessly procure them. It is precisely for this reason that the women found it perplexing why Jiang Ling would specifically choose to venture into the second future timeline to exert control over this universe. Jiang Ling was acutely aware of the doubts lingering in their hearts. With a gentle smile, he shook his head and eloquently shared his thoughts. It is widely recognized that the 12 universes of the second future timeline have all been annihilated by Zamasu, including the Kaioshin, the gods of destruction, and the angels. Consequently, I surmise that the overseer of those 12 universes, the Omni King, may be inclined to eradicate all universes and initiate a reboot. This is precisely why he ventured forth to acquire the 7th universe. In the future, I could establish a teleportation array, allowing me to visit that realm at my leisure. As he spoke of this, Jiang Ling paused momentarily, the 7 source pearls shimmering with brilliance. The women present suddenly experienced an epiphany, so that was it. With this arrangement, the 7th universe of the second temporal dimension would forever become Jiang Ling's personal garden, a sanctuary for her family, the Jiang clan. Furthermore, there would be no need for Jiang Ling to accompany them. They could frolic there at their leisure. Upon this realization, Bulma, the 2-star Bulma, and the other women of the Jiang lineage felt their eyes gleam with excitement. Who would ever wish for a scarcity of land in their own domain? It is worth mentioning that in the traditional culture of the Dragon Ball universe, women are required to adopt their husband's surname upon marriage. Jiang Ling, as a traveler who has emerged from the heart of Huaxia, finds himself somewhat disoriented yet embraces the notion of respecting traditional culture and adapting to local customs. Ultimately, it suffices to acclimate. After all, in his previous world, even independent foreign women adopted their husband's surnames upon marriage. As one woman eloquently stated, "This is what we call romance. In my name, I bestow upon you my surname, encapsulating the essence of free-spirited romance." Jiang Ling appeared rather fond of the situation at hand. As he observed the group of women before him chattering away, discussing the establishment of some fundamental resort facilities, he cleared his throat. Ahem. What I mentioned earlier was not actually the primary reason. The women were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Huh?" Jiang Ling smiled faintly. In the next moment, his eyes turned pitch black. Wisps of the primordial essence of the universe emanated from the 7 source pearls suspended above his palm. He raised his other hand, upon which the 7th cosmic source pearl tattoo of the primary space-time suddenly radiated with brilliance. It seemed to possess a gravitational pull, drawing